Chapter 1, The First Sword After Reaching the Shore. Dongxia, Jiangcheng, Jiangsu Province. On the playground of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Jiangxia, let's break up. I hope you won't bother me anymore. I don't want people to misunderstand our relationship. Also, we're no longer from the same world, so take care of yourselves. Jiangxia stared blankly at Bai Mangli, who was chattering away in front of her. No, do you want to hear what you're saying? He just came here to ask for tutoring fees. When Bai Mangli saw Jiangxia's expression suddenly change, she thought that she had spoken too harshly and hurt Jiangxia. A slight pang of regret rose in her heart, but she quickly suppressed it. Jiangxia, so what if you're good at studying, handsome, and gentle? In the end, he still awakened a useless F-rank martial soul. I am Bai Mangli, the school beauty of No. 1 high school, and a proud girl who has awakened an A-level martial soul. My future boyfriend will never be just a useless pretty face who has awakened an F-rank martial soul. Okay, so the first thing you do after getting ashore is forget your roots, huh? Hearing Bai Mangli's words, Jiangxia rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. He was about to say something. Ding! You have a new task. Please check it. Jiangxia raised an eyebrow, surprised that she had triggered her cheat ability. Then lines of text that only Jiangxia could see appeared. 1. Cling tightly to the leg of school beauty Bai Mangli, pleading with her through tears not to leave you. Reward, Charisma Attribute +1. 2. Present the evidence, tell Bai Mangli the truth about the tutoring, and clearly state that he has never liked her. Reward, 1 opportunity for a complete system update and upgrade. Jiangxia's eyes lit up when she saw that the system had given her rewards in addition to the attribute bonuses. He is a time traveler. 3 years ago, I was transported to this martial arts world called Blue Star. At the same time, he gained his own cheat code, the system. The system will periodically issue several tasks, allowing him to choose one to complete. Once completed, you will receive a reward. However, the system's rewards are all attribute points that cannot be seen or touched. For example, charm, temperament, strength, spirit. Thanks to the attribute points awarded by the system, he was able to leave everyone else in the dust throughout high school. Not only did he rank first in his grade academically, his appearance and demeanor are widely recognized as those of the most handsome man in all high schools in Jiangcheng. On Earth, everyone experiences a major event that affects their future when they turn 18. Martial Soul Awakening. But just yesterday at the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony, he awakened an F-rank martial soul, which is generally considered a useless martial soul on Earth. Jiangxia didn't think there was anything wrong with an F-rank martial soul, because he had a gut feeling that his system wasn't so simple. Sure enough, the surprise came today. Jiangxia decisively accepted task 2. He took out his phone and showed Bai Mangli the transfer records. This is the tutoring fee that your family transferred to me starting from the first year of high school. The tutoring includes guidance on your daily studies and instruction in martial arts techniques. Your family was afraid of hurting your self-esteem, so they repeatedly told me not to tell you. So as you can see, from beginning to end we have only had an employer-employee relationship, and I have never liked you. Please don't say things like break up or drag each other out anymore, as these are misleading. Just as Jiangxia finished speaking, a notification sounded that the system reward had been credited to her account. Without hesitation, he chose to update the system. Ding! The system is updating and upgrading. Estimated time, 2 minutes. Jiangxia is now eagerly anticipating what surprises the system update will bring him. Compared to the excited Jiangxia, Bai Mangli, upon learning the truth, was struck dumb. It turns out she was the clown, the one who was clinging on unconditionally. Thinking of this, Bai Mangli could no longer hold back her tears and cried. He raised his hand, intending to smash his phone on the ground to vent his anger. Jiangxia snatched the phone back with lightning speed and glared at Bai Mangli with displeasure. If you're going to cry, then cry. Why did you smash my phone? Bai Mangli looked even more aggrieved after being glared at by Jiangxia, appearing like a pitiful white lotus flower. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the shadows behind the trees on the playground. Feng Xiang came to Bai Mangli's side and looked at her with a pained expression. My little princess, don't bow your head and cry, or your crown will fall off. Upon hearing this, Bai Mangli, looking like a pear blossom in the rain, leaned into Feng Xiang's arms. Jiangxia also recognized the boy's identity. It was at yesterday's Martial Soul Awakening ceremony that Feng Xiang awakened his S-level martial soul. However, Jiangxia's pupils dilated in shock after hearing what the other party said. Damn it, my ears are dirty. Jiang Xia never imagined that in an interstellar era, there would still be people who could say such corny pickup lines. Feng Xiang hugged by Meng Li tightly, his face dark as he looked at Jiang Xia. If you dare to touch my people, be careful, I might get injured, but you might lose your life. Jiang Xia, do you dare to have a man-to-man duel with me? If you lose, you're not allowed to bother Meng Li anymore. Jiang Xia now desperately wants to kill Feng Xiang. No one can withstand this kind of spiritual pollution. Ding! System update complete. The creation lottery system is now officially at your service. Ding! New player gift pack being sent out, would you like to accept? Jiang Xia accepted without hesitation. New player gift pack is now available. Congratulations on receiving 1 Martial Soul Transformation Card, plus 1 guaranteed 10 pull for new players. Martial Soul Transformation Card allows a martial soul to undergo the deepest transformation, with a minimum level of SSS. Guaranteed 10 pull for beginners, you are guaranteed to receive a reward of red quality or higher. Jiang Xia's eyes lit up when she saw the effect of the Martial Soul Transformation Card. It's like my wish came true. The boost that his F-rank Martial Soul provides now is negligible. If he were to obtain this SSS level Martial Soul, coupled with his current exceptional comprehension, Jiang Xia felt that she could compete for the top score in the college entrance examination in southern Jiangsu. Moreover, an SSS level Martial Soul can earn him a genius subsidy from Dongxia, enough to ensure he doesn't have to worry about cultivation resources for a period of time. Jiang Xia silently recited in her heart, use the Martial Soul Transformation Card. Immediately, the Martial Soul Transformation Card transformed into a stream of light that only he could see and entered his body. In a mysterious space, 12 ancient stone statues stand silently. The stream of light transformed from the Martial Soul Transformation Card entered this space and went straight into one of the stone statues surrounded by lightning. Seeing this, Jiang Xia's heart sank slightly, then as if she had thought of something, a glint flashed in her eyes. His martial spirit consists of 12 stone statues whose faces are obscured. Could these 12 stone statues represent 12 martial spirits? Jiang Xia suppressed his excitement and quietly waited for his martial soul to undergo a transformation. The next moment. Buzz. An ancient and savage aura emanated from the stone statue surrounded by lightning. At the same time, the stone statue's blurry face and figure gradually became clearer. Before long, the martial soul transformation was completed. But when Jiang Xia saw the true face of the stone statue, her breathing became rapid and her heart pounded wildly. My martial soul is actually Thunder Ancestral Witch, Changliang. Chapter 2 The Ancestral Witch of Thunder Changliang. Martial Soul, Changliang. Pango bloodline, physical growth will have no limit and will gain the characteristic of immortality. As long as the blood and qi do not run out, all non-fatal injuries can be quickly recovered, and the physical body will be further improved. Law of the Dao body? Thunder can control thunder, and at the same time greatly increases the affinity with the law of thunder, making it as if divinely aided when cultivating thunder attribute techniques and martial arts. Battle runes consume the power of qi and blood to condense the Wu clan battle runes on the physical body. Each battle rune can increase the strength of the physical body by 100%. Spirit devouring, it can enhance the physical body and improve blood and qi by devouring the essence of living beings' flesh and blood. Soul fusion, the martial soul and physical body are fused together, increasing overall strength by 500% for 5 minutes. It can be used once every 24 hours. Jiang Xia looked at this magnificent martial soul skill and couldn't help but marvel. He felt that even the abilities granted by an SSS level martial soul were less than half of those of the ancestral which strong and good martial soul. At the same time, Feng Xiang frowned as he looked at Jiang Xia, who remained silent. Jiang Xia, don't think you can escape this calamity by not saying anything. If you're scared, that's easy. Just kneel on the platform and shout 3 times. I was wrong, I'm a piece of trash. In that case, I might consider letting you go. Jiang Xia also recovered from her shock at this time. He didn't answer Feng Xiang's question, but looked down at his hands and unconsciously clenched his fists. Jiang Xia felt the powerful force emanating from within her body. He looked up and smiled at Feng Xiang. Okay, I accept your challenge. Jiang Xia's smile conveyed a lot of information. Simply put, as a transmigrator, I should be able to handle a little bit of this, right? Feng Xiang looked at Jiang Xia's smiling face and scoffed. In his view, Jiang Xia accepting the challenge was tantamount to courting death. After awakening my S-rank martial soul yesterday, With the infusion of his martial spirit power, his martial arts realm had long since broken through from the 9th level of spirit awakening to the early stage of the 1st rank. It's far beyond what Jiang Xia, a useless 6th level spirit awakening cultivator, can pull off. Thinking of this, Feng Xiang's gaze toward Jiang Xia gradually turned cold. Especially when he saw Jiang Xia's incredibly handsome face, his anger intensified. Damn it, you wicked, useless pretty boy. If I don't smash your face to pieces today, I'll change my surname to yours, Feng Xiang thought viciously to himself. Before long, the two arrived at the martial arts stage on the school playground. By this time, a large number of students and teachers had gathered around the training ground to watch the spectacle. Clearly, news of the duel between the two had been spread on their way to the martial arts arena. Jiang Xia looked at Feng Xiang, who was standing opposite her, with a strange expression. He's starting to have trouble telling whether Feng Xiang is a friend or foe. On the way to the martial arts arena, Jiang Xia had already gained a general understanding of how to use the creation lottery system. Creation lottery system. Host, Jiang Xia. Realm, 9th stage of spirit awakening. Cultivation technique, spiritual essence cultivation method. Martial arts skills, none. Clear chi, 0. The system functions are simple and straightforward. As long as Jiang Xia's behavior causes any fluctuation in others' emotions or desires, the system can then absorb it and transform it into pure energy. At the same time, it causes stronger people to experience fluctuations in their 7 emotions and 6 desires. The more pure energy the system can convert, the more pure energy it can transform. The only function of the pure energy is to draw prizes. Jiang Xia doesn't yet know what specific rewards she will receive. After all, he has no spirit left. However, judging from the Martial Soul Awakening card given in the system's newbie gift pack, the prizes you win in a lottery are bound to be pretty good. Jiang Xia couldn't help but sigh again, thinking how good Feng Xiang really was. They actually took the initiative to build in this stage, which was perfect for showing off. That's right, it's just showing off. In Jiang Xia's view, the 7 emotions and 6 desires absorbed by the system are nothing more than emotions. In that case, what could be better for manipulating emotions than showing off displaying one's genius in front of others? Gradually, more and more students gathered around the training ground, and various discussions arose. Meanwhile, the amount of fresh air on the system panel was gradually increasing. Shocking +1. Shocking +1. Shocking +1. Question +1. Question +1. Holy crap, how come my goddess Bai is in that ugly bastard Feng Xiang's arms? Even if Feng Xiang is ugly, he's still better than us. He awakened an S-level martial soul yesterday, and his future is limitless. No, I remember this fair-skinned school beauty was Jiang Xia's girlfriend. What's going on? Hee, what else could it be but falling for someone else, of course. To be honest, putting morality aside, I support Bai Xiaohua. After all, Jiang Xia is just a pretty face now. Having awakened such a weak F-rank martial soul, Jiang Xia is now completely useless. The two people on the martial arts stage could clearly hear the discussions of the crowd below. Feng Xiang's lips curled up as he looked up at Jiang Xia with a disdainful expression. Jiang Xia, it's the same condition as before. If you agree, I can let you go today. No need, let's get started quickly, or we won't be able to get into the cafeteria if we're late. Jiang Xia spoke calmly, seemingly unaffected by the noise from the audience. Feng Xiang smiled dismissively. In his view, Jiang Xia was just being stubborn. Feng Xiang lowered his head and said tenderly to Bai Mengli in his arms. My princess, go down and wait for me. Today I will make those who made you shed tears pay the price. Good. Bai Mengli nodded and jumped off the martial arts stage. Feng Xiang's gaze returned to Jiang Xia. He spread his hands out, and 2 blazing fireballs appeared in his palms. Jiang Xia, you have broken my wings, I will destroy your paradise. The pain you're about to experience is nothing compared to the heartache I felt when I saw Mengli crying. It got hard. The fist hardened. Jiang Xia, who had been tormented by Feng Xiang's witty remarks all along the way, could no longer hold back. Damn it, I'll fuck you to death. Jiang Xia stomped heavily on the ground, her body crackling with lightning as she hurtled towards Feng Xiang. Immediately, Feng Xiang felt his vision blur, and then a fist enveloped in lightning appeared before him. Bang! Feng Xiang was sent flying by a punch before he could even block it. Having endured countless witty remarks, Jiang Xia was certainly not going to let Feng Xiang off the hook so easily. He grabbed Feng Xiang's ankle, pulling him back from the martial arts stage and slamming him to the ground. Bang! Click! The sound of bones cracking was accompanied by Feng Xiang's agonizing screams. Fear +1. Fear +1. Fear +1. I'll make you a little princess, I'll break your wings, I'll make you spout filthy nonsense. Jiang Xia kicked Feng Xiang hard, one kick after another. Because his left leg was broken, Feng Xiang could only crawl with difficulty to the outside of the martial arts stage in order to escape Jiang Xia's clutches. Click. With his right leg also broken by Jiang Xia's kick, Feng Xiang stopped moving and fainted. Jiang Xia also stopped her relentless attack on Feng Xiang. The teachers and students on the training platform also recovered from their shock. What they saw. Jiang Xia awakened a weak F-rank martial soul. He actually defeated Feng Xiang, who had awakened an S-level martial soul, in a single move. Shocking +1. Shocking +1. Shocking +1. Shocking +1. Chapter 3: Ji Xiang's killing intent. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Isn't the F-rank martial soul the weakest martial soul? Look at the lightning on Jiang Xia's body. I remember that the martial soul he awakened was clearly 12 ordinary stone statues. I also remember it being a stone statue. Could it be that Jiang Xia's martial soul has undergone a mutation? Martial soul mutation is a very special phenomenon that occurs after a martial soul is awakened. However, this mutation is highly uncontrollable. Some people soar to great heights after their martial souls undergo a mutation, while others plummet from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. The teachers watching the battle below the arena exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Just then, a powerful pressure suddenly descended. The previously noisy crowd fell silent instantly, as if a pause button had been pressed. Why aren't you going to class? What are you all doing gathered here? Two figures approached from a distance. The one speaking was a burly middle-aged man. The teachers and students around the martial arts arena quickly recognized the newcomer. It was Zhongcheng No. 1 Middle School, with one principal and one vice principal. Vice Principal Tan, some students have challenged each other to duels on the martial arts stage, so we came over to check it out during our break, a teacher explained cautiously. Tan Wang nodded upon hearing this, without saying anything more. Under the general trend of the whole nation valuing martial arts, competitions and exchanges between students are no longer a big deal. Conversely, schools will actively encourage this behavior. Old G, let's go. We still need to finalize the candidates for the joint examination of the 5 cities that was added before this year's martial arts exam. After saying that, Tan Wang prepared to walk towards the teaching building. Etc. Principal Ji Xiang called out to Tan Wang, who was about to leave. His gaze fell on Feng Xiang, who was lying unconscious on the martial arts stage with broken legs. He then glanced at the unharmed Jiang Xia, a flash of coldness crossing his eyes. Since it's just a friendly competition between classmates, why did you have to use such a heavy hand? Faced with Ji Xiang's questioning, Jiang Xia couldn't help but frown. Injuries and disabilities are inevitable in competitions between students. As long as it doesn't endanger life, the school shouldn't interfere. Moreover, he had controlled his strength when he struck, only crippling Feng Xiang's legs. Given the medical conditions at the school clinic, Feng Xiang should recover in a day or two at most. Jiang Xia immediately explained, my martial spirit recently underwent a mutation, and I can't fully control it yet, which is why I accidentally injured Feng Xiang. There's one more thing. The student wants to participate in the martial soul awakening ceremony again to have their martial soul level reassessed. As she spoke, Jiang Xia stretched out her right hand, and lightning flashed. Streaks of lightning, like dragons, roamed around his body, eventually converging in his right palm and transforming into a ball of lightning. As the lightning ball forms, some students who were closer to the training ground couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They could clearly sense the terrifying power contained within the lightning ball. Jiang Xia accepted Feng Xiang's challenge not just to beat him up. He also planned to take this opportunity to showcase his martial spirit talent. Every year, the Dongxia Martial Arts Bureau provides a substantial resource subsidy to the top 2 students in martial spirit awakening levels from high schools across the country. If one awakens an SSS-level martial soul, they will receive even more generous resource support. Jiang Xia is an orphan in this life. He relied partly on municipal subsidies for schooling and living expenses, and partly on tutoring others and teaching basic martial arts to earn a living. However, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket compared to the expenses of purchasing martial arts resources. If we can get this resource from the Education Bureau, therefore, his strength will experience explosive growth for a considerable period of time in the future. After using a martial soul awakening card, even the lowest rating of a strong martial soul is SSS. Therefore, Jiang Xia is very confident that she will receive the resource subsidy. No. Do you think you can just start a martial soul awakening ceremony whenever you want? Each time you initiate a martial soul awakening ceremony, you have to consume a lot of resources. Ji Xian's face darkened, and he directly rejected Jiang Xia. He then continued, every year during the martial soul awakening, some people believe that their martial soul has undergone a mutation. But what was the final result? It was just an upgrade from F level to E level. Haven't there been many similar cases in our school before? I absolutely will not allow the martial soul awakening ceremony to be restarted due to personal resentment and wasted resources. These resources were brought back by our Eastern Xia soldiers after they risked their lives on the Starfield battlefield. Ji Xiang's words were passionate and inspiring. In a short time, Jiang Xia, the person who proposed to reopen the martial soul awakening ceremony, seems to have become a selfish villain wasting national resources. Many students around the arena glared angrily at Jiang Xia because of Ji Xiang's words. Vice Principal Tan Wang frowned. Although restarting the martial soul awakening ceremony would indeed consume a considerable amount of resources, what Ji Xiang said at this moment was a bit excessive. Old Ji, this student's martial spirit has indeed mutated. Moreover, I just sensed a strong aura of destruction from the lightning that was wrapped around him. With this aura present, the talent of this young man after his mutation is at least an A-level martial soul. Let's report this first, and then the Martial Arts Bureau can make the final decision. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian's expression darkened even further. A hint of murderous intent crept into his cold gaze as he looked at Jiang Xiaosan. Ji Xiang then waved to Tan Wang. Vice Principal Tan, there's no need to say anything more. My mind is made up. From now on, as long as I am the principal of number 1 middle school, I will never allow the waste of national resources to happen again. When Tan Wang heard Ji Xiang address him by his official title, he knew that there was no way to change the situation, and he couldn't help but sigh. There's one more thing. Jiang Xia and Feng Xiang, instead of working hard to cultivate as the martial arts exam approached, fought each other and wasted the country's investment in them. We are now issuing a school-wide notice to both of them and suspending Jiang Xia and Feng Xiang's daily resource allocation for 3 months. 3 months later, you can go to the logistics department to collect these resources yourself. Upon hearing Ji Xiang's words, Jiang Xia suddenly looked up. His eyes were fixed on the figure in front of the teaching building. Jiang Xia had noticed just now that this old man surnamed Ji had been targeting him. He didn't believe the other party couldn't see the potential of his martial soul after its mutation. Especially after defeating Feng Xiang, an S-level martial soul possessor. The other party initially used various righteous arguments to prevent him from retesting his martial soul. His daily training resources have now been suspended again. Moreover, the punishment given by the other party, which seemed very fair, was actually of no consequence to Feng Xiang. Everyone in the class knew that Feng Xiang's family was very powerful and they looked down on the meager benefits the school offered. Then, combining her experience of feeling a chill down her spine twice, Jiang Xia quickly came to a conclusion. This old man surnamed Ji was indeed targeting him. Jiang Xia couldn't immediately recall where she had offended the principal. Having lived 2 lives, he naturally knew he couldn't stay at this school any longer. If you offend the principal, it's completely impossible to have a good life at number 1 middle school. Moreover, he went to school primarily for the daily resource allowance. Now that the resources are gone, and they've inexplicably offended the principal, it's better to take the initiative than to be passively attacked. A strange light flickered in Jiang Xia's eyes. Then a deep, angry voice came from the training ground. I voluntarily withdraw from school without needing to announce it to the whole school. Chapter 4 Breakthrough in Public. Whoosh! A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Did I hear that right? Jiang Xia is actually going to drop out of school? Is he not planning to take the college entrance exam? Wow, I never realized Jiang Xia was so brave. No, haven't you noticed that Principal Ji seems to be targeting Jiang Xia all along? It's a bit targeted. It was Feng Xiang who initiated the challenge to Jiang Xia, but now Jiang Xia is being punished as well. Listening to the discussions of her classmates, Jiang Xia remained calm. He certainly wouldn't give up on the martial arts exam. As martial arts have evolved, the methods for cultivating and educating talent have long since moved beyond schools. Martial arts schools or family factions in major cities can obtain documents issued by the Martial Arts Bureau. They were able to allow children aged 18 and above to participate in the martial arts exam alongside students from various high schools. And at that very moment, Jiang Xia's martial soul energy reached its peak, and her body began to automatically absorb external energy. Streaks of shimmering blue light appeared out of thin air and entered Jiang Xia's body. This sudden phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. I'm not seeing things, am I? This is a source energy phenomenon that only occurs when one breaks through to the first level of martial arts. Wouldn't that mean Jiang Xia, while at the Spirit Awakening realm, instantly killed Feng Xiang, who was at the early stage of the first level, with a single move, despite being at a higher level? My goodness, Jiang Xia's martial soul after its mutation is very likely to surpass S rank. Shock +1. Shock +1. Shock +1. What was said without malice may have been taken to heart by the listener. Ji Xiang narrowed his eyes, his gaze coldly fixed on Jiang Xia, who was still breaking through. He strongly suspected that Jiang Xia deliberately chose this moment to break through. The purpose, of course, was to force him to make concessions. Even if he breaks through, his decision will not change. No matter how much scheming and showmanship he puts on, he's still just an ant that has just awakened his martial spirit. He could kill someone with a flick of his finger. Now that the other party has voluntarily withdrawn from school, any incidents that happen to him outside of school will not be investigated. Since Jiang wants to drop out of school, our school can't do too much to stop her. Director Wang, please take Jiang to complete the withdrawal procedures. After saying that, Ji Xiang gave Jiang Xia a deep look, then turned and left. Jiang Xia also successfully completed her breakthrough while Ji Xiang was speaking. His cultivation level also reached the early stage of the first rank. Not everyone on Earth is qualified to cultivate martial arts. Before entering high school, students will be tested to see if they have the aptitude for cultivation, which will then determine whether they are assigned to either arts or martial arts programs, and they will also be given basic cultivation techniques. The 9th level of Spirit Awakening is the highest level that can be reached before the awakening of the martial soul. At this stage, as long as there are enough resources, even those with poor cultivation aptitude can quickly advance to the 9th level of Spirit Awakening through resource accumulation. Once a martial spirit awakens, a martial artist can break through to the early stage of the first tier. Resources, cultivation aptitude, and martial spirit level are all essential prerequisites. As the undisputed heartthrob of Jiangqing's high school, Jiang Xia's orphan status was naturally thoroughly investigated by those with ulterior motives. Therefore, when Jiang Xia broke through to the first level, it instantly shocked many students. After all, in the past, only those who awaken a martial soul of S rank or higher could break through to the early stage of the first rank in just 2 days through martial soul feedback. This is still assuming that one's martial arts realm has reached the 9th level of Spirit Awakening before the awakening of one's martial soul. Jiang Xia watched Ji Xiang's departing figure, making a lasting impression on him. He didn't say anything about fortunes changing or anything like that. Jiang Xia knew this clearly. Making threats in front of the enemy when you lack strength is an extremely foolish act. Soon, a tall, middle-aged man in a black suit walked onto the martial arts stage. Student Jiang, come with me to the Academic Affairs office now to process your withdrawal from school. Jiang Xia nodded and followed Director Wang away from the martial arts arena. With Principal Ji Xiang speaking up, the withdrawal procedures were processed very quickly. In less than half an hour, Jiang Xia received her expulsion notice. Jiang Xia strode out of the school gate without looking back. The moment I stepped out of the school gate, a sense of vastness and immensity arose spontaneously in Jiang Xia's heart. The principal's office is on the 12th floor of the teaching building. Ji Xiang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Jiang Xia's figure gradually disappear from his sight. Principal, here is the file you requested for Jiang Xia. Wang Meng, the director of teaching at No. 1 Middle School, stood respectfully opposite the desk. Ji Xiang withdrew his gaze, picked up Jiang Xia's file and glanced through it briefly, then let out a sneer. An orphan with no parents has now voluntarily dropped out of school. Without the support of school resources, let alone improving one's skills to participate in the martial arts exam, it would be a miracle if one didn't perish halfway through. Ji Xiang waved to Wang Meng. Wang Meng instantly understood and left the principal's office. Ji Xiang put down the file and then pulled out another document from his desk drawer. He looked at the list of senior students receiving resource subsidies in his hand and murmured softly. That peasant named Jiang Xia is ultimately a variable. We must make him disappear from this world completely. Don't worry, Xian'er. What's meant to be yours can't be taken away by anyone. You must make the most of this Tianjia training camp. Immediately, Ji Xiang wrote Feng Xiang's name after the subsidy applicant's name at the end of the document. Click. The old door was pushed open from the outside. The first thing you see is a bed and a small bathroom, there's nothing else there. This small apartment, about 20 square meters, is the temporary housing provided to Jiang Xia by the Jiangcheng municipal government. They will take it away after he finishes his martial arts exam. Jiang Xia put down her backpack and lay back on the bed. Now that he's graduated from school, he no longer has access to free resources. We need to think carefully about ways to make money. During the 3 years Jiang Xia transmigrated, besides studying and practicing martial arts, she also read various miscellaneous books to gain a deeper understanding of this world. His country, Dongxia, was just one of many member states of the Nine-Star Alliance. As the name suggests, the Nine-Star Alliance consists of 9 adjacent planets, with Blue Star being one of them. 500 years ago. While the entire Nine-Star Alliance was fully committed to developing technology and venturing into more distant star systems, a special kind of energy has inexplicably appeared in the star system where the Nine-Star Alliance is located. This energy caused the animals and plants inside various planets to evolve wildly and begin attacking human cities. Fortunately, humans can also absorb this peculiar energy and awaken their own innate martial soul. Thus, the martial artist was born. The first generation of warriors successfully drove the enemy into the wilderness thanks to their overwhelming strength. But an even greater deterrent. Astral plane. It arrived quietly. The star boundary is a unique space containing a wealth of resources needed for martial arts cultivation. At the same time, the astral plane is also connected to another civilization. A foreign civilization whose martial arts cultivation and development time far exceeds that of the Nine-Star Alliance. A war concerning the survival of the world was thus launched. Fortunately, most of the star portals that initially connected with alien civilizations were first or second tier star systems. Only first or second tier martial artists are allowed to enter. The astral portal is divided into 9 levels. The second tier astral passage is only accessible to martial artists of the second tier or below. And so on. It is precisely because of this initial period of development that the Nine-Star Alliance has not been occupied by alien races to this day. Jiang Xia snapped out of her thoughts. He has now successfully broken through to the first level and is qualified to roam outside the city. His next goal was to go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts in exchange for resources. However, the most urgent task now is to use the 10-pull reward from the system. Chapter 5, The Taoist Scroll, The Great Calamity of the Lich King. Ding! Do you want to use the beginner's 10-pull guaranteed reward of gold quality or higher? Jiang Xia silently murmured in her heart, yes. In an instant, a circular wheel appeared out of thin air, its pointer spinning rapidly. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Gold Spirit Stone White. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Wood Spirit Stone White. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Water Spirit Stone White. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Thunder Spirit Stone White. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Een Spirit Stone White. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Tao Scroll, The Lich Calamity 7-colored, unique. Suddenly, a 7-colored light filled Jiang Xia's eyes. Holy crap, I got gold. Wrong. The 7-color reward seems even more impressive than the gold quality reward. Jiang Xia relied on her years of experience in gacha games. The guaranteed gold or higher reward mentioned by the system must be a gold reward. But I never expected it to give him such a big surprise. As the lottery draw concluded, the roulette wheel slowly disappeared from Jiang Xia's sight. All rewards are automatically stored in the system's built-in inventory. The beginner's 10-pull yielded a total of 9 spirit stones with different attributes and the Tao Scroll Lich Calamity. Jiang Xia immediately retrieved the Tao Scroll Lich Calamity from the system space. The moment the Tao Scroll the Lich Calamity left the system space, it transformed into a stream of light and entered Jiang Xia's brow. Before Jiang Xia could react, her consciousness was swept into a void. Meanwhile, the Taoist Scroll the Lich King's Calamity was quietly suspended in the center of the void. Jiang Xia had a vague feeling that this void was her own sea of consciousness. He slowly approached the floating Taoist Scroll Lich Calamity. Soon, something resembling an ancient scroll came into Jiang Xia's view. As if sensing Jiang Xia's arrival, the scroll moved automatically. In an instant, a breathtaking scene was firmly imprinted in Jiang Xia's heart. Tao Scroll, the Great Tribulation of the Lich and Demon Race, one of the 8 great tribulations of the primordial world, drawn by observing the great war between the demon race and the witch race. It carries the power of the great Tao, and true spirits can enter the Tao Scroll to personally experience the great tribulation of the Lich and Demon race. With the system's prompts, Jiang Xia has gained some understanding of the Tao Scroll, the great calamity of the Lich King. However, he did not believe that the scroll of the Tao, the Lich War, was simply a way for him to enter the world and watch a great battle. Jiang Xia paid particular attention to, but didn't investigate it too deeply. If you lack the ability to do something and have too many concerns, you will only stagnate and fail to make progress. Jiang Xia reached out her right hand to touch the painting in front of her. 1 minute, or 1 second later. When Jiang Xia opened her eyes again, she saw a horrific scene. He was surrounded by corpses. In addition, countless 100-foot-tall monsters were locked in battle with giants. Jiang Xia soon realized that she had possessed the body of an ordinary witch. On the battlefield, the roars of various demon races and the battle cries of the witch race resounded incessantly. Jiang Xia felt his blood flow accelerate, and a strange impulse arose in his heart. War! 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 Jiang Xia chose to follow her instincts. He strode forward and instantly appeared behind a demon. Jiang Xia raised his right hand high, his back suddenly gathering power, and then he threw a punch. His fist was like a spear, smashing the tiger demon's spine in front of him, and his entire right hand disappeared into the tiger demon's body. Jiang Xia did not stop there. He then used his right hand to grab the tiger demon's spine and pulled it out completely. The tiger demon immediately collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Immediately, a red light descended and enveloped the tiger's corpse. In an instant, the tiger's corpse turned into a red droplet, which then disappeared into Jiang Xia's brow. Jiang Xia's face darkened. What kind of habit is this? Why do they always try to intrude into other people's minds? Being on the battlefield, Jiang Xia had no time to investigate the effects of the red droplets on him. Just as Jiang Xia was about to search for the next demon, a strong feeling of dizziness struck her. The surrounding space then shifted, and Jiang Xia's consciousness returned to her body. Jiang Xia raised her hand and gently rubbed her brow, feeling a sharp pain in her head. He had read about this in a book. It was a sign of mental exhaustion. It seems that entering the Tao Scroll Lich calamity requires one's own spiritual power as support. The spiritual attribute rewarded by the system over these 3 years was only enough for him to sustain himself in one battle in the Tao Scroll the Lich's calamity. Jiang Xia estimated that he could only stay in the Tao Scroll the Lich calamity for about 5 minutes. Fortunately, due to excessive mental energy consumption, the Taoist Scroll Lich calamity would automatically eject him. There's no need to worry about overexerting your mental and physical energy, damaging your fundamental health. 10 minutes later, the pain in my mind subsided, and my mental strength recovered slightly. Jiang Xia began to introspect. He hadn't forgotten that before leaving the Tao Scroll the Lich's great calamity, a red droplet had entered his brow. That stuff was refined from the corpses of demons. Who knows if there are any other dangers involved? Soon, Jiang Xia found the red droplet in her dantian. At the same time, a strong urge to devour surged through his body. Jiang Xia calmed her mind and carefully sensed the source of that devouring desire. They soon discovered that the source of that devouring desire was one of the abilities of the Changliang martial soul. Devouring spirits. After realizing the effects of the soul devouring technique, Jiang Xia lifted the restrictions. Before long, the red water droplets were completely swallowed up. At the same time, powerful streams of blood energy surged from Jiang Xia's body, constantly washing over and strengthening his physical form. An hour later, the energy of qi and blood dissipated. A deep, dark pattern appeared on Jiang Xia's body. A battle rune is complete. Jiang Xia opened his eyes, surprised that he had acquired a battle mark so quickly. This can double the basic strength of the physical body. Now he understands what that blood-red droplet is. It is the essence of the tiger demon's flesh and blood. After being nourished by the essence of blood and flesh, Jiang Xia's physical strength more than doubled. With the addition of a battle rune, his physical strength increased by nearly 5 times in just 1 hour. With such an exaggerated rate of improvement, Jiang Xia could only say one thing. That's amazing. So awesome. Now Jiang Xia is more confident about hunting ferocious beasts outside the city. At the same time, he also confirmed one thing. The system's rewards seem very powerful, but they are all stripped-down versions. For example, the bloodline of Pangu, or the essence of the tiger demon's flesh and blood. However, Jiang Xia could understand. If he were to truly absorb the essence of a tiger demon in its prime, the only possible outcome would be that he would be burst open, let alone obtain the complete Pangu bloodline. However, Jiang Xia wasn't too worried. The system will upgrade once, then a second time, and a third time. One day, he will obtain the complete 12 ancestral which martial souls in Pangu bloodline. By then, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for him to call himself invincible in the universe. Ding dong. Your account ending in 4401 has been automatically charged 2,280 star coins as community service fee for this month, leaving a balance of 35,455 yuan. The phone bill notification brought Jiang Xia back to reality. In the future, Jiang will be invincible in the universe, Xia. Now I'm just a penniless guy with a little over 30,000 yuan in savings. Chapter 6A Complete Transformation. Your wilderness survival kit and fine iron spear will be delivered within half an hour. Tianbao Chamber of Commerce thanks you for your trust and wishes you a happy life. Jiang Xia put down her phone and stared blankly at the ceiling, as if she had entered a period of deep contemplation. That's all, not a single drop is left. If I can't earn a substantial income after leaving the city tomorrow, forget about cultivation resources, even daily life will be in trouble. However, both wilderness survival gear and fine iron spears are essential items for traversing the wilderness. The former helps him adapt to the wilderness environment quickly, while the latter enables him to hunt wild beasts more effectively. Although the 9-Star Alliance has vigorously developed martial arts, it has not neglected technology. Various powerful technological weapons are emerging one after another. Therefore, firearms remain a key focus of the 9-Star Alliance's control. However, as individual power grows stronger, those cold weapons that had withdrawn from the world stage have regained their glory. Therefore, the 9-Star Alliance also announced relevant legislation. Any martial artist with talent for cultivation can freely possess weapons. Out with the old, in with the new money is meant to be spent. Jiang Xia collected her thoughts and brought up the system panel with a thought. Host, Jiang Xia. Realm, early stage of first rank. Cultivation technique, spiritual essence cultivation method. Martial arts skills, none. Clear Chi, 3312. Jiang Xia was also surprised to see that there were more than 3,000 points of pure energy. It seems that news of what happened at the martial arts arena has already spread. Jiang Xia stroked her chin thoughtfully. Thanks to the charm attribute rewarded by the system, he was also a prominent figure in Jiangcheng High School. Of course, unlike others, he became famous purely because of his looks. Therefore, his every move doesn't go unnoticed like a nobody. Moreover, he just now publicly and instantly killed Feng Xiang, who had awakened an S-level martial soul. It certainly evoked a range of emotions, including shock. It seems that if you want to obtain more pure energy, you still need to show off in front of others. Jiang Xia immediately prepared to draw a prize. The system's lottery is divided into basic and advanced lotteries. The beginner lottery costs 100 points of chi to draw once, and the highest quality reward is gold. The advanced lottery costs 2,000 points of chi to play once, and the highest quality reward is red. As for the rewards of the 7-color quality, they can be obtained from both the beginner and advanced draws. However, when Jiang Xia saw the string of zeros after the decimal point, her vision went black. Then I couldn't help but feel glad that he was really lucky. I can't believe I got a rainbow quality reward in the beginner's 10 pull. Not to mention the extremely low drop rate of the 7-color quality reward. The beginner and advanced lottery draws are quite generous, at least they have a guaranteed minimum. After 100 draws in the beginner lottery, you are guaranteed to receive a gold quality reward. The same applies to the advanced lottery. This can be considered a small act of redemption for those who are unlucky. Jiang Xia considered that she had just won the rainbow reward, and her luck might have been exhausted. He plans to try his luck with some superstition and draw the lottery again tomorrow to try and improve his luck. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Tianbao Chamber of Commerce delivered the goods on time. After a quick check and finding no problems, Jiang Xia sat down at the computer and began searching for wilderness survival guides. From choosing the location for starting a fire and eating, to quickly killing various common wild beasts and identifying their weaknesses. With her now near photographic memory, Jiang Xia memorized all of these things. This was his first time venturing out of the city into the wilderness, and for the sake of his life and safety, he naturally had to make thorough preparations. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Jiang Xia was awakened by a pungent odor. He soon discovered that a layer of greasy black mud had somehow gotten stuck to his body. However, the smell on her body was too strong, and Jiang Xia didn't have time to think about it. She quickly rushed into the bathroom to wash herself. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Xia stared in shock at herself in the mirror. His long, jet black hair cascaded down to his shoulders, making his already handsome features even more exquisite and flawless. His original black pupils disappeared, replaced by golden eyes with blue lotus patterns in the pupils. It possesses a faint sense of majesty, as if an ancient deity is watching over everything in the world. At this point, Jiang Xia had already guessed that the changes in his body were mostly related to the Pangu bloodline. Yesterday was only the initial fusion, now he can be said to have completely integrated the Pangu bloodline into himself. Jiang Xia reached out and touched his cheeks and long hair, quickly accepting the fact that he had become handsome again. Over the past 3 years, he has become accustomed to this kind of thing. Each time you receive a charm attribute reward from the system, your appearance and demeanor will undergo a change. However, this time the changes are more significant. But soon, Jiang Xia's attention shifted to her own body. His physical body has become even stronger than yesterday. His body was covered with muscles that looked as if they were cast from refined iron, and his overall lines were smooth. Jiang Xia clenched his fist. He could clearly feel the surging power contained within his body. I estimate that I can now contend with a first-level peak realm martial artist with my physical body alone. He then shook his head, realizing it was too early to think about such things. After all, it had only been less than a day since he broke through to the first level, and he hadn't even had a decent battle yet. However, he is even more confident about today's wilderness adventure. Jiang Xia stepped out of the bathroom and put on clothes suitable for long walks in the wilderness. Once everything was ready, he brought up the system panel. Host, Jiang Xia. Realm, early stage of first rank. Cultivation technique, spiritual essence cultivation method. Martial arts skills, none. Clear chi, 5530. Compared to yesterday, the amount of fresh air has increased by more than 2,000 points. Jiang Xia estimated that the impact of yesterday's events was probably limited to this extent. Let's try 10 beginner level draws first. As Jiang Xia's thoughts settled, the lottery wheel in front of her began to spin rapidly. Congratulations, host, you have obtained purple gold sand green. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Thunder Spirit Stone White. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3-day trial card for Fire Cloud Cave Purple. 3-day experience card for Fire Cloud Cave. The host can go to Fire Cloud Cave for cultivation. When in Fire Cloud Cave, time outside is in a state of absolute stillness. Jiang Xia looked at the card that had appeared in her hand, her eyes bright. What he lacks now, besides cultivation resources, is time. With this Fire Cloud Cave experience card, Jiang Xia believed that as long as he had sufficient cultivation resources, he would soon be able to catch up with the geniuses of those major families. The lottery continues, and another 1,000 points of pure energy are consumed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. This time, however, they weren't as lucky as the first time. Most of the rewards drawn were of white and green quality. Undeterred, Jiang Xia poured all her remaining pure energy into the lottery wheel. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3-day trial card for Fire Cloud Cave Purple. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Thunderous Soil Green. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Qingyuan Miaodao Xinjuan Martial Arts Talent Enhancement Card Purple. Qingyuan Miaodao Xinjuan Martial Arts Talent Enhancement Card, when used on martial arts of Earth rank and below, it can instantly elevate them to the perfect level. Martial arts skill levels are divided into beginner, minor mastery, major mastery, peak, perfection, and true essence. Just when Jiang Xia thought it was all over, suddenly, the lottery wheel burst into a dazzling golden light. Chapter 7: The River God Emperor Slaying the Dragon. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the River God Emperor Slaying the Dragon Gold. The River God Emperor Slaying the Dragon contains a trace of the spirit of the River God Emperor when he slayed the evil dragon in the river. One can enter into the painting with one's mind to comprehend it. Holy crap, I got gold. Jiang Xia was also momentarily stunned by the series of good luck she had experienced in the past 2 days. Then the painting Emperor Chuanzhu slaying the dragon transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into his brow. Jiang Xia is now heading out of the city to experience the divine essence of the River Lord Emperor. There's no rush. Before long, Jiang Xia arrived at the eastern gate of Jiangcheng. Almost every city will have 4 gates in the east, south, west, and north to facilitate warriors' entry and exit from the wilderness. In major cities with a large number of high-level martial artists, the number of city gates will also increase. Jiang Xia's arrival caused quite a stir at the city gate. Nothing more. At the east gate, a place mostly frequented by rough, travel-worn men, suddenly, a handsome young man with skin as white as jade, golden eyes, and long hair appeared. This naturally attracted the attention of many female warriors who were preparing to enter the wilderness. Similarly, Jiang Xia also gained a wave of emotional points. Admiration +1. Admiration +1. Admiration +1. Despite the many gazes that seemed intent on tearing him apart, Jiang Xia quickly went to the city guard post to register and enter the wilderness. Because it was necessary to make it easier to observe the movements in the wilderness outside the city, a large area of open space was cleared around Jiangcheng. Jiang Xia walked out of the city gate and gazed at the distant forest. A feeling of a dragon returning to the sea, a tiger returning to the mountains arose in my heart. He quickly put those messy feelings out of his mind. Jiang Xia had checked the strategy guide. The number of wild beasts in this wilderness east of Jiangcheng is much greater than in the other three areas. At the same time, the average strength of the wild beasts is also much higher than that of wild beasts in other directions. Jiang Xia tightened her backpack, then took a step forward, her figure quickly disappearing into the distant forest. Put. A black spear, gleaming with a cold light, pierced through the throat of a bear-like beast covered in scales. Giant armored bear, a mid-stage tier 1 wild beast. Wild beasts have the same rank as martial artists, divided into 9 ranks. Each stage is further divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and extreme stage. Jiang Xia took out a dagger and skillfully skinned the giant armored bear and extracted its gallbladder, naturally not wasting the 4 bear paws either. After doing all this, Jiang Xia used a spear to skewer the giant armored bear and started a fire to roast the meat. Several hours had passed since he first entered the wilderness. The wasteland to the east truly lives up to its reputation as the place in Jiangcheng with the most wild beasts. In just a few hours, his backpack was already full of materials from wild beasts. Jiang Xia estimated that this harvest would be at least 50,000 dongxia coins. No wonder so many martial artists risked their lives to hunt wild beasts in this perilous wilderness. Soon, the giant bear was roasted, and a delicious aroma of meat filled the air. Jiang Xia took out a dagger, cut off a large piece of bear meat, and began to devour it. At the same time, he was also on guard against the wild beasts around him that had been attracted by the roasted meat. With a large amount of bear meat consumed, the martial soul skill spirit devouring automatically activated. Jiang Xia refined and absorbed streams of pure blood and flesh essence, strengthening her physical body. In fact, even raw meat can be refined and absorbed by Jiang Xia through the spirit devouring technique. However, he still prefers to bake it before eating. Although it was a bit troublesome, Jiang Xia at least didn't feel guilty doing it this way. After all, he is a human being in modern society. Eating raw meat and drinking blood is not suitable for him. Awu! The sudden wolf howl instantly alerted Jiang Xia. He quickly drew his spear, wiped the oil off the gun with a cloth, and stared intently ahead. Wolves are social animals. When you spot a wolf in the wilderness, you're likely already surrounded by a pack. What happened next was exactly as Jiang Xia had predicted. Wolf howls echoed from the woods around him. Immediately afterwards, giant wolves with grayish-white fur and a single horn emerged from the forest and slowly approached Jiang Xia. Among the pack of wolves, a giant wolf over 3 meters tall stood out. Unicorn Moon Wolf, a first-tier wild beast. Jiang Xia briefly sensed the aura of the Unicorn Moon Wolf King. Tier 1 late game, can fight. Jiang Xia did not wait for the wolves to get close and launched an attack. The Unicorn Moon Wolf King saw that the tiny human before him still dared to resist. It roared angrily and swung its huge wolf claws at the tiny figure that dared to challenge its kingly majesty. Faced with the attack from the Unicorn Wolf King, Jiang Xia neither dodged nor avoided it. He swung the gun directly at the wolf's claws. Click! The sound of bones cracking rang out as the giant wolf's claw was snapped off by the spear, followed by the wolf's furious and painful howl. Jiang Xia pressed her advantage, quickly appearing in front of the giant wolf, brandishing her spear as she leaped high into the air and then slammed it down. Click! Another sound of bones cracking. The Unicorn Moon Wolf King's skull, which should have been extremely sturdy, was dented by this powerful blow. The giant wolf's massive body also collapsed to the ground due to this immense force. Jiang Xia landed, and her spear transformed from a smash into a stab. It pierced directly into the giant wolf's left eye, shattering the wolf's brain. The time from the appearance of the Unicorn Moon Wolf King to its death was less than a minute. Jiang Xia didn't even use her thunder power or martial soul. He defeated the late-stage Tier 1 Unicorn Moon Wolf King in just 3 moves using only his physical strength. This battle also made Jiang Xia realize the extent of his current strength. If he were to unleash his full power, even an early-stage second-tier opponent would likely be no match for him. Composing herself, Jiang Xia's golden eyes swept over the wolf pack. When the wolves sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from the human boy before them, they couldn't help but growl and retreat. Jiang Xia naturally wouldn't let the wolf pack escape. Now that the pack is leaderless, it's the perfect time for him to reap the rewards. Jiang Xia gripped her spear tightly and weaved through the wolf pack. With each thrust of the spear, a one-horned moon wolf fell and died. 5 minutes later, the entire wolf pack was wiped out. If it weren't for the need to preserve the wolf pelt as much as possible, his attacks would have been aimed at the eyes and mouth. Jiang Xia can end the battle more quickly. He took out a dagger and began to collect the spoils of his trip. The unicorn moonwolf is a treasure trove. Its pelt, teeth, and horn are all invaluable materials for crafting weapons. We've really made a fortune, thank you for nature's bounty. Jiang Xia's smile hadn't faded since she started grinning. After collecting all the spoils, Jiang Xia relit the fire and roasted the wolf meat. With his martial soul skill spirit devouring, he doesn't need to worry about not being able to eat. Once the roasted meat enters the stomach, it will instantly be refined into pure blood essence. For him, the only obstacle now is that he eats too slowly. In the end, adhering to the spirit of not wasting anything, Jiang Xia finished off the remaining half-cooked wolf meat. This meal took a full 3 hours. Jiang Xia leaned against a tree, lost in thought. This won't do, we're wasting a lot of time just eating. Moreover, he discovered that the stronger the wild beast, the more essence of its flesh and blood it contained. The flesh and blood essence of a single unicorn moon wolf king is equivalent to that of 7 or 8 ordinary unicorn moonwolves. Jiang Xia stroked her chin. It seems I'll have to take the elite route from now on and hunt down those powerful wild beasts. Chapter 8 Worry-Free Town. As dusk fell and darkness gradually enveloped the wilderness, the sun began to set. Jiang Xia stood outside the town gate, carrying 2 huge snakeskin bags on her back. Worry-Free Town. This is a town built by the 3 top chambers of commerce in Jiangcheng, exclusively for wilderness hunters. Just like its name suggests. Worry-Free Town. It eliminates all the troubles of selling wild beast materials in the wilderness, as well as the troubles of life, and is also a decadent and extravagant place. As long as there are no problems with your goods, you don't need to worry about not being able to sell them in Wuyou Town. Jiang Xia strode towards the entrance of the town. After paying 1,000 dongxia coins, the guards skillfully opened the roadblock and let her pass. The 3 major chambers of commerce established Worry-Free Town, naturally not for charity. All wilderness hunters entering Worry-Free Town are required to pay an entry fee. In addition, a 5% handling fee is charged when selling materials, which the wilderness hunters do not seem to mind. After all, it's better to carry heavy bags and bundles back and forth between the city and the wilderness. It would be better to come directly to Wuyou Town to sell them, and use the time saved to continue hunting more wild beasts. Jiang Xia walked along the clean streets of Wuyou Town, looking at the various shops on both sides of the road with great surprise. Although this place is small, it has all the essential parts, making it just like a mini city. Jiang Xia didn't linger, he had already decided who he wanted to sell the materials he carried. Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. Although there are small material shops in Worry-Free Town, the prices they offer for recycling might be higher than those of the 3 major chambers of commerce. However, considering that this was the first time selling materials from wild beasts, Jiang Xia wanted to be cautious to avoid being scammed. In particular, along his journey, thanks to his powerful mental strength, he sensed many ill-intentioned glances. Murder and robbery are commonplace in the wilderness. City laws do not apply to the wilderness. Here, all identities and backgrounds are irrelevant. Dying is pointless. Only overwhelming strength is the sole rule for survival in the wilderness. Before long, Jiang Xia arrived at the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. Those who had followed Jiang Xia all the way here only gradually withdrew their gazes after watching her figure enter the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. Boss, this is a real fat sheep. Doesn't the leader of the Rose Hunters like these pretty boys from the city? In the alley opposite the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, a tall, burly figure spoke excitedly to the equally robust young man beside him. The burly young man nodded, then shook his head. That's true, but this pretty boy is too young. He's probably a student in the city who just awakened his martial spirit. There's no guarantee he doesn't have guards around him, so we need to be careful. Third brother, go and tell fourth and fifth brothers to come and keep an eye on him. If we're sure this pretty boy has no guards with him, we'll make our move when he leaves the city again. If this vote is successful, our team won't need to leave the city for at least 3 months. Upon hearing this, the burly figure showed an excited expression and quickly turned and left the alley. Meanwhile, in the shadows surrounding the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, many people shared the same thoughts as the burly young man. In worry-free town, for some greedy wilderness hunters, the sudden appearance of such a young, unfamiliar face is like money falling from the sky. Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Xia watched as the staff of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce sorted the materials of wild beasts in the snakeskin bag. While casually glancing at the street outside the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, he also took a moment to focus his attention. Along the way, he received more than a few malicious glances. In a short while, even his pure energy increased by more than 100 points. Zhang Xia couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that this wilderness was indeed dangerous. Just as it was written in a wilderness survival guide he had seen. In the wilderness, the most dangerous creatures are often not wild animals, but wilderness hunters like themselves. Thinking of this, Zhang Xia suddenly grinned. Why do I suddenly feel so at home? The hostility outside the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce did not frighten Zhang Xia, instead, it aroused his interest. Ever since awakening the Pango bloodline, Zhang Xia has felt an intense craving for battle. He was like this in the Taoist scriptures, and he remained the same when facing an attack from a pack of wild wolves. Then let's see who was the hunter and who was the prey before, and also test how strong I am now, Zhang Xia murmured to herself. Perhaps due to their practice, the staff of Tianbao Chamber of Commerce sorted out the wild beast materials brought by Zhang Xia and calculated their prices in just over 10 minutes. The total was 160,000 Dongxia coins, which was much more than Zhang Xia had estimated. He readily accepted the offer from Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. By the way, do you sell any martial arts techniques here? They don't have to be too advanced, just high-grade human-level techniques will do. Martial arts techniques are divided into 3 ranks: human, earth, and heaven. Each grade is further divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. Zhang Xia has now broken through to the first level and become a formal martial artist. The spiritual origin cultivation method taught at the school is at the middle level of the human rank. Although he can still use it, higher level techniques can greatly accelerate his cultivation level. Upon hearing Zhang Xiao's words, a middle-aged man who was clearly in charge of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce walked over. The man was probably in his 30s, with a faint smile on his face, and he did not show any disrespect to Zhang Xia because of her youth. He skillfully operated the smart terminal in his hand, and instantly, a light screen was projected out. The Heavenly Origin Cultivation Method, a high-grade human rank manual, is priced at 1.1 million Dongxia coins. Earth Rhythm Breathing Method is a high-grade human-level skill, priced at 1.5 million Dongxia coins. Zhang Xia browsed the light screen, secretly marveling at it. There isn't a single high-grade cultivation method for the human level that costs less than 1 million. The cheapest of them all is the Tian Yuan cultivation method. As a superior alternative to the spiritual origin cultivation method, it also requires 1.1 million Dongxia coins. Zhang Xia revealed a poor smile. He earned 160,000 yuan today, which seems like a lot, but it's impossible to guarantee such earnings every day. Moreover, he needs to purchase cultivation resources, so it's impossible for him to save up money to buy cultivation methods. In this perilous wilderness, every bit of increased strength brings a bit more safety. The middle-aged manager noticed that Zhang Xia was short of money and smiled as he turned off the projector. Guest, is there anything else you need to buy? Although this is a branch, we also have what Tianbao merchants in the city have. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xia revealed the cultivation resources she had long planned to purchase. Before long, a staff member from the Chamber of Commerce handed Zhang Xia a beautifully packaged box. Zhang Xia opened the box and saw 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid neatly arranged inside. After checking and finding nothing wrong, he left Tianbao Chamber of Commerce with a pained expression on his face. These 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid alone cost 100,000 blue star coins. Upon seeing Zhang Xia emerge, those who had been secretly observing her once again disappeared into the shadows. Following the map on her phone, Zhang Xia quickly found a hotel and successfully checked in. He plans to start cultivating now and convert the body-tempering liquid in his hands into strength as quickly as possible. Whether it's preventing enemies from hiding or hunting stronger beasts for resources, his own strength is the most important factor. Chapter 9: Hunting Second-Tier Wild Beasts. Wodo Town, Yunlai Hotel, Room 303, 3rd floor. Zhang Xia sat cross-legged on the floor of the room, her chest and abdomen rising and falling in a certain rhythm. Beside him was a metal box containing body-tempering fluid, most of which had already been used up. From the 1st to the 9th level of martial arts cultivation, one must absorb external energy through techniques to temper the various organs of the body. Only after using source energy to reshape the body's organs into source energy organs can one break through to the next realm. The organ that a first-level martial artist needs to temper and reshape is their own skin. The morning sunlight shone on Jiang Xia through the hotel window. Jiang Xia slowly opened his eyes. He had been cultivating all night, but he was not tired at all. On the contrary, he was full of energy. He looked down at the empty metal box beside him and sighed. The body-tempering liquid he bought for 100,000 Dongxia coins was barely enough for him to cultivate for one night. Thinking of this, Jiang Xia frowned instantly. As far as he knew, a normal martial artist wouldn't consume body-tempering fluid so quickly during cultivation. 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid are enough for an ordinary martial artist to cultivate without sleep for 3 days. Even some geniuses need 2 days to fully absorb these body-tempering fluids. And he only needed 1 night. Jiang Xia looked at her now perfect body. If you look closely, you can see a faint fluorescent flow on the surface of its skin, which prevents dust in the air from settling on it. Jiang Xia's eyes widened in surprise when she saw this strange phenomenon on herself. If there is fluorescence floating on the skin, this is a sign that it is about to break through to the middle stage of the first level. Once the fluorescent layer on the skin has completely merged with the skin, it will be the mid-stage of the first tier. He had just broken through to the early stage of the first rank 2 days ago, and he didn't expect to break through again just 2 days later. This cultivation speed and resource absorption efficiency were something Jiang Xia had never experienced before. A thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly recalled the scene from yesterday morning. Cleansing the meridians and marrow is nothing more than this. It seems that the Pango bloodline not only made my physical body far superior to others of the same level, but also further improved my cultivation aptitude, Jiang Xia murmured softly. Glug glug. The hunger pangs in her stomach pulled Jiang Xia back to reality. He was starving after a night of cultivation. Jiang Xia got up and went into the bathroom to wash up quickly. After having breakfast downstairs, they left Wuyou town without stopping and headed towards the wilderness. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xia kept an eye on what was behind her. But he didn't realize he was being followed until he was about to venture into the depths of the wilderness. Jiang Xia stopped in her tracks, her eyes flickered slightly, and then she chuckled softly. I didn't expect these wilderness hunters to be so cautious, but that suits me just fine. Jiang Xia then continued deeper into the wilderness, intending to begin hunting second-tier wild beasts that day. Before long, a rhinoceros with blue leather armor came into Jiang Xia's view. Purple lightning rhinoceros, a second-tier early-stage wild beast. Its single horn on its forehead can unleash terrifying lightning power, which even ordinary early-stage second-tier cultivators dare not easily provoke. Jiang Xia stopped abruptly and slowly approached the purple lightning rhinoceros step by step. This was his first time facing an enemy at the early stage of the second tier. Even though he was facing wild beasts that didn't have much intelligence, he chose to ambush them rather than launch a direct attack. At this moment, the purple lightning rhinoceros was still gnawing on the corpse of another wild beast, seemingly unaware of Jiang Xia's approach. Jiang Xia quickly estimated the distance to the purple lightning rhinoceros, then gripped her spear tightly and lunged forward. At the same time, as if it had anticipated this, the purple lightning rhinoceros suddenly turned around, lowered its head slightly, and swooped down towards Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia was slightly startled by this sudden turn of events. He immediately put away his spear, raised his right arm high, mobilized his blood and chi to flow into his right fist, and smashed it down forcefully at the head of the purple lightning rhinoceros that was right in front of him. Bang! Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Jiang Xia punched the head of the purple lightning rhinoceros into the ground, creating a huge crater. After Jiang Xia landed a successful blow, he withdrew and moved away. He remembered that the purple lightning azure rhinoceros's strongest offensive technique had not yet been used. The purple lightning rhinoceros pulled its head out of the deep pit, shook it violently, and stared at Jiang Xia with its purple eyes filled with extreme anger. Suddenly, the purple lightning rhinoceros's horn began to crackle with arcs of electricity, and muffled thunderclaps exploded from the ground. Immediately, an incredibly terrifying bolt of lightning shot out from the unicorn horn, heading straight for Jiang Xia. Fast. Too fast. Jiang Xia had no time to dodge. Her hands instinctively crossed in front of her to protect herself. However, when the lightning struck his body, the terrifying energy he had anticipated did not erupt. It was as if some force had reduced its power by more than half. The remaining lightning bolts could be easily neutralized by Jiang Xia's current physical body. Jiang Xia vaguely guessed that the power that had just neutralized the lightning must have been a martial soul skill. Law of Dao body? Thunder. It was a truly unexpected gain. Zhang Xia originally thought that this martial soul skill could only be used for cultivation, but she didn't expect it to be so effective in combat. The purple lightning rhinoceros watched as Zhang Xia emerged unscathed from its strongest attack. The beast's instincts made it want to escape. How could Zhang Xia let the purple lightning rhinoceros have its way? The opponent was at its weakest after unleashing its lightning. Naturally, we should take advantage of its illness and make it sick. Dust billowed beneath Zhang Xia's feet as she charged towards the purple lightning rhinoceros like an arrow released from a bow, simultaneously thrusting out her spear. Pft, pft, pft. All three shots landed in the same spot. With the final blow, the spear pierced the throat of the purple lightning rhinoceros, ending its life. Zhang Xia sheathed her spear, still somewhat shaken as she looked at the corpse of the purple lightning rhinoceros on the ground. If it weren't for the effect of his martial soul skill, Law Body, he would have been seriously injured by that terrifying lightning. By then, let alone killing the purple lightning rhinoceros, it's uncertain whether he can even escape alive from its clutches. Second-tier wild beasts are indeed not to be underestimated. Zhang Xia's heart, which had been inflated by her rapid increase in strength over the past few days, began to gradually calm down after this ordeal. He bent down, took out a specially made short knife from his waist, and began to dissect the corpse of the purple lightning rhinoceros. A complete early-stage Tier 2 wild beast like this, after removing its flesh and blood, could bring Zhang Xia at least 100,000 dongxia coins in profit. Having learned from past mistakes, Zhang Xia became even more cautious in her subsequent actions. They also learned the upper limit of his current strength. It can easily kill early-stage Tier 2 wild beasts and is also capable of fighting against mid-stage Tier 2 wild beasts. Zhang Xia knew that half of his strong combat power was due to his physical body, which far surpassed that of others of the same level. The other half is that his current cultivation level is too low, which allows him to kill enemies across major cultivation levels. As martial artists cultivate, the gap in strength between each realm will widen. Especially after the 5th level of martial arts, the difference in strength between the minor levels within each major realm becomes as vast as an insurmountable chasm. That's all. While hunting wild beasts and harvesting materials, Zhang Xia used the devouring spirit technique to absorb the essence of the wild beasts' bodies and nourish herself. During this time, Zhang Xia encountered other wilderness hunters, but they only exchanged a brief glance before parting ways. Although the wilderness is not governed by city laws. However, not every wilderness hunter will actively attack other wilderness hunters. Time flies. It wasn't until dusk that Zhang Xia's figure reappeared in front of Woyo Town. Chapter 10 Re-entering the Dao. Guest, here is the body tempering potion and the wrought iron spear you requested. The manager of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce placed 2 metal boxes, one long and one short, in front of Zhang Xia. At the same time, a pair of shrewd eyes subtly sized up the boy in front of him. Yesterday I brought materials from first-tier wild beasts to sell, but today they become second-tier wild beasts. The marks on those wild beast materials are very fresh, so they must have been left within the day. Moreover, he acted decisively and efficiently, and the materials were quite complete. From this perspective, the young man in front of us is no ordinary person. As the manager of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, he naturally wanted to befriend such a young and talented martial artist. These are all valuable connections. Even if the other party dies unexpectedly, he won't lose anything. Thinking of this, the manager of Tianbao Chamber of Commerce took out a silver card with intricate patterns from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia was naturally unaware of what the person in charge was thinking. He took the silver card and looked at the middle-aged manager in front of him with some confusion. My surname is Wang, my given name is Donghai, and I am the manager of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce in Wuyo Town. This silver card is a VIP card issued by the Chamber of Commerce to its valued clients. With this VIP card, you will enjoy a 10% discount on all your purchases at Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Xia's eyes lit up when she heard Wang Donghai's words. Don't underestimate this 10% discount. Keep in mind that Tianbao Chamber of Commerce sells martial arts-related resources starting at tens of thousands. Just like this time when he bought the body tempering potion and the iron spear, he spent a total of more than 500,000 dongxia coins. Using this VIP card will save you at least 50,000 dongxia coins. This amount of money is enough to cover the expenses of an ordinary family of 3 in Jiangqing for half a year. Seeing that Zhang Xia accepted the silver card, Wang Donghai prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Manager Wang, Zhang Xia called out to him. Does the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce have any potions that can quickly restore mental energy? Upon hearing this, Wang Donghai shook his head and said, potions that can restore or enhance mental strength are extremely rare and hard to come by. Every time it appears, it is bought up at a high price, and Tianbao Chamber of Commerce has no stock. As Jiang Xia walked back to the hotel, Wang Donghai's words kept replaying in her mind. He had been mentally absorbed in the Taoist scriptures for the past 2 days, and it wasn't until noon today that he felt fully recovered. He originally planned to take a mental potion to replenish the mental energy he had consumed while reading the Taoist scrolls, thereby quickly obtaining the essence of flesh and blood to enhance his physical strength. Jiang Xia could sense that the improvement in his blood and qi from consuming the meat of wild beasts over the past 2 days was far less than that from the essence of the tiger demon's flesh and blood. To condense the second battle rune in a short time, one still needs to rely on the Tao scroll. Jiang Xia hadn't expected that these mental potions would be so rare. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Mental power is a realm that only martial artists who have cultivated to the 7th level can access. Jiang Xia's mental strength has reached its current level entirely thanks to the attribute points she has gained from completing system-issued tasks over the past few years. Back at the hotel. After a quick wash, Jiang Xia closed her eyes and sat cross-legged on the floor. At this moment, his consciousness had already entered a blood-red battlefield. After Jiang Xia regained consciousness, she immediately checked herself and found that she still had the same Wu clan body as before, and she immediately understood. This body should be his avatar in the Taoist scroll, the Great Calamity of the Lich King. However, the location of this incarnation has changed compared to the last time. Knowing that time was limited, Jiang Xia quickly scanned her surroundings with her tiger-like eyes. Soon, his gaze fell on a 3-headed wolf demon that was fighting another member of the witch clan not far ahead. The 3-headed wolf demon had jet black fur all over its body, and when it stood upright, it was much taller than the witch clan members it was fighting. At this moment, its 3 heads were spewing out flames, gales, and ice. The witch was forced back by the 3 attacks, just as the 3-headed wolf demon was about to launch a further attack. It suddenly sensed something, its fur trembled, and it immediately felt a pair of large hands pressing down on its 2 wolf heads. I'm a professional at killing wolves. Jiang Xia suddenly tightened her grip on the 2 wolf heads, and the cracking sound of bones breaking echoed incessantly. The 3-headed wolf demon roared angrily, its middle head filled with icy coldness, as it turned to attack the attacker. Jiang Xia had already sensed the 3-headed wolf demon's intentions. Her burly body pressed firmly against the wolf demon's back, preventing it from turning around. Although the physical bodies of the demon race are also very powerful, they are still inferior to those of the witch race, who possess the bloodline of Pangu. Not to mention the 3-headed wolf demon that specializes in speed and energy attacks. With Jiang Xia's continued force, the 2 wolf heads on the left and right were instantly crushed into a bloody mist. The 3-headed wolf demon, having lost 2 heads, was severely injured. The middle wolf head slumped down, and most of the accumulated ice in its mouth dissipated. Jiang Xia pressed her advantage, cupping both hands together and slamming them down heavily on the wolf head in the middle of her body. The 3-headed wolf demon only felt the whistling wind blowing past its ears before it lost consciousness forever. Jiang Xia calmly shook off the red and white object in her palm, then looked at the witch not far away. After confirming that the 3-headed wolf demon was completely dead, the witch gave Jiang Xia a reassuring look and then continued searching for other enemies. Jiang Xia looked surprised. This Taoist scroll, the Great Calamity of Witches and Demons, is truly wondrous. The creatures within it even seem to possess their own intelligence. If that's the case, then those people who were confronting each other in the sky that day. Jiang Xia suddenly felt a strong urge to look up at the sky. The moment this thought arose, an indescribable terror descended upon his heart. Outside, the Tao scroll, the great tribulation of the Lich King and Jiang Xia's sea of consciousness trembled slightly twice, emitting a faint glow. At the same time, the essence of the flesh and blood of the 3-headed wolf demon on the ground was extracted and entered into Jiang Xia's brow. Feeling the cool sensation between her eyebrows, Jiang Xia instantly snapped back to reality, quickly lowering her head as she was about to raise it. The true spirit consciousness also instantly detached from the Tao scroll. In the hotel room, Jiang Xia suddenly opened her eyes, panting heavily. He was so close, so very close, that he might never have come back. The dozens of terrifying figures in the sky were all powerful beings from the primordial era. Even those figures that were merely depicted were not something he, a first-level martial artist, could look directly at. Thinking about this, Jiang Xia still felt lingering fear. If it weren't for the Tao scroll pulling his consciousness back just now, he might be about to time travel a second time. Jiang Xia grinned silently. If he were really killed by his own destiny, that would be a real mess. However, this unexpected event made him realize that opportunity itself is not harmful. However, if one rashly attempts to reach a higher level when one's own strength is weak, one will ultimately have to swallow the bitter fruit of the situation. Jiang Xia quickly calmed down. This time, the Tao scroll brought his consciousness back ahead of time, and he did not last until the limit. Aside from being slightly pale, Jiang Xia still looked radiant. He then turned his gaze to another painting in his mind. Chapter 11 Spear Technique, Slaying the Dragon. The painting Emperor of the River Slaying the Dragon slowly opened as Jiang Xia's thoughts settled. In an instant, a series of images flashed through his mind. Jiang Xia's thoughts seemed to travel through time and space, arriving on a turbulent river. There stood a three-eyed deity, holding a strange weapon, a three-pointed double-edged sword, on the river. In the river beneath the three-eyed god's feet, a colossal black shadow was swimming rapidly. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed from time to time, accompanied by rolling thunder. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the enormous black shadow in the river stopped moving. In the blink of an eye, a ferocious dragon covered in jet-black scales burst out of the water and headed straight for the three-eyed deity in mid-air. The three-eyed deity's gaze remained cold and indifferent, showing no sign of being affected by the dragon's sudden attack. He raised his three-pointed, double-edged sword and slashed down at the ferocious dragon head. Swish! At this moment, in Jiang Xia's eyes, there was nothing but that blade of light. This seemingly simple slash actually contained countless variations. A realization dawned on Jiang Xia's mind. Time passed slowly, and no one knew how much time had gone by. Jiang Xia fully digested the insights he had gained, and his gaze returned to the battlefield. The battle was long over. The black-scaled evil dragon had been split in two by the three-eyed deity. Large amounts of dragon blood cascaded down into the river along with the dragon's corpse, like a waterfall. Buzz. As the images in my mind faded, a wave of fatigue washed over me. Jiang Xia gently touched her brow. This feeling is familiar, and it's a normal reaction to the depletion of mental energy. He experienced the same thing when he first entered the Taoist scroll and came out. Fortunately, I gained a lot from this experience of studying the Emperor of the River Slaying the Dragon painting. Jiang Xia kept replaying the image of the three-eyed deity slashing at the dragon in her mind. At the same time, the basic spear techniques, which have already reached a state of perfection, are also undergoing a transformation. Through constant interaction with the sword in his mind, it has become a new marksmanship, a marksmanship unique to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia's eyes flickered as she looked at the metal box containing the iron spear, her eyes gleaming with a hint of desire. However, when he realized his current situation, he suppressed his thoughts. Before long, the mental fatigue was relieved. Jiang Xia then began to use the devouring spirit technique to refine the essence of flesh and blood from the three-headed wolf demon in her dantian. The surging blood energy was refined and flowed into his body, strengthening his internal organs, bones, and muscles. Half an hour later, the essence of blood and flesh in his dantian was completely devoured, and no new battle patterns were generated. Jiang Xia had anticipated this. As the number of battle runes gradually increases, the amount of blood and energy required to condense them also becomes enormous. Jiang Xia briefly sensed that she needed to enter the Tao scroll at least twice more to obtain enough blood and chi to condense the second battle rune. With less than 2 months until the martial arts exam, he has enough time to push his physical body to a higher level. Jiang Xia opened the metal box containing the body tempering fluid, took out a bottle of body tempering fluid, and evenly applied it to various parts of her body. He then activated the spiritual essence cultivation method to absorb the medicinal power and source energy, beginning to temper his skin. The moon sets and the sun rises. As the night passed, Jiang Xia's cultivation entered its final stage. At this point, the fluorescence on his skin had completely subsided. In a split second, the curtains in the room moved on their own without any wind, and Jiang Xia opened her eyes. Mid-stage Tier 1, Breakthrough. Wilderness. Jiang Xia's spear thrusts are like a dragon, and he has mastered each and every move of the Slaying the Dragon spear technique to perfection. The Slaying the Dragon spear technique is a combination of basic spear techniques and insights gained from observing the three-eyed deity's strike yesterday. Although it's still not up to the highest rank, it's enough for Jiang Xia. Opposite him, the mid-stage Tier 2 Savage Bear was forced to retreat repeatedly, completely unable to defend itself. As the wounds on its body multiplied, the Savage Bear roared repeatedly, but it was powerless against the tiny human in front of it. Put! The spear pierced through the Savage Bear's jaw, simultaneously shattering its brain. The Savage Bear's eyes, which had been burning with rage, instantly became lifeless and still. Jiang Xia drew her iron spear and flicked it lightly, the bloodstains on the spear instantly drawing a crescent moon arc on the grass. Jiang Xia took out a short knife from her waist and began to skillfully harvest materials from wild beasts. 5 days have passed since he broke through to the mid-stage of the first rank. During this period, Jiang Xia hunted wild beasts during the day, studied the dragon-slaying diagram at night, and used body-tempering liquid to cultivate, steadily improving her strength. The hostel owners who had entered worry-free town did not cause any trouble during this period. It's unclear whether they let Jiang Xia go or had other plans. After dealing with the savage bear, Jiang Xia looked up at the sky. It was already dusk. Then, looking at the carcass of the savage bear on the ground, he could only reluctantly leave it there. By the time he finishes devouring the wild bear, the wilderness will surely be plunged into darkness. The danger in the wilderness at night is significantly greater than during the day. Even Jiang Xia now wouldn't dare to linger. Jiang Xia, carrying a snakeskin bag, strode towards Woyo town. After running for several kilometers, he suddenly became alert, quickly turned around, and lunged towards the bushes on his right. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows shot through the air at lightning speed. Jiang Xia was still shaken by what he saw. If he had been hit by those 3 arrows, even his current body would have been injured without any defense. A surge of anger immediately rose in his heart. Who was lying in ambush to kill him? Jiang Xia has now lived in the wilderness for 7 days and has long since shed her student identity, becoming no different from those wilderness hunters. TSK, this little thing is quite alert. It actually managed to dodge my meteor arrow technique. As the sound rang out, a tall, slender young man carrying a longbow emerged from behind a large tree. 4 other people came out with the young man. These 4 men were all burly and strong, especially the bald man at the head. It was over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over its body, resembling a bear standing upright. Little guy, stop hiding. We weren't trying to kill you, otherwise how could you have dodged my brother's 3 meteor arrows, the bald man said in a deep voice. He seems to be the leader of this group. Jiang Xia's eyes flashed as she put down the snakeskin bag on her shoulder and hid it in the bushes. Then, she walked out with a long iron spear in her hand. As the dim twilight descended, the boy's face remained calm and serene. His long hair was tied up, revealing his exquisitely perfect features. What is most striking is the boy's pair of pale golden eyes, with blue lotus patterns slowly rotating within them. This made Jiang Xia appear like a primordial deity. Being stared at by such eyes, both the bald, muscular man and the young man with the bow felt as if an invisible pressure was enveloping them. The bald, burly man's cheeks twitched slightly as he looked at the boy in front of him. He raised his hand and touched his face and bald head, then spat. Pa, you wicked pretty boy, no wonder the captain took a liking to you and wanted to give you to Lady Blood Rose. Chapter 12 Revenge should not be waited until tomorrow. Jiang Xia's heart stirred slightly upon hearing the bald, burly man's words. Based on the burly man's earlier statement that he wasn't there to kill him, he could already guess about 70-80% of what had happened. It seems that someone had taken a liking to his handsome face, which is why these 5 people came to capture him. After all, in the wilderness, strength means you can do whatever you want. Thinking about this, Jiang Xia couldn't help but sigh. Being too handsome doesn't seem to be a good thing. In that brief moment of hesitation, the bald, burly man had already led 4 people behind him to stand in front of Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia had already sensed this, and he thought he should try to get more information out of the other party, so he didn't rush to make a move. Kid, come with us. We're all roughnecks. It wouldn't be good if we broke your skinny arms and legs. The bald, burly man placed his hand on Jiang Xia's shoulder and exerted pressure subtly, his words carrying a clear threat. Seeing that Jiang Xia did not resist, the bald, burly man nodded in satisfaction. Don't worry, little brother. Our leader is a big shot. He's someone who ranks high in this wilderness. If you can become a close confidant of the person behind our leader, I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury from now on. Don't forget about your brothers then. After saying that, the bald, burly man burst into laughter. Seeing this, Jiang Xia narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, I wonder if you brothers could tell me in advance who I will be meeting later, so that I can be mentally prepared. Upon hearing this, the burly man, who was still laughing heartily, suddenly turned cold. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You'll know when you get there. 4th brother, take him away. Seeing how quickly the burly man changed his expression, Jiang Xia cursed inwardly, he's like a dog, turning on you in an instant. He knew he wouldn't get anything out of the burly man, so he stopped hesitating. Jiang Xia quickly reached out her right hand, grabbed the bald, muscular man's right arm that was about to pull away, twisted it outwards, and flipped it downwards. The bald, burly man was startled when Jiang Xia suddenly made a move, but after seeing Jiang Xia's actions clearly, he turned to a cold smile. His most prized possession was his physique, and this young man actually dared to attack him directly. It was like kicking a hornet's nest. The bald, muscular man's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. His right arm, which had been grabbed by Jiang Xia, was now completely broken off by her without any resistance, as if twisted into a pretzel. Ah, my arm. The excruciating pain of his severed arm struck, and the bald, burly man instantly broke out in a cold sweat, letting out a piercing scream. The sudden turn of events gave the other four a sense of foreboding. Immediately, Jiang Xia seized the opportunity, her body crackling with lightning, and rushed straight towards the young man with the bow. Of the 5 people present, the bald, burly man who was the leader had one of his arms crippled. The only thing left that could pose a slight danger to him was the young man with the bow in front of him. The young man with the bow had already come to his senses when Jiang Xia suddenly appeared. He was horrified and quickly drew arrows from the quiver behind him. Just as the young man was about to draw his bow, he saw the figure bathed in lightning already standing in front of him. Jiang Xia's eyes were indifferent as she forcefully pressed her hand, crackling with lightning, down onto the head of the young man holding the bow. Click! The young man holding the bow bent his neck downwards, and Jiang Xia pressed his fine head into the abdominal cavity of his body. The remaining 3 people and the bald, burly man watched as Jiang Xia swiftly and decisively dealt with the young man with the bow. They realized they had messed with a tough opponent and immediately scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Jiang Xia thought to herself, troublesome. Then, mud flew up from beneath his feet, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment he arrived behind the person who had run the furthest. Jiang Xia thrust out her spear, piercing the opponent's heart before sending him flying. He then vanished again, appearing behind another person and repeating the same trick. Until Jiang Xia came up behind the bald, muscular man. The bald, burly man was prepared. The moment Jiang Xia appeared, he suddenly gathered his strength and slammed his intact left arm backward. Bang! Fist and palm met. Jiang Xia gripped the bald, muscular man's enormous fist tightly. He swung the gun in his right hand, aiming it at the bald, muscular man's legs. In the next instant, the bald, muscular man's legs were smashed into a bloody pulp by the terrifying force of the spear. The bald, muscular man with only one arm fell to the ground, rolling around and screaming in agony. Kill me, please kill me now. Jiang Xia's gaze was cold as she stepped on the other person's chest. Tell me, did you send you to arrest me, and who are you going to hand me over to? At this moment, the bald, burly man only wanted Jiang Xia to give him a quick death, so he stopped hiding anything and readily told her the whole story. It's the leader of our hunter group. He wants to give you to Blood Rose, the leader of the Rose Hunter group, in exchange for resources. Blood Rose admires young and handsome warriors like you the most. Jiang Xia understood what the other party said was pretty much what she had guessed. He stomped down again, and the bald, burly man let out a muffled groan. Where is your hunter group's base located? How many people are there? What are their cultivation levels? The bald, burly man fluently recounted all the information in one go. Jiang Xia nodded in satisfaction, then swung her spear, ending the life of the bald, burly man. The Hunters Guild is an alliance of many wilderness hunters. However, their ultimate goal is still to hunt those powerful wild beasts. Normally, it takes 4 or 5 early-stage Tier 2 wild beasts working together to kill a single beast. As their strength increases, the individual power of the wild beasts also grows stronger, far surpassing that of martial artists at the same level. There are very few people like Jiang Xia who can kill wild beasts alone, or even those of higher levels. Those with such strength are basically geniuses who have gone out to gain experience both inside and outside the city. Hunter groups vary in size. The smallest group has no more than a dozen people, while the largest can have over 100. The bald, muscular man's Swiftwind mercenary group was a medium-sized hunter group of 50 people. The strongest among them is the leader, Mad Tiger, who is at the late stage of the 2nd tier and whose martial soul is the C-rank Crimson Tiger. The Mad Tiger got its name from this. It is worth mentioning that the Gale Hunters are also vassals of the Rose Hunters. The Rose Hunters are a large hunter group with a population of at least 100. There are several other affiliated hunter groups like the Gale Hunters. Its leader, Blood Rose, is a 3rd-tier martial artist. Jiang Xia's pale golden eyes were gradually filled with murderous intent, turning indifferent. So what if he has a 3rd-tier martial artist as a background? If you don't die, I truly won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Jiang Xia considers herself a very principled person. He always adhered to the principle of I will not offend others unless they offend me. If they offend me, I will wipe out their entire family. Jiang Xia looked at the martial soul ability section on the system panel. Soul fusion, the martial soul and physical body are fused together, increasing overall strength by 500% for 5 minutes. It can be used once every 24 hours. This martial spirit skill is his biggest trump card. He has never used it since leaving the city. It seems I can test the specific effects of soul fusion today, Jiang Xia murmured to herself. He took the snakeskin bag out of the bushes and stripped all the belongings off the 5 bald, burly men. Jiang Xia gazed into the distance, then spotted a direction and ran off. This direction leads to the location of the Gale Hunter's base. Chapter 13, The Annihilation in Progress. Due to their unique characteristics, major hunter groups typically do not choose Worry-Free Town as their base. These people basically find safe places in the wilderness to use as campsites. Aside from those sent into Worry-Free Town to buy supplies and gather information, the rest of the hunters would return to camp before evening. The dangers of the wilderness at night are equal for everyone. Meanwhile, the camp of the Gale Hunters, located on the back of a hillside, was brightly lit. The wild beasts near the camp had long been swept away by these wilderness hunters. They naturally didn't need to worry about the firelight attracting the attention of wild beasts. Inside the commander's tent, Mad Tiger sat imposingly on a large tiger skin chair. He held an unknown animal leg in his left hand and had his right arm around a thinly dressed woman, laughing loudly. Beneath the tiger skin chair were the core members of the Gale Hunters, each possessing a mid-stage second-tier cultivation level. At this point, that pretty boy should be brought back. Gale, could it be that your men are being negligent and haven't taken the commander's instructions to heart? The speaker was a middle-aged man with a hideous scar on his face. After saying that, he gave the refined-looking man sitting opposite him a disdainful smile. The scars on the middle-aged man's face became particularly frightening as his facial muscles twitched. The refined-looking man was Gale, as the scarred man had mentioned. Unaffected by the other person's words, he continued to leisurely savor his drink. Sitting atop the throne, Mad Tiger calmly watched the power struggle between his left and right henchmen, offering no words of intervention. This was a situation he was happy to see. Suddenly, a thin young man rushed into the tent from outside in a panic. Seeing this, someone frowned in dissatisfaction and was about to reprimand them when the thin young man said in a rapid voice, "Commander, someone has broken into the camp. We can't hold them off any longer." Upon hearing this, Mad Tiger was instantly enraged, and the other core members stood up abruptly, exuding a chilling aura. Just then, 2 figures burst into the tent from outside. Both figures had a huge dent in their chests, clearly indicating they were not alive. "Damn it, daring to kill my men in my camp, they're asking for trouble." Mad Tiger's eyes were filled with killing intent. He picked up the long sword beside him and led the core members out. Jiang Xia moved with ease amidst the group of martial artists. His spear danced in his hand, and with each thrust, a warrior from the Gale Hunters lost his life. In no time, the dozen or so first and second-tier martial artists surrounding Jiang Xia were all killed or injured. Jiang Xia's clothes were torn, and the blood on her body was from those wilderness hunters. The remaining warriors of the Gale Hunters were horrified when they saw Jiang Xia kill more than 10 of their companions so easily. For a moment, no one had the courage to face the killing god in front of them. These people only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw their leader leading a group of core members. They gripped their weapons tighter. Jiang Xia stood in the center of the battlefield, holding a long spear made of wrought iron, with more than a dozen warriors of the Gale Hunters lying in pools of blood beside him. He simply watched as Mad Tiger and the others approached. Mad Tiger glanced at the ridiculously young man. Then he saw the corpse at the other person's feet, and his eyes widened in horror. These martial artists were the wealth he had accumulated over many years, and now they had been slaughtered like this. How could he swallow this insult? "Who are you?" "I, Mad Tiger, do not believe I have ever offended anyone like you. It's a bit unreasonable for you to slaughter my members like this now." Quan Hu's words, seemingly inquiring about Jiang Xia's identity, actually revealed his murderous intent. As core members of the Gale Hunters who had fought alongside Mad Tiger for many years, they drew their weapons the instant Mad Tiger finished speaking. In an instant, a chilling atmosphere filled the room, directed at the gun-wielding youth opposite them. Jiang Xia remained calm and indifferent, unaffected in the slightest. For Jiang Xia, who had experienced the Lich Wars, the murderous intent and baleful aura emanating from these people were utterly unbearable to look at. Jiang Xia met Quan Hu's cold gaze and said in a calm tone, "Didn't you send someone to invite me? Now that I'm here, why do you seem unwelcoming?" Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, Quan Hu first frowned, and then his expression changed rapidly. Then he suddenly looked at Gao Lei, who was standing next to him. "Didn't you say that pretty boy was only at the mid-stage of the first tier? Then explain to me how a mid-stage first-tier martial artist could kill so many second-tier martial artists?" By the end, Quang Hu practically roared it out. The scarred man then realized that the boy who stormed into the camp with a gun was the pretty boy that Gao Lei's men were going to capture and deliver to Blood Rose. Considering the current situation, the scarred man advised, "Commander, the brothers are all watching now. It's not too late to deal with Gao Lei after we resolve the immediate issue." Quang Hu suppressed his anger, glared at Gao Lei, and then looked at Jiang Xia. "I, Quang Hu, was in the wrong today, but you shouldn't have invaded my camp and slaughtered my brothers. This matter cannot be resolved peacefully, so you shall pay with your life." As he spoke, the martial spirit behind Mad Tiger manifested and roared, unleashing various martial spirit skills upon him. In an instant, he sprang up and charged toward the gun-wielding youth opposite him. The core and ordinary members of the Gale Hunters also manifested their martial spirits and followed their leader to attack the boy. Jiang Xia met the murderous gazes of the crowd, a silent smile spreading across her lips. The inability to resolve this amicably is exactly what I'd been hoping for. Soul fusion. As the boy finished speaking, a figure, crackling with lightning, with a snake in its mouth and hands, a tiger's head, a human body, 4 hooves, and long elbows, rose from the ground. He stood tall in the dark wilderness, like an ancient deity descending to earth. The warriors of the Gale Hunters, who were charging forward, suddenly stopped and stared in horror at the terrifying scene. Even the Mad Tiger had to stop and look solemnly at the boy behind him. That martial spirit, over 3 zhang tall and radiating a terrifying aura, brought him an immense sense of oppression. Gao Lei swallowed hard, his voice hoarse, and said, "Commander, what level of martial spirit is this? How the hell should I know?" Mad Tiger cursed in frustration. He had a vague premonition that the Gale Hunters might be wiped out here today. As if to confirm Quang Hu's guess, the terrifying martial spirit transformed into a stream of light and entered Jiang Xia's body a few breaths after it appeared. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red beam of light shot into the sky, instantly overshadowing the light of the stars and turning the surrounding dark wilderness into a blood-red world. Jiang Xia stepped out of the red pillar of light, her long hair, which had been tied up, now cascading down her back. The immense power generated by the fusion with his martial soul tore his shirt to shreds, exposing his perfectly sculpted body, seemingly cast from refined iron, to the air. Jiang Xia's body was filled with blood energy, forming a blood energy cloud that looked almost tangible. Immediately, a voice as if emanating from the deepest hell reached the ears of all the warriors and the Gale Hunters. "Gentlemen, it's time to set off." Chapter 14: The Power of Soul Fusion. Jiang Xia's voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear on the battlefield at that moment. Mad Tiger's expression changed several times, then turned ferocious. "You're just putting on airs. Let me see what you're really capable of." As he spoke, Quang Hu drew his sword and charged at Jiang Xia once again. Jiang Xia's figure suddenly disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of Quang Hu, and at the same time, her right hand had grabbed the other's head. "WH? What kind of speed is this?" Mad Tiger struggled to raise his head and look at the boy's figure, which was now over 2 meters tall. The only response he received was Jiang Xia's calm, golden eyes and the sound of his skull shattering. Snap! Bang! The tiger's head was crushed by the immense force, and the red and white substances flowed down Jiang Xia's fingers onto the ground. This once mighty tiger, who reigned supreme in the wilderness, had its head crushed in a single encounter with the boy. The first one. Jiang Xia's voice was like the pronouncement of death, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. "Monster, run, run!" It's unclear which wilderness hunter spoke first. This immediately brought everyone back to their senses, and they all frantically ran towards the distance. They had only one thought: escape. "You must stay away from this killer." Thus, within half an hour of Jiang Xia's arrival, the power that Quang Hu had painstakingly built up over the years collapsed instantly. At this moment, the core members of the Gale Hunters could no longer muster any resistance against Jiang Xia. What a joke! Even the guild leader, Mad Tiger, who was about to advance to the second-tier extreme realm, was instantly killed by this golden-eyed youth. They were only at the mid-stage of the second tier. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent with just one hand. As Jiang Xia watched the warriors of the Gale Hunters scatter and flee, a sudden surge of irritation rose in her calm eyes. Wouldn't it be better to just set off honestly like this? As if sensing Jiang Xia's anger, the blood-red aura and smoke that had been swirling around him surged once more. Immediately afterwards, streaks of blue-purple lightning burst forth from it. Bang! The ground shattered, and dust billowed up. Jiang Xia unleashed the power of thunder beneath his feet, transforming it into a tremendous propulsive force that instantly caused his figure to vanish from the spot. He then approached one of the fastest running corps members of the Gale Hunters. Jiang Xia threw a punch forward. The wind howled as the fist struck. The corps member stared at the fist that suddenly appeared before him, but before he could even beg for mercy, his consciousness vanished into stillness. Jiang Xia looked down and saw that the corps members of the wilderness had turned into blood-red dye and were being evenly smeared with it. He couldn't help but sigh, lamenting, "Being too strong isn't a good thing either. It'll be hard for me to leave behind a complete corpse." Among the wreckage that had been spilled across the earth were many crystal fragments, which, when intact, were clearly objects like bottles. However, it is now completely unrecognizable, not to mention what was preserved inside. Jiang Xia's heart skipped a beat. Out of sight, out of mind, she turned around and looked for her next target. Although the valuables on that key member had disappeared and been destroyed, he had contributed a considerable amount of pure chi points before his death. The system displayed several notification messages in succession, indicating a fear +1 level. After Jiang Xia stormed into the Gale Hunters, her previously calm and unperturbed chi points began to surge. The fear caused by Jiang Xia's extreme killing was all absorbed and transformed into pure energy by the system. In particular, the 50-odd elite warriors in the Gale Hunters group all possessed at least the strength of the first-tier extreme realm. The stronger the martial artist, the more pure energy Jiang Xia can convert after provoking their emotions. The killings continued in the camp. Every time Jiang Xia appears, she takes away a life, like a grim reaper walking in the night. Finally, just as the soul fusion skill was about to reach its limit, Jiang Xia also snapped the neck of the last member of the Gale Hunters. Thus, the Gale Hunters were completely wiped out. The crimson smoke dissipated, and night once again enveloped the wilderness. Jiang Xia casually tossed the corpse on the ground and quickly adjusted to her body after her strength had subsided. He picked up the snakeskin bag that had been prepared beforehand, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. The harvest season has arrived. These warriors of the Gale Hunters are required to hunt wild beasts in the wilderness for extended periods. Leaving aside the medicines they use for daily cultivation and healing, their armor and weapons alone are worth a considerable amount of Dongxia currency. Having learned from her previous experience, Jiang Xia held back when attacking the remaining people, only snapping their necks without harming their bodies. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and the stars, a handsome young man with golden eyes, carrying a snakeskin bag, groped around the corpses lying on the ground one by one in the wilderness. Jiang Xia wouldn't let go of anything she considered valuable. Heaven knows what kind of miserable life he had endured before, having to suffer mental torment from someone like Bai Mengli for a mere 5,000 yuan in tutoring fees. Another half-hour passed. Jiang Xia managed to thoroughly clean the camp, even turning over the grass under the commander's tent. Only after they could find nothing of value did they leave the camp, dragging 3 huge snakeskin bags with them. A goose is plucked as it flies by, and an animal is left with its skin as it walks away. Wherever it goes, the sky is 3 feet higher. That's all there is to it. Jiang Xia, laden with her bounty, ran wildly across the wilderness. Today's battle gave him a long-lost feeling of exhilaration. It's like taking a big gulp of ice-cold soda on a hot summer day. Awesome, so awesome. I feel right at home, it truly feels like home. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xia laughed loudly in the wilderness. This battle not only eliminated a hidden danger, but also dispelled all the pent-up frustration he had accumulated over the past 3 years. That feeling of a dragon swimming in the sea and a tiger entering the mountains and forests came over me again. Jiang Xia's overall demeanor also began to change. They became energetic and sharp. He was no longer bound by the moral rules of his previous life. At this moment, several second-tier wild beasts were attracted by the commotion Jiang Xia made and the blood aura on her body, and hung behind her from a distance. Jiang Xia stopped and turned to look directly at the 3 wild beasts hidden in the shadows. Under the gaze of those indifferent golden eyes, the 3 wild beasts were on high alert, as if they were being targeted by the most powerful predator, whose jaws were wide open, waiting for them to enter. The 3 wild beasts trembled, let out a whimper, and fled quickly into the distance, their tails tucked between their hindquarters. Jiang Xia withdrew her gaze, clicked her tongue, and thought to herself, what a pity. It was already night, and he had just gone through a battle. The fight had dragged on for far too long. If the sounds of fighting these 3 wild beasts attract even stronger wild beasts, then it would be a case of more harm than good. However, Jiang Xia did not expect that his newly acquired ability would be so useful. With just one glance, it scared away 3 mid-stage second-tier wild beasts. In the previous 5 days, Jiang Xia entered another Dao scroll. Unlike before, his true spirit was tainted by the blood energy of the Lich battlefield when he left the Dao scroll. After coming out, Jiang Xia did not feel any discomfort. On the contrary, it was because of the trace of blood energy absorbed from the Lich battlefield. He could vaguely mobilize the three forces of blood energy, baleful energy, and killing intent around his body. Finally, the three forces merged to form a kind of imposing and intimidating power. This force became even stronger after Jiang Xia single-handedly wiped out the Gale Hunters. Chapter 15 Black Web. At the entrance of Wuyo town, the soldiers guarding the city, carrying their weapons, chatted idly with their comrades. Although they were called soldiers, they were nothing more than wilderness hunters recruited by the three major merchant guilds. Naturally, there was no strict adherence to orders like that of regular soldiers. At that moment, two soldiers who were chatting suddenly felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end, as if they were being watched by some terrifying being. This sudden change alerted the two men instantly, and they gripped their weapons tightly, pointing them into the shadows ahead. Who's there?" Of the two, the older soldier immediately shouted. But he didn't realize the tremor in his voice. The only response he received was the sound of something heavy being dragged on the ground. At this moment, the watchtower in Wuyo town also noticed the situation, and a searchlight instantly shone on the place where the sound came from, like a sharp sword cutting through the night. Then the soldiers guarding the city and those on the watchtower saw a boy covered in blood, with disheveled hair and a naked upper body. At this moment, he was dragging 5 huge snakeskin bags as he approached the city gate. Upon seeing that it was a human, the soldiers in the watchtower breathed a sigh of relief, and the searchlight was moved away to shine elsewhere. However, the two soldiers standing guard at the city gate did not let their guard down, because the aura that made their hair stand on end grew stronger as the boy approached. Jiang Xia dragged his snakeskin bag past the city gate and was baffled by the two soldiers who looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. Only after Jiang Xia's figure completely disappeared from the city gate did the two soldiers breathe a sigh of relief. "My goodness, this young man doesn't look very old, but he exudes such a murderous aura," the older soldier said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Yeah, he just walked past me and I got goosebumps. I was really afraid he'd suddenly turn on us and kill us both if he got upset," another soldier said, still shaken. The older soldier's eyes flickered. He felt it was time to change jobs. Otherwise, if this happened every day, his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Inside the town of Wuyo, Jiang Xia swaggered down the street, dragging 5 snakeskin bags, attracting the attention of many people, but mostly with greedy eyes. However, those who were looking at him fell silent after sensing the unrestrained aura emanating from Jiang Xia. One look in their eyes confirmed that this was a ruthless person they couldn't afford to mess with. A person's name, a tree's shadow. In the wilderness, the more you hide your strength and conceal your true nature, the more others will see you as a weak and easily bullied sheep. When Jiang Xia arrived at the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, he was greeted by the chamber's manager, Wang Donghai. He opened the 5 snakeskin bags one by one. The first 2 bags contained materials from ferocious beasts, while the rest contained equipment that he had taken from the warriors of the Gale Hunters. Wang Donghai's pupils contracted, and his gaze towards Jiang Xia changed. Judging from the quality and quantity of this equipment, the enemy probably wiped out an entire hunter group. Meeting Wang Donghai's shocked gaze, Jiang Xia calmly asked, "Manager Wang, can your Tianbao Chamber of Commerce recycle these weapons and equipment?" Upon hearing this, Wang Donghai shook his head. Tianbao Chamber of Commerce only accepts the sale of materials from wild beasts and does not currently offer the business of recycling weapons and equipment. Jiang Xia thought to herself that it was a pity it seemed that she would have to find a new buyer for this batch of equipment. Wang Donghai looked at Jiang Xia, then seemed to have made up his mind. "Sir, if you wish to sell these materials, I do have a channel for it." Jiang Xia left the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce with the 3 snakeskin bags containing weapons and equipment. Wang Donghai didn't reveal what the channel was in the end, but he asked Jiang Xia to leave her address, saying that someone would come to find him. When Jiang Xia returned to the Yunlai Hotel, he saw a figure in black hooded clothing already standing outside his room. Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow, and combining this with Wang Donghai's words, she quickly guessed the identity of the person who had come. Upon entering the room, the figure in black removed his hood, revealing the face of a weathered middle-aged man. After both parties were seated, Jiang Xia got straight to the point, opening the snakeskin bag and pushing it toward the other person. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man in black didn't even look at her, but just stared at Jiang Xia. He immediately said, "Jiang Xia, male, 18 years old, a senior high school student at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. 8 days ago, he was punished by Principal Ji Xiang for engaging in a duel and was stripped of his cultivation resources. He then applied to withdraw from school." As Jiang Xia listened to the words of the middle-aged man in black, her golden eyes lost their previous warmth and were quickly covered by indifference. At the same time, the murderous aura he had suppressed began to spread outwards, faintly pointing towards the middle-aged man in black opposite him. The middle-aged man in black didn't take Jiang Xia's sudden change in attitude seriously. Then, an aura unique to third-level martial artists spread outwards, easily suppressing Jiang Xia's momentum. Jiang Xia's lips curled into a grin, and her golden eyes suddenly shone even brighter, as if golden flames were burning fiercely within them. The power of thunder manifested around him, and the phantom of the powerful martial spirit gradually solidified behind him. Jiang Xia is ready to restart the soul fusion at any time. Although the soul fusion skill has usage restrictions, it is ultimately his martial soul skill, and he can naturally force its use after paying a certain price. Just then, the middle-aged man in black withdrew his aura and put on a calm expression. "You're quite good. That bastard Wang Donghai didn't lie to me this time." The middle-aged man in black, who had been smiling, became slightly distorted when Wang Donghai was mentioned. Jiang Xia did not lower her guard just because of the few words the middle-aged man in black said. Judging from the fact that the other party could clearly state his information, this middle-aged man in black was definitely prepared. "Since you've come to my place, won't you reveal your identity first?" Jiang Xia's golden eyes stared directly at the middle-aged man in black, the lightning and martial spirit around him still present. The middle-aged man in black looked at the powerful martial spirit and nodded after sensing the wild and ancient aura it exuded. "That's how it should be." Then the middle-aged man in black took out a black business card from his jacket pocket and handed it to Jiang Xia. I took the business card. The information on it was very simple. Blacknet, Zhao Xiong. The Black Network is built on the star network you usually use, and its members are a mixed bag, some strong and some weak. Even so, it's not easy for ordinary people to join the Black Network. They need an introducer. Zhao Xiong briefly introduced the Black Network to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia fluttered the black business card in his hand, vaguely guessing that this Black Network might be something similar to the dark web. Zhao Xiong seemed to have seen through Jiang Xia's thoughts and chuckled softly. "The dark web is not like those dark webs or black markets created by hackers. Once you join the black market, you'll understand its power. If you invite me to join a black website, you should at least tell me what capabilities the black website has, what benefits I can get from joining, and what price I will have to pay in the end." Jiang Xia looked directly at Zhao Xiong, clearly not fooled by his few words. Chapter 16 Undercurrents. Young people these days are really cautious. Zhao Xiong could tell that the young man in front of him was the type who wouldn't act until he saw a clear benefit. I had originally planned to use this information to my advantage, but now it's not a good idea to do that. Zhao Xiong was able to thrive in the black market because he had a knack for judging people and treating them accordingly. The young man before me is someone I can befriend, not an enemy. Moreover, if someone he introduces to join the Black Network has great potential, he can also receive a reward from the Black Network. Zhao Xiong then coughed twice and told Jiang Xia about the Black Network's capabilities, as well as some taboos and rules, all in the name of establishing a good relationship. Just as Zhao Xiong was speaking eloquently. Zhongcheng, Yushan Courtyard, Villa number 5. "What did you say? That little bastard wiped out an entire medium-sized hunter group all by himself?" Ji Xiang almost laughed in anger when he heard the report about Jiang Xia on the other end of the phone. It wasn't like he hadn't been to the wilderness before. Although the wilderness hunter was of average skill, he knew the true value of a warrior from a mid-sized hunter group. A hunter group with dozens of second-tier warriors and a late-stage second-tier leader. He was actually killed by a student whose martial spirit had only been awakened for 8 or 9 days. Who would believe it if this got out? To verify the authenticity of the information, the person on the other end of the phone then sent Ji Xiang several photos. Some of these photos show corpses scattered around the Gale Hunters camp, while the rest show Jiang Xia covered in blood, dragging 5 huge snakeskin bags into worry-free town. Ji Xiang stared silently at the photos. He now had to admit that this peasant, whom he had previously looked down upon, now possessed the power to threaten him. Fortunately, everything was discovered in time, and there was still a chance to remedy the situation. Ji Xiang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "No matter what method you use, I don't want to hear that Jiang Xia is still alive the day before the 10th school joint exam. We can guarantee this, but considering Jiang Xia's own strength and the possibility that there are powerful martial artists behind her. Principal Ji, the 5 million you gave is far from enough. After all, what you told us back then was just to kill a student whose martial spirit had just awakened." Upon hearing the words on the other end of the phone, Ji Xiang clenched his fists, his eyes turning icy. He knew that these profit-driven vultures were not easy to deal with. He was already at a disadvantage from the moment he approached the other party to handle the matter. Fortunately, although the other party's methods were a bit despicable, their reputation among the assassins in the Black Network was still quite good, and so far there has been no news of them failing. As long as Xianger successfully obtains that special spot at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School this year, everything else is fine, it's just a matter of spending more money. Okay, I agree. I'll add another 10 million, and I'll give you another 5 million after it's done. I have only one request, and that is to hurry. I don't want to hear any more news that Zhang Xia is still alive. This time, Ji Xiang went all out and spent 20 million to buy that peasant's life. As you wish, Principal Ji, then, it will be a pleasure to cooperate. In the wilderness, in an underground base. 5 bald, burly men sat around a stove, roasting a recently deceased second-tier extreme realm wild beast, a blue-maned ox. The man sitting at the head of the table, clearly the leader of the 5, put down his phone and smiled at the other 4. That old bastard Ji Xiang has given in. 5 million to kill that kid, and he'll get another 5 million after it's done. It's all thanks to Big Brother's wisdom. He knew that old bastard had a secret, so he deliberately dragged his feet and didn't do it for him. Look at him now, he's eagerly giving us brothers money. Everyone else burst into laughter after hearing this 10 million was not a small sum for the 5 Ba brothers. Alright, now we need to formulate a detailed plan. That kid named Zhang Xia is no simpleton. When I went to the Gale Hunters to check the situation, I didn't find any other martial artists. Moreover, judging from the various signs of battle, it was indeed that kid who single-handedly took down an entire medium-sized hunter group. Mad Tiger's body has also been examined, it was a one-hit kill. You can say whatever you want to say now. That old bastard Ji Xiang has set a time frame for us. Before the 10 school joint exam, this kid is going to disappear, Bada said with a solemn expression. He had taken on many assassination jobs on the black market, but this one was particularly challenging. The main problem was that the boy named Zhang Xia was too wicked. He was only at the mid-stage of the first rank, yet he managed to wipe out an entire hunter group. The other 4 people in the base fell silent upon hearing Bada's words. This 10 million is obviously not so easy to obtain. Big brother, I think the destruction of the Gale Hunters was most likely caused by the people behind that kid. That kid brings back a lot of wild beast materials every day he goes out of the city. I asked the employees of Tianbao Chamber of Commerce in private, and they said that except for the first day, the kid sold second-tier wild beast materials on the other days, most of which were mid-second-tier wild beast materials. Judging from this point alone, I don't believe that this kid has no one backing him. The speaker was Ba San, who had been responsible for monitoring Zhang Xia within the city. After Ba San finished speaking, the base fell silent once again. Now that it's confirmed Zhang Xia has powerful backers, what's next? Take action immediately? But what if the person behind them is a third-tier martial artist? If the 5 of them go up there, they'll just be easy prey. Barda's initial excitement had faded. He now felt the matter was becoming tricky, and he was also glad that he hadn't acted immediately after receiving the commission. Boss, we don't actually need to take action ourselves to test the strength of the person behind that kid. Have you forgotten who's behind the Gale Hunters? Although that woman is extremely crazy, she is also extremely protective of her own. Now that the people behind that kid have wiped out one of her medium-sized hunter groups, given her personality, she will definitely not let it go. Whether Blood Rose killed that kid and his men, or the guys behind that kid defeated the Rose Hunters, it has nothing to do with us. Okay, we brothers can get 20 million. If not, there's no loss. At most, it will affect our reputation. Compared to losing our lives, losing some reputation is nothing. Bada's eyes gleamed, and he took a knife and cut off a large piece of meat, placing it on the other person's plate. Ba Wu, that's why you're considered the academic star of our Ba family. You're just so smart. I'll do it your way. How about it, Zhang Xia? Do you want to join us? By joining the black market, you can access various channels that you couldn't access before. For example, the equipment you acquire would not be accepted by normal merchants, but as long as you post a message on the black market, within 10 minutes at most, a black market merchant near you will come to collect these items. Chapter 17 Joining the Black Web. Zhang Xia glanced at Zhao Xiong in front of her, her expression remaining calm. They didn't change in the slightest despite the other party's seductive tone. Uncle Zhao, if you want me to join the black network so badly, it's either because you have ulterior motives, or because my joining will allow you to obtain a substantial reward from the black network. I guess it's the latter. Zhao Xiong's lips twitched. So this is Uncle Zhao? The other party's blatant attempt to take advantage of the situation was even more masterful than that of a seasoned veteran. As for Jiang Xia's words, Zhao Xiong felt he had nothing to hide, so he immediately nodded. I actually have another identity, a black market businessman. This is one of the reasons why Wang Donghai asked me to come find you. As long as you agree to join the black network, I can make the decision that all items you sell to the black network in the future will be bought back at 10% higher than the black network's buyback price. Of course, you have to sell to me. I don't think I have that much influence with other black market merchants. Upon hearing Zhao Xiong's words, Jiang Xia's eyes gleamed. He had been arguing with the other party for so long just to get more benefits. Okay, I'll join. Jiang Xia had already learned from Zhao Xiong what kind of organization BlackNet was. The Black Network has a very loose membership structure. It does not actively interfere with what its members do, but simply provides a platform. Of course, this will also give rise to some gray and black industries, such as assassination bounties, trading of materials controlled by the Nine-Star Alliance, illegal weapons and medicines, etc. The attitude of these black websites towards them is, no management, no responsibility. It's their skill to avoid being caught by the authorities. If they get eliminated, they can only blame their bad luck. The Black Network's influence extends throughout the entire Nine-Star Alliance. It is said that the Black Network emerged shortly after the birth of the Star Network. On the other side, the moment Zhao Xiong heard that Jiang Xia had agreed to join the Black Network, he opened his personal terminal and sent her a document. Jiang Xia started downloading and registering as Zhao Xiong instructed. The process was very simple. In no time, a software similar to StarNet appeared on his phone. That's it? So simple? Jiang Xia thought that she would have to go through layers of verification before she could join the Black Network. After all, no matter how loosely organized a Black Network may be, it is still a criminal organization in a certain sense. I never imagined that simply downloading a file, just like registering ordinary software, would lead me to a black market website. Zhao Xiong shrugged and chuckled softly. It's that simple. When you download and register through the file I sent you, you've already been marked by the black website, and it assumes I'm your referrer. Jiang Xia looked at her personal friends page and sure enough, there was a referrer, Zhao Xiong. If you need anything or want to sell items in the future, just contact me directly through the black market. Now let's see how good these things are. As he spoke, Zhao Xiong stood up and began to take out the equipment from the snakeskin bag and examine it one by one. TSK, these pieces of equipment all have obvious claw marks from wild beasts. Looks like you did something big tonight. Zhao Xiong put down the last piece of equipment in his hand and gave the boy opposite him a meaningful look. Jiang Xia had expected Zhao Xiong to figure out the origin of this batch of equipment, or rather, it would have been abnormal if the other party hadn't. I remember that one of the rules of black market merchants is to never ask where the goods come from. Jiang Xia flipped her phone over and showed Zhao Xiong the information on it. Zhao Xiong's cheek twitched slightly. Good lad, you've learned to use the rules of the black market so quickly, very good. But I'm not saying this to find out where these goods came from. I just want to remind you that every medium-sized hunter group is the private property of those large hunter groups. I don't know how you managed to wipe out an entire hunter crew, but nothing stays hidden forever. You came back all high and mighty, but you're probably already being watched. Zhao Xiong gathered up the snakeskin bag. These items, based on the black market buyback price, I'll add another 10%, and I can give you 3.5 million dongxia coins. Upon hearing this enormous figure, even Jiang Xia's breathing became rapid. Soon, the moment Jiang Xia agreed to the deal, Zhao Xiong transferred the money into Jiang Xia's black market account. Jiang Xia was slightly taken aback and looked at Zhao Xiong with a puzzled expression. For black market transactions, the money will naturally be deposited into your black market account. Don't worry, you can use this money on the black market just the same way. Moreover, the black market mall has all the cultivation resources, techniques, and martial arts skills you could want. They are all delivered by black market mall employees themselves, and there are confidentiality regulations in place, so you don't have to worry about your identity being leaked, Zhao Xiong explained. Jiang Xia nodded in relief, gaining a deeper understanding of the black network. It truly lived up to its reputation as the dark side of the StarNet. Speaking of your martial spirit aura, it looks like it's at least S rank, but your file says F rank. Zhao Xiong asked, voicing his doubts. He sensed something was wrong the moment Jiang Xia revealed her martial soul. It didn't match the F-rank martial soul described in the information at all. This is also why he chose to invite Jiang Xia to join the Black Network. Jiang Xia didn't answer Zhao Xiong's question, she just grinned. Even you, Uncle Zhao, could easily see the abnormality of my martial spirit, but my principal, who calls himself an educator, turned a blind eye to it. But it doesn't matter. Once this piece of trash who has awakened a weak F-rank martial soul is defeated by those geniuses who have awakened S-rank and SS-rank martial souls one by one, the scene will definitely be very exciting. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, Zhao Xiong's face darkened at first, but then he understood what she meant. It seems that dropping out of school wasn't so simple for this kid. He'll have to investigate further when he gets back. With the matter settled, Zhao Xiong didn't linger. He immediately picked up the snakeskin bag from the ground and walked outside. Wait a minute, Uncle Zhao, doesn't the government care about the existence of the black market? Jiang Xia stopped Zhao Xiong and asked him the question that had been bothering her for a long time. The black network is rampant in the Nine-Star Alliance, and should have been cracked down on by the authorities long ago. But the fact is, the black market is still thriving, and it seems to be growing even stronger. Zhao Xiong smiled knowingly upon hearing this. Young Jiang, guess how many of the people on the black website are government officials? This is not something you should be investigating. The black web is not as simple as you think. Focus on your cultivation. With that, Zhao Xiong left the room without looking back. Jiang Xia knew that knowing certain things before reaching a certain level would only bring disaster upon herself, so she immediately gathered her thoughts. Zhao Xiong was right about one thing: his most important task now is to cultivate and improve his cultivation level. The more than 1 million yuan he had saved by selling wild beast materials during this period, plus the 3.5 million yuan from the black network, totaled a huge sum of more than 4.5 million yuan. With this money, he could focus on his cultivation for a while without having to go to the wilderness anymore. Jiang Xia remembered that there was also a large hunter group secretly eyeing him. That Blood Rose is a third-tier martial artist. Even if she activates Soul Fusion, she's not someone he can easily mess with. Damn Blood Rose, how dare you covet my looks? I'll make you pay sooner or later. Chapter 18 Double Gold. Host, Jiang Xia. Realm, mid-stage of Tier 1. Cultivation technique, spiritual essence cultivation method mid-rank human level. Martial skill, dragon slaying spear technique unranked. Clear Chi, 10460. Jiang Xia's biggest gain today was actually her Qingqi value, which surged to over 10,000. 7 or 8 days have passed since he dropped out of school, and the impact has subsided. The wilderness hunters are a large group of martial artists, and the amount of pure energy that can be generated by arousing their emotions is far greater than that of the students in the school who have just awakened their martial spirits. Jiang Xia immediately became conflicted, wondering whether to gamble on the high-level lottery or play the basic lottery for a safer bet. Considering the current situation, Jiang Xia quickly came up with an answer. Go all in on the beginner's lottery. A lottery wheel appeared and spun rapidly under Jiang Xia's control. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Thunder Spirit Stone White. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Purple Sand Blue. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Heavenly Crystal or Purple. The colorful roulette wheel, with various strange items and techniques circulating, suddenly revealed a golden hue that covered the entire lottery wheel. Congratulations, host, you have obtained True Seed Flesh Embryo Divine Treasure Method Part 1 Gold. The method of nourishing the true seed in the flesh and body and giving birth to the divine treasury. Cultivating this method allows one to open up a divine treasury in the physical body to nurture the true seed, seize the creation of heaven and earth to give birth to acquired supernatural powers. The grade of the true seed determines the power of the acquired supernatural powers that will be nurtured. Only those with an extremely strong physical body can easily cultivate this method. The roulette wheel was still spinning, and Jiang Xia kept her eyes glued to it, not in a hurry to look at the golden reward. He got the gold medal early on his 24th draw, and has 76 draws left. If he's lucky, he might get the gold medal again. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3-day trial card for Firecloud Cave Purple. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3-day trial card for Firecloud Cave Purple. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Fire Spirit Stone White. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Xingyuan Miaodao Xinjuan Martial Arts Talent Enhancement Card Purple. Seemingly sensing Jiang Xia's earnest expectations, the roulette wheel shone with golden light once again on its final draw. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Dung Metal White Tiger True Spirit Bone Gold. Dung Metal White Tiger True Spirit Bone, a section of the spine of the white tiger, one of the 4 extreme sacred beasts, containing a trace of the true spirit of the white tiger sacred beast. Phew, that felt so good. Jiang Xia let out a deep breath. With 100 draws yielding double gold, luck was indeed on his side. In the 3 lotteries since the system awakened, he never just claimed the guaranteed reward. Moreover, the 2 gold rewards this time seemed to complement each other. Jiang Xia touched the golden light ball containing the True Seed Flesh Embryo Divine Treasure Method Part 1. Suddenly, a vast scripture flowed out from it and he deciphered it. This book, The Method of Containing True Seeds, Flesh Embryos, and Divine Treasures Part 1, has almost no cultivation threshold. The only requirement is a powerful physical body. If a person with a weak physical body rashly practices this method, they are likely to die from an explosion of their body due to abnormal energy fluctuations when opening up the spiritual treasure of their physical body. Fortunately, Jiang Xia believed that his physical body was strong, not to mention that he also had the support of Pangu bloodline, which gave him top-notch endurance. During this time, he also tested the body's regenerative abilities. As long as the body's latent blood and qi are not destroyed, limb regeneration is just commonplace. It just requires consuming a huge amount of blood and qi. As for the blood and energy consumed, Jiang Xia can replenish it by absorbing the essence of flesh and blood through the devouring spirit technique. When cultivating the method of containing true seeds in the flesh and body Part 1 to completely open up a spiritual treasure within the physical body. This physical body can automatically absorb and release external energy, accelerating cultivation. However, this may only be a side effect of the physical body's divine treasure. Its true function is to suppress those innate beasts within the divine treasure and seize their supernatural powers for one's own use. Of course, it doesn't require the cultivator to actually suppress an entire innate beast. All that's needed is the medium on its body. For example, a single hair or a bone. The more complete the medium, the stronger the aura of the innate beasts on it, and the more complete and powerful the supernatural abilities that can be born from the true seed. Before long, Jiang Xia had memorized the entire Dharma. He also learned from the Dharma that each person can only open up to 10 physical divine treasures. Each time a new area of the physical body's divine treasure is opened, the difficulty of opening the next area increases. That's why those who don't have a strong physical body shouldn't cultivate it easily. He has only obtained the first chapter of the method for containing the true seed in the flesh and body divine treasury, which means that he can only open up 1 flesh and body divine treasury for the time being. Jiang Xia didn't feel it was a pity. In any case, the only thing he can currently use as a genuine seed is the white tiger spine that he just obtained. Moreover, judging from the information revealed in this Dharma teaching, the selection of a true lineage is of paramount importance. Otherwise, if he painstakingly opens up the divine treasure, only to have it given birth to useless supernatural powers due to the garbage of the true seed, he will have nowhere to cry. Jiang Xia calmed herself down and did not immediately begin cultivating. He turned on his phone and started buying various cultivation resources from the black market online store. He also spent 1 million to buy a personal terminal. As for changing cultivation methods, Jiang Xia wasn't in a hurry. Let's not even talk about the fact that a few million wouldn't buy a good cultivation method. Even a high-grade human-level cultivation method, before reaching a certain level, is almost the same speed at which he absorbs source energy and tempers his body using his current spiritual origin cultivation method. Jiang Xia purchased so many cultivation resources in preparation for her upcoming seclusion. He won a total of 6 3-day trial cards for Fire Cloud Cave in this lottery, which, together with the 2 he had previously obtained, makes a total of 8 24-day cultivation time in the still space. Now that she has enough resources, Jiang Xia is confident that she can cultivate to the late stage of the first tier or even the extreme stage of the first tier within this period of time. The black market online marketplace is very fast. The purchased resources were delivered in less than half an hour. The delivery person was completely covered in black clothing, and their voice was processed by special equipment so that Jiang Xia couldn't tell if they were male or female. After examining Jiang Xia's black market account, the other party stepped aside, gesturing for Jiang Xia to inspect the goods. Jiang Xia opened the metal boxes one by one, and after finding nothing unusual, nodded to the other party. After watching the employees of the illegal website leave, Jiang Xia carried several metal boxes into the room, locked the door, and then drew the curtains. Since it was his first time entering the still space of the Fire Cloud Cave, he didn't know if any unusual phenomena would occur, so he naturally had to be prepared. After everything was ready, Jiang Xia put all the cultivation resources she would need into a metal box. Immediately, he used the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven Experience card. In an instant, he felt the surrounding space and time become silent, and a vortex appeared out of thin air in front of him. Jiang Xia observed for a while, then carried the metal box inside, and the vortex slowly disappeared. Standing in the Fire Cloud Cave, Jiang Xia felt that she could leave this space with just a thought. The remaining time in Fire Cloud Cave will be converted back into trial cards, waiting for his next use. Jiang Xia couldn't help but give a thumbs up to this thoughtful design in her heart. Chapter 19 Fire Cloud Cave. The Fire Cloud Cave was pitch black all around, except for a single offering table with a flickering lamp. On the offering table is an incense burner, above which hangs a portrait of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and below is a white prayer mat. Jiang Xia knew at a glance that the futon was prepared for her. He stood in front of the offering table and examined the portraits of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but their faces seemed to be covered by a layer of mist, making them difficult to see clearly. Then Jiang Xia bowed 3 times and took out some fruit from the food she had prepared in advance and placed it on the offering table before she finished. It's never wrong to be polite after all. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were our ancestors in our past lives. Sitting on the futon, he immediately felt a cool breeze rush to his head, making his mind exceptionally clear. Jiang Xia seized the opportunity and began to practice the True Seed Flesh Embryo Divine Treasury Method Part 1 to open up the divine treasury of the physical body. In the next instant, his consciousness seemed to arrive in a boundless universe, surrounded by darkness, with only scattered starlight. Jiang Xia's consciousness wandered aimlessly in this unknown universe until he heard a buzzing sound, at which point he realized that he had unknowingly arrived in front of an incomparably bright and enormous star. According to the description in the Dharma, this is the Divine Treasury Star. To open it up, one needs to use the body's blood and chi to continuously strike the Divine Treasury Star with one's consciousness. Only when one breaks through the outer layer of radiant light surrounding the Divine Treasury Star and sends their own consciousness into it can the opening be considered complete. Looking at the enormous star before him, Jiang Xia began to circulate the Palace Collision Secret Technique from the True Seed Flesh Embryo Divine Treasure Method Part 1, drawing upon the blood and chi throughout his body to strengthen this consciousness. In an instant, wisps of blood-red mist drifted in from all directions of this universe. Before long, a red star appeared in front of the Divine Treasury Star, its size slightly larger than that of the Divine Treasury Star. The next moment, the red star, with unparalleled power, crashed into the Divine Treasury Star. Boom! A dull, deafening roar echoed through the universe. 1, 2. With each impact, the red star shrinks in size, and the light surrounding the divine star dims. After an unknown amount of time, under the constant impact of the red stars, the layer of radiance finally gave way and shattered completely. The red star was now only 1/5 of its original size. Once the red star enters the Divine Treasury Star, the outside world, a gust of energy emanated from Jiang Xia's body, quickly forming a funnel-shaped vortex above his head, swallowing up a massive amount of energy. Finally, with a sound so faint it was barely audible, the first physical body was successfully opened. As consciousness returned, Jiang Xia opened her eyes. He can now clearly feel that somewhere in his body, a star is slowly rotating, constantly absorbing external energy to nourish itself. Jiang Xia estimated that the speed at which the Divine Treasury absorbs source energy was about 1/5 of what he could achieve with full force during his cultivation. Jiang Xia was very satisfied with this, since he couldn't cultivate anytime and anywhere, while the Divine Treasure Star could keep rotating and absorbing source energy. With the possession of the Divine Treasure Body, he could become stronger even while lying down. Immediately, Jiang Xia took out the spine of the white tiger sacred beast from the system space. The method of nourishing the true seed in flesh and body and cultivating the Divine Treasury Part 1 was activated again, transforming the seed into a true seed and sending it into the Divine Treasury for nourishment. Roar! A tiger's roar, carrying the ultimate meaning of war and slaughter, exploded in Jiang Xia's mind. The white tiger palm possesses the chi of gunmetal, which governs killing in warfare. An ordinary person would surely perish on the spot if their soul were struck by this gunmetal energy. Fortunately, Jiang Xia has a strong spirit and a full mind at this moment. She only feels a little dizzy. Compared to the impact on the soul, the most troublesome thing right now is that a consciousness in the white tiger's spine is strongly resisting becoming a true seed and taking over the Divine Treasury Star. Jiang Xia had not learned any soul techniques and was unable to actively eliminate this consciousness, so the two became deadlocked. Meanwhile, the Tao Scroll, the great calamity of the Lich King in Jiang Xia's mind, began to glow faintly and spread outwards. At the same time, the consciousness within the white tiger's spine seemed to sense some terrifying presence, and immediately let out a whimper, ceasing its resistance and transforming into a true seed. And so, the first true seed was successfully planted by Jiang Xia in the divine treasure of her physical body, waiting only for the source of qi and blood to nourish it. Jiang Xiana opened her eyes again, letting out a breath of stale air with lingering fear. It seems that the spiritual mystic arts need to be put on the agenda. This time, we are very grateful for the protection of the Tao Scroll. Otherwise, if he were to forcibly transform the white tiger's spine into a true species, it would inevitably cause some damage to it. At this moment, Jiang Xia's face was pale, and most of her vital energy had been depleted during the process of opening up her divine treasure. Fortunately, he was prepared. Jiang Xia moved her somewhat weak body, opened the metal box, took out a vial of bright red medicine, opened her mouth, tilted her head back, and poured it down her throat. He then drank 3 more vials of medicine before stopping what he was doing. The medicine entered her stomach and was quickly absorbed by her thirsty body, and Jiang Xia's complexion visibly became rosy. He clenched his fist, and that feeling of fulfillment returned. Jiang Xia couldn't help but sigh, you really get what you pay for. There's a reason why martial arts are called a gold mine. He spent 300,000 dongxia coins in just a short time. The red potion is called the blood and qi potion, which is extracted from the bodies of wild beasts. It is specifically designed for martial artists who hone their physical bodies to replenish the deficiencies caused by intense training. Each bottle costs 100,000 dongxia coins, and Jiang Xia only bought 5 bottles. He had experimented before and found that taking qi and blood potion was indeed more effective at improving physical strength than consuming wild beasts, and it also saved him the time of eating meat. However, for Jiang Xia, doing so was still too extravagant. Right now, free wild beast meat is still the most cost-effective option. After her energy returned to its peak, Jiang Xia began cultivating source energy. Bottles of body-tempering liquid were applied to various parts of the body, tempering the skin. Jiang Xia could clearly feel that the absorption speed of the body-tempering liquid was much faster than before, all thanks to the blessing brought by the physical body's divine treasure. 3 days passed in a flash amidst the intensive training. As Jiang Xia stepped out of the fire cloud cave, a feeling of being in another world washed over her. He glanced at the clock on the wall, which was almost exactly the same as when he entered the fire cloud cave. In 3 days, although Jiang Xia did not break through to the late stage of the first tier, she still took a big step forward. He estimated that he should be able to break through after cultivating in the fire cloud cave once. Jiang Xia immediately thought of striking while the iron was hot and entering the fire cloud cave again to break through to the late stage of the first level. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, nothing happened around him, and then a message appeared in his mind. It turns out that the Fire Cloud Cave experience card cannot be used continuously. He needs to eliminate the space-time power in his soul before he can re-enter the Fire Cloud Cave. Jiang Xia clicked his tongue, somewhat disappointed. His plan to work himself to the bone had been aborted before it even began. Fortunately, while he was in the Fiery Cloud Cave, his depleted true spirit was recovering. He can now enter the Tao Scroll again to obtain the essence of flesh and blood. Chapter 20 Joint Examination of 10 Schools. Jiang Xia's eyes lit up. He seemed to have discovered a cultivation method that exploited a bug. If the power of spacetime in the soul dissipates quickly enough, he could use this method to shorten the time required to condense the second battle rune. Blood Rose, a third-tier martial artist, is still watching him closely. It won't be long before he finds out that the destruction of the Gale Hunters is related to him. He must make the most of every minute to cultivate. Despite this, Jiang Xia still did not regret destroying the Gale Hunters. Moreover, he still has the option of returning to Jiangcheng as a fallback. Jiang Xia is now racing against time to break through to the first-level extreme realm and condense the second battle rune. By then, it will still be unknown who the hunter and who the prey will be. Moreover, having experienced this sudden windfall, Jiang Xia was extremely envious of the Rose Hunter's fortune. That's a large hunter group. The rewards from wiping them out would be several times greater than those from the Gale Hunters. Jiang Xia wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and continued her cultivation. The next day, it was broad daylight. The hunger pangs in her stomach forced Jiang Xia to stop her cultivation. It was already close to noon. Jiang Xia took out her personal terminal and spent a lot of time browsing and ordering a lot of local delicacies. Suddenly becoming rich, one should reward oneself with a good meal. He's been eating barbecue every day these days. Although it can improve his physical strength, he gets tired of it after a while. Then I thought of opening the black market website to see what useful information I could get from it. Just as Jiang Xia entered the black network, Zhao Xiang's message popped up. Young man Jiang, you've been caught red-handed. The Rose Hunters have been searching for you since this morning, and they probably already know your location. Blood Rose has declared that as long as someone can bring you to her, regardless of life or death, she will not only give that person 10 million dongxia coins, but also a tendon strengthening pill that can increase a martial artist's chances of breaking through to the third rank by 30%. You're in high demand right now, kid. You'd better stay put in Wuyo Town and don't go anywhere else. That Blood Rose doesn't have the audacity to dare to enter the territory of the 3 major merchant guilds to arrest people. Oh, right, there's one more thing. The 10-school joint examination is about to begin, and this examination is being organized by the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau. It is said that the first place winner will not only receive special cultivation resources, but will also be able to choose any top-grade human-level cultivation technique and martial skill. Jiang Xia was not surprised that Blood Rose knew he had wiped out the Gale hunters. After all, he was covered in blood when he entered worry-free town yesterday and did not try to hide it. However, it was the joint entrance examination of these 10 schools that caught his attention. I had heard the vice principal mention it before when we were on the school's fighting stage, but it was too noisy at the time and I couldn't hear it clearly. After giving Zhao Xiong a brief reply, Jiang Xia logged back onto the StarNet and found the joint examination information on the official website of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau. The 10-school joint examination is a new training policy launched by the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau, which aims to provide more resources to outstanding martial artists. The reason it's called that is because there are only 10 martial arts high schools in Jiangcheng. The location for this 10-school joint examination is set in the wilderness. The Martial Arts Bureau, in conjunction with the Jiangcheng Garrison, will randomly select a territory as the examination site and clear out any wild beasts or wilderness hunters that exceed the first-level extreme realm. Jiang Xia could see that a bunch of students were complaining loudly below this official post. The wilderness is never a safe haven. It is fraught with danger even for seasoned wilderness hunters, let alone these sheltered flowers raised in schools. The most critical rule of this joint entrance examination is that it does not prohibit fighting between students, even to the point of death. Jiang Xia sensed something unusual between the lines. In the past, the Martial Arts Bureau would select talented martial artists for training before the martial arts exam, but there was never a rule like this where life and death were disregarded. Fortunately, this joint exam was voluntary and the rewards were generous. Even students who did not place could receive scholarships from the Martial Arts Bureau. This emboldened many students, who began to eagerly sign up. Jiang Xia turned off her personal terminal, rested her chin on her hand, and closed her eyes in deep thought. Although the joint entrance exam of the 10 schools will not be broadcast live throughout the city, the 10 martial arts high schools and the important figures in Jiangcheng will watch it, which is a good opportunity for him. In a flash, a plan that could kill 3 birds with 1 stone appeared in Jiang Xia's mind. However, another very real problem soon presented itself. How could he possibly be in the designated testing location when the Martial Arts Bureau selected it? Suddenly, Jiang Xia thought of the black network and Zhao Xiong. With the capabilities of the black market, all it takes is money. Finding out what color Ji Xian's underwear was wearing today would be a piece of cake. But the prerequisite is having money. Jiang Xia looked at the more than 2 million yuan she still had left after buying cultivation resources yesterday. Then, thinking of how Blood Rose casually offered a bounty of tens of millions, he couldn't help but smack his lips. He needs to focus on his cultivation, otherwise, if that bastard Blood Rose squanders his family fortune, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Before long, Jiang Xia swiftly devoured the food that had been brought to her and returned to her cultivation state. Before this, he tried to enter the Fire Cloud Cave, but failed. However, Jiang Xia was not discouraged and planned to try again that night, because she wanted to know how long it would take to cool down after entering the Fire Cloud Cave. And so, the day passed by as Jiang Xia desperately cultivated. When Jiang Xia opened her eyes again, it was already evening. He tried entering the Fire Cloud Cave again. This time, there was no hindrance at all. The moment the thought crossed his mind, a vortex appeared out of thin air in front of him. Jiang Xia took the cultivation resources and stepped inside. The Fire Cloud Cave was exactly the same as before, except that the fruit he had placed on the offering table had disappeared. After bowing to the portraits of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Jiang Xia plopped down on the prayer mat below. He now knows that the cooldown period for entering the Fire Cloud Cave is approximately 24 hours. Then he can continue his cultivation plan. While Jiang Xia was diligently cultivating, the wilderness hunter who wanted the Blood Rose bounty was grinding his teeth in frustration. There was no other reason than that a group of them were waiting for Jiang Xia to come out outside Wuyo town, but a whole day passed and they still hadn't seen her. Moreover, according to the informants in Wuyo town, this kid didn't even leave the hotel all day. The group of wilderness hunters were also getting impatient. They were all people who lived on the edge and couldn't stand the tedium of waiting for others. However, when they thought of the huge bounty offered by Blood Rose, they all gritted their teeth and endured it. There's also a term called sunk cost. They've already wasted a whole day here, how could they possibly give up so easily? Little did they know, the nightmare for these wilderness hunters guarding the outskirts of worry-free town had only just begun. They also witnessed that when someone decides to live a life of seclusion, they can truly stay at home without ever leaving their house. Chapter 21 Breakthrough. Jiang Xia was unaware of the turbulent situation outside, and even if she had known, she wouldn't have cared. He has been cultivating peacefully in his own little world during this time. His cultivation level had already broken through to the late stage of the first rank when he entered the Fire Cloud Cave heaven for the second time. Despite this, Jiang Xia did not relax her vigilance in the slightest. When he emerged from the Fiery Cloud Cave for the fifth time, he finally succeeded in condensing his second battle rune, and his physical body was strengthened once again. Time flies. When Jiang Xia emerged from the Fire Cloud Cave for the eighth time, 9 days had passed since he wiped out the Gale Hunters. His cultivation also successfully broke through to the first level of the Ultimate Realm, and at the same time, the true seed in his physical body's divine treasure was also restored. After more than a month of nurturing, it grew smoothly and bore abundant fruit. Inside the physical body's divine treasure, the spine of the white tiger sacred beast that was previously there had completely disappeared, turning into a wisp of mist that floated quietly in the center of the treasure. As Jiang Xia focused her thoughts, the mist churned, and a giant white tiger emerged from it, letting out a terrifying roar. Immediately, a golden stream of light shot out from between the white tiger's eyebrows and entered Jiang Xia's sea of consciousness. A supernatural power called Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal appeared in Jiang Xia's heart. The next moment, Jiang Xia instinctively used the supernatural power. He slowly raised his right hand, and an ancient character appeared on it. This character was not one of the characters Jiang Xia recognized, but a mysterious intuition told him that it was the character Xing, meaning punishment. Moreover, he could sense the extreme killing intent and power of punishment emanating from the punishment character in his hand, as well as its terrifying might. Holding the character in her hand, Jiang Xia had an urge to throw it out and test its power. He then glanced at the hotel room he was in, and the power of poverty within him instantly suppressed his impulse. The Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal is not just something you can throw around to hit people. When an enemy is struck by the palm of punishment, the greater the power of the palm of punishment if the enemy has committed grave sins. This is also the second method to enhance the power of the palm punishment seal. The first method is related to his level of attainment. The power of the Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal increases as Jiang Xia's cultivation level rises, so there's no need for him to actively cultivate it. This is also one of the benefits of cultivating supernatural powers through the physical body's spiritual essence. In addition to the supernatural power of the Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal, there is also a gung metal killing aura. This killing intent of gung metal resides in Jiang Xia's dantian. With a thought, the killing intent of gung metal will burst forth from his body, attaching itself to weapons and enhancing their killing power. The killing energy of gung metal and the Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal are of the same nature, like mother and child. When upgrading the Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal, the killing energy of gung metal will also increase. Jiang Xia dispersed the hand seals and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Everything is ready now, except for that final push. Jiang Xia opened her personal terminal, accessed the Black Network, and sent a message to Zhao Xiong. I need all the information about the Rose Mercenary Group, especially the Blood Rose, the more detailed the better. On the other side, Zhao Xiong typed a question mark when he saw the message Jiang Xia sent. You'll get 10% of the profits after it's done, and I'll also give you the extra 10% you gave me this time. Are you serious, kid? You must have gotten confused from your cultivation. That's a whole large hunter group. This time, Jiang Xia did not reply to Zhao Xiong's messages. Explaining it bit by bit is too troublesome. It's better to let the other person process it on their own, which saves a lot of talking. Jiang Xia hadn't considered whether Zhao Xiong would refuse. From the conversations over the past few days, he had roughly figured out the other person's temperament. Zhao Xiong couldn't possibly resist the temptation of a deal that only required providing a little information to reap huge rewards. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Zhao Xiong's message popped up on the black web. Young Jiang, are you really confident you can wipe out the Rose Hunters, or are you just making fun of your Uncle Ji? Don't worry, I guarantee a win. At this moment, on the other side of the black net, Zhao Xiong's expression changed rapidly. He had thoroughly investigated Jiang Xia's information over the past few days, but the other party's exaggerated strength remained a mystery. He had sensed Jiang Xia's cultivation level when he visited that day, but she had only recently entered the mid-stage of the first rank. How could she kill a late-stage second-rank martial artist? Could it be that Jiang Xia has some powerful martial artist protecting her all along? However, this contradicts the information he found. Judging from Jiang Xia's past 18 years, the other party was just an ordinary orphan. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiong was amused by the information he had found. Given the other party's methods and character, how could he possibly be an ordinary orphan? Zhao Xiong stared at the chat interface on the terminal, then gritted his teeth and said each thing. Damn, let's do it. In any case, the worst outcome is that the money spent on collecting information will just go down the drain. But if they succeed, even a tenth of the Rose Hunter's wealth would be enough to cover his entire year's hard-earned income, and he wouldn't even have to lift a finger. He could simply sit at home and collect the money. At this moment, Zhao Xiong felt like he was walking a tightrope, and this feeling of winning big with small stakes made him very excited. On the other side, Zhang Xia looked at the message sent by Zhao Xiong and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. "I'll give you the information within an hour." Zhang Xia closed the chat interface and began purchasing the recovery potions she needed from the black market online store. The majority of these cases involved restoring qi and blood. Thanks to the persistence of the Pango bloodline, Zhang Xia can now fight for more than 10 hours at a time as long as his blood and qi are not depleted. Finally, Zhang Xia spent a huge sum of money to buy at life number 1 that could restore her condition, and at the same time replace the iron spear with a more durable and sharp alloy spear. After all, there are third-tier martial artists among the upcoming opponents, so how can we manage without a good weapon? When the black market delivered the goods and Zhang Xia was all ready to go, Zhao Xiong's information was also sent over. Zhang Xia's gaze swept quickly across the group, skipping over the ordinary members and looking directly at the core members of the Rose Hunters. Among these people, there were 12 second-tier extreme realm martial artists, dozens of second-tier late-stage martial artists, and nearly 200 other miscellaneous members. These people are not worried about Zhang Xia, who is still in the middle stage of the first rank after 7 or 8 days. Not to mention that his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and his cultivation level has reached the first order extreme realm. Among the Rose Hunters, Blood Rose is the most noteworthy. According to the information compiled by Zhao Xiong, the weapon used by Blood Rose is a long whip, and her martial spirit level is B grade, which is a red rose. Its main ability is to consume petals to quickly recover from injuries and enhance its own strength. The document does not specify the exact amount of improvement it can provide. Blood Rose's martial soul ability is decent, but her talent is ultimately mediocre, and she made no further progress after breaking through to the early stage of the third tier. That's how he came to this wilderness and created the Rose Hunters. Below them, there are 6 hunter groups that rely on the Blood Rose for survival, just like the Gale Hunters. Almost every hunter leader was trained by Blood Rose. Among them were several elderly people who had followed Blood Rose since its early days. Mad Tiger is one of them. Chapter 22: The Soaring Pure Qi. Zhang Xia shut down his personal terminal. He had already memorized the information about Blood Rose. At the same time, they understood why Blood Rose had offered a huge bounty for Mad Tiger's death. In ancient times, Kuang Hu's status was equivalent to that of a retainer. "My most loyal dog died, killed by some unknown young man. It would be strange if Blood Rose could swallow this bitter pill." Zhang Xia stood up, went to the window, and pulled back the curtains. This was the first time he had seen sunlight in 9 days, and he was still a little unaccustomed to it. His gaze passed through the window, and he could see that there were many malicious eyes staring at Zhang Xia's room window around the Yunlai Hotel. When a sharp-eyed wilderness hunter spotted Zhang Xia behind the window, he immediately let out a sharp whistle as a warning. In an instant, all the informants outside the hotel noticed Zhang Xia behind the window. Zhang Xia raised her hand and greeted the people with a smile before closing the curtains again. The Blood Rose's huge bounty wasn't all bad. It actually gave him a chance to make a name for himself. There are so many good people in this world. 9 days ago, the system's clean energy value began to accumulate at a steady and rapid pace, and has now exceeded 20,000. Zhang Xia, holding an alloy spear and carrying a backpack full of recovery potions, left the room. Now he is going to help these good people get out of their suffering as soon as possible and get on their way quickly. He is so kind. The moment she left the hotel, Zhang Xia sprinted towards the city gate. He knew without a doubt that there were plenty of wilderness hunters outside worry-free town waiting to exchange him for bounties. His objective this time was the Rose Hunters, and he had no time to waste on these wilderness hunters. He needed to finish the job quickly. Not long after Zhang Xia left the gates of Woyo town, the wilderness hunters who had been waiting there, having already heard rumors, could no longer suppress their greed and launched an attack on Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia naturally didn't tolerate these people and accepted all comers. Although he did not specifically study boxing techniques, he had already developed his own style of boxing through numerous hand-to-hand combats in the Dao Scroll world, learning from the surrounding witch clans and through his own practice. Zhang Xia's boxing style doesn't have any fancy moves. It focuses on sheer force, like sending bricks flying. Miracles happen with sheer power. Immediately, those martial artists who had been hiding and attacking Zhang Xia were sent flying backward at several times the speed they had come from. Many sharp-eyed wilderness hunters could clearly see that the warriors who were sent flying backwards had their chests and abdomens caved in, as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer, and were obviously not going to survive. For a moment, many wilderness hunters retreated, not daring to easily attack Jiang Xia. Only those wilderness hunters, blinded by the huge bounty, continued to attack Jiang Xia. As a great man once said, a single punch can prevent 100 more. Jiang Xia naturally treasured these words. His golden eyes scanned the surroundings, and he quickly spotted 3 onlookers behind a group of wilderness hunters. Although the 3 men did not make a move, Jiang Xia could still clearly sense the malice emanating from them. He immediately exerted his strength and forced back the several people who had come to attack him. Taking advantage of this opening, Jiang Xia quickly tensed her leg muscles, like a drawn bow ready to draw its full power. Bang! Dust and dirt billowed up from the ground, and debris flew everywhere. At this moment, the 3 people in the distance, who were chatting and laughing and planning to reap the benefits, had not yet had time to react. Immediately, a pair of golden eyes appeared forcefully in their field of vision. To kill the chicken as a warning to the monkey. If Jiang Xia wants to escape this place quickly, she must find a fat chicken to kill and intimidate the monkeys. These 3 wilderness hunters, exuding the aura of the second-tier extreme realm, were just right. Jiang Xia immediately went all out, and the tall, powerful phantom of her martial spirit flashed past behind her. Streaks of lightning appeared, terrifying bolts of lightning constantly shooting into the surrounding air, leaving behind a lingering burnt smell. Jiang Xia did not stop what he was doing. He mobilized a wisp of Gangjin killing intent and attached it to the alloy spear in his hand, causing its killing power to surge. Gentlemen, it's time to set off. Jiang Xia brandished her spear and swung it horizontally at the nearest person. Just as the man was about to turn away, a terrifying bolt of lightning was already upon him, causing him to freeze for a moment. By the time he came to his senses, the spear, carrying terrifying killing power, had already crashed down. The moment he was struck by the spear, the second-tier extreme realm wilderness hunter's body was flung several meters away like a ragdoll, until he crashed into a tree and came to a stop. If someone were to go and check at this moment, they would find that the person's bones and flesh had been shattered, leaving only a skin covering him. Jiang Xia's powerful attack was terrifying and ferocious, causing the remaining 2 to turn around and flee in terror. They knew they weren't much stronger than the wilderness hunter who was instantly killed by Jiang Xia. The opponents were powerless against the golden-eyed youth before them, so how could they possibly be a match for him? These 2 wilderness hunters only wanted to get away from the boy who seemed like a god of death. Bounties and muscle-strengthening pills are nothing compared to life and fortune. Jiang Xia was not about to let the 2 of them leave. Those who kill will be killed in return. Since the other party intended to kill him at the city gate to collect the bounty, it was reasonable for him to be killed by him. Jiang Xia took 3 steps at a time, her figure catching up with the 2 as fast as lightning. Why not just do the same thing, sending the enemy to their deaths with 1 shot each? Jiang Xia turned around and looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground outside the gate of Woyo town, and nodded in satisfaction. No trip was in vain, and none of these trips were in vain. Jiang Xia personally witnessed 3 renowned veteran wilderness hunters being shot down on the spot by Jiang Xia alone. Those greedy hunters, blinded by the bounty, all had clear eyes and quickly retreated away from Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia watched the group of wilderness hunters retreating and knew that no one would block their way anymore. He immediately turned to the location of the Rose Hunters' camp and quickly left the area. Only after Jiang Xia's figure completely disappeared did the wilderness hunters breathe a sigh of relief, feeling both shaken and fortunate to have survived. Thank goodness, this god of death probably has important things to do and hasn't paid any attention to us, otherwise I would be dead here today. A young man muttered. Many wilderness hunters in the area took this to heart. Damn it, which bastard spread this fake information? This kind of strength is a useless F-rank martial soul? Then my C rank is going to be invincible. The burly man wielding a giant axe cursed. For a moment, everyone present fell silent, and they all belatedly realized what had happened. While everyone was silent, someone whispered, I don't know if you guys noticed, but that god of slaughter's realm has already reached the 1st-tier extreme realm. According to the information, he has only been awakening his martial soul for a little over half a month. These words caused an even greater silence in the room. Chapter 23: The Engine of Team Annihilation. He awakened his martial spirit and broke through to the 1st-tier extreme realm in just over half a month. He held his own against nearly 100 second-tier martial artists. Finally, he single-handedly crossed an entire realm with just his spear, instantly killing 3 second-tier extreme realm martial artists. Where did this martial arts prodigy come from? They also realized a very serious problem. With this god of war's talent, breaking through to a higher realm is only a matter of time. Ordinary geniuses might not care about the small fry in their path, but that killing god is no ordinary person. Given his ruthless and decisive nature, if he were to encounter any of the people who had surrounded and killed him today in the wilderness, he would certainly not hesitate to strike without mercy. Thinking of this, the many wilderness hunters present instantly shuddered and their faces changed color. People die when they move, but trees thrive when they are moved. Moving is a must. As long as you can save your life and property, it's the same to make a living in the wilderness of another city. Meanwhile, Jiang Xia, who was running at top speed through the wilderness, was unaware of the psychological trauma her attack outside the city gates had left on the wilderness hunters of Jiangcheng. It should be around here. Jiang Xia stopped and scanned the surrounding woods, recalling the contents of the documents in her mind. A moment later, they found the strange rock described in the document under a towering tree. The stone, shaped like a human skull, had a red rose carved on its smooth surface. Jiang Xia arranged the stone skulls according to the instructions in the document, and then continued running wildly in the direction that the empty eyes of the stone skulls were looking. This forest is called the Enigma Forest. Even a second-tier martial artist would lose their way if they didn't pay close attention. But this is also an extremely suitable place to be a secret base. Once you master the tricks, you can freely enter and exit this labyrinthine forest. Jiang Xia just used the Rose Hunter's internal methods to get to the enemy's camp. Moreover, this route map is changed every day. Heaven knows how Zhao Xiong knew it. After a series of twists and turns, a rather large campsite came into Jiang Xia's view. Watching the wilderness hunters drinking, eating, and chatting in the camp, Jiang Xia then thought of the hard times he had endured during this period. Although only 9 days had passed in reality, he had stayed in the Fire Cloud Cave for more than 20 days. For more than 20 days, he cultivated without a moment's rest, never daring to slack off. He didn't need to be in such a hurry. He could have made the breakthrough more gradual. After nearly 2 months of intense training, Jiang Xia was furious when she saw the instigator's subordinates. We must kill them all. Violent. A sharp, explosive sound echoed throughout the camp, like the chirping of thousands of birds. For a moment, the members of the Rose Hunters, who were still drinking and eating heartily, looked blankly in the direction from which the sound came, the camp gate. As the smoke cleared, all that could be seen was a gun-wielding youth, his body crackling with lightning, standing amidst a pile of corpses. Blood was still dripping from the tip of the gun that was pointing diagonally at the ground. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Soon, a piercing alarm sounded in the camp. The members of the Rose Hunters, each armed, approached the uninvited guest at the gate. Although they didn't know how the other side found their camp, they knew how to quickly resolve a problem. Just kill that intruder. Shortly after the alarm sounded, people began to emerge from the tents one after another, all converging on the camp gate. At the very back of all the tents, there was a tent with an extravagant design. Blood Rose, the leader of the Rose Hunters, was among them. Blood Rose, holding a wineglass, lay on her side on the bed wearing a red silk nightgown, revealing a large expanse of her fair and smooth skin. She looked at the familiar figure on the monitor in front of her, downed the glass of red wine in one gulp, and gave instructions to the tall, cold-faced woman who had been waiting beside her. I want to live. Yes, Commander. Blood Rose was somewhat surprised by Jiang Xia's sudden visit, but she didn't pay much attention to it. It's just a level 1 kid, what kind of trouble can it cause? She might become somewhat interested if the person behind the other party arrived. However, when Blood Rose saw Jiang Xia's almost perfect face, which was like a work of art, her heart suddenly raced. She originally had no hope of capturing Jiang Xia alive, which is why she reluctantly added whether he lives or dies to the bounty. Now that they have delivered themselves to our doorstep, wouldn't it be a waste to kill them? I've never tasted anything so beautiful before, I must have a good time playing with it later. Thinking of something joyful, Blood Rose burst into silvery laughter. In this tent, a corpse with its eyes wide open in death lay quietly behind Blood Rose. At this moment, Jiang Xia was surrounded by the warriors of the Rose Hunters. The aura emanating from nearly 200 martial artists firmly locked onto the figure in the crowd. Jiang Xia's golden eyes swept over everyone present, and she nodded secretly. Good, most of the people have arrived, it's time to hit the road. Jiang Xia, who was still in everyone's sight, vanished in an instant like a ghost, leaving only a shallow pit trampled into the ground. The ultimate physical strength, combined with the instantaneous burst of lightning power, was enough to elevate Jiang Xia's speed to an unbelievable level. When Jiang Xia reappeared, she was already behind a warrior from the Rose Hunters, and at the same time, she grabbed the man's head and instantly refined him. Bang! The second-tier martial artist's hard skull ultimately couldn't withstand Jiang Xia's brute force, and it burst open like a watermelon, scattering red and white fragments all over the ground. Next, Jiang Xia repeated the same method, quickly moving left and right within the circle of Rose Hunter's warriors, and with each move, she took down a headless corpse. This operation looked smooth and efficient, but it only kills small fry. Jiang Xia did this naturally in order to clear the area quickly. He didn't want to have to guard against these villains' underhanded schemes during the upcoming battle, and he was also afraid that these people would escape. After all, evil must be eradicated completely. Jiang Xia was having a blast killing, but the weaker members of the hunter group were all trembling with fear. Jiang Xia appeared behind one of the hunters. Upon sensing the presence behind him, the wilderness hunter became uneasy and begged Jiang Xia for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Xia raised her hand without hesitation, showing no mercy to the other party. You've enjoyed everything you were entitled to, and now that disaster is upon you, you're trying to run away. It's too late. Jiang Xia's ruthless and merciless methods terrified many members of the hunter group. These people began to run haphazardly out of the camp, and no matter how the core members of the hunter group called out to them, they did not turn back. Jiang Xia ignored the people who were trying to escape. The Rose Hunters had over 200 members, but he stormed into the camp all by himself. I never intended to wipe them all out like I did with the Gale Hunters. Even killing 200 pigs would take half a day, let alone 200 were so intelligent people. Chapter 24 Blood Rose. Just as Jiang Xia began her killing spree in the camp, Blood Rose paid no attention to this and continued to slowly savor her red wine. To her, those weak peripheral members were just cannon fodder anyway, so their deaths were no big deal. But Blood Rose's expression finally changed after Jiang Xia pierced through a second-tier Extreme Realm martial artist with a single spear thrust. Every second-tier Extreme Realm martial artist is an important asset to the hunter group. The loss of even one is a tremendous loss. After throwing the corpse off his gun, Jiang Xia quickly moved to the front of another second-tier Extreme Realm martial artist. Blood Rose realized that if she didn't take action soon, her hard-earned business might really be destroyed by that seemingly harmless young man. In the camp, the core members of the Rose Hunters looked at the two corpses lying in a pool of blood, their expressions more solemn than ever before. They could accept that Jiang Xia escaped from the encirclement of many core members, but they could not accept that Jiang Xia killed two of his comrades so easily. It should be noted that these core members are all battle-hardened second-tier Extreme Realm martial artists. The young man who made the move was only at the first level of the Extreme Realm. Many of the core members of the Rose Hunters began to look at Jiang Xia with a crazed, jealous, and even a hint of fear that they themselves did not notice. Jiang Xia's golden eyes were fixed on the core members of the Rose Hunters who were surrounding him. 2 of the 12 core players have left, but there are still 10 left. He was confident that he could easily win and kill his opponents in 1-on-1, 1-on-2, or even 1-on-3 situations. However, facing 10 opponents alone, without activating Soul Fusion, is ultimately too much of a stretch. None of the wilderness hunters who can survive in the wilderness and break through to the second-tier Extreme Realm are ordinary people. Each of them must have their own trump card. Moreover, Blood Rose, the leader of the Rose Hunters, has not shown up. Even after he risked his life to kill 2 core members, the other party still did not appear. Like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, it was ready to strike its prey when it showed signs of fatigue. Finally, a core member broke the stalemate and took the initiative to attack Jiang Xia, followed closely by the rest of the core members. Jiang Xia sighed as she watched the 10 people who were attacking her. He could understand, after all, man proposes, God disposes, and plans often deviate significantly from reality. Jiang Xia no longer concealed her actions and activated Soul Fusion. A gigantic phantom of a martial spirit, with a tiger's head and a human body, holding a snake in its mouth, appeared behind him, resembling a deity manifesting in the world. The core members who had launched the attack on Jiang Xia were stunned for a moment upon seeing this scene. What the hell is that, a martial spirit? Then what's behind us? Brother, shut it down. It's pointless, really pointless. Some core members looked back at their own giant wolf phantom, which was less than 3 meters tall, forming a stark contrast with the 3 zhang tall, almost solidified martial spirit in front of them. Yes, they're cute even when they're small. The next moment, Chang Liang's martial spirit shattered instantly, turning into streams of light that entered Jiang Xia's body. Before the core members could recover from this sudden change, they saw the young man's figure rapidly grow taller, his shirt torn, and his blood churning. In an instant, an intense killing intent, almost solidified, stirred the nerves of those present. These wilderness hunters, honed by countless near-death experiences, were also frantically warning them. Get away from this boy as fast as you can, or you'll die. They moving entirely on instinct. The core members, their faces contorted with disbelief, quickly fled into the distance. The Rose Hunters, the Blood Rose, loyalty, all were thrown to the back of their minds. All they want now is to leave this place and get as far away from that monster as possible. But the next moment, a sigh clearly reached everyone's ears. Why do you people always have to run away? Killing you one by one like this is just too much effort. Along with the sound came the whistling wind from behind, and the lingering aura of blood. Bang! Ah! One of the core members running at the front felt as if he had crashed into a thick steel plate, and then he felt a large hand cover his face. The sound of skulls shattering was incessant. He had just uttered his last words when his head exploded like a watermelon shot by a sniper rifle. Then came the second, the third, and the fourth month, until there were no more survivors in the camp. A black-haired, golden-eyed boy stood in the center of the camp, surrounded by corpses lying in disarray. He was like a king who brought death, welcoming the pilgrims of the dead. You're all dead, why aren't you coming out? Blood rose. Smack! 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 Short, loud claps rang out in the quiet camp. In the lavishly decorated tent at the very back of the camp, Blood Rose, holding a steel whip and dressed in combat gear, walked out while clapping. What a spectacular show! A first-level martial artist crossing an entire major realm to defeat a second-level one. I've never seen such a prodigy as you before. My interest in you is growing stronger. Blood Rose gently licked her red lips, her alluring eyes lingering on Jiang Xiao's perfect face and exposed upper body. But deep within his eyes, behind that intense desire, lay a profound fear. Blood Rose had long wanted to deal with the boy who had destroyed the power she had painstakingly built. But Jiang Xiao's sudden second transformation stopped her from stepping out of the tent. Simply because she sensed the threat of death emanating from Jiang Xia. So she stopped and waited quietly for the sudden surge of power in the young man to subside. Blood Rose was also gambling, betting that Jiang Xiao's power wouldn't last long. Sure enough, her gamble paid off, and her wait was worthwhile. Blood Rose looked at the gradually weakening aura and wolf smoke on Jiang Xiao's body, and a dazzling smile bloomed on her face. Little brother, if you now serve me as your master and are at my beck and call, I might consider sparing your life. Jiang Xia remained silent, her golden eyes, as calm as a mirror, coldly staring at Blood Rose. The next moment, he moved, his figure flashed and he arrived at Blood Rose's side, launching a powerful whip kick at her. Blood Rose also swung her leg to block, but the immense force almost made her lose her footing, causing her internal organs to tremble. Fortunately, she withstood the strain thanks to her physical abilities as a third-tier martial artist. Seeing that her first attack had failed, Jiang Xia changed her offensive, smashing her fist down towards Blood Rose's face. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, a rain of punches. His powerful, bone-crunching attacks allow him to fully utilize the strength of his body. Compared to using a spear, close-quarters combat is more suitable for Jiang Xia at this stage. Faced with this fierce offensive, Blood Rose was powerless to resist and could only passively defend. Her initial feeling was correct: the opponent in this state could indeed pose a threat to her, a third-tier martial artist. Chapter 25: The Oriole. Blood Rose was secretly surprised by Jiang Xia's strength, and also glad that the other party was foolish. She could have waited until she had grown up before coming to her. Unexpectedly, the other party was so impatient that they came to our door all by themselves. As Blood Rose sensed Jiang Xia's power gradually weakening and her speed slowing down, a slow smile crept onto her lips. My turn. Blood Rose, who had been under constant pressure, suddenly exerted her strength and forced Jiang Xia back. At the same time, he swung his steel whip, leaving a deep, bone-revealing welt on Jiang Xia's chest. Despite the sharp pain in her chest, Jiang Xia quickly took off her backpack, took out the Life No. 1 medicine, and poured it into her mouth. The powerful life energy was quickly absorbed as soon as it entered his abdomen, and combined with the blood and chi of the Pango bloodline, the injuries in his body were rapidly healing. The swollen wound healed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of a recovery potion costing 500,000 yuan per vial, its effects were top-notch. Blood Rose's expression darkened upon seeing this, and she quickened her attacks, giving Jiang Xia no time to recover. Jiang Xia brandished her spear, struggling to fend off the barrage of whips that came crashing down upon her. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Despite their best efforts to resist, several whip shadows still struck their bodies, tearing their skin and flesh. If we consider first-tier and second-tier martial artists as still within the realm of humanity, a third-tier martial artist is someone who is transforming into a non-human being, touching the threshold of the extraordinary. The first to third stages involve martial artists using source energy to refine themselves and construct source energy organs in order to better accommodate source energy in the future. Therefore, the further one progresses, the greater the gap between ranks becomes. the key lies in the source of energy. As a third-tier martial artist, Blood Rose has begun to construct her third source energy organ. Similarly, with the support of nearly 3 source energy organs, he also possessed a slight privilege of using source energy. Blood Rose continued to lash at Jiang Xia with her steel whip, but at a certain moment, a barely perceptible layer of light covered the surface of the whip. Then, he was thrown out forcefully. Snap! The steel whip lashed the air, producing a thunderous crack. Jiang Xia was alert, but she was still a step too late. The attack, imbued with source energy, struck him with terrifying speed. Jiang Xia was immediately sent flying, and he could hear the cracking sounds of his ribs breaking. Even with Jiang Xia's current physical condition, she couldn't withstand such a devastating blow. However, having succeeded in her attack, Blood Rose showed no signs of stopping her offensive. She continued to lash the dying figure lying on the ground with her whip. Blood Rose was breathing rapidly and her face was pale, clearly indicating that using source energy at this stage was also a huge drain on her. Looking at the barely breathing figure on the ground, a sinister smile slowly appeared on his face. She swung her steel whip, wrapped it around Jiang Xia's body, and pulled her towards her forcefully. However, a sudden change occurred. As Jiang Xia continued to approach the Blood Rose, she suddenly opened her eyes, her blood and she surging violently once again, and blood-red smoke billowed into the sky. At the same time, the terrible injuries on the body are also healing rapidly under the influence of qi and blood. Jiang Xia held a gun in her left hand and made a hand seal with her right, and an ancient character for punishment appeared. The Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal. Then, it slammed down on Blood Rose, whose smile had frozen. Boom! Blood Rose felt as if a heavy armored vehicle had run over her body, accompanied by a pain that went deep into her soul. In a hazy state, she seemed to see a majestic white tiger phantom standing high in the sky, letting out an angry roar, and bestowing divine punishment upon her for all her previous sins. The Western White Tiger Palm's punishment mark was applied to his body, and the Blood Rose flew out like a tattered sack. But in an instant, Jiang Xia, with her quick reflexes, grabbed him by the neck and pulled him back. Looking at the Blood Rose in her hand, which offered no resistance, Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had used the Palm Punishment Seal against an enemy, and he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. With the blessing of the Soul Fusion state, he instantly killed the Blood Rose, who was at the early stage of the third tier, with a single blow. However, the cost is also enormous. This attack nearly emptied Jiang Xia out, almost causing him to exit the Soul Fusion state. At this moment, Blood Rose's consciousness, which had been affected by the Palm Punishment Seal, had returned. She opened her eyes, and the unusual sensation on her neck made her realize what had happened. Blood Rose smiled bitterly. She had lost. Hee hee, you win. You really are cunning. Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Ms. Blood Rose, you flatter me. After all, I am only at the first level of the extreme realm. It is only reasonable for me to use some tricks to deal with a senior like you who is at the third level. Blood Rose suddenly thought of something, and the corners of her mouth slowly curved into a smile. Based on the information we have, you have just turned 18 this year. How does it feel to kill so many people for the first time? Don't worry, these people will crawl out from the shadows in your dreams, in every night you are alone, to seek revenge on you. Those you have killed will haunt you forever. Blood Rose seemed to be provoked by the scene before her, recalling some past she didn't want to face, and her emotions began to run wild with her words. She hurled a vicious curse at Jiang Xia. Blood Rose has seen too many people who have just arrived in the wilderness gradually develop inner demons due to excessive killing, making it difficult for them to make any progress in their martial arts realm. If those whose edges have long been smoothed out by life in the world are like this, let alone Jiang Xia, who has committed such atrocities at such a young age. Even if she dies, she will plant the seed of inner demon in Jiang Xia's heart, waiting for it to quietly bloom and block Jiang Xia's path of martial arts. Because she was like that before. Jiang Xia looked at Blood Rose with a strange expression, wondering what nonsense this woman was spouting. Lady Blood Rose, although you are about to die, I still want to make it clear that it was not I who killed these people, but you. They all lost their lives because of one of your orders. Look, so many people have been killed by you. 1, 2, 3 more than 100 corpses on this ground died because of you alone. So, the one who should go to hell to be their victim of revenge is you, Lady Blood Rose. Jiang Xia's lips curled into a smile. Trying to use moral blackmail and psychological manipulation? You think you're worthy? Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, Blood Rose began to twist and struggle even more violently, while uttering the most vicious curses. Put! Blood Rose's voice stopped abruptly. Below her line of sight, she could clearly see the arm that had pierced her chest. She looked at the young man in front of her who still had a smile on his face, as if he was doing nothing more than a trivial matter. Her golden eyes were completely still, devoid of any emotion, utterly indifferent, before her consciousness faded into silence. Jiang Xia released her grip, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. Thus, the Rose Hunters were completely wiped out. Even if some people escape, it won't be a big deal, they're just cannon fodder anyway. How much loyalty can someone have who runs away when the Rose Hunters are attacked? Jiang Xia took a deep breath, and as soon as she relaxed, her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. The time for soul fusion has come. He used soul fusion twice in a short period of time, and his body was already completely exhausted. Jiang Xia closed her eyes, just about to take a good rest, when she heard footsteps coming from afar. Chapter 26: The End of the Ba Brothers. Big brother, are we really going to go? That kid is too damn weird. Didn't he just awaken his martial soul not long ago? Yeah, brother, could it be that old bastard Ji Xiang is lying to us? Killing a third-level enemy with only one level? I wouldn't even dare to brag like that. Alright, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Besides, that kid is now severely injured and exhausted, which is our chance to strike. Not only will his bounty be ours, but also the remnants of the Rose Hunters Guild. If we delay any longer, we'll miss this opportunity once he recovers. Ba Da's eyes were fixed on the figure lying in the camp. After confirming that the other party showed no sign of getting up again, he walked out excitedly, followed closely by the other Ba brothers. Closer, even closer. Just as Ba De raised his blade, preparing to strike, a faint sigh rang out. Sigh, I thought it would be a big fish that could catch the prey, but it turned out to be just 5 worthless maggots. Ba Da's excited expression froze on his face, and his hands gripping the knife trembled uncontrollably. The young man, who should have been critically injured and on the verge of death after his battle with Blood Rose, slowly stood up. The events that just happened at the camp are still fresh in my mind. The young man in front of them, with just one gun, single-handedly defeated the renowned Rose Hunters in the wilderness. Now that the other party has actually stood up on his own, how could Ba De not be terrified? But he soon discovered that the young man in front of him was indeed still seriously injured and could not even stand steadily. Upon seeing this, Ba De's fearful and uneasy expression suddenly turned into a ferocious one. Behind him, a phantom of his martial spirit flashed by, his body suddenly lurching forward as his long sword slashed down heavily. Go to hell! Jiang Xia looked at the oncoming blade without dodging or avoiding it. Her pale face still held a calm expression. He then bit the capsule that he had been hiding under his tongue. A powerful life force, far exceeding that of Life 1, quickly filled the severely injured body, repairing its damage. Jiang Xia's lips twitched. He had thought he could save the Life No. 1 condensed edition worth 1 million Dongxia coins this time. Unexpectedly, these 5 strange things appeared in the end. Jiang Xia desperately suppressed the process of the intense medicinal power within her body repairing itself. It remains in a state of half dead, half alive. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed Ba Da's wrist, which was holding the knife, and squeezed it hard. Crack! The sound of bone breaking rang out. Ba Da let out a painful howl, while looking at the young man in front of him with suspicion and uncertainty. If you're not a brother, how can you still have so much energy when you're almost dead? Ba Da was unsure about Jiang Xia's condition, but the die was cast and the arrow had to be released. He clenched his free left hand into a fist and slammed it towards Jiang Xia. The punch landed squarely on Jiang Xia's chest without any resistance. But Ba De showed no joy whatsoever. His eyes widened, and he felt as if the punch had vanished without a trace, leaving not a ripple. However, Jiang Xia suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled into Ba Da's arms. From an angle that others cannot see. The instant Jiang Xia fell into Ba Da's arms, she formed a hand seal. The Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal was activated instantly, striking Ba Da directly in the chest and severing all of his life force. Ba Da lay on his back with his pupils wide open, his eyes wide open in death. Jiang Xia also staggered a few steps and fell to the ground, but struggled to her feet again. The other 4 Ba brothers, seeing their eldest brother die so inexplicably, were enraged and charged at Jiang Xia without regard for anything else. However, what happened next left the 4 Ba brothers completely bewildered, as if they had seen a ghost. The young man in the arena remained in a half-dead, severely injured state, yet he was still able to stand and dodge attacks despite being surrounded by 4 people. Gradually, the 4 Ba brothers died one by one in this bizarre battle. Finally, amidst Ba Wu's despairing expression, Jiang Xia, her steps unsteady, took a long sword from who knows who and pierced it directly through Ba Wu's temple. He collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted, unable to stand up. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and soon half an hour had passed. The young man, who should have been on the verge of death, opened his bright golden eyes at this moment. Jiang Xia rolled over and stood up, stretching vigorously, her bones cracking all over. The young man's eyes were now bright and alert, and his energy was high. He was nowhere near as exhausted as he had been moments before. Even the deep, bone-revealing whip marks on his upper body from the blood rose had disappeared, leaving not a single scar. Jiang Xia stretched her limbs while scanning her surroundings, and only breathed a sigh of relief after finding nothing amiss. It seems that apart from these 5 brilliant minds, there are no other cunning birds to catch the worm. Jiang Xia walked to the headless corpse of Blood Rose, kicked it, and clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. You call yourself a third-tier martial artist and the leader of a large hunter group? You don't even know your own group is being infiltrated to the point of being riddled with holes. After saying that, Jiang Xia took out her personal terminal, opened the video, and recorded the scene in the camp, giving Blood Rose a close-up. He then sent the video to Zhao Xiong via a black market website. Come quickly! Question mark. Not long after, Zhao Xiong also sent a video. Jiang Xia clicked on it, and it was a video of the other party driving here. Through the rousing car music in the video, he could sense Zhao Xiong's excitement. Jiang Xia smiled and shut down her personal terminal, then began cleaning up the battlefield. 20 minutes later, the roar of the engine echoed through the dense forest, and a massive machine sprang out of the woods and stopped at the camp entrance. As you can see, there is a scene of utter devastation behind this behemoth. Zhao Xiong, clutching his back, jumped out of the car and walked into the camp, cursing under his breath. Thankfully, Blood Rose built the camp on the edge of the misty forest. Otherwise, if he had driven in, his bones would probably have been shaken to pieces. Hearing the noise, Jiang Xia came out of the tent with the armor and weapons she had looted. But when he saw the ferocious beast parked at the entrance of the camp, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. The vehicle body was welded from an unknown type of steel, which gleamed darkly in the sunlight, and was supported by 4 huge wheels. What particularly catches the attention of newcomers are the menacing blade-like gears embedded in the giant beast's mouth. Its power when it spins is self-evident. Just look at the trees that have been cut down. Jiang Xia's eyes gleamed as she quickly approached the giant beast and examined it closely. No man could resist such a steel monster. Old Zhao, where did you get this thing? Doesn't the city defense force care? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiong's face immediately darkened. All right, you're going to use Uncle Zhao but not Old Zhao, right? Zhao Xiong's eyes darted around, and he gave Jiang Xia a mysterious smile. If you ask me, this thing must have come from the city garrison. Chapter 27: The Return Journey. Upon hearing Zhao Xiong's words, Jiang Xia quickly withdrew her hand that had been reaching for the steel behemoth. He then turned and walked back to the camp. What a joke! Do you think someone like him, a nobody, could possibly extort money from the city's defense forces? No matter how Zhao Xiong called Jiang Xia's name from behind, Jiang Xia acted as if she hadn't heard him and continued to loot equipment on her own. It's irrelevant, completely irrelevant. What car? What Zhao Xiong? Doesn't he know? Seeing Jiang Xia's appearance, Zhao Xiong also laughed and scolded her. He walked up to Jiang Xia, took the weapons and armor from her, and headed towards the camp gate. Don't worry, although the car belongs to the city guard, it's an old model that was phased out a long time ago. I'm renting it through proper procedures. Oh. Neither of them spoke after that, for no other reason than that the Rose Hunters were simply too wealthy. It's safe to say they're a veteran hunter team that has roamed the wilderness for over a decade. Even disregarding the assets stored in Starnet Bank and the Eternal Treasury, the camp alone was enough to make Jiang Xia and Zhao Xiong's mouths water. Time flew by in the busy atmosphere. 2 hours later, Jiang Xia and Zhao Xiong stood in front of the steel behemoth, looking at the overflowing spoils in the back truck bed, and couldn't help but chuckle strangely. Soon, the steel behemoth, which had only briefly stopped there, started moving again and headed out of the forest, leaving behind only an empty camp and corpses scattered everywhere. Jiang Xia sat in the car, gazing at the distant plains and forests. It was a landscape he had never closely observed since arriving in the wilderness, and it was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Turning her gaze away, Jiang Xia looked through the rearview mirror at the truck bed full of spoils, her heart pounding. Old Zhao, what do you say? Stop, I know what you're trying to say. Zhao Xiong interrupted Jiang Xia directly. Although they had only known each other for a short time, based on his current understanding of Jiang Xia, he could guess what she had eaten for lunch just by farting. Don't even think about it. You can say that your taking down of the Rose Hunters is a personal grudge and understandable. But if you go after other hunter groups, you'll be breaking the rules. At that time, a 4th-level martial artist may personally come to your door to offer you warmth. After all, you have the strength to destroy the rose hunters on your own. From the moment you revealed your strength, you have already broken away from the current rules and been bound by new and higher rules. These are the rules of the dark side of the world, and everyone who benefits from them will abide by them. No one wants to break them. After all, who would turn down money? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia pursed her lips and could only sigh regretfully. She should have offended a few more hunter groups before taking action. It's always easier to do business with no initial investment. Jiang Xia understood the unspoken rules Zhao Xiong mentioned, since everyone was in the same boat. If someone suddenly loses their job, it affects everyone. Although Jiang Xia is currently only a 1st-level martial artist, and although he is just a useless little Kalimi. However, if he doesn't follow the rules, it will still affect the interests of those in the shadows of Jiangcheng. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Even a fool could guess what those people would do. When Zhao Xiong saw Jiang Xia's sighing expression, he knew he had guessed correctly. After a journey of more than 20 minutes, the heavy-duty pickup truck stopped on a hillside 1 kilometer away from Woyo town. So, should we drive straight in, or be more discreet and send the materials in smaller batches? Zhao Xiong asked, looking at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia didn't answer directly, but instead said something seemingly out of context. Old Zhao, we're almost in the city, aren't you going to make a move yet? All my methods are currently on cooldown. This is your golden opportunity. As long as you kill me, you can keep all these materials for yourself. I believe that even for you, these subsequent gains will be a huge benefit. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, Zhao Xiang's expression stiffened for a moment before gradually turning cold. He looked at Jiang Xia and gently shook his head. Although I am not a good person, I still have my own bottom line. Zhao Xiong took out a crumpled cigarette case from his shirt pocket, lit a cigarette, and began to puff away. He looked out the car window at the sunset, as if enjoying the peaceful afternoon. Jiang Xia, do you know why I've been able to live peacefully in the darkness until now? Jiang Xia did not reply, but simply waited quietly for what would happen next. That means I never take what doesn't belong to me. Sometimes the more you greedily take, the faster you die. You never know how terrifying an abyss is waiting for you behind a seemingly delicious cake. As he spoke, Zhao Xiong stared directly into the young man's bright golden eyes with his murky gaze. Jiang Xia grinned, and he laughed, a very unrestrained laugh. He then patted Zhao Xiong on the shoulder forcefully, without saying anything more, as if the conversation had never happened. At this moment, Zhao Xiong's back was already covered in cold sweat. He had felt an immense sense of crisis when Jiang Xia spoke. It was as if an unseen, ferocious beast was opening its massive jaws, full of fangs, in the surrounding air, waiting for its prey to walk into its trap. Zhao Xiong couldn't help but glance at Jiang Xia out of the corner of his eye. It was really strange that he, a martial artist at the late stage of the 3rd rank, could be so frightened by a novice. Thankfully, there was no one else around, otherwise I would have been incredibly embarrassed. After a brief silence, Zhao Xiong repeated the question and offered what seemed to be a more reliable suggestion. I think it would be better if we broke up our group and entered Woyo town in smaller groups. Leaving aside the materials that follow, just the fact that you destroyed Blood Rose is a different matter than whether many people will know it later or not. A tree that stands out in the forest will be felled by the wind. Being burdened by fame too early is not a good thing. Upon hearing Zhao Xiong's words, Jiang Xia's gaze towards him gradually turned hostile. Such a great opportunity to become famous, and you want me to keep a low profile? What about the rare energy I get from the high-level lottery? Jiang Xia made such a grand show of attacking from inside the city to outside, and after a great battle outside the city, she attacked the Rose Hunters. What is he trying to achieve by doing this? Isn't it all for the sake of showing off in front of more people and gaining more pure energy? Heaven have mercy, Jiang has been activating the system for so long, yet he has never tasted the thrill of a high-level lottery. Zhao Xiong met Jiang Xia's unfriendly gaze and instantly understood. Okay, he knew it. From the moment Jiang Xia annihilated the Gale Hunters and swaggered into worry-free town with his year's worth of spoils, he knew that this was definitely not someone who would be low-key and well-behaved. That makes sense. If he had the same talent, he could be even more arrogant than Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia patted Zhao Xiong on the shoulder and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, Lao Zhao, I understand what you're saying." He then smiled mysteriously. The tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. That is the fate of ordinary geniuses. But I'm a cheat code. Chapter 28 Reputation. Zhao Xiong was still in a daze and did not understand what Jiang Xia meant. Upon hearing Jiang Xia say "let's go," his body instinctively started the car. Just then, Jiang Xia suddenly called out to Zhao Xiong again. "Wait a minute, Lao Zhao, I'll set off some fireworks to liven things up." As she spoke, Jiang Xia tossed a spherical object that she had been playing with for a long time far away. Rumble! Flames flew across the distant hillside, and a huge black mushroom cloud rose into the sky. In Woyo Town, not far from the explosion site, a strong tremor was felt, prompting many people to come out of their homes to inquire what had happened. Meanwhile, the ragtag soldiers on the walls of Woyo Town stared in disbelief at the enormous mushroom cloud in the distance. Inside the heavily armed pickup truck, Zhao Xiong finally came to his senses. He now finally understood why he felt the threat of death from Jiang Xia. So, from beginning to end, he was sharing a bed with a Yangyan lightning that was powerful enough to threaten a 4th-level martial artist. "You bastard surnamed Jiang, you son of a bitch. Relax, Lao Zhao. They didn't bomb us, did they? If they don't want to keep a low profile, then they're bound to do something big." Although Jiang Xia said this, he was actually sweating profusely. He found this Sunfire lightning from Blood Rose's private collection. The description was also simple and unadorned, no one below the 4th rank survived. Jiang Xia looked at the black mushroom cloud that was about to dissipate in the distance and swallowed hard. Thankfully, Blood Rose didn't have the guts to blow up the entire camp otherwise, no matter how many times he went into overdrive, he would have been doomed if she had used that thing. At this moment, Jiang Xia's heart, which had been inflated by killing a 3rd-level martial artist despite being of a higher level, sank to the bottom. During his time traveling through the wilderness, he had been fighting with a spear and almost forgot that this world was not only thriving in martial arts, but also in various advanced technological weapons. Jiang Xia wiped away non-existent cold sweat from her forehead. It seems he needs to be more careful in the future. Who knows if his opponent might suddenly pull out a powerful weapon and destroy it. As the steel behemoth approached from afar, the soldiers guarding the gates of Woyo Town immediately opened the roadblocks and let it pass when they saw the city guard insignia on the vehicle. Along the way, many people pointed and whispered about the steel behemoth, but some observant individuals still took a closer look at the 2 people inside the vehicle. It wasn't until someone clearly saw Jiang Xia's face sitting in the passenger seat that they hurriedly opened their personal terminal and started filming. After Blood Rose issued the huge bounty, Jiang Xia's name and portrait became almost universally known, if not universally recognized. Not to mention that the other side had made such a big show of things at the city gate that morning. Suddenly, the forum for Jiangcheng wilderness hunters became lively. What people talk about most is the full array of equipment at the back of that armored vehicle. Many people took clear pictures of the truck bed from upstairs, and you can see that a lot of equipment still has traces of blood on it, which looks like it was left in the last 2 days. This big shot probably wiped out another medium-sized hunter group belonging to the Rose Hunters. It could be more than that. Judging from the amount of equipment in the truck bed, it's at least enough for 3 medium-sized hunter groups. TSK, the boss is indeed a big shot. An F-level martial soul, and it's only been less than 20 days since it was awakened, yet it already has this strength. I really feel like I've wasted my life. Don't insult dogs, upstairs. Nobody actually believes that stuff anymore. Who uploaded that idiot? With more wilderness hunters joining, the topics on the Jiangcheng Wilderness Forum have gradually started to veer off course. Until a veteran revenant who hadn't been involved in the whole thing, but had made a comment. Why couldn't it have been that kid who wiped out the Rose Hunters? Besides, that information is absolutely genuine, because I'm the one who uploaded it. For a moment, almost all the revenant hunters who saw this comment fell silent. No one doubted the authenticity of the comments, nor dared to. The person who made the comment was none other than Shadow, the leader of the Shadow Edge Hunters, one of the 5 large hunter groups in the wilderness. Inside a secluded warehouse in Wuyo Town, Jiang Xia was drinking soda and browsing the forum, completely ignoring Zhao Xiong, who was busy moving goods from an armored vehicle to the side. At first, Zhao Xiong was quite unhappy with Jiang Xia's inaction. These things only account for 10% of what I own. If you don't do it, I won't either. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to make a move. But later, Jiang Xia increased the stake again, giving Zhao Xiong an extra 10%, and that's how things turned out. He still remembers that Zhao Xiong's ability to change his expression at that time was truly remarkable. But soon, Jiang Xia's expression turned extremely ugly, and she glared angrily at the ID named Nest of Shadows. Fine, orphans have no human rights, just open the box for me. Damn, where's the lawyer? Jiang Xia believed that if needed, these people could dig up everything he had done since he was a child. There really is no privacy in the internet age. Zhao Xiong then unloaded all the cargo from the truck bed. He watched as Jiang Xia stared intently at her personal terminal, her face alternating between pale and flushed, and couldn't help but chuckle. Upon getting closer and seeing the comment on the forum, he could only sigh, pat Jiang Xia on the shoulder, but didn't say anything to comfort her. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Since you don't want to keep a low profile, it's inevitable that people will find out your past. Jiang Xia shut down his personal terminal, feeling incredibly grateful that he hadn't done anything that would have been disastrous for him. Although the box was opened, it's not all bad, at least the purity value is growing well. It had just broken 20,000 this morning, and now it's heading straight for the 100,000 mark. It's conceivable that once it's confirmed outside that the Rose Hunters have been wiped out, the purity value will increase again. Jiang Xia is now eagerly anticipating returning to the hotel to participate in the lucky draw. He then looked at Zhao Xiong, who was sprawled on the sofa like a salted fish. Old Zhao, have you forgotten something? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiong looked at Jiang Xia blankly, then quickly understood, rolled his eyes at Jiang Xia, and lay back down. For large transactions, the Black Network Monitor must supervise the transaction. Just wait, I have already reported it, and I estimate that the Black Network Monitor will be here within an hour. Jiang Xia nodded, then moved closer to Zhao Xiong and said with a smile, Uncle Zhao, there's something I'd like you to do me a favor for. Zhao Xiong stood up and looked at Jiang Xia warily. No money, no life, can't do big things, and don't want to do small things. Jiang Xia had anticipated this, and immediately held up 5 fingers. 10%, I'll add another 10%. Despite Jiang Xia's financial offensive, Zhao Xiong's vigilance remained undiminished. Judging from Jiang Xia's attitude of using people favorably and discarding them unjustly, she's even started shamelessly calling him Uncle Zhao. She's definitely up to no good. Tell me what it is first, and then I'll consider whether I agree or not. Then Jiang Xia smiled shyly, I want to know the specific location of this 10-school joint exam. Chapter 29 10,000 pieces of pure qi, advanced lottery. Zhao Xiong's vision went black again and again, and his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally died. Damn it, we shouldn't have let that bastard speak. Zhao Xiong sighed and gave Jiang Xia a deep look. Tell me, what are you going to do in the assessment area? You can't possibly be planning to wipe out all the assessment students like you did with the Rose Hunters, can you? Hearing that Zhao Xiong did not directly reject her, Jiang Xia immediately understood that there was a chance. Old Zhao, you know my situation. I want to participate in the martial arts exam, but it's impossible for me to go back to school. So if I want to participate in the martial arts exam, I have to join a force that has been granted qualifications by the Martial Arts Bureau. Perfect timing, the joint entrance exam of 10 schools will be attended by almost all the big shots from all the major powers in Jiangcheng. Old Zhao, don't you think this is my chance? You know my strength. Saying I'm the best in Jiangcheng this year is an understatement. Zhao Xiong nodded knowingly, then frowned and pondered. I can help you with this, but only if you don't cause any trouble. Also, I want another 40% of this batch of goods, making it 50% in total. This is our second collaboration, so I'll be frank, I can only take a maximum of 20% of this 50%, the rest will be given away. Upon hearing Zhao Xiong's words, Jiang Xia nodded in agreement without hesitation. He had actually planned to give all the money away, but he didn't expect to save 50%. Jiang Xia didn't take Zhao Xiong's last explanation to heart at all. It was already quite generous of him to be willing to help her with this favor. Connections are resources, and so is caution. How much Zhao Xiong can gain from them depends entirely on the other party's abilities. Even if 50% of the money ends up in the other party's pocket, as long as the job is done, no one will say anything. Before long, the BlackNet surveillance team arrived as scheduled. Zhao Xiong took out a list of items and handed it to the other party. The final spoils from the Rose Hunters totaled 65 million Dongxia coins. The moment the money arrived in his account, Jiang Xia transferred 35 million to Zhao Xiong. What is this? Zhao Xiong asked, looking at the extra 2.5 million. 250 is unlucky, so I'll round it up for you, Jiang Xia said nonchalantly. Zhao Xiong didn't mention the previous incident, but Jiang Xia couldn't pretend nothing had happened. Zhao Xiong has been handling all these miscellaneous matters along the way, so giving him an extra 2.5 million is really not much. Then I thank Mr. Jiang for his generosity. Zhao Xiong smiled slightly. It was indeed more comfortable to cooperate with smart people. Just as Jiang Xia was about to leave, Zhao Xiong called him back. Young man Jiang, don't you want these? Jiang Xia turned around and saw Zhao Xiong pointing at a pile of personal terminals, so she waved her hand and said, I don't need these. If you have connections, old Zhao, you can take them all. Good lad, I've been waiting for you to say that. Zhao Xiong excitedly put all the personal terminals into his bag. Jiang Xia looked at Zhao Xiong, whose old face was practically beaming with joy, and was completely bewildered. Old Zhao, it's just a bunch of second-hand terminals, it's not that big of a deal, look how happy you are. You don't understand. Ordinary personal terminals are indeed not very useful and can only be sold second-hand. But these are the personal terminals of the Rose Hunters, not to mention that there are Blood Rose's personal terminals among them. If we can crack them and find useful information, just selling intelligence can increase my income. After saying that, Zhao Xiong looked at Jiang Xia warily. We have an agreement, you said you didn't want it, so you can't have any of the intelligence money. Jiang Xia chuckled, already used to Zhao Xiong's money-obsessed attitude. Don't worry, it's all yours. Just send me a copy when you come across any useful information. But Lao Zhao, don't get so caught up in dealing with these terminals that you forget about me. Whether we can turn things around depends on this. Zhao Xiong looked down and fiddled with the personal terminals, then casually waved his hand. Don't worry about me, just focus on getting ready tomorrow. Jiang Xia nodded. He trusted Zhao Xiong's abilities. Back at the hotel, Jiang Xia casually tossed her backpack aside and collapsed onto the sofa, relaxing her tense body. At the same time, the fatigue that had been building up deep within the body surged up in that instant of relaxation. I'm so tired, so very tired. This fatigue is mental life. One can only heal physical injuries. Lying on the sofa, scenes from today flashed quickly through Jiang Xia's mind. His victory over Blood Rose today was due to a combination of cunning and luck. If Blood Rose continues to refrain from using his source energy, even if he were to unleash his second power, he would still be worn down and killed by his opponent. Tier 3 is really hard to kill. Jiang Bai sighed deeply. He had underestimated the world. He immediately sat up and opened the system panel. Looking at the Qingqi value on the panel that had broken through the 100,000 mark, Jiang Xia's face showed the joy of an old farmer with a bountiful harvest. He quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly ran to the bathroom to wash his hands. This is his first time participating in a high-level lottery, so he has to rely on some superstition. If he gets a double yoke like in the beginner lottery, he'll really strike it rich. Jiang Xia took a deep breath as she returned to the sofa. Everything is ready, let's draw. A roulette wheel appeared out of thin air, and as Jiang Xia focused her thoughts, the wheel's pointer began to spin rapidly. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3-day trial card for Fire Cloud Cave Purple. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Thunder Spirit Stone Blue. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Gold Spirit Stone Blue. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Fire Spirit Stone Blue. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Spirit Vermilion Fruit Purple. Lingzhu fruit, the fruit of the special spiritual plant, the Lingyuan tree, which ripens once every 10 years. Consuming it can increase one's spiritual power slightly. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Star Essence Soul Refining Technique Gold. Star Essence Refining Soul Technique, the core secret technique of the star refining sect in the Middle Thousand Worlds, which can refine star fragments to enhance one's own soul. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Arrayplate Boundless Dharma Realm Gold. Arrayplate Boundless Realm, crafted by the sect master of the Boundless Array sect in the Middle Thousand Worlds. When the array plate is unfolded, it can cover a radius of 1,000 miles at its largest and a radius of 10 meters at its smallest. Being inside the array can isolate one from the outside world and automatically clean up any traces left by the user. The higher the grade of the spirit stones placed in the array plate, the stronger the array's power. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3-day trial card for Fire Cloud Cave Purple. Congratulations, host, for triggering the guaranteed reward of 100 advanced lottery draws. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 8-9 Arcane Arts Fragment Red. 8-9 Arcane Arts? Incomplete, a supreme method for cultivating the physical body, created by Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Cultivating it allows one to develop various supernatural powers later in life. Holy crap! 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 1 red and 2 gold, what incredible luck! But what surprised Jiang Xia the most was the final red reward, 8-9 Mysterious Techniques. Although the 8-9 Arcane Arts is incomplete, it is very likely a very poor version. But Jiang Xia didn't care. Even a smattering of the 8-9 Arcane Arts was enough to benefit him greatly. Chapter 30, the 8-9 Arcane Arts. Jiang Xia suppressed her surging emotions and turned to look at the other 2 golden rewards. The Star Essence Refining Soul Technique needs no further explanation. The cultivation techniques that can enhance the strength of the soul, that is, mental power, are exactly the resources he urgently needs right now. The array plate in the boundless realm is even simpler and clearer. Just put spirit stones into the array plate, and it will instantly become an essential item for home, travel, murder, and arson. It can be said that those who die in the boundless realm die in vain. With the inside and outside isolated and all traces erased, unless one is present at the scene, no one in the Dharma realm will know who killed the person. Besides these, there are 3 Fire Cloud Cave Heaven experience cards, 3 martial arts enhancement cards, and various other materials whose uses Jiang Xia doesn't yet know. However, thanks to this being a high-level lottery, the quality of the materials has also improved significantly. He took out the spirit vermilion fruit from the system space. The fruit was dark red and crystal clear, and it had been emitting a sweet fragrance since it appeared. Jiang Xia immediately swallowed the lingzhu fruit in a few bites. In an instant, the medicinal power of the spirit vermilion fruit took effect. A gentle energy flowed through his limbs and bones, gradually increasing his soul essence in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, Jiang Xia felt refreshed and invigorated, as if she had been freed from some kind of shackles. Even that drowsy, tired feeling vanished. Jiang Xia carefully sensed the changes in her body and soon understood. His previous frenzied cultivation was not without its price. Prolonged mental exertion depletes the essence of the soul, which cannot be replenished in just a few days of rest. Without the aid of rare and precious natural treasures, it would take at least a long period of rest to allow the essence of the soul to recover. Jiang Xia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, obtaining the spirit vermilion fruit this time made him realize his own hidden dangers. However, there's no need to worry too much about what comes next. With the Star Marrow Soul Refining Technique, as long as he doesn't do anything reckless that would severely damage his soul essence, he only needs to circulate the Star Marrow Soul Refining Technique a few more times each day to quickly recover his damaged spirit. This can also reduce the interval between entering the Dao Scroll. He has now condensed 2 battle runes, and the condensation of the 3rd battle rune will require a massive amount of blood and flesh essence. Jiang Xia looked up and gazed through the window at the gradually darkening sky outside. Well, it's still early, a perfect time for cultivation. With a thought, a vortex appeared in front of her, and Jiang Xia got up and stepped inside. Fire Cloud Cave. Jiang Xia sat upright on the futon, already eager to begin cultivating the 8-9 arcane technique, a wondrous physical cultivation method that had been renowned throughout her previous life. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xia stopped cultivating and frowned in thought. Logically speaking, after being deeply modified by Pango's bloodline, his aptitude, if not top-notch, should be quite good. Although he didn't find the 8-9 arcane technique obscure or difficult to understand while practicing it, he felt nothing after 10 minutes, which was clearly abnormal. Could it be that I've overlooked something? After all, it's a cultivation technique from the prehistoric world, so it's normal for it to be unsuitable for this environment. He then began to recall the contents of the technique. Sex is the soul, life is the body, and spirit is the breath of heaven and earth. Constant renewal and constant destiny, the mind remains unmoved, all things carry yin and embrace yang, destiny is the innate essence, a primordial chi, assisting in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, imprisoning the essence of the physical body, circulating it throughout the body. It absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, confines the essence of the physical body, and circulates it throughout the body. Assisting in the absorption of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. A brilliant idea. A flash of inspiration struck me, and I grasped that instantaneous realization. Jiang Xia opened her eyes, her gaze sharp, and immediately took out a fist-sized purple spirit stone from her system space. Thunderstone White. If he's right, the 8-9 arcane arts might indeed be unsuitable for local conditions. Jiang Xia originally thought that the cultivation technique referred to source energy, but now it seems that it is not. He then grasped the Thunder Spirit Stone, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate the 8-9 mystic arts once more. Unlike before, this time, as soon as Jiang Xia activated her cultivation technique, she felt a vibrant yet slightly destructive energy being drawn from the Thunder Spirit Stone in her hand and refined into her physical body. As this energy is injected, the physical body is gradually undergoing a transformation. Or rather, evolution. Blood, bones, internal organs, and all the essential components of the physical body are connected through the operation of the 8-9 arcane arts, evolving together towards a higher and stronger level. Time flies, and another day has passed. Jiang Xia opened her eyes and looked at the crystal in her hand that had become transparent. Just as he thought, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was the spiritual energy he had heard about in his previous life, a kind of energy of heaven and earth that was completely different from the source energy. This energy is just as vibrant as the source energy, but the source energy is dull, lifeless, and monotonous, while the spiritual energy is exceptionally dynamic, with highly active internal elements. When Jiang Xia absorbed spiritual energy, with the help of the profound mysteries of the 8-9 arcane techniques, she could slightly perceive that her own life essence, that is, her lifespan, was increasing at an extremely slow rate. Even though it was just a tiny bit, it was enough to make Jiang Xia extremely excited. His pursuit of martial arts and transcendence stemmed not only from a desire to gain immense power but also from a yearning for immortality. Although martial arts can also increase lifespan, it is still quite different from the immortal cultivators he knows. In this world, martial artists undergo a qualitative change only after reaching the third rank, increasing their lifespan to 120 years. Upon breaking through to the fifth rank, the body's source energy organs are integrated, increasing lifespan by another 30 years, reaching 150 years. For the 6th, 7th, and 8th ranks, lifespan increases by 50 years with each breakthrough. When breaking through from the 8th to the 9th rank, the body has already constructed all the source energy organs, finally undergoing a qualitative change, directly increasing lifespan by 200 years. In other words, a martial artist can gain a lifespan of 500 years by cultivating from the 1st to the 9th level. As for what goes beyond that, it is beyond his knowledge. Perhaps he will only be able to learn about the information above the 9th level of martial arts when he goes to university. Regardless, Jiang Xia is now absolutely certain that after he can absorb spiritual energy, he will definitely live longer than martial artists of the same realm. He composed himself, realizing it was too early to think about such things, and immediately turned his attention back to the 8-9 arcane arts. Recalling her previous experience of cultivation, Jiang Xia couldn't help but marvel at the power of the 8-9 arcane arts. This wondrous physical cultivation method is unlike any other cultivation technique. It has no realm distinctions, it is simply a complete set of methods for circulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth throughout the body. Similarly, once the 8-9 arcane arts breaks free from the constraints of realms, it will have no limits. Or rather, the limits of the 8-9 arcane arts depend entirely on the practitioner. Jiang Xia had already made some discoveries during her previous cultivation. As his physical body strengthened, the 8-9 arcane arts also strengthened accordingly. Each time he circulated his cultivation technique, it was perfectly suited to his current physical condition. And this is only the incomplete, poorly made version of 8-9 arcane arts. All I can say is that she truly deserves to be chosen by heaven. Chapter 31, the 10 School Joint Examination, begins. Fire Cloud Cave. Jiang Xia sat on the futon and took out another spirit stone to begin cultivating. With the fortune lottery system, there's absolutely no need to be stingy with spirit stones. As long as he continues to draw prizes, he can have as many spirit stones as he wants, more than enough to support his cultivation of the 8-9 arcane technique. Now, a single white quality spirit stone can sustain his cultivation for a whole day. Not to mention he also has plenty of green, blue, and purple quality spirit stones. Time flies. In the empty room, a vortex appeared, and Jiang Xia walked out from it. As you stretch your muscles and bones, crackling sounds immediately come from your body. That feels good. During the 3 days in Huiyun Cave, Jiang Xia did nothing but cultivate the 8-9 arcane technique. Although it didn't make any further progress in physical health, it did bring many benefits. At this moment, his body was completely unified inside and out, as if he had been reshaped from the inside out. For the rest of the time, Jiang Xia unusually did not continue cultivating and instead had a good sleep. The next day. The time and location of the assessment have been sent to you. You'd better hurry, the city guards have already gone there to clear the area. Also, I found a lot of interesting things in that pile of personal terminals yesterday, one of which happens to be related to you. Do you recognize these people? Immediately afterwards, a picture was sent over. Jiang Xia frowned as she looked at the 5 familiar faces in the picture. I've seen these 5 people before. Yesterday, after I dealt with Blood Rose, they tried to take advantage of me, but I eliminated them. Young Jiang, the Ba brothers are no ordinary people. They are quite well known in the black market, specializing in assassinations, but only outside the city. They accepted an assassination job, and this time it's specifically for you. Zhao Xiong then sent him screenshots of the chat on the black market website, along with a recording. Jiang Xia opened the recording, and then a familiar voice rang out. That was the voice of Ji Xiang, the principal of No. 1 Middle School. Jiang Xia's expression gradually turned ugly. He turned off the recording and looked at the chat screenshot, which showed that the Ba brothers accepted the assassination commission shortly after he left the city. Thanks, Lao Zhao. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. consider this a favor I owe you. After shutting down her personal terminal, Jiang Xiao's face was so gloomy it could drip water. He still can't understand why Ji Xiang would target him, and now he's even going so far as to hire someone to assassinate him. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Thinking too much now will only add to his troubles. All he needs to know is that Ji Xiang wants to kill him. A murderous intent emanated from Jiang Xiao's golden eyes. After Mad Tiger and Blood Rose, another person has appeared who is keeping him up at night. Then let's kill him. Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Playground. Principal Ji Xiang was standing on the podium, delivering a passionate speech. There are less than 3 months left until the martial arts exam. You don't have much time left, so you must seize every minute and second to cultivate and improve your strength. The martial arts exam is about competing with fate, with others for fame, and with oneself for honor. As the saying goes, the martial arts exam is like a battlefield, and the battlefield is all about real combat. It's a contest of skills, a life or death struggle between each candidate. Every year, many candidates who are not good at real combat lose their lives in the exam. Therefore, this time, the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau took the lead and joined forces with 10 martial arts high schools in Jiangcheng to hold this joint examination. The examination location was set in the wilderness. At the same time, the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau will give generous rewards to the outstanding students who stand out in this assessment. The first place winner can choose any martial arts technique or skill, and it will be of the highest grade. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Although these senior high school students from No. 1 high school already knew about the assessment rewards from their teachers when they signed the waiver, they were still very excited. Not to mention the cultivation resources that come from winning a ranking. Just participating in the joint exam will earn you a scholarship of 200,000 yuan from the Martial Arts Bureau. Lured by the huge reward, many senior high school students put aside their fear of the wilderness and were filled with longing for the generous reward. However, some people who were aware of their own abilities did not participate in this joint entrance examination of 10 schools. But such people are ultimately a minority. At this moment, on the other side of the stage, Vice Principal Tan Wang looked at the excited students below and couldn't help but shake his head. In this joint examination of 10 schools, No. 1 Middle School was just there to make up the numbers, since there wasn't a single student who awakened an SSS martial soul, and there was only one student who awakened an SS martial soul. Thinking of this, Tan Wang recalled the figure standing on the martial arts stage that day. He then looked at Ji Xiang on the podium and sighed. Wilderness, the assessment area. A young man dressed in a black tracksuit with red stripes was sitting in front of a campfire, skillfully roasting a bull. Having spent half a month fighting in the wilderness, Jiang Xiao was quite the food connoisseur. Of all the wild beasts, the one he found most satisfying and unforgettable was the meat of the iron-horned bull. Not only is it easy to grill, but the meat is also very delicious. The only downside is that it's a low-grade product. Due to racial limitations, the iron-horned bull, a wild beast, can only break through to the first-tier extreme realm at most. Jiang Xia picked up a roasted beef leg from the side and ate it while checking the time. After he ate the entire iron-horned bull, the guests in this assessment area arrived as scheduled. Jiang Xia watched the drone flying overhead and a smile curved her lips. The hunt has begun. The area covered by this joint examination of 10 schools is neither too large nor too small. However, with nearly 1,000 students entering the 10 martial arts high schools, it didn't make a big splash. This was intentional on the part of the Martial Arts Bureau, with the aim of preventing conflicts between students from occurring at the outset. After all, this joint entrance exam for 10 schools not only involves the students battling it out with each other, but also includes the competition between wild beasts and wilderness hunters. This caused Jiang Xia a lot of trouble. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they didn't see a single student from the 10 schools, but they did kill 2 wild beasts. With his current physical strength, the essence of flesh and blood from first-tier wild beasts would provide him with negligible improvement, so he didn't waste his time on these 2 wild beasts. However, Jiang Xia soon encountered 2 unlucky individuals. This is a boy and a girl, both wearing the school uniforms of Jiangcheng No. 5 Middle School. 3 wilderness hunters were hot on their heels, and the 2 were fleeing in the direction Jiang Xia was heading. The 2 of them saw Jiang Xia as if she were their savior and cried out for help. In their eyes, Jiang Xia, who was dressed in sportswear and had a handsome appearance, looked much better than the 3 menacing-looking people behind her. Little did they know that while the 2 were calling for help, the 3 wilderness hunters also saw Jiang Xia. The moment their eyes met Jiang Xia's, the 3 of them involuntarily shuddered. The 3 of them clearly recognized Jiang Xia. In an instant, they turned around at lightning speed and fled in the direction they had come from. To be even a little later would be disrespectful to their own lives. Damn it, I didn't check the almanac before going out and ran into a jinx. Chapter 32 Marshall Hall. Seeing that the wilderness hunters behind them had given up leaving, the two students from number 5 middle school breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing Jiang Xia's face clearly, the girl's gaze immediately became fixed on Jiang Xia. Hey classmate, I think I've seen you before. Which school are you from? Why aren't you wearing your school uniform? Another boy felt a little jealous seeing how attentive the girl was to Jiang Xia. The boy strode between the two, looking at Jiang Xia warily. The girl walked past the boy with a displeased look on her face and smiled as she extended her right hand to Jiang Xia. Hello, my name is Lu Yu, and this is Chao Rong. It's nice to meet you. Jiang Xia shook her head helplessly. He has some wisdom, but not much. He now understood why the Martial Arts Bureau chose the wilderness as the location for the 10-school joint examination. These students, fresh out of school, are like flowers in a greenhouse, unaware of the dangers outside the school, let alone the even more cruel wilderness. If they were liberal arts students, then there would be nothing wrong with them looking like this. But what does that have to do with him? You're celebrating too soon. Take out your point badges. Jiang Xia spoke coldly, her spear already thrust out and pressed against Lu Yu's throat. The sudden turn of events caught Lu Yu off guard. The icy touch on her neck sent chills down her spine. Even if Lu Yu and Chao Rong were naive, they would understand the current situation. Without hesitation, Lu Yu quickly dodged to the right, and behind her, a long sword, poised to strike, slashed down at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia remained calm. The moment the long sword fell, her spear swiftly thrust out, piercing Chao Rong's right arm where he was holding the sword. A painful wail rang out. The intense pain in his arm made Chao Rong immediately release his right hand that was holding the knife. Jiang Xia sheathed her spear, and Chao Rong immediately knelt down, clutching his right arm and wailing incessantly. He glanced at Chao Rong coldly, ignoring him on the ground. He looked at Lu Yu, whose face had turned deathly pale, and said simply, "Things." Feeling Jiang Xia's cold gaze, Lu Yu couldn't help but shiver, and then quickly handed the points badge to Jiang Xia. After taking the badge, Jiang Xia turned to look at Chao Rong on the ground. Chao Rong endured the excruciating pain in his arm and took out the badge. He originally wanted to say a few harsh words when he handed it to Jiang Xia, but when he looked up and saw those indifferent golden eyes, he swallowed back all the words that were about to come out. Jiang Xia put away the badge and ignored the two of them, then began searching for her next prey. Once Jiang Xia's figure had completely disappeared, Lu Yu collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The difference in strength between the two sides is too great. Even Chao Rong, who was at the late stage of Tier 1, couldn't withstand a single shot from the opponent, let alone her, who was only at the mid-stage of Tier 1. Fortunately, the other party did not kill them. Lu Yu recalled that golden-eyed figure. It looked so familiar. Soon, the other person overlapped with another figure from his memory. Jiang Xia, Lu Yu whispered. Upon hearing the voice, Chao Rong was momentarily stunned before realizing what was happening, and an expression of disbelief and shock appeared on his face. Wasn't Jiang Xia expelled from school? How did he get into the assessment area? Besides, wasn't it said that Jiang Xia was a useless person who awakened an F-rank martial soul? How could he be so strong? Chao Rong, who had personally experienced that shot, knew firsthand how terrifying it was. Beneath his school uniform was specially bought armor from his family. Without second-tier strength or a powerful weapon, no one could break through his defenses. The boy with the golden eyes, without any hesitation, broke through the defense with a single shot. Although neither side used their martial spirits from beginning to end, the difference in strength between them was palpable from that single spear thrust. For a moment, Chao Rong was somewhat lost in thought, muttering to himself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could I, a genius with an S-level martial soul, be defeated by a piece of trash? Meanwhile, Jiang Xia continued searching for prey in the forest. He didn't know yet, just now. A prodigy who had awakened an S-level martial soul was gently shattered by the harsh reality. Temporary camp outside the assessment area. In a spacious conference room, projection screens continuously played live footage transmitted from drones. In front of the projection screen, behind a long table sat many important figures who stood at the pinnacle of Jiangcheng. These important figures, however, were subtly led by the four figures sitting at the very front. The students in Jiangcheng are getting worse with each passing year. Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau Director San Zhenghong looked at the projection screen inside. At this moment, the screen is showing numerous candidates fleeing in panic, chased by wild hunters or wild beasts. As San Zhenghong finished speaking, the already unusually quiet conference room became even quieter. The principals of the 10 martial arts high schools, who are considered the leading figures in Jiangqing's education sector, were drenched in sweat and dared not even breathe. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this? The 10 principals tensed up when they heard Song Junghong's voice, but when they looked up and saw that he was asking the people next to them, they breathed a sigh of relief. How else can we look at it? Our Panchur Martial Hall recruits people based on the principle of better to use the best than the worst, only accepting elites. Our educational system is completely different from that of the Martial Arts Bureau. The speaker was a burly man sitting on the far right, with a body as tall as an iron tower. What Palace Master Wan said is absolutely right, and so is our Azure Dragon Martial Palace. However, this year's Jiangcheng Martial Arts High School has shown me what the lowest level of education is. As she spoke, Yue, the hall master of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, pointed to a projection screen. Everyone in the conference room looked over, and then a few people looked at Ji Xiang, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, with mocking expressions. Ji Xiang's face was ashen. The projection screen displayed the students of No. 1 Middle School. 2 mid-stage Tier 1 and 1 late-stage Tier 1 were actually chased so desperately by a mid-stage Tier 1 wild beast. Oh. Yue chuckled and didn't continue. Fu Yan, the hall master of Xingyun Martial Hall, who was sitting to the right of Song Junghong, kept his eyes closed and rested the whole time. He didn't watch the childish farce on the projection screen, nor did he pay attention to the confrontation between the three. Despite the sarcastic remarks from the two martial hall masters, Song Junghong maintained a faint smile. Azure Dragon Martial Hall, Rocky Martial Hall, Starfall Martial Hall, Martial Arts Bureau. As martial arts training organizations officially certified by the 9-Star Alliance, these four organizations naturally cannot coexist peacefully. Every genius you take on is equivalent to me taking on one less genius. Although the underlying purpose is to train martial artists for the 9-Star Alliance. However, if one wants to reach a higher position and obtain more resources from the 9-Star Alliance, one will inevitably need to achieve substantial accomplishments. For many martial hall masters, martial arts bureau directors, and even martial arts high school principals, their achievements naturally stemmed from the number of talented martial artists they cultivated. The scene before us is merely a microcosm of the many cities within the 9-Star Alliance. Chapter 33: The Great Demon King of Points. An hour has passed since the start of the joint entrance examination of the 10 schools. To date, more than 50 candidates have lost their lives in the examination hall. Some of these candidates were preyed upon by wild beasts, some were killed by hunters, and others were killed by other candidates. From the moment the first student died, the 10 principals of Wugao High School realized that this joint examination of 10 schools was not just a formality as they had imagined. Apart from the principal of Wugao High School, the other leaders of various forces also had different expressions. They didn't expect the Martial Arts Bureau to go this far this time. With so many students dead, a single misstep could easily attract public attention and severely damage the reputation of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau. But what does it have to do with them? Today they are just spectators, and no matter how much public opinion burns, it won't affect them. Finally, under immense pressure and encouraged by the glances of other martial arts academy seniors, he succeeded. Zhang Chang, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School, wiped the sweat from his brow and got up to walk to Song Jinghong's side. Director, do you think we should stop the exam? Too many students have died during the exam, and we will have a hard time explaining it to their parents. Song Jinghong glanced at Zhang Chang, his smile fading, and said indifferently, "Confess? Why should we confess? The disclaimer has already been signed. These students must take responsibility for their decisions. After awakening their martial spirit, their identity is no longer that of students, but of martial artists." Song Junghong stood up and turned to look at the group of school principals in Jiangcheng. When the cold gaze fell upon them, all the principals fell silent. This joint entrance examination for 10 schools was not decided by me alone, but by higher authorities. Excuse me, Director, is it the provincial level or Dongxia? Zhang Chang asked cautiously. Song Junghong shook his head. Neither. This order came from the 9-Stars Supreme Committee and was personally signed and issued by the 3 chairpersons. The news shocked everyone in the conference room. The 3 martial hall masters remained expressionless, as if they had known all along. Those leaders of various powerful forces who were invited to witness the ceremony and stood at the pinnacle of Jiangcheng were all pondering the meaning behind Song Junghong's words. You should know that these people have no right to know this kind of news. Now that Song Junghong has said it so openly, it feels like there's a trap waiting for them. Ignoring the sudden change in expression of the leaders of those forces, Song Junghong's gaze remained coldly fixed on the principals of the 10 martial arts high schools, before turning indifferent. The three chairmen's meaning is very clear. The Nine-Star Alliance doesn't want a bunch of useless people who only know how to bury themselves in cultivation, but rather martial artists who dare to fight and are willing to risk their lives to fight their enemies. Two of the three Alliance bases stationed in the 8th tier Flame Demon Star realm were breached by the Flame Demon clan within 7 days. The reason is ridiculous. A group of Wuhan University students who went to provide support chose to desert their posts out of fear of death, even at the risk of being exposed. They took the secret passage that was originally prepared for the surprise attack on the Flame Demon clan's base. In the end, the Flame Demon clan's experts were discovered, and the two front-line bases were breached by the enemy from the inside. And in the last 100 years, such absurdities have been countless. The League's leadership has lost patience. Starting this year, all martial arts high schools and martial arts universities will focus on practical combat courses. Gentlemen, let me give you a piece of advice: think carefully before you act. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Zhenghong couldn't help but sigh. The corruption and bloat of the Alliance education has persisted for over 400 years, with a complex and intricate network that can be easily dismantled. He immediately shook his head and chuckled. These are not his concerns. His main task now is to manage his own little corner of Zhangcheng. Hopefully, this real-world test will sift out some promising talents. When Song Zhenghong's gaze fell back on the projection screen in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. For ease of observation, the projection screens are arranged according to the number of points earned. The more points you accumulate, the earlier you appear in the projection sequence, and the larger the projection size becomes. At this moment, a figure in the center of the projection screen has occupied 2/3 of the entire screen space. The expressions on the faces of everyone in the conference room were quite interesting. The reason is that the figure in the picture was not wearing any school uniform. In the assessment area, the only people not wearing school uniforms were the wilderness hunters who were part of the assessment. In the forest of the assessment area, Jiang Xia's figure darted quickly through the woods. He had already learned from the students at number 1 middle school that Feng Xiang had also participated in this trial. Recalling the information Zhao Xiong had sent not long ago, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Xia's eyes. As early as when he discovered that Ji Xiang had sent someone to assassinate him, he casually asked Zhao Xiong to help investigate the relationship between Ji Xiang and Feng Xiang. That scene on the martial arts stage is still etched in Jiang Xia's mind. So he had a premonition. The relationship between Ji Xiang and Feng Xiang is not simple. It is definitely not just the relationship between a principal and an ordinary student. It seems I was right after all. Judging from the intelligence report that cost him over 20 million, although the specific relationship was not clarified, it is certain that the two had an extraordinary relationship, at least that of relatives. Actually, if we go a step further, it's not impossible that the two are father and son, since they both have the character Xiang in their names. Jiang Xia's golden eyes were gradually filled with killing intent. Since he couldn't kill Ji Xiang now, it wouldn't hurt to collect some interest. He looked at the drone in the sky, a cold smile curving his lips. This was a discovery made by Jiang Xia unintentionally. As he accumulates more and more badges, drones will continuously follow and film him. To verify her hypothesis, Jiang Xia once tried it. After he threw all the points badges on the ground, the drone above his head indeed left. It's not hard to imagine that the bigwigs behind the 10 school joint exam would pay special attention to the candidates with the most points badges. Thinking of this, a ferocious smile appeared on Jiang Xia's face, which was turned away from the drone. Students whose points badges are stolen will not be eliminated immediately. They will have to wait for the city guards to remove them from the examination hall. Gradually, as the victims spread the word to passing test takers, the legend of the Points Demon King began. No one knew which school the Great Demon King went to. All they knew was that he had golden eyes and wore a black tracksuit with red stripes. Moreover, even Xiang Ming, one of the top 10 favorites from number 3 middle school who had awakened an SS-level martial soul and whose realm had broken through to the First Order Extreme Realm, was no match for the opponent. Under a giant tree that could be encircled by 5 people, 5 examinees trembled as they looked at the young man before them. One of the boys, who had a buzz cut, was still rambling on when Jiang Xia launched into a tirade. But seeing the young man's face gradually turn ugly, he wisely shut his mouth. Jiang Xia's cheeks twitched, and twitched again. He definitely went too lightly. He should have knocked those examinees unconscious when he was plundering their points badges. What kind of bullshit Points Demon King is this? If he finds out which bastard gave him such a cringeworthy title, he'll definitely be in big trouble. Chapter 34 Reunion with Feng Xiang. Jiang Xia, you are Jiang Xia, right? Under the giant tree, among the 5 examinees who were almost huddled together, a petite girl cautiously asked when she saw Jiang Xia's handsome and somewhat familiar face. Jiang Xia didn't deny it, and nodded indifferently. Although the transformation by Pango's bloodline has made his face somewhat different from before, the basic features are still there, and with careful observation, he can still be recognized. Many people recognized him along the way, but they weren't sure. When the girl saw Jiang Xia nod, her eyes lit up. She wanted to say something more, but Jiang Xia had already picked up the backpack full of points badges and left. Deep in the forest. What did you say? Jiang Xia has already dropped out of school, how could she possibly participate in the joint entrance exam? I also heard about young Master Feng. Indeed, quite a few people said they saw Jiang Xia, and they were even asking people from number 1 middle school about your location, young Master Feng. The lackey beside him reported to Feng Xiang with his head bowed and eyes lowered. Feng Xiang's face grew increasingly gloomy as he listened. Damn it, why is that bastard Jiang Xia still haunting me? Even after I dropped out of school, she's still chasing after me. Ever since he was defeated by Jiang Xia on the martial arts stage last time, some people in the school have started to spread rumors that he is the most useless S-level martial soul awakener, and that he can't even beat an F-level martial soul. Now, more than half a month has passed, and the discussions have finally subsided, but unexpectedly, Jiang Xia's name has been heard again in the 10-school joint examination. Feng Xiang didn't even need to think about it. Regardless of whether Jiang Xia was really in this examination hall or not, once they returned to school, those people would definitely bring up the incident at the martial arts arena again. The key point is that Feng Xiang couldn't refute it. He was indeed beaten by Jiang Xia so badly that he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Bang! Feng Xiang's eyes turned sinister as he slammed his fist into a tree. At this moment, Bai Mengli walked over from not far away, hugged Feng Xiang's arm and comforted him. Don't be unhappy because of a good-for-nothing. Even if that Jiang Xia really comes into the examination room, so what? He dropped out of number 1 high school and is an orphan. He has no chance to obtain cultivation resources at all. Not to mention that Jiang Xia is a piece of trash who has awakened an F-level martial soul. Even if he is lucky enough to obtain cultivation resources, he can't compare to you. He is probably still stuck in the early stage of the first level. It's just a stray dog scavenging for food in the fields. It's not worth getting so angry about. Besides, if that person really is Jiang Xia, wouldn't he be walking into a trap by coming to find Xiang? This assessment doesn't prohibit killing, so it's a good opportunity to solve this problem in one fell swoop. Upon hearing Bai Mengli's words, Feng Xiang's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Yes, how could he not have thought of that? With his family providing him with all the resources they could, he has already broken through to the late stage of the first tier, and is only one step away from the ultimate first tier. Jiang Xia is nothing but a useless person who has awakened an F-level martial soul, and an orphan with no one to rely on. What makes him think he can compare to her? Feng Xiang hardened his heart. If that person really was Jiang Xia, he would make her repay him 100-fold for all the humiliation and ridicule he had suffered. Just imagining that scene gave Feng Xiang an internal orgasm. Feng Xiang couldn't help but cup Bai Mengli's face and kiss her several times. Bai Mengli's eyes twitched. Looking at the ugly face so close to her, she could only suppress her resistance and smile as she nestled into Feng Xiang's arms. Money is hard to earn and life is tough. She wants to obtain more cultivation resources and continue to rise to the top, and for now she can only rely on Feng Xiang and his family. Bai Mengli couldn't help but think of Jiang Xia's excessively handsome face, and sighed inwardly. Then he remembered what Jiang Xia had said that day, and his expression turned cold. Hee, that person should be you, Jiang Xia. Just as Bai Mengli and Feng Xiang were deeply in love and about to make the world their bed. Smack! 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 Suddenly, a clapping sound came from afar. Look what I've found, a pair of adulterers. Why don't you guys continue? Anyway, there's still plenty of time. I can wait. The person who emerged from the woods was none other than Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia put her backpack aside, leaned against a tree, and gestured to Bai Mengli and Feng Xiang to continue. Feng Xiang's face immediately darkened. Now, it seemed like any Tom, Dick, or Harry dared to provoke him. Especially that face of the other person, which looked somewhat familiar to him, made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Feng Xiang gave a wink to his underling. The younger brother didn't move. Feng Xiang tried another color. The younger brother still didn't move. You fucking bastard, are you doing this on purpose? Feng Xiang kicked his underling to the ground with force. No, young Master Feng, he seems to be that infamous points-based demon king. Even Xiang Ming wasn't a match for him, he couldn't even withstand a single shot, and in the end, both of his legs were broken, Feng Xiang's underling said, trembling as he struggled to his feet. He couldn't afford to be fearless. This assessment doesn't prohibit killing. Just recently, he saw Feng Xiang break the neck of someone who mocked him at school. Now they've encountered a much stronger and more ruthless person, who also seems to have a grudge against Feng Xiang. The younger brother was having second thoughts, so he stood up and slowly backed away. Damn it, it's just one body tempering potion a month, why risk your life? Feng Xiang didn't notice his underling's subtle actions. He had been on high alert ever since the other party mentioned his identity. Friend, I don't think we have any grudges against each other. I heard you're collecting points badges. These are the points badges I've earned, and I can give them to you now. Feng Xiang deftly tossed the bag containing the points badges to Jiang Xia, then squatted down on the ground with his hands behind his head, looking completely harmless and frightened by Jiang Xia's intimidating reputation. A son of a wealthy family should not sit in a dangerous hall. These are the words that Feng Xiang's elders often taught him. He is the son of a wealthy family, so there is no need for him to risk his life like those peasants. When his life is in danger, he can meet all the other parties' demands. As long as he is alive, there is always a way and opportunity to regain his lost face. Feng Xiang kept his elders' teachings in mind. At this moment, he was saying words of begging for mercy, but in his heart, he had already memorized Jiang Xia's face. He had even planned out how to use his family's influence to get revenge on the other party after he got out. Hearing Feng Xiang's words, Jiang Xia remained unmoved and didn't even look at the bag of points badges. He simply reached out and touched his face, thinking to himself that he had changed quite a bit. Not only Feng Xiang, but even Bai Mengli, who had been tutored by him for nearly 3 years, didn't recognize him at first glance. Aside from the day after she obtained the Pango bloodline, Jiang Xia didn't feel any change in herself. Every day when I wash up and look in the mirror, all I can say is that I look even more handsome. Bai Mengli, who had been frowning and scrutinizing Jiang Xia since she came out, suddenly widened her eyes and stared at Jiang Xia with disbelief, as if she recognized her. Jiang Xia also looked at Bai Mengli and saw that the other party's expression suddenly changed drastically, so she immediately chuckled. Oh, it seems you recognized me. Good, it saves me a lot of trouble. Since you don't want to continue this passionate affair, let's just go through the proper procedures and get down to business. With that, Jiang Xia forcefully swung the spear in her hand. Put! The spear pierced through Bai Mengli's thigh, pinning her to the ground as she tried to escape. Chapter 35 Sneak Attack. Feng Xiang raised his head blankly. What was happening before his eyes was too fast to be expected. He couldn't understand why the other party would still attack him when he had already begged for mercy in a humble manner. Bai Mengli endured the excruciating pain in her thigh, staring at Jiang Xia with venomous eyes. Then he saw Feng Xiang squatting on the ground, looking completely bewildered, and he immediately became furious. Useless, Feng Xiang, you piece of trash. Take a good look at who he is. He's Jiang Xia, you piece of trash. At a time like this, you're still thinking about begging for mercy. You must have been blind to choose your mother. Upon hearing Bai Mengli's words, Feng Xiang was momentarily stunned, then looked at Jiang Xia with a shocked expression. Jiang Xia bent down and patted Feng Xiang on the shoulder. It's good that you recognized me, so you can at least die knowing the truth when you get on the road. With that, Jiang Xia ignored Feng Xiang and went straight to Bai Mengli, pulling the spear out forcefully. Bai Mengli let out a muffled groan, then endured the excruciating pain and crawled forward, gripping Jiang Xia's thigh tightly. Let me go, Jiang Xia. Let me go. I don't want to die. I haven't offended you, have I? I know I've wronged you. I'll do anything you ask if you'll let me go today. As she spoke, Bai Mengli began to pull at her shirt, revealing a large expanse of fair and smooth skin. Jiang Xia remained silent, watching Bai Mengli's actions indifferently, before letting out a sneer. Bai Mengli, are you sure you haven't offended me? Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, Bai Mengli abruptly stopped what she was doing. An orphan without parents, a good-for-nothing who awakened an F-level martial soul, what do you think would happen to such a person if he offended young Master Feng, who has a mysterious identity and a powerful background? I bet it'll be really bad. They'll probably get humiliated in the ring first, then after school they'll be put in a sack by some nobody and beaten up again, then just thrown into some trash can. Am I right, Bai Mengli? I wonder if you considered the consequences when you used me as a pawn to gain Feng Xiang's sympathy. Or do you simply not care? After all, I'm just a piece of trash who awakened an F-rank martial soul? A green snake's mouth, a wasp's stinger, and it has to be you, Bai Mangli, who can destroy or even kill a person without making a sound. As Jiang Xia's voice grew increasingly cold, her golden eyes were already filled with murderous intent. Bai Mangli kept her head down and remained silent, as if she were repenting. Suddenly, a hot breath came from beside my ear. At that moment, the phantom of Bai Mangli's martial spirit, which was gripping Jiang Xia's right leg on the ground, flashed and disappeared behind her. Immediately afterwards, layers of ice spread out instantly, freezing Jiang Xia's entire right leg to the ground, rendering her completely immobile. Faced with this sudden attack, Jiang Xia remained calm, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Jiang Xia thrust his spear downwards, instantly piercing Bai Mangli's chest. Immediately afterwards, his frozen right leg jolted violently, shattering the ice covering it. Then twist your waist and hips, rotate your left leg in place, and a huge force travels from your spine to your waist and hips and then to your right leg, and then you are thrown out forcefully. Bang! Behind Jiang Xia, Feng Xiang, who was raising his flaming longsword in preparation for a sneak attack, suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a tremendous force. He was thrown into the air as if he had been hit by a 100-ton king, and flew away into the distance. After hitting a tree, he landed and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Jiang Xia stopped and stood still. At this moment, Bai Mangli, who had been pierced by the spear, was already dead. Drawing her spear, Jiang Xia walked step by step toward Feng Xiang. Feng Xiang struggled to his feet and leaned against a large tree to steady himself. His face was ashen. The kick he had just received had severely injured him, and he didn't even have the strength to take out a recovery potion from his pocket. As Jiang Xia approached, Feng Xiang asked in a trembling voice, "Weren't you expelled from school? Why are you still taking the joint entrance exam?" He then saw Jiang Xia wearing a tracksuit, and as if suddenly realizing something, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. So he went to be a wilderness hunter. As expected, a peasant is just a peasant, only fit for lowly jobs like digging for food in the mud. Jiang Xia leaned down, looking at Feng Xiang with an indifferent expression, completely unaffected by his words. But the more indifferent and nonchalant Jiang Xia's attitude was, the angrier Feng Xiang became. At that moment, he seemed like a powerless, furious clown. Feng Xiang stared intently at Jiang Xia with bloodshot eyes. "Tisk, look at you, so anxious. You need to stay calm and composed. That's more in line with your status as a young master," Jiang Xia said, while helping Feng Xiang straighten his disheveled collar. "And now it seems that you really learned a lot of lessons on the training stage back then. You no longer talk nonsense, and you even know how to be flexible. I have to say, the way you squatted down just now. It looks like a dog," Jiang Xia whispered in Feng Xiang's ear. "Jiang Xia, you son of a bitch." Snap. Seeing that Feng Xiang was about to start cursing, Jiang Xia didn't tolerate it and slapped him with a big shovel. Feng Xiang, who had just regained some strength, was now reeling from Jiang Xia's slap. Feng Xiang quickly regained his senses, but by then he had already broken down. Just when Feng Xiang was completely in despair, he saw the drone still filming behind Jiang Xia, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He grabbed Jiang Xia's arm, staring intently at her with a maniacal smile on his face. "Jiang Xia, you don't know this yet, do you? The way I acted before was all an act, just to lure that bitch into a trap. That bitch thought she was hiding her true feelings well, but I knew all along that she didn't care about me at all. She only cared about my resources and the family behind me. She's been using me all along, but haven't I been using her too? Once I get tired of sleeping with her, I'll kick her to the curb, and in the end she'll get nothing. TSK, you have no idea how proactive that bitch is in bed. I used to think she was innocent, but I didn't expect her to be such a slut. She would kneel down and call me daddy for a mere 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid. Jiang Xia, don't you think that's interesting?" Snap. Another big swell up, and Feng Xiang's perfectly good left cheek quickly swelled up, making his already ugly face even more unsightly. "What's wrong? Jiang Xia, are you feeling sorry for her? That's true, after all, I heard Bai Mengli used to be your girlfriend, but do you dare to kill me? What kind of ability do you have? Even if you break all 4 of my limbs, with my family's wealth, it wouldn't even take a day for me to fully recover. Jiang Xia, you fatherless and motherless bastard, you mad dog with no manners, if you have the guts, then kill me." Feng Xiang finally received a lecture from Jiang Xia, who was indifferent and had 2 big taunts. Unable to suppress the humiliation any longer, he completely erupted. Upon hearing Feng Xiang's words, Jiang Xia's expression turned strange. "I remember those warriors from the hunter group back then. Before they died, they all begged me to spare their lives. I never imagined that someone would actually seek death. That's an outrageous request. But since he's already said that, wouldn't it seem petty of him not to grant his request? Jiang Xia stood up and looked at Feng Xiang's neatly made remains. She couldn't help but nod in approval. He was truly too kind. Then his left leg suddenly lifted up and slammed down. Chapter 36 Feng Xiang, dead. Ah! A piercing scream rang out from Feng Xiang's mouth. Jiang Xia raised her right foot, while Feng Xiang's left foot had already turned into a pile of minced meat. Jiang Xia then faced Feng Xiang, a look of embarrassment on her face. Look at the mess this has made, we've really messed things up. Then Jiang Xia lifted her left leg and then slammed it down heavily. Feng Xiang screamed again as his right foot turned into a bloody pulp. This time, Jiang Xia thoughtfully stepped back to allow the drone behind her to capture a clearer shot. At this moment, Feng Xiang no longer had the courage to die. Instead, amidst the excruciating pain that pierced his bones, a powerful will to live erupted. He raised his finger and pointed at Jiang Xia, who was raising her foot again, and roared hoarsely, "You can't kill me. You won't survive if you kill me. My family will not let you go. Father, come save me. I don't want to die." Jiang Xia is a fucking madman. Feng Xiang's bloodshot eyes stared at the drone in the distance, a look of longing for life on his face. Upon hearing Feng Xiang's words, Jiang Xia paused for a moment, then her lips involuntarily curled into a smile that she couldn't suppress. Unexpectedly, his bold guess came true. Jiang Xia leaned down and whispered in Feng Xiang's ear, "Feng Xiang, you don't think I did all this to you because of Bai Mengli, do you?" Feng Xiang's expression suddenly turned to astonishment, and then to confusion. He stared at those golden eyes, which were covered with murderous intent, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had suddenly realized something. Jiang Xia smiled silently. "That's right, young Master Feng is the answer you've been looking for. Everything you've experienced today is thanks to him. You must remember this until the day you die. Don't worry, you won't be lonely. It won't be long before he comes down to keep you company." Jiang Xia stood up, her hand already covering Feng Xiang's face. He turned to look at the drone, a slight smile playing on his lips, while simultaneously clenching his fist. Bang! The headless corpse lay on the ground. Jiang Xia wiped the bloodstains splattered on her face, picked up the backpack containing the points badges, and hummed a cheerful tune as she headed into the forest. The drone in the sky seemed to be a witness, silently following behind the young man. Unbeknownst to anyone, at the moment of Feng Xiang's death, a wisp of black energy emerged from Feng Xiang's body and flew towards Jiang Xia. On the other side, the conference room was completely silent. Only Ji Xiang's eyes were red, his breathing was heavy, and he stared intently at the figure on the projection screen. How is that little beast still alive? What kind of bullshit brothers are they? They can't even handle a first-tier brat. But now is not the time to think about these things. Getting through the current difficulties is the most important thing. Ji Xiang had already felt Song Zhenghong's stern gaze. If I'm not mistaken, that was your son just now, wasn't it, Ji Xiang? Can you explain what they mean by dropping out of school? Song Zhenghong looked at Ji Xiang with a cold gaze. He had already realized that something was amiss. Ji Xiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in a low voice, "Director Song, I didn't handle this matter well. This young man, named Jiang Xia, was originally a student at our #1 high school. On the second day after his awakening, he claimed that his martial soul had mutated and wanted to hold the martial soul awakening ceremony again. Considering all the previous failures, I will absolutely not let the Alliance soldiers fight to the death and waste the precious resources that we have finally obtained from the astral plane on such a person who only has selfish desires and no sense of responsibility. I rejected him at the time. Perhaps dissatisfied with my decision, Jiang Xia actually chose to drop out of school to rebel, which was seen by many teachers and students at the time. Jiang Xia went to great lengths to enter the joint examination venue, which must be because she wanted to take revenge on me. The fact that my son was killed by Jiang Xia is the best proof of that. Director Song, I have devoted myself to cultivating martial artists for Jiangcheng and the Alliance. My loyalty is evident to all. I beg you, Director, to uphold justice for my deceased son and make the murderer pay with his life." Ji Xiang's passionate recounting was so moving that it brought tears to the eyes of all who heard it. But everyone sitting in the conference room at that moment was a cunning and shrewd person. They're all ancient foxes, why are they playing these ghost stories? Song Zhenghong simply watched coldly as Ji Xiang performed. It wasn't until Principal Wu couldn't bear to watch any longer that he reluctantly pulled Ji Xiang, who was crying uncontrollably, to his feet. Just then, a sneer rang out. "Principal Ji, well maybe, perhaps, possibly, you are truly devoted to the Alliance, but whether you have made the effort to fulfill your obligations and wholeheartedly cultivate new martial artists is another matter. After all, an old educator who has been sitting in the principal's position for more than 10 years did not even have the discerning eye to discover gold, and easily let the pearl be covered in dust. I wonder how many of Jiangqing's brightest gems have been shrouded in mist over the years by Principal Ji. The speaker was a young man dressed in a retro-style robe, who looked to be no more than 27 or 28 years old. Looking at Ji Xiang's tearful and disheveled appearance, he revealed a mocking smile. "You boy, is this how your family teaches its younger generation to disrespect their elders? How dare a mere junior spout such nonsense? Where did this hidden gem come from?" Ji Xiang was furious. Yu Bushi was truly hateful. How could he say such things in front of Song Zhenghong at this critical juncture? If he wasn't careful, he might lose his position as principal. There are countless people outside watching the spot where these martial arts school principals sit right now. At this moment, many people around looked on with expressions of watching the spectacle. The Yu family of Jiangcheng and the Feng family from outside the city have long been at odds, so it's not surprising that they've broken off relations here. Seeing that the pretense of civility had completely crumbled, Yu Bushi no longer concealed the mocking expression on his face. "My Yu family's upbringing goes without saying, but you are merely a son-in-law who married into the Feng family, and you are not qualified for my Yu family to treat you with courtesy. As for the pearl covered in dust, look, isn't it right there?" Following Yu Bushi's gaze, everyone saw the young man humming a tune as he hurried along the projection screen. Ji Xiang looked at Jiang Xia on the screen and immediately sneered. "What kind of pearl is this? It's just a piece of trash who awakened an F-rank martial soul." Ji Xiang swallowed back the words that were about to come out, while cold sweat poured uncontrollably from his forehead. Yu Boyi's expression was fascinating. How could anyone still self-destruct these days? The other principals also looked at Ji Xiang as if he were a fool, and one of them even secretly gave him a thumbs up. "Stronger, you're still stronger, especially someone with the surname Ji. You dare to say such things in front of the director of the Martial Arts Bureau? You're truly one of a kind." Even without looking up, Ji Xiang could feel that icy, knife-like gaze, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "It's over, it's completely over." Ji Xiang was furious. It was all that little beast Jiang Xia's fault. If it weren't for the fact that the other party is still alive, why would he often use terms like peasant and good for nothing in private, causing Yu Bushi to utter those words when provoked? Chapter 37 SSS Level Martial Soul. Song Zhenghong withdrew his gaze from Ji Xiang. He had already made up his mind to replace him. Keeping such a person around would only cause trouble. The young man from the Yu family might not be wrong. During Ji Xiang's tenure, countless promising talents were likely overlooked and forgotten. As Ji Xiang felt the gazes on him leave, he slumped into his chair. At this moment, all the principals of Wugao High School wanted to stay away from this unlucky thing, fearing that they would also get into trouble. "From what you just said, nephew Yu, you seem to have known this young man for a long time?" Song Zhenghong asked in confusion. Logically speaking, a young man shouldn't have any connection with a large family like the Yu family, otherwise he wouldn't have dropped out of number 1 middle school. Director Song is joking. "I just stopped by the Tianbeige branch in Wuyou Town outside the city to check on things before I came here. When I was checking the accounts, the manager of the Chamber of Commerce told me about a major event that had happened in the wilderness outside the city in recent days. A young man got into a fight with a group of hunters in the wilderness for some reason, and just yesterday, that group of hunters was wiped out. As far as I know, it's a large hunter group with no fewer than 200 martial artists, mostly second-tier martial artists, and 12 core members at the second-tier extreme realm. The group leader is even a third-tier early-stage martial artist. But they were still defeated by that young man with a single spear. In the end, only some unofficial members escaped, and the young man's cultivation level was only at the first level of the extreme realm." Yu Bushi smiled and recounted Jiang Xia's exploits in the wilderness, without embellishment, because the facts were already dazzling enough. After speaking, Yu Bushi's gaze fell on Ji Xiang almost imperceptibly, as if mocking him. Ji Xiang's expression grew increasingly grim. He had been busy with the joint entrance exams and hadn't paid attention to Jiang Xia. He hadn't expected her to have grown to this level. He secretly resented it, thinking that if he had known this would happen, he should have taken matters into his own hands to eliminate this scourge, instead of letting others gain power. The people in the conference room heard Yu Bushi's various expressions, but they didn't suspect anything. After all, such a thing could be found out with a simple investigation, and given Yu Bushi's status, it was impossible for him to lie. For a moment, those in control of the top powers in Jiangcheng looked at the boy on the projection screen with envy. But they quickly calmed down, looked at the four figures sitting at the front, and sighed inwardly. Such a rough gem has undoubtedly been targeted by the other party. Their attempt to snatch it from the tiger's mouth is pure wishful thinking. Song Zhenghong never expected that this young man would encounter all sorts of setbacks from the moment he awakened his martial soul until now. What is most commendable is that the young man was not defeated by the difficulties and continued to forge ahead. At this moment, Sang Zhenghong caught a glimpse of the eager gazes of the three palace masters beside him toward the boy on the screen, and his heart skipped a beat. Even Fu Yan, the hall master of the Starfall Martial Hall who had never cared about the joint examination of the 10 schools, actually began to pay attention to that boy. Song Zhenghong's expression twisted in pain, his heart filled with sorrow, and his gaze pierced straight at Ji Xiang like a sharp sword. That old dog has ruined me. If it weren't for this incompetent person holding a position without doing any work, how could the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau have missed such a promising talent? Seeing Song Zhenghong's agitated expression, Yui, the hall master of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, chuckled and said, "Director Song, since ancient times, the most precious natural treasures have belonged to those with virtue, let alone such a gem. After the joint entrance examination, I will let the 4 schools compete fairly, and let this young man choose for himself. You mustn't obstruct us or use any underhanded tactics, otherwise it will escalate to higher authorities, and the Martial Arts Bureau won't be in the right." In the end, Yuyi's words contained not only a subtle threat but also a strong sense of resentment. She had previously set her sights on a talented martial artist, but Song Zhenghong had snatched him away using underhanded methods. She needed to be careful this time. It's all up to your abilities now. Don't forget, everyone, we are all cultivating talent for the alliance. At this moment, Sang Zhenghong's expression had returned to calm, but when he saw Ji Xiang, he still had an urge to beat him up. "Principal Ji, we won't waste time verifying how much of what you said before was true and how much was false. We'll let that boy confront you face to face after the joint exam." After speaking, Sang Zhenghong sat back down in his chair and continued watching Jiang Xia's projected image. Snap. Behave yourselves and hand over your points badges. I'm in a hurry, so be quick. At this moment, more than a dozen candidates stood in a row in front of Jiang Xia, constantly taking out their point badges from their pockets. One candidate tried to run away, but was slapped back by a large shovel. Jiang Xia shook her hand in TSK, she got used to beating that bastard Feng Xiang. By this time, the other party should have already passed the brink of death. After collecting all the points badges from the people in front of her, Jiang Xia didn't make things difficult for them and simply let them leave. He picked up his backpack and roughly counted them. There were about 300 points badges. Jiang Xia nodded. This was enough for now. He learned from other test takers that fewer than 800 students participated in the joint entrance examination of 10 schools. The reason there were so few people was because the examination location for this joint exam of 10 schools was in the wilderness. Moreover, under the rule that killing is not prohibited, only students whose cultivation level has reached the mid-stage of the first rank are qualified to participate. Otherwise, if students who are still in the awakening stage or have just broken through to the early stage of the first rank participate in the 10-school joint examination, they will be providing food for the wild beasts in the assessment area. Now that we've collected enough points and badges, and the higher-ups are paying attention, it's time to get down to business. Jiang Xia grabbed her backpack, glanced around, then spotted a direction and sprinted off. He had already learned from the students of number 1 high school that Bai Yao from number 3 high school was recognized as the strongest among the 10 martial arts high schools this year. Bai Yao not only awakened an SSS-level martial soul, but his martial soul was also an extremely rare dragon species, and his opponent's realm had also reached the first-order extreme realm. I heard that Bai Yao deliberately suppressed his cultivation level and did not break through in order to participate in the 10 schools joint examination. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Xia couldn't help but secretly gasp in astonishment. His arduous cultivation day and night not only took more than half a month in reality, but also a considerable amount of time in the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven, before he finally broke through to the first level of the Extreme Realm. Bai Yao broke through to the first level Extreme Realm in just over half a month, and it might be even shorter. However, Jiang Xia was able to accept this calmly. Not to mention that Bai Yao was already at the 9th level of Spirit Awakening before his martial soul awakened. After awakening his SSS-level martial soul, he was nourished by the martial soul. With the value of the SSS-level martial soul, he could probably push his opponent to the mid-stage or even late stage of the first tier in one fell swoop. Not to mention that the medicines the other party usually uses for cultivation could not possibly be something as common as body-tempering liquid. Given that all resources are readily available, it is normal for Bai Yao to have such a cultivation speed. The person Jiang Xia is looking for now is Bai Yao, the strongest among the 10 schools in the joint examination. No matter how many ordinary candidates he defeated, none of them were as rewarding as defeating Bai Yao alone. Chapter 38 Battle with Bai Yao. Jiang Xia went to find Bai Yao with the intention of sparring with him and putting on an exhibition match to show the higher-ups of the 10-school joint examination his value. He could then wait for a good offer, join a faction with attractive benefits, and seek the opportunity to take the college entrance examination 2 months later. With Jiang Xia traveling at full speed, they arrived at their destination in no time. He looked at Bai Yao, who had just killed a giant serpent beast in the distance, and slowly walked over. Jiang Xia didn't act rashly. He didn't know Bai Yao's strength. If he accidentally killed him in one move, who would play exhibition matches with him? Moreover, relying solely on brute force to overwhelm the enemy is not entertaining at all. To bolster his future major shareholders and investors, this time he not only needs to win, but he needs to win spectacularly. However, man proposes, God disposes. Bai Yao clearly saw Jiang Xia as an intruder who wanted to take advantage of his illness and kill him. The moment Bai Yao saw Jiang Xia, he brandished his long sword and rushed over at top speed. At the same time, a series of majestic dragon beasts appeared behind him, roaring to the sky and emitting deafening dragon cries. The moment the dragon's roar sounded, Jiang Xia felt as if someone had breathed on her sea of consciousness, which instantly returned to calm. He was surprised, not expecting Bai Yao's martial soul to be so special, capable of launching mental attacks even at the first level, although it wasn't very useful to him. A gentle breeze, in front of the vast lake, can only ripple tiny waves, not even causing larger splashes. Bai Yao, who was standing close by, saw that Jiang Xia was completely unaffected by the dragon's roar and his expression changed drastically. But given his current predicament, he couldn't back down and leave. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and swing his long sword down at Jiang Xia. Seeing this, Jiang Xia swiftly reached out with her right hand and grabbed Bai Yao's wrist holding the knife. At the same time, she unleashed her strength and flung Bai Yao away. He deliberately controlled the force of this move, so it did not cause any harm to Bai Yao. However, after Bai Yao landed, he still staggered back a few steps before regaining his balance. What immense power! Bai Yao's heart sank. The golden-eyed boy in front of him, who looked about the same age as him, had just used that move, which was enough to make him take him seriously. The opponent stood still the whole time, without even manifesting his martial spirit, and easily neutralized his attack. His right hand, holding the knife, tightened and loosened repeatedly. Jiang Xia was unaware of the immense pressure her casual act of suppressing her power had placed on the undisputed #1 student from the 10 schools. Seeing Bai Yao's hesitant expression about whether to take action, he decided to give him some motivation. Jiang Xia raised the spear in her hand, pointed it at Bai Yao, and sneered. Is this what they call the #1 among the 10 schools? It doesn't seem like much now. I beat him so badly with just one move that he cowered and dared not fight again. A simple provocation tactic. Even though the method is old, it works. Really? As soon as Jiang Xia finished speaking, Bai Yao's previously calm expression turned angry. The dragon beast martial spirit behind Bai Yao reappeared, but this time it did not roar like before. Instead, it transformed into a stream of light and entered Bai Yao's body. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yao's appearance underwent a huge change. First, layers of black and gold scales grew on his hands and face, and a pair of dragon horns sprouted from the top of his head. His once clear black and white eyes turned blood red, and his short, jet black hair quickly grew longer and then turned silver white, matching the color of the mane on the back of his opponent's dragon beast spirit. Immediately, Bai Yao's blood red eyes stared intently at Jiang Xia. He gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, and instantly the blade was covered by lightning and fire spewed from his hands, as if it had turned into a torch. Seeing this, Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow slightly. This SSS-level martial soul was truly extraordinary. In addition to attacks targeting the mind, it unexpectedly possesses and transforms, and even possesses 2 top-tier offensive attributes, lightning and fire. Immediately, Jiang Xia's golden gaze turned fiery, and the blue lotus pattern deep within her pupils gradually became clearer. Bai Yao's current posture might make him take things a little more seriously, but only a little. Jiang Xia continued to control and restrain her physical power, limiting it to the first-order extreme realm. He raised his spear with his right hand and pointed it at Bai Yao, while also beckoning Bai Yao with his left hand. Seeing this provocative action, Bai Yao's blood-red eyes turned even more crimson. Jiang Xia clicked her tongue. They're young after all, so full of youthful passion. Such a simple provocation hooked them easily, saving me a lot of talking. Clang! The Thunderfire longsword clashed with the spear, and within a few breaths the two had exchanged more than 10 blows. With a whoosh, the two clashed again before quickly separating, sending dirt and gravel flying everywhere. As soon as the two stood still, several large trees at the spot where they had fought earlier collapsed and shattered. Bai Yao gripped his long sword and frowned as he looked at Jiang Xia. Your strength just now was far more than that, and your marksmanship was completely unoriginal, just basic marksmanship. Are you insulting me? Jiang Xia brandished her spear, performed a flourish, shook her head, and sighed softly. I'm not trying to insult you. All I know is basic marksmanship. Do you think everyone in the world has a family background like yours? For ordinary people like us, a high-level martial arts manual might be something we can't afford in our entire lives. As for suppressing power, it's naturally because I don't want the battle to end too quickly. After all, someone like me must demonstrate enough value to obtain the resources to climb higher. This battle is not only my stepping stone, but also your opportunity. Show me your full strength. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, Bai Yao remained silent, then glanced at the drone in the sky and slowly nodded. I understand. I was being petty. But the resources I have from my family background are my advantage, and I will not deny that. I will not hold myself back just because you only have basic marksmanship. That's perfect, come on, let's continue. War. Boom. Clang. The two figures clashed again. Pure brute force is too boring and doesn't reveal anything. Aside from martial spirit, physical body, and cultivation level, martial arts skills are the most direct indicator of a person's talent. Years of swords, months of sticks, a lifetime of guns. It's easy to learn a weapon, but it's difficult to master it, let alone turn it into a skill. Even when Jiang Xia was cultivating in the Fire Cloud Cave, she did not miss the opportunity to study the divine intent in the Lord of the River slaying the dragon diagram. Now is the time to test the results of one's spiritual practice. The battle between Jiang Xia and Bai Yao was quite intense, attracting many wild beasts and hunters. However, upon sensing the aura of the two fighting, they all fled without stopping, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. However, the examinees who had been drawn by the sounds of battle all stopped and watched. Especially when they recognized the identities of the two figures in the battle, all the examinees present couldn't help but gape. Chapter 39 Thunderflame Overlord Blade. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Someone actually fought Bai Shin to this extent. Bro, did you become a savage after you went into the wilderness? That guy in the tracksuit is the infamous point-scoring monster that's been all over the assessment area. Damn, it's true. Not long ago, I personally witnessed the great demon king of points kill a male and a female student from number 1 high school. I was so scared that I ran away immediately. I don't know how those two offended this demon king. Huh? Didn't the points demon king say only save, don't kill? The boy's words caused a brief silence in the room, which then erupted into chaos. Previously, the opponent was called the points demon king simply because when they were stealing points, they would only hurt people, not kill them. Now the points system has started killing people. Although it has confirmed the opponent's reputation as a demon king, all the candidates present turned pale. No one wanted to become the next victim of his gun. May all the gods bless us, allowing the white god to successfully defeat the great demon king and restore peace to our assessment area. Some people couldn't help but start praying that Bai Yao could defeat Jiang Xia. At least Bai Yao hasn't killed a single person since the start of the joint entrance exam. The most serious injury he's suffered is just a broken bone. While the battle raged on the field, in the camp's conference room on the other side, Song Zhenghong watched the two fighting on the projection screen in front of him, feeling very gratified. Look, Zhangcheng still has some promising talents this year. Meanwhile, Fu Yan, standing to the side, became very interested in Jiang Xia. Despite having the strength to kill an enemy in one move, she didn't use it at the moment. This young man named Jiang Xia is too arrogant. The young man with the dragon beast martial soul is capable of going toe-to-toe with a mid-stage second-tier martial artist in his current state. If he continues to suppress his strength, he may very well lose. Some people in the conference room shook their heads and sighed, seemingly thinking that Jiang Xia was too young and impetuous. I don't think so, Yu Bushi retorted. Didn't you all see that Jiang Xia only used the basic spear technique from beginning to end, while many of you here should be familiar with the sword technique used by that boy named Bai Yao? The Thunderflame Overlord Blade, a top-tier human-grade martial art, is one of the most powerful martial arts techniques among top-tier human-grade martial arts. Someone's eyes gleamed, having already discerned its secrets. Upon hearing this, those who had previously looked down on the two juniors all perked up. They already understood the meaning behind Yu Boyi's words. To withstand the top-tier human-level martial art Thunder Flame Overlord Blade with the unranked basic spear technique without defeat, unless one uses overwhelming strength to bridge the gap between the ranks of martial arts, there is only one possibility. Martial arts skills. Only then did everyone recall what Jiang Xia had said to Bai Yao earlier. These young people these days are getting more and more interesting. Who knows, one day we old folks might be left behind, Sung Zhenghong said with a chuckle. Fu Yan stared at the boy on the projection screen, his mind racing. The fact that the young man dared to use this method to demonstrate his potential and abilities as a stepping stone is enough to prove that the other party was very confident. If this young man's combat skills can reach the 6th level or above in spear fighting, then his spot will finally have a purpose. Clang! In the forest, Jiang Xia and Bai Yao separated again after a fierce clash. The surrounding woods were now a mess, littered with tree debris. Bai Yao landed and breathed heavily. This intense battle was extremely taxing on his stamina, especially since he had been maintaining his fusion with his martial soul. In contrast, Jiang Xia was extremely calm after landing, her breath flowing smoothly and long, showing no signs of having just experienced a great battle. Bai Yao's expression was solemn. He knew that the young man in front of him was hiding his strength, but he did not expect that even his current posture could not make the other party use power far beyond what he had now. This huge gap filled Bai Yao with a deep sense of frustration. From childhood to adulthood, and then to awakening his SSS-level martial soul, his journey had been smooth and successful. Today, for the first time in 18 years, he tasted the bitterness of being crushed by someone's talent. Thinking of this, Bai Yao chuckled self-deprecatingly. Compared to the young man in front of him, what kind of genius was he? Jiang Xia clearly sensed that something was wrong with Bai Yao. His surging fighting spirit seemed to be waning, and even the lightning and fire attached to his longsword were gradually dimming. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't let this kid give up now, he had to heal the other side. Bai Yao, there are always people better than you, and there is always a higher level to reach. You are a genius, that's true, but there will always be someone more talented than you. Do you think that the resources and teaching you have can compare to the offspring of those powerful martial artists? If you fall into self-doubt when you meet someone more talented than you, then you might as well give up martial arts. This path is not for you. A martial artist needs a heart that can fight against heaven, against others, and against oneself, not a coward who can be defeated. I am not a coward. Bai Yao roared. Jiang Xia's impassioned speech finally reignited Bai Yao's fighting spirit. In Jiang Xia's view, the reason why Bai Yao is like this is entirely because he has had too smooth a path with the support of a powerful background, so he doubts himself as soon as he encounters setbacks. Damn, Jiang Xia felt a little jealous. He decided to give Bai Yao a good beating when the party was almost over. Bai Yao's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and lightning and fire erupted from the longsword in his hand once again, shooting straight into the sky. I can't maintain this posture any longer. Go all out and fight. Don't hold back, that's the only way to truly enjoy the fight. Jiang Xia nodded. He now relies entirely on basic marksmanship to fight enemies, and he only uses a small portion of the divine insights he gleaned from the Emperor of the River slaying the dragon painting. Because he could sense that not only was he hiding, but Bai Yao also had other methods he hadn't used yet. Soon, Bai Yao moved again. Because of his speed, he kicked up a lot of wood debris and a howling wind. He then came into contact with the lightning and fire attached to the long sword, instantly igniting the surrounding wood chips. He brandished his long sword, accompanied by a sky full of flames. The wind fanned the flames, and he looked like a meteorite falling from the sky. Jiang Xia did not take the blow head-on. Instead, she stepped back slightly to avoid the long blade slashing down. In a flash, she quickly pressed down on the back of the blade with her alloy spear, and the spear tip was aimed straight at Bai Yao's face. This thrilling scene caused many surrounding examinees to gasp in surprise, as they had all thought the great demon king was about to deliver a fatal blow to Bai Shen. Bai Yao's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly raised his longsword upwards, trying to deflect the spear and avert the crisis. But Jiang Xia wouldn't give him a chance. He gripped his spear tightly, then suddenly shook it, deflecting the long sword. In the end, Bai Yao barely managed to dodge the fatal blow by taking the hit with his shoulder. Bai Yao retreated rapidly, his face pale. He had just been walking on the edge of death. He dared not gamble on whether the boy would kill him, especially since they were in the wilderness. Jiang Xia held a long spear and pointed it at Bai Yao, her expression somewhat displeased. What happened to going all out? Bai Yao, reveal your trump card and fight me. Chapter 40: The Profound Mystery of Techniques. As you wish. But I'm not sure I can control this move. If you accidentally die, don't blame me. Bai Yao was also truly enraged by the beating, and his words were anything but polite. Go ahead and do as you please. There's no reason to worry about the enemy. Then you'd better be careful. Bai Yao's expression was solemn. The dragon beast that had been integrated with him now appeared as a shadow behind him, roaring to the sky, but no dragon's roar was heard in the air. At this moment, the lightning and fire on Bai Yao's longsword began to flow in reverse, enveloping Bai Yao's entire body. A giant of thunder and fire, over 2 zhang tall and wielding a long sword, appeared out of thin air around him. Bai Yao then flew towards Jiang Xia, while the Thunderfire giant's longsword slashed downwards at the same time. Killer move, Overlord's ambition. Jiang Xia looked solemn. With his current strength, he needed to be cautious in the face of Bai Yao's attack, but if he fully unleashed his suppression, it would be easily broken with a flick of his finger. Clang! Clang! The two clashed again, exchanging more than 10 blows in the blink of an eye. A single strike, a deadly move, is never a single move or technique. Only by striking swiftly at the right moment can a move be considered a deadly move. As Jiang Xia and Bai Yao made their final desperate attempt, their aura surged dramatically. At the outermost edge of the battle zone, some examinees exclaimed in surprise, because the thunder and fire giant enveloping Bai Yao had grown taller again, and its armor was gradually becoming clearer. On the other side, Jiang Xia also began to use the trace of divine intent she had comprehended from the Emperor of the River slaying the dragon painting to enhance her spear technique. If someone were to observe closely at this moment, they would discover that although Jiang Xia was still using the basic gun techniques, the core of it was completely different, and her every move was no longer bound by the methods of the basic gun techniques. Jiang Xia fully demonstrated what she had learned during this period in this battle. His spear technique did not continue to follow the rules, but completely broke away from conventional spear techniques, and every move he made was a wonderful one. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on Bai Yao's forehead. He realized that no matter how he attacked, Jiang Xia could deflect his attacks with the slightest margin, ultimately turning the tables and leaving him exhausted from defending. The more he attacks, the greater his disadvantage becomes. Gradually, Bai Yao suddenly felt a sense of horror, because he had been completely drawn into the rhythm of Jiang Xia's shooting technique. He felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. The more he struggled, the faster he sank. At that moment, both the examinees watching the two fight and the important figures in the camp's conference room in the distance stared in shock at the strange scene unfolding before them. In their eyes, the giant of thunder and fire enveloping Bai Yao twisted and turned, as if it had become a dragon wrapped in thunder and fire. The forest at the heart of the battle had transformed into a wide, turbulent river. Even Jiang Xia, who had shown no unusual signs since the start of the battle and seemed to have completely returned to simplicity, suddenly had a three-eyed god-like figure wielding a strange weapon with 3 points and 2 blades appear behind him. Alarm bells rang in Bai Yao's mind, realizing that he could not continue like this. He had a premonition that if he didn't go all out now, the energy he had been building up might never have another chance to erupt. Success or failure hinged on this one move. Bai Yao and Jiang Xia exchanged a hard blow. Bai Yao was forced to retreat, and then charged forward again. At the same time, it seemed as if the roar of a dragon was heard in the air, and boundless dragon might envelop Jiang Xia, trying to suppress him completely from mind to body. The domineering intent that had been building up in his chest dissipated instantly. Because he hadn't accumulated it to its peak, Bai Yao's forceful activation caused a significant backlash against his true form. His already pale face became even more bloodless, and his body trembled slightly, but his right hand holding the knife remained strong and steady, and his blood-red eyes shone brightly as he stared intently at the boy who was so close to him. Seeing that Jiang Xia did not try to dodge at all, he assumed that Long Wei had completely intimidated her. Just as Bai Yao felt a surge of joy, he saw the boy's golden eyes suddenly turn, and a gaze devoid of any emotion stared directly at him. Then the young man nodded slightly, as if praising his strike. Then he saw the boy move. Jiang Xia calmly watched the approaching Thunderfire giant. He had to admit that Bai Yao had given him a huge surprise. He had originally thought that he would not have a chance to show this move at all. Jiang Xia raised his spear. Facing the imposing slash, he made no unnecessary movements, simply thrusting forward with a neutral spear thrust. As Jiang Xia made his move, the three-eyed deity behind him, wielding a 3-pointed double-edged sword, also thrust out his spear at the thunder and fire dragon that was lunging forward with its mouth open. Clang! The tip of the spear struck the edge of the horizontally slashing long sword, preventing it from advancing an inch. The three-eyed deity's 3-pointed double-edged sword also pierced through the Thunderfire dragon's mouth, shattering one of its teeth. Faintly, the mournful cry of a dragon echoed through the heavens and earth. Jiang Xia did not stop. After intercepting the longsword attack, he changed the attack of his spear and suddenly swept it horizontally in front of him. Bai Yao was shocked and his body suddenly leaned backward as the spear, carrying unparalleled power, grazed his chest and abdomen. In an instant, an invisible spear beam appeared from the spear and shot out into the distance. The dragon head behind Bai Yao, which had been roaring to the sky, was suddenly shattered by the spear light, letting out a mournful cry before disappearing. The three-eyed deity behind Zhang Xia moved in the same way as Zhang Xia. He also slashed horizontally with his three-pointed double-edged sword, and the head of the Thunderfire dragon was neatly severed from its neck before disappearing. After unleashing this attack, the three-eyed deity's figure also dimmed and disappeared. But as it finally dissipated completely, Zhang Xia suddenly sensed something and looked towards the three-eyed deity. Whether it was just his imagination or not, he felt that the three-eyed deity nodded to him before disappearing. Although the battle here has ended, its effects continue to unfold. The spear light unleashed by Zhang Xia, even after shattering Bai Yao's dragon beast martial soul, continued its momentum, cutting down many ancient trees along the way and severely injuring several spectators who couldn't dodge in time. The two main characters who had been engaged in a fierce battle seemed to be unharmed, while the audience was the one who suffered. When gods fight, mortals suffer. In front of Zhang Xia, Bai Yao stood still again, panting heavily. He was still shaken by the gunshot Zhang Xia had fired earlier. Although he narrowly escaped death several times in this battle, he benefited greatly from it. He deeply understood the great terror and great fortune described in the book Between Life and Death. Putting everything else aside, just based on this battle alone, he is confident that he can break through to the peak level of Thunderflame Overlord Blade in a short period of time. Zhang Xia looked at Bai Yao, who had accompanied him to the end of the exhibition match, and smiled as she extended her hand. Zhang Xia. Chapter 41 Spear Stance. Bai Yao looked at Zhang Xia's outstretched right hand, hesitated for a moment, then reached out and grasped it as well. Bai Yao. That was a great battle, but I hope to have the opportunity to witness your full power next time. There will be opportunities. Zhang Xia smiled and shook hands with Bai Yao. Their conversation was not concealed and was clearly heard by the candidates who gradually gathered around. Looking at the devastated forest around them, and then at Bai Yao, who was pale and looked like he was about to die, the examinees were instantly petrified. Dude, you've already opened it up. You haven't even used your full strength yet, even at this level. You're probably playing a hacked version of the game High Martial Arts Life. For a moment, the candidates present felt like they were possessed by a lemon, both sour and refreshing. They really wanted to know what model of cheat software Zhang Xia used, because they wanted to get one too. Camp Meeting Room. Spear Stance, this is definitely Spear Stance. Although it is only in its infancy, there is no doubt that Jiangcheng is going to produce a prodigy who comprehends Spear Stance this year. Song Zhenghong looked excited and immediately stood up from his seat. Although Wan Fenghua, the master of the Pancher Martial Hall, did not want to dampen the excitement of his senior, he knew that such a promising talent could not be missed. I'm sorry, Senior Song, he really wants to improve. Ahem, Senior Song, there's no need to get so agitated. It's true that Zhang Xia is from Jiangcheng, but it seems that she has nothing to do with the Cheng Martial Arts Bureau now. Wan Fenghua's simple and unadorned words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Song Zhenghong's head, instantly sobering him up. Then Song Zhenghong looked at Wan Fenghua with a deep gaze. Even Wan Fenghua felt a little uneasy being stared at like that by Song Zhenghong, so he quickly forced a simple and honest smile. There is no other reason than following one's heart. The higher-ups in Jiangcheng may not be very familiar with the background of this director of the Martial Arts Bureau, who has been in office for less than 5 years. However, as the head of the Jiangcheng branch of the Pancher Martial Hall, he was well aware of how dazzling Song Zhenghong's achievements were. Back then, on a level 7-star realm of Yuanpa Star, Song Zhenghong, with his late-stage 6th-order strength, directly defeated a 7th-order extreme ancestor of the Wolf Spirit clan. He once led the Star Realm garrison to sweep across that level 7-star realm, until the Wolf Spirit clan had to send level 7 experts from other level 7-star realms to hunt down Song Zhenghong. The final result was that Song Zhenghong returned severely injured after killing 5 7th-tier ancestral returnees of the Wolf Spirit clan, and that Star Realm is still controlled by the 9-star Alliance for more than 2/3 of its territory. Because the Wolf Spirit clan mobilized 7th-tier ancestral returners, the 9-star Alliance took this opportunity to launch a counterattack on many 7th-level star realms bordering the 9-star Alliance. Song Zhenghong also became famous overnight, and was summoned by the 3 chairmen of the committee and awarded the Alliance Guardian Medal. It is said that Song Zhenghong came to Jiangcheng for 2 reasons: first, to recuperate from his injury, and second, to seek a breakthrough opportunity. Wan Fenghua wouldn't be so reckless as to head against a senior who could kill a 7th-level extreme realm ancestor 5 years ago. Thinking of this, Wan Finghua glanced at Yui beside him and sneered inwardly. The newly appointed hall master of the Jiangcheng branch of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall immediately tried to seize control of the situation, just like a new official making a big splash. The other party's repeated outrageous actions had already made Wan Finghua very unhappy. If the other party doesn't restrain themselves, I'm afraid that senior figure will have to personally intervene to suppress them. Fu Yan's eyes were unfathomable, and he remained silent throughout, leaving everyone wondering what he was thinking. However, when Yui saw Wan Finghua being glanced at by Song Zhenghong, who then reacted like a mouse seeing a cat, she immediately showed a look of disdain and contempt. This is truly a disgrace to the three major martial halls. Wan Finghua simply ignored Yui. He didn't even bother targeting this newcomer who hadn't even investigated his own territory before taking office. He only needs to watch as the other party hosts lavish banquets, builds grand mansions, and eventually collapses and falls apart. For Wan Finghua, among all the forces in this conference room, the only ones capable of competing with him for this uncut gem, besides Song Zhenghong, are Fu Yan, the branch master of the Starfall Martial Hall. Unlike Song Zhenghong's breakthrough through the Star Realm, whose battle record is verifiable, this person is extremely mysterious. He only came to Jiangcheng last year to serve as the branch hall master, but even after using his connections, he couldn't find a single clue about him before that. Fortunately, the other party always maintained a calm and unassuming demeanor, otherwise he would have been his biggest enemy in the competition for the uncut jade seed. In an instant, Zhang Xia, the prodigy who emerged as a dark horse in the 10-school joint examination and comprehended the power of the spear, captivated the attention of the four top powers in Jiangcheng. Song Zhenghong was feeling extremely frustrated at this moment, even more so than when he was besieged by more than a dozen 7th-tier Wolf Spirit Clan ancestral returners in the Star Boundary. He turned to look at Ji Xiang behind him, his gaze growing increasingly hostile. Song Zhenghong really wanted to smash the other party's head. Such a good seed of jade, and the other party just kicked it away. Having learned from this experience, he plans to streamline the education system of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau upon his return. Every time a menace like Ji Xiang is discovered, it harms Jiangcheng and the alliance. Director Song, I think this joint exam can be ended. If there are any unexpected situations, there is no point in continuing. It would be better to go back and let the students who still have the points badges compete in pairs to determine the winner. As for that young wilderness hunter who appeared in the examination hall, I think we could bring him over to meet him. It was Fu Yan who spoke. Many people cast surprised glances, not expecting that the previously unknown branch master of the Starfall Martial Hall would speak up at this moment. For a moment, Song Zhenghong and the other two hallmasters became alert, realizing that the purpose of this person who suddenly mentioned Zhang Xia was probably not the same as theirs. After frowning and pondering for a moment, Song Zhenghong agreed to Fu Yan's suggestion. All right, we should indeed meet that young man. We also have something we need to confirm with him. Soon, the news of the end of the joint entrance examination was transmitted to every candidate via drones in the sky. Meanwhile, Zhang Xia, who was talking to Bai Yao, smiled when he heard that the joint exam was over. It seemed that his efforts had not been in vain. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen burly city defense soldiers in camouflage combat uniforms emerged from the forest and approached Zhang Xia, explaining their purpose. Zhang Xia readily agreed, as this was his ultimate purpose in participating in the joint entrance examination. A person who had just awakened his martial soul was able to kill an SSS-level martial soul owner even while greatly suppressing his own abilities. This stepping stone should be significant enough to secure him more cultivation resources. Zhang Xia and Bai Yao weren't just chatting idly. After their conversation, Zhang Xia's knowledge suddenly increased dramatically. At the same time, one can't help but marvel at the extravagance of those large families. It turns out that the cultivation resources available to merchants outside are just ordinary goods. The real geniuses or scions of powerful families use the Alliance's special edition. This resource cannot be bought with money, it requires something called Alliance Points to redeem. Chapter 42 Old Dog Ji Xiang. After explaining their purpose, the city guards led Zhang Xia toward the conference room. On the way, Zhang Xia kept recalling her conversation with Bai Yao, and couldn't help but sigh. Unexpectedly, his actions of simply wanting to join a powerful organization, obtain investment, and qualify for the martial arts exam unexpectedly opened up some obstacles on his path forward. In particular, after learning about Zhang Xia's past experiences and current thoughts, Bai Yao directly gave advice, suggesting that if there were multiple options, he would recommend that Zhang Xia prioritize the three major martial halls. Then Bai Yao told Zhang Xia about the specific background of the three martial halls. The three martial halls were founded by three of the 9-Star Alliance's top experts. These are also the three people who stand at the top of the alliance. During the era of the great opening of the astral portal, they led the Nine-Star Alliance humanity to repel the civilization beyond the astral plane, thus forming the current structure of the Nine-Star Alliance. Those three top experts are now the three decision-makers of the Alliance's Supreme Committee. They were revered as gods of war. Therefore, joining the three major martial halls is, in Bayao's view, the most suitable choice for Jiang Xia. Although Jiang Xia's current talent and strength would allow her to receive the best training if she joined the Martial Arts Bureau. However, the Martial Arts Bureau is riddled with factions, and people from all the major families of Dongxia hold positions within it. One can easily get caught up in a vortex of inexplicable struggles. The three major martial halls' training strategies only consider talent and strength, with the strong rising and the weak falling. The strong get everything, while the weak can only survive under the protection of the rules and eat the scraps left by the strong. The original purpose of the three martial gods in establishing the Martial God Temple was to counterbalance the talent cultivation systems within the various member states of the Nine-Star Alliance, so that martial artists within the alliance could have a relatively fair environment for growth. Click. The conference room door was pushed open from the outside. The long-haired, golden-eyed boy stood at the boundary between the bright outdoor sunlight and the dim indoor light. Jiang Xia took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. In this short time, he had already chosen the path he would take in the future. He walked into the conference room with a smile on his face. Click, the door closed. At this moment, many people in the conference room were watching this troublemaking young man with great interest. Although he hadn't arrived yet, his legend had already spread to everyone's ears, not to mention that in the later stages of the joint entrance exam, the projection screen was filled with images of the boy. They knew that such a gem was beyond their reach, but the Dongxia people's inherent desire to watch the drama unfold made them eagerly anticipate what would happen next. Many people's eyes lingered on Jiang Xia and Ji Xiang. Ji Xiang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, but he forced himself not to lash out. He had no choice, as most of the people in this conference room were more powerful and influential than him. The 10 principals of Wugao High School could be said to be at the very bottom, and they could only endure it. Jiang Xia stood at the conference room door, surrounded by scrutinizing gazes, a heavy, oppressive aura emanating from her. At this moment, a kind-looking old man walked up to Jiang Xia, smiled, and patted him on the shoulder. In an instant, the pressure that had been enveloping me vanished. Jiang Xia also came to his senses. It wasn't that someone was deliberately targeting him, it was simply because there were too many powerful martial artists in this conference room. Although they didn't deliberately release their aura, the source energy fields emanating from their bodies were intertwined, which was not something that Jiang Xia, a first-level martial artist, could easily withstand. But most importantly, from the moment he entered, his chi value increased rapidly at a rate of more than 20 points per second, and in such a short time it had increased by more than 5,000 points. This is the fastest increase in his chi value ever. Jiang Xia, I am Song Zhenghong, the director of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau. I believe that with your intelligence, you already know why I called you here. But before that, I have a few small things I need your help with, Song Zhenghong said with a smile to Jiang Xia. He then stepped aside, revealing Ji Xiang's figure behind him. Jiang Xia and Ji Xiang looked at each other from a distance. At this moment, Ji Xiang no longer had the arrogant demeanor he had displayed that day. He was listless and his eyes were bloodshot. But the look in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Xia still carried a sinister glint, as if warning Jiang Xia not to speak carelessly. Looking at Ji Xiang's appearance, Jiang Xia should be able to guess what happened. Then he laughed, his mouth opening and closing, silently uttering 2 words to Ji Xiang, old dog. Ji Xiang understood, Ji Xiang was furious, Ji Xiang was dejected. The moment he made a move, a mountain-like pressure crashed down on him, instantly bringing him back to his senses and making his eyes crystal clear. Song Zhenghong withdrew his gaze from Ji Xiang and turned to look at Jiang Xia. A small incident just happened. I learned about your withdrawal from school from Principal Ji, but I would like to confirm the details with you, the person involved, to see if there are any discrepancies between what you said and what Principal Ji said. Song Zhenghong's tone became serious at the end. After understanding the meaning behind the words of the director of the Martial Arts Bureau, Jiang Xia couldn't help but feel amused, and her gaze towards Ji Xiang became playful. Now that the old man is in his hands, how could he possibly let go of such a golden opportunity to sow discord between them? Then, Jiang Xia recounted the whole story, tears streaming down her face, without embellishment. 5 minutes later. Director Song, this is what happened. I had no choice but to drop out of school. I have always been very perceptive since I was a child. On the martial arts stage, I felt the killing intent from Principal Ji more than once. In addition, he punished me by not allowing me to receive the training resources issued by the school before the martial arts exam. In order to avoid being targeted by Principal G, I had no choice but to drop out of school and flee the city. Even so, Principal G still had no intention of letting me go. He actually hired a blacknet assassin to take care of me outside the city. As she spoke, Jiang Xia opened her personal terminal and showed Song Zhenghong the chat history between the 5 Ba brothers and the mysterious man on the black network. She also thoughtfully played out a recording of the conversation. Ji Xiang's originally gloomy face turned deathly pale and bloodless upon hearing Jiang Xia's words and hearing the suddenly released recording. Because he recognized the recording as the conversation he had with the 5 Ba brothers when they finally raised the bounty on Jiang Xia to 20 million. Unexpectedly, a group of shady characters had tricked him. The fact that Jiang Xia possessed this recording was enough to prove that the 5 Ba brothers had died at their hands. In that split second, Ji Xiang made his choice. Director Song, don't listen to his nonsense. You little bastard, how dare you openly fabricate evidence to slander your teachers? You have no respect for your teachers and your morals are depraved. Don't you know where you are? How can you continue to distort the truth here? Today, I will teach you a lesson, you ungrateful student. As he spoke, Ji Xiang's body had already moved. His expression was ferocious, his body surging with energy, and he threw a punch at Jiang Xia with all his might without regard for anything else. Snort! Chapter 43's Rank Contract, Joining the Starfall Martial Hall. Snort! A cold snort, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Ji Xiang, who was rapidly approaching Jiang Xia, suddenly stopped with a cold snort. Then, as if he had been hit by a giant hammer, he flew backward and crashed heavily into the wall of the conference room with a loud boom. Ji Xiang landed and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with a large amount of internal organ fragments. He struggled to lift his head, looking at the old man beside Jiang Xia in disbelief. Jiang Cheng's previous directors of the Martial Arts Bureau were only 5th-level martial artists, but his current strength has reached the 4th-level extreme realm. Now, Sang Zhenghong only let out a cold snort. He hadn't even seen the source energy fluctuations when the other party made his move, and he was already seriously injured. Ji Xiang was horrified, already able to foresee the final outcome he would face. At this moment, many people in the conference room shared the same feelings as Ji Xiang. The current director of the Martial Arts Bureau is truly unfathomable in strength. At the same time, I felt incredibly fortunate that I hadn't offended this person before. The 3 hall masters of the martial hall had serious expressions. Whether it was Ji Xiang's bounty on Jiang Xia on the black network or his attack on Jiang Xia just now, he had seriously crossed the line. Wan Fenghua stepped forward. Given the circumstances, he couldn't possibly remain uninvolved. Director Song. Song Zhenghong raised his hand to interrupt Wan Fenghua, and said with a serious expression, I know what to do, and I will give the martial hall and this child a satisfactory explanation. Then Song Zhenghong's gaze skipped over Ji Xiang and went straight to the other 9 principals. You lot. You don't have any dirty secrets like this stuff, do you? I'm giving you a chance today. If you do, just say it. If it turns out later, I'm sure neither you nor your families want to see that. A group of principals broke out in a cold sweat. The scene they had just witnessed was incredibly shocking. Little did they know that Ji Xiang, a 4th-level extreme realm cultivator, had been struck and was still lying on the ground. However, after experiencing initial fear, the 9 principals gradually calmed down. They never did anything as irrational as Ji Xiang, such as assassinating their own students. At most, they used their positions to give preferential treatment to their family members. After figuring this out, the principals all breathed a sigh of relief and shook their heads at Song Zhenghong. Song Zhenghong didn't say anything, but just gave those principals a deep look before looking away. Seeing that the internal affairs of the Martial Arts Bureau had been resolved, Yui took the initiative to say, Director Song, now that the matter has come to an end, shouldn't we address this young man's issue? We must remember that there are still more than 2 months until the martial arts exam, and time waits for no one. We cannot let this trivial matter affect a future genius martial artist of the Alliance. Wan Fenghua's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Wow, Yui really knows how to use language. With just a few words, she's elevated the discussion to the level of the future of the Alliance. Fu Yan glanced at the expressions of the 3 people and could already guess that what followed was a long argument, and he really had no mood to waste time on it. Gentlemen, let this young man decide which faction he should join. The next moment, all 4 pairs of eyes fell on Jiang Xia. Seeing this, Jiang Xia sighed. He knew he couldn't wait for a higher price to come out. He turned to Song Zhenghong and bowed slightly. Thank you for your help earlier, Senior Tsong. However, I personally prefer to go to the martial hall, so I can only regret not being able to accept your kind offer. Hearing Jiang Xiao's words, Sang Zhenghong still maintained a kind expression. He patted Jiang Xiao on the shoulder. Good child, you've really suffered. Don't worry, our martial arts bureau will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Jiang Xia nodded solemnly. Judging from the fact that Sang Zhenghong attacked Ji Xiang without hesitation, the other party was not on the same side as Ji Xiang at all. Then Jiang Xia looked at Wan Fenghua, Yui, and Fu Yan. Seniors, someone once told me that the martial hall is more suitable for me, and after careful consideration, I agree. However, I am an orphan with no connections or resources behind me, so I won't talk about those empty words. I will join whichever martial hall offers the most resources. Jiang Xiao's words were very straightforward, but Wan Fenghua and the other two did not show any displeasure. On the contrary, they appreciated Jiang Xia even more. A martial artist is not a politician. What is needed is the courage to fight for everything for oneself. Just as Wan Fenghua and Yui were about to speak, Fu Yan preemptively said, I can sign an S-level contract for you. Instantly, both Wan Fenghua and Yui looked at Fu Yan in disbelief. Fu Yan, where did you get this power from? Wan Fenghua stopped mid-sentence. He considered the possibility that the other party might actually have that authority. Immediately, Wan Fenghua said with a reluctant expression, since Fu Yan, you have already given up the spot that can only be given out once every 5 years, then I will withdraw. I'm withdrawing too, Yui said immediately afterward. However, her expression wasn't so good. In order to achieve results as soon as possible, she used that spot to sign a genius who had awakened an SSS martial soul as soon as she arrived, and now she couldn't compete with Fu Yan at all. Fu Yan had anticipated this. He wasn't some hermit who didn't eat grains, he just didn't like socializing. He also had some knowledge of the situation of the other two martial halls in the same city. As for that spot, which is only offered once every 5 years, it's not something he values highly. Whether he can stay in Jiangcheng for 5 years is another matter entirely. Jiang Xia was somewhat surprised that the 3 big shots from the martial hall had decided the outcome so quickly. However, after the other two martial hall bigwigs withdrew, he still wisely walked behind Fu Yan. Many people in the conference room were amazed by Fu Yan's boldness. After all, Jiang Xia's martial soul was only F-level on the surface. Even geniuses who have awakened SSS-level martial souls are not necessarily qualified to obtain the martial hall's S-level contract. Jiang Xia stood behind Fu Yan, subtly observing the expressions of the many bigwigs in the conference room. After looking around, he thought to himself, it's safe now. Judging from the expressions of these bigwigs, this martial hall S-level contract is definitely extraordinary. Fu Yan was in a very good mood. He never expected that he would find a good talent after being forced to come to the test competition. However, he still wore that indifferent expression on his face. Fu Yan nodded slightly to Sang Zhenghong, Wan Fenghua, and Yui. Now that this matter is settled, I will not disturb you any further. After saying that, he left the conference room with Jiang Xia. Outside the camp, a silver sedan hovered silently in mid-air, then suddenly descended as if it had just received some instruction. Jiang Xia was deeply shocked when she saw this scene as soon as she stepped out of the camp. He had only ever seen the Gatwick hovercar online. Each one is worth billions, and they are so rare that they are only available for purchase without a certain status. One is not even qualified to buy one. Chapter 44 Testing Strength, 1 million points. Fu Yan took Jiang Xia onto the hovercar and flew towards Jiangcheng along the preset route. After the initial curiosity subsided, Jiang Xia quickly calmed down. Fu Yan kept his eyes closed and rested the whole way, showing no intention of talking to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia couldn't figure out what this big shot was thinking, so he simply closed his eyes to rest. Anyway, as long as the resources were in place, he didn't care about anything else. The flying car traveled at an extremely high speed, and without traffic lights in the air, it returned to Jiangcheng from the wilderness in less than 10 minutes. The flying car slowly landed on the rooftop of a stylish 20-story building. Fu Yan walked out and led Jiang Xia to the palace master's office on the 15th floor via elevator. This place is called an office, but it is surprisingly large, with all kinds of training facilities, including high-tech instruments that Jiang Xia has never seen before, which are obviously very valuable. Fu Yan took a document from behind his desk and handed it to Jiang Xia. This is an S-level contract. If you see no problems, just sign it. Jiang Xia held the contract in her hand, stunned for a moment, then returned to normal. One can only say that a powerful force truly lives up to its name. It's so unpretentious and down to earth. Jiang Xia then began reading the contents of the contract, focusing on the section on resources. From the date of signing, Starfall Marshall Hall will provide the signatory with 1 million alliance points annually and free access to all infrastructure within Starfall Marshall Hall. This privilege is valid for all Starfall Marshall Halls within the alliance. Then Jiang Xia saw a sentence that was specially bolded at the end. S-level signatories will have the authority to automatically upgrade their contracts. Senior, what does the automatic upgrade permission in the contract mean? Jiang Xia asked. My name is Fu Yan, you can call me Palace Master Fu. As for the upgrade authority, you don't need to know about it for now. I will tell you when the time is right. What are those points? That kid from the Bai family should have told you. Some high-level cultivation resources within the Alliance can't be bought with ordinary money. Alliance points are the currency that circulates among high-level martial artists. This million points, when converted, have a purchasing power far exceeding that of 1 billion Dongxia coins. Jiang Xia nodded in understanding, while also marveling at the Starfall Marshall Hall's wealth and resources. An S-level contract costs 1 million points, so how many more must there be for the higher-level ones? For a moment, Jiang Xia's heart was burning with passion. There was no other way he was used to living in poverty, and the martial arts techniques and skills he used were still the standard ones provided by the school. Jiang Xia laid out the contract, picked up the pen on her desk, and signed her name on it. Fu Yan casually put away the contract and said indifferently, now I need to test your strength and formulate a training plan. Jiang Xia nodded, then looked at Fu Yan who was standing motionless in place. Palace Master, is it right here? Certainly. Then Fu Yan snapped his fingers, and a dramatic change occurred in the office. In less than a minute, all those high-tech exercise machines disappeared. The entire office became extremely empty, with windows and doors suddenly sealed off by thick walls, and rows of lights overhead turned on, illuminating the dim room again. Fu Yan took off his suit jacket, loosened his tie, and put it aside. This is where I usually train. It can withstand attacks from a 7th-level extreme realm martial artist, so you can go all out now. You want to know about contract upgrade permissions, right? If your performance in the future satisfies me, I'll tell you how to upgrade your contract level. Okay. Jiang Xia's answer was concise and powerful. Lord, what are the test rules? Is it only possible to use bare hands, or can weapons be used? Fu Yan shrugged, looking indifferent, and said, either is fine. Immediately afterwards, Fu Yan snapped his fingers again. Behind Jiang Xia, a weapon rack slowly rose from the ground. On it, there are all kinds of weapons, including knives, spears, clubs, axes, hooks, and forks. Jiang Xia picked up the familiar spear from above, swung it a few times, and found it surprisingly easy to handle. It was many times better than the alloy spear he bought from the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Xia stood with her gun in hand and nodded to Fu Yan. Palace Master, the weapons have been selected. We can begin testing now. Fu Yan snapped his fingers again, and the weapon rack sank. Jiang Xia slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, her eyes beginning to sharpen. This test is crucial for advancing his contract, so he must give it his all. Those who are family know their own situation. With his current physical foundation, the resources he needs for cultivation are enormous, not to mention the time-related item Firecloud Cave Heaven. If someone else's million points are enough for their cultivation expenses for a year, then his million points, if he cultivates at full strength, might be used up in 3 to 5 months. Therefore, he cannot let go of any opportunity to gain league points. Jiang Xia did not hesitate and immediately activated the soul fusion state. Immediately, a figure with a tiger's head and a human body, holding a snake in its mouth, appeared and then disappeared into Jiang Xia's body. In an instant, billowing blood and smoke rose from his body. However, compared to before, Jiang Xia's appearance has changed drastically after she started soul fusion. His once jet-black hair turned gray, and a jet-black horn grew from his forehead. His cheeks were covered with ancient golden runes, and his white fangs pierced his lips. His original height of 1.85 meters was further increased to more than 2 meters, and his muscles bulged so much that they burst through his shirt, revealing his slender body without an ounce of excess fat. His muscles were firm and his lines were smooth. 2 jet-black battle lines were imprinted on his chest like mysterious totems. Then bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air, swirling around him and forming 2 constantly rolling lightning pythons. All of this may seem like a long process, but it was a change that happened in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xia raised her eyes, and her golden pupils became even more dazzling, with the blue lotus patterns within them slowly rotating. The room was filled with a rich, ancient, and wild atmosphere, and the air seemed to faintly carry the sacrificial music played by our ancestors. Jiang Xia stood there, gun in hand, like a young god emerging from the ancient wilderness. Jiang Xia was somewhat surprised by these changes in her body, but she quickly calmed down. Previously, when he was cultivating the 8-9 arcane arts, he sensed that the Pango bloodline and the powerful martial spirit within his body were faintly stirring. Then he remembered a legend from his previous life. The 8-9 mystic arts was created by the primordial celestial venerable by drawing on the cultivation method of the ancestral witches, the 9 revolutions primordial arts. The changes that have occurred in his body now confirm this. I wonder if he will be able to recreate the 9 revolutions Yuan Gong once he has collected all the 8 and 9 arcane arts. Alternatively, one could directly extract the 9 revolutions Yuan Gong in one step. In the next instant, Jiang Xia collected all his thoughts. He hadn't forgotten that he was still in the midst of a battle. Fu Yan was somewhat surprised to see the sudden change in Jiang Xia, but quickly regained his composure, though his heart was still churning with emotions. Chapter 45, One Surprise After Another. Fu Yan was in a state of great turmoil. He had tried his best to overestimate Jiang Xia, but he still underestimated her. He had met many talented martial artists within the alliance who possessed the ability to fuse martial souls. However, after those people fused with their martial souls, they only temporarily advanced by 1 or 2 minor realms. The most monstrous talent he had ever seen only advanced by 4 minor realms. After fusing with his martial soul, Jiang Xia improved by an entire major realm, reaching the 3rd tier. Even Fu Yan, who prided himself on being knowledgeable and worldly wise, couldn't help but twitch his eye slightly. He took a deep breath to calm himself, nodded to Jiang Xia, and signaled that they could attack. However, Jiang Xia remained unmoved and continued to escalate the situation. The roar of the white tiger resounded from within the body's divine body, and a wisp of gunmetal killing intent was drawn and attached to the spear, radiating an extremely sharp aura. It wasn't over yet. Jiang Xia immediately urged her gun forward. Behind him, a 3-eyed deity wielding a 3-pointed, double-edged sword was outlined in mid-air. Upon seeing this scene, Fu Yan's lips twitched involuntarily, twitched, and twitched again. The aura emanating from Jiang Xia has now reached the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Jiang Xia stretched her muscles and bones, and felt a surge of strength throughout her body, enough to shatter the room with a single punch. But he knew that this was simply because the increase in power was too great, and he was not yet used to it. Then Jiang Xia took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, stomped her right foot on the ground, and shot forward, smashing her spear down on Fu Yan's head. With Fu Yan's martial arts level, he doesn't need to hold back. All he needs to do is fully display his power. And that's exactly what happened. The first shot was easily blocked by Fu Yan, and all subsequent attacks were also neutralized. From beginning to end, Fu Yan's footsteps never left the same spot. However, Fu Yan was also quite surprised by Jiang Xia's strength at this moment. That mid-stage 3rd tier aura was not just a fancy facade. Jiang Xia's every shot now possesses the strength of a mid-stage tier 3 fighter, and if it were an ordinary mid-stage tier 3 fighter, they would probably have already died under the opponent's offensive. After her sweeping attack was blocked, Jiang Xia withdrew and retreated. In those few minutes of attack, he had fully grasped the power of source energy, and was also glad that he had tricked Blood Rose into using that wisp of source energy in advance when he killed her. It can be said that the difference in strength between a martial artist empowered by source energy and one without is like night and day. Jiang Xia knew that continuing the fight would only waste time, and the time for soul fusion was running out, so she had to finish the battle quickly. He stepped back with his right foot and leaned slightly forward, holding his spear horizontally and pointing it at Fu Yan. Crack! The thunder exploded beneath their feet, and the resulting impact sent Jiang Xia to Fu Yan's side in the blink of an eye. He held his spear in a thrusting position, with the 2 thunderous pythons coiled around his body. A medium-level thrust. The 3-eyed deity behind Jiang Xia raised his 3-pointed double-edged sword and thrust it out as well. Fu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, stretched out his left hand to block the spear that was thrusting towards his chest, and then gripped the tip of the spear tightly. The moment Fu Yan gripped the spear, an aura of extreme sharpness and destructive power exploded in his hand. Fu Yan's pupils contracted slightly and his eyes twitched. His gaze toward Jiang Xia was no longer as indifferent as before. After one surprise, another appeared. What kind of monster did he sign for the Starfall Martial Hall? Jiang Xia's current shot has already reached the attack power of the late stage of the 3rd tier. Add to that the inexplicable sharpness and the lightning coiled around it, and even a late-stage 3rd tier martial artist could be severely injured if they weren't careful. However, the moment Fu Yan grasped the spear, Jiang Xia immediately released it, made a hand seal with his left hand, and the ancient character punishment appeared on his fingertip. He then gripped it with his hand, clenched his fist, and blasted it towards Fu Yan. The Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal. Bang! Their fists and palms clashed, but the first strike failed. Zhang Xia quickly retreated and stood still. The time for soul fusion had ended, and he was panting heavily. Even with Zhang Xia's current physical condition, the short, high-intensity battle left her feeling exhausted. Fu Yan released his spear, dispersing the source energy that enveloped him, and looked at Zhang Xia with undisguised admiration in his eyes. The opponent's final strike broke through the barrier of realm once again, bringing him to the third-tier extreme realm. Although it was very brief and only had the power of a single strike, there was no doubt that a third-tier extreme realm was indeed a third-tier extreme realm. This attack can instantly kill any martial artist below the third-tier extreme realm, even with the support of source energy. If the hall masters of the other two martial halls knew about this test data, they would probably be kicking themselves. Thinking of that scene, Fu Yan's lips curled into a silent smile, and he became more and more satisfied with Zhang Xia. The martial artists trained by the three martial halls have been constantly competing in private. In the past 2 years, due to his Buddhist style management, the arrogance of the Panchur Martial Hall and the Tsanglong Martial Hall has become increasingly high. As a result, Jiangcheng Xingyun Martial Hall became the worst performing institution for a time, and the higher-ups of the Provincial Martial Hall had many talks with him about it. But with Zhang Xia's arrival this year, it's easy to imagine that everything will turn around. Once Zhang Xia sweeps aside the other two major martial halls, let's see who dares to say he's slacking off all day. That is indeed the case. Snap! Fu Yan snapped his fingers, and the room changed again. The instruments that had disappeared reappeared, and the office was restored to its original state in just a few breaths. Then Fu Yan took a vial of medicine from the cabinet behind him and threw it to Zhang Xia. This is the tempering of life, which can quickly restore your depleted physical strength. Zhang Xia caught it, pulled out the cork, tilted her head back, and drank it down. As the medicine entered my stomach, the feeling of weakness quickly subsided. Your strength is quite good, but your technique is a bit weak. Of course, I'm not talking about your marksmanship, but rather your control over the rhythm of your attacks and the timing of your shots in combat. There's also the issue of your strength. I can sense that your physical body is extremely powerful, far surpassing others of the same level. However, your use of physical strength is still quite rough. If you could precisely control the output of your own strength, you wouldn't be so exhausted after your outburst just now. I suggest you find a teacher with rich practical experience as soon as possible, and you can also start building your own combat system. Right now, your cultivation method has become a burden to you, as well as your martial arts. Although you have the spear stance, the level of the basic spear technique is still too low, which affects the performance of your strength. You can find a practical instructor first. Our Starfall Martial Hall has several gold medal instructors. As for cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, you can wait and see what the Martial Arts Bureau says. This way, you can save a lot of points. Zhang Xia nodded solemnly. As a high-level martial artist, Fu Yan's suggestions and evaluations were all incisive, which were also the things that had troubled him. In the past, when resources were scarce, we could only make do and use what we had. Now, we don't have to be so frugal. Chapter 46 Star Martial Arts Fighting Network. Seeing Zhang Xia's serious expression, clearly indicating that she had taken it all to heart, Fu Yan nodded with satisfaction. Not every martial arts genius is willing to listen to advice from others. There are many who are arrogant and self-important. However, in the end, these so-called genius martial artists often pay a heavy price for their youthful arrogance. For example, himself. Fu Yan chuckled self-deprecatingly, then looked at Zhang Xia. You wanted to know how to upgrade your contract level, right? I can tell you now. As long as you reach the gold rank on the Star Martial Arts Fighting Network before the martial arts exam and win first place in the 5 cities martial arts tournament, your contract can be upgraded to SS rank. Zhang Xia's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. She wasn't afraid of the difficulties ahead, but rather of having no future at all. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xia asked what Star Martial Arts Fighting Network and 5 cities martial arts tournament were. In short, Star Martial Arts Fighting Network is a game for all martial artists within the Alliance. It is also a stage for martial artists to hone their martial arts skills and a cradle for the Alliance to discover talent. After entering the Star Martial Combat Network using a special login pod, Star Martial Intelligence will scan your body to construct a virtual body. Once you start matching, the martial arts realm and physical qualities of both sides will be suppressed to one level. The only constant is the combat skills and martial arts techniques mastered by both sides. The basic ranks on Xingwu Fighting Network are divided into Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Brilliant Gold, and Obsidian. As for the ranks beyond that, you will know them once you reach Brilliant Gold. Zhang Xia seized the opportunity during Fu Yan's pause in conversation to ask the question that had been bothering her. Palace Master, What kind of martial arts techniques are you referring to? Fu Yan looked surprised, then realized and said with a smile, "Your performance was so dazzling that I almost forgot you were a high school student with no background." Jiang Xia's lips twitched. Although it was true, it didn't have to be so blunt. Fu Yan then continued, "The so-called martial arts skills are your mastery of weapons and fist techniques. Have you ever heard of gun stance?" Jiang Xia recalled for a moment and nodded. He had previously seen topics about shooting techniques when he searched for how to effectively teach others how to shoot. However, he only glanced at it briefly at the time, and it was fortunate that his mental strength was strong, otherwise he would have forgotten it long ago. Actually, knowledge about spear stances is a course you would normally learn at a martial arts university. Of course, some younger members of martial arts families might know it earlier because it is related to the breakthrough after the 4th level of martial arts. Now you have grasped the rudimentary form of power, and at the 1st level you possess the strength that only ordinary 4th level martial artists can use. But do not be arrogant or complacent because of this. You should know that there are always people more capable than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. I've already grasped the rudiments of power? How come I didn't know that? Jiang Xia looked completely bewildered. Fu Yan just stared at Jiang Xia quietly, and for a moment he really couldn't tell whether the other party was genuinely not aware of what was happening or was deliberately putting on an act. Think back carefully to the strange phenomena that appeared behind you during the previous battle. That was the power you sensed. Because it was only in its rudimentary form, you couldn't fully control it, which is why such obvious phenomena occurred when you faced the enemy. If you NT grasped the spear technique now, those two martial halls Wu N T have been vying for you, and I Wu N T have used my authority to sign you with an S-level contract. Upon hearing Fu Yan's words, Jiang Xia suddenly realized what was going on. It's not entirely his fault, since he had never been exposed to knowledge about power before and had always regarded the three-eyed deity's strange appearance as the result of his understanding of the divine intent in the Chuanju Diju and slaying the dragon picture. The so-called River Lord Emperor is none other than the famous Erlang Shinjinjuan from the myths and legends of the past. Although the three-pointed double-edged sword in his hand is a sword, it can also be regarded as a spear. Therefore, it is understandable that he was able to glean the basic form of spear techniques from the Chuanju Diju and slaying the dragon picture. Someone with your physique and strength would normally take the path of overcoming all techniques with brute force, and the first thing you should comprehend is the stance of fists or legs, which are related to the physical body. I didn't expect that the first thing you comprehended was the stance of the spear. But that is not necessarily a bad thing. Fu Yan said with a puzzled expression. He encountered more illogical things today than in the previous 10 years, and all of them happened to one person. Jiang Xia smiled awkwardly but politely. He knew his own situation best. Before the awakening system, his physical strength was mediocre, but his marksmanship was exceptional. In order to obtain more cultivation resources, he practiced day and night, and almost never stopped during his 3 years of high school. Finally, with the divine intent of the Emperor of the River slaying the dragon painting as a guide, it was only natural to comprehend the spear's power. Now that you have the basic form of the spear stance, don't try to comprehend other stances. Focus on the spear stance first, and transform the basic spear stance into a complete stance. I don't need to explain the principle of not trying to do too much at once. Also, the sooner you comprehend the complete potential, the greater the benefit to you, and the pressure you face in the Star Martial Arts Fighting Network will be greatly reduced. If you can really reach the gold rank before the martial arts exam, there will be an unexpected surprise waiting for you, something that even I can't get right now. Fu Yan's eyes were deep. After speaking, he gave Jiang Xia a deep look and thought to himself, with this kid's talent, he might actually be able to get that thing. Jiang Xia was deeply shaken and remained unsettled for a long time. Although he didn't know Fu Yan's exact cultivation level, he figured it should far surpass that old dog Ji Xiang's, and he was probably a 5th or 6th level martial artist. The fact that even martial artists of this caliber cannot obtain something is enough to demonstrate its inherent value. Seeing Jiang Xia's expression, Fu Yan knew without guessing what she was thinking, and his expression immediately became more serious. Jiang Xia, you need to know that I'm telling you all this in advance, not so that you'll be unrealistic. Right now, your most important thing is to work hard to improve your level and comprehend the complete spear technique. I have seen too many geniuses who became famous at a young age, but many of them gradually faded into obscurity as their level improved. Upon hearing Fu Yan's words, Jiang Xia immediately collected her thoughts and nodded solemnly. Having experienced so much in a short period of time, coupled with gaining a deeper understanding of the world from Fu Yan, his mentality became somewhat unstable. Seeing Jiang Xia nod, Fu Yan didn't say anything more. After all, she was still a young man, and it wasn't good to criticize her too much. You still have plenty of time to advance to the brilliant gold rank on Star Martial Arts Network, but the upcoming 5 Cities Martial Arts Tournament is quite urgent. It's already close to the end of April, and the tournament is scheduled for mid-May. You have less than a month to improve your strength. I originally wanted to give up on this 5 Cities Martial Arts Tournament, but I didn't expect you to show up at the last moment. Meeting Jiang Xia's questioning gaze, Fu Yan continued, the 5 Cities Martial Arts Tournament is a competition jointly organized by all the martial arts halls in the 5 largest first-tier cities within Jiangbei Province. Chapter 47 Spirit Crystal Core. Through Fu Yan's words, Jiang Xia has gained a full understanding of the 5 Cities Martial Arts Tournament. To put it bluntly, the 5 Cities Martial Arts Tournament is a competition where the various martial arts halls flex their muscles, while also providing their contracted genius martial artists with more cultivation resources. With the 3 major martial arts halls being so wealthy, the 5 Cities Martial Arts Tournament is held every year, but the rewards for the winners have never been reduced, and have increased year by year. Last year, winning first place in the 5 Cities Martial Arts Tournament would directly grant 500,000 alliance points, a chance for a master forging expert to personally craft a weapon, and in addition to these, the rare and precious soul source fruit. I learned from Fu Yan that the 9-star alliance treats rare and precious materials as much as martial arts techniques. From highest to lowest, they are divided into 3 major levels: heaven, earth, and humanity. Each tier is further divided into 4 grades from low to high, low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. The soul source fruit is a top grade natural treasure for humans. After use, it not only enhances mental strength but also greatly helps with comprehension. Moreover, soul source fruits are extremely difficult to obtain, with only small quantities produced in star realms of level 5 and above, making them valuable but unavailable. Jiang Xia was already eager and ready the moment she heard about the reward. This joint exam of 10 schools caused his chi value to surge again, with the majority of the increase coming from the big shots in the conference room. Let's do another giveaway later, and get more Fire Cloud Cave experience cards. One day will feel like 5, and I don't believe anyone can beat him. Anyway, Jiang Xia is already prepared to aim for first place. Then he suddenly remembered a crucial question, which concerned whether he could gain a large amount of pure chi value again. Palace Master, is there any way for me to undergo the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony again? After a moment of silence, Fu Yan said, actually, Principal Ji Xiang is right about some things. Restarting the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony consumes a huge amount of resources. Other resources are fine, they can be obtained in some lower-level star realms, but there is one material that is the key material for the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony, the Spirit Crystal Core. Spirit Crystal Cores can only be produced occasionally in the 9th-level star realm. Even the smallest Spirit Crystal Core is enough for all the students in a school to awaken their martial souls. However, this ritual is irreversible. Once it is activated, the Spirit Crystal Core that serves as the core will be completely discarded. In the past, the 9-Star Alliance spared no expense to reopen the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony for those martial soul mutated warriors. This situation lasted for nearly 100 years, but the results were unsatisfactory. Among those whose martial souls mutated, only a very small number of their martial souls broke through the limit and reached S level or above. Most of them had C level or B level martial souls. This probability of return was seriously unbalanced with the resources invested, so the alliance's higher-ups stopped investing resources in those whose martial souls mutated. Palace Master, is there really no other way? Jiang Xia asked, frowning. He could understand the alliance's management's approach. After all, in a situation of scarce resources, continuing to maintain a project that required huge resource investment but had a pitifully low rate of return was nothing short of wishful thinking. The 9-Star Alliance is not a one-man show. By the higher-ups, many decisions have to take into account all aspects. Despite her understanding, Jiang Xia still wanted to try. Only family members know their own affairs. The system mentioned when using the Martial Soul transformation card that the Martial Soul after transformation will be at least SSS level, so the system's authority is beyond doubt. Fu Yan smiled confidently after hearing Jiang Xia's words. Yes, of course. The alliance's higher-ups are just no longer investing resources on a large scale like before. If a martial artist with a mutated martial soul displays powerful talent, it is still possible for them to qualify for another Martial Soul Awakening ceremony. Do you remember the 2 things I asked you to do? Star Martial Arts Fighting Network Gold Rank, 5 Cities Martial Arts Tournament. Jiang Xia's eyes lit up, and she vaguely understood something. Yes, those are the 2. Fu Yan said with a smile. If you win first place in the 5 Cities Martial Arts Tournament, then I will have reason to apply to the martial hall to hold a separate martial soul awakening ceremony for you. If you can reach the gold rank on the Star Martial Arts Fighting Network before the martial arts exam, then I can provide you with a medium-sized spiritual crystal core as the core of the awakening ritual. Palace Master, is there any difference in the size of these spirit crystal cores? Jiang Xia asked in confusion. For ordinary people, there is of course no difference, but for those with martial soul mutations, the size of the spiritual crystal core during the second martial soul awakening ceremony has a great impact on the future, as it relates to the first evolution of the martial soul. This is also why the Alliance's top management invested so many resources in cultivating martial soul mutated martial artists. If your mutated martial soul is very powerful, then a smaller spirit crystal core may not be able to support the transformation of the martial soul and will be completely consumed. A medium-sized spirit crystal core can avoid this problem and allow your martial soul to successfully complete its first evolution. Especially during the battle just now, I felt that your martial soul was extraordinary. That aura, as if it came from the ancient and barbaric era, is something I have never felt in any other martial soul. So you must seize this opportunity as much as possible. Upon learning of the benefits of a second awakening of one's martial soul, Jiang Xia's expression became more serious than ever before. Now he not only needs to harvest emotional value and convert it into pure energy through the second awakening of his martial soul, but also needs to make his martial soul complete its first transformation. However, Jiang Xia was worried about whether his martial soul could complete its transformation through the second martial soul awakening ceremony. After all, his martial soul may seem to have the same outcome as other martial soul mutants, but their essence is completely different. He relied entirely on the system's martial soul transformation card. And most importantly, he has a total of 12 martial souls. However, Jiang Xia only agonized for a moment before letting it go, thinking, what I gain is my fortune, what I lose is my fate. Moreover, he believed that his martial soul could absorb the energy of that spiritual crystal core. After all, his martial soul was Changlian, the Thunder Ancestral Witch among the 12 ancestral witches of the primordial era. As for whether it can evolve, we can only wait and see. Jiang Xia murmured to herself, I'm sorry, my opponents, I really need this opportunity. I'll just have to make things difficult for you. At the same time, the geniuses of the 3 martial arts halls in the 5 first-tier cities of Jiangcheng, Shaocheng, Tancheng, Huacheng, and Xincheng in Jiangbei province felt a chill, as if they were being watched by something terrifying. What these geniuses didn't know was that in the time to come, they would witness the birth of a new king of scrolls. Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. Now I'll show you around and let you get acquainted with the martial hall, Fu Yan said with a smile, patting Jiang Xia on the shoulder. Jiang Xia was somewhat flattered by Fu Yan's words. Knowing he wasn't that important, he asked the palace master of the city martial hall to personally show him around. So he quickly refused. Fu Yan noticed Jiang Xia's nervous expression and said with a smile, don't be nervous. Have you ever heard the saying, when you are good enough, you will be surrounded by good people? Chapter 48 Armored Warriors. Jiang Xia was momentarily lost in thought upon hearing Fu Yan's slightly meaningful words. Jiang Xia, you are no longer an ordinary student and wilderness hunter, but a martial artist who has obtained an S-level contract from the Starfall Martial Hall, and a rising star in Jiangcheng. After today, your information and your name will frequently appear in the mouths of the powerful figures in Jiangcheng, and they will also try to win you over and curry favor with you. What you need to do is stay true to yourself and not lose yourself because of temporary glamour. At this moment, Jiang Xia also came to her senses and said with a serious expression, Palace Master, please rest assured, I will devote myself to cultivation from now on, and I will refuse all the invitations and benefits offered by those powerful forces. Refuse? Why refuse? This is a free benefit, it would be a waste to refuse. Upon hearing Fu Yan's words, Jiang Xia's expression immediately turned to astonishment. Jiang Xia, do you really think that once you grow up, you won't be able to repay the favors these powerful figures have done for you? Don't avoid those people like the plague. Take the benefits you deserve. When you rise to a high position, a little bit of money from your subordinates will be enough to repay this favor. However, while it's okay to take benefits, don't make any promises lightly. Also, try to decline invitations to banquets or similar events. Fu Yan patiently taught Jiang Xia the self-cultivation of a genius. The main idea is to take advantage of everything and leave the rest for later. Jiang Xia nodded solemnly. He understood Fu Yan's meaning. The powerful forces offered him sweet words, he accepted the sweet words, and threw the bullets back. Fu Yan then personally led Jiang Xia to familiarize herself with the environment inside the martial hall building. Along the way, many members of the martial hall saw Fu Yan personally leading a young man through the martial hall, which shocked them greatly, and they all speculated about the young man's identity. After all, since this palace master Fu Yan came to Jiangcheng to take office, he has been elusive, only showing up when there are some important matters. Jiang Xia was a little nervous at first, but then she calmed down. It wasn't until Fu Yan led him to the 5th underground level and he saw a colossal object that he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Jiang Xia had to admit that she had underestimated the technology of this world before. Before him stood a humanoid mecha, a full 5 meters tall. The mecha is painted entirely in silver white with smooth lines, and its quantum engine emanates from its rear, causing it to hover in mid-air. The most eye-catching feature is the pair of shoulder cannons on the mech's shoulders. Because she was standing right in front of the mecha, with the dark muzzle of the cannon pointed at her, Jiang Xia's senses kept sending out warnings. Seeing Jiang Xia's shocked expression, Fu Yan smiled silently. This reminded him of the first time he saw a mecha back then. Mechas weren't as sophisticated as they are now. This is the Punisher, a light mech, forged by 9 Stars Celestial Craftsmanship. Its main responsibility is city patrol and apprehending criminals. Jiang Xia stared intently at the mecha in front of him. Although he had already embarked on the path of martial arts, he still had no resistance to piloting a mecha. He immediately looked at Fu Yan, his calm expression instantly crumbling, and he said with an embarrassed smile, "Palace Master, could I?" Fu Yan shook his head. He knew Jiang Xia wanted to pilot the mecha. "Jiang Xia, we martial artists cannot pilot mechs. These things are useless to us except for affecting our agility, unless you want to give up martial arts and accept human modification." As he spoke, Fu Yan gestured with his chin towards the people near the Punisher mech. Jiang Xia looked over and, with his current eyesight, could clearly see the unusual things about the people near the Punisher mech, even though there was some distance between them. These people have faces that are no different from normal people, but they have faintly glowing blue lines on both sides of their cheeks and behind their ears. These people are the mech pilots trained by the Alliance, also known as mech pilots. They were all ordinary people who voluntarily underwent the modification. When piloting the mecha, their nerves are connected to the entire mecha, making the mecha easy to control. Of course, martial artists can also accept this kind of modification, and after the modification, with their strong physique and adaptability, they can pilot even stronger mechs. But Jiang Xia, you have already embarked on the path of martial arts, with a bright future ahead. Can you accept the consequence that after the transformation, you will never be able to advance again? Jiang Xia shook his head desperately. To him, what difference was there between giving up martial arts and committing suicide? Professional tasks should be handled by professionals. As for piloting mechs, he should just watch from afar. Lord, you brought me here not just to broaden my horizons and show me this mecha, right? Moreover, I've lived in Jiangcheng for over a decade, surfing the internet non-stop, and I haven't heard any rumors about mechas. Could this be some kind of top-secret information? Jiang Xia looked at Fu Yan suspiciously, until he saw the bright smile gradually appear on the other's face, and he knew he had guessed correctly. At the same time, he also gained a new understanding of Fu Yan. This guy is a bit of a jerk. Having been exposed to various literary influences in her previous life, Jiang Xia naturally understood the principle that the more you know, the faster you die. Moreover, he is currently only a first-tier ant-level martial artist, with an extremely fragile body. Any fourth-tier martial artist could easily take him down. Seeing Jiang Xia's face darken instantly, Fu Yan immediately stopped smiling and coughed lightly. What was considered top secret decades ago is now widely known. It's practically public knowledge. I brought you here because it's related to why Ji Xiang is targeting you, or more precisely, it's related to the plan represented by this mecha. Upon hearing Fu Yan's words, Jiang Xia's eyes flashed, and she quickly asked, "What plan?" Jiang Xia had always been puzzled by Ji Xiang's inexplicable targeting of him, even going so far as to send assassins to kill him, but she never expected to find the answer today with Fu Yan. "Project Starseed," Fu Yan said solemnly. "Jiang Xia, you are now an S-level contracted warrior of the Starfall Martial Hall and have been automatically included in the Starseed project. This is a plan formulated by the Alliance's top leadership for the future of the Alliance, which aims to cultivate and select the most outstanding martial arts geniuses within the 9-Star Alliance. Those geniuses who ultimately stand out in the Starseed project will be given the title of Star Child, meaning the child of the planet. They are destined to be the future and pillar of the Alliance. Now that the Starseed project has begun, each martial arts high school in the 9-Star Alliance has one recommendation slot. Originally, after Feng Xiang awakened his S-level martial soul, Ji Xiang had already given up the idea of giving this slot to Feng Xiang. Who knew that this year, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School didn't have a single student who awakened an SSS-level martial soul. The highest level was only SS level, which made Ji Xiang have an idea. He used his influence to get the student who had awakened an SS-level martial soul to sign an agreement to give up his spot. But Ji Xiang didn't expect that your martial soul would mutate the very next day after he finished dealing with that student. Chapter 49 Project Starseed. It can be said that plans can't keep up with changes. I don't need to say much about what happened after that. Your perception on the stage that day was correct. Ji Xiang did have murderous intent towards you, especially after seeing you defeat Feng Xiang, who was of a higher level. But at that time, Ji Xiang actually wanted to win you over and bribe you. But after seeing you break through on the spot and then voluntarily drop out of school, he knew that someone like you wouldn't be like that student who awakened an SS-level martial soul and let him do whatever he wanted. So the moment you left school, he found a hitman on the black market to get rid of you. At this point, Fu Yan stopped talking, because what happened afterward was obvious to all. 5 veteran hunters at the second-tier extreme level went to surround and kill a first-tier fledgling eagle, but were instead killed by the fledgling eagle. It's not that the old hunter was weak, it's just that this fledgling eagle was too extraordinary. Knowing the truth, Zhang Xia's face turned extremely ugly. At the same time, she was very glad that she had struck first and made that old dog suffer a great loss. Master, are you telling me this because the Martial Arts Bureau has reached a conclusion regarding Ji Xiang's punishment? Zhang Xia asked. Fu Yan shook his head upon hearing this. There are no results yet. These are just things that Director Sung think you should know right now, why Ji Xiang targeted you so much that he didn't hesitate to kill you. But even if the final result comes out, Ji Xiang probably won't die. Hearing Fu Yan's words, Zhang Xia's expression turned ugly. Why is that? Because of the Feng family, Fu Yan said meaningfully. Ji Xiang is the son-in-law of the Feng family in Xiajing. His wife is the youngest daughter of the current patriarch of the Feng family and also the most favored child of the Feng family. The Feng family contributed at least half of the effort to Ji Xiang's appointment in Jiangcheng. If the Martial Arts Bureau really intends to punish Ji Xiang, his wife will definitely cause a scene at the Feng family in Xiajing and get the old patriarch of the Feng family to intervene. This old patriarch Feng is an 8th-level grandmaster. He used to be the vice principal of Jiangbei Martial Arts University and has many disciples. If he puts pressure on you, even Director Song will have to treat him with caution. After hearing Fu Yan's explanation, Zhang Xia felt as uncomfortable as if she had swallowed a fly. Nothing is more painful than painstakingly plotting against an enemy only to find them still alive. Fu Yan stepped forward and patted Zhang Xia on the shoulder. That's how the world is. The 9-Star Alliance has been established for over 2,000 years, and martial arts have developed for over 500 years. The alliance is riddled with complex and bloated internal factions. These people are the ones who hold the alliance together, but at the same time, their actions are accelerating its collapse. The higher-ups want to eradicate these old problems, so Project Starseed was born. Zhang Xia stared wide-eyed at Fu Yan in disbelief. The two had known each other for less than half a day, yet he was saying these things to her. Seeing Zhang Xia's rapidly changing expression, Fu Yan smiled. There's nothing surprising. Almost everyone would say something like that, and everyone knows about the Alliance's current problems. Even those who are exploiting the Alliance know that the Starseed project formulated by the higher-ups is aimed at them, and the higher-ups have never intended to hide it. Do you know why? Without waiting for Zhang Xia's reply, Fu Yan revealed a mocking smile. Because this is an order personally issued by the 3 great martial gods of the Alliance, even if some people are dissatisfied, they dare not show it. They can only keep it to themselves and have to use resources and connections to give the Starseed project the green light. This is the god of war, this is the strong. When you are powerful enough, your words are the truth, and others have no choice but to follow you, and vice versa. Zhang Xia was deeply moved by what he heard, and at the same time, she gained a new understanding of the 3 martial gods who stood at the top of the 9-Star Alliance. Seeing Zhang Xia's fighting spirit, Fu Yan smiled with satisfaction. Very good, his efforts were worthwhile. He valued Zhang Xia highly, so he didn't want her to get too involved with the powerful families in the alliance. He had witnessed the methods of powerful families before, and ordinary young people might not be able to withstand them. Such promising talents should not be corrupted by those decadent individuals. You don't need to worry too much about Ji Xiang. Even if he manages to return to the Feng family alive, he will never have the chance to rejoin the alliance government. As for the compensation the Feng family offers you, Director Tsang and I will do our best to help you obtain it. Zhang Xia, I know you're not happy with how this matter was handled, but please don't act rashly. You can't handle the wrath of an 8th-level grandmaster right now, but there will be other opportunities in the future. With your talent, it shouldn't be long before you get another chance, Fu Yan said earnestly to Zhang Xia. He was genuinely afraid that Jiang Xia might act rashly and confront the Feng family head-on. He could protect her in the martial hall, but Jiang Xia couldn't stay there forever. There would always be times when she had to go out. Jiang Xia didn't refute anything at this moment, but nodded calmly, as if she had taken Fu Yan's words to heart. But the killing intent accumulating deep within Jiang Xia's golden eyes grew even more intense. From the moment he killed Feng Xiang, he was determined to fight the Feng family to the death. He can temporarily tolerate and appease the situation, but what about the Feng family? A family with an 8th level grandmaster wouldn't choose to abide by the rules just because of a martial artist with no background. Not to mention Mrs. Feng. The fact that the other party could raise someone like Feng Xiang is enough to prove that Madame Feng is not a kind person either. A sense of urgency immediately overwhelmed me. Jiang Xia was once again eager to improve her strength in order to deal with the upcoming crisis. Seeing that Jiang Xia seemed to have taken his words to heart, Fu Yan nodded with satisfaction. Now you can continue to wander around on your own. I have things to do. The martial hall's intelligent access has been granted to you. If you want to go somewhere or can't find a place, just tell the martial hall's AI. By the way, if you don't have a place to stay in Jiangchang, don't worry, someone will probably come and offer you a house soon. Fu Yan chuckled softly and turned to leave. Jiang Xia stared intently at the mecha, lost in thought. So much happened that day, and I gained a deeper understanding of the world. What Fu Yan just said to him seemed ordinary, just a senior instructing a junior. However, if he hadn't signed an S-level contract and entered the sights of those big shots, he might have had to pay an extremely high price to learn these words and knowledge. The relationships between people are like a series of independent yet inseparable circles. Jiang Xia has now used his talent as a stepping stone to enter the field and has jumped into a larger circle. Knowledge that he could not access before has opened doors for him. What he needs to do now is to work hard to improve his skills and further showcase his talents in order to attract more investment. At the same time, it can also harvest emotional value from those important figures. In less than 2 hours, he had already gained more than 1,000 points of pure energy from Fu Yan. This is enough to prove that the path he is now on is absolutely correct. Chapter 50 Hostility of the A+ Sequence. Star Martial Arts Fighting Network, 5 Cities Martial Arts Tournament, Starseed Project, Feng Family. No rush, one at a time. We still have some time, so I'll go check out what Star Martial Arts Fighting Network is. Jiang Xia chuckled softly and turned to leave. On the other side, on the 8th floor of the Starfall building. This floor contains the rooms and rest areas for the members of the Martial Hall. At that moment, a group of young people wearing the uniforms of the Starfall Martial Hall were gathered together discussing something. I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be fake? Many people saw the palace master personally leading that golden-eyed boy to familiarize himself with the martial palace, and finally they even went to the underground space of the martial palace. Upon hearing this, many people showed expressions of shock, and others who were not interested quickly gathered around. They couldn't help but be shocked, as the underground space of the martial hall was a forbidden area of the martial hall. I heard before that there was a genius who signed an A+ contract and was so confident that he was chosen by the former hall master to go to the underground of the martial hall. Since then, no one has seen him again. Normally, only the hall master can access the underground space of the martial hall, but now it seems there's another person there. I remember that Lord Fu has only been in office in Jiangcheng for a little over a year. He hasn't used his authority to sign S-level contracts once every 5 years yet. Do you think that young man might be the person Lord Fu has his eye on? That's probably impossible. It's been more than half a month since the martial soul awakening ceremony. If they were going to sign a contract, why would they wait until now? I think it's not impossible. What if the other party is some hidden gem? The speaker was a handsome young man, whose tone was indignant and showed strong hostility towards Jiang Xia, whom he had never met. However, the others had similar thoughts. These people are all direct descendants of major forces in Jiangchang. They were selected by Fu Yan to join the martial hall, so they naturally know the value of the S-level contract. Not to mention that their families had vaguely mentioned that this year's S-level contract was different from previous years, and that there would be no downsides in taking it. They were all trying their best to perform in the martial hall, hoping to gain the favor of the hall master and sign an S-level contract, but unexpectedly, someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stole the prize. Although these people don't think they can really be promoted to the S rank, the success of others makes them feel particularly uncomfortable. Everyone, there's no need to be so pessimistic. After all, there's no accurate information yet. What if Palace Master Fu still has S-level authority? A round-faced boy said with a smile. But the smile on his face looked stiff no matter how you looked at it, and it was clear that the boy himself thought it was unlikely. Holy crap, stop arguing, quickly access the Marshall Hall's internal network, there's an update. At this moment, the Jiangcheng branch of the Starfall Marshall Hall sent a message to all members within the Marshall Hall. Welcome S-Rank Zhang Xia, who officially joins the Starfall Marshall Hall today. On the official website of the Jiangcheng branch of the Starfall Marshall Hall, Zhang Xia's name and photo have been prominently displayed, directly below the Hall Master Fu Yan. Below Zhang Xia are all members newly signed by the Marshall Hall this year. The most eye-catching of them are the 5 A+ grade sequences. At this moment, 5 teenagers with gloomy expressions sat on the sofa by the window in the rest area. Ha, how funny. We've been fighting each other for half a month, and someone just parachuted in and stole the fruits of our labor, a girl with fiery red hair sneered. Upon hearing this, the other 4 men's expressions became even more gloomy. The girl who spoke was named Lei Yeyu, and the other 4 were Xinyao, Ran, Wang Tong, and Xiaowanshu. The 5 of them were the young geniuses from the Jiangcheng branch of the Starfall Marshall Hall who entered the A+ level sequence this year. At the same time, each of them awakened an SSS level martial soul. The 5 of them originally thought that the final winner would be one of them, but they never expected that the S-level contract would be taken by an outsider this year. Ran, how's your investigation going? Your Chao family is based in Jiangcheng, don't tell me it takes this much effort to investigate someone. The speaker was Wang Tang. He had long, jet-black hair, a pale face, and eyes that had turned a ghostly green due to his martial soul, giving him a very cold and sinister aura, like a venomous snake in the dark. Upon hearing the voice, Ran glanced coldly at Wang Tong, then projected a message onto his personal terminal. Due to limited time, this is all the information we can find for now. The others remained silent after reading the message. Wang Tong immediately sneered, his gaze toward Ran becoming increasingly hostile. An orphan with no background and no parents, a good-for-nothing who awakened an F-level martial soul, and even dropped out of school to become a wilderness hunter outside the city? Ran, do you believe this news? If trash like this can get an S-level contract from the Marshall Hall, then what are the 5 of us? Could it be that you're deliberately using fake news to mislead us? As he finished speaking, Wang Tang narrowed his eyes, making no attempt to conceal the cold glint in his dark green pupils. Wang Tong, that's enough. If you don't trust Ran, you can investigate him yourself. Stop with your nonsense. This is Jiangcheng, not your Suzhou. Lei Yeyu's aura erupted, and scorching heat waves spread outwards, but he did not destroy any items in the rest area. The Marshall Hall members who were still discussing in the distance fell silent upon feeling the scorching aura and quickly moved away from this place of trouble. Wang Tang was both surprised and furious at Lei Yeyu's sudden attack. A phantom image of a 3-headed giant snake flashed behind him, and he planned to unleash his aura to resist the opponent. Just then, a warm, jade-like hand with distinct knuckles suddenly landed on Wang Tang's shoulder, pressing him down. Wang Tong, calm down. Look carefully at where you are. Don't do anything stupid, Xiaowanshu said calmly. Across from him, Xinyao, sitting next to Lei Wenyu, whispered a few words, after which Lei Wenyu gradually concealed his aura. Wang Tong shrugged, freeing himself from the hand on his shoulder, and gave Xinyao and Xiaowanshu a cold look. Knowing you're from the Su family, anyone who didn't would think you two were dogs working for the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Xinyao gritted her teeth and glared angrily at Wang Tong. Xiaowanshu, with his sword in both hands, leaned calmly against the window, completely ignoring Wang Tong. The farce came to a brief end. Ran's gaze swept over the 4 people. Gentlemen, I share your doubts. Such a person should not have caught the eye of the palace master of the Talisman Hall. Perfect timing. My men saw that Zhang Xia is heading towards the virtual battle room. Why don't we go and take a look, and give her some guidance and a good look at her abilities? Upon hearing this, Wang Tang immediately stood up. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go. As Wang Tang passed by Ran, he patted the latter on the shoulder and leaned down to whisper, everyone says I'm a venomous snake, but now it seems I'm far inferior to you. Ran stiffened, turned around to look at Wang Tang's back, and a chill suddenly rose in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it when he remembered his father's words. We've finally arrived at the virtual battle room. Zhang Xia couldn't help but marvel at how vast the interior of the Marshall Hall building was. Even with the Marshall Hall's AI guiding the way, it still took more than 10 minutes. Chapter 51 Winning Streak, Black Iron Tier 1. The interior space of the virtual battle room is very simple. Apart from the silvery white metal walls surrounding the perimeter, all that remained were the 30 landing pods placed in the center. Zhang Xia logged into the Marshall Hall's internal network, used her personal privileges to open the login pod and lay down inside as instructed. The landing pod is closed. The next instant, a familiar feeling surged into Jiang Xia's heart. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a deep, starlit space. Jiang Xia understood that this place should be similar to the Dao Scroll world, and he was currently in it as his spiritual body. Immediately, streams of light gathered in front of Jiang Xia and solidified, forming a clear but blurry human figure. Hello, I am the AI of Xingwu Fighting Network, and also your personal butler on Xingwu Fighting Network. Immediately, a stream of information appeared out of nowhere, informing him of the specific functions of his personal butler. Following the prompts, Jiang Xia transformed the butler's appearance into that of an ancient lady and named her Qingli. He then instructed, Qingli, begin matching. Yes, master. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared, and Qingli's voice rang out. Please create a code name within the Star Martial Arts Network, master. Jiang Xia thought for a moment, then slowly uttered a single word, which? Code name updated, now starting matchmaking. Match complete. Wishing you great success in your military campaigns. The surrounding environment began to change, and in the next instant, Jiang Xia appeared on a fighting stage. Then, a hollow, mechanical sound, completely different from Qingli's, rang out. This is a basic ranking competition, and the unified martial arts realm is the early stage of the first tier. Both players have 10 seconds to choose their weapons. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Xia quickly selected a long spear from the phantom weapons that appeared in front of her. In the next instant, the spear slowly materialized in his hand. Jiang Xia swung the spear in his hand, casually performing a flourish, and found it surprisingly easy to wield, as if it had been tailor-made for him. Meanwhile, his opponent had also finished selecting his weapon. On the opposite side of the arena, the figure of a chubby boy holding a long sword slowly appeared. What's most unsettling is the opponent's codename, Sword Slashes Dog's Head. Jiang Xia's eyes twitched, and her grip on the gun tightened involuntarily. He was prepared to finish the fight quickly and absolutely could not let this chubby boy cut him with his sword. Just as the countdown above the arena reached 0, Jiang Xia made her move without hesitation. Brother, you. The chubby boy wanted to say something, but Jiang Xia shot him through the throat, and his figure quickly disappeared from the arena. Congratulations to which on your successful challenge. Your current number of placement match wins is 1, and you have 9 remaining placement matches. Would you like to continue the challenge? Jiang Xia chose yes without hesitation. A moment later, another figure appeared on the opposite side of the arena. Even after the countdown reached 0, Jiang Xia still launched a swift attack, ending the battle with just 2 shots. He did not become complacent because of his 2 consecutive victories, thinking that the players on Xingwu Fighting Network were nothing special. Based on Jiang Xia's experience playing games in her previous life, the opponents matched in the placement matches were not the weakest, but they were about the same. Jiang Xia immediately chose to continue the challenge. 3rd win, 4th win, 5th win. In a total of 10 qualifying matches, Jiang Xia encountered no obstacles and won all of them. After the placement matches, his rank jumped from Iron 3 with 0 points to Iron I with 50 points. Each rank on Xingwu Fighting Network is divided into 3 tiers, with Tier 3 being the lowest and Tier 1 being the highest. Each tier has 100 points. You get 10 points for each win and vice versa. Once you have 100 points, you will automatically advance to the next tier. He only needs to win 5 more games to reach the bronze rank. However, Jiang Xia did not choose to continue the challenge and directly withdrew from Xingwu Fighting Network. Just now, his personal butler, Qingli, sent him a notification that someone was looking for him. Inside the landing pod, Jiang Xia slowly opened her eyes, and the pod door opened as well. Upon approaching, I saw 5 men and women with different expressions. Jiang Xia sat up and left the landing pod, subtly observing the 5 people in front of her. Judging from the expression of the green-eyed boy in the lead, these 5 people were very likely up to no good. Just now, the manager of my Star Martial Arts Fighting Network said that someone outside is looking for me. Is it you? Jiang Xia asked knowingly. The tone wasn't exactly bad, but it wasn't exactly good either. After all, nobody likes being disturbed when they're focused on doing something. Even with the protection of the landing pod, nothing will happen to him even if he ignores outside news. But if she's unhappy, she's unhappy. Jiang Xia is never the kind of person who would compromise herself to consider other people's feelings. Hearing the coldness in Jiang Xia's tone, the fake smile that Wang Tang had just put on instantly collapsed. He narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia's eyes, as if cast in gold, were also fixed on Wang Tang, as she slowly and steadily approached him. Finally, he stopped a few steps away from the 5 people, averted his gaze, and looked at the group behind Wang Teng. What, are you all mute? If I'm not mistaken, it must be you who are looking for me. Time is limited. If you don't explain your purpose, please move aside and don't block the way, Zhang Xia said indifferently. Upon hearing this, not only Wang Teng but also the other 5 people looked displeased. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. You can't just come here and not learn to respect your seniors. Wang Teng walked up to Zhang Xia, patted her on the shoulder, and made no attempt to hide the malice in his tone. Zhang Xia shook her shoulder and slapped Wang Teng's hand away. He glanced at Wang Teng in front of him, then at the other 4, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Senior? You 5 ugly ducklings don't deserve to be my seniors. Now that she was certain the other party had ill intentions, Zhang Xia didn't need to pretend to be a gentleman and just showed her true feelings. Moreover, he did not sense any threat from the 5 teenagers in front of him, who looked similar to him. Only the boy holding the sword with both hands was somewhat interesting, but that was about it. When Wang Teng heard Zhang Xia dare to call them all ugly and worthless, his anger surged. The next moment, the aura belonging to the early stage of the 2nd tier was immediately released. Kid, are you looking for death? I can grant your wish, Wang Teng said, enunciating each word clearly. Zhang Xia glanced at the other party indifferently, opened her personal terminal to enter the Martial Hall's internal network, and then projected a piece of text directly onto Wang Teng's face. Article 37 of the Martial Hall Member Code: within the Martial Hall, members are not allowed to attack each other outside the designated combat area. Anyone found doing so will have their contract terminated immediately and be expelled from the ranks, with a permanent ban from the Starfall Martial Hall. Wang Teng glanced at the words in front of him, and the rising momentum around him instantly vanished. He put on a smiling face again, as if nothing had happened, and said casually, Brother Zhang, I was just joking, don't take it to heart. Chapter 52 Duel. Zhang Xia was somewhat surprised that the other party knew her name, and then she saw the notice that the Martial Hall had previously issued. After entering the internal network of the Martial Hall, I saw my name on the list of members of the Jiangcheng branch of the Starfall Martial Hall. Above him was Fu Yan, and the people below were all very familiar, the very 5 people standing in front of him at that moment. Seeing the A+ grade sequence designation after the names of several people, Zhang Xia vaguely guessed what was going on. These 5 people probably came here to cause trouble because they were unhappy that an S-rank character from the Martial Hall was above them. Wrong. Zhang Xia felt a chill run down her spine, her gaze instantly sharpening like a knife as she looked at Wang Teng, who still wore a smiling expression. The other party's actions just now were clearly intended to force him to make a move. He was someone who had only been in the Martial Hall for a few hours, yet he was a genius martial artist who had secured an S-level contract with the Martial Hall. Being disturbed by outsiders while participating in Star Martial Arts Fighting Network, and then being provoked by such people afterward, would most likely have already taken action if it were an ordinary teenager. That would mean falling completely into the other party's trap. Article 37 of the Martial Hall Code states that regardless of whether you are an A rank or an S rank, there is only one consequence for violating it: you will be permanently removed from the Starfall Martial Hall. Zhang Xia's golden eyes burned with murderous intent. These bastards were going to ruin his future. At this moment, Zhang Xia missed the rules of the wilderness immensely. Seemingly sensing the murderous intent suddenly revealed by Zhang Xia, Wang Teng immediately sneered. So you've been found out? Looks like you, this country bumpkin who got lucky out of nowhere, actually have some brains. I told you long ago, using those underhanded tricks of yours will only make others look down on you and ultimately become a laughingstock, Lei Wenyu said coldly. Lei Wenyu's sarcastic remarks made Wang Teng's face darken. He turned to look at Zhang Xia. Kid, I see you just came from the Star Martial Arts Fighting Network, so you should be familiar with the rules. How about we have a match to see how it goes? Why should I? Zhang Xia said calmly. Wang Teng scoffed, you're an S-rank genius. If you weren't afraid to accept my A+ rank challenge, what do you think others would think? Don't worry, if you're scared, just tell me and I won't make things difficult for you. Just tell everyone in the Martial Hall that Zhang Xia is not as good as Wang Teng. Zhang Xia knew that this was just a provocation, but the other party was right about one thing: if he didn't accept the challenge today, people would definitely question his ability to enter the S-level sequence. He didn't really care, but after all, he was signed by Fu Yan, and if something like that really happened, it wouldn't look good for Fu Yan either. Zhang Xia was still very grateful to Fu Yan. Fighting you isn't out of the question, but I can't waste my time. 10,000 alliance points. If you can come up with 10,000 alliance points, I'll fight you. Zhang Xia extended her right index finger and gestured to Wang Teng. Without hesitation, Wang Teng agreed and immediately transferred 10,000 alliance points to Jiang Xia using his personal terminal. 10,000 points is nothing to a direct descendant of a powerful family like Wang Tang. After exchanging their online aliases on the Star Martial Arts website, the two found a login pod and lay down inside. "Wenyu, do you think Wang Tang can win?" Sen Yao asked. Lei Wenyu frowned, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. "It's hard to say. Last time we sparred, Wang Tang's knife skills had already reached the 6th level, and our strongest member, Xiaowenshu, has already reached the 7th level in swordsmanship. Given Jiang Xia's background, his martial arts skills should only be around level 3 or 4, but he must have something extraordinary to be chosen by the palace master and sign an S-level contract. We only had a brief encounter, so we couldn't glean much more information. However, I could sense that Jiang Xia's physique was extremely powerful." Lei Wenyu's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's as he looked at the landing pod where Jiang Xia lay down. Her martial soul is a pair of eyes bathed in flames, and most of her martial soul abilities are related to the eyes. When she used her martial soul skill to observe Jiang Xia just now, she could only sense the vigorous life force under his body. When she tried to investigate further, she was nearly cut by an invisible, sharp aura, which forced her to stop spying on Jiang Xia. The other three naturally knew about Lei Wenyu's martial soul abilities, and hearing Lei Wenyu say this, their hearts sank. Wang Tang isn't the strongest among us, but he's not the weakest either. If he wins against those Jiang Xias, they won't be a problem. If Wang Tang loses, we can also analyze some information about Jiang Xia, Chaoran said calmly. Now we'll see how the final battle goes. All four of them turned their gazes toward the two landing pods. What happened in the virtual battle room quickly spread, attracting many members of the martial hall. Under the intense training every day, these martial hall members are inevitably on edge, so they naturally wouldn't miss out on this free opportunity to watch the drama unfold. Star Martial Arts Fighting Network. Jiang Xia's figure slowly appeared on the arena, and Wang Tang's figure appeared on the opposite side as well. Star Martial Arts Fighting Network allows users to change their appearance, but Jiang Xia and Wang Tang were both appearing with their original faces at this moment. Jiang Xia could see the silver emblem floating above Wang Tang's head, which meant that he had already reached the silver rank on the Star Martial Arts Fighting Network. The next moment, a countdown began above the arena. This time, the unified martial arts realm is set as the First Order Extreme Realm. Jiang Xia chose a long spear as before, while Wang Tang chose a long sword that was longer than a person. The hilt of the long sword was much longer than that of ordinary weapons, and its overall shape was somewhat similar to the Miao sword he had seen in his previous life. Beep. Countdown has reached 0. The next instant, clang. The sounds of clashing swords and spears rang out. The two of them simultaneously stepped off the ground and leaped toward each other the instant the countdown reached 0. In the short span of a few breaths that followed, the two exchanged more than a dozen blows. Wang Tang was somewhat surprised that he couldn't defeat Jiang Xia in a short time, considering that the martial art he had learned was known as the Blood Slaughter 3 Styles, a pseudo-earth rank martial art that his family had bought at great expense. Although it is an incomplete piece, containing only one of the three forms of the slaughtering intent, it is still far superior to ordinary martial arts techniques. As the battle escalated further, Wang Tang's face suddenly turned grim, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "How dare you insult me? You've been using basic marksmanship to fight me the whole time. Jiang Xia, you're too arrogant. Blood Slaughter 3 Style Slaughter Intent." As Wang Tang's anger surged, the power of this killing intent became even greater than before. Jiang Xia really wanted to explain that he didn't know any other martial arts skills besides basic marksmanship, but after glancing at the furious Wang Tang, he felt there was no need to. Wang Tang raised his long sword high, and the blood-red blade light slashed diagonally down at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia no longer held back, thrusting her spear forward. Chapter 53: The Money-Giving Boy. After Fu Yan's explanation and guidance, Jiang Xiao's use of the spear technique this time did not exhibit the obvious anomalies seen before. The spear technique was perfectly integrated into this horizontal thrust. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he did not exert his full power in firing the gun. Wang Tang wanted to test his skills on the Star Martial Arts Fighting Network. Jiang Xia was also weighing the other party in return. Based on their previous encounters, this attack of his was just enough to deal with Wang Tang. As expected, after Jiang Xia thrust out her spear, the crimson blade light shattered, but the spear's momentum did not diminish until it pierced through Wang Tang's throat before stopping. Wang Tang's figure slowly disappeared as he looked on in disbelief. Since this was a private match, there were no ranking points rewards. The next moment, Jiang Xiao's figure also disappeared from the arena. Virtual Battle Room. Wang Tang emerged from the landing module with a gloomy expression. Seeing the other person's expression, Lei Wenyu and the others had already guessed the final outcome. This kid is weird. He used the basic gun technique the whole time. Even when I used the 3 blood slaughter techniques in the end, he still broke through it with one shot, Wang Tang said unwillingly. Upon hearing this, Xiaowanshu's usually calm face showed a rare look of shock. He said in a deep voice, "There is only one way that someone can overpower a pseudo-earth rank martial art with just the basic spear techniques, that is, the opponent's martial arts skills have far surpassed ours, and they have even comprehended the power of momentum." Upon hearing this, Lei Wenyu, Chao Ran, and the others stared in disbelief at the figure emerging from the landing pod. Wang Tang's face darkened. He wanted to refute Xiaowanshu's guess, but the facts were right in front of him. He had lost, and lost completely. But he was unwilling to let it go so easily. In Wang Tang's eyes, Jiang Xia was nothing more than a country bumpkin who had gotten lucky by sheer luck, and he would never allow her to ride roughshod over him. This is the arrogance inherent in members of aristocratic families. They look down on martial artists from ordinary backgrounds. Should we continue to test him? Someone who can be chosen by the palace master and given an S-level contract must be extraordinary. Maybe we should just give up? Xin Yao said in a low voice. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the martial hall members who had gathered around, and she felt that if the commotion continued, it might not end well. No, why should we let it go? Wang Tang and Xiaowanshu's voices rang out simultaneously. Wang Ting turned his head to look at Xiaowanshu, grinned and said, "It's rare to find someone as taciturn as you sharing the same thoughts as me." Xiaowanshu ignored Wang Tang, but tightened his grip on the sword. He never felt inferior to others. His genius-like pride made him eager to compete with Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia frowned as she watched the 5 people in front of her whispering amongst themselves and showing no intention of making way. What, you're not satisfied? You want another fight? I have no problem with that, but let me state in advance that the appearance fee for the second game will be doubled to 40,000 league points. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, Wang Tang wanted to say something, but Lei Wenyu grabbed his shoulder and pulled him out. We would like to have another match, and we can give you 100,000 points, but only if it is an actual battle. Jiang Xia's eyes flashed, and she gasped. Goodness, really goodness, 100,000 points in one go. This isn't some troublemaker, this is clearly a benevolent person, a money-giving benefactor. Jiang Xia didn't agree immediately, thinking that these people probably wouldn't come looking for him again after this battle. In that case, he might as well go all out and fleece them completely. I can agree to that, but 100,000 points is too low. I'll ask for 200,000 points per person. Kid, don't be greedy. 200,000 points would be enough for you to live on in Dongxia currency for the rest of your life, Wang Tang scolded angrily. Since we can't talk, then forget it. It's not like I wanted to have a real fight with you guys. With that, Jiang Xia shrugged and started to walk outside. 100,000 per person at most. If you don't agree, then forget it. Lei Wenyu looked pained. Even if they are direct descendants of a prestigious family, 100,000 points is still a considerable sum for them, not to mention that they have other brothers and sisters to share resources with. Make a deal. Seeing that Lei Wenyu was willing to agree, Jiang Xia seized the opportunity and readily agreed. Soon, news spread that the newly promoted S-rank Martial Hall had challenged 5 A+ rank Martial Hall members. When Jiang Xia and Lei Wenyu arrived at the Martial Hall training ground, there were already quite a few people standing inside. Unlike Jiang Xia's relaxed demeanor, Lei Wenyu and his group of 5 understood upon seeing this scene that if they were to be the ones to lose in the end, they would inevitably become the laughingstock in the Martial Hall. After all, it was the 5 of them who initially sought out trouble for Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia leaped onto the stage and looked at the 5 people below. Which of you 5 will go first, or you can all come together, which will save time? These words immediately sparked discussion among the many Martial Hall members who were watching. Is this newcomer really that arrogant? He's one of the 5 A+ level students. Heh, he's probably too excited after signing the S-level contract with the Martial Hall and thinks he's invincible. We can't say anything, in case this newcomer really has some tricks up his sleeve. Many members of the Martial Hall burst into laughter upon hearing this. After all, Lei Wenyu and his 4 companions earned their prestige within the Martial Hall through their solid battle achievements, which won the sincere respect of some ordinary members of the Martial Hall. Jiang Xia, a previously unknown person, has now directly obtained an S-level contract, which has made many people in the Martial Hall who were aiming for an S-level contract feel unbalanced. Not to mention that Jiang Xia was now brazenly challenging 5 A+ level sequences, which many members of the Martial Hall felt was too arrogant and conceited. In an instant, many members of the martial hall who came to watch the show had a sharp decline in their goodwill towards Jiang Xia. On the other side, Wang Tang was enraged when he heard Jiang Xia's provocative words and wanted to rush onto the stage, but Lei Wenyu held him down. Wang Tang turned to look at Lei Wenyu, his eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing in them. This woman had stopped him several times today and had already crossed the line. Wang Tang, I want to stop you from going to your death now, but I still have to remind you that just now, my people found a clue. This Jiang Xia may have killed a third-level early-stage martial artist in the wilderness. Lei Wenyu said calmly. Wang Tang gradually calmed down as well. Is the information reliable? Through physical contact just now, I can confirm that the kid's current cultivation level is only at the first-tier extreme realm. A first-tier extreme realm cultivator fighting a third-tier early-stage cultivator? I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Lei Wenyu shrugged, not taking Wang Tang's doubts to heart. I don't know either. As you know, the networks inside and outside the city are not interconnected, so my people are going outside the city to investigate this matter, but it will take time. I know the veracity of the news is still debatable, but it can't be entirely baseless. Jiang Xia must have some kind of method to fight enemies above her level. My idea is that since Jiang Xia wants to take on 5 people at once, then the 5 of us should go at her together. Chapter 54 5 against 1? 1 against 5. The Temple Master's Office. Fu Yan picked up the teacup and took a small sip. Good tea. He then turned his gaze to the projection screen in front of him. The image playing above clearly shows the scene at the martial arts training ground. At this moment, Lei Wenyu and the other 4 had already jumped onto the arena, clearly intending to fight 5 against 1. Not stupid, just a little impatient. If only they had waited a little longer and checked more of Jiang Xia's information outside the city. Well, in that case, I guess these 5 little guys wouldn't have the courage to face Jiang Xia directly. Even Fu Yan, a 6th-tier martial artist who had been baptized by blood and fire in the Star Boundary, had to admire Jiang Xia's actions in the wilderness. These are the warriors the Alliance needs, not those porcelain pieces displayed in a room that break at the slightest touch. Aristocratic families, ah. Fu Yan turned off the projection. The outcome of this battle was no longer relevant. The martial hall is a training ground for martial arts. Jiang Xia was not surprised when she saw Lei Wenyu and the other 4 leaping onto the arena. He nodded. Yes, a wise choice. Wang Tang's face was pale, and the gazes of those around him felt like needles pricking him. No way, this newbie is really going to take on 5 people at once? He's really showing off too much. He only has himself to blame, so let the 5A-level sequence seeds teach the newcomers what humility is. TSK, humble brother, you don't even know your own level. They are a plus level and S level sequence fighting against each other, and you, a C level sequence, are still commenting. On the martial arts stage, Lei Wenyu took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Xia with a serious expression. Although it's unfair for 5 against 1, this is what you asked for. Can we begin now? Jiang Xia said nonchalantly. Lei Wenyu gave Jiang Xia a deep look and then used his personal terminal to send out a challenge. Jiang Xia clicked accept. After all 6 people on the stage agreed to begin the fight, a semicircular light screen enveloped the entire stage. Immediately, a mechanical voice rang out above the arena. The medical team has arrived. The battle is about to begin. 5, 4, 1. The instant the countdown reached 0, Xiao Wenshu manifested his martial spirit and charged towards Jiang Xia with his sword. Among Lei Wenyu's group of 5, Xiao Wenshu was the strongest and had the highest combat power, so he naturally took the lead. Lei Wenyu, Wang Tang, and the other 3 also manifested their martial spirits and leaped toward Jiang Xia. This time, the 5 of them went all out from the start. The reason was that the news they had just heard had been too much of a shock to them. Although no one completely believed it, they still placed Jiang Xia in a very high position. Snap! Jiang Xia snapped her fingers, mimicking Fu Yan's action, and instantly activated her soul fusion state. Xiao Wenshu, who was at the forefront, only felt a blur before his eyes, and after a gust of wind, Jiang Xia disappeared from sight. Just then, a mixture of screams and the sound of bones cracking came from behind. Xiao Wenshu recognized the voice. It was Wang Tang's. Looking back, the scene before him made his pupils shrink abruptly. A figure with long gray hair and surrounded by a thunderous python was seen grabbing Wang Tang's head and lifting him into the air. At this moment, Wang Tang's limbs hung limply downwards, clearly indicating that the bones inside had been shattered. You really are weak. How dare someone as insignificant as an ant provoke and mock me? Oh, I see. It turns out that my strength wasn't strong enough. Then, make it even stronger. Jiang Xia's aura surged skyward, crashing into the energy barrier above and producing a rumbling echo. Xiao Ran, Lei Wenyu, and Xin Yao were shocked and felt the pressure increase sharply. Xiao Wenshu was also in a bad mood, looking at that godlike and demon-like figure, his long sword gripped tightly in his hand. They could all sense that Jiang Xia's aura was now soaring towards a level that they could not contend with. Jiang Xia grabbed Wang Tang's head and slammed it into the ground. Just as he raised his hand to deliver the final blow, a transparent shield appeared around Wang Tang, removing him from the arena. Wang Tang had already lost consciousness. The Marshall Hall medical team immediately appeared, first giving him an injection, and then quickly placing him on a stretcher and leaving the training ground. The members of these medical teams were highly trained and efficient, clearly having experienced similar situations many times before. The members of the Marshall Hall around him were stunned for a moment when they saw Wang Tang's miserable appearance. When they came to their senses, they trembled all over. Those who had belittled and mocked Jiang Xia before the battle began were now silently protecting the onlookers in front of them. These members of the Marshall Hall couldn't sense Jiang Xia's presence because of the transparent protective shield on the arena. But the figure standing in the middle, confronting the 4A+ level geniuses like a god or a demon, and the dazzling achievement of crippling Wang Tang in a single exchange, had already won over these ordinary Marshall Hall members, making them completely convinced and unable to muster any desire to fight back. On the arena, Jiang Xia turned to look at the four figures who looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. No one spoke, only their hearts were pounding wildly. After a moment of silence, Xiao Wenshu was the first to attack Jiang Xia, followed closely by the other three. I thought you would just admit defeat, but unfortunately, I've lost my patience. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xia flew out and arrived in front of Xiao Wenshu in the blink of an eye. Seeing those golden eyes so close to his face, Xiao Wenshu was startled and his expression changed rapidly, but it was too late when he tried to attack with his sword. Because a fist shadow was even faster, and with the force of a thrown elephant, it slammed into Xiao Wenshu's chest. He was then sent flying backward as if he had been struck head-on by an ancient colossus, crashing into the protective light barrier of the arena. The first one, Jiang Xia said indifferently. Before Lei Wenyu could react, Jiang Xia appeared in front of her and delivered a simple punch, sending Lei Wenyu flying backward and crashing into the light screen at the edge of the arena. The second one, Jiang Xia said indifferently again. At this moment, Xin Yao looked terrified, and Xiao Ran had lost his usual calm and composed demeanor. Bang! The third one. Bang! The fourth one. Jiang Xia stood in the center of the arena, while the 5A+ level geniuses who had challenged him were lying on the ground, unable to stand up. Wang Tang was seriously injured and taken away. No, this newcomer seems like a good person to me. No. Don't say it, it's true, my legs were shaking when his gaze swept over me just now. The main reason was that they had never seen such a decisive and violent fight before. Usually, it was a back-and-forth exchange that ended with a point being drawn, and no one would start by aiming to kill the other. At this moment, Jiang Xia's image in the hearts of the Marshall Hall members underwent a complete transformation. I originally thought it would be 5 seniors teaching newcomers how to be humble. The truth is, the 5 heroes challenged the Demon King, but were defeated and taught a lesson. At this moment, whether it was the Marshall Hall members watching on site or the Marshall Hall executives watching the battle through the projection screen, no one would question whether the young man standing on the field was qualified to enter the S-rank sequence. Chapter 55 New Life. TSK, amazing. I wonder where the palace master brought this little guy back from. In a rather spacious office, more than a dozen burly men looked at the figure on the projection screen and couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, I can't think of anything else we can teach this kid. He must have already experienced real combat, even life or death battles. The speaker was a burly man with muscles bulging like an iron tower. At this moment, everyone in the office agreed with the burly man's words. These people are all instructors hired by the Marshall Hall, mainly responsible for teaching the members of the Marshall Hall. Only the lean figure sitting at the very front of the group, so different from the muscular men around him, remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the boy on the projection screen. The training ground, the arena. Jiang Xia deactivated her soul fusion state, walked to Lei Wenyu's side, and leaned down, saying, "It's time to fulfill our bet." Of the 5, Lei Wenyu was the least injured, which was the result of Jiang Xia deliberately holding back. He was afraid that if he beat these people seriously, they would renege on their debts. Lei Wenyu struggled to sit up, and Jiang Xia kindly reached out to help him. Despite his reluctance, Lei Wenyu transferred 500,000 league points to Jiang Xia. Upon receiving the payment notification, Jiang Xia was overjoyed and quickly withdrew her hand to check her total league points. Without Jiang Xia's support, Lei Wenyu fell heavily to the ground again, letting out a cry of pain. She looked up at Jiang Xia's handsome face, his eyes seemed to spit fire. League points, 1.52 million. Jiang Xia nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't expected to encounter such a group of lucky charms right after signing the contract, which directly gave him half of the points that the Martial Hall gave to S-rank members every year. With these points, he felt that at least he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources before the college entrance examination. If there are any more good deals like this next time, come back to me, and I'll give you a 20% discount. After saying that, Jiang Xia walked off the stage without looking back, while Lei Wenyu was so provoked by Jiang Xia's last words that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing Jiang Xia approach, the Martial Hall members who had been watching spontaneously made way for her. Jiang Xia couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sure enough, the key to solving trouble is to demonstrate strength. If the trouble is not resolved, it must be because your strength is not enough. The saying "fist is power" is surprisingly applicable in this martial arts world. Jiang Xia took the elevator to the first floor of the Martial Hall, recalling Fu Yan's parting words. A house? Who's going to give me a house? Jiang Xia stood in the lobby on the first floor of the Martial Hall, looked around, shook her head, and walked out of the Martial Hall. Just as Jiang Xia emerged from the Martial Hall building, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit walked towards him. Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow. He recognized the person as Wang Donghai, the manager of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce in Wuyou Town. Hello, Mr. Jiang, we meet again. Wang Donghai smiled and extended his right hand. Jiang Xia also reached out and shook hands with the other person, asking in confusion, "What can I do for you, Manager Wang?" Wang Donghai opened the small black briefcase he was carrying and handed it to Jiang Xia. The suitcase contained very little, just 2 cards, 1 blue and 1 black. This is a congratulatory gift from Yubushi, the owner of our Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, to celebrate Mr. Zhang's successful entry into the S-rank sequence of the Starfall Martial Hall. The blue one is the magnetic card for Yujiangwan Villa, and the black one is my Tianbao Chamber of Commerce Supreme Black card. All goods in the Chamber of Commerce enjoy a 20% discount, and the same goes for points-based items. Jiang Xia reached out and took the suitcase without the slightest hesitation. Please thank your employer for me. I'll accept this gift. Yes, Mr. Jiang, I will definitely pass on the message. After saying that, Wang Donghai walked towards the black sedan parked by the roadside. Throughout the entire process, it was never mentioned what Jiang Xia would do after accepting the gift. Jiang Xia chuckled lightly, shaking her suitcase as if she didn't care. As long as he grows fast enough, no scheme or trick can catch up with him. Jiang Xia used his Martial Hall authority to summon a hovercar that would take him out of the city. This was a negligible privilege he received when joining the S-rank sequence of the Martial Hall. Even this small privilege is the envy of some members of aristocratic families. Purchasing a hovercar is easy for aristocratic families, but obtaining the right to freely roam the skies above Jiangcheng is extremely difficult. Jiang Xia looked out the window at the enormous steel structure receding into the distance, then glanced down at the crowd below, which looked like ants. Once upon a time, he, like those people below, looked up at the hovercars that could only be seen on the internet. Owning such a hovercar was something he could never have dreamed of before. Jiang Xia looked at the setting sun, stretched out her right hand and clenched it into a fist, as if she wanted to grasp that brilliant star in her hand. Just like the future that he holds in his palm right now. More than 10 minutes later, the hovercar landed in front of the Yunlai Hotel. The moment Jiang Xia stepped out of the car, she immediately attracted a lot of stares. But once the owners of those gazes saw Jiang Xia's face clearly, they all looked away. With her dazzling feat of single-handedly wiping out the Rose Hunters, Jiang Xia has become one of the most formidable figures among the wilderness hunters outside the city. The lobby manager of Yunlai Hotel rushed out at this moment, his face beaming with smiles, and said, "Mr. Jiang, I have been neglecting you these past few days. If my subordinates hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known that such a great person as you was sitting in my small hotel." Jiang Xia reached out and interrupted the manager of Yunlai Hotel from saying anything more. "I'm just back to pick up some things, and I'll leave as soon as I'm done." Jiang Xia didn't give the other party a chance to argue anymore. She went upstairs, packed up her unused cultivation resources and some personal belongings, and re-entered the hovercar to leave the wilderness. On the hovercar, Jiang Xia took a deep breath. This time, he truly felt the change in his identity. Not only are people eager to give him houses, but even some people he used to never see are now calling him Mr. Jiang. Jiang Xia grinned silently. This feeling isn't bad at all. The hovercar then carried Jiang Xia to the temporary housing provided by the government. Looking at the old room where she had lived for 3 years, Jiang Xia felt no reluctance, only endless emotions. He packed all his belongings away and cleaned the house again. Jiang Xia stood at the door, lost in thought, before closing and locking the door. When I left the apartment complex, I left the room key with the security guard. Uncle Joe, please keep this key safe. I won't be living here anymore, so you don't need to leave the door open for me at night. Grandpa Zhou, the gatekeeper, picked up the key and waved to Jiang Xia with a smile. Jiang Xia responded with a smile, saying that he used to come home very late every day when he was in school and doing part-time jobs. Fortunately, Grandpa Zhou would always leave a crack in the gate so that he wouldn't have to climb over the wall to get home. Watching the hovercar disappear into the distance, Grandpa Zhou turned his gaze away, picked up the thermos on the table, took a sip of tea, and sighed, "A phoenix really did fly out of this chicken coop." Chapter 56 Top-Grade Human-Ranked Natural Treasures. Villa number 8 in Yujiangwan Villa District. Jiang Xia stepped off the hovercar and stared blankly at the villa in front of her, which covered an area of at least 1,000 square meters. Swipe your card to open the outermost gate of the villa, and you'll see a beautifully maintained garden with flowers and plants. After entering the villa, Jiang Xia quickly walked through it again, leaving no corner untouched, while simultaneously releasing her senses. Half an hour later, Jiang Xia knew the villa inside and out. All he could say was that, as expected of the owner of a chamber of commerce, even giving away a house was a gesture that touched people's hearts. This villa has 3 floors, 2 on the top floor and 1 on the basement. The first floor is the living room, the second floor is the bedroom, and the basement is a training room specially built for martial artists, with weapons hanging all over the wall, the most numerous of which are spears. The living room and bedroom are pretty much the same, with all the necessities for daily life. Jiang Xia didn't cultivate that night, which was rare for her, and instead had a good night's sleep in her new home. The following morning, having received Fu Yan's message, Jiang Xia arrived at the martial hall early. The temple master's office. Song Zhenghong and Fu Yan sat facing each other, sipping tea. When they saw Jiang Xia, they both nodded slightly. After Jiang Xia bowed, she asked, "I wonder what brings Director Song and the palace master here?" Fu Yan did not reply immediately, but pointed to the sofa next to him, indicating that Jiang Xia should sit down. After Jiang Xia sat down, Song Zhenghong pushed 2 boxes made of milky white crystals toward her. Jiang Xia opened one of the boxes, and a refreshing fragrance immediately wafted out, instantly clearing her mind. Coming to her senses, Jiang Xia quickly closed the box again, looking at Song Zhenghong with a surprised and uncertain gaze. "Director Song, what's this?" Song Zhenghong smiled and nodded. "Just as you thought, both of these jade boxes are filled with rare and precious materials. The one you just opened is a top-grade human-level natural treasure, the soul source fruit. As for the other one, it is also a top-grade natural treasure of the human level, the dragon blood fruit. The soul source fruit can help you quickly perfect the initial form of your power, while the dragon blood fruit can further enhance your physical body. These 2 rare and precious materials are compensation from the Feng family for Ji Xiang's bounty on your assassination attempt." Jiang Xia was somewhat surprised to hear this. She hadn't expected that the Feng family would send the compensation in less than a day. She had thought that it would take some time to argue about it. Seemingly noticing Jiang Xia's confusion, Song Zhenghong said with a smile, "Your palace master put in a lot of effort to get the Feng family to back down and offer compensation so quickly. It's clear he really thinks highly of you." Fu Yan smiled and waved his hand. "Senior Song, you're too kind. This time, it was mainly you who withstood the pressure at the front. I just used the Starfall Martial Hall's banner as a shield." Jiang Xia stood up and bowed deeply to Fu Yan and Song Zhenghong. "Thank you, Senior Song and Palace Master Fu, for getting justice for me. I will remember this matter forever." Song Zhenghong and Fu Yan accepted the bow without hesitation. Afterwards, Song Zhenghong stood up and helped Jiang Xia up. "Silly child, you don't think that the 2 of us went out of our way just to get these 2 rare and precious herbs from you?" After a moment of stunned silence, Jiang Xia's eyes suddenly lit up with a sharp light. Seeing Jiang Xia's expression, Song Zhenghong smiled and pointed a few times. Then, without keeping her in suspense, he transferred 1 million points to Jiang Xia's account. When Jiang Xia saw the notification that her points had been credited to her account, she felt a sense of unreality. Her eyes almost turned into points. He never imagined that he could get so much money so easily. Compared to the points he received from signing with the Martial Hall and the spoils he won in yesterday's battle, these points were practically free. Song Zhenghong smiled and said, "This 1,000,000 points is extra compensation from the Feng family, along with a complete pseudo-earth rank spear technique, Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear, which is perfect for your thunder attribute martial soul and formidable strength. Thank you, Senior Song, but what grade is this pseudo-earth rank? Jiang Xia asked. Song Zhenghong said, this pseudo-earth rank is another name for those extremely powerful martial arts techniques among the top-grade human rank techniques. Essentially, it still belongs to the category of top-grade human-level martial arts, but it is given the pseudo-earth level designation just to highlight the power of the martial arts. You should know that the highest-grade martial arts and techniques that a martial artist can cultivate before the 5th rank are the top-grade human rank techniques. Even if a martial artist with exceptional talent manages to master an earth rank martial skill before reaching the 5th rank, they will not be able to unleash its true power. Forcing its use will only harm themselves. Therefore, in order to improve the combat power of those below the 5th rank within the 9-star alliance, martial arts predecessors created extremely powerful top-grade human rank martial arts techniques, also known as pseudo-earth rank techniques. However, pseudo-earth rank martial arts have a drawback that is not really a flaw, namely, they are difficult to master and cannot be practiced by anyone who is not exceptionally talented. Fu Yan then continued, Jiang Xia, you should have seen Wang Teng unleash a blood-red blade of light when you fought him on the Star Martial Arts Fighting Network yesterday. That was one of the moves of the pseudo-earth rank martial art, Blood Slaughter 3 Styles. This martial arts manual is a fragment of a pseudo-earth rank martial arts manual that Wang Teng's father found for him when he was 14 years old. It took 4 years for Wang Teng to truly master it after his martial spirit awakened, and he finally mastered this sword technique. In fact, Xiaowanshu, one of the 5 people you fought yesterday, also possesses a pseudo-earth rank martial art called Long River Sword Technique. Moreover, it is a complete pseudo-earth rank martial art, which Xiaowanshu has already mastered to the minor level and is only one step away from mastering. Then Fu Yan said with a half smile, if your battle hadn't ended so quickly yesterday, I might have been able to see something of it. Jiang Xia sensed the teasing in Fu Yan's words and scratched her head awkwardly. After all, Fu Yan knew his true strength, and fighting Wang Tang and the other 5 felt like bullying children. But there was no way around it. 500,000 points were just too tempting. Song Zhenghong was unaware of what had happened in the martial hall yesterday, so he immediately asked Fu Yan for clarification. When Song Zhenghong learned that Jiang Xia had single-handedly and utterly defeated Lei Wenyu and his group of 5, his gaze towards Jiang Xia was filled with undisguised admiration. He had also learned about the A+ sequence of these 5 Starfall Martial Hall members from Jiangcheng Martial Hall. They were all direct descendants of aristocratic families, and all possessed SSS-level martial souls. Jiang Xia's ability to so easily defeat these 5 people working together is no less impressive than his victory over the early-stage 3rd-tier martial artist in the wilderness. It's important to know that the former is not like the latter, who learned unorthodox methods. Rather, they are elite martial artists trained by prestigious families. Suijua Kang Chenghon felt even more hatred for Ji Xiang, who had caused him to lose such a talented person. He decided that once he returned, he would vigorously reorganize the Martial Arts Bureau to ensure that this never happened again. Song Zhenghong then sent Jiang Xia an encrypted file from the StarNet. This contains training videos for the Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear. The key is 8823. You have 1 month to observe and learn from it. The file will be automatically destroyed after 1 month, so you should make good use of this time. Chapter 57 Minor Success in Spear Technique. Jiang Xia looked at the document on her personal terminal and was somewhat stunned by this simple and unpretentious method of transferring power. He thought Song Zhenghong would pull out some martial arts manual, but it turned out to be an instructional video. Song Zhenghong chuckled and patted Jiang Xia on the shoulder. What, surprised? It's quite a surprise. I thought this extremely rare martial arts technique would be some kind of secret, unique manual, Jiang Xia said. In the past, many powerful martial artists in the Alliance would use paper books to record their martial arts techniques in order to prevent them from being exposed. This resulted in many techniques and skills becoming incomplete for a long time. However, after the 3 top experts of the 9-star Alliance reached the pinnacle, they immediately abolished this practice. All martial arts techniques and skills, and even the techniques and skills cultivated by the 3 martial gods, can be freely exchanged as long as one has enough merit and alliance points. At the same time, the Alliance has an additional reward system for those martial artists who create cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, and the creator will receive a share of the profits every time a cultivation technique or martial arts skill is learned. There are many exceptionally talented martial artists who can earn over 10 million alliance points annually just from the income generated by creating martial arts techniques and skills. Song Zhenghong's words were full of praise for the 3 martial gods. Jiang Xia noticed that when the 3 martial gods were mentioned, whether it was Song Zhenghong or Fu Yan, there seemed to be a fire burning deep in their eyes. Cough cough. Song Zhenghong coughed twice, bringing the topic back on track. In short, you should master the Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear as soon as possible. You should also take these 2 rare and precious materials now, lest things get complicated. 2 top-grade human-level rare and precious materials are enough to arouse the greed of others and make them take risks for them. Song Junghong's words were meaningful and implied a hint of advice. I understand, I will go and cultivate and consume it now. After saying that, he bowed slightly to Song Junghong and Fu Yan, took the 2 UNU boxes, and turned to leave. Song Junghong watched Jiang Xia's departing figure, his eyes flashing. Palace Master Fu, do you think this kid can make it to the end in the Starseed project? Fu Yan shook his head and slowly uttered a single word, difficult. Not to mention the entire 9-star alliance, Blue Star alone has produced many geniuses. Not to mention the overseas countries, in our Dongsha Nanhua province, there is a monstrous talent who awakened a phenomenal level martial soul. In less than 5 days after awakening, his staff technique has already reached a high level, and he is only 1 step away from perfection. These are just the ones that are on the surface. There are countless hidden geniuses. In this year's Jiangbei province alone, there are several prodigies who have awakened extraordinary martial souls, and there hasn't been a sound about them yet. Upon hearing this, Sang Zhenghong sighed, hoping that Jiang could make a few more steps forward in the Starseed project, as even 1 more step would yield a massive amount of resources. The Wudian building has 10 floors. In the exclusive training room of the S-rank sequence, Jiang Xia sat cross-legged on a futon, with an open empty box beside her, the dragon blood fruit inside already consumed. Jiang Xia closed her eyes and concentrated, as the water in her body continued to evaporate. He remained unmoved, repeatedly rotating the spiritual essence cultivation method to digest the immense medicinal power within his body. An hour later, Jiang Xia opened her eyes, somewhat amazed, thinking, it truly lives up to its reputation as a top-grade first-tier natural treasure. If it weren't for his strong physique, he would have inevitably suffered a lot during the process of refining the dragon blood fruit. He extended his right hand and clenched it into a fist, causing a slight crackling sound in the air. Jiang Xia nodded in satisfaction. Her physical strength had increased significantly. Especially his qi and blood power, he felt he was 1 step closer to condensing the 3rd battle rune. This discovery gave Jiang Xia a bright idea. Previously, the power of qi and blood was mainly enhanced by the essence of flesh and blood within the Dao Scrolls, or by consuming the flesh of wild beasts. Now, there is another way to enhance it. However, it's a bit too expensive, and top-grade natural treasures for the human level are priceless and unavailable. However, most rare and precious materials are produced in the star boundary, and he will inevitably enter it in the future, at which time he will not have to worry about not finding suitable rare and precious materials. After calming her mind and adjusting her body to its optimal state, Jiang Xia opened the 2nd source jade box and took out a palm-sized, dark blue fruit. Jiang Xia did not hesitate and swallowed the whole thing. It tasted sweet and was much better than dragon blood fruit. However, neither the soul source fruit nor the dragon blood fruit had a seed inside, which dashed Jiang Xia's hopes of cultivating rare and precious materials on his own. The soul source fruit entered his stomach and instantly transformed into a stream of pure energy, surging into his mind from bottom to top. Jiang Xia felt a cool sensation in her head, as if she had received a cranial massage. This feeling lasted for more than 20 minutes before slowly disappearing. Taking advantage of her good condition, Jiang Xia pulled a long spear from the weapon rack next to her and began to wield it. He was still using the basic spear techniques. The Dragon Slayer spear technique, which he had previously comprehended in the wilderness, was full of flaws after several actual battles, so he gradually stopped using it. He figured he could perfect it later when he had a deeper understanding of spear techniques. As Jiang Xia wielded his spear faster and faster, the 3-eyed divine phantom that appeared behind him gradually approached him. Thrusting, blocking, seizing. Jiang Xia had long since mastered the basic moves of spearmanship, but now, when she executed them, they had a unique charm. Buzz. Finally, at a certain moment, the 3-eyed deity in Jiang Xia completely merged, and the rudimentary form of the spear technique became complete, officially entering the minor mastery stage of the spear technique. Jiang Xia stood holding his gun, breathing heavily. It was clear that the intense shooting practice he had just undergone was taking its toll, even on his current physique. Fortunately, he had achieved the desired result. He had learned from the Martial Hall's records that the way of power is divided into 4 realms: embryonic stage, minor achievement stage, major achievement stage, and perfect achievement stage. Now that he has mastered the basics of spear technique, the hurdle of breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th level is practically non-existent for him. Martial arts training requires not only the accumulation of source energy and resource assistance, but also numerous obstacles that block the way forward. From the first to the third stage, a martial artist begins to build source energy organs within their body. This process continues until the third stage when source energy is born. This stage is known as the transcendental transformation. As long as one's aptitude isn't too bad, resources are plentiful, and one practices diligently and tirelessly, theoretically, it's only a matter of time before a martial artist reaches the third tier extreme realm. For a martial artist to break through to the fourth level after reaching the third level of mastery, they need to comprehend the rudiments of a certain aura. The process from the fourth to the fifth stage is the gradual process by which a martial artist cultivates their power to perfection, while simultaneously building their source energy organs. The stage from the fourth to the fifth level is called the extraordinary. In the 9-star alliance, fourth and fifth tier martial artists are considered to have entered the middle ranks and are able to serve as principals of martial arts schools or city guard officers. Therefore, after Jiang Xia revealed the initial form of his spear technique, the other two martial halls and the martial arts bureau both wanted to win him over to their side. After all, which force wouldn't want a genius martial artist who was destined to break through to the fifth rank or even higher in the future? Chapter 58 Pseudo-Earth Rank Martial Skill, Perfected. Inside the meditation room, Jiang Xia took a vial of medicine to restore her strength. With the points he has now, he doesn't need to be as frugal as he was when he was cultivating before. While recovering his strength, he opened the file sent by Cang Zhenghong, entered the key, and a video was projected. The video shows a burly figure with an obscured face, holding a long spear, standing on a mountain peak. The key to the thunderous mountain suppressing spear is to use the power of thunder to attack the enemy and the weight of mountains to protect oneself. Then the burly figure began to wield the long spear in his hand. The first move of the thunderous mountain suppressing spear, thunderous sound across 1,000 peaks. The burly figure thrust his spear forward rapidly, each thrust faster than the last, like overlapping mountain peaks, while thunderous sounds echoed through the air. The second move of the thunderous mountain suppressing spear, shocking thunderclap. The third move, 8 desolations suppressing mountains. Fourth form, thunderous strike from heaven. Jiang Xia turned off the video, took a deep breath, her eyes brightened, and then took out a silver card with the image of a three-eyed god printed on it from her system space. Qingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan Martial Arts Talent Enhancement Card. When used on martial arts of earth rank and below, it can raise them to the perfect level for a short period of time. Jiang Xia had this thought in her mind when Cang Zhenghong mentioned that the fundamental grade of pseudo-earth rank martial arts was still the top grade of human rank. With a thought, the silver card in his hand transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into his brow. Jiang Xia gripped the spear tightly, stood up straight, and began practicing the thunderous mountain suppressing spear. Thunderous sound across 1,000 peaks. Startling thunderclap. 8 desolations guardian mountain. Thunderous heavenly punishment. Jiang Xia skillfully used the 4 forms of the thunderous mountain suppressing spear, showing no signs of it being his first time using them. The first rehearsal of thunderous mountain suppressing spear was completed to a minor degree. The second rehearsal was a great success, the third rehearsal was the peak, and the fourth rehearsal was a perfect ending. From scratch, he mastered the pseudo-earth rank martial art Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear by practicing it only 4 times. The speed at which such martial arts skills are mastered would surely astound countless people. Jiang Xia holstered her gun and stood there, inwardly marveling at how powerful it was, truly a product of the system. A martial arts talent enhancement card saved him years of hard work, allowing him to have more time to cultivate and improve his realm. Martial arts skill levels are divided into beginner, minor mastery, major mastery, peak, perfection, and true essence. Jiang Xia has already cultivated the Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear to the perfect state. As for the final true meaning, he can only find a glimmer of inspiration from the accumulated practical experience over the years. He went to a corner of the training room and began to unleash the perfected version of the Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear on the training dummy. First move, thunderous sound across 1,000 peaks. Jiang Xia shouted, and at the same time, he quickly thrust his spear at the dummy several times, his attack like an endless mountain range. Second move, thunderclap and shock. Jiang Xia's spear attack instantly changed, from its previous continuous momentum to a sudden and fierce strike. At the same time, the thunderous power contained within her body was also mobilized and burst forth, as the spear struck the dummy's chest. Bang! The dummy's chest was shattered and charred, and the spear pierced through it. Jiang Xia took a deep breath and drew her spear. The third move, 8 desolations suppressing mountains. Jiang Xia changed her stance again, holding the spear horizontally in front of her body, spreading her legs apart, sinking her waist and hips, and letting the dragon on her back drop downwards. This move is the only defensive move in the thunderous mountain suppressing spear style, which emphasizes using the immovable and majestic power of mountains to guard the 8 directions and block enemies from all sides. Fourth move, Thunderous Heavenly Strike. Jiang Xia leaped up instantly, raising his spear high above his head, and unleashing a torrent of lightning power from his body, transforming the area around him into a thunderous swamp. As the spear slammed down on the dummy, Lei Zhe instantly coalesced into a rolling bolt of lightning, falling through the air along with the spear. Boom! The training dummy exploded into pieces the instant the thunder and spear struck. Jiang Xia landed and stood still, panting heavily. Looking at the mess around her, she nodded in satisfaction. This training dummy is made of a special metal and can withstand a full-force attack from a third-stage early-stage martial artist. This proves that Jiang Xia can now kill Blood Rose without using soul fusion, relying solely on his own strength and the perfected state of the Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear. However, while the Thunderous Mountain Suppressing Spear is useful, it consumes too much energy. Even though he has now cultivated it to the perfect state to reduce some of the consumption, he cannot use it casually, especially the final killing move. Jiang Xia assessed his own strength and then made a simple estimate. He realized that when he was at his peak, he could only use the Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear twice, after which he would still have enough strength to fight. If in the Soul Fusion state, one might be forced to exit the Soul Fusion state after using the Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear once, and would most likely also become exhausted. However, it is obvious that the power of using the Thunderous Mountain Suppressing Spear in the Soul Fusion state will only be stronger. Jiang Xia decided to use it as a trump card. Before reaching the 3rd rank, martial artists consume their own physical strength when using the power of their martial spirit, so 1st and 2nd rank martial artists generally do not last long in battle. This situation can be alleviated after a martial artist breaks through to the 3rd level and generates source energy within their body. At the same time, the martial artist's every move will be enhanced by source energy, making it even more powerful. Looking at the cracked spear in his hand, Jiang Xia thought to himself that he needed to find a suitable spear. Ordinary alloy spears were practically disposable in his hands, which would be a huge disadvantage in actual combat. He casually tossed the spear among the wreckage of the training dummies, then turned and sat back down on the futon. Jiang Xia rested his chin on his hand, staring intently at the air in front of him. He was considering whether to tell the palace master and Song Zhenghong directly about his mastery of the Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear technique. It is foreseeable that the two will be extremely shocked, and then either spread the news widely or keep it a secret. After considering the series of possible consequences, Jiang Xia finally decided that it would be better not to say anything for the time being. To put it simply, while you can gain some emotional points, your Qingqi points will also skyrocket. However, Song Zhenghong and Fu Yan might not tell outsiders that a genius had learned a. In addition, there are 5 3-day trial cards for Fire Cloud Cave and 2 martial arts enhancement cards. Looking at his qi value, which had once again surpassed 100,000, Jiang Xia felt it was necessary to draw another prize to replenish his inventory. The advanced lottery wheel appears out of thin air. With a slight thought, Jiang Xia caused the pointer to spin rapidly. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Earth Essence Crystal Purple. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Fire Spirit Stone Blue. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Water Spirit Stone Blue. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Fire Cloud Cave Heaven 10-day trial card gold. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Qingyuan Miaodao Xinjuan Martial Arts Talent Enhancement Card Purple. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Jadeite Blue. Congratulations, host, for triggering the guaranteed reward of 100 advanced lottery draws. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Ninely Military Forging Techniques, Volume 1 Red. The Ninely Weapon Forging Method Volume 1, created by Qiyu, the leader of the Ninely. It gathers a wisp of the primordial energy of heaven and earth, merges it with the spirit of the weapon master, and absorbs all kinds of spiritual iron to forge divine weapons for all ages. Although she didn't have the same incredible luck as before, Jiang Xia was still quite satisfied overall. Upon choosing to claim the reward, a streak of crimson light instantly entered his heart. Coming to her senses, Jiang Xia already knew the key to cultivating Ninely Weapon Forging Techniques, Volume 1, Devour. Using the spiritual weapon he forged, he fused it with all the spiritual iron in the world. The more spirit iron you consume, the stronger your spirit weapon becomes. Spiritual weapons can also be absorbed into the body to nurture their spirituality, making them easy to use without any difficulty. Instead of immediately starting to cultivate, Jiang Xia opened her personal terminal and entered the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. Now that he has enough points, he can perfect his combat system. Now that we have spear techniques, we only need fist techniques and movement techniques. And then there are the most important cultivation techniques. After entering the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce's shop on Xinguang, Jiang Xia took out the black card that Wang Donghai had given her yesterday and entered the string of numbers on it. The store page refreshed instantly, and the transaction currency for each item was changed to points, with the discounted price even thoughtfully calculated. Jiang Xia browsed through the information briefly before opening the martial hall shop. After comparing the two, he found that even after discounts, the martial arts techniques sold by Tianbao Chamber of Commerce were still much more expensive than those sold by Wudian Mall, and the number of martial arts techniques was also less than that of Wudian. On the contrary, some basic cultivation potions and rare and precious materials are much cheaper than those from the martial arts hall, thanks to the 20% discount for black cards. Half an hour later, Jiang Xia purchased all the martial arts techniques she had chosen. 2 martial arts manuals and 1 cultivation technique cost a total of 1.25 million points. Wallet balance, 1.27 million points. Even Jiang Xia felt a pang of regret. He hadn't expected that a top-grade human-level cultivation technique would be several times more expensive than a high-grade human-level technique. However, the thought that all of this would quickly become his own strength made him feel at ease. Wu Dian's delivery speed is very fast. The encrypted file and key are sent over the second after the order is placed. After testing the power of pseudo-earth rank martial arts, Jiang Xia actually wanted to replace her fist techniques and movement techniques with pseudo-earth rank ones as well. Unfortunately, any pseudo-earth rank martial arts technique requires at least 1 million points to obtain, and also a certain amount of merit points to redeem. The way to obtain merit is very simple: just go to the astral battlefield and kill alien races. However, as of now, he has no opportunity to come into contact with any astral planes. Composing herself, Jiang Xia opened the files one by one using the key. The fist technique he chose was the Heavenly Gang Subduing Demon Fist, which follows the path of overwhelming force with sheer power. It perfectly suited his physical body and allowed him to unleash the full potential of this fist technique. As for movement techniques, Jiang Xia chose the Luoyan Jing Hongbu, which emphasizes speed. The final cultivation method is the Mysterious Origin Cultivation Method. This technique is only moderately effective in enhancing physical strength and attribute energy, but it can accelerate the absorption of source energy and the construction of source energy organs. His physical body possesses the bloodline of Pangu and the 8-9 mysterious techniques. He also possesses powerful martial soul attributes. Therefore, the extreme cultivation method of Xianyuan cultivation method can be said to have been tailor-made for him. After mastering both martial arts techniques, Jiang Xia decisively used the talent enhancement card to raise them both to the perfect level. He then began to cultivate the Mysterious Origin Cultivation Method. Unlike before, this time Jiang Xia could clearly feel the external energy frantically converging towards him. He felt that if he maintained this level of cultivation efficiency, he could break through to the early stage of the second tier in 5 days without using any resources. While Jiang Xia was cultivating in the martial hall, on the other side, Jiangcheng, Feng Family Manor Villa. Bang! Crack! Various sounds of vandalism and cursing echoed continuously. Useless, Ji Xiang, you're just a piece of trash. You actually let someone kill Xiang right under your nose. I must make that little beast pay the price. Amidst the beatings and curses of the woman in front of him, Ji Xiang could only grovel on the ground like a dog, his former dignity gone. Enough, Feng Shuiyan. Didn't you hear what I said? This matter ends here. No one is allowed to cause trouble for that boy. An elderly man sitting at the head of the table reprimanded him in a deep voice. This old man is Feng Kong, the 7th elder of the Feng family. The head of the Feng family knew his younger sister's temper, so he specially sent Feng Kong over to appease her. Looking at the messy study, Feng Kong couldn't help but shake his head. The head of the family was truly farsighted. Xue Yan, listen to your 7th uncle. The Feng family has already paid a heavy price to save Ji Xiang's life from the Martial Arts Bureau and the 3 major martial halls. If this continues, not only Ji Xiang, but you will also be implicated. Moreover, Ji Xiang brought this upon himself, and he is now reaping the consequences of his own actions. It's just a pity for that child, Feng Xiang, Feng Kong said earnestly. He was genuinely afraid that this young lady might do something outrageous and stir up trouble again. After all, the old patriarch Feng doted on his daughter, who had little talent in martial arts, giving her whatever she wanted. If it weren't for that arrogant and extremely self-centered personality of the other party. Ultimately, this led to her offending the wrong people in Xiaojing, and the old patriarch was unwilling to let her come to Jiangcheng to avoid trouble. Upon hearing Feng Kang's words, Feng Shuiyan forcibly suppressed her irritable emotions and forced a smile onto her face. Don't worry, Uncle Qi, Shuiyan has remembered. Seeing this, Feng Kong didn't say anything more, shook his head and left the manor. Chapter 60 Undercurrents. As Feng Shuiyan watched Feng Kang's departing figure, the smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by an extreme madness. You may be afraid of the Martial Arts Bureau and the 3 martial halls, but I am not. I must avenge Xianger. Immediately, Feng Shuiyan looked at Ji Xiang, who was cowering to the side, and the madness on her face disappeared. She quickly stepped forward, cupped Ji Xiang's face in her hands, and said gently, "Honey, did you hurt yourself just now? Don't worry, it won't hurt anymore, and I'll never hit you again." Although Feng Shuiyan's words were gentle, the ferocious expression on her face and her bloodshot eyes instilled great fear in Ji Xiang. Ji Xiang tried desperately to break free, but as a 4th-level Extreme Realm cultivator, he was no match for Feng Shuiyan, who was already at the late 5th level. Moreover, he was subjected to special methods by his opponent, making it impossible for him to resist. If the old patriarch Feng knew that his daughter, who was not particularly talented, possessed such strength, he would be utterly astonished. From beginning to end, everyone outside was deceived by Feng Shuiyan. Immediately, wisps of black energy surged from the fingertips of Feng Shuiyan's fingers that were cradling Ji Xiang's face, frantically drilling into Ji Xiang's eyes, mouth, and nasal cavity. Within the black aura were exquisite and sinister crimson runes. In just a short while, Ji Xiang's body was covered with eerie blood-red runes. His expression was terrified, his face contorted as if he were being tortured. His bloodshot eyes looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets, and his mouth was wide open but no sound came out. When the blood-red, sinister runes covered the last patch of intact skin on Ji Xiang's face, all expression vanished, leaving only a stillness as deep as stagnant water. Feng Shuiyan nodded in satisfaction, released her hands, and let Ji Xiang fall straight onto the ground covered with porcelain shards. She took out a brand new personal terminal, entered a number, and 3 seconds later, a deep male voice sounded. "I remember telling you not to contact me easily during this period. My son is dead, and I need you to help me kill someone," Feng Shuiyan said decisively, completely ignoring the dissatisfaction in the other party's tone. "Shadow, don't forget that we are just partners and have no obligation to help you take revenge. In that case, there is no need for what is beneath my manner to exist," Feng Shuiyan said calmly. "Shadow, are you threatening me? Do you know what you just said? I don't want to repeat myself, but as long as you kill that little beast, I will do everything in my power to make that thing under this manner complete." Feng Shuiyan's tone remained calm, but a look of madness began to appear in her eyes. "Oh? If that's the case, I can help you this once, but you need to start perfecting the sacrificial array right now, and you know the consequences of deceiving us. That little bastard's name is Jiang Xia. With your methods, it shouldn't be difficult to find his information. It's a pleasure to work with you." After the call ended, Feng Shuiyan crushed her personal terminal into powder with her fingers. She walked to Ji Xiang's side, staring directly into his empty eyes, her expression shifting between madness, calmness, and a strange smile. Feng Shuiyan swallowed hard, then pressed down hard on her outstretched right hand, suppressing the desire in her heart. No, she can't let all her efforts go to waste. She still has a chance. She wants a perfect evolution. If the members of the ancient god Seance can kill the little beast that disrupted her ritual, the medium will return to the mother, and there will still be a chance to save everything. Driven by her intense resentment, Feng Shuiyan suppressed the urge to embrace evolution right now. She picked up Ji Xiang's body and took him to the basement, placed him in a pre-prepared nutrient capsule, and left without looking back. In a room shrouded in deep darkness, without a single ray of light. The machine placed in the center of the room suddenly started operating automatically, and then a blue light flashed, projecting 4 blurry human figures. "Gourmet, use emergency communication to summon us. You'd better have some good news." A seductive female voice rang out. The other 2 projections also turned towards the projection representing the Gourmet. The Gourmet didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Gentlemen, that crazy woman, Shadow, has finally relented today and agreed to help me improve the sacrificial array." Upon hearing this, the 3 blurry projections suddenly began to fluctuate violently, before returning to calm after a few breaths. Immediately, the projection to the right of the Gourmet slowly spoke, and a slightly aged voice rang out. "Ha, she dragged things out with you for so long, so her sudden agreement must have come with conditions. She wants me to help her kill someone, a student who has only been awakened for less than a month." At the end, the Gourmet suddenly laughed, and then the laughter grew louder and louder. The other 3 seemed to be used to it, remaining silent and waiting for what would happen next. The laughter stopped abruptly after a moment, and the Gourmet's tone returned to calm as he continued. "However, that student is a bit strange. His martial soul must have mutated. It was only an F-level martial soul when it first awakened, but its cultivation level improved at a very fast pace, and its combat power was also exceptionally strong. He was already able to kill a martial artist at the early stage of the 3rd rank when he was only at the first level of the extreme realm. Now he has been noticed by Fu Yan, the Hall Master of the Jiangcheng branch of the Starfall Martial Hall, and has signed an S-level contract with the Martial Hall. Upon hearing the gourmet's words, the three finally understood why he had urgently summoned them. At this moment, the projection on the food critic's left, which had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. I can give you a team of adjudicators, and after it's done, I'll ask for 10 strands of blessing factors. The food critic nodded, okay, and then looked at the remaining 2 projections. After a moment of silence, the aged voice rang out, I can also send a team of arbitrators, the reward being 10 strands of blessing factors. I'm just like them, the alluring female voice said. The gourmet grinned, a silent smile playing on his lips. A pleasure doing business with you. As they prepared to remove the projections, the aged voice suddenly asked, Gourmet, which being do you intend to worship this time? Upon hearing this, the other 2 gradually fading projections solidified once more. The food critic didn't hide anything, his tone revealing fervor. Beneath original sin, gluttony reigns supreme. Why don't you directly communicate with original sin to bestow blessings? The aged voice asked again. What makes you think that with our current strength we can withstand the direct blessing from original sin? All 3 of them could hear the mockery in the gourmet's tone, but the old voice didn't get angry, it simply nodded. Don't worry, everyone, I won't be stingy. Good things should be shared. After the matter is accomplished, I will offer the blessing factor in the sacrificial ceremony with both hands. After saying that, the gourmet's projection disappeared, and then the remaining 3 projections also began to disappear one after another. The machine in the middle of the room stopped working, and everything was once again enveloped in deep darkness. Chapter 61 Breakthrough. Early stage of 2nd tier. The 10th floor of the Martial Hall building houses an exclusive training room for S-rank individuals. Jiang Xia sat on the futon, opened her eyes, and let out a long breath. After more than 2 hours, he finally mastered the mysterious origin cultivation method. Jiang Xia opened her personal terminal, entered the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, and began purchasing various cultivation resources she needed. He planned to make the most of today's opportunity to raise his cultivation level to the early stage of the 2nd tier. While cultivating just now, Jiang Xia had a premonition that something bad was about to happen to him. This feeling compelled him to improve his strength as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, the personal terminal vibrated, and an image was projected. A person dressed in the Martial Hall uniform stood at the entrance of the training room, holding a package bearing the logo of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Xia then realized that the people from the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce couldn't enter the Martial Hall. He quickly opened the door to the training room and took the package from the trembling hands of the Martial Hall staff. Jiang Xia looked at the staff member in front of her, who was sweating profusely, with surprise. Are you all right? Why are you shaking so badly? And nothing, it's nothing. After saying that, the staff member ran towards the elevator without looking back. Jiang Xia was completely baffled by the other party's actions. Can martial artists also get Parkinson's disease? He immediately closed the door to the training room and put it out of his mind. Inside the elevator, the staff member wiped the cold sweat from his brow, took a photo with his personal terminal, and sent it to the workgroup. Check-in, successfully escaped from the tyrant. Several messages popped up the moment this message was sent. Wow, Feng Ji is awesome. I would call you the most courageous man in the Jiangcheng branch. Thank you, brother Feng, for saving my life. You have no idea how desperate I was when that person from the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce put the package in my hands. I understand. I've worked at the martial arts hall for 5 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone who can trigger the emergency protection procedure on the training ground. Speaking of that, a plus level sequence guy named Wang Tong, he's probably still lying in the intensive care unit right now. Not only that, I heard that Wang Tang's skull was fractured and the bones in his limbs were shattered into pieces. Yesterday, he was sent directly to the life support pod by the medical team. Awesome, there are no wrong nicknames, only wrong names. Inside the elevator, Lu Feng shut down his personal terminal and let out a long breath. The fleeting glimpse he had just caught outside Jiang Xia's training room flashed through his mind, the shattered training dummies and the charred marks on the ground, and he couldn't help but shudder. Damn, he'll never show off again. On the other side, Jiang Xia closed the system notification with a completely bewildered look. The system notifications have been running continuously since just now. Fear +5, fear +3, fear +6. The Jiang family couldn't understand what had happened, and he hadn't done anything. In less than a short while, the chi points increased by more than 1,000 again. Jiang Xia shook her head. If she couldn't figure it out, she wouldn't think about it anymore. Anyway, the increase in chi points was a good thing. He took out the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven 3-day experience card from the system space, and with a slight thought, a vortex appeared. Upon entering the fiery cloud cave, Jiang Xia opened her package and took out a fist-sized piece of meteorite iron that emitted a faint glow. Even with the discount from Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, this small piece still requires 140,000 alliance points. Jiang Xia felt a pang of regret when she bought it, mainly because she was terrified of being poor and hadn't quite adapted to this luxurious lifestyle. Furthermore, it's unclear whether meteorite iron counts as star fragments. If it's unusable, the only option is to have the Tianbao Merchant Guild recycle it. Jiang Xia sat cross-legged on the futon, palms facing upwards, fingers loosely gripping the meteorite iron, and began to circulate the Star Marrow Soul refining technique. A moment later, streams of cool energy flowed from his palms into his body, circulating for a full cycle before disappearing into his sea of consciousness. Jiang Xia opened her eyes, her face beaming with undisguised joy. She had succeeded. The meteorite iron was indeed a type of star fragment. Jiang Xia immediately stopped cultivating the Star Marrow Soul refining technique, not forgetting the unease that had welled up in his heart not long ago. Jiang Xia took off her clothes and took out a tube of body-strengthening potion from her package, applying it evenly to her entire body. Each tube of body-tempering potion costs 100 points, and its effects are several times greater than those of body refinement potion. As soon as Jiang Xia started practicing the mysterious origin cultivation method, she could feel the tingling sensation of her skin being tempered by source energy, and her cultivation speed increased significantly compared to before. He thought to himself, no wonder those members of aristocratic families have improved their strength so quickly. With the highest grade cultivation techniques and the best cultivation resources, even a pig could be elevated to the second tier in a short time. Gathering her thoughts, Jiang Xia continued her cultivation with undivided attention. Time flew by, and it was the third day at Fire Cloud Cave. Jiang Xia sat cross-legged on the futon, and strange fluctuations emanated from her body. His exposed skin began to crack and break apart, and tiny glimmers of light emerged from beneath the broken skin. In a sudden instant, Jiang Xia opened her eyes, and with a slight tremor of her body, the broken skin fragments turned into fine dust and disappeared into the air. Breakthrough, early stage of second tier. Jiang Xia pressed her fingers against the skin on her arm, and it still felt like normal skin. But when you exert force, you can feel obvious resistance. It's as if, in an instant, your fragile skin has turned into the hide of some kind of wild beast, and you become more sensitive to the source energy in the surrounding air. He stretched out his right hand, and lightning full of destructive power gathered in his hand. Even the mobilization of the attribute power in his body was smoother than before, and the destructive power was also further enhanced. Jiang Xia clenched her right hand tightly, and the terrifying lightning instantly dissipated. While he still had time, he planned to also practice the 9 Li weapon forging techniques, Volume 1. Jiang Xia took out a piece of spirit iron from the system space and activated the secret technique in the 9 Li weapon forging method. The next instant, the spirit iron slowly rose and floated in mid-air, and the originally hard spirit iron began to melt into a pool of liquid. Jiang Xia did not stop, but continued to operate the secret technique, cutting out a wisp of spiritual thought from her own sea of consciousness. In an instant, Jiang Xia's expression twisted, and her spirits waned. He endured the excruciating pain and channeled his spiritual thoughts into the liquid in mid-air. Jiang Xia let out a long breath. Now all that was missing was the misty aura. According to the 9 Li weapon casting method, this misty energy could be the purple energy of heaven and earth, spiritual energy, or a special kind of energy like the killing energy of gunmetal. Jiang Xia had already had this idea for a while. He decisively entered the soul fusion state, and the large amount of surging qi and blood smoke was manipulated to transform into wisps of pure qi and blood that enveloped the liquid in mid-air. He then mobilized the wisp of gunmetal killing energy within his body and poured it into it as well. For Jiang Xia, nothing was more suitable for forging this divine weapon that belonged only to him than the blood and qi born from the Panga lineage. Sure enough, with the addition of gunmetal killing intent and Panga blood energy, the liquid in mid-air was slowly stretching, and at the same time, following the inexplicable senses, it conveyed the thought of hunger to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia didn't hesitate and directly put all the spirit iron she had previously drawn into the system space. After consuming a large amount of spirit iron, the pool of liquid in mid-air stretched forward and backward once again. Chapter 62 God-Slaying Spear. Jiang Xia stared at the weapon that was about to take shape in mid-air, a strong sense of anticipation welling up in her heart. As if sensing Jiang Xiao's emotions, the liquid began to stretch faster, and after a moment it outlined the shape of a long spear. Buzz. A special fluctuation emanated from the spear. Jiang Xia immediately understood, squeezed a little blood from her fingertip, and flicked it at the spear. After absorbing Jiang Xiao's blood, the spear and Jiang Xia became completely in sync. Click. The spear began to shatter. Jiang Xia immediately felt nervous, and then realized that it was the outermost layer that had shattered, something that looked like impurities. Immediately, the spear vibrated, and the outer impurities fell off, revealing the dark red shaft inside. He raised his right hand, and the spear that was in mid-air flew into his hand automatically. The spear shaft was dark red, and the tip was covered with golden runes. Jiang Xia stroked the gun barrel. At the junction of the barrel and the spearhead, there was a tall figure wielding a giant axe, with the axe blade connected to the spearhead. Below the towering figure were 12 figures that resembled both gods and demons, while at the very end of the foreground was a figure sitting cross-legged. In an instant, everything that had happened before seemed to become a painting behind the tiny figure at the end of the gun. Jiang Xia was deeply moved. The image engraved on the gun barrel must be of Pangu and the 12 ancestral witches. As for the last figure, Jiang Xia guessed it was most likely himself. Jiang Xia looked at the spear in her hand and decided to give it a nice name. After all, this is his future partner in battle. Just as Jiang Xia was thinking about what catchy name to choose, an idea suddenly popped into her mind. He blurted out, "God-slaying spear." After saying that, Jiang Xia was stunned, not knowing why she suddenly thought of that name. He immediately felt the spear in his hand vibrate and hum, indicating that he liked the name very much. Seeing this, Jiang Xia smiled and immediately gave up the idea of changing her name. I wonder if there are gods in this world. With a thought, Jiang Xiao's god-slaying spear disappeared from his hand and reappeared in his dantian in the next instant. If I want to use the god-slaying spear openly in the future, I'll need to find a reason. Immediately, Jiang Xia came up with a ready-made reason. When in doubt, use your martial spirit ability. The world is full of all kinds of martial spirit abilities, and new martial spirit abilities will appear every year during the awakening ceremony. When Jiang Xia was browsing the information inside the martial hall, she saw a branch of the Starfall Martial Hall in Shidu Province. Last year, there was a person who awakened an SSS-level martial soul and had the ability to fly in the sky at only the first level. In comparison, his ability to store weapons inside his body is not so surprising. Jiang Xia gave herself a thumbs up for her cleverness. That's so true to me. Furthermore, any other inexplicable things in the future can be attributed to martial soul abilities. A moment later, the time limit in Fire Cloud Cave Heaven expired, and Jiang Xia reappeared in the cultivation room. Next, he planned to visit Fu Yan and tell him about his breakthrough. To attract more investment in the future, investors need to be constantly excited and pleasantly surprised. The Temple Master's office. At this moment, only Fu Yan remained in the office. Cang Zhenghong had already left. Upon hearing Jiang Xiao's words from inside the room, Fu Yan's hand, which was holding a teacup, immediately stopped at his lips. He glanced at the time displayed on his personal terminal on his wrist, then looked at Jiang Xia. Fu Yan's face showed an unusual look of bewilderment. The time was correct. Only a few hours had passed since Jiang Xia left the office, yet it felt like an eternity had gone by. Fu Yan put down his teacup, his eyes fixed on Jiang Xia. In other words, within 4 or 5 hours, you not only broke through to the minor completion stage of your spear technique, but also broke through to the early stage of the second rank. Jiang Xia nodded obediently, completely unaware of the impact his words had on Fu Yan. Fu Yan took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. Okay, I understand. Is there anything else? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia nodded. He did indeed have something to say. Jiang Xia's visit to Fu Yan was certainly not simply for the purpose of showing off in front of others. Master, didn't you say before that I couldn't grasp the rhythm of my attacks and couldn't control my own strength precisely? So I wanted you to recommend a teacher in this area. After all, I'm new to the martial hall and I'm not familiar with the teachers here yet. Fu Yan nodded, lightly touched his personal terminal, and the next moment, full body portraits of all the teachers in the martial hall were projected. Jiang Xia glanced at it and exclaimed, "Wow." These teachers were all muscular and strong, even some of the female teachers were no exception. If someone who didn't know better saw this, they would definitely mistake it for a gym. Fu Yan slid his finger down, and soon, a male teacher whose physique was different from the other teachers appeared in Jiang Xia's line of sight. At the same time, Fu Yan's finger also pointed to the special male teacher. Hong Tu, who is the best teacher in our Jiangcheng branch, and also the most suitable teacher for you. Jiang Xia nodded, without questioning Fu Yan's choice. He then asked in confusion, why are all the teachers in the martial hall so burly? Logically speaking, such a physique should affect combat, right? You're right, that's why I recommended Hong Tu-Hu to you, Fu Yan said. These teachers all practice the latest techniques created by the martial hall, which is also another extraordinary path that the Alliance accidentally discovered, different from the source energy cultivation. We call it Rebirth. This is a path that does not cultivate source energy, but only tempers the physical body and makes the physical body constantly transform. Hong Tu-Hu has embarked on this path, and all his source energy has been thoroughly tempered into his physical body. The other teachers' physiques have become like this because they haven't yet completed the tempering of their source energy. Moreover, there are no barriers to this path theoretically, anyone can cultivate it. Jiang Xia took the elevator to the 6th floor of the Wudian building. The 4th, 5th, and 6th floors of the Martial Hall building are the training areas for Martial Hall members, and there are individual training rooms scattered throughout. Compared to the training room, the practice room is more comprehensive, containing various instruments that can assist martial artists in conducting specific targeted training. As Jiang Xia walked through the 6th floor corridor, Fu Yan's last words kept replaying in her mind. Once physical cultivation begins, it becomes impossible to coexist with source energy. At the very least, Fu Yan has never heard of anyone in the Alliance cultivating source energy and the new path simultaneously. Ultimately, either the source energy dissipates naturally, or it is refined into the physical body, and the martial soul merges with the body, mutating into a certain physical talent. Jiang Xia had been pondering what his current situation would be if he couldn't cultivate both at the same time. He can not only enhance his physical body by absorbing the essence of flesh and blood through his martial spirit ability, but he can also cultivate a pure body refining technique like the 8-9 arcane arts. The kind of energy leakage that Fu Yan described never happened to him. His physical body and source energy were remarkably peaceful, both steadily improving without interfering with each other. Chapter 63: The Road to New Life. In the central hall on the 6th floor of the martial hall, Lei Wenyu and 3 others sat facing each other in silence, and the atmosphere gradually became oppressive. Some members of the martial hall who were passing by quickened their pace upon seeing this. Wei Xinya was the first to speak, intending to break the silence. She had barely uttered 2 words when she saw Jiang Xia walking towards her from the front. The others then also spotted Jiang Xia. As she passed the area where the 4 people were, Jiang Xia walked straight ahead without stopping for even a moment. It felt as if Lei Wenyu and the others didn't exist at all. The 4 of them didn't look away until Jiang Xia's figure disappeared. The atmosphere around them immediately became even more oppressive and somber. On the 6th floor corridor, many members of the martial hall witnessed what had just happened and began whispering to their companions. Some members of the martial hall who had long disliked Lei Wenyu and his group's behavior deliberately raised their voices when talking to their companions. Listening to the whispers around him, Xiao Ran's eyes grew increasingly gloomy, and Xiao Wenshu gripped the long sword he was holding tightly. Finally, Xiao Ran could no longer bear this humiliation. He looked at Lei Wenyu and Xiao Wenshu and said in a resentful tone, "Did you see how arrogant that kid was just now? He didn't take us seriously at all." Even if Jiang Xia had come over to mock him for overestimating himself, Xiao Ran wouldn't have been so agitated. However, it was precisely that completely indifferent behavior from the other party that shattered Xiao Ran's pride as a direct descendant of a martial arts family. Xiao Wenshu didn't say anything, remaining silent with his head down, seemingly lost in thought. Lei Wenyu glanced at Xiao Ran, who was losing control of his emotions, with a mocking expression on his face. "Ha, what's the use of you shouting here now? Why didn't you say a word when Jiang Xia went over? Also, I don't believe that the people you sent out didn't send you back news of Jiang Xia in the wilderness. A hunter who slaughtered his way through a hunter group of over 200 warriors, and even killed the group's leader who was at the early stage of the 3rd tier, what right do you think we have to act arrogantly in front of him? I advise you to accept reality and behave yourself, if you don't want to end up like Wang Tang." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran's expression changed rapidly. Just thinking about the miserable state Wang Tang was in when he went to the intensive care unit yesterday and saw him lying in the life support pod, his face turned green. Jiang Xia's exploits in the wilderness are no secret. He had even watched the video of the other party easily defeating a group of Tier 2 wilderness hunters in front of worry-free town. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Xiao Ran felt powerless to resist. But he was very unwilling to accept it. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ran suddenly looked up, his expression inscrutable, and said in a low voice, "Do you think that if Jiang Xia were to have some kind of accident, or even die, we would still have a chance to compete for that S-level spot?" Upon hearing this, Lei Wenyu, Xin Yao, and Xiao Wenshu's expressions instantly turned ugly. They looked at Chao Ran as if he were an idiot. Lei Wingyu looked directly at Chao Ran and said, word by word, Chao Ran, you'd better put away your dangerous ideas. For the sake of the friendship between our two families, I'll pretend you never said that. Chao Ran realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly tried to make amends. Don't be nervous, I was just joking. You'd better be, Lei Wingyu said coldly. Chao Ran forced a smile, then lowered his head, the smile vanishing from his face, leaving only a chilling coldness. The S-rank sequence of the Martial Hall is too important, although one's family can pull strings to get that spot from the Martial High School. However, the difference in treatment between the two is significant compared to obtaining a spot directly from the Martial Hall. Furthermore, and importantly, each branch martial arts hall can only secure one S-level contract per year. Who would have thought that even though it's been more than half a month since the martial soul awakening, someone would still sneak up and steal the fruits of others' labor? Jiang Xia, everyone looks out for themselves, so you can only blame yourself for being too strong. Chao Ran was already devising a way to make Jiang Xia disappear completely. On the other side, in front of training room number 15. At this moment, Jiang Xia was unaware that her unintentional actions had already broken Chao Ran's defenses and made him want to kill her. Jiang Xia took a deep breath and pushed open the training room door. As soon as Jiang Xia entered, she saw a middle-aged man standing in the middle of the training room. His bare upper body was covered with hideous muscles and scars of varying sizes. Hong Tu, who was also looking at Jiang Xia, and then said succinctly, "Take off your shirt and shoes." As instructed, Jiang Xia took off her shirt and shoes, leaving only loose-fitting athletic pants, and walked up to Hong Tu, who, bowing slightly, "Master Hong." Hong Tu, who nodded slightly in response. He looked at Jiang Xia's well-defined upper body without revealing any emotion. Most martial artists have well-proportioned figures, unless they practice certain special techniques that alter their physique. The temple master told me about your condition. I need to measure your bones and muscles before I can design a training plan for you. This process will be very painful, so you need to be prepared. Jiang Xia nodded, stretched her body briefly, and said, "Master Hong, we can begin." Hong Tu, who walked up behind Jiang Xia, grabbed her shoulders with his calloused hands, and pinched her hard. Jiang Xia remained calm and did not feel any pain, but Hong Tu, whose expression changed. His hands kept pinching and kneading Jiang Xia's bones and muscles. But the sensation he felt made Hong Tu, who feel somewhat dazed, as if he were kneading a piece of refined steel. After pinching and squeezing for a while, Hong Tu, who stood in front of Jiang Xia again and asked in a serious tone, "Have you undergone special physical training or taken certain drugs before?" Jiang Xia shook her head blankly, not understanding why Hong Tu, who wanted to ask this. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's answer, Hong Tu, whose expression completely changed, becoming extremely complex and difficult to decipher. "If I hadn't sensed the source energy in you, I would have thought you had a new path to survival. Your physical body is transforming into golden skin and jade bones. If you continue to improve, it will probably be long before you completely achieve the golden skin and jade bones. I really don't know how you cultivated your physical body. Even I have only just touched the threshold of golden skin and jade bones." Jiang Xia's heart skipped a beat. "Master Hong, what does golden skin and jade bones mean?" The term golden skin and jade bones is an ancient martial artist's term for a perfect physique, and also a kind of talent, Hong Tu, who explained. "The fact that the palace master allowed me to teach you must mean that he also told you about the extraordinary path of rebirth. In fact, people in ancient times had already walked this path, but there was no source energy at that time, so the upper limit that the physical body could reach was not high. Documents from ancient relics have recorded 3 perfect physical states: golden skin and jade bones, flawless and immaculate, and martial bones and Taoist embryo. These 3 perfect physical states are progressively related. Ordinary people can achieve them through hard work and training, while some exceptional individuals are born with one of the 3. Chapter 64, Gravity Chamber. Jiang Xia was deeply moved after hearing Hong Tu, whose words. The extraordinary powers in this world are probably far more mysterious than he imagined. As his strength increased, he began to learn about all sorts of information that ordinary people would never have access to. Jiang Xia immediately became curious about the ancient ruins that Hong Tu, who had mentioned. Just as she was about to ask, Hong Tu, who raised his hand to interrupt her. "I know what you want to ask. You can go back and check the relevant information in the Martial Hall database. You are an S rank and have that permission. Of course, if you want to waste your points, I can explain it to you now." Upon hearing Hong Tu, whose reminder, Jiang Xia remembered the teacher's outrageously expensive hourly rate. 10,000 league points in an hour, and 10 minutes have already passed. Jiang Xia quickly adjusted her state. Seeing that Jiang Xia was ready, Hong Tu-Hu led her into a room made of some kind of transparent metal material. He tossed a pair of bracelets to Jiang Xia, indicating that she should wear them. After Hong Tu-Hu made a few operations on his personal terminal, a powerful force pressed down on Jiang Xia. 1 time, 2 times, 5 times, 7 times, 10 times. When Hong Tu-Hu increased the gravity in the gravity chamber to 11 times, Jiang Xia's body, which was barely holding on, began to collapse under the terrifying gravity, and her bones rubbed against each other, making a crisp crack sound. After a moment of adjustment, Jiang Xia straightened her hunched body again. Hong Tu-Hu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it's quite rare for a newcomer to be able to withstand 11 times the force of gravity. Jiang Xia gritted her teeth and endured the pressure of gravity on her body. He looked at Hong Tu-Hu, who seemed unaffected by 11 times the gravity, and was somewhat surprised by the strength of the other's physical body. That doesn't make sense. Even if Hong Tu-Hu's physical body was several times stronger than his, it was impossible for him to ignore 11 times the gravity. Hong Tu-Hu noticed the doubt in Jiang Xia's eyes and suddenly broke into a happy smile, which, combined with his muscular physique, made him look particularly ferocious. He raised the blue bracelet on his right wrist. The bracelet I'm wearing protects me from the effects of the gravity chamber. Now, attack me with all your might. Jiang Xia felt a chill run down her spine as she looked at the smile on Hong Tu-Hu's face. Yuan used all his strength to raise his fist and strike Hong Tu-Hu. Under 11 times the force of gravity, Jiang Xia moved forward slowly, but her punches were still very fast. However, in Hong Tu-Hu's eyes, it was still like a tortoise crawling. He slightly shifted his body to the right, easily dodging Jiang Xia's attack, while at the same time, his right thumb quickly jabbed the inside of Jiang Xia's right hand as he threw a punch. Jiang Xia felt a numbness in her right arm, and most of the force of her punch was dissipated. If I were your enemy, your right hand is now useless. You should adapt your moves to the situation and not use your full strength at once. Remember, each punch should injure the enemy by 3 parts and keep 7 parts for yourself. These 7 parts are your backup plan when dealing with the enemy's counterattack. This habit can prevent you from becoming passive and also allow you to fight the enemy for longer periods of time. You must remember that the moment you truly unleash your full power will be the moment you determine the victor from your enemy. Before that, hide your strength, constantly probe, and look for the enemy's weaknesses. Again, Hong Tu-Hu said sternly. Jiang Xia readjusted her stance, gritted her teeth, and threw another punch at Hong Tu-Hu. Faced with Jiang Xia's attacking fist, Hong Tu-Hu neither dodged nor avoided, but took several punches head-on. He sighed, shook his head, and suddenly his expression turned ferocious as he punched Jiang Xia in the chest. Jiang Xia felt a strong gust of wind blow past him, and then his body was hit by a powerful force, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. I said to injure the enemy 3 parts and keep 7 parts for yourself, but what about you? Your punches are weak and powerless. Are you just tickling the enemy? Again. Jiang Xia gritted her teeth and stood up, enduring the sharp pain in her chest, and threw another punch at Hong Tu-Hu. Bang! Before her fist could even touch Hong Tu-Hu again, Jiang Xia was sent flying backward once more. Again! Bang! Again! Bang! Again! Despite repeated attacks and repeated repellings, Jiang Xia never gave up and continued to forge ahead. Jiang Xia is like a majestic mountain, standing firm despite the onslaught of floods that erode its body. Moreover, Jiang Xia did not come away empty-handed from being knocked down time and time again. His combat skills and rhythm have improved significantly, especially his use of physical strength. In the past, Jiang Xia basically relied on her physical strength to brute force her way through every battle. They possess some combat skills, but not many. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, activate Soul Fusion Transformation to enter the second stage. But today, fighting Hong Tu-Hu under high pressure and gravity allowed Jiang Xia to discover that his physical body still has great potential to be developed. In particular, during each attack, when Hong Tu-Hu countered, the body parts he struck were those where he hadn't fully exerted his power. This allows Jiang Xia to constantly adjust her attack posture and power generation during the offensive. Time flew by as Jiang Xia fell and stood up countless times. Bang! Again! Hong Tu-Hu was sparing with his words, repeating the same things he had said before. He stared expressionlessly at Jiang Xia, who swayed and then stood up again. At this moment, Jiang Xia's body was covered with wounds, and his once handsome face, which was almost flawless, was now unrecognizable and scarred. This is the result of Hong Tu-Hu taking special care of Jiang Xia after he noticed that she would subconsciously protect her face every time. Jiang Xia steadied himself and launched another attack on Hong Tu-Hu. Compared to the beginning, his speed was significantly faster, and with his full power, his speed could be increased even further. Hong Tu remained standing in the face of Jiang Xia's attack until the latter's attack was close before he launched a counterattack. He put his right hand behind his back and quickly tapped Jiang Xia's neck with his left hand. Just as Hong Tu was about to succeed, Jiang Xia's right fist quickly changed into a palm, grabbing Hong Tu's left upper arm. Then, he reached out with his left hand and grabbed the other's left wrist. Jiang Xia suddenly exerted force, causing Hong Tu's left arm to bend inward, and then simultaneously thrust her left elbow forward, striking Hong Tu's chest. Bang! Hong Tu remained motionless, but a smile appeared on his serious face. He thrust his chest forward forcefully, and Jiang Xia was forced back several steps by the force. Not bad, it's finally starting to look like something. That's all for today. Immediately after Hong Tu made a few operations on his personal terminal, the terrifying gravity enveloping Jiang Xia's body vanished. Jiang Xia felt a sudden lightness in his body, followed by a strong sense of exhaustion. He collapsed to the ground uncontrollably, panting heavily. The injuries I sustained earlier didn't feel noticeable during training, but now that training is over, they've all come rushing back. Jiang Xia felt sore all over, as if her whole body was about to fall apart. Chapter 65 Neighbors. Hong Tu walked out of the gravity chamber, took a wooden bottle from his backpack, and casually tossed it to Jiang Xia. This is Vajra Body Tempering Ointment. Applying it to the body can quickly heal injuries. Jiang Xia caught the flying wooden bottle, struggled to sit up, and grinned, "Thank you, Master Hong." Hong Tu looked at Jiang Xia with an expressionless face. "Don't thank me, it's just that I'm afraid you'll scare the other people in the martial hall if you go out looking like this." Jiang Xia smiled awkwardly and raised her hand to touch her face, which was now unrecognizable. Also, this Vajra tempering ointment costs 20,000 yuan a bottle, which will be deducted from your tuition fee later. After saying that, Hong Tu put on his shirt, picked up his backpack, and left the training room. Jiang Xia's lips twitched. It felt like she had only been rich for a short time, and now she was about to be blessed by the god of poverty again. Instead of using the Vajra tempering ointment, he took out 2 bottles of high-grade qi and blood elixir from his backpack and drank them. Jiang Xia's blood and qi surged, and the suppressed Pango bloodline quickly revived. Relying on the healing ability of the bloodline, her injuries recovered rapidly after consuming a large amount of blood and qi. In just a few breaths, there was no trace of injury on his body. When Jiang Xia discovered that Hong Tu's training methods were remarkably effective, he suppressed the Pango bloodline's regenerative abilities in order not to affect his training. Gurgle gurgle. A strong feeling of hunger came over my stomach. Although the medicine can quickly restore your condition, you still need to eat normally to feel physiologically hungry. Jiang Xia grabbed her backpack and quickly went to the canteen on the second floor of the martial hall. Each martial artist's training plan and practice time are not fixed, so the martial hall canteen is basically open all day. Jiang Xiaohua used her points to order a high-energy nutritious meal and went to a corner of the cafeteria to eat it heartily. The nutritious meals at the martial hall are all formulated to accommodate the exaggerated appetites of martial artists. Even though it was Jiang Xia, she was already full after finishing her third nutritional meal. With her hunger subsiding, Jiang Xia didn't linger in the cafeteria and returned to her private training room on the 10th floor of the martial hall building. The training room had already been cleaned by the martial hall staff, and the training dummies in the corner had been replaced with new ones. Jiang Xia released her senses and walked around the cultivation room. After finding nothing unusual, she sat cross-legged on the futon. He has many secrets, so we should be careful. Moreover, one should always be wary of others even within the martial hall. Absolute safety is not guaranteed. Immediately, Jiang Xia's consciousness sank into her sea of consciousness, and she began to comprehend the Chuanju Emperor slaying the dragon diagram to hone her spear technique. On the other side, after leaving the training room, Hong Tu went to Fu Yan's office. Knock on the door and enter. Fu Yan seemed to have known that Hong Tu was coming, and poured the brewed tea into the cup placed opposite him. "Come on, Lao Hong, come and have a taste. I specially took this from the old man's bedroom when I left Sangyao Star." Hong Tu sat opposite Fu Yan, picked up the tea in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. He smacked his lips and said that apart from the smell of grass and wood, there was no special taste. TSK, old Hong, you're really wasting a good thing. This is tea made from the leaves of the low-grade earth Rangqingxin vine. You have to savor it carefully. By the way, how is Jiang Xia? Is she the kind of person you initially thought she was? Fu Yan asked. Upon hearing this, Hong Tu shook his head. Jiang Xia is not the kind of person I'm looking for. But I don't know how that kid cultivates. His physical body is extremely powerful and he's about to enter the golden muscle and jade bone level. I have carefully examined his body, and he has not embarked on the path to rebirth at all. I don't know where you found this monster. Moreover, he was able to withstand 11 times the gravity the first time he entered the gravity chamber. What I can't understand the most is that he was able to fight me for 2 hours straight under those conditions. That lasted a full 2 hours. I don't know how many times I knocked him down, but every time I thought he couldn't get up, he would surprise me. I haven't seen many people in the Alliance army with this kind of mental fortitude. Hearing Hong Tu-Hu's shock and praise for Jiang Xia, Fu Yan also smiled. Finally, someone could understand how he felt when facing Jiang Xia. Just as Hong Tu-Hu said, she was a monster. I plan to increase the intensity of that kid's training tomorrow. I have to push him to his limits to maximize his training results. Hong Tu-Hu rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a promising young talent that suited his taste. Most of the members of Jiangcheng Martial Hall never came back for a second class after attending his class once. Hong Tu-Hu planned to seize the opportunity and test all the training methods he had devised on Jiang Xia. Seeing Hong Tu-Hu's expression, Fu Yan's lips twitched, and he thought to himself, "Good luck, Jiang Xia. You chose this teacher yourself." Time flew by, and it was already 8 p.m. Jiang Xia returned to Villa Number 8 in Yujiang Bay in the Martial Hall hovercar. As soon as he entered the door, he threw himself onto the sofa. He spent the entire day in intense training. Compared to physical exhaustion, mental fatigue was even more unbearable for him. After lying on the sofa for a while, Jiang Xia got up and took out the meteorite iron from her backpack, intending to cultivate the star marrow soul refining technique to relieve her mental fatigue. Just then, the doorbell of the villa was rang. It's so late, who would come looking for him? Besides, he doesn't know anyone in this villa area. Jiang Xia was puzzled, but she became extremely vigilant. Something unusual must be going on. He hadn't forgotten the unease that had welled up in his heart during the day. Jiang Xia walked outside, her left hand behind her back, ready to attack at any moment, while her right hand pressed the door switch. With a creaking sound, the villa gates slowly opened. Then Jiang Xia saw a woman wearing a red silk nightgown standing outside the door. The woman had delicate features and an alluring, curvaceous figure. Her pajamas had a very low neckline, revealing a large expanse of fair, smooth skin on her chest. After seeing Jiang Xia's face clearly, the woman's eyes lit up, and she took a few steps forward to stand in front of Jiang Xia. "Hello, my name is Ji Wei. I just moved here and live next door to you. We'll be neighbors from now on. This is a dessert I made." As she spoke, Ji Wei raised the food box she was holding in her right hand and handed it to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia calmly accepted the food box. "Actually, I just moved here not long ago. Thank you for the dessert." Despite saying this, he remained vigilant in the slightest. After delivering the desserts, Ji Wei clearly showed no intention of leaving. She glanced at the villa behind Jiang Xia, then blushed slightly and said softly, "May I come in for a look around your house?" After saying that, as if afraid that Jiang Xia would misunderstand, he continued, "Don't misunderstand, I'm just redecorating my villa and want to see the layout of your house so I can get some inspiration." Upon hearing the other person's words, Jiang Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. Such a lame excuse, it's a wonder the other party could come up with it. Jiang Xia then gave Ji Wei a bright smile and said, "Of course, please come in." Chapter 66 Surveillance. Upon seeing Jiang Xia's smile, Ji Wei's blush deepened. She lowered her head slightly, her heart pounding, looking every bit the shy girl who had just met her beloved. Considering the other party's attire in their request to visit the room, most people would probably have already decided on a name for their child by now. However, Jiang Xia felt only calm upon seeing this scene. He led Ji Wei into the villa and stood in the living room, letting her tour the place at her own pace. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Xia saw Ji Wei off from the villa. Ji Wei stood in front of Jiang Xia, twisting her fingers with her head down. Is it convenient to add your contact information?" "Can." Upon hearing Jiang Xia's agreement, Ji Wei raised her head, the bright light shining on her and illuminating the undisguised joy on her face. At this moment, the two were only a step apart, and wisps of fragrance wafted into Jiang Xia's nostrils. Jiang Xia silently took a step back and sent her StarNet account to the other party. After obtaining Jiang Xia's contact information, Ji Wei walked towards Villa Number 9 next door with a satisfied expression. Jiang Xia watched Ji Wei's retreating figure until she completely entered Villa Number 9 before turning her gaze away. Back in the living room, Jiang Xia opened the food box on the table, glanced at the various desserts inside, then closed the lid and threw it into the trash can next to her. He wasn't ready to die yet. He knew Ji Wei was suspicious, so he naturally wouldn't eat the food she sent him. Jiang Xia opened her personal terminal and logged onto the black market website to contact Zhao Xiong. Old Zhao, help me find someone. Her name is Ji Wei, and she lives in Villa number 9 in Yujiang Bay. The more detailed the information, the better. Money is no object. He then sent Ji Wei's StarNet account and the surveillance video from the villa to Zhao Xiong. 5 minutes later, Zhao Xiong replied to the message. No problem. After shutting down her personal terminal, Jiang Xia looked at the food container in the trash can. I hope I'm just overthinking it. He then took out the meteorite iron and began cultivating the star marrow soul refining technique. On the other side, in the basement of Villa number 9. Ji Wei knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed to the black-robed man in front of her, Steward. How's the investigation going? The voice of the man in black was neither male nor female. Nothing unusual was found in that villa. Jiang Xia was indeed alone there, Ji Wei said respectfully. Moreover, Jiang Xia is very vigilant and unmoved by my various attempts to be friendly. I suspect that he may have already begun to doubt me. Your intuition is correct. Based on the information we have, this Jiang Xia is definitely not the kind of mediocre person you've encountered before, someone who can't resist the allure of beauty, the man in black said. Jiang Xia's scheming, methods, and strong desire for revenge were already evident back in the wilderness. Not long ago, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Xia Jingfeng's son-in-law, was dismissed because of Jiang Xia. The Feng family also paid a lot of money to save his life. Since Jiang Xia already suspects you, then you should not show your face in front of him anymore. Just stay in this villa and keep an eye on his every move. Ji Wei was transferred from the neighboring city of Haicheng to monitor Jiang Xia, and she was completely unaware of Jiang Xia's previous actions. She was somewhat shocked to hear the steward give Jiang Xia such high praise. From the moment the incident began, Ji Wei did not sense any danger from the boy. Aside from being good-looking, the other person had nothing else particularly special about them. However, she could also tell from the black-robed deacon's words that Jiang Xia was very important to them. Immediately, Ji Wei's mind began to stir. She whispered, Your Excellency, since Jiang Xia is so important to the organization, why don't we take this opportunity to capture him? As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Wei felt a cold gaze fall on her. Snort! A powerful surge of energy erupted, striking Ji Wei directly and causing her body to slam heavily against the basement wall with a dull thud. Ji Wei landed on the ground, not even having time to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, and immediately knelt down. I misspoke, thank you for your punishment, steward. Stop thinking about your own little schemes. Once things succeed, you'll naturally get all the credit. If you ruin everything because of your greed and recklessness, you should have heard about the gourmet's methods in Haicheng, the man in black said coldly. Upon hearing the black-robed deacon's words, cold sweat instantly streamed down Ji Wei's forehead, and her body trembled uncontrollably. How could she not have heard of the gourmet's name? He was one of the most terrifying madmen in the ancient God Sentence Association. The terror they evoked was not their strength, but their methods. The black-robed messenger was very pleased with Ji Wei's reaction when she heard the name of the gourmet. In his view, the gourmet master was the epitome of fear, and everyone should be in awe of him. Do your job well, and you won't be treated unfairly. The next day, Jiang Xia arrived at the martial hall early. After a night of practicing the star marrow soul refining technique, not only was his mental fatigue swept away, but his mental strength also made considerable progress. Inside the private training room, a vortex appeared out of thin air, and Jiang Xia walked in. He had already made plans for his future cultivation yesterday. Jiang Xia plans to cultivate both the mysterious origin cultivation method and the 8-9 mysterious techniques within the Firecloud Cave heaven. Upon returning to reality, he entered the Taoist scroll to obtain the essence of flesh and blood, and used the dragon-slaying diagram to hone his spear technique. As for the nights, he would replace sleep with practicing the star marrow soul refining technique. This is another benefit that Jiang Xia discovered when cultivating the star marrow soul refining technique. It allows for deep relaxation of both mind and body. Jiang Xia spent the entire morning in intensive training. In the afternoon, in training room number 15. Jiang Xia stood shirtless in the middle of the training room. Hong Tu-Hu looked at Jiang Xia's unharmed body with some surprise in his eyes. He knew perfectly well how serious Jiang Xia's injuries were yesterday. Even with the Vajra tempering cream, it was impossible for her to recover so quickly. It seems this kid also has some kind of ability to quickly heal his own injuries. Hong Tu did not delve into this matter. After all, everyone has secrets. Moreover, the stronger Jiang Xia is, the happier he is. Hong Tu was originally worried that Jiang Xia's body wouldn't be able to handle the increased training intensity today, but now it seems that it has saved him a lot of trouble. Jiang Xia then followed Hong Tu into the gravity chamber. 1 times gravity, 5 times gravity, 11 times gravity. This time, Hong Tu quickly increased the gravity to 11 times. Jiang Xia felt the pressure on her body and moved her hands and feet a little. Compared to yesterday, she had completely adapted to the gravity chamber. Not to mention that his physical body was strengthened once again in the morning. With the enhancements from the Spirit Vermilion Fruit, the Soul Source Fruit, and the Star Marrow Soul Refining Technique, Jiang Xia's current mental strength is enough to support him in his activities within the Dao Scroll for a longer period of time. Today, when he left the Dao Scroll, he directly obtained 2 portions of flesh and blood essence. Just then, Hong Tu gave Jiang Xia, who was still stretching out her limbs, a mysterious smile, and then tapped his personal terminal. 12 times the force of gravity. Chapter 67 Breakthrough, Mid-Stage Second Tier. Buzz. The sudden increase in pressure caught Jiang Xia off guard, causing her to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. He stood up again, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Hong Tu. Buzz. 13 times the force of gravity. With a smile on his face, Hong Tu clicked on his personal terminal again, adding more rewards to Jiang Xia's account. Then, 14 times the force of gravity. 15 times the force of gravity. When the gravity was increased to 15 times, Jiang Xia was so crushed by the weight that she could not stand up at all. She could only support herself with her hands to prevent her body from lying flat on the ground. Seeing this, Hong Tu shook his head with a hint of regret and adjusted the gravity back to 14 times. Jiang Xia felt a lightness in his body, and then he struggled to straighten up. His gaze towards Hong Tu had completely changed. I originally thought the other person was the serious, unsmiling type. It turned out he was wrong, terribly wrong. As Hong Tu readjusted the gravity, he clearly caught the look of regret on the other's face. If you cut this old man open vertically, his heart is black. What kind of look is that? I'm doing this for your own good. If I don't squeeze out your full potential, how will you improve? Hong Tu's words were sincere. Jiang Xia knew that Hong Tu was right, but that obviously couldn't hide the fact that the other party was ruthless and heartless. Without further hesitation, Jiang Xia quickly adapted to the gravity and decisively attacked Hong Tu. Bang! Just like yesterday, Jiang Xia was sent flying by Hong Tu. Yesterday, Jiang Xia's final strike was able to hit Hong Tu because the opponent deliberately suppressed his strength. However, when Hong Tu's fist struck Jiang Xia, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This kid's physical body has improved by more than just a little bit compared to yesterday. Hong Tu thought to himself, good lad. As a result, Hong Tu increased the force of his attacks over the next 2 hours. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed. Hong Tu walked out of the gravity chamber looking refreshed. It had been a long time since he had felt so good. Jiang Xia lay in the gravity chamber, her injuries more severe than yesterday, and she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Immediately, Jiang Xia stopped suppressing the power of the Pango bloodline. As his blood and qi circulated throughout his body, Jiang Xia's injuries healed rapidly. In just 2 breaths, he regained the strength to stand up. Jiang Xia got up and quickly took out 2 bottles of qi and blood potions from her backpack and drank them down. Once the medicine entered the stomach, it was quickly absorbed by the body and transformed into pure qi and blood, accelerating the recovery of the injury. Hong Tu saw all of this, and Jiang Xia did not try to hide it, because the fact that he could recover from his injuries so quickly would be discovered sooner or later, unless he would never get injured again, but that was impossible. With his powerful senses, Hong Tu could detect that there was a special energy flowing through Jiang Xia's body, but this energy did not feel like the source energy to him. Hong Tu then looked away, said to Jiang Xia, let's continue tomorrow, and left the training room. Late at night, Jiang Xia returned to Villa Number 8 in Yuzhang Bay in a hovercar. Compared to yesterday, Jiang Xia has adapted to this training pace and is not too tired. On the living room sofa, Jiang Xia looked at the message sent by Zhao Xiong and was surprised. Could it be that I'm overthinking things? Jiang Xia muttered to herself. According to the information sent by Zhao Xiong, Jiwei's background is very clean. She comes from a small to medium-sized martial arts family in the neighboring city of Haicheng. Jiwei's trip to Jiangcheng was just a sudden whim, because the other party had already bought the number 9 villa in Yuzhang Bay half a year ago. Jiang Xia had only moved in a few days ago, so it was clear that Jiwei hadn't come for him. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Zhang Xiao looked out the window with a deep gaze. Despite the facts before him, he still dared not let his guard down. There was no other reason than that the moment he saw Ji Wei yesterday, he felt an inexplicable sense of disgust. This feeling of disgust is as if it were ingrained in my very bones. I gathered my thoughts and stopped thinking about these things. If Ji Wei really had a problem, she would eventually slip up. Back in her bedroom, Zhang Xia took out the meteorite iron and began cultivating the star marrow soul refining technique. For the next period of time, Zhang Xia's life was uneventful. He spent each day smoothly following the established training plan. Time flies, and 7 days have passed. In the Martial Hall's exclusive training room, Zhang Xia sat cross-legged on a futon with her eyes closed, her body surging with source energy. In the next instant, a stream of air rippled outwards from Zhang Xia as the center. Then, a sound like a bubble bursting came from inside Zhang Xia's body. Zhang Xia opened her eyes, her face beaming with joy, but also tinged with a hint of emotion. During these 7 days, he cultivated step by step every day, and he had already used up the Fire Cloud Cave he won in the lottery. So, in the 20-odd days that he spent in the Fire Cloud Cave and in reality, he finally broke through to the mid-stage of the second tier. Martial arts cultivation is indeed like rowing against the current. The further you go, the greater the resistance you encounter. However, compared to ordinary martial artists, Zhang Xia's cultivation speed is frighteningly fast. Putting aside the time spent in the Fire Cloud Cave, it only took him 9 days in reality to break through from the early stage of the second tier to the middle stage of the second tier. Moreover, he still has a golden Fire Cloud Cave Heaven 10-day experience card that he hasn't used. Zhang Xia glanced at the time and quickly left the training room to head to the 6th floor of the Martial Hall. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she ran into Lei Wenyu and his group. Zhang Xia nodded to them as a greeting. Lei Wenyu nodded in response. During this period, he came to the training room on the 6th floor every day, and this was not the first time he had encountered Lei Wenyu and the others. Despite the unfriendly first meeting and the resulting fight, Zhang Xia was never too harsh on those who offered him money, and even secretly hoped that they would challenge him again. Zhang Xia had already decided that if the same thing happened again, she would give the other party a 50% discount. After all, in order to maintain high-intensity training, he has to spend nearly 50,000 points every day. If he doesn't earn any more points, he will soon run out of money. Zhang Xia brushed past Lei Wenyu and the others, and couldn't help but glance at Wang Ting a few more times as she passed by. This was the first time he had encountered his opponent since that battle. Wang Ting shuddered involuntarily after feeling Zhang Xia's gaze, and a faint phantom pain emanated from his head and limbs. This reminded him of his time in the life support pod. Wang Ting's expression immediately darkened, but he didn't show it too obviously because Zhang Xia was still by his side. Zhang Xia only glanced at Wang Ting a few times before quickly looking away and walking into the distance. After Zhang Xia disappeared from sight, Wang Ting crushed the water bottle in his hand with a grim expression. He had just sensed contempt in Zhang Xia's casual gaze, which made Wang Ting feel extremely humiliated. Even now, he is still seen as a martial arts genius who was highly respected by everyone. But everything changed after Zhang Xia arrived, kicking him from the clouds into the mud. Chapter 68 Body and Mind. Lei Wenyu glanced coldly at Wang Ting, while Xinyao beside her showed a hint of sympathy. During this time, she came to terms with reality that person named Zhang Xia was a monster. She had already seen Zhang Xia's rank on the Star Martial Arts Fighting Network through the Martial Hall newcomer ranking. The opponent reached the silver rank in just 7 days. Zhang Xia is now at silver tier 1 with 80 points, just 1 step away from gold tier. Among the 5, Xiaowanshu, who is recognized as having the strongest martial arts skills, is currently only at the silver tier 2 with 40 points on the Star Martial Arts Fighting Network. And the 4 of them, needless to say, were only at the 3rd level of silver. If we're talking about Zhang Xia's strength in the arena, it might be due to her powerful martial spirit or other unknown factors. Those achievements on the Star Martial Arts Fighting Network are a testament to their solid skills and talent. In particular, Xinyao had heard that Zhang Xia had fought his way up from Iron rank to Silver rank 1 and had not lost a single time so far. This record made Zhang Xia's image in Xinyao's mind increasingly resemble that of a monster. When someone is 2 or 3 points better than you, you might even feel jealous. When someone is 10 times better than you, you're on a completely different level. You can't possibly feel jealous, you can only look up to them. Training room number 15. Master Hong. Zhang Xia bowed slightly. Hong Tu nodded and said, "You've made rapid progress. There's not much I can teach you now, so I'll give you one last lesson today. Come with me." Zhang Xia followed Hong Tu to the 1st floor of the martial hall, and seeing that he was about to leave, she felt puzzled. Upon reaching the outside of the martial hall, near the road, stood an all-black SUV with powerful lines. "Get in the car." Hong Tu-Hu opened the car door and got in first, followed closely by Jiang Xia. "Master Hong, where are we going?" "You'll know when you get there." Hong Tu-Hu did not say anything, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. This scene instantly alerted Jiang Xia. Whenever Hong Tu-Hu showed this kind of smile before, his fate was usually not good. Just as the black SUV left the Wudian building, in a residential building in the distance. "Sir, the target has left the martial hall building, accompanied by a martial hall instructor. Judging from the direction they left, and based on the AI's calculations, they are very likely heading out of the city to the wilderness." "Oh?" The subordinate's words immediately caught the attention of the black-robed deacon. During this period, Jiang Xia's daily routine remained unchanged, making it difficult for him to find an opportunity to make a move. "What is the cultivation level of the martial hall instructor who is accompanying the target? Have you found any information about him?" "Sir, please wait a moment." A moment later, a young man wearing glasses came to the black-robed messenger's side. He adjusted his glasses, and instantly a document was projected onto the screen. Hong Tu-Hu, a former officer within the Allied forces, whose specific position is subject to confidentiality regulations and is currently unknown. Cultivation level, mid-stage of the 5th rank. Later, due to unknown reasons, he gave up source energy cultivation and embarked on the path of rebirth to temper his physical body. His current cultivation level is the extreme of the 4th rank. The projection disappeared, and the black-robed envoy let out a soft laugh. "So there really are fools like this. Instead of cultivating the source energy, they choose to seek physical training instead of something more convenient. Well, if he hadn't switched, I would have really had to put in some effort this time. Notify the rest of the team, it's our turn to make a move." "Yes." Amidst the turmoil within the city, Jiang Xia had already been taken away from Jiangcheng by Hong Tu-Hu. As Jiangcheng receded into the distance, Jiang Xia vaguely guessed Hong Tu-Hu's purpose. "Jiang Xia, the palace master has already shown me your information." "You're quite good," Hong Tu-Hu said. "To defeat a 3rd-tier early-stage opponent with the strength of a 1st-tier extreme, and to push your spear technique to minor completion at the 1st stage, the speed at which you transform your talent into strength is astonishing, but this is also your constraint. In previous training sessions, I gradually increased the difficulty of the training every day in order to push you to your limit, but your progress has exceeded my expectations. My physical body is getting stronger at an exaggerated rate every day, which caused my plan to come to nothing. So today, I can only use a clumsy method that's been around for hundreds of years to push you to your limits. Jiang Xia, although you have had some hardships and experienced a lot of battles, it seems to me that things have gone too smoothly. This smoothness has made you invincible at the moment, but in the long run, it is not a good thing for you. What you lack now is a life or death battle to achieve spiritual and physical sublimation and break through your limits. Arrive." The SUV was parked in front of a forest. At this point, the two had moved beyond the edge of the wilderness and into its depths. As they got out of the car, Hong Tu-Hu handed a pair of heavy bracelets to Jiang Xia. "This is a source energy suppressor, which can suppress the flow of source energy in the bodies of martial artists below the 5th rank. Jiang Xia, you now have 2 choices: put it on, enter the forest of buried bones, and continue until you achieve your ultimate breakthrough. During this time, you face a high risk of death, as I cannot guarantee that I can save you in time. Or we can give up now and return to the martial hall immediately to continue our previous training. To be honest, if it weren't for Fu Yan's request, I would never have let you undergo such dangerous training. After all, with your talent, it's only a matter of time before you become a powerhouse far surpassing us. There's no need for you to take such a risky approach." Hong Tu-Hu's words were indeed heartfelt. Among the many geniuses he had met, none could compare to the young man before him. However, he also secretly hoped that Jiang Xia would accept this training. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Destruction precedes construction. Martial arts training is even more difficult, with each hurdle being hard to overcome. To break through from the 3rd to the 4th level, one needs to comprehend the rudiments of a certain momentum in order to successfully break through. When breaking through from the 5th to the 6th rank, martial artists also need to grasp a rudimentary form of the concept of heaven and earth. Breaking through from the 7th rank to the 8th rank is the most difficult hurdle for a martial artist. For over 500 years since the advent of extraordinary martial arts, the barrier between the 7th and 8th ranks has blocked countless exceptionally talented martial artists. Because for a martial artist to break through from the 7th to the 8th rank, they need to achieve harmony between heaven and man. A martial artist uses their inner world to influence the outer world, thereby achieving ultimate sublimation and breaking through. The concept of harmony between man and nature sounds plausible, but very few martial artists can actually achieve it. The most crucial element is the unity of body and mind, which is the resonance between the martial artist's spirit and physical body. As martial artists gradually cultivate their skills, their physical bodies and spirits grow stronger day by day. Especially after the brain is built into a source of energy, a martial artist's mental strength will be enhanced by leaps and bounds. At that time, if a martial artist cannot resonate and connect with his physical body, his spirit will gradually abandon his physical body. When the spirit leaves the body, it quickly dissipates upon contact with sunlight. Therefore, when a martial artist enters the 8th level, they must achieve harmony between heaven and man, deepening the resonance between their spirit and body. Otherwise, forcibly taking that step is tantamount to courting death. Chapter 69 Breaking Limits Trial. Many martial arts masters in the 9-Star Alliance knew the difficulty of breaking through from the 7th to the 8th rank, so they devised a method to enable martial artists' physical bodies and spirits to resonate and connect at a lower rank. This method is what Hong Tu, who was now making Zhang Xia do, break the limits. Time and again, they pushed themselves to their limits, and time and again they walked on the edge of life and death, until they surpassed themselves, broke free from their shackles, and broke through the limits they had never reached before. The reason why this method of breaking limits should be performed when a martial artist is at a low level is because low-level martial artists have better control over it than high-level martial artists. The life or death crises faced by martial artists at lower levels are not too difficult to escape control. As long as they are closely watched, even if they fail to break through their limits in the end, they do not need to worry about their lives. On the other hand, high-level martial artists are so powerful that if they try to break through the limits of low-level martial artists, they will die if they are not careful. Hong Tu, who stared calmly at Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia then grabbed the energy suppressor and put it on her wrist. After a simple stretch, the energy suppressor did not significantly affect his current strength. However, after wearing the energy suppressor, he could not feel any energy at all, as if he had become an energy insulator. Zhang Xia felt that this was probably to better achieve the goal of breaking through the limit. Without wearing a suppressor, martial artists will instinctively use their internal energy to absorb external energy to alleviate injuries or exhaustion during combat. If martial artists are allowed to absorb source energy at will, then the limit-breaking trial becomes a joke. Seeing Zhang Xia's actions, Hong Tu, whose eyes flashed with approval, but he still said in a serious tone, "Zhang Xia, you should think this through. Breaking through limits is not foolproof." Zhang Xia looked directly into Hong Tu, whose eyes. "Master Hong, I just want to ask one question. Will breaking through the limits make me stronger?" Upon hearing this, Hong Tu, who nodded without hesitation, "That's natural. Once you break through your limits and your physical body and spirit are sublimated, you will be freed from your shackles and be able to absorb source energy at a much faster rate during subsequent cultivation. Not to mention, completing the limit-breaking training will also benefit you when you break through from the 7th to the 8th rank in the future. You could say that this limit-breaking training is to reduce the obstacles when you break through to the 8th rank in the future." Hearing Hong Tu, whose words, Zhang Xia nodded. Master Hong's words are enough. After saying that, he walked towards the burial forest ahead. Standing at the edge of the forest, Zhang Xia released her senses and immediately discovered that the forest was teeming with wild beasts. His perception range was limited. This was only the outer edge of the forest. One could imagine that there would be even more and stronger wild beasts deep within the forest. Zhang Xia took a deep breath, and with a thought, the god-slaying spear condensed in his hand. Immediately, his gaze sharpened. Everything seemed to have returned to the days when the two hunter groups, Gale and Rose, were together. Zhang Xia was filled with murderous intent. He knew perfectly well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even with the system's help, gaining great strength inevitably involves risks. Without further hesitation, Zhang Xia strode into the forest with a determined look in her eyes. Hong Tu, who stood at a distance, watching Zhang Xia's figure disappear from sight. In the time that followed, he only needed to wait patiently, as Zhang Xia was currently only on the outskirts of the forest. When Zhang Xia has delved deeper into the matter, that will be the time for him to make his move. Holding the god-slaying spear, Zhang Xia moved swiftly through the forest, simultaneously releasing her senses to guard against any potential dangers. Recently, his strength has improved rapidly, a qualitative change compared to before, but he will not let his guard down because of this. Swoosh! Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Xia's expression changed slightly. She quickly swung her spear, knocking the flying object down. He looked at the shattered peach pit on the ground and had a bad feeling. The next moment, several whooshing sounds came from the forest, and peach pits attacked Zhang Xia from all directions. Zhang Xia's expression remained unchanged. He slightly parted his legs, sat cross-legged, and firmly planted his feet on the ground. Thunderous Mountain Suppressing Spear suppressing the 8 desolations. As the only defensive move among pseudo-earth rank martial arts techniques, its power is self-evident. Jiang Xia shattered all the peach pits that shot out from the depths of the forest. Now he knew what kind of wild beast he was about to face. Iron-armed demon ape. This is a social, third-tier wild beast, and in the wilderness, it is the wild beast group that all wilderness hunters, apart from wolf packs, least want to encounter. Because of his temperament, the iron-armed demon ape is vengeful and easily angered and prone to outbursts of rage. Sure enough, after Jiang Xia intercepted all the peach pits, the roar of the iron-armed demon ape came from the depths of the dense forest. The leaves around them rustled against each other, and then a stone the size of a millstone flew through the air with tremendous force, creating a piercing sound as it cut through the air. Jiang Xia dared not be careless and quickly dodged to the side. Just as Jiang Xia landed, a dark figure pounced on him from behind the giant tree beside him. Jiang Xia twisted her waist and hips on the spot, and the god-slaying spear struck the dark figure with tremendous force. A short, sharp roar was heard from the dark figure, which was then flung away by an irresistible force. As the shadowy figure's sneak attack failed, one inhuman figure after another began to emerge from behind the surrounding giant trees. They are taller than a person, with blood-red eyes and a ferocious face. Their fur is jet black, and their thick arms hang naturally down to their knees, with thick scales on the back of their arms. This is a third-tier wild beast, the iron-armed fiend ape. Jiang Xia quickly estimated that there were more than 10 iron-armed demon apes in front of her. His heart sank slightly, and he dared not be careless any longer, for these were all genuine third-tier wild beasts. Just then, a shout came from deep within the dense forest. The iron-armed fiend apes that were slowly approaching Jiang Xia suddenly increased their speed, and their eyes on their ferocious faces became even more bloodshot. Jiang Xia no longer sat idly by and waited for his death. He held the god-slaying spear in both hands and charged forward, quickly arriving at the side of an iron-armed fiend ape. He thrust the god-slaying spear out forcefully, and then activated the power of thunder within his body. Thunderous Mountain Suppressing Spear Shocking Thunderclap. The spear, carrying the power of thunder, pierced through the chest of the iron-armed demon ape in an instant, and then the spear shook, instantly shattering its heart. A cold wind blew past behind her, and Jiang Xia dared not be careless. She activated the Luoyan Jinghong step and moved forward with the momentum, her sharp claws slashing across the back of her head. After dodging the sneak attack, Jiang Xia quickly turned around and, taking advantage of the moment when the iron-armed fiend ape's old strength had dissipated and new strength had not yet been generated, thrust out several spears with the god-slaying spear in her hand, accompanied by the faint sound of thunder. Thunderous Peak Suppressing Spear. Thunderous sound across 1,000 peaks. The iron-armed demon ape couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed into a sieve by Jiang Xia. Seeing their two companions die instantly, the other iron-armed fiend apes roared in anger and, disregarding tactics, launched a direct attack on Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia's gaze sharpened slightly, and then she no longer held back. In the next instant, he leaped high into the air, terrifying lightning bursting forth from his body. He then condensed it in his hands onto the god-slaying spear, forming a terrifying lightning swamp in mid-air. Chapter 70. Iron-Armed Fiend Ape King. With lightning above his head, Jiang Xia slammed down the god-slaying spear in his hand, unleashing terrifying lightning power. Thunderous Peak Suppressing Spear. Thunderous Peak Heavenly Punishment. Unlike before in the cultivation room, this time Jiang Xia did not condense all of the thunder swamp, but instead divided it up. Using the god-slaying spear as a trigger, a massive barrage of lightning struck down, engulfing all the iron-armed fiend apes that had been attacking them. This is another use of Thunderous Strike. By concentrating the lightning, a terrifying thunderous strike can be unleashed. Using the spear as a guide, the lightning in mid-air is directly channeled down, resulting in a devastating 5 thunderbolt attack. As Jiang Xia landed, more than 10 iron-armed fiend apes were cleaved in two by the power of lightning, some of which died on the spot in the middle of the thunder swamp. Holding the god-slaying spear, Jiang Xia walked towards the dying iron-armed fiend apes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless peach pits shot out from the depths of the dense forest like arrows. Jiang Xia moved lightly, wielding his spear with impenetrable skill, blocking all the incoming peach pits. But right behind the peach pit were a dozen or so stones the size of millstones. Jiang Xia shattered the boulder, her eyes cold. Ignoring the dying iron-armed fiend apes on the ground, she stomped heavily and swiftly moved towards the direction from which the boulder had been thrown. Just as he had walked a dozen meters, darkness fell overhead, and a large shadow crashed down. Jiang Xia stopped abruptly and dodged to the side. Boom! A dull, loud noise echoed through the dense forest. With dirt and pebbles scattered everywhere, Jiang Xia looked closely and saw a 4 or 5 meter long iron-armed demon ape standing in the huge crater that had been smashed open. This iron-armed fiend ape is different from ordinary iron-armed fiend apes. The thick scales on its arms have spread all the way to its neck. His chest and abdomen were covered by thick scales, making him look like a general in heavy armor on an ancient battlefield. Jiang Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. This must be the king of the iron-armed fiend apes. With the appearance of the iron-armed fiend ape king, more iron-armed fiend apes began to arrive from all around. The iron-armed fiend ape king was clearly not the kind of beast with much patience. After seeing the other iron-armed fiend apes surround Jiang Xia, it immediately roared and gave the order to attack. More than 20 iron-armed demonic apes roared and charged towards Jiang Xia, who was surrounded, brandishing their sharp claws. Hearing the roar of the iron-armed fiend ape, Jiang Xia's heart pounded faster, and her golden eyes shone even brighter, as if they were about to burst into golden flames. He grinned, and a terrifying aura instantly erupted from his mouth. During this period, Jiang Xia would enter the Dao Scroll every day, transforming into a member of the Witch Clan to fight the Great Demon in close combat. The amount of baleful energy she picked up on the Witch Demon battlefield was immense. Now all of this is integrated into his own aura, making his aura and pressure even stronger. This is a direct attack on the spirit of living beings. As terrifying malevolent energy emanated from their bodies, the momentum of those iron-armed demonic apes charging forward began to slow down. The iron-armed fiend apes usually feed on the fiendish energy of heaven and earth, but it is clear that the fiendish energy brought out by Jiang Xia from the Dao Scroll is something that these iron-armed fiend apes cannot withstand. Immediately, Jiang Xia ignored the ordinary iron-armed fiend apes and stared directly at the iron-armed fiend apes king in front of her. Dealing with these iron-armed demon apes would only waste his time and bring him no benefit whatsoever. Here, only the iron-armed demon ape king puts the most pressure on Jiang Xia. The breakthrough trial is about constantly challenging powerful opponents and honing your skills. Jiang Xia retrieved the god-slaying spear back into her body. Now, after absorbing a large amount of spirit iron, the god-slaying spear's power has greatly increased. If he continues to use the god-slaying spear in battle, it will greatly slow down the progress of the limit-breaking trial, as the iron-armed fiend ape scales are no match for the sharpness of the god-slaying spear. As Jiang Xia stared directly at the iron-armed demon ape king, the iron-armed demon ape king was also looking at the tiny human in front of him. Its limited intelligence could not comprehend why such a weak creature could defeat so many of its strong subjects. But it understood one thing: the creature before it had to be killed. The majesty of a king cannot be violated. The iron-armed fiend ape king pounded its chest and roared to the sky, then charged towards Jiang Xia. The iron-armed fiend ape king's thick scales emitted a faint glow as it clenched its claws into fists and slammed them down forcefully at Jiang Xia in front of it. Jiang Xia was not to be outdone. He used the Heavenly Gang Subduing Demon Fist at its perfect level without reservation, starting with a killing move. Heavenly Gang Subdues Demons. Two fist shadows, one large and one small, collided. Boom! A dull, deafening roar, accompanied by a terrifying gust of air, swept outwards, sending dirt and grass flying everywhere. Iron-armed fiend ape king's massive body staggered backward, nearly falling over. Jiang Xia was also in bad shape, his body sliding backward several meters, his legs carving 2 deep furrows into the ground beneath his feet. In this clash, the iron-armed fiend ape king had a slight advantage. Jiang Xia had anticipated this. Wild beasts are inherently powerful, let alone wild beasts like the iron-armed fiend ape king that focus on growing strength. If it weren't for his breakthrough to the mid-stage of the second tier, and the fact that his physical body had also absorbed a large amount of the essence of a powerful demon's flesh and blood during this period, thus gaining further strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to stand in front of the iron-armed fiend ape king today. Jiang Xia took a deep breath and lunged forward again, using the same deadly move as before. Heavenly Gang Subdues Demons. The iron-armed fiend ape king roared and threw another punch at Jiang Xia. Boom! 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 The two fists, one large and one small, kept colliding, generating immense force that completely destroyed a surrounding forest. Jiang Xia became more and more excited as she fought, her internal energy surging, and streaks of lightning leaping across her body. The power of thunder comes from the martial soul, but it is activated by his physical strength. Even if the source energy is suppressed, he can still use it freely. Snap! Jiang Xia's fist, imbued with immense power and lightning, struck the iron-armed fiend ape king's chest heavily. Although the scales blocked the attack, nearly half of the force was still injected into the iron-armed fiend ape king's body, damaging its internal organs. Immediately, thunder roared, and the iron-armed fiend ape king let out a miserable howl, its body involuntarily staggering back several steps. All that could be seen was a charred black patch on the chest of the iron-armed fiend ape king, its scales shattered. At this moment, the iron-armed fiend Ape King was already filled with fear. This tiny figure was unlike anything it had ever seen before. When faced with it, those people either fled in panic or were slaughtered by its own people. Jiang Xia was unaware of iron-armed fiend Ape King's inner thoughts. All he wanted to do was smash him to death. With her figure shooting forward and aided by the Luoyan Jing Hongbu technique, Jiang Xia quickly approached the iron-armed fiend Ape King. Seeing Jiang Xia launch another attack, the iron-armed fiend Ape King's fear intensified, and he immediately turned to flee. At this moment, forced by the life or death crisis, the iron-armed demon Ape King threw all his so-called kingly dignity to the back of his mind. However, Jiang Xia clearly wouldn't give the iron-armed demon Ape King a chance to escape. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, and the power of thunder exploded beneath his feet. In the next instant, Jiang Xia stepped past the iron-armed fiend Ape King and stood in front of him. Iron-armed fiend Ape King was startled, but it was too late to stop and turn around. Its tall frame continued forward due to the inertia of its power. Jiang Xia leaped high into the air, terrifying lightning erupting from her palm. She clenched her fist and slammed it down heavily on the head of the iron-armed fiend Ape King. Chapter 71 Attack. Iron-armed fiend Ape King had no time to dodge before his head was smashed by a punch. Click! With his skull shattered, the shadow of death loomed over the iron-armed Ape King. Jiang Xia's fists fell repeatedly, each punch carrying immense force as it slammed into the towering body of the iron-armed fiend Ape King. The power of thunder exploded, shattering the scales. Iron-armed fiend Ape King wanted to retaliate, but although its strength was much greater than Jiang Xia's, their speeds were simply not on the same level. With the speed boost from Luoyan Jing Hongbu, Jiang Xia's attacks were repeatedly successful. Iron-armed fiend Ape King occasionally manages to land a punch on Jiang Xia, but Jiang Xia always manages to counter with a punch of her own to neutralize it. Bang! Click! The terrifying force struck the iron-armed fiend Ape King's hard skull once more, shattering the skull completely. Instantly, the iron-armed fiend Ape King, struck hard on the head, began to lose consciousness, and its massive body collapsed onto its back. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Jiang Xia appeared before the iron-armed Ape King with lightning speed, his fist carrying the power of thunder as he smashed down on the iron-armed Ape King's head. At the same time, the iron-armed fiend Ape King, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and quickly reached out with his claws to grab Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia was prepared for this. She twisted her body and moved quickly within a small space. This was the wonder of the small space brought about by the perfected Luoyan Jinghong step. In the next instant, an unparalleled force, accompanied by terrifying lightning, covered the head of the iron-armed fiend Ape King. Roar! The iron-armed demon Ape King let out its final, furious roar. Bang! The iron-armed fiend Ape King's head was shattered into pieces, and the red and white objects were burned to ashes by the power of lightning in mid-air. Thus, the iron-armed fiend Ape King, a third-tier extreme realm cultivator, perished. Jiang Xia was panting heavily. This time, he did not activate Soul Fusion, did not use the God-slaying spear, and did not use the lesser completion spear stance. He single-handedly used his physical strength to smash a third-tier extreme realm wild beast to death. After the battle, Jiang Xia could feel the resonance from both her mind and body. But it disappeared in just a moment. Not enough. He still needs to continue fighting and find even stronger enemies. Rumble. Just as Jiang Xia was about to continue deeper into the forest to find her next prey, a terrifying explosion could be heard from outside the forest in the distance. This is the direction he came from. Jiang Xia's pupils contracted slightly. He pushed the Luoyan Jing Hongbu technique to its limit and rushed out of the forest. At this moment, outside the forest of buried bones, as Hong Tu stared at the wreckage of the off-road vehicle in the flames, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. If any of Hong Tu's acquaintances were present, they would know upon seeing him in this state that Hong Tu had completely entered a state of rage. You deserve to die. Hong Tu's voice was as loud as a bell and full of murderous intent. He directly announced the death sentence of the group of black-robed men in front of him. He didn't know what these suddenly appearing men in black robes were doing or where they came from. Hong Tu only knew that these people would not be able to leave the wilderness today. I'll hold him off. You all go into the forest and find your target. If they're alive, great. If they're dead, bring their bodies back, said the leader of the black-robed men. Yes, Grand Steward. After receiving their orders, the remaining men in black robes quickly rushed into the forest. Block it? You think you can block it? Hong Tu stared at the black-robed man in front of him, a ferocious smile on his face. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the remaining dozen or so men in black robes had already rushed into the forest. In the initial brief exchange, Hong Tu had already roughly gauged the strength of this group of black-robed men. Among the black-robed figures who entered the forest, the strongest was at the early stage of the 4th rank, while the rest were only at the 3rd rank. The black-robed man blocking his way was the strongest among them, a 4th-tier extreme realm cultivator. Hong Tu withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself that with the black-robed man's strength at the early stage of the 4th rank, he should be unable to do anything to Jiang Xia. Even if Jiang Xia can't win, he still has a chance to escape. What he needs to do now is to end the battle as soon as possible and then support the enemy. Thinking of this, Hong Tu's eyes sharpened, and he stomped heavily on his foot, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot and appearing in front of the man in black robes. The black-robed man's pupils contracted slightly beneath his mask. He hadn't expected a martial artist on the path of rebirth to be so fast, and he quickly swung his longsword to parry. The fist and knife clashed, producing a piercing metallic scraping sound. Before anyone knew it, Hong Tu had put on a pair of metal boxing gloves. His punches rained down, and driven by his powerful physique, each strike was almost entirely Hong Tu's full power. The man in black robes was clearly no pushover either. He brandished his longsword, unleashing the full power of his sword technique. For a time, the two fought fiercely, neither able to gain the upper hand. On the other side, Jiang Xia's figure darted quickly through the forest, approaching the forest entrance. Suddenly, a strong wind howled. Jiang Xia's eyes narrowed, and with the momentum of her sprint, her body quickly leaned back and then rolled to the right. Right where they had been, a dozen spears made of solidified ice were deeply embedded in the ground. Jiang Xia's golden eyes were filled with killing intent. If it weren't for his strong senses, he might have been pinned to death by the icy spear. The leaves rustled. Jiang Xia looked up and saw more than 10 people dressed in black robes walk out. Several long spears made of icy ice floated around the black-robed man at the front. "Is this the person?" the leader of the black-robed men asked calmly. Immediately afterwards, a man in black robes opened his personal terminal and projected a photograph. "Sir, after repeated comparisons by the AI, it has been confirmed that this is the target. Moreover, based on the body posture, the probability of it being a disguise is less than 1%. The black-robed man, surrounded by floating icy spears, nodded upon hearing his subordinate's report. "In that case, let's finish this quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack on Jiang Xia. In the blink of an eye, hundreds more icy spears appeared around them, and then shot towards Jiang Xia. Although Jiang Xia didn't know the origin of this man in black robes, he was certain that the man had come specifically to kill him. Tay also saw the photo projected by the man in black robes. It was himself. Immediately, Jiang Xia used the Luoyan Jing Hongbu technique to quickly dodge the attack of the icy spear. Gradually, as the number of ice spears increased, the rate of fire also gradually accelerated. Jiang Xia's face showed murderous intent. Ever since he entered this forest, he had been kited by the enemy from a distance, which made him very unhappy. That's why the iron-armed fiend Ape King died and his clan was wiped out. Now this black-robed man, who appeared out of nowhere, is even planning to use a long-range kite-flying tactic against him. Having encountered this disgusting tactic twice in a row, Jiang Xia's patience had been worn down. With a single punch, Jiang Xia shattered the incoming icy spear and decisively entered her second form. Soul Fusion. A phantom of a martial spirit, over 3 zhang tall, appeared and looked down upon the world before transforming into a stream of light and disappearing into Jiang Xia's body. Long hair flew wildly, its body swelled dramatically, fine hair and scales rapidly grew on its cheeks, its hands transformed into sharp claws, and 2 thunderous pythons coiled around its body. Jiang Xia looked up, a wide grin spreading across her face, her eyes burning with what seemed like flames, staring directly at the figure manipulating the ice. "The second phase has begun, you little brat." Chapter 72 Battle against a 4th-tier martial artist. The leader of the black-robed men was not surprised at all when he saw Jiang Xia suddenly transform. And they didn't care at all when they heard the other party's threatening words. "Heh, why do you think I keep attacking from a distance with the frost spear?" The leader in black robes let out a soft laugh, and then the icy spears surrounding him shattered. The next moment, a long spear made of ice appeared. The leader, a man in black robes, wielding a long spear of ice, charged forward and attacked Jiang Xia, followed closely by the others in black robes. Jiang Xia watched the black-robed man approaching, her body standing still, her aura surging like wildfire, and then she threw a punch at the approaching man. Jiang Xia not only used the killing move of the Heavenly Gang Subduing Demon Fist Heavenly Gang Subduing Demon but also activated the Lesser Completion Spear Stance to enhance this punch. With extreme speed and terrifying explosive power, Jiang Xia quickly arrived in front of the leader in black robes. The fist, which had been gathering strength for a long time, was thrust forward in an instant. The leader, clad in black robes, revealed a disdainful smile beneath his hood. Immediately, a surge of ice erupted from his chest, covering it and instantly solidifying into a suit of ice armor. He is a 4th-tier early-stage martial artist, not some nobody. What harm could a 2nd-tier martial artist possibly do to him? Boom! The terrifying fist struck the leader of the black-robed men directly in the chest. In an instant, the ice shattered. The condensed ice armor shattered into pieces the instant it made contact with Jiang Xia's fist. Immediately afterwards, the leader in black robes felt a tremendous force slam into his chest. The most deadly thing is that a unique force penetrates through his sternum and acts directly on his internal organs. The leader, a man in black robes, was sent flying backwards, his figure vomiting blood mixed with fragments of internal organs as he flew through the air. The other men in black robes stopped abruptly upon seeing this, staring at Jiang Xia as if they had seen a ghost. Jiang Xia hadn't expected her punch to be so effective. It's unclear whether the leader in black robes was too weak or too strong. Considering the time limit for soul fusion, Jiang Xia didn't linger any longer. Her figure disappeared from the spot and appeared behind a black-robed man not far away. Click! With an unparalleled burst of force, Jiang Xia pressed the black-robed man's head directly into his chest cavity. The black-robed men around them shuddered. It was the first time they had ever seen someone even more ruthless than themselves. The first one. The calm sound echoed through the silent forest, like a judgment before the Grim Reaper's scythe falls. The men in black robes exchanged glances, then manifested their martial spirits and launched an attack on Jiang Xia. The punishments within the arbitrator's squad are extremely harsh, and their souls are still in the hands of the guildmaster. Fighting the monster before you means death, and running away also means death. They might as well fight the monster in front of them. If they were lucky enough to severely injure it, they would still have a chance to survive. Seeing the black-robed men attacking, Jiang Xia remained calm and moved swiftly among them. Each time he made a move, a headless corpse of a man in black robes fell to the ground. A dozen or so breaths later, only Jiang Xia remained standing in the clearing of the dense forest. Whoosh! A sharp whooshing sound rang out as a massive, icy spear shot towards them from afar. Jiang Xia leaped backward to dodge the attack of the icy spear, watching the figure gradually approaching in front of her. Kid, I admit you're pretty good. You were able to seriously injure me, a 4th-tier player, with your 2nd-tier strength, but that's all. Next, I will show you the essential difference between a 2nd-tier martial artist and a 4th-tier martial artist. After saying that, the leader of the black-robed men revealed a ferocious smile under his hood. I had initially planned to bring the other person back alive, but now it seems that a dead person is the easiest to deal with. Ice Prison Cold Storm. A terrifying ice attribute energy erupted from the black-robed man, spreading outwards and transforming an area of tens of meters around him into a frozen world in just a few breaths. One after another, icy spears condensed in mid-air and shot towards Jiang Xia. The man in black robes, wielding a spear formed from condensed ice, launched another attack on Jiang Xia. This time, the man in black robes went all out from the start, unleashing the lesser completion spear technique. Jiang Xia swung her fists and clashed with her opponent. The figure in black robes stood still, while Jiang Xia slid backward several meters. Jiang Xia looked up and could clearly see the black-robed man's legs, which were encased in ice. At this moment, the terrifying gap between a 2nd-tier martial artist and a 4th-tier martial artist was laid bare. Once a martial artist breaks through to the 4th level, they can skillfully manipulate source energy. The powerful source energy not only allows 4th-tier martial artists to unleash wide-range attribute energy attacks. It can also temporarily enhance the physical body, increasing its strength and power. Jiang Xia looked at the leader in black robes with a serious expression. The gap between the two sides had now been completely erased. Whether it's physical strength or the basic spear technique, both are of little effect against a 4th-tier black-robed man who can use source energy. This time, he is truly facing a life or death crisis. Jiang Xia took a deep breath, removed the energy suppressor from her wrist, and began to rapidly circulate the mysterious origin cultivation method to absorb external energy. Although he cannot manipulate source energy like the man in black robes, he can recover from physical injuries and physical strength by absorbing external source energy, thus reducing the consumption of his own vital energy. During his previous battle with the iron-armed fiend Ape King, he consumed 1/3 of his vital energy. Now, after another battle, half of his vital energy has been depleted. We must act swiftly and decisively. At that moment, a thought suddenly came to Jiang Xia's mind. He might be able to rely on the black-robed man in front of him to complete the trial to break through the limits. Once the idea emerged, it grew rapidly like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xia's golden eyes instantly turned indifferent and murderous. The god-slaying spear appeared in his hand, and he immediately charged towards the leader of the black-robed men. The leader of the black-robed men looked at Jiang Xia with some surprise. He hadn't expected that this overconfident little guy would still think he was a match for him. "Since you're courting death, I'll gladly accept your life." The leader in black robes waved his hands, and in an instant, sharp ice spikes rose from the ground within a radius of dozens of meters. Jiang Xia, relying on her high mental strength and the extreme speed brought by the perfected Luoyan Jing Hongbu technique, narrowly avoided the icy spike several times. In this battle, he clearly experienced how difficult it was to deal with high-level martial artists, as well as the power of source energy. Never before had he wanted to improve his strength as quickly as he did now. Bang! The last icy spike blocking Jiang Xia and the leader of the black-robed men shattered, bringing the two within arm's reach. Clang! The blades clashed, the god-slaying spear was raised high, and the long spear formed of solidified ice shattered instantly. The black-robed leader, who had been confident of victory, instantly changed his expression. The source energy within him surged, drawing away the surrounding icy power and condensing it once more into a long spear to block Jiang Xia's attack. Clang! The blades clashed. This time, the leader in black robes managed to block the powerful blow with his spear. The ever-moving icy spear continued to descend, making the black-robed leader's face extremely grim. Chapter 73 Trap. Jiang Xia and the leader of the black-robed men were locked in a stalemate for a moment. They knew that they couldn't inflict effective damage on the leader in black robes in a short time. Jiang Xia decisively raised her spear, turned around, and swept it horizontally, striking the leader of the black-robed men directly in the abdomen. In an instant, the power of thunder and the momentum of the spear erupted simultaneously, thrusting forward with unparalleled force. The leader in black robes felt a sudden alarm bell ring in his mind. He pushed off with his feet, his body falling backward, while simultaneously unleashing the power of ice to raise several ice walls in front of him. Bang! 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 The spear continued its momentum, and several walls of ice shattered the moment they touched it, but this greatly reduced the power of the spear. Finally, the god-slaying spear was stopped by the ice armor conjured by the leader in black robes, with only the spearhead barely piercing the leader's body. However, the terrifying lightning that coiled around the spear still blasted into the body of the leader in black robes. Despite the suppression by the source energy, the black-robed leader's already damaged internal organs suffered another severe blow. A sharp pain shot through him, and the leader in the black robe broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected that the difference between the boy in front of him having a weapon and not having one would be so great. If he hadn't been careful, that shot might have rendered him incapable of fighting on the spot. Jiang Xia's gradually revealed terrifying strength and combat skills caused the leader of the black-robed men to abandon his contempt. He has completely come to regard Jiang Xia as someone on the same level as him. Seeing that his attack had failed, Jiang Xia decisively withdrew the god-slaying spear, and the next moment, the power of thunder within his body surged forth. The two thunderous pythons that were circling around him then wrapped themselves around the god-slaying spear. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xia flicked her wrist, and the god-slaying spear, imbued with powerful lightning force, pierced out instantly. In an instant, a flurry of gunshots enveloped the black-robed leader, and terrifying thunderous sounds echoed through the dense forest. Thunderous mountain suppressing spear, thunderous sound across 1,000 peaks. The leader, a man in black robes, twitched his cheek beneath his hood. He couldn't believe that such a terrifying and powerful attack was unleashed by a second-tier martial artist. He raised his icy spear to meet the barrage of spear shadows. But the ice spear shattered once again at the moment of impact. This is the second time the frost spear has shattered. Such a thing has never happened before. The leader, dressed in black, had a grim expression and once again conjured an icy spear to block the spear shadows. Bang! The icy spear shattered for the third time. Congeal, shatter. Condensation, collapse. Condensation, shattering. The black-robed leader's face turned extremely ugly almost every time he blocked a spear shadow. The icy spear would shatter. Even if the opponent is exceptionally talented, he is still a second-tier martial artist who has not mastered source energy. Logically, it shouldn't have been so easily shattered. It was a weapon he had formed using his martial spirit ability. That leaves only one possibility: there's something wrong with the spear this kid has. The 9-Star Alliance categorizes weapons into 5 grades from highest to lowest: Divine Weapon, Holy Weapon, Spirit Weapon, Treasure Weapon, and Mortal Weapon. Each grade is further divided into 3 levels from lowest to highest: inferior, superior, and superb. If he wasn't mistaken, the spear in the other party's hand was at least a top-grade treasure weapon, or even a low-grade spiritual weapon. This discovery instantly ignited the deepest greed within the leader of the black-robed figures. If he can obtain this gun, and combine it with his martial soul ability Frost Armament, his strength will undoubtedly increase even further. At that point, it wouldn't be impossible for him to leave the team and lead his own adjudication squad. Thinking of this, the black-robed leader's gaze toward Jiang Xia became even more ardent. He immediately stopped holding back, and a phantom of a martial spirit appeared behind him. The black-robed man's martial spirit is a prison made of ice, but the prisoner inside is an ice tree covered with ice crystal flowers. The temperature in the clearing of the dense forest dropped rapidly the moment the martial spirit manifested. The man in black robes activated his martial spirit skill, and the icy prison and icy tree behind him transformed into a stream of light that entered his body. The moment it merged with the martial soul, the source energy of the exaggerated cold air was released, surging in all directions. Even with Jiang Xia's current physique, she stiffened for a moment when faced with this chilling aura. At this moment, the leader of the black-robed men raised his right hand and pointed it at Jiang Xia, and a cold voice rang out, "Ice Thorn Hell." As soon as the words fell, several thorny vines formed from condensed ice suddenly sprang up from the ground around Jiang Xia, strangling and attacking her. Although these vines were formed from frozen ice, they were like real living plants, their bodies winding and twisting freely without any hindrance, just like living things. Jiang Xia dared not be careless and quickly dodged the attacks of the icy vines. He had just accidentally grazed his arm, and a layer of frost instantly formed on the injured area. Jiang Xia dodged the attacks as she moved toward the direction of the man in black robes. He had little time left to fuse souls, and he had to end the battle as soon as possible. The leader of the black-robed men watched Jiang Xia nimbly maneuvering amidst the onslaught of ice thorns, a strange light flashing in his eyes beneath his hood. With a slight thought, the attack of the ice thorn vines blocking Jiang Xia's path slowed down. Unsuspecting of anything, Jiang Xia, who was caught in the siege, quickly broke through towards the black-robed man. Thunderous mountain-suppressing spear shocking thunderclap. A powerful, horizontal thrust, imbued with terrifying lightning force, successfully carried Jiang Xia away from the encirclement of the icy vines. The spear continued its relentless advance, finally stopping only after piercing the black-robed man's chest. Despite hitting the target squarely, Jiang Xia felt no joy. Instead, a deep sense of unease enveloped him. The leader, clad in black robes, wore a mocking smile beneath his hood. Jiang Xia, who was standing right next to him, clearly saw this scene and immediately tried to draw her gun and retreat, but it was too late. The leader in black robes maintained his smile and firmly pressed down on Jiang Xia's right hand, which was holding a gun. In the next instant, the leader of the black-robed men shattered into pieces. Immediately, a thick pillar of ice stone hurtled towards Jiang Xia at an alarming speed. Jiang Xia's body trembled, dispelling the ice that had condensed around him. Faced with this attack that was so close at hand, he could only try his best to twist his body to dodge. But faced with this surefire attack, Jiang Xia only managed to dodge half a body length before her entire right side was struck by the icy stone pillar, sending her flying backward with the impact. The terrifying chill penetrated Jiang Xia's body the moment he came into contact with the icy stone pillar. It takes too long to consume a lot of qi and blood to suppress and eliminate the cold. Jiang Xia, who was in mid-air, suddenly exerted force with her waist and hips, twisted her body, and managed to stop her downward momentum and fall. Put. As soon as Jiang Xia's body hit the ground, a branch of icy tree suddenly grew and pierced through his chest and abdomen. The blood-stained ice crystal flowers swayed in the wind, their beauty both poignant and tragic. Put. 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 In the blink of an eye, several more icy tree branches pierced through Jiang Xia's limbs. Immediately, a tree of ice rose from the ground, and Jiang Xia's body was lifted up and hung on a branch. The leader, a man in black robes, emerged from behind the ice tree, a mocking look on his face as he looked at Jiang Xia's disheveled figure. As early as when he first fused with his martial soul, he had already used his martial soul skill to create an ice clone to stand in place in his place. He then took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind the scenes. All's fair in war, and this tactic had proven effective time and again for the leader in black robes. Many enemies who underestimated him eventually died by this move. Chapter 74 Monster. The leader, a man in black robes, walked up to Jiang Xia, raised his icy spear high, and aimed it at Jiang Xia's heart. Ahem, wait a minute, Jiang Xia's hoarse voice rang out. The leader of the black-robed men paused, a smirk playing on his lips hidden beneath his hood. What, are you trying to beg for mercy? It's not impossible. If you kneel down and say a few nice words, I might spare your life for now. The leader of the black-robed men harbored deep hatred for Jiang Xia, the person who had nearly driven him to the brink of despair. He wouldn't mind humiliating the other person before they died, since the other person wouldn't be able to leave the forest alive today anyway. Ignoring the sarcasm in the leader's black-robed words, Jiang Xia asked directly, "Before I die, I want to know who wants to kill me." Upon hearing this, the man in black raised an eyebrow, a sinister smile appearing on his face beneath the hood. "You want to know? But I'm not going to tell you. Go to hell." The leader, clad in black, suddenly hurled a spear formed from condensed ice, aiming straight for Jiang Xia's heart. Sigh. A sigh was heard. The black-robed man, who had been confident of victory, suddenly became alert, his heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition arose in his mind. Jiang Xia, who should have been on the verge of death after being impaled by the branches of the icy tree, slowly raised her head, her indifferent golden eyes fixed on the man in black robes. Click. The icy spear aimed at Jiang Xia's chest shattered. Jiang Xia's body shuddered, shattering the icy tree branch that was piercing through her body into dust, and her body fell to the ground. This sudden turn of events caused the leader of the black-robed men to feel his heart sink to the bottom. Jiang Xia hadn't completely seen through the leader of the black-robed man's plans, but she knew a thing or two about them. His mental strength, far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists, is no mere decoration. At this stage, in terms of mental strength alone, Jiang Xia is completely comparable to a 6th-level martial artist. After all, mental power is an ability that an 8th-level martial artist can only fully master after transforming their brain into a source energy organ. It was through her mental perception that Jiang Xia was able to immediately detect the switch between the black-robed leader and the imposter. However, the leader in black robes has a very special stand ability. Jiang Xia had no choice but to play along, tricking the leader of the black-robed men into revealing his true form, and taking advantage of his impending death to extract information. Unfortunately, the leader in black robes was well aware of the saying that villains die from talking too much. Even while talking to him, the icy spear in his hand did not stop charging up. Jiang Xia took a deep breath, raised the god-slaying spear high in her hand, and activated the last of her blood and thunder power, attaching the minor spear technique to the god-slaying spear. When the Luoyan Jinghong step was pushed to its limit, the subtle wonders born from the perfect state were instantly unleashed. The black-robed leader's vision blurred, and Jiang Xia vanished from his sight and perception. Rumble. Terrifying thunder roared across the dense forest. The leader, dressed in black, looked up, swallowed hard, and his face beneath the hood turned deathly pale. Thunderous mountain suppressing spear, thunderous heavenly strike. A detached voice echoed through the dense forest, followed by a spear crashing down with a torrent of lightning. This time, unlike when dealing with the group of iron-armed fiend apes, Jiang Xia directly fused all the terrifying thunderous energy formed by the power of thunder into a single bolt of lightning. Sensing the destructive power carried by the terrifying lightning, the leader in black robes felt his scalp tingle. Driven by the life-or-death crisis, the leader in black robes used every means to defend himself, enveloping him in layers of ice. In an instant, lightning struck. Boom! The terrifying power and the overwhelming penetrating force of the god-slaying spear instantly pierced through the layers of ice walls, directly striking the figure encased in ice. No! A desperate roar came from the leader in black robes. But in the next instant, the man in black robes was engulfed by terrifying lightning, and his skin and flesh evaporated instantly. The ice that he originally relied on for survival has now transformed into the best energy transmission material for the power of thunder, further amplifying the power of thunderous strike. After a long while, the terrifying lightning dissipated, and a charred skeleton lay scattered on the ground. Jiang Xia breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. At this moment, the sky was pale, his steps were unsteady, and he had already exited the soul fusion state. The dense forest that was originally covered in ice melted rapidly after the black-robed man lost his energy supply. Jiang Xia found a giant tree and slowly leaned against it to sit down. This sudden attack by the man in black robes was arguably the closest he had ever come to death, but the final reward was quite substantial. Jiang Xia could feel wisps of energy overflowing from her sea of consciousness, slowly merging with her physical body. The connection between the soul and the body is becoming increasingly close. Now, all he needs to do is restore himself to his peak condition so that he can manipulate the special energy formed by the fusion of his physical body and mental power, allowing the two to begin to sublimate. Click. Click. Jiang Xia, who was about to close her eyes to cultivate and recover her condition, suddenly opened her eyes after hearing the noise. Immediately afterwards, his golden eyes widened, his lips twitched, and he stared at the scene unfolding before him in disbelief. Suddenly, the skeleton of the black-robed man who had been dead was pieced together, and strands of flesh appeared out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, a monster about 3 meters tall with a ferocious head appeared on the spot. The monster stared intently at Jiang Xia with its scarlet eyes, then roared angrily. This roar seemed to trigger some kind of mysterious condition, and the black-robed men who had been dead began to stand up again, their bones and muscles writhing, and in the blink of an eye they turned into monsters. However, compared to the leader in black robes, the monsters that the other black-robed figures transformed into were only a little over 2 meters tall and half the size. Good, good, good. Applause. These days, you're almost embarrassed to be a villain if you don't master sit-ups, right? Jiang Xia stared at the monster before her, which resembled the liquor from her past life, her eyes blazing with malice. Anyone who has fought desperately to kill an enemy would feel extremely distressed to see that the enemy could be resurrected. The largest monster stared intently at Jiang Xia, its hideous mouth gaping open, revealing a human-like mockery. It roared again and charged at Jiang Xia with its claws, followed closely by the other monsters. Jiang Xia struggled to her feet and rolled to the left to dodge the attack. The giant monster's claws grazed Jiang Xia's body before slamming into the tree trunk, instantly severing the massive tree that was large enough for 5 people to encircle. Jiang Xia staggered to his feet, looking at the giant tree that had shattered before him with lingering fear. If that attack had landed on him, his fate would probably have been no better than that of the tree. Just then, a monster quietly appeared behind Jiang Xiaxing. With a swift claw strike, Jiang Xia, exhausted as she was, could not dodge, and several deep, bone-revealing claw marks were instantly left on her back. At the same time, the other monsters also took the opportunity to launch a siege on Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia wielded her spear, struggling to fend off the monster's attacks, her injuries worsening over time. He was seriously injured in less than a minute. Jiang Xia's face was gloomy. After a brief exchange, he discovered that the monster's strength had increased dramatically compared to before. Chapter 75: Slaying the Enemy. While struggling to fend off the attacks of the ordinary monsters, Jiang Xia kept an eye on the giant monster out of the corner of her eye. For some unknown reason, the enormous monster did not attack again after its initial strike. Meanwhile, the giant monster was also watching Jiang Xia. The ferocious beast's face always wore a disdainful expression, but inwardly it was on high alert. He had twice tried to kill Jiang Xia, but both times the opponent resisted with overwhelming combat power and methods, and even almost killed him in return. He seems to have the upper hand now, but there's no guarantee that the other side won't use any unknown tricks. And so, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed. At this moment, Jiang Xia was completely exhausted. Her grip on the blood-red spear was trembling, and her body was covered with deep wounds that revealed the bone. In particular, the 2 penetrating wounds on his abdomen and right chest, which were clear from the front and back, were constantly dripping blood. This injury was caused by the giant monster launching a sneak attack while Jiang Xia was defending against other ordinary monsters. Bang! Jiang Xia made a defensive lapse, and a monster seized the opportunity to kick her in the left rib. The immense force sent Jiang Xia flying uncontrollably to the side, crashing through several giant trees before finally coming to a stop. She landed on the ground, her blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, splattering everywhere in her wake. The giant monster nodded secretly as it looked at Jiang Xia's current miserable state. He felt that Jiang Xia had already revealed all her cards, and there was no need to test her any further. Immediately, the enormous monster stepped out from the crowd, its sharp claws flashing with a chilling light, heading straight for Jiang Xia's head. The giant monster knew that Jiang Xia's physical body was extraordinary and had the ability to quickly recover from injuries, so it aimed its attack directly at her head. Even for martial artists who have reached the 8th level Grandmaster realm, the head remains their most fatal weakness. Just then, Jiang Xia suddenly raised her head. A pair of emotionless golden eyes stared indifferently at the sharp claws that were inches away, a strange smile curving his face. Upon seeing this, the giant monster's crimson eyes narrowed, and a sense of foreboding rose in its heart. "I've finally waited for you." Jiang Xia's murderous voice, like a gust of wind from the heavens, blew into the heart of the giant monster. The next instant, a bolt of lightning struck out of nowhere, and Jiang Xia forcibly activated her soul fusion state. Because there was no replenishment of qi and blood, he can only maintain the soul fusion for less than 2 minutes this time. But that's enough. He knows a little about sit-ups, it's just that. Bang! Click! Jiang Xia grabbed the giant monster's thick arm and crushed the arm bones with her 5 fingers. The giant monster roared angrily, the excruciating pain in its arm constantly assaulting its sanity. Driven by its bestial instincts, the giant monster swiftly swung its other claw toward Jiang Xia. But it was already too late. As Jiang Xia grabbed the giant monster's arm with her left hand, she thrust her right hand forward in a hand seal, striking the monster's chest heavily. The Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal. The ancient character for punishment appeared in his palm, instantly transforming into unparalleled killing power, shattering the monster's chest and striking its vulnerable heart. The special effect of Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal is triggered after contact with the monster using the punishment inscription. When the Western White Tiger Palm Execution Seal attacks a deeply sinful being, the amount of sins incurred will further enhance the power of the Palm Execution Seal. Jiang Xia had already shown the special effects of this supernatural power when she dealt with Blood Rose. But the enormous monster he was facing now was even more terrifying than the Blood Rose. In just a moment, the power of the Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal increased to its current limit. The giant monster's spirit was directly shattered by the angry roar of the white tiger. His scarlet eyes then turned into nothing but irrational savagery. Jiang Xia would certainly not let such a good opportunity pass by. She quickly grabbed the god-slaying spear beside her with her right hand and thrust it out. Thunderous mountain-suppressing spear shocking thunderclap. This strike, carrying the terrifying power of thunder, pierced through the giant monster's head without any hindrance. The power of thunder erupted in an instant, turning the giant monster's head into charred remains before it could even react. The giant monster's body could no longer support it, and it fell backward to the ground. All of this, from the giant monster launching its attack to being counter-killed by Jiang Xia, took only a dozen seconds. By the time the other ordinary monsters reacted, they saw the giant monster's corpse lying on the ground. A fear of death instantly enveloped the monsters. In their eyes, Jiang Xia, who had clearly killed the evolved deacon, was more like a monster. At this moment, some monsters, driven by their wild instincts, were already trying to escape. The immense sense of crisis caused the humanity of these black-robed figures, who had transformed into monsters, to begin to be devoured by their bestial nature. Jiang Xia, who had just completed the decapitation strike, clearly did not give these monsters any chance to escape. He made a hand seal, activating the supernatural power Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal once again, while simultaneously using Luoyan's startling step to increase his speed. Judging from the way the giant monster reacted when it was attacked by the Western White Tiger Palm Execution Seal earlier, it's clear that the Palm Execution Seal has a very strong special attack effect on this group of monsters. This also indirectly proves just how inhuman these black-robed men are. It should be noted that even someone like Blood Rose, who committed considerable sins in the wilderness, did not fully utilize the special effects of the Western White Tiger Palm Execution Seal. Jiang Xia moved around the monsters, her hand continuously striking down with the punishment seal. The monsters roared angrily, but their spirits were quickly extinguished by the angry roars of the white tiger. At the same time, Jiang Xia's spear continued to thrust out, quickly reaping the lives of the monsters. Roar! The last monster was pierced through the head by a spear, and it fell to the ground unwillingly, its scarlet eyes turning dull and lifeless. Jiang Xia drew her spear and took a long breath. The forced soul fusion state also exited at this time. The sudden feeling of emptiness caused Jiang Xia to stagger backward involuntarily. He quickly used his gun to brace himself and regain his balance. Looking at the monster corpses scattered on the ground, Jiang Xia felt no joy at surviving the ordeal. Instead, her heart felt even heavier. Judging from the behavior of the black-robed man whom the many black-robed figures referred to as the butler, this group's purpose was very clear: they were coming for him. Moreover, he knew almost everything about his effective methods. If he hadn't kept his 2 top-grade human rank martial arts skills, which he had cultivated to perfection, and his pseudo-earth rank martial arts skill, which he had also cultivated to perfection, from being exposed, the black-robed man who came to ambush him this time must be more powerful than he is now. Now he has inexplicably been targeted by this cunning organization. It is foreseeable that after this failed assassination attempt, Jiang Xia will face even more dangerous retaliation next time. Today's unexpected turn of events made his desire to become stronger even more urgent. Chapter 76: The Third Witch Clan Battle Mark. Jiang Xia felt that his cultivation level was still improving too slowly, and he had only just broken through to the mid-stage of the second tier. This is the result of using a large amount of resources and having the Firecloud Cave Heaven experience card as an aid. We must find another way to quickly improve our cultivation level. He didn't want to experience that feeling of having his life and death controlled by others a second time. However, this attack wasn't entirely bad for Jiang Xia. First, he needed to successfully complete the limit-breaking trial. Second, he needed to learn that a mysterious organization was secretly watching him. Finally, it was discovered that the Western White Tiger Palm Execution Seal is effective against those monsters. Clearly, the western white tiger palm punishment seal is the nemesis of these inhuman monsters. Glug glug. The intense hunger emanating from her body pulled Jiang Xia back to reality. But when he carefully sensed it, he discovered that the source of this hunger was not his stomach, but his martial spirit ability. Devouring spirits. Jiang Xia could clearly sense that the spirit devourer was extremely eager to devour the monsters on the ground. It seems that there is something special about these monsters that attracts soul devourers. Jiang Xia looked at the monster remain scattered on the ground with a conflicted expression. She couldn't very well ask him to eat these monsters. But a sense of profound understanding welled up in my heart at that moment. Following this realization, Jiang Xia placed her hand on the monster's body and activated her martial soul skill, Devouring Spirit. The next moment, wisps of dark red mist emanated from the monster's body and were absorbed by the palm. The dark red mist was not absorbed by his body, but instead fused directly with his martial soul skill, Spirit Devouring. Jiang Xia had a feeling that after absorbing the dark red energy from these monsters, the devouring spirit would undergo a qualitative change. Next, Jiang Xia repeated the process, stroking the monster's corpse on the ground with her palm. Finally, he arrived at the side of the enormous monster. Jiang Xia placed her hand on the giant monster and activated the devouring spirit technique. Instantly, a dark red mist, several times stronger than before, surged from the monster's body and was immediately absorbed by the devouring spirit. The towering figure of Chang Liang's martial spirit materialized, and the dark red mist surged into Chang Liang's mouth and nose. The system notification sounded the next instant. Congratulations, host. Your martial soul skill Spirit Devouring has undergone a transformation after being nourished by divine energy. Spirit Devouring, you can enhance your physical body and improve your blood and chi by devouring the essence of living beings' flesh and blood. When you touch a living being that has been dead for no more than 1 day, you can directly refine it into flesh and blood essence without relying on eating and supply it to yourself. Jiang Xia was shocked by the system notification. She hadn't expected that these monsters actually contained divine energy. He had only seen a few descriptions of gods in some ancient texts of this world, and they were mostly used as spiritual symbols. Throughout the nearly 10,000 years of history of the Nine-Star Alliance, there has never been a single record of a deity appearing in the world. It's also possible that he hasn't reached a level of understanding of these secrets yet. Regardless, the divine energy possessed by these black-robed men who came to assassinate him was enough to prove that the strength and power of his enemies were far from ordinary. Jiang Xia took a deep breath to calm herself down. He felt that he didn't need to be too pessimistic. Even if this mysterious organization wanted to kill him, he could turn it into nourishment. Judging from the fact that the martial soul just absorbed divine energy, this energy can undoubtedly be used to enhance the martial soul's abilities. This could very well be an opportunity for him. Based on the answer Fu Yan gave him earlier, the Spirit Crystal Core, a resource that can enhance a martial soul, is undoubtedly extremely difficult to obtain. Divine energy can be obtained by killing the black-robed man, and the more powerful the black-robed man is, the more divine energy he contains. Thinking of this, fire seemed to flicker in Jiang Xia's golden eyes, as if she couldn't wait to encounter another group of black-robed men. Jiang Xia shook his head, banishing the dangerous thought from his mind. What he needed to do now was to proceed steadily and cautiously. As long as he returns to Jiangqing safely, the news of the failed assassination attempt by the men in black robes will soon be known to those behind the scenes. He wanted to use himself as bait to kill the man in black robes and obtain divine energy, but he also needed to have the strength to match it. Jiang Xia looked up at the outside of the forest. There hadn't been any fierce battle sounds for a while, and she wondered how Hongshe was doing. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, he had no intention of going out now. Jiang Xia looked down at the monster's corpse on the ground, her eyes flickered, but she ultimately gave up on the idea of devouring it. It's not that he has any moral fastidiousness. After transforming from a spirit-devouring being, one will no longer need to waste time swallowing flesh and blood with their mouth. It's obvious that his future diet will include more than just wild beasts. He was simply afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain why these monster corpses had disappeared into thin air. Jiang Xia had reason to suspect that the Alliance's higher-ups knew of the existence of these black-robed figures, but simply did not make it public for some reason. He then looked toward the depths of the forest, where he had left behind a large number of prey, an entire iron-armed ape clan. Jiang Xia dragged her heavily injured and exhausted body to the place where the battle had taken place. Because not much time had passed since the battle ended, the lingering effects of the fighting still remained in this clearing in the dense forest. At this time, no other wild beasts coveted the corpses of these iron-armed fiend apes. Holding a long spear, Jiang Xia swiftly and decisively pierced the heads of several iron-armed fiend apes that were not yet completely dead. He bent down and placed his palm on the headless corpse of the iron-armed fiend Ape King. Martial soul ability devouring spirits. In the next instant, a jet black, devouring light enveloped the corpse of the iron-armed fiend Ape King. A few seconds later, a drop of blood, as brilliant as a ruby, condensed in the palm of his hand. In terms of its aura, it is no different from the essence of flesh and blood condensed by the great demons in the Taoist scroll. Jiang Xia activated the soul-stealing technique again, and the drop of red blood directly entered her palm and merged with her. At the same time, a surge of vital energy flowed, rapidly nourishing the parched body. The severely injured body healed rapidly with the help of this vital energy. In just a few breaths, Jiang Xia's body was completely healed, even stronger than when she first entered the burial forest. This clearly owes to the completion of the limit-breaking trial, and the characteristics of the Pango bloodline and the ability to see spirits cannot be ignored. Next, Jiang Xia followed the same method, quickly turning all the corpses of the iron-armed fiend apes into flesh and blood essence for absorption. Just after absorbing the last drop of blood and flesh essence, a special power surged from the depths of the body, and terrifying blood and chi power overflowed from the body, manifesting as blood and chi smoke. Jiang Xia was overjoyed and quickly sat cross-legged, concentrating her mind to control her chi and blood and draw it into her body. A moment later, a dark line appeared on Jiang Xia's chest. The third battle rune has been successfully formed. Battle runes consume the power of chi and blood to condense the Wu Clan battle runes on the physical body. Each battle rune can increase the strength of the physical body by 100%. Jiang Xia now possesses 3 battle runes, meaning his physical body has received a 300% boost. This blessing will become increasingly terrifying as his physical strength increases. Chapter 77 Combo Attack. Jiang Xia raised her right hand and clenched it into a fist. A terrifying sonic boom immediately exploded in her palm, a manifestation of ultimate power. Now that he has activated the soul fusion state, if he were to face the black-robed man who controls ice again, even if the man turned into a monster, he would be confident that he could kill him within a few punches without using the palm execution seal. Given the terrifying level of his current physical strength, even a slight increase would bring a massive boost to his combat power, let alone a direct doubling of it. However, at the same time, the difficulty for Jiang Xia to condense the 4th battle rune has increased again. The time and energy required to condense the 3rd battle rune far exceeded the combined time and energy required to condense the 1st and 2nd battle runes. Jiang Xia wasn't disappointed at all. One has to take things one step at a time, and one has to eat one bite at a time. It is obvious that when he condenses the 4th battle rune, his combat power will once again experience a leap forward. Moreover, his martial soul skill, Devouring Spirit, has undergone a transformation, saving him a significant amount of time converting flesh and blood essence. In the time to come, as long as he spends time hunting wild beasts in the wilderness every day, the speed at which he condenses the 4th battle rune will definitely increase significantly. Jiang Xia gathered her thoughts and pushed the Luoyan Jinghongbu to its limit, rushing out of the burial forest. A moment later, Jiang Xia appeared at the entrance she had used to enter the buried bone forest. But what he saw before him truly shocked him. On the ground ahead, Hong Tu was embracing a huge monster, his limbs barely locking the monster's body so that it could not break free. The monster was clearly not to be outdone, its gaping maw biting down directly on Hong Tu's shoulder, its sharp teeth piercing deep into his flesh. Jiang Xia frowned. This monster was clearly in cahoots with the black-robed men in the forest. Now, after transforming into a monster, his strength has clearly increased, and even now he feels a sense of danger. However, given the current situation, even though he cannot activate the soul fusion state, he should have no problem injuring his opponent with the sharpness of the god-slaying spear. However, we need to consider Hong Tu's current situation. If he were to make a move, Hong Tu, who was very close to the monster, would inevitably be affected. Just as Jiang Xia was hesitating about whether to make a move, Hong Tu also noticed her. Seeing that Jiang Xia was unharmed, he felt relieved. The monster's eyes narrowed, and it looked at Jiang Xia in disbelief. The fact that the other party is standing here unharmed means that the rest of the Arbiter's team must be dead. According to the internal rules of the ancient God Seance Society, no member has the option to back down during a mission. Because once discovered, they will face obliteration from the depths of their souls. Every member who joins the Divine Descent Society has a trace of their soul with the president, and he is no exception. Thinking of this, the monster's eyes blazed red, and it suddenly exerted force with its jaws. The immense biting force shattered all of Hong Tu's shoulder bones, while his limbs also exerted force to try and break free of his restraints. Cold sweat poured down Hong Tu's forehead. Despite the excruciating pain in his shoulder, he kept his limbs firmly locked onto the monster. But as the monster's power grew, Hong Tu felt he couldn't hold it for much longer, so he quickly said to Jiang Xia, "You need to leave here quickly and contact Fu Yan. I'm about to lose control of this monster." Upon hearing Hong Tu's words, Jiang Xia gripped the god-slaying spear tightly in her hand. "Master Hong, I am confident that I can severely injure this monster, but the aftershocks of my attack may very well affect you." Upon hearing this, Hong Tu was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Jiang Xia and burst into laughter. "If you are really confident, you don't need to worry about me, just make your move." Jiang Xia was initially hesitant, but when he saw the capsule hidden between Hong Tu's teeth as he laughed, he immediately understood. Although it is unknown what kind of potion it is, given Hong Tu's experience as a member of the Allied forces, it must be a potion that can save lives in critical moments. Without further hesitation, Jiang Xia unleashed her full power of lightning, leaping forward and soaring high into the air. Thunderous energy gathered overhead, and the god-slaying spear was raised high. He used all his strength to gather all the lightning into a spear and slammed it down on the monster on the ground. Thunderous mountain suppressing spear, thunderous heavenly strike. At first, the monster ignored their conversation, as he was already at the 4th tier extreme level before his perfect evolution. After his perfect evolution, his strength awakened again and increased further, now comparable to a martial artist in the early stage of the 5th rank. Expecting an attack from a 2nd-tier martial artist to severely injure him is nothing short of wishful thinking. If Hong Tu hadn't possessed ridiculously strong physical strength from following the path of rebirth, and hadn't also had a fist technique at the perfect level, he would never have fallen into such a dilemma. Even so, Hong Tu still couldn't do anything to him, and it was only a matter of time before he escaped. Just as the monster was pondering how to deal with Hong Tu, who had ruined his plans, after escaping, a deathly threat instantly enveloped him. When the monster sensed the terrifying blow about to fall from behind, its crimson eyes were filled with disbelief. Is this an attack that a 2nd-tier martial artist can unleash? Then, the god-slaying spear, wreathed in a torrent of lightning, slammed swiftly and fiercely into the monster's back. Considering Hong Tu beneath the monster, Jiang Xia changed his attack from a thrust to a smash, a method that would better utilize his formidable physical strength. Click! Bone and flesh flew everywhere. The monster's thick spine was completely shattered by this attack. After losing its point of support, the monster's body stiffened for a moment before going limp. Hong Tu, who was beneath the monster, was also affected by the attack and coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with a large number of internal organ fragments. However, Hong Tu was a veteran of the battlefield. The moment he felt the monster on his body was seriously injured, he decisively bit down on the recovery potion hidden between his teeth. At the same time, a powerful fist, imbued with the force of a perfected fist, slammed into the monster's heart. Jiang Xia struck successfully, then immediately formed a hand seal and slammed it down on the monster's bloodied and mangled back. The Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal. The terrifying power of the supernatural force directly tore apart the flesh on the monster's back, revealing the pale bones inside, as well as the heart that had been shattered by Hong Tu's attack. The monster never expected that its death, despite possessing the strength of the early stage of the 5th rank, would come so suddenly. Especially the second attack from behind, that roar of a tiger, stunned him, leaving him no time to deal with Hong Tu's desperate counterattack from below. And so, the monster was brought down by the combined attack from both sides of Jiang Xia and her companion. At the very moment the monster died, in a huge underground space within Jiangcheng. The dozen or so life tablets shattered with a crash, and the souls contained within them vanished completely. Upon seeing this, the black-robed chief deacon guarding the House of Life hurriedly arrived at a spacious hall. The hall was brightly lit, and a variety of delicious dishes were laid out on a square dining table in the center. A dozen or so beautiful women dressed as maids quietly served by his side. A handsome young man with a straight posture, wearing a dark red suit, sat at the dining table, savoring the food in his mouth. Chapter 78: The Gourmet. The gourmet had already seen the black-robed man rushing over in a panic, but clearly nothing was more important to him than enjoying the food at that moment. This is the only way he can get pleasure. The man in black wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looked at the gourmet in front of him who was already enjoying himself with his eyes closed, gritted his teeth, and said in a low voice, "Gourmet master, the entire judgment team we sent out is likely dead. Just now, all of their life tablets shattered." As he spoke, the Grand Deacon had already knelt down, knowing that gourmets dislike being disturbed while eating. He had previously heard that a deacon in the Jiangcheng branch was highly regarded by gourmets. However, during one of the gourmet's meals, the other party reprimanded the maid serving him to show his loyalty and curry favor with the gourmet. But in the end, the deacon disappeared that very day, leaving no trace of his body. Later, at the Jiangcheng branch, it became a consensus not to let the little gourmets disturb each other while they were eating. But the fate tablet shattered, and a squad of judges was wiped out. The High Deacon's loyalty to the seance of the ancient gods allowed him to disregard life and death. The gourmet opened his eyes, a flash of murderous intent crossing his gaze as he forcibly calmed his raging emotions. The Jiangcheng branch is currently in dire need of manpower, and it would be a waste to arbitrarily execute a senior deacon. To explain the specific reasons, the entire 15-person judgment squad was composed of God-given individuals capable of perfect evolution. I can't think of any recent mission that could have led to their demise. As he spoke, the gourmet's cold gaze fell on the kneeling deacon. The head deacon felt the gaze directed at him and trembled uncontrollably. He lowered his head even further and explained. "It was your order, sir, to assassinate a martial arts genius named Zhang Xia. Not long ago, the third judgment team, which was responsible for surveillance, discovered that the target and martial hall instructor Hong Tu who had left the city and headed to the wilderness. Team leader Tong Hai immediately reported this and went to carry out the elimination mission. The other 4 chief deacons and I felt that this was an opportunity not to be missed, so we agreed to Tong Hai's request. Unexpectedly, in less than 2 hours, the third trial team was completely wiped out." The gourmet gripped his knife and fork, barely suppressing his anger, and asked, "Didn't Tong Hai find out the cultivation level of the martial arts instructor who was following the target?" In his view, Zhang Xia was just a greenhorn who had just entered the world of martial arts, and the only variable was that martial arts hall instructor. It was already determined at the time that he was a 4th-level extreme realm martial artist who had taken the path of rebirth and had previously served in the Allied army. Useless, they're all a bunch of useless trash. At this moment, the gourmet tore away his peaceful facade and flew into a rage. The table in front of him shattered instantly, and a gleaming knife flew straight toward the kneeling deacon. The Grand Deacon was aware of this, but the gourmet's absolute dominance in the branch made him dare not avoid it. However, the knife lost all its power just before it was about to pierce the black-robed deacon's head, falling to the ground with a clink sound. The Grand Deacon, having recovered from the shadow of death, was now drenched in cold sweat. Despite being enraged, the gourmet remained clear-headed and, considering the greater events to come, refrained from killing the black-robed deacon. A tribunal team, consisting of 2 4th-order deacons and 13 3rd-order divine beings. Such adjudication squads are the backbone of the ancient god sentient society. Each branch leader has only 3 squads, which, together with 5 5th-rank Grand Deacons, form the adjudication order. It can be said that the judgment order is the core strength of each chapter. This is a critical time. To lose such a valuable asset for nothing is a bad thing. If he manages to complete the mission, that will be fine. Otherwise, it will severely damage his reputation with the president. He hadn't forgotten that there were other 6th-order apostles within the guild coveting the power of the various branch leaders. "Mu Feng. Your subordinate is here," the black-robed chief steward replied hastily. "Send men out immediately, led by you personally. I need to know if that Zhang Xia is dead or not," the gourmet ordered. "Yes." Upon receiving the order, Mu Feng bowed and withdrew. He stood up with difficulty at the restaurant entrance and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He almost lost his life here. Without further hesitation, he immediately issued instructions to the other branch members to investigate Zhang Xia's whereabouts with all their might. Wilderness, forest where bones are buried. Zhang Xia kept her eyes fixed on Hong Tu who was contacting the martial hall in the distance, while her right hand touched the monster's body, quietly activating spirit stealing to absorb divine energy. A few seconds later, the red mist surging on the monster's body was completely absorbed. Zhang Xia immediately realized that this time was different from when she absorbed divine energy before. He seems to be able to control this divine energy and freely choose martial soul skills to enhance it. Martial soul, Changliang. Pango bloodline, physical growth will have no limit and will gain the characteristic of immortality. As long as the blood and qi do not run out, all non-fatal injuries can be quickly recovered, and the physical body will be further improved. Law of the Dao body? Thunder can control thunder, and at the same time greatly increases the affinity with the law of thunder, making it as if divinely aided when cultivating thunder attribute techniques and martial arts. Battle runes consume the power of qi and blood to condense the Wu clan battle runes on the physical body. Each battle rune can increase the strength of the physical body by 100%. Spirit devouring, it can enhance the physical body and improve blood and qi by devouring the essence of the flesh and blood of living beings. When touching a living being that has been killed by one's own hands, one can refine it into the essence of flesh and blood without relying on the act of eating, and supply it to oneself. Soul fusion, the martial soul and physical body are fused together, increasing overall strength by 500% for 5 minutes. It can be used once every 24 hours. After using soul fusion once, it can be forcibly used again for a short period of time. After the second soul fusion state ends, the martial soul ability soul fusion will be forcibly put into cooldown for 72 hours. Looking at the martial spirit skills displayed on the system panel, Zhang Xia was unsure which one to strengthen. He felt that any improvement to any of the 5 martial soul abilities would greatly enhance his combat power. After a long while, Zhang Xia regained her composure and finally chose to enhance her martial soul ability soul fusion. The devouring spirit has already been strengthened once, which is sufficient for his current use, so he naturally no longer needs to consider its scope. Pango Bloodline and La Dao Body? Thunder are clearly late-game abilities and cannot increase immediate combat power. Needless to say, the battle runes are already incredibly difficult to improve now. After being enhanced by divine energy, the difficulty of condensing them will inevitably increase again, and this can be considered a late-stage ability. In the end, all that was left was soul fusion. This martial soul ability undoubtedly greatly enhances his combat power. It can be said that most of his terrifying strength and fighting beyond his level relies on the soul fusion state. The value of a comprehensive 500% improvement is self-evident. For him now, improving his real-time combat strength is an urgent matter. Chapter 79 Ancient God Sent Down Meeting. With a slight thought, Zhang Xia summoned a powerful martial soul phantom, and a dark red divine energy entered it. Hong Tu, who noticed something was wrong, glanced back at it, and then ignored it, continuing to report the situation to Fu Yan. Zhang Xia manipulated this divine energy to intertwine with soul fusion, and in the next instant, the divine energy was completely devoured. Soul fusion 50%, the martial soul and physical body are fused together, and the strength is increased by 500% in all aspects. The duration is 5 minutes and it can be used once every 24 hours. After using soul fusion once, it can be used again for a short period of time. After the second soul fusion state ends, the martial soul ability soul fusion will be forced to enter a cooldown for 72 hours. Zhang Xia looked at the martial soul skill that hadn't completed its transformation as he had hoped, and couldn't help but click his tongue. He knew it wouldn't be that easy. The spirit-devouring transformation absorbed a full 13 third-order divine energies and 1 fourth-order divine energy. Although this divine energy is quite robust, it was ultimately extracted from a monster that is essentially at the 4th-order extreme realm. Zhang Xia looked at the progress of only 50% and felt itchy, wishing that another monster would come and kill him right away. At this moment, Hong Tu, who had already reported everything that had just happened, and now Fu Yan had arrived with his men to handle the aftermath. Turning around, Hong Tu, who noticed Zhang Xia, who was frowning and staring blankly. "What, is there anything else?" Upon hearing Hong Tu-hu's voice, Zhang Xia snapped out of her daze and shook her head. "It's nothing. I was just wondering how those black-robed men turned into monsters, and their actions were so uniform. They obviously came from a powerful force." Hong Tu-hu nodded upon hearing this. These men in black robes were quite formidable in both strength and skill. Especially the secret technique for turning into a monster, which was very similar to some of the rumors he had heard in the Alliance army. Whether it's as he thinks or not, we'll have to wait for Fu Yan to come and check before we can be sure. Neither of them spoke for the rest of the time. Hong Tu-hu kept practicing his punches to refine the medicinal power within his body. Zhang Xia sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, digesting the improvements she had gained from this battle. More than an hour passed quickly, and the roar of engines came from the distant wilderness. A line of more than 10 armored vehicles bearing the Starfall Martial Hall insignia drove up from a distance. A moment later, the convoy stopped outside the forest of buried bones. Fu Yan got out of the lead armored vehicle and immediately saw the monster's corpse on the ground. Although he had heard Hong Tu-hu talk about it before, he still felt a chill in his heart when he saw the monster's true appearance. Fu Yan walked over to Hong Tu-hu and Zhang Xia, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that they were both unharmed. "I never expected that just asking you, Lao Hong, to take Zhang Xia out of the city to complete the breakthrough trial would lead to this." Hong Tu-hu patted Fu Yan's arm lightly and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? You don't have the ability to predict the future. Besides, Zhang Xia and I are both standing here perfectly fine." Zhang Xia nodded in agreement. This assassination attempt was clearly premeditated. Even without this attack, those men in black robes would have launched another attack once they found an opportunity. Fu Yan sighed and turned to look at Zhang Xia. Then, as if he had discovered something, a glint flashed in Fu Yan's eyes. "Zhang Xia, have you completed the limit break trial?" Upon hearing this, Hong Tu-hu also stared wide-eyed at Zhang Xia. Immediately, to the disbelief of the two, Zhang Xia nodded slightly. Hiss. Hong Tu-hu and Fu Yan gasped in shock, exchanging glances and noticing the shock in each other's eyes. At first, they only thought that Jiang Xia had a slight chance of completing the limit-breaking trial. It should be noted that any low-level martial artist can participate in the limit break trial, but very few succeed. The connection between the physical body and the spirit cannot be awakened simply by experiencing a life or death crisis. Talent, timing, and luck are all indispensable. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many martial artists stuck between the 7th and 8th ranks within the 9-star alliance. As far as Fu Yan knew, the most recent genius martial artist on Blue Star to complete the limit break trial was a sophomore at Kunlun Martial Arts University in Dongxia 3 years ago. The other party was in a 5th-level star realm. He was discovered while carrying out a mission infiltrating an alien base using his special martial soul ability. He narrowly escaped back to the Alliance base, which caused his soul and body to sublimate and resonate together. The fact that the other party was able to come back alive under those circumstances clearly meant that luck played a large part, and it's impossible to replicate their miracle. Fu Yan suppressed the turmoil in his mind. Despite being shocked so many times, he realized that he had underestimated Jiang Xia's talent. At this moment, the Starfall Martial Hall tactical team brought by Fu Yan had already carried out the more than 10 monster corpses from the burial forest. The largest of them clearly exuded a 4th-order aura. Most of the wounds on the monster were marks left by spears, so it was obvious who was responsible. Hong Tu, who was numb at this point. Although he had guessed it beforehand, he was still shocked to see the corpse of a 4th-tier monster in front of him. Keep in mind that Jiang Xia is only at the 2nd tier now. For him to defeat a 4th-tier early-stage opponent with this kind of strength is beyond what can be described as genius. Fu Yan glanced at Jiang Xia with a complicated expression, feeling somewhat sentimental. This also helps explain why Jiang Xia was able to complete the limit-breaking trial. With 12 3rd-tier and 1 4th-tier opponents, it would be strange if Jiang Xia survived the onslaught of such a powerful lineup and failed to complete the limit break trial. Thinking of this, Fu Yan's eyes flickered. He originally wanted to wait until Jiang Xia achieved results in the 5 cities martial arts tournament before reporting to the Starfall Martial Hall headquarters. But now it seems there's no need for that. Jiang Xia's achievements in completing the limit break trial and almost single-handedly killing an entire Arbiter squad are already dazzling enough. Fu Yan then looked at the monster corpses scattered on the ground, his expression turning slightly gloomy. He had a vague idea of what organization these monsters came from when he heard Hong Tu's description, and he became even more certain after seeing the monsters' corpses. Ancient God Seance. Jiang Xia saw Fu Yan staring at the monster's corpse with a constantly changing expression, and a thought struck her. Lord Temple, do you know where these monsters came from? Fu Yan nodded. As the cult grew stronger, this kind of news was no longer a secret among the upper echelons. Moreover, according to Hong Tu, these monsters were clearly after Jiang Xia, so telling them wouldn't hurt and could even raise their awareness. The Ancient Gods Sent Down Society, the Toad Ancestors Prayer Society, the New Human Society, and so on are all extraordinary cult organizations that have emerged in the 9-Star Alliance in recent years. According to the Secret Cult Bureau's investigation, these organizations are all related to certain ancient gods in the void of the universe. Members of these organizations typically rely on a special ritual to offer sacrifices to the cosmic deities they worship in order to receive divine blessings and power. Chapter 80: The Reviving God. Such sacrificial rituals have been performed before. In fact, in the early decades when martial arts were just emerging, many people who wanted to obtain extraordinary power would find relevant information in the ancient books of the Alliance and hold cruel and bloody sacrificial rituals. But without exception, they all failed. There was no so-called divine response to these people. So, gradually, under the suppression of the Alliance, no one tried the ritual of worshipping the gods again. After all, the fact that there were no gods in the world at that time had become a consensus among all the people of the Alliance. At this point, Fu Yan's tone suddenly became serious. But just 5 years ago, on the planet Mingxiu, a merchant who dealt in wild beast materials was killed along with his entire family of 8 by the local patrol captain because of a 3rd-tier heavenly treasure. The merchant also went insane due to the huge mental blow he suffered. The patrol captain thought the matter was over and stopped paying attention to the insane businessman. But a month later, the businessman secretly broke into the villa where the patrol captain lived and, relying on the sacrificial ritual recorded in his family's ancient book, successfully summoned a flesh and blood monster with the strength of a 6th rank. Since then, tragedies caused by sacrificial rituals have frequently occurred throughout the 9-Star Alliance. However, such rituals cannot be successfully performed casually. After research, Alliance researchers have stated that the success of a sacrificial ritual requires not only specific requirements for the offerings but also the fulfillment of a certain extraordinary meme. At the same time, this also made the Alliance's top leaders realize that the world is not without gods, and those monsters summoned by rituals are the followers of the gods. Jiangxia, the people who attacked you this time are from one of the evil god churches that can truly summon gods, the Ancient God Summoning Society. This ability to temporarily enhance their strength by transforming into monsters is a power bestowed by the gods they worship. Upon hearing Fu Yan's words, Jiangxia's heart sank. The feeling of having an organization that wields divine power and can summon gods lurking in the shadows is far from pleasant. After all, some myths and legends tell us that the power of gods far surpasses that of ninth-tier martial artists. Seemingly sensing Jiangxia's worry, Fu Yan stepped forward, patted Jiangxia's arm, and said with a smile, "There's no need to worry too much. The gods summoned by the Ancient God Summoning Society and other evil god churches are just projections. Moreover, our Alliance's 3 great martial gods also have the word God in their names. They possess power that surpasses that of a 9th-level martial artist, and they may well be comparable to those gods. Our Starfall Martial Hall's Grand Hallmaster, Martial God Zhang Xingqian, has publicly stated that so-called gods are nothing more than more powerful life forms." Fu Yan's face was filled with admiration as he said these words. The same applies to the other members of the Starfall Martial Hall. After all, he was the martial god of the Alliance, the pinnacle of martial arts in the present world, not to mention his various contributions to the Alliance. Jiangxia was deeply shocked by Fu Yan's words. This was the first time he had ever learned that there were realms above the 9th level of martial arts. The events that occurred after Jiangxia awakened her martial soul have made her realize that this world is not simple, not to mention that even gods have now appeared. Then Jiangxia asked the question that had been weighing on her mind. "Palace Master, why is it that I have never heard of any of these things before, let alone heard of them on the Starnet?" Jiangxia knew this was highly abnormal. He had learned about the speed of information dissemination on the internet in his previous life. Unless someone intervened, not a single word would leak out. Upon hearing Jiangxia's words, Fu Yan's expression turned serious. "Jiangxia, don't tell anyone what I'm about to say outside, not even your closest friends." Upon hearing this, Jiangxia's heart skipped a beat, and then she nodded with a serious expression. Fu Yan pulled Jiangxia aside, raised his right hand, and a powerful source of energy overflowed, enveloping the two of them to form a barrier. Seeing this, Hong Tuhu and the Starfall Martial Hall's tactical squad remained calm, clearly unfazed by such a thing. Within the barrier constructed by the source energy, Fu Yan took a deep breath and said, "Jiangxia, I know you have many doubts in your heart, but you should know that if you know some things when you are not strong enough, it will not only add to your troubles, but also endanger your life. However, given the talent you've shown so far, I can offer you some explanation. There are no secrets in the world, and the Alliance is not an impenetrable fortress. The reason why you were completely unaware of those extraordinary knowledge or news such as someone summoning the followers of an evil god is because there is a treasure within the 9-Star Alliance. The Star Network is its extension and the tool by which it exerts its power. We call it cognitive blockade. The 9-Star Alliance has only been in the martial Dao era for a little over 500 years. This time seems long, but it is still too short for a huge civilization. The rapid development of martial arts and technological progress has seriously caused ordinary people to fall behind, especially within the Alliance, where not everyone can practice martial arts. Therefore, the cognitive blockade came into being. It can distinguish extraordinary martial artists from ordinary people within the Alliance, and at the same time, it allows those who have just become martial artists to gradually accept the extraordinary and understand the true nature of the world as their strength grows. Ultimately, this is actually a means of preventing disease, specifically a kind of extraordinary disease that only those who step out of the martial arts path can get. This disease arose when the Alliance had just entered the early stages of the martial arts era, when a large number of martial artists awakened, possessing extraordinary abilities and strength that surpassed that of ordinary people. This led to a large number of martial artists at the time feeling that they were not the same race as ordinary people after they mastered the extraordinary, and even began to indiscriminately slaughter ordinary people because their minds were affected by their excessive power. All of this was only alleviated when the 3 great martial gods rose up, completely unified the 9-Star Alliance, and ended the chaos of the martial arts era. After that, there was a cognitive blockade, which completely eliminated the breeding ground for 99% of extraordinary diseases. Although Jiangxia appeared calm, her heart was in turmoil. 9 life-bearing stars, with a population exceeding trillions, what kind of supreme treasures and immense power would be needed to achieve such a level of cognitive blockade? Fu Yan's words shattered the last bit of pride and complacency that Jiangxia had gained because of the awakened system. Looking back now, his past ideas of doing something sensational in the league to gain emotional points seem incredibly naive and laughable. If that day ever comes, he'll probably be gone for good the moment the Allied forces arrive. Thinking of the consequences, Jiang Xia immediately shuddered. Fu Yan had no idea what turbulent emotions Jiang Xia was going through at this moment. Chapter 81 4th Level Star Realm. The establishment of Martial Arts High School, Martial Soul Awakening Ceremony, Martial Arts Examination, Martial Arts University, and even various competitions related to martial arts are all to help martial artists adapt to their status as extraordinary beings more quickly and smoothly. At the same time, this also integrates the extraordinary into ordinary people, so that the people of the Alliance will not feel that those martial artists are different from them. The Alliance has not stopped moving forward because of the knowledge blockade. Under the instruction of the three martial gods, the Alliance spends a huge amount of resources every year to research a more universal path to transcendence. The path to rebirth through physical tempering, the human body modification to pilot mechs, these are all research achievements of the Alliance, with the aim of giving everyone in the Alliance the opportunity to step into the extraordinary realm. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, there will be no need for cognitive blockade. Jiang Xia finally understood why Fu Yan and the others had those expressions when they mentioned the three martial gods. This may be partly due to the strength of the three great martial gods, but more importantly, it should be out of respect for their various great contributions to the Alliance. After the two finished their conversation, the energy barrier dissipated. All the monster corpses were also loaded into the transport carriages. In Fu Yan's words, these were all valuable research materials. Just as everyone boarded the vehicle, intending to return to Jiangcheng, a black pillar of light suddenly shot into the sky from the depths of the wilderness, and at the same time, the earth shook violently. The moment they saw the beam of light, Fu Yan and Hong Tu, whose expressions changed instantly. They knew all too well what was behind that dark pillar of light. Fu Yan immediately channeled his energy, clearly transmitting his voice to the ears of everyone in the convoy. Attention everyone, accelerate back now, a new unknown great astral plane has opened. Attention everyone, accelerate back now, a new unknown great astral plane has opened. Attention everyone, accelerate back now, a new unknown great astral plane has opened. The fact that it was repeated 3 times in a row was enough to demonstrate Fu Yan's feelings at that moment. Jiang Xia, who was sitting in the armored vehicle, naturally heard Fu Yan's words. Astral plane? Could it be that the soaring black light was a sign of the opening of the star realm? The armored convoy sped towards Jiangcheng, and Jiang Xia gazed through the window at the black light that lingered for a long time. The moment the astral plane appeared in the wilderness, the Jiangcheng city guards activated the city's protective barrier. The construction of walls around each city was not only to defend against wild beasts in the wilderness, but also, and most importantly, to prevent the sudden opening of star realms. At this moment, ordinary people in Jiangcheng also felt the earth shaking. The Jiangcheng mayor's office subsequently issued a statement immediately. Attention all citizens of Jiangcheng. The tremor just now was the aftershock of the city guards conducting a new weapon test in the wilderness. Please do not panic. Shortly after the announcement was issued, the earthquake subsided, and Jiangcheng returned to calm. Outside the protective barrier forming the sky, a soaring black light stood tall in the wilderness. Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau, Parliament Hall. Song Zhenghong sat at the head of the table with a serious expression. On either side of the council table sat high-ranking government officials and heads of prominent families in the city. Gentlemen, the star realm in the wilderness has been investigated and is confirmed to be a level 4 star realm. Now, due to the sudden appearance of the star realm, the wild beasts outside the city have rioted. The city guards need to protect Jiangcheng and cannot be mobilized rashly. In order to prevent the resources within the astral plane from being destroyed, we must immediately dispatch personnel to clear out the wild beasts along the way and open up the road between the astral plane and Jiangcheng. As he spoke, Song Zhenghong's calm gaze swept over the group of Jiangcheng family heads to his left. Their attitude is self-evident. The heads of the various aristocratic families were overjoyed, as they had never expected Song Zhenghong to involve them in matters concerning the star realm. They immediately expressed their willingness to send members of their clans to eliminate the ferocious beast. Song Zhenghong nodded. He never expected that these family heads, who would only act for personal gain, would refuse. After the 3 war gods ascended to the top of the alliance and ended the astral chaos, all newly emerging astral planes were both a disaster and an opportunity. The precious minerals and rare materials that have been formed over a long period of time in the astral realm are all important resources for martial artists' cultivation. Not to mention this newly emerged and undeveloped astral plane, even if it is only at level 4, its value is immeasurable. The city guards, the patrol bureau, and the martial arts bureau will all send some elite troops to assist you, Song Zhenghong continued. The heads of the Jiangcheng families had anticipated this. It was simply unrealistic for them to take all the benefits of the star boundary. Finally, let me remind you all not to go too far. The appearance of a level 4 star boundary in Jiangcheng has been reported, and the Allied forces will soon be stationed here to establish a fortress. I wouldn't care what you did before the Alliance arrived, but after the Alliance settled in the astral plane, I found out that some people were meddling in my affairs. Ha! The Allied forces are strong externally, but they may not be at a disadvantage internally. Moreover, the Alliance is full of talented people, and I think there are many good talents in Jiangcheng. Song Zhenghong's cold laugh was like 2 basins of icy water, extinguishing all the petty thoughts that everyone in the council hall should not have. Jiangcheng had enjoyed a long period of peace, and the wild beasts in the wilderness had long been killed and dared not attack the city, and there were no star realms opened up around it. The long period without war caused the powerful families and government officials who had long resided in Jiangcheng to forget the strength of the Allied forces. Just now, someone even came up with the idea of forming alliances and inviting like-minded people to create a new force to get a share of the pie from the astral plane. However, this thought disappeared immediately after Song Zhenghong finished speaking. The meeting ended, and everyone left. A moment later, only Song Zhenghong and Jiangcheng Mayor Zhu Jie remained seated in the council hall. It seems the alliance is really about to change. They were so wary of martial arts families interfering in the astral plane before, but now they're actually letting them participate in astral plane exploration, Zhu Jie remarked. The director of the Martial Arts Bureau and the mayor of a local city are both revolving officials appointed by the Alliance's Supreme Committee. They were fundamentally different from the local aristocratic families and the guards who had been stationed here for a long time. The two sides are natural allies, so there's no need for them to keep things to themselves. To be honest, Zhu Jie was stunned for a while after receiving the order from the Supreme Committee. However, someone who can become the mayor of a city is certainly no ordinary person. Based on the current situation, he quickly guessed the intentions of the league's top management. Song Zhenghong said with a smile, "This is actually a good thing. After all, it is quite resource-intensive to always be on guard against those martial arts families." The Alliance's main force is currently dealing with the resurgence of the gods and interstellar visitors. Giving up some development rights in the astral plane is not a big deal for the Alliance. Moreover, those martial arts families are based on the Alliance, so their interests will be the first to be affected when there are external enemies. The interstellar era is different from the feudal dynasties of the ancient Alliance. If those aristocratic families wanted to be two-faced, they would be courting death. Zhu Jie nodded in agreement. Chapter 82: Using oneself as bait. The 3 great martial gods of the Alliance all grew from ordinary people to their current level step by step. They possess supreme strength and lofty ideals. Most importantly, the martial gods are united in standing against all the allied families. Some have speculated that if it weren't for the fear that a large-scale massacre of powerful families would cause turmoil within the Alliance and weaken its strength, the Alliance might have been able to achieve this. It is highly likely that the 3 great martial gods would have already taken action against the Thunder Clan, and would certainly not have adopted such a conciliatory approach as they are now. But Zhu Jie understood that this was the truth. The martial arts families in the Alliance were naturally aware of the 3 martial gods' thoughts. So for so many years, no matter what, they have been actively responding to the Alliance and the various orders issued by the 3 martial gods. However, only a minority of people from martial arts families are truly intelligent. Many have been blinded by the current dazzling array of opportunities. These people are still hopelessly obsessed with the past glory of their aristocratic families. Beneath the lush and vibrant flowers lies a fiercely competitive and extravagant feast. Zhu Jie had heard a story from a friend. A martial arts family was colluding with alien races and was willing to betray information about the Star Fortress for profit. After the investigation, the god of war personally took action and wiped out the entire family from top to bottom. Even so, it still cannot stop the greed in people's hearts. "Mayor Zhu, there is one more thing that requires our utmost attention," Song Zhenghong said in a serious tone. Hearing this serious tone, Zhu Jie also became extremely attentive. "The Starfall Martial Hall Master Fu just contacted me. Just an hour ago, Jiang Xia, an S-rank member of the Starfall Martial Hall, was attacked and killed in the wilderness. The perpetrators have been identified as one of the evil god cults, the Ancient God Seance Society. In order to assassinate that S-rank Martial Hall member, they deployed an entire arbiter squad this time. Mayor Zhu, you should understand the significance behind this." Zhu Jie nodded solemnly. In recent years, the 9-Star Alliance, which has gathered the evil god church due to the resurgence of gods, has suffered heavy losses, but has also gained a lot of related information. Judging from the fact that the Ancient God Summoning Society was able to mobilize an entire arbitrator team this time, there must be a branch of the other side in Jiangcheng. Director Song, please feel free to speak your mind. I will cooperate with you as much as possible. Zhu Zhi's tone was very sincere. Jiangcheng is now under his jurisdiction, and if any trouble arises during his term, he will inevitably bear the consequences. Moreover, he didn't want to see the evil God Church destroy Jiangcheng's current prosperity. Song Zhenghong breathed a sigh of relief upon learning of Zhu Zhi's explicit support. After all, he hadn't interacted with Zhu Zhi much, so he didn't know what kind of person Zhu Zhi was. He had previously witnessed similar incidents in other cities, where local mayors used various means to hinder the martial arts bureau and obstruct its operations in order to create a false impression of peace within the city. Although the municipal government and the martial arts bureau are natural allies, they can instantly turn into enemies when their fundamental interests are involved. Fortunately, Zhu Zhi was not the kind of person he had met before. Immediately, Song Zhenghong revealed all his thoughts and plans. Now that a level 4-star boundary has been opened up in the wilderness, Jiangcheng will not be peaceful for a long time. Not to mention those martial arts families, other forces in Jiangcheng will not be at peace either, and even forces from other cities near Jiangcheng will get involved. Therefore, I plan to centralize and divide management authority into two parts, internal and external. Mayor Zhu, you will be in charge of external affairs, mainly responsible for supervising and managing the development of the Outer Star Realm, while I will be in charge of internal affairs, responsible for suppressing the forces within the city and exposing the ancient gods to sense society. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhi pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "No problem, I will order the municipal administration and the patrol bureau to fully cooperate with the martial arts bureau's operation." Both of them are decisive and efficient, and they both take action after making a decision. After seeing Zhu Zhou off from the martial arts bureau, Song Zhenghong returned to his office and opened his personal terminal to request a call from Fu Yan. Beep beep. The voice call was connected. "Director Song, is there any result to the matter?" Fu Yan's voice came from the other end. "Yes, Mayor Zhu supports my idea. Now I have the authority to mobilize all forces within Jiangcheng. The Ancient God Summoning Society failed to kill Jiang Xia this time and lost a lot of manpower. Based on my understanding of them, they will not let this go and will definitely launch another attack in a short time. I don't know what the Ancient God Spirit Summoning Society has that they would covet about Jiang Xia, but Jiang Xia is undoubtedly in a very dangerous situation right now, so I plan to go all the way and use Jiang Xia as bait to lure out the members of the Ancient God Spirit Summoning Society who are hiding in Jiangcheng. Moreover, I strongly suspect that there is already a branch of the Ancient God Summoning Society in Jiangcheng, and that team of arbitrators is the best proof of that." On the other side, inside the armored vehicle, Fu Yan fell silent after hearing Song Zhenghong's words. Song Zhenghong's plan is undoubtedly the most suitable at the moment, but doing so will inevitably put Jiang Xia in danger. Song Zhenghong waited quietly for Fu Yan's reply. He could understand why the other party was silent, but something still had to be done. After a while, Fu Yan's voice rang out again. "Director Song, I think we should ask Jiang Xia if he agrees to this. If he doesn't, then we can only ask you to change the plan. After all, this is gambling with Jiang Xia's life. This is only natural. Although I would like to eradicate the Ancient God Summoning Society from within Jiangcheng, I will not force a young man to take such a risk," Song Zhenghong said solemnly. On the other hand, after receiving assurances from Song Zhenghong, Fu Yan switched the voice call to a video call. The next moment, Song Zhenghong's 3D projection appeared in front of Jiang Xia. Immediately, Song Zhenghong told Jiang Xia the whole plan without hiding anything. Fu Yan said at the right time, "Jiang Xia, don't feel guilty. The plan is not unchangeable, and it doesn't have to be you." Jiang Xia wholeheartedly supported Song Zhenghong's plan, as he was worried about not having a way to obtain divine energy. Song Zhenghong's plan to use himself as bait coincided with his previous thoughts. Moreover, compared to fighting alone, having Song Zhenghong and Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau standing behind him is undoubtedly safer. "Damn, I'll drink it." However, Jiang Xia did not agree immediately. After pretending to ponder for a moment, she nodded. "Palace Master, I have decided to participate in Director Song's plan. There's no such thing as being a thief for 1,000 days and guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. As long as the Ancient God Spirit Summoning Society in Jiangcheng is not eliminated, it will always be a threat to me. And this is not only for myself, but also for the millions of ordinary people in Jiangcheng." Jiang Xia's words were righteous and awe-inspiring. Her voice even rose a few decibels at the end. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, a smile involuntarily appeared on Song Zhenghong's face. What a good child. It's no wonder he valued Jiang Xia so much before. His judgment was right. This kid is sure to become a pillar of the league in the future. Clearly, this old man has a very strong bias towards Jiang Xia. Fu Yan glanced at Jiang Xia with a strange expression. If he hadn't known all about what Jiang Xia had done before, he might have actually believed her nonsense. Chapter 83 Intention Route. However, I have 2 more requests. Jiang Xia changed the subject. After all, saying nice things doesn't cost money, but working for free is absolutely unacceptable. Fu Yan nodded slightly. Sure enough, he was right. Given this kid's past actions, it would be a miracle if he were to selflessly dedicate himself to people who were not related to him. However, Sang Zhenghong's smile remained unchanged. Tell me about it. Jiang Xia took a deep breath, held up one finger and said, First, I want a spot to enter that newly opened star realm. Sang Zhenghong nodded. That's no problem. Astral exploration requires manpower anyway, so adding you won't be a big deal. Seeing that Sang Zhenghong agreed, Jiang Xia made her second request. Secondly, I hope to get close to the corpses of all the members of the Ancient God Summoning Society. This request puzzled Sang Zhenghong, and Fu Yan also looked at Jiang Xia. Meeting the 2 people's questioning gazes, Jiang Xia raised her right hand and quickly formed a hand seal, activating the Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal. An ancient inscription of the character punishment appeared on my fingertip. This is my martial soul ability. I discovered that this ability can affect the minds of the members of the Ancient God Summoning Society when I was facing them before. Fu Yan and Sang Zhenghong both looked at the ancient inscriptions on Jiang Xia's fingertips with great curiosity. At this moment, Hong Tu also spoke up, saying, Jiang Xia is right. If that 4th-level extreme realm monster hadn't been stunned for a few seconds after being hit by Jiang Xia, it would have taken me a lot of effort to deal with him. Immediately, Sang Zhenghong nodded to Jiang Xia, I can agree to that too. Are there any other requests? Jiang Xia shook her head. He proposed entering the astral realm simply to avoid making his second request seem abrupt. After all, the 9-Star Alliance is currently hostile to the Church of the Evil God, and if he were to reveal that he can absorb divine energy, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Sang Zhenghong had put in a lot of effort in Ji Xiang's case and in the subsequent compensation. Jiang Xia doesn't consider himself a person of high moral character, but he doesn't mind giving back to those who have helped him in any way he can. When Sang Zhenghong saw that Jiang Xia had only made 2 trivial requests, he immediately appreciated her even more. In his view, the 2 requests made by Jiang Xia were more like a formality. Neither the quota for entering the astral plane nor the contact with the corpses of members of the Ancient God Seance were major issues to him. Sang Zhenghong sighed inwardly, what a good kid. At the same time, he decided that regardless of the success or failure of the final plan, he would give Jiang Xia a certain tangible reward. We must not discourage those who have contributed to the alliance. The projection disappeared, and silence returned to the armored vehicle. Actually, if you had made some excessive demands just now, Director Song wouldn't have refused. After all, this plan is practically gambling with your life. Moreover, as the only S-rank member within the Jiangcheng branch of the Starfall Martial Hall, you naturally have a spot to enter that newly opened star realm, Fu Yan said calmly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia was taken aback, then smiled and said, Palace Master, I understand all of this, but some things cannot be measured by money. Besides, didn't you say before that Director Tsang put in a lot of effort in the compensation that the Feng family gave me? What I'm doing now is just returning the favor. Fu Yan nodded calmly, without saying anything more, but a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. While there's nothing inherently wrong with being profit-driven, Jiang Xia's gratitude made Fu Yan realize that he hadn't misjudged her. At the time, Sang Zhenghong did those things simply because he admired Jiang Xia and did them on a whim. But it was no easy feat for Jiang Xia to keep it in mind. The armored convoy continued driving into the city. Half an hour later, at the main entrance of the Wudian building. Jiang Xia, for the rest of the time you should stay at home or focus on your cultivation in the martial hall. Director Song should arrange for someone to protect you in secret, but you can't let your guard down. I have fought against these people from the evil god cult several times. They look no different from ordinary martial artists, but some of their methods are very strange and hard to defend against. You should be careful. Understood, Palace Master. Jiang Xia nodded. Seeing that Jiang Xia had taken his words to heart, Fu Yan stopped arguing and left with Hong Tu-hu and the Martial Hall Tactical Squad. Watching the convoy disappear into the distance, Jiang Xia turned and walked into the Martial Hall building, taking the elevator to her private training room on the 10th floor. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, Jiang Xia's eyes were closed, and a strange aura emanated from her body. His spirit began to gradually approach his physical body on a transcendental level. As time goes by, the spirit and the body grow closer and closer until they completely merge. Just then, a buzzing sound came from the void. The moment Jiang Xia's body and spirit overlapped, they began to entangle with each other. Immediately, a surge of scorching energy flowed into the spirit, and after circulating for one cycle, it returned to the physical body. However, at this moment, the energy was no longer scorching hot, but instead had a cooling sensation. This cycle repeats itself 9 times before finally stopping. If there were a 9th-level martial artist in the training room at this moment, they would see that Jiang Xia's physical body and spirit were radiating a faint golden light. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, the sublimation ends, and the spirit begins to separate from the state of overlap with the physical body. Compared to before the sublimation, the speed at which the spirit leaves the body is now significantly faster. After a while, the spirit and the body completely separated, but 9 thick silk threads connected the two at their heads. Phew! Jiang Xia slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, opened her eyes, and instantly the empty room was electrified. At this moment, he felt as if the world of the past was covered by a black cloth, and now, although the black cloth had not completely disappeared, it was gradually becoming transparent. Jiang Xia knew that this was the increased perception brought about by her mental strength taking another step forward. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and his physical body became several times stronger than before. However, the most crucial element is the special energy generated after the physical body and spirit are sublimated and merged. Jiang Xia's consciousness sank into her sea of consciousness. Not far from the 2 paintings, an ancient-style oil lamp stood quietly, its flame flickering. Although the oil lamp flame looked small, it was exceptionally bright, giving people a sense of vitality and making the lifeless sea of consciousness brighter. This is the greatest benefit of completing the limit-breaking trial and achieving the fusion and sublimation of the physical body and spirit. The root of intention, also known as the root of consciousness, is an important anchor point between the mind and the body. For a martial artist to advance from the 7th to the 8th rank, the most important thing is to cultivate a root of intention within their sea of consciousness. The manifestation of each person's will is different. When one breaks through to the 8th level, a unique secret technique will automatically evolve on the root of intention. Jiang Xia looked at the old-fashioned oil lamp but couldn't find anything special about it at first glance. It seemed that his mind became more active the closer he got to the oil lamp. Unable to figure it out immediately, Jiang Xia quickly gave up. Anyway, his willpower has been born, and he has already reaped the benefits. Chapter 84: A prominent family arrives. According to Hong Tuhu's previous account, the earlier the Yi Gen is born, the greater the benefit to the 8th order evolution of its own secret techniques. Jiang Xia could understand this, since after the 7th level of the Yi root is born, one will immediately break through to the 8th level and evolve one's own secret technique. Those who are born with the root of intention ahead of time have ample time to develop their secret techniques, and the power of those techniques will be even greater. After all, if you're quick in one step, you'll be quick in every step. This is the fundamental reason why there is such a gap in strength between genius martial artists and ordinary martial artists. Immediately, Jiang Xia directed her consciousness directly into the Tao Scroll, the great calamity of the Lich King. With his spiritual power reaching a new level, he wanted to see if he could persist in the Tao Scroll for a longer period and obtain more essence of the great demon's flesh and blood. After a while, consciousness returned. Jiang Xia's body trembled slightly, her face filled with uncontrollable joy. At this moment, 4 drops of blood and flesh essence, like rubies, were floating in his dantian. This enhancement of mental strength indeed greatly increased the time Jiang Xia could endure within the Tao Scroll. The amount of blood and flesh essence harvested has increased from 2 drops to 4 drops. At the same time, the ancient oil lamp transformed from the root of intention in his sea of consciousness gave him an unexpected joy. At this moment, a golden halo flowed around the oil lamp, slowly restoring the large amount of mental energy it had consumed. Jiang Xia estimated that at this recovery speed, it would take about 3 days to restore his mental energy to its peak state, allowing him to enter the Tao Scroll again. Previously, it took him 4 days to recover his mental strength, and that was only possible by practicing the Star Marrow Soul refining technique every night. It should be noted that his mental strength was now significantly higher than before. Logically, the recovery speed should have been much slower, but with the Egan oil lamp, this problem was eliminated. Jiang Xia was radiant at this moment, showing no signs of fatigue despite expending a great deal of mental energy on the Tao Scroll. He seized the opportunity and once again immersed himself in the sea of consciousness, studying the Emperor of the River slaying the dragon painting to hone his spear skills. Night quietly fell, and the stars shone brightly in the sky. Jiang Xia was returning to Yujiangbei Villa in a hovercar. Through the car window, one could still see the dark pillar of light shooting into the sky in the distance, which was even darker than the night sky at that moment. It might be because Fu Yan told him about cognitive blockade during the day. Jiang Xia can now clearly feel that some of the power that was supporting him has disappeared. The most obvious sign is that he can see discussions about Jiangqing Star Realm on the Star Network. And at this moment, one can see the dark pillar of light outside through the energy barrier. He wouldn't have been able to see any of this if the cognitive blockade hadn't reduced some of the forces targeting him. Shortly after, Jiang Xia stepped off the hovercar and entered the villa. Shortly after Jiang Xia disappeared, several figures appeared on the rooftop of the neighboring villa number 9. Grand Steward, this kid is all alone. Should we take action now and avenge Tong Hai? The speaker was a young man whose face was covered with burn scars. At this moment, his tone was angry, and the scars on his face turned blood red due to the surge of blood, making him look particularly ferocious, like a monstrous creature crawling out of hell. Those standing around the young man involuntarily took a step back upon seeing this. The burned youth paid no attention to this, his murderous eyes fixed on the villa in front of him. The person the burned youth referred to as the Grand Deacon was none other than Mu Feng, who had been sent by the gourmet to monitor Jiang Xia. As soon as Jiang Xia was standing unharmed in front of the Marshall Hall building, Mu Feng reported the news that Jiang Xia was still alive to the gourmet. Unsurprisingly, the food critic was furious. Mu Feng originally thought that the enraged gourmet would order Jiang Xia to be killed, but unexpectedly he was only asked to continue monitoring her. Mu Feng turned to look at the burned youth, sighed, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him, "Pangbin, take it easy. Tong Hai didn't die. He just returned to God's embrace before us. You must not act rashly. The gourmet master only gave us orders to monitor him. You know his temper." The burned youth, Pangbin, became even angrier after hearing Mu Feng's words. "Coward." After coldly uttering 2 words, Pangbin led his team members away. Mu Feng watched Pangbin leave, a hint of gloom in his expression. Pangbin, relying on his connections within the guild, has become increasingly unscrupulous, even disregarding him, the Grand Steward. As if he had just thought of something, the gloom in Mu Feng's eyes vanished, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Food connoisseurs are not exactly tolerant people. Time flies like an arrow, passing slowly by. Jiang Xia lived a very peaceful life, going back and forth between the martial arts hall and her home every day. No one from the ancient god Seance society came out to attack him again, as if everything that had happened in the wilderness was just an accident. However, this was clearly the calm before the storm. 3 days later. As usual, Jiang Xia washed up and ate breakfast. But when he was about to head to the martial hall, 20 or 30 people dressed in tight-fitting clothes had already blocked the entrance to the villa. At this moment, the crowd automatically parted to both sides. A tall, robust young man with neat short black hair emerged from the back. He wore a sharp blue imported suit, a tie, and a pair of reflective black leather shoes. The young man smiled at Jiang Xia and extended his right hand. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Chao Yang, and I come from the Chao family in Jiangcheng." Jiang Xia narrowed her eyes slightly, completely ignoring Chao Yang's outstretched hand, and said calmly, "I don't remember having any relationship with the Chao family. Are you planning to kidnap or assassinate me by bringing people to block my door?" Chao Yang withdrew his arm with his smile unchanged, but a sinister glint flashed deep in his eyes. "Mr. Jiang is joking. How could we dare to attack a genius from the martial hall in broad daylight? We are here today only to discuss a business deal with Mr. Jiang." "What, Mr. Jiang, aren't you going to invite me in for a chat?" With her now more powerful mental strength, Jiang Xia accurately sensed that Chao Yang's aura had become particularly cold for a moment. This is enough to prove that the other party has ill intentions. Jiang Xia subtly stepped aside, raising her hand in a gesture of invitation, "Please." He decided to see what Chao Yang was really up to. As for safety, there's no need to worry. If Chao Yang were not acting properly, he would have already been placed under guard by the people Song Zhenghong had arranged near Villa number 8, and there would be no chance for him to be seen. The two sat facing each other in the living room, while the men Chao Yang brought stood straight outside the villa's gate. These people were both giving Chao Yang a show of force and expressing his determination to get things done today. Jiang Xia poured herself a glass of water, took a sip, and completely ignored Chao Yang across from her. This made Chao Yang's eyes twitch. He was annoyed by Jiang Xia's disrespect towards him, and at the same time, he felt even more contempt for Jiang Xia. In Chao Yang's view, it was already a great honor for him to take the initiative to visit the home of someone as lowly as Jiang Xia. Chapter 85 Threat. Jiang Xia didn't hear Chao Yang say another word until she finished her glass of water, and her face immediately turned cold. "If Mr. Chao is not going to speak again, then please leave. My time is precious and I don't have time to waste on you." With that, Jiang Xia put down her water glass and turned to leave. Etc. Chao Yang immediately called out to Jiang Xia. His face was very ugly. He had been at a disadvantage from the beginning, and speaking up this time meant that he had lost the initiative and was completely in a subordinate position in the negotiation. Jiang Xia calmly sat down again, crossing his right leg over his left, leaning lazily against the sofa, his golden eyes staring at Chao Yan without a trace of emotion. He then said calmly, "Mr. Chao, you came to my house so early in the morning, you couldn't possibly expect me to witness your amazing ability to change your expression so quickly, could you?" Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, Chao Yang's chest heaved violently, but he quickly suppressed it. "Mr. Jiang, I am here regarding the S-rank sequence of the Martial Hall." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia immediately became interested and sat up straighter. Then Chao Yang took a deep breath and continued, "As long as Mr. Jiang is willing to give up the Martial Hall S-level sequence, our Chao family and Lei family are willing to offer sufficient compensation." Upon hearing Chao Yang's words, Jiang Xia's lips curled up, a mocking expression appearing on her face. Her golden eyes remained emotionless, but a murderous intent was brewing deep within them. "Go on," Jiang Xia said calmly. "The Starfall Martial Hall, the Rock Martial Hall, and the Azure Dragon Martial Hall each have only one S-rank slot per year. The Chao family of Jiangcheng, the Lei family, the Wang family of Suzhou, the Xiao family, and the Tsin family. Originally, our 5 families had agreed to allow our younger generations to compete fairly within the Martial Hall. Now that you have parachuted in and taken this spot, you have already threatened our interests." "Oh? So, you're going to attack me?" Jiang Xia's expression had turned completely cold at this point. It's not hard to tell from Chao Yang's words that the other party is from the Chao family, one of the 5 aristocratic families. Chao Yang looked at Jiang Xia with admiration in his eyes. "Jiang Xia, you are very good. Although your martial soul is only F level, your outstanding talent and powerful combat strength have proven everything. If you can wait for a major power to nurture you with all its might, your martial arts realm will definitely rise rapidly. I am here on the orders of the old patriarch of the Chao family. One reason is to persuade you to give up your S-level position, and the other is to invite you to join the Chao family. As long as you marry into the Chao family and sign a soul oath, our Chao family will do everything in our power to nurture you. In that case, you will become one of our own. It will be fine for you to continue holding the S rank in the Martial Hall. As for the other 4 families, the Chao family will take care of things for you. Jiang Xia, I have verified your identity information. For an orphan who has been without parents since childhood, marrying into the Chao family should not be an unacceptable thing. As for the soul oath, it is a bond of trust between us. If you grow up and choose to leave the Chao family, wouldn't we be wasting a lot of resources? This is already the greatest sincerity from our Chao family, and rest assured, after you marry into the Chao family, you will definitely marry a direct descendant of the Chao family." It seemed that the Chao family had given Chao Yang immense confidence, and his tone of voice had become condescending. Especially when he suggested that Jiang Xia marry into the Chao family, he made no attempt to hide the contempt in his eyes, as if marrying into the Chao family would be a great honor for Jiang Xia. Actually, Chao Yang didn't say something else. Anyone who has the Chao family's soul oath engraved in their heart will eventually be subtly transformed into a dog of the Chao family. Chao Yang licked his lips. He had already figured out how to deal with Jiang Xia after he had inscribed a soul oath on her. Whether Jiang Xia would refuse was completely outside his consideration. After all, Chao Yang had seen plenty of peasants like Jiang Xia. Just being able to marry a direct descendant of a noble family was enough for those peasants to boast about for a lifetime. After listening to Chao Yang, Jiang Xia clenched her fists, and her arms trembled slightly. Seeing that Jiang Xia remained silent, Chao Yang's expression turned displeased. "Jiang Xia, don't push your luck. It's not like I'm going to let you marry into my family. I'm going to your mom." Before Chao Yang could finish speaking, Jiang Xia rudely interrupted him. After Jiang Xia poured out her heart, she felt her breathing become easier and her hands stopped trembling. Simple foul mouth, ultimate enjoyment. At this moment, after Jiang Xia finished speaking, Chao Yang's face turned ashen, and his eyes revealed murderous intent. "You little bastard, you're asking for death." Boom! A powerful aura of early 5th order cultivation instantly erupted from Chao Yang's body, pressing directly towards Jiang Xia. Chao Yang was not blinded by anger. Regardless, Jiang Xia still has the martial hall standing behind her. Although he couldn't openly make a move, he figured he would just teach him a lesson, and even the martial hall wouldn't do anything to him. After all, it was Jiang Xia who insulted him, a senior martial arts practitioner, first. Thinking of this, Chao Yang's aura intensified again, pressing down on Jiang Xia. Meanwhile, the Pango bloodline flowed within Jiang Xia's body, emitting a shimmering golden light, and the ancient oil lamp formed from the root of intention within her sea of consciousness also shone brightly. At this moment, he was like a cliff with pine trees crashing against the shore, remaining unmoved despite the onslaught of wind and rain. Jiang Xia's golden eyes shone like fire, but her gaze towards Chao Yang was devoid of any emotion. For some reason, when Chao Yang saw those eyes, he suddenly felt a desire to back away, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Chao Yang quickly realized something was wrong and promptly put an end to this absurd idea. He's a fifth-tier martial artist, how could he possibly fear a second-tier ant? However, with this unexpected turn of events, Chao Yang lost interest in targeting Jiang Xia and immediately withdrew his oppressive aura. Chao Yang's expression was gloomy, his eyes were cold, and he said coldly to Jiang Xia, "The weather is unpredictable, and people are subject to misfortune at any time. The martial hall can protect you for a while, but it can't protect you for a lifetime." The Chao and Lei families are prominent families in Jiangcheng, but the Xiao, Wang, and Sun families don't care about the rules of Jiangcheng. I don't need to teach you the principle that too much rigidity leads to breakage, Jiang Xia. I advise you to think carefully about what I'm saying. With that, Chao Yang got up and walked outside. Mr. Chao, I think I've made myself clear. That thing on your shoulder isn't just for decoration, is it? If it doesn't work, you can take it off and throw it into the wilderness for the wild beasts to eat. Just consider it a way to make use of waste. Upon hearing this, Chao Yang paused, turning back to look at Jiang Xia with murderous intent in his eyes. Jiang Xia stared directly at Chao Yang without fear, not at all afraid that he would lose his temper and suddenly attack. He's only at the 5th rank with all his skills employed, escaping wouldn't be difficult, especially since there are martial arts bureau personnel secretly protecting him outside. He. Chao Yang sneered, forcibly suppressing the killing intent in his heart. What a sharp-tongued little bastard. I hope you can be just as stubborn in the future. Snort. Chao Yang snorted coldly, ignored Jiang Xia, and strode away from Villa number 8. Chapter 86 Interest. Jiang Xia watched Chao Yang's departing figure, her eyes sparkling. This was his first real contact with people from martial arts families within the alliance. Jiang Xia felt that her previous assumptions about so-called martial arts families were too conservative. People from martial arts families have a natural disdain and condescension towards those who are not from such families. It's as if people from aristocratic families and ordinary people are two different species. While talking to Chao Yang, Jiang Xia had a strange feeling, as if he had returned to the feudal dynasty of his previous life. Isn't this just another form of supernatural disease? I gathered my thoughts. Although I had been disgusted by someone who came to my door early in the morning, it wasn't all for naught. Jiang Xia's anger points harvested from Chao Yang have exceeded the limit, and her chi points have increased by more than 3,000. Host, Jiang Xia. Realm, mid-second tier 2. Supernatural power, the Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal. Cultivation techniques, mysterious origin cultivation method, 8-9 mysterious technique incomplete, true seed flesh embryo divine treasure method part 1, star marrow soul refining technique, 9-Li weapon forging method volume 1. Martial arts, thunderous mountain suppressing spear perfected, heavenly gang demon subduing fist perfected, Luo Yen startling step perfected. Weapons, array plate. Boundless Dharma realm, god slaying spear. Special, Daoist scroll, the great calamity of the witch and demon, the river god emperor slaying the dragon. Clear chi, 52070. After the last 100 draws, I had over 20,000 Qingqi left. After harvesting emotional points during this period, Qingqi has once again broken through the 50,000 mark. Unfortunately, there is currently no opportunity for anyone to show off their abilities, resulting in a slow increase in chi points. Jiang Xia felt it was time to reveal that he had mastered 2 top-grade human rank martial arts techniques and 1 pseudo-earth rank martial arts technique. The specific steps to maximize emotional value extraction still require careful planning. Then Jiang Xia thought of the threat implied in Chao Yang's words, and a deep, unyielding chill began to boil in the depths of her eyes. Chao Yang is now a 5th-level martial artist. No matter how many tricks he uses, he can't possibly be a match for his opponent. Jiang Xia suppressed his restless thoughts. He still needed to be patient, but it wouldn't take too long. Once he broke through to the 3rd rank and generated source energy within his body, everything would change. By then, Chao Yang and Ji Xiang will not be spared. Jiang Xia left the villa and took a car to the martial hall. Since he can't beat Chao Yang for the time being, he can still collect some interest. The Wudian building has 6 floors. Chao Ran's eyes seemed to spit fire as he stared intently at Jiang Xia in front of him. Lei Wenyu and the other 3 watched this scene in bewilderment. Chao Ran has been with them recently and hasn't provoked Jiang Xia, so why would she suddenly challenge him? My time is precious, Chao Ran, are you going to fight or not? Jiang Xia said impatiently, completely ignoring Chao Ran's murderous glare. At this moment, many members of the martial hall were watching the two confronting each other from a distance, and some had even opened their personal terminals to prepare to take pictures. I bet 1,000 points that Chao Ran wouldn't dare accept the tyrant's challenge. Here's something you might not know, Wang Tong, who served as a cautionary tale, is right next to Chao Ran. It would be a miracle if he could accept that. TSK, look, Chao Ran's face has turned pale with fright. The power of a tyrant is terrifying. Damn, that feels so good. When Chao Ran first came here, he challenged us with deadly force. Now it's finally his turn. At first, the surrounding voices were just quiet discussions, but as time went on, seeing that Chao Ran still dared not accept the challenge, those discussions gradually grew louder. At this moment, not only Chao Ran, but also Lei Wenyu and Xiao Wenshu were in a bad mood. Because they were also there when they were being brutally beaten. Jiang Xia sat languidly on the sofa in the rest area, her emotionless golden eyes fixed on Chao Ran. The surrounding chatter and Jiang Xia standing in front of him put immense pressure on Chao Ran. Once upon a time, he was a noble direct descendant of a prominent family. How could he have suffered such humiliation? But everything changed after Jiang Xia arrived at the martial hall. Jiang Xia stopped urging Chao Ran. He was bound to get a beating today. He had already discerned the individual personalities of Lei Wenyu and the other four. Lei Wenyu, abide by the rules and regulations. Chao Ran is as venomous as a snake, but extremely concerned with saving face. Sun Yao lacks assertiveness and is a typical nobody. Xiao Wenshu. Extremely self-centered and obsessed with swordsmanship. Wang Tong, well, he's also starting to take on a human form. Because Chao Ran was extremely concerned about his image, Jiang Xia was certain that the chances of Chao Ran refusing to challenge her in front of everyone were slim. At this moment, Jiang Xia was closest to Chao Ran and could see the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. TSK, look how much pressure the kids are under. Jiang Xia decided to add fuel to the fire. Chao Ran, if you accept the challenge, I can do without my martial spirit or weapons. Upon hearing this, Chao Ran felt utterly humiliated, but also relieved and secretly hopeful. He studied Jiang Xia carefully after that battle. In Chao Ran's view, Jiang Xia's strong combat power was due to two factors. One was the surge in strength after fusing with her martial soul, and the other was her martial arts skills in spear fighting. Now that Jiang Xia has become arrogant and tied her own hands, Chao Ran feels this is his chance. Alright, I agree to fight you. Jiang Xia smiled coldly to himself. He knew he hadn't misjudged him. The other members of the martial hall who came to watch were filled with contempt for Chao Ran's behavior. They also expressed concern about Jiang Xia's self-imposed limitations. Their concern wasn't whether Jiang Xia could beat Chao Ran, since Jiang Xia must have been very confident to make such a request. Their concern was whether Jiang Xia could defeat Chao Ran in the same way that Wang Tang had done before. Among the 5 A+ grade sequences of the Starfall Martial Hall Jiangcheng branch, Wang Tang and Chao Ran are the least popular. These two arrived last and were extremely ruthless in order to quickly establish their authority. Many members of the martial hall were seriously injured by them on the arena. Before long, Jiang Xia and Chao Ran arrived at the martial hall training ground. Behind them followed a group of martial hall members who were watching the spectacle. Jiang Xia lightly touched the ground with her toes and leaped onto the martial arts stage, looking down at Chao Ran below. Chao Ran took a deep breath and also stepped onto the martial arts stage. After the two players finalized their match information, a semicircular light screen enveloped the entire arena. Immediately, a mechanical voice rang out above the arena. The medical team has arrived. The battle is about to begin. 5, 4, 1. The moment the countdown reached 0, Chao Ran took the lead and launched an attack. Behind him appeared a creature with 7 colored feathers on its forehead, 4 claws on its body, and wings covered with gray-white scales on its sides. It let out a sharp cry and swooped down towards Jiang Xia. SSS level martial soul, golden feathered dragon rock. Chao Ran's martial soul did not enhance the martial soul skills that were fused with him. However, it can be freely controlled to attack enemies, and the strength of the martial spirit is equivalent to its own realm. Chapter 87 Jiangcheng First. Chao Ran and his martial soul, the golden feathered dragon rock, charged toward Jiang Xia, their eyes practically overflowing with excitement. In the last battle, he was defeated by Jiang Xia before he even had a chance to use his martial soul. This time, he learned from his mistake and released his martial spirit at the start of the battle. In a normal one-on-one battle, Chao Ran and his martial soul, the golden feathered dragon rock, would have a significant advantage. After all, having a martial soul of the same level as the original body makes it equivalent to 2 against 1 in battle. In Xiao Ran's view, without using his martial spirit and weapons, Jiang Xia simply couldn't win against him in this state. Closer, even closer. Xiao Ran was only a few steps away from Jiang Xia, but when he looked up and saw Jiang Xia's golden eyes that were devoid of any emotion, a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. Then, he saw Jiang Xia smile. That smile was very bright on Jiang Xia's handsome face, but in Xiao Ran's eyes it seemed like a hideous demon sent to hell. When Xiao Ran saw Jiang Xia's expression, his heart skipped a beat. It's over. Jiang Xia wore a faint smile, but her attacks were swift and brutal. He raised his hand and reached upwards with his 5 fingers, grabbing the golden feather dragon rock's neck in one swift motion, while simultaneously squeezing it tightly with his fingers. A terrifying force instantly surged from his fingers into the entire body of the golden feathered dragon rock. Bang! The golden feathered rock, formed from an SSS-level martial spirit, was crushed by Jiang Xia, its body instantly turning into source energy and dissipating completely. Puff! With his martial spirit severely damaged, Xiao Ran's forward attack halted for a moment, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body weakening. He looked at Jiang Xia, who was walking towards him, with a look of horror. Just as he was about to admit defeat, he suddenly felt a strong hand grab his neck, and a strong feeling of suffocation rushed into his brain. Jiang Xia certainly wouldn't let Xiao Ran off so easily. The scene of Xiao Yang threatening him at his door that morning was still vivid in her mind. He leaned close to Xiao Ran's ear and whispered, "We have no grudges against each other. All our grievances were resolved in the last battle. But your elders shouldn't have come to threaten me. I'm in a bad mood right now. Today is just to collect some interest. After this, we'll play slowly." Bang! Crack! Jiang Xia punched Xiao Ran in the shoulder blade, shattering his bones and causing his entire right arm to explode with the force. Xiao Ran struggled desperately, trying to cry out in pain, but Jiang Xia held her neck tightly, preventing her from making a sound. Bang! Crack! The same method was used on the left arm. The excruciating pain of losing both arms was almost unbearable for Xiao Ran, causing snot and tears to flow incessantly. Jiang Xia released Xiao Ran's neck in disgust, grabbed his hair, and slammed him hard onto the martial arts stage. Bang! 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 3 consecutive violent impacts with the training ground had already caused Xiao Ran's skull to fracture. Just as Jiang Xia was about to make her 4th move, a defensive barrier enveloped Xiao Ran, instantly teleporting her off the stage. The battle lasted less than a minute from start to finish, until Xiao Ran fell. When the members of the Martial Hall's medical team saw Xiao Ran's miserable appearance, they couldn't help but shake their heads. As they left, they gave Jiang Xia a resentful look. On the training stage, Jiang Xia awkwardly touched his nose. It was not his intention to add burden to the medical team, it was just that some people were just asking for trouble. At this moment, the arena was completely silent. Jiang Xia's powerful strength and ferocious fighting deeply shocked the members of the Martial Hall. The tyrant is awesome. I don't know who shouted it first, but others started to echo it. The tyrant is awesome. The tyrant is awesome. Hearing the shouts around her, Jiang Xia's face immediately darkened. If he could find out who was wearing the mask, he would definitely teach the other person a lesson in the art of language. As Jiang Xia stepped off the martial arts stage and was about to leave, Lei Wenyu, along with Xiao Wenshu and several others, stopped him. Jiang Xia narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt that he was too easy to please, and that any Tom, Dick, or Harry dared to block his way. The next instant, Jiang Xia's long-accumulated killing intent and baleful aura surged out from her body. The people who were shouting around the training ground immediately fell silent after sensing this aura, as if someone had grabbed their necks. As for Lei Wenyu and his 3 companions who were directly facing Jiang Xia, their faces turned slightly pale from the impact of this aura. Xin Yao's pretty face was filled with terror. She felt that Jiang Xia was about to suddenly attack and kill them all. Lei Wenyu forced himself to speak. Despite his discomfort, "Jiang Xia, we're not here to cause you trouble. We just want to know what Xiao Ran did to offend you that made you resort to such drastic measures?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia immediately withdrew her imposing aura, and her expression returned to its languid state. He looked at Lei Wenyu, and seeing that the other party really didn't know the reason, he recounted what had happened that morning. "According to what Xiao Yang said, several other prominent families will come to me next. Don't worry, your good days are yet to come." After speaking, Jiang Xia looked intently at Xin Yao, Wang Tong, and Xiao Wenshu. Xiao Yang told him that these 3 people did not belong to the local powerful families, but came from Suzhou, and were the greatest threat to him. Jiang Xia then left the training ground without looking back. Lei Wenyu watched Jiang Xia leave, opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Although they are all direct members of the family, they have no way to interfere with certain decisions made by the family. Lei Wenyu took a deep breath and said to Xiao Wenshu and the other two, "Get ready, our fate will probably be no better than Chao Ran's." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenshu frowned and gripped his long sword tightly, while Sun Yao trembled slightly and looked distressed. Wang Tang's face turned ashen, and he sighed helplessly. If he could, he would not want to go through that kind of pain again. Lei Wenyu's expression was equally unpleasant. Jiang Xia's strength was beyond their reach. The fact that the opponent could instantly defeat Chao Ran in his prime without using his martial spirit or weapon is enough to prove that Jiang Xia has become the top student in Jiangcheng this year. Although both the Panshir Martial Hall and the Zonglong Martial Hall have one S-rank seed this year, they are far inferior to Jiang Xia. Lei Wenyu could only sigh helplessly. On her way to her private training room, Jiang Xia looked at the Qing Qi, which had risen again, with a smile on her face. It was truly worth all the trouble he went through to put on this show. The reason why so many Martial Hall members were able to gather on the 6th floor of the Martial Hall was entirely due to his deliberate actions. Jiang Xia started making a scene as soon as she entered the Martial Hall, asking everyone she met about Chao Ran's location, which attracted many Martial Hall members who loved watching the excitement. Clean air point, 56,300. This time, his chi value increased by more than 4,000 points. Jiang Xia then sighed. He spent a lot of time and effort to gain more than 4,000 Qingqi points, while he gained more than 3,000 Qingqi points just by provoking Chao Yang in the morning. Sure enough, if you want to obtain a large amount of qi in a short period of time, you still have to focus on those powerful individuals. Chapter 88: The so-called aristocratic families. In the following days, representatives from the other 4 major families would visit them every day. In the end, all these aristocratic families received were rejections, and they were even driven half to death by Jiang Xia during the negotiations. Jiang Xia was thoroughly enjoying this, and he even wanted these aristocratic families to come more often. It's estimated that it won't be long before his chi value breaks through the 100,000 mark again. Compared to the happy and carefree Jiang Xia, the days of Lei Wenyu and the others in the Martial Hall have been bleak and dull. If you enter the special ward of the Martial Hall, you can see 5 figures lying quietly in the life support cabin. Their eyes were vacant, staring blankly at the ceiling. During this time, a medical team from the Martial Hall checked on Lei Wenyu's condition. When they saw those 5 numb eyes, they couldn't help but shake their heads. After Lei Wenyu and the others were challenged and seriously injured by Jiang Xia, the powerful families behind them stopped coming to Jiang Xia's door. Fu Yan also knew about this matter. After asking Jiang Xia for the reason, he stopped paying attention to it. After all, it was just serious injury, and no one was killed. Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau, Director's Office. Song Zhenghong frowned as he looked at the plan for opening up a new star realm in the wilderness. He had guessed that the Martial Arts Bureau would be infiltrated by local powerful families and other forces, but he didn't expect it to be so riddled with holes. Based on just a few astral development plans in front of him, he could see the shadows of many forces in Jiangcheng. Song Zhenghong sighed, leaned back in his chair, and rubbed his temples. Managing the extraordinary affairs of a city is no easier than fighting his way through the stars. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the director's office. Enter. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall, slender young man with sharp black suits, striking eyebrows, and bright eyes entered through the door. The young man approached Song Zhenghong, bowed slightly, and reported, "Chief, we have been protecting Jiang Xia in the shadows these past few days. Apart from some people from aristocratic families coming to our door, we have not found any trace of the ancient god spirit descent society. However, the subordinates of the owner of the villa next to Jiang Xia's residence found it very suspicious, but after checking his information, everything was normal." Song Zhenghong sat up and nodded. "I understand." He then instructed, "Keep an eye on it. Since you think the owner of that villa is suspicious, send more people. Xiaojie, you have never fought those evil cults head-on, but you must have heard about their endless stream of strange methods. We must be on guard. That little guy trusts me and is willing to risk his life to be the bait. I can't let him down. Give the order that Jiang Xia's life must be guaranteed. If necessary, even if it means abandoning the current achievements and exposing all of you, it is worth it." Chai Xiaojie nodded in agreement, and at the same time became even more curious about Jiang Xia. He had been by Song Zhenghong's side for 10 years and had never seen the other party appreciate a young man so much. Immediately, Chai Xiaojie recalled the events of the past few days, and hesitated several times before speaking. Song Zhanghong, who was handling official business, looked up at the other person and said irritably, "If you have something to say, then spit it out." "What, you've only been away from the front lines for a few years and you've already forgotten everything I taught you?" Chai Xiaojie was taken aback. Since Song Zhanghong came to Jiangcheng to serve as the director of the Martial Arts Bureau, he had rarely shown his rough side. So much so that he almost forgot that the person in front of him had once terrified the alien races on the astral battlefield, and even dared to sit on a pile of corpses to drink and eat meat. Chai Xiaojie took a deep breath and said, "Teacher, those aristocratic families sent people to find Jiang Xia, which is obviously not a friendly move. Now that Jiang Xia has refused their demands, they may secretly take action against her. Moreover, the most important thing is that Jiang Xia is too young. You and I have both experienced the methods of aristocratic families. I am worried that Jiang Xia will fall into their trap and affect the subsequent plans against the ancient gods to send society." Although Song Zhanghong said that if Jiang Xia's life was threatened, the original plan could be abandoned. However, Chai Xiaojie still hoped to carry out the original plan as much as possible. This was his first time leading a team on a mission, and he didn't want to give up halfway. Song Zhanghong looked at his disciple in front of him, and after a long while, seeing Chai Xiaojie's uneasy expression, he revealed a kind smile. Raising his hand and pointing at Chai Xiaojie, Song Zhanghong said with a smile, "You actually still remember that I am your teacher. I've been calling you director every day for the past few years. I thought you had forgotten." Upon hearing this, Chai Xiaojie scratched his head sheepishly. Then Song Zhanghong's voice turned serious. "Xiaojie, just focus on doing what I've told you. As for those aristocratic families, if they don't behave themselves and make some underhanded moves, our palace master Fu is not one to suffer. And you don't need to worry about Jiang Xia either. From being suppressed and voluntarily dropping out of school to becoming an S-rank student in the Starfall Martial Hall, that kid is very smart. Xiaojie, when it comes to making a living, you're really not as good as that kid. Alright, go and get to work." After saying that, Song Zhanghong waved to Chai Xiaojie. Chai Xiaojie bowed slightly, turned around, and pushed open the door to leave. He didn't refute his teacher's words because he knew that his teacher had never made a mistake in judging people. After Chai Xiaojie left, the director's office fell silent again, with only the sound of pens scratching on paper. Despite the advanced technology of the Nine-Star Alliance, its middle and senior management still use pen and paper for work records. This is because it can effectively improve the level of confidentiality. A moment later, Song Zhanghong put down his pen, got up and went to the window, looking at the still dark pillar of light in the distance. Each time a star realm is opened, the strange phenomena last for 20 days, and to this day no one has figured out why. The three martial gods entered the black pillar of light when the 9th level star realm was opened, but they gained nothing. It was as if this was just an announcement that an astral plane had appeared here. Immediately, Song Zhanghong recalled the various events, big and small, that had occurred recently, and couldn't help but sigh. But then his expression turned cold and solemn, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. In the past few days, he has granted those aristocratic families the right to develop the star realm, in accordance with the orders issued by the committee. He had thought that the other party would be grateful to the alliance for this, or at the very least, they would consider his reputation as the local martial arts bureau chief and restrain themselves. But as it turns out, he was wrong, terribly wrong. These powerful families had long been aware of what was happening at the top of the alliance through their own channels. Therefore, the aristocratic families held a natural attitude towards the alliance, relaxing restrictions on their right to explore the astral plane. Song Zhanghong narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't believe that such a change of events was not caused by the instigation of the top martial arts families within the Nine-Star Alliance. Since the emergence of so-called aristocratic families in the feudal era, these families have been restless. In ancient feudal dynasties, some rulers carved out their own territories and disobeyed imperial orders. In modern times, it has been disguised as law-abiding behavior, using the monopoly of resources as capital. Entering the era of martial arts transcendence, they went even further, blocking extraordinary knowledge, monopolizing extraordinary resources, eliminating dissidents, and stifling young martial arts geniuses. Chapter 89 Arena Competition. All these factors combined make these powerful families a veritable cancer to the alliance. However, Song Zhanghong knew that it was simply unrealistic to completely eliminate the powerful families. Each top martial artist has a lifespan of several hundred years. As long as they do not perish, a mere 100 years is enough for them to form a network of interests around them, which is the rudimentary form of a powerful family. The three great martial gods are no exception. The Supreme Council is an extension of their consciousness. It can be said that the Supreme Council is now the largest family within the alliance. This war, which gradually came to the forefront from the shadows, is essentially a struggle between the Alliance and other martial arts families for resources. Regardless of which side wins or loses, the overall strength of the 9-star alliance will inevitably suffer a severe blow. Song Zhenghong recalled the message that his old friend, who worked on the Supreme Committee, had sent him not long ago. Perhaps the situation between the alliance and the powerful families will ease soon. Song Zhenghong's gaze as he looked at the distant sky gradually became obscure and inscrutable. 2 days later, the night was as dark as ink and the stars shone brightly. Jiang Xia had just come out of her private training room when she received a message from Fu Yan. "Come to my office." Jiang Xia was somewhat surprised, not expecting Fu Yan to still be in the martial hall so late. Judging from the looks of it, it seems the other person was waiting for him on purpose. After returning from outside the city, Fu Yan became elusive, appearing and disappearing without a trace, as did Hong Tu-Hu. Jiang Xia shut down her personal terminal and took the elevator to the 15th floor of the Wudian building. The door to the palace master's office was wide open, and Jiang Xia knocked and went inside. Upon seeing Hong Tu-Hu sitting opposite Fu Yan, Jiang Xia nodded to the latter. During this time, he could tell that the two had a very close relationship. Hong Tu-Hu raised his hand to greet Jiang Xia, then said with a smile, "It's been a few days, and you've done quite a lot in the martial hall. I heard those 5A+ sequence members are still lying in their life support pods." "This is just a small counterattack in self-defense," Jiang Xia said calmly. He didn't think Fu Yan would punish him for this. Jiang Xia then looked at Fu Yan and asked, "I wonder what important matter the palace master has summoned me for." "Regarding the development of the astral plane." As he spoke, Fu Yan casually handed the documents in front of him to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia took the document and began to read it. According to the latest policy issued by the Alliance, half of the resources obtained from this level 4-star boundary will belong to the Alliance, while the other half will be freely distributed by the Jiangqing forces. During this period, various forces have been fighting each other openly and secretly, with people's brains clashing like dogs, and some have even paid a price to lure in forces from other cities. The day before yesterday, Director Tsang convened the leaders of the major forces in Jiangqing to discuss a reasonable allocation plan. Now, the debate has begun again regarding the first batch of slots to enter the Star Realm. The most valuable period for each newly opened astral plane is when it has not yet been developed, because at this time, various resources and rare treasures are easier to find. In the end, Director Tsang made the final decision that the younger generation of martial artists from various forces would compete in a martial arts tournament, and the winner would be the first to enter the Star Realm. Our 3 martial halls will naturally participate as well. The competition will be held tomorrow at the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Then Jiang Xia, you will lead the team tomorrow. Jiang Xia put down the documents in her hand and said with a troubled expression, "Palace Master, can I not go? Besides, I already have that spot to enter the astral plane, I can't take another one." "I doubt anyone would agree." "Heh, what do you think?" Fu Yan sneered. "Of course, if you have a way to get those 5A+ level sequence members from our martial hall who are currently lying in life support pods to stand in front of me perfectly intact tomorrow, I can agree to your request." After speaking, Fu Yan looked calmly at Jiang Xia, while his right hand rhythmically tapped the table. Jiang Xia wanted to say something more, but upon seeing this scene, she shuddered and quickly nodded in agreement to lead the team to the Azure Dragon Martial Hall the next day. Hong Tu stood up and patted Jiang Xia on the shoulder with a smile. "You kid, if you had gone easy on those brats from the 5 worlds, the palace master wouldn't have made you waste your time as the team leader." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia's face became even more miserable. This time, he knew what it meant to reap what you sow. For someone like him who urgently wants to improve his strength, wasting time on such things is tantamount to slow suicide. Then Fu Yan looked at Jiang Xia and continued, "There's one more thing. Tomorrow in the martial arts competition, you need to participate and help the martial hall secure 5 spots. Do you have any questions?" "No." Jiang Xia shook her head decisively. It was obvious who those 5 spots were for. Since she couldn't fight City Hall, Jiang Xia had no choice but to accept her fate. After all, a wise man submits to circumstances, and judging from Hong Tu-Hu's furious, eager anticipation, this was a good sign. If he refuses, he'll probably be dragged into the gravity chamber on the spot for a real man's battle. Fu Yan gave Jiang Xia an approving look. This is an affirmation of Jiang Xia's incredible ability to change her expression at lightning speed. Fu Yan then waved to Jiang Xia, shooing her away, clearly indicating that Jiang Xia was no longer needed there. Jiang Xia's face darkened. He was all too familiar with this tactic of using people when they needed them and discarding them when they didn't. After all, that's how he treated Zhao Xiong before, but he didn't expect to be hit by 2 boomerangs in a row today. Back to Villa number 8. Jiang Xia sat on the bed, frowning as she pondered tomorrow's martial arts competition. Since there's no way to resist, then all you can do is enjoy it. He wants to maximize his benefits, and usually, the winner of such a competition will arouse the emotions of the surrounding audience to some extent. Suddenly, Jiang Xia's eyes lit up as he recalled the contents of a document he had recently read. The participants in this competition were not only the newcomers who had entered the martial arts world, but also the family members that various forces in Jiangcheng had called back from the martial arts university. There are 3 levels of martial artists participating in the competition: 2nd tier, 3rd tier, and 4th tier. Jiang Xia suddenly felt that this martial arts competition had great potential. Without activating the soul fusion state, he was 100% confident of defeating any martial artist below the 4th rank. As for a martial artist at the early stage of the 4th rank, he is not without the ability to fight. As for mid-stage 4th tier martial artists, Jiang Xia can also secure a victory after activating the soul fusion state. However, due to the duration of the soul fusion, he could only fight one battle. As for forcibly reactivating the soul fusion state, Jiang Xia felt it was unnecessary. After all, he would be entering the Star Realm after the competition, where the situation was unknown. Moreover, those who had previously ventured into Jiangcheng to investigate did not discover which alien race was connected to the other end of the Star Realm. Jiang Xia felt it was necessary to conserve her strength to deal with unexpected situations. He wasn't so arrogant as to think he was invincible at the 4th rank. Most importantly, there will be members of the Lei and Chao families entering the Star Realm this time, which makes it hard to feel at ease. He needs to be on guard. Chapter 90: Provocation. The following day, at the Martial Hall building, Jiang Xia, dressed in the black Starfall Martial Hall uniform, stood straight in front of the main entrance of the Martial Hall. He glanced down at his personal terminal, then looked back at the empty space behind him, and sighed helplessly. No wonder Fu Yan told him yesterday to lead the team to Tsanglong. So he was the only one from the Starfall Martial Hall competing for a spot in the Star Realm. A moment later, Jiang Xia glanced down at the time on her personal terminal again. It was already 9 a.m., the agreed meeting time from yesterday. After confirming that he was indeed the only one there, Jiang Xia did not hesitate any longer and opened the armored vehicle door in front of her and got in. Hong Tu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, seeing Jiang Xia get into the car expressionlessly, he chuckled and said, "I told you to get in the car first and we'd go straight to the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, but you wouldn't listen and insisted on waiting. Now you know how inhuman that bastard Fu Yan is, right?" Jiang Xia nodded in deep agreement. His guess was right, the heart of the palace master was indeed black when cut open. Hong Tu was surprised to find someone who shared his thoughts, so he poured out his grievances to Jiang Xia along the way. Fu Yan and Hong Tu were very close friends. They were classmates from Wugao to Wudu, and after graduation, they even joined forces to explore the Star Realm for quite some time. As Jiang Xia listened to Fu Yan's various deeds, her cheeks twitched repeatedly, and she gained a deeper understanding of Fu Yan. He felt that in order to avoid ending up in a miserable state like Hong Tu, it was necessary to take precautions. The 3 martial arts halls in Jiangcheng are not too far apart from each other. The armored vehicle arrived at its destination after traveling for more than 10 minutes. Jiang Xia got out of the car and walked straight towards the gate of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. As soon as I entered the Martial Hall, a voice with a mocking tone rang out. "Halt! Where did this scoundrel come from? You think you can just walk into the Azure Dragon Martial Hall?" Jiang Xia looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall, slender boy with fiery red hair walking towards him. He glanced at the other person's grey-blue Azure Dragon Martial Hall uniform, then at his own black Starfall Martial Hall uniform. Jiang Xia nodded almost imperceptibly. "I recognize them by their eyes. They were here to cause trouble." He stopped, intending to see what tricks the other party could pull. At the same time, he was thinking about where he had offended the people of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. The red-haired boy stopped 3 steps away from Jiang Xia, staring at her with an unfriendly expression. "Will you go out by yourself, or should I help you out?" As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall following behind the red-haired youth all glared fiercely at Jiang Xia. They naturally noticed the Starfall Martial Hall uniform on Jiang Xia's body. But so what? The person in front of them had a powerful background within the Martial Hall, so it was no big deal for him to take action against 1 or 2 ordinary members of the Martial Hall. Jiang Xia ignored the other person's words, looked the red-haired boy up and down, then chuckled and asked, "Are you sure you don't know who I am?" "Kid, I don't care who you are. How dare you talk to Brother Hua like that? You're asking for trouble." Hua Su's face darkened upon hearing this, and he turned around to glare at the underling who had spoken. But just as I turned my head again, a blur flashed past my eyes, followed by a muffled groan from behind, and then the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Huasu turned around with difficulty and saw the underling who had scolded Jiang Xia earlier clutching his neck and rolling on the ground. He quickly realized what was happening and his expression immediately turned furious. He looked at Jiang Xia with icy eyes and questioned loudly, "How dare you injure someone in Sanglong? Is this how the instructors of Xingyun Martial Hall usually teach you?" Jiang Xia casually straightened her sleeves, glanced at Huasu with disdain, and chuckled softly, "Why aren't you pretending anymore? I thought you really didn't know my identity." Feeling Jiang Xia's disdainful gaze, Huasu's chest heaved violently. For so many years, he has never been treated with such contempt since he was born. Even the martial arts instructors spoke to him politely, so why was this country bumpkin giving him that kind of look? At this moment, the faces of the people who were originally standing behind Huasu no longer showed their previous arrogant and fierce expressions. Instead, they all looked at Jiang Xia with fear in their eyes. The person who dared to make a move in the Azure Dragon Martial Hall must be either insane or have a powerful background like Huasu. But no matter what, it proves that the person in front of them is not someone they can afford to offend. They don't have a background like Huasu's. Soon, what happened in the Azure Dragon Martial Hall attracted the attention of many people, all of whom were there to participate in the Star Realm quota competition. Huasu noticed that more and more people were gathering around, and he knew things were going badly. He couldn't let things drag on any longer. Making a big fuss wouldn't do him any good either. But he didn't want to let Jiang Xia off the hook so easily. In a flash, Huasu seemed to have thought of something and reached out to grab Jiang Xia's shoulder. "How dare you injure someone inside the Azure Dragon Martial Hall? Come with me." Huasu's expression was ferocious. A bird-like martial spirit flashed behind him, its 5 fingers forming claws, and a fierce wind blew. Huasu had clearly used not only his martial spirit ability in this attack, but also some kind of high-grade claw-type martial technique. Upon seeing this, the disdainful expression on Jiang Xia's face vanished instantly, replaced by indifference and coldness. He originally considered that this was the Azure Dragon Martial Hall and didn't want to make a big fuss. Now that the other party is being ungrateful, he no longer needs to restrain himself. Jiang Xia lightly raised her right hand and casually swung it, her fist meeting the incoming claw strike. Bang! The fist and claw stopped less than half a meter apart. At this moment, 2 tall figures were standing beside Jiang Xia and Huasu, each holding one of their wrists. When Jiang Xia saw that the person who came was Hong Tuhu, she took the initiative to loosen her fist and dissipate the force. Hong Tuhu released Jiang Xia's wrist and smiled helplessly. He hadn't expected Fu Yan to guess correctly. This kid was indeed a restless fellow. Huasu looked at the Sanglong Martial Hall instructor beside him with a grim expression. He recognized the person as his practical class teacher, Ma Feng. He felt depressed, but he didn't insist on attacking Jiang Xia and deliberately dispersed the power in his hands. Huasu may have connections, but he's not qualified to challenge this mentor. Seeing Huasu take the initiative to back down, Ma Feng's expression softened. He then looked down at the fallen member of the martial hall, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He quickly bent down to check, and his expression turned extremely ugly as he removed the other person's hand from their neck. Those watching saw the bloody wound on the neck of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall member, whose Adam's apple and trachea had been shattered by external force. The way these people who came to participate in the competition looked at Jiang Xia changed immediately, and many of them had a hint of fear in the depths of their eyes. They never expected that Jiang Xia, who seemed harmless, would be so decisive and ruthless in her actions. At this moment, Huasu and his other followers also understood why their companion had remained silent after being knocked down by Jiang Xia. They initially thought Jiang Xia hadn't hit hard enough, but it turned out they didn't even have a chance to make a sound. Chapter 91 Ignoring. Ma Feng stood up and instructed the few Sanglong Martial Hall members who were still in a daze to take the person on the ground for treatment. The lackeys, no longer concerned with currying favor with Huasu, quickly helped their companion up as instructed by Ma Feng and hurriedly headed towards the depths of the martial hall. If someone observes closely, they will notice that these people's bodies are trembling. Jiang Xia's ruthless methods instilled fear in them. They had never seen such a person before. In the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, even the battles on the training stage are limited to a point. I've never encountered anyone like Jiang Xia who goes straight for the kill. If Jiang Xia had used more force, it wouldn't have been just a broken vocal cord, her entire neck would have snapped. Huasu took a deep breath, then looked at Jiang Xia with a scrutinizing gaze, realizing that he might have underestimated her. Ma Feng was also looking at Jiang Xia with a cold gaze, then shifted his gaze to Hong Tu, who's standing to the side. "Your Excellency, Is this how the Starfall Martial Hall trains its warriors? To attack and severely injure our warriors without any reason, do you think the Azure Dragon Martial Hall is easy to bully? Hong Tu stepped forward and looked directly into Ma Feng's eyes, completely fearless. Hee, before you say that, do you want to ask what this kid next to you has done? Our Starfall Martial Hall will not provoke trouble, but we have no reason to back down when we are bullied. Upon hearing this, Ma Feng glanced at Huasu and saw that the other party's gaze was evasive and he dared not look directly at him, so he had already guessed most of what had happened. He was somewhat aware of the students' usual behavior. However, as an instructor at the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, Ma Feng obviously couldn't help outsiders. He continued with a gloomy expression, even so, are you completely without fault? And this is no excuse for your arbitrary actions. No one can disregard the rules of the Martial Hall. Seeing that the other party was being unreasonable, Hong Tu's face also turned cold. Then how do you want to resolve this? Ma Feng slowly uttered two words, apologize. He didn't want to escalate the situation further, so he offered a way out. In Ma Feng's view, simply making the boy apologize is a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Hong Tu looked at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia glanced indifferently at Ma Feng, then said to Hong Tu, Master Hong, it's time for us to enter. After saying that, Jiang Xia walked past the two people in front of her and headed towards the elevator, completely ignoring Ma Feng, who was on the verge of exploding in rage. Hong Tu smiled helplessly, shrugged at Ma Feng, and followed Jiang Xia's footsteps. Huasu's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Jiang Xia to be so arrogant, daring to completely disregard the words of the martial hall instructor. He then looked at Ma Feng and said indignantly, Master Ma, are we just going to let him go like this? At this moment, Ma Feng's face was so gloomy it could drip water, and the smile in his eyes when he looked at Huasu was gone. Huasu, now that you've joined the martial hall, everything you do must prioritize the interests of the martial hall, not become someone else's tool. Since the Lei family took the initiative to contact you, you should go to the palace master and explain the whole story clearly. Upon hearing this, Huasu trembled, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. He knew the palace master's methods, and the other party deeply despised martial arts families. If they found out he had made contact with the outside world, the consequences would be. Thinking of this, Huasu couldn't help but shudder. Seeing Huasu's expression, Ma Feng shook his head helplessly, then ignored him and left. The elevator descended to the second basement level of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Jiang Xia walked out and saw a series of high platforms that rose one after another, with an open space in the center that was as big as 2 or 3 football fields. The entire arena was reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum of the past. Jiang Xia followed the guidance of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall attendant to the viewing area of the Starfall Martial Hall and sat down. Looking around, it was clear that many forces had already entered the scene. Compared to the dozens of people in other forces, the Starfall Martial Hall appeared quite shabby. Many people noticed that only 2 people from the Starfall Martial Hall had arrived, and they were all talking quietly to each other. Jiang Xia propped her cheek with her right hand, leaning back lazily in her chair, and asked casually, Master Hong, do you know the identity of that red-haired boy just now? This is my first time at the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, so I shouldn't have offended anyone. Hong Tu looked at Jiang Xia in surprise, and said in an incredulous tone, you don't even know who he is? Jiang Xia looked at Hong Tu blankly, this, should I know? Hong Tu raised his hand to his forehead and said helplessly, Jiang Xia, besides cultivating, you should also pay more attention to the situation outside. That red-haired boy is named Huasu. He is an S-rank student from the Jiangcheng Sanlong Martial Hall this year. He and Mu Yun from the Panchur Martial Hall may both be your opponents during the martial arts exam. Jiang Xia nodded to indicate that she understood, then her expression turned serious as she asked, then, Master Hong, will they be able to break through to the 4th level before the college entrance examination? Upon hearing this, Hong Tu was slightly taken aback, unsure of what Jiang Xia meant by asking this question, but he still replied seriously, that's definitely impossible. Without a great opportunity, let alone breaking through to the 4th rank, they would already be considered geniuses among geniuses if they could break through to the 2nd rank before the martial arts exam. Look, since you've already said it's impossible, what do I have to worry about? Knowing or not knowing these 2 people's information won't affect the final result, Jiang Xia said nonchalantly, leaning back in her chair. Hong Tu was about to retort, but then he stroked his chin and thought about it carefully. You know what, you really have to admit, it's fucking true. With Jiang Xia's current exaggerated combat power, she would be considered a top-tier player in previous martial arts examinations in Zhongbei province. Not to mention that there is still more than a month until the martial arts exam, so Jiang Xia has plenty of time and room for further improvement. By then, Jiang Xia's actual combat strength will soon reach the level of being invincible at the 4th rank, and she will even be able to compete with a martial artist at the early stage of the 5th rank. Ever since learning that Jiang Xia had wiped out an entire Arbiter squad with mid-stage 4th tier combat power, he had been completely overwhelmed. Hong Tu now has a blind confidence in Jiang Xia. Thinking of this, Hong Tu also followed Jiang Xia's example, relaxing his whole body and leaning back in his chair. Surprisingly, it's quite comfortable this way. Jiang Xia glanced at Hong Tu and said, "Master Hong, you still haven't told me how I offended that Huasu." Hong Tu rolled his eyes and said, "If you don't know about this, how would I know? The S-rank data of the Martial Hall are all top secret. No one except the high-ranking members of the Martial Hall has the right to view them. Your data is no exception. However, this secrecy only applies to those who joined the Martial Hall. As for the information about those who joined the Martial Hall before, it is still possible to find it if you look carefully." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia's eyes lit up immediately. She realized that coming to the Martial Hall was the right decision. He had long been dissatisfied with those people's ability to easily access his information. After all, that feeling made him feel like he wasn't wearing any clothes, and nobody would like that. Chapter 92 Dual Mastery of Sword and Blade. As the start time of the Star Realm qualification tournament drew near, various forces entered the arena one after another. However, many people in the martial arts arena would occasionally glance at the two figures in the audience of the Starfall Martial Hall. Compared to the serious preparations of the major powers, Hong Tu and Jiang Xia seemed to be on vacation. With the empty audience seats behind them, it was hard for them not to attract attention. Jiang Xia remained unmoved by the gazes directed at her. If it weren't for Fu Yan's request, he wouldn't have come to participate in this so-called martial arts competition at all. However, seeing the steadily increasing chi value on the system panel, Jiang Xia suddenly became less resistant. "Master Hong, I checked the rules of this competition before. It stipulates that each person can only get one spot. Obviously, the palace master must know this rule. So how can I take away 5 spots?" Jiang Xia asked. Hong Tu didn't even bother to open his eyes and replied directly, "That bastard Fu Yan naturally has his own methods. I guess he should send us a message when the competition starts, telling us exactly what to do." After saying that, Hong Tu opened his eyes a crack and gave Jiang Xia a mysterious smile. "Just watch, our temple master is probably up to something again. You're in deep trouble now." Upon hearing Hong Tu's words, Jiang Xia's face darkened, because he had a premonition that what the other party said might come true. This completely shattered Fu Yan's image in Jiang Xia's mind. Jiang Xia stroked her chin, pondering when exactly Fu Yan started acting like a monster. He then recalled that he had gone to Fu Yan to tell him that he wanted to find a teacher in the martial hall, and Fu Yan had recommended Hong Tu. Although it was ultimately his own choice, upon closer reflection, Fu Yan was also subtly influencing him at the time. The thought of Hong Tu's training methods and the days he was brutally beaten by him made him feel terrible. Jiang Xia couldn't help but think about one thing: could the Starfall Martial Hall be full of people like Fu Yan and Hong Tu? Or is it a tradition to sabotage promising juniors? Jiang Xia, who was deep in thought, suddenly noticed a malicious gaze directed at him. Following his senses, he saw Huasu staring at him with a gloomy expression from the audience not far away. Jiang Xia met Huasu's gaze with a disdainful smile. He immediately closed his eyes, his consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness, and began to comprehend the dragon-slaying diagram to hone his spear technique. Huasu was taken aback by Jiang Xia's actions, and then flew into a rage. His gaze as he stared at Jiang Xia seemed to spit fire, while he thought to himself, "Jiang Xia, you're nothing but a peasant, yet you've insulted me time and time again. Today I will avenge you." Then Huasu looked at a short-haired girl with an oval face next to him. "Zhongmin, how's the investigation I asked you to do?" Zhongmin helplessly spread her hands and said, "We can't find anything." You should know how tight the Martial Hall's blockade of S-level sequence information is. What we can find now is still the same old stuff. Thinking of Jiang Xia's attitude towards him earlier, Huasu said resentfully, "I don't believe that he defeated that third-level martial artist with his own strength. He must have used something external." Zhongmin nodded in deep agreement and said, "That is indeed highly likely." After all, no one was present when Jiang Xia defeated the third-level martial artist, and no one knows what happened. However, Jiang Xia's combat strength is indeed formidable. Even if there is doubt that he can defeat a third-tier martial artist, it is an indisputable fact that he can easily defeat multiple second-tier extreme realm martial artists. Huasu scoffed and said, "What kind of martial artists are those hyenas in the wilderness? They not only lack high-level martial arts and techniques, but they haven't even built their own combat system, let alone their martial spirit abilities, which are barely better than trash. Zhong Min opened her mouth, wanting to refute Huasu, saying that not all of the wilderness hunters were completely useless. Seeing the other party's expression of wanting to tear Jiang Xia to pieces, he swallowed back the words that were about to come out. Zhong Min then said, Jiang Xia has now joined the martial hall, and his last shortcoming has been overcome. The only thing he lacks now is the systematic training he received from a young age. He is likely inferior to you in terms of martial arts skills and techniques. You can start from this aspect when you fight him. Huasu nodded and smiled confidently. He has not only grasped the basic form of the sword technique, but has also mastered the top-grade human-level martial art 8 Directions illusion sword to perfection. It was precisely because of this that he was able to gain the favor of the Hall Master of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. But then Huasu remembered what the Palace Master had said not long ago, and his expression immediately turned from sunny to gloomy. The Palace Master was very blunt: if he is found to be in private contact with aristocratic families again, his S-rank status will be revoked. Huasu had no doubt that the Palace Master would do such a thing. His family had told him before that the new Palace Master was someone who couldn't tolerate any nonsense. The Lei family, Jiang Xia, Huasu murmured to himself. How could he not know that the Lei family had come to his door specifically to tell him that Jiang Xia had beaten Lei Wenyu to the point of near death in order to use him as a weapon against Jiang Xia? These people dared not directly attack the Martial Hall's S-rank sequence, but they had no qualms about having another S-rank sequence take action. Ultimately, these are all internal matters of the 3 major martial halls. Huasu wasn't stupid, he naturally knew all this, but he was willing to give everything for Lei Wenyu. The thought of Lei Wenyu lying in the life support pod with his bones shattered made Huasu unable to control his murderous intent towards Jiang Xia. Zhong Min, who was sitting next to Huasu at this moment, could clearly sense the change in Huasu's aura, but she had no intention of dissuading him. After all, if this lovesick woman loses her S-rank status because of this, her opportunity will come. Zhong Min glanced at the other 4 people without showing any emotion. She believed they all shared the same thoughts as her. Ha, you all arrived very early. Are you already impatient? The person arrived before the voice. Then a group of people walked out of the training ground passage. At the head of the line was a burly middle-aged man. Behind him, a step behind, stood 2 cold-faced youths, one holding a knife and the other a sword. At this moment, many forces in the training grounds showed obvious disgust in their eyes when they saw this team. Only the Lei and Xiao families still wore smiles. Wang Xiaosheng, you really didn't choose the wrong name, your voice is still so loud. The speaker was Lei Wuhan, the elder leader of the Lei family, who was clearly very familiar with Wang Xiaosheng. Wang Xiaosheng chuckled and led his men to sit down next to the Lei family. The 2 cold-faced young men behind him each brought their own family members to sit to Wang Xiaosheng's right. Lei Wuhan then looked at the 2 cold-faced youths and said with a smile, Brother Wang, these 2 young talents should be the 2 best swordsmen of Suzhou in this generation. Wang Xiaosheng said, Brother Lei has good eyesight. Lei Wuhan smiled and said, it seems that the 3 of you are determined to get the spots. You even called these 2 precious kids back from Wuhan University. Chapter 93 Daoju's Hostility. The swordsmanship is unparalleled, as is Xin Shang's. These 2 are the genius martial artists from the Su Nansen family and the Xiao family. They made a name for themselves in the martial arts exam 2 years ago and were eventually admitted to Kunlun Martial Arts University, one of the 3 top universities in Dongxia. Lei Wuhan was very satisfied with the attitude of the 2 people sent by the Xin and Xiao families. With the 2 masters of swords and sabers, at least 2 of the 4th-tier spots have already been reserved by their family, and the remaining spots will be easier to secure. Lei Wuhan glanced at the Wang family's direct descendants behind Wang Xiaosheng and said with some surprise, Brother Xiaosheng, doesn't the Wang family plan to compete for a 4th-tier spot this time? He glanced at them and noticed that all the direct descendants of the Wang family participating in the competition were 2nd or 3rd-tier martial artists. There wasn't a single 4th-tier one. Wang Xiaosheng smiled and said, Brother Wuhan, it's not that the Wang family doesn't want to compete for a spot, it's just that the family head said that there aren't enough 4th-tier spots for us to share this time. In order to avoid hurting the harmony, let me lead the younger generation of the clan to compete for the 2nd and 3rd-tier spots, and at the same time let them see the world. Lei Wuhan's expression turned solemn, and he cupped his hands in greeting to Wang Xiaosheng, saying, the Wang family is very righteous. Wang Xiaosheng smiled and returned the greeting, then pointed to the young man behind him and said, this is the prodigy of our Wang family in this generation. Actually, the Wang family's main purpose this time was to let him enter the Star Realm to seek opportunities and solidify his foundation. To be honest, Brother Wuhan, the clan leader gave instructions when we came, as long as the Lei and Xiao families agree to provide manpower to protect the Wang family's prodigy in the Star Realm, the Wang family will keep only one of the Star Realm slots we obtained this time, and give the rest to the Lei and Xiao families. Lei Wuhan's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained smiling. Brother Xiaoshang, you can rest assured that your Wang family's prodigy will not suffer any harm in the Star Boundary. At this moment, Wang Chen, who was known as the prodigy of the Wang family, looked at the Lei family's direct descendants with disdain after hearing Lei Wuhan's words, and continued to chat and laugh with his companions. Lei Wuhan and Wang Xiaoshang naturally witnessed the scene. Wang Xiaoshang gave an awkward smile, pretended to reprimand Wang Chen, and then cupped his hands to Lei Wuhan, saying, "I'm sorry, Brother Wuhan, this kid has become unruly in the family because he has some talent. The elders also spoil him, which is why he has developed such an arrogant personality." Lei Wuhan naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against a junior, and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It's all right. Besides, what kind of young person would you be if you weren't impetuous?" The two then sat down and continued their conversation, during which Qiao Bo, the elder of the Qiao family's team leader, also joined in. The audience seating area of the Starfall Martial Hall. Jiang Xia rested her chin on her right hand, her indifferent golden eyes sweeping across the martial arts arena without leaving a trace, before she let out a big yawn. To be honest, he was already getting bored. It was almost 10 o'clock, and the competition hadn't even started yet. It was a complete waste of his time. Jiang Xia looked at the three elders of a prominent family who were having a lively conversation in the distance. He recognized two of the three men. They were the people sent by the Lei and Wang families not long ago to threaten him into giving up his S rank. However, the elders of the Tsin and Xiao families were absent, and the young man from the Qiao family was no longer present. Jiang Xia then turned her gaze to the two young men carrying swords and knives. Noticing that someone was looking at them, Xin Shang and Xiao Jun also looked towards Jiang Xia. The three people's eyes immediately met and clashed in the air. A moment later, Xiao Jun was somewhat surprised to see that Jiang Xia's gaze remained unwavering. It should be noted that he and Xin Shang had already achieved mastery of both sword and saber techniques, and even martial artists of the same level dared not easily look them directly in the eye. The golden-eyed youth in the distance looked to be only about the age of someone who had just awakened their martial spirit, yet he actually withstood the impact of the two of them's fully developed saber and sword techniques. Xin Shang, who was standing nearby, also noticed Jiang Xia's unusual behavior, but he quickly recognized her identity. When the clan called him back to participate in the Star Realm quota competition, they mentioned that his sister, Xin Yao, had been severely injured in the martial hall, and the person who did it was an S-rank member of the Starfall Martial Hall. After Xin Shang returned, he showed Jiang Xia's portrait to the elders of his clan. He couldn't possibly mistake those distinctive golden eyes. The next moment, a strong killing intent surged around Xin Shang. His parents died in the Star Realm when he was young, and he and his only sister depended on each other for survival. The person who seriously injured his sister was right in front of him. If it weren't for the occasion, he would have already drawn his knife and attacked. Xiao Jun was the first to notice the change in Xin Shang. He glanced at Xin Shang, wondering what had triggered such a strong reaction from him. Soon Wang Xiaoshang also noticed Xin Shang's unusual behavior. He knew more than Xiao Jun. Following Xin Shang's gaze, one sees a pair of golden eyes devoid of any emotion. It really was that little bastard, Wang Xiaoshang cursed inwardly. He already knew that after the major families approached Jiang Xia, the other party immediately launched a counterattack. The direct descendant of the five great families who sent them to the Starfall Martial Hall made a move that left the five severely injured and on the verge of death. Wang Xiaoshang had no doubt that if it weren't for the various constraints imposed by the Martial Hall, that little beast would have definitely gone for the kill. At this moment, Jiang Xia also noticed Wang Xiaoshang's gaze and turned to look in the direction of the three elders of the aristocratic families. Although he didn't recognize the two young men who gave him a dangerous feeling, judging from their seating positions, they were very likely from the Xiao and Xin families. Jiang Xia stared directly at the three elders of the aristocratic families, then her mouth opened and closed silently. Upon seeing this, Wang Xiaoshang and the other two twitched their cheeks, naturally understanding the meaning conveyed by Jiang Xia's lip movements with their abilities. "Old dog! You little beast, you're asking for death!" Lei Wuhan roared in fury and immediately tried to attack. Wang Xiaoshang and Xiao Bo, who were standing nearby, quickly stopped Lei Wuhan. "Brother Wuhan, be patient. This little beast won't be arrogant for long. Once he enters the Star Boundary, someone will take care of him. When he dies in the Star Boundary, no outsider will be able to find out that he has any connection with our families." Hearing Qiao Bo's words, Lei Wuhan calmed down. "What if this little brat doesn't go to the Star Boundary?" Qiao Bo said, "That's impossible. Although we don't get along with that little beast, we have to admit that his talent and strength are very strong. Not only the martial hall, but even he himself would not miss the opportunity to enter the Star Realm to obtain opportunities and consolidate his own foundation. Gentlemen, once we enter the Star Realm, our three families will make arrangements for our clansmen. On the other side, after silently cursing the elders of the three great families, Jiang Xia immediately looked away, closed her eyes again, and sank her consciousness into her sea of consciousness to continue comprehending the dragon-slaying diagram. A moment later, Jiang Xia opened her eyes and looked at Hong Tuhu when she heard him calling her. Hong Tuhu said, "Fu Yan just sent me a message saying he has arrived." As he spoke, Hong Tuhu pointed to a rectangular room not far ahead, which suddenly extended from the audience seating area to form a viewing room. Hong Tuhu continued, "This observation room is made entirely of black crystal. To us outsiders, it appears completely dark, but its interior has other special features." Chapter 94. A Clown. Upon hearing Hong Tuhu's explanation, Jiang Xia understood that the black crystal used in the observation room was a material similar to one-way glass. Those inside can see clearly outside, while those outside cannot see what's happening inside the observation room. Those sitting in the observation room at this moment must be high-ranking members of the major forces in Zhangcheng. Jiang Xia asked, "Master Hong, did the palace master tell me how to get those 5 spots?" At this moment, Hong Tuhu looked away from his personal terminal and stared at Jiang Xia with a strange expression. Jiang Xia immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Hong Tuhu then informed Jiang Xia of the message sent by Fu Yan. Jiang Xia's face immediately darkened. Fu Yan planned to have him participate in the third-tier battle immediately after winning the second-tier competition. A second-tier martial artist challenging a third-tier martial artist. This was the result of Fu Yan's efforts to win over the higher-ups of those powerful forces. Hong Tuhu chuckled and patted Jiang Xia on the shoulder. "See? I told you so. But this arrangement won't affect you much. With your current strength, if you were to fight a second-tier martial artist again, what would be the difference between that and bullying a child?" Jiang Xia smacked her lips. She had originally wanted to continue experiencing the joy of frying fish in the second level, but now she had to give up. Thump! A melodious bell with a penetrating sound echoed throughout the training ground, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Then, in the very center of the training ground, a stage as large as 3 basketball courts slowly rose up, and on it stood a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. "Everyone, I am Tang Huaxian, the Deputy Hall Master of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, and also the referee for this Star Realm quota competition." As he spoke, Tang Huaxuan's aura as a 6th-level martial artist erupted, enveloping the entire training ground. Those who were quietly chatting and laughing with their companions fell silent the moment they sensed this presence. Tang Huaxian nodded almost imperceptibly, then said in a solemn tone, "The quota for entering the star boundary this time is 5 4th-tier martial artists, 15 3rd-tier martial artists, and 32nd-tier martial artists. The competition consists of 3 stages. The first stage adopts the defense mode. Each martial artist has 3 chances to defend their title or challenge others. Once all 3 chances are used up, they are eliminated. A successful challenger will become the new champion, and the champion must defeat 5 opponents in a row to advance. The rules for the battle for spots are as follows. First, if either side leaves the ring or voluntarily concedes defeat, the challenge is considered lost. Second, neither side may take any drugs before or during the battle. Violators will be eliminated immediately. Third, both sides may use any means except to kill each other. The order of the first stage of the competition is second order, third order, and fourth order. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Huaxian looked at the viewing room made of black crystal, and then his personal terminal vibrated. Tang Huaxian glanced at it, nodded knowingly, and then, with a deep voice, said, "The battle begins. All second-tier martial artists enter the arena." After saying that, Tang Huaxian retreated to the edge of the arena. The audience seating area of the Starfall Martial Hall. Jiang Xia looked at Hong Tuhu and asked, "Master Hong, what did the palace master say? Do I need to participate in the second-tier martial artist arena battle?" Hong Tuhu nodded and said, "Fu Yan asked you to participate. He said that you should challenge the third-level martial artists to secure a spot in the third stage." Jiang Xia sighed upon hearing this. "What a hassle. I should have gone easy on you back then." Hong Tuhu chuckled and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. Fu Yan doesn't like people from aristocratic families either, but those 5 little guys are now members of the martial hall. For the sake of the martial hall's interests, we have no choice but to come up with this plan." After saying that, Hong Tuhu patted Jiang Xia on the shoulder and said, "Consider this first phase as a warm-up. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can wrap things up. Zhang Xia nodded, got up and left the audience seats, entering the preparation passage leading to the center arena. By this time, a considerable number of people had already gathered in the preparation passage. Zhang Xia glanced at the list and realized that there were at least nearly 100 second-tier martial artists participating this time. He soon spotted Huosu of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall in the crowd. Huosu also spotted Zhang Xia in the crowd and immediately made a throat-slitting gesture towards her. Zhang Xia immediately rolled her eyes at Huosu's childish behavior and ignored him completely. Huosu wasn't annoyed, he just smiled coldly and said, "Let's see how long you can keep up this arrogance." He was going to do to Zhang Xia what Zhang Xia had done to Lei Wenyu on the stage later, otherwise he wouldn't be able to vent his hatred. Zhang Xia followed the crowd toward the entrance to the arena. Suddenly someone called out to him. "You must be Zhang Xia." Zhang Xia turned around at the sound and saw a young man with an arrogant smile on his face, looking him up and down with a pair of aggressive eyes. Zhang Xia frowned slightly, suppressing the urge to attack, and asked indifferently, "Who are you?" The arrogant young man stepped forward, extended his right hand to Zhang Xia, and said, "My name is Wang Chen, and I come from the Wang family in southern Jiangsu." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xia coldly uttered two words, "Idiot." Wang Chen's smile froze instantly. Forcibly suppressing his anger, he said in an unfriendly tone, "Zhang Xia, I came over to greet you out of kindness." "What do you mean by this?" Zhang Xia said, "I take back what I just said. You're not only an idiot, you're a moron. As for whether you mean well or not, what does that have to do with me?" His conflict with the Wang family was already irreconcilable, so there was no need for him to put on any more pretense. This was the first time Wang Chen, who had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, had encountered someone like Zhang Xia. He immediately turned hostile and didn't even let her finish her sentence. If Wang Xiaosheng hadn't instructed him to win over Zhang Xia before he came down, he wouldn't have paid any attention to this lowly commoner. Wang Chen's face was icy cold, and his gaze toward Zhang Xia was filled with murderous intent. I hope your skills match your mouth." After saying that, Wang Chen left with the Wang family members behind him. Zhang Xia watched Wang Chen's departing figure and thought to herself, "It seems that being too good at blocking information isn't all good. Like now, any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to directly threaten him." After Wang Chen left, Bai Yao came to Zhang Xia's side and said, "You have to be careful. Wang Chen is stronger than you. He is known as the prodigy of the Wang family in southern Jiangsu. It is said that he has not only mastered the basics of the staff technique, but has also cultivated a top-grade human-level martial art to the true meaning realm." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xia raised an eyebrow, immediately showing more interest in Wang Chen. He did not doubt the authenticity of the news. The direct descendants of martial arts families are trained from a young age. Once they awaken a high-level martial spirit, combined with the foundation they have built up over the past 10 years, their speed of improvement in strength and realm in the early stages is not much slower than having a cheat code. Not to mention the continuous supply of various high-level resources behind them, which is far beyond what ordinary martial artists who have to find their own food can compare to. This is also why martial arts families have been able to thrive for so long. As for Bai Yao saying that Wang Chen is stronger than him, he obviously doesn't know the latest information about him. However, once this battle for the spots is over, clowns like Huosu and Wang Chen won't be jumping out anymore. Chapter 95 Humiliation. After walking out of the passage, Bai Yao greeted Zhang Xia and headed straight for the Jiangcheng Martial Arts High School team. Zhang Xia also walked to an open space in front of the arena and stood there. Compared to other forces with teams of 10 or even 20 people, Zhang Xia stood there alone, looking rather shabby, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. On the arena, seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Tang Huaxian immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Silence." He then continued, "The second-tier martial arts arena competition is now beginning. Who among you will be the first defender?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xia immediately planned to leap onto the arena and finish the fight quickly. But at that moment, a figure was already standing on the arena. Wang Chen stood in the center of the arena, holding a long staff, and looked at the group of martial artists below. He said arrogantly, "Challenging them one by one is too troublesome. Why don't you choose 5 people to come up together? That way, you won't fall down before I even use my full strength." Arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly figure, easily 2 meters tall, leaped onto the arena. Zhang Xia instantly recognized the person's identity. It was Mu Yun, the S-rank sequence of the Panshur Martial Hall, whose basic information Hong Tu who had just shown him not long ago. "Cloud God, teach this arrogant guy a lesson. You must give him a good slap in the face, Cloud God." That kid is such a show-off. What an idiot. Get off the stage now. The crowd was instantly enraged. Most of the people here were local geniuses from Jiangcheng, and now martial artists from Suzhou were defecating on their heads. How could they tolerate this? Tang Huaxian glanced at Wang Chen but didn't say anything. He walked straight to the two of them and announced the start of the battle. The next moment, a 3-second countdown appeared above the arena. Mu Yun immediately stepped back to create distance between himself and Wang Chen. Wang Chen chuckled at the sight, remaining standing in place, and then picked at his ear with his little finger. His contempt for Mu Yun was evident. Mu Yun remained calm. Having experienced hundreds of battles, he was already quite used to this kind of psychological manipulation before the battle even began. Immediately afterwards, the 3-second countdown reached 0. Behind Mu Yun, a giant bear, over 3 meters tall and clad in heavy armor, suddenly appeared. The giant bear roared, and Mu Yuan launched the first attack on Wang Chen. His fists, enveloped in an earthy yellow aura, with knuckle dusters gleaming coldly, slammed down on Wang Chen's head. However, the collision that Mu Yun had anticipated did not occur, and Wang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared before his eyes. The moment Mu Yun launched his attack, Wang Chen had already activated his movement technique to dodge, leaving only a phantom of his movement in place. The wind howled behind him, and Mu Yun felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately raised his fists and turned to block. But the falling shadow of the stick was clearly much faster than Mu Yun's speed. The moment Mu Yun raised his fists, the shadow of the staff slammed down. At the same time, Wang Chen's mocking voice followed, the first move of the dog beating stick technique, strike the dog's head. Bang! The long metal staff landed heavily on Mu Yun's head, instantly making him dizzy. If Mu Yun hadn't come from the Panchur martial hall and hadn't cultivated techniques and martial arts that enhanced physical defense and strength, this single attack would have severely injured him. Wang Chen immediately raised the long staff, and of course he wouldn't give Mu Yun a chance to retaliate after he regained consciousness. The second move of the dog beating stick technique, quickly strike the dog's buttocks. The shadows of the sticks fell repeatedly, striking Mu Yun's buttocks. These two attacks, clearly humiliating, immediately made the warriors of the Panchur martial hall turn pale, and they all looked angrily at Wang Chen. The battle in the arena continues. The third move of the dog beating stick technique, pushed the dog up to the sky. The fourth move of the dog beating stick technique, teasing the vicious dog with the stick. As Wang Chen's long staff fell again and again, Mu Yun was completely powerless to defend himself. He could only be defeated time and time again by Wang Chen's extremely humiliating moves. At this moment, everyone below the arena could see that Mu Yun was no match for Wang Chen at all, or rather, the two were no longer on the same level. This immediately cast a shadow over the hearts of the martial artists in the Panchur martial hall. The ninth form of the dog beating stick technique, the old dog begs for mercy. With his final strike, Wang Chen used a long staff to hold Mu Yun's hands behind his back, while simultaneously pressing the staff down forcefully, forcing Mu Yun to kneel in front of him. Mu Yun fought back desperately, but he was already seriously injured and no match for Wang Chen, who was still in almost peak condition. The battle is over. Wang Chen glanced at the group of martial artists below the arena again, then smiled contemptuously, flicked his long staff, and knocked Mu Yun off the arena. Hee, so this is the S rank of the Panlong Martial Hall in Jiangcheng? I don't think it's anything special. It's far inferior to the Panlong Martial Hall in our Suzhou. It's not even 1/10 or 1/12 as good as that S rank. I don't think there's any point in comparing with the others. Even the elite members of the martial hall are so easily defeated. What kind of ability do the martial artists of Jiangcheng this year have? It would be better to give the Star Realm slot to our Su city. That would be a contribution to the development of the alliance. Wang Chen's words were blunt and impolite, and his words were intended to sow discord between the martial arts halls of the two cities, revealing his malicious intent. Damn it, this idiot from Suzhou is too arrogant. He doesn't take the martial artists from Jiangcheng seriously at all. Didn't this idiot say he was going to take on 5 people at once? Let's all go at him together. Even if we lose, we'll cripple him. Wang Chen's words completely offended all the martial artists from Jiangcheng present. If it weren't for the presence of Tang Huaxian, a 6th-level referee, on the arena, we would be in a different situation. It's possible that when Wang Tong uses that extremely humiliating martial art, the Jiangcheng martial artists below the arena will swarm forward and attack Wang Chen en masse. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the major forces in Jiangcheng, who were sitting in the audience seats around the martial arts arena, also looked grim. As soon as the arena battle began, real-time battle projections were displayed in all directions of the training ground. They heard and saw everything Wang Chen had just done and said. Even the Lei and Xiao families, who are allies of the Wang family, no longer looked at Wang Xiaosheng with the same warm expression as before. While wiping the cold sweat pouring down his forehead, Wang Xiaosheng repeatedly apologized to everyone around him. On the stage, Wang Chen was completely unaware that his actions had provoked public outrage, and perhaps even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In Wang Chen's view, his strength was already invincible among second-tier martial artists, and he could even go toe-to-toe with third-tier martial artists. In the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy team, Bai Yao looked at Wang Chen's arrogant attitude on the arena, his eyes almost spitting fire. The Wang and Bai families had a long-standing feud, and his best friend Mu Yun had been publicly humiliated by Wang Chen. Bai Yao could no longer suppress his anger. He waved his hand to break free from the obstruction of his classmates from Wu Gao and leaped onto the arena. Seeing that someone still dared to go on stage to challenge him, Wang Chen couldn't help but glance at Bai Yao a few more times. In an instant, he recognized Bai Yao's identity. Wang Chen looked at Bai Yao in front of him with a sinister gaze, a playful smile curving his lips. Chapter 96 True Dragon Martial Soul. I didn't expect the Bai family to still have some backbone. I thought they would keep kneeling down, wagging their tails and begging for rewards from your alliance master. Unfortunately, you are no match for me. It would be more appropriate to send your brother, Bai Xing. As Wang Chen spoke, he held up a finger and shook it at Bai Yao, his tone full of contempt. Bai Yao raised his long sword and pointed it at Wang Chen, his expression icy cold. He said in a chilling voice, "Enough nonsense. Your Wang family is truly worthy of being raised by servants. Even when you're fighting, you still have to be so hesitant. You're asking for death." Wang Chen's face instantly darkened. The next moment, the 3-second countdown above the arena reached 0, and the two rushed towards each other simultaneously. Bai Yao's anger surged, and he unleashed his strongest killing move. Thunderous Flame Overlord Blade Domineering Intent. Compared to his previous battle against Jiang Xia, his grasp of Thunder Flame Overlord Blade was somewhat rusty. Bai Yao has now completely mastered the Thunder Flame Overlord Blade to perfection, and has used it to comprehend the rudiments of blade techniques. A soul-shaking dragon roar resounded on the arena, followed by a flash of silver light. Clang! Wang Chen held his staff in front of him, blocking Bai Yao's deadly strike. Unlike his fight against Mu Yun, he could use his speed to easily defeat Bai Yao. He needs to demonstrate some real skill. Wang Chen looked up and stared directly into Bai Yao's eyes, which were filled with anger, and said mockingly, "You call this a dragon's roar? Today I'll show you what a true dragon's roar is." Bai Yao's eyes narrowed, and a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Look what that is. This idiot from southern Jiangsu actually has a martial spirit that is a real dragon. Wow, it's huge. Is this still a martial spirit? The scene that suddenly appeared on the arena shocked and astonished all the martial artists watching below. At this moment, purple clouds filled the arena, and a huge figure could be seen appearing and disappearing in the clouds. Judging from the fact that its body occasionally peeks out from the clouds, it's not hard to tell that this is a dragon. Although Bai Yao and Wang Chen both possess SSS-level martial souls, there are still differences in quality among martial souls of the same grade. Compared to the true dragon martial soul, the dragon seed martial soul is clearly superior. Jiang Xia rested her chin on her hand, gazing thoughtfully at the true dragon martial spirit that coiled around the entire arena. Wang Chen's true dragon martial soul is superior to his strong Liang martial soul in terms of size. But no matter how Jiang Xia looked at that martial spirit, it gave him an unreal feeling. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar resounded from the arena. Many martial artists below the arena immediately covered their ears, but it was to no avail. Clearly, this dragon roar, like Bai Yao's, could directly affect the soul. The dragon's roar spread in all directions, and an energy barrier immediately rose at the edge of the audience seats in the martial arts arena, blocking all the sound waves. This level of mental attack naturally affected Jiang Xiao's comprehension, but it also allowed him to see the true nature of Wang Chen's martial soul. Wang Chen's martial soul should have the characteristic of imitating other people's martial souls. The dragon roar just now was essentially the same as the dragon roar that Bai Yao emitted. However, the dragon roar emanating from Wang Chen's martial soul was enhanced by his martial soul's abilities. The enormous dragon body shrouded in purple mist was probably something Wang Chen copied from somewhere. Jiang Xia was able to easily see through the true nature of Wang Chen's martial spirit. In addition to the perception granted by his powerful spiritual strength, he also possessed the Pango bloodline within him, coupled with his continuous cultivation of the 8-9 arcane arts. Both of these factors have played an indispensable role in enhancing his 5 senses. Jiang Xia had a vague feeling that his golden eyes were not only an external manifestation of Pango's bloodline, but also a kind of pupil technique that had not yet been awakened. The battle in the ring continues. Compared to Jiang Xia, who could easily see through Wang Chen's true intentions, Bai Yao clearly did not have that ability. The moment that enormous true dragon martial soul manifested, Bai Yao felt a strange sense of fear. This is humanity's fear of the unknown and things that defy common sense. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and Bai Yao was the first to be hit. His dragon beast martial spirit behind him was directly shattered. He couldn't even hold the knife, and squatted on the ground with his hands covering his head. The pain emanating from the depths of his mind caused Bai Yao to let out inhuman roars one after another. Although the dragon's roar was an imitation, its power was genuine. Wang Chen, holding a long staff, looked down at Bai Yao, who was rolling around on the arena, and a flash of purple light passed through his eyes. He swung the long stick in his hand and smashed it down hard on Bai Yao's limbs. Click! Click! Several dozen breaths later, a mangled body was thrown off the stage. At this point, the dragon's roar had diminished its influence on the martial artists below the arena. Everyone straightened up and saw that the battle on the stage had ended. Wang Chen still stood proudly on the stage, stick in hand, while Bai Yao was on the verge of death. The medical team from the Azure Dragon Martial Hall arrived immediately and took Bai Yao away for treatment. "You little beast from the Wang family, you're asking for death." Suddenly, a fifth-level martial artist in the audience unleashed his aura, sweeping towards Wang Chen on the arena, but it was all blocked by the source energy barrier. The battle for astral slots is open to all, and anyone who interferes will be considered to have forfeited their right to compete for a slot. A cold voice came from the arena, and the powerful aura of the sixth-level martial artist Teng Huaxian surged out, instantly suppressing the opponent's aura back into his body. Seeing this, Bai Xinhai could only bow to Teng Huaxian and say, "I apologize, Vice Hallmaster. I lost my composure for a moment because I saw that one of my clansmen was seriously injured. This will not be repeated." Teng Huaxian nodded and withdrew his aura. Bai Xinhai then looked at Wang Chen and questioned him sternly. "Just now, it was clear that Ming Yao had no ability to fight back, so why did you continue to attack and seriously injure him?" Although the purple mist on the arena could obscure the view, the high-level experts of the forces present could easily see through it. Wang Xiaoshang, standing in the distance, stood up and sneered, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting, you brat from the Bai family? The rules of the spot competition are that the battle isn't over until you leave the arena and admit defeat. Besides, what if Chenner holds back and that little brat surnamed Bai turns around and bites back? Isn't that exactly what your Bai family is good at?" Bai Xinhai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the killing intent in his heart. He glanced coldly at Wang Xiaosheng in the distance, snorted, and did not continue to entangle with the other party. Wang Xiaosheng, however, did not take it to heart and sat back down to continue chatting and laughing with Lei Wuhan and Qiao Bo. "Gentlemen, the Bai family betrayed the alliance in the previous incident, causing heavy losses to the families of Suzhou and Zhangcheng. Now the Bai family is suffering from a loss of talent, which is Bai Lago's retribution." Lei Wuhan smiled and said, "Absolutely, absolutely." Qiao Bo said, "The Wang family's prodigy is indeed worthy of his name. He will surely become a peerless martial artist who will suppress the next generation. However, his personality still needs to be tamed by brother Xiaoshang. After all, making enemies everywhere is not good for your Wang family." Wang Xiaosheng nodded in deep agreement. "After we get back, I will definitely tell the clan leader to discipline this brat strictly." Chapter 97 Taking the Stage. On the arena, Wang Chen remained arrogant. A mere fifth-level martial artist was no match for him. Wang Chen glanced at the martial artists around him, his gaze filled with provocation. "I knew I was right, all the martial artists in Zhangcheng this year are trash. I already said you were allowed to come at me all at once, but you're still useless even when I give you the chance." Then Wang Chen looked at Teng Huaxian and said with a smile, "Senior, I think we can announce the results directly. There's really no need to continue the competition." At this moment, the Jiangcheng martial artist felt extremely frustrated, but when he thought about the strength that the other party had just displayed, a deep sense of powerlessness arose spontaneously. Huasu clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the boy on the ring. He really wanted to go up to the ring and fight this arrogant guy. But reason quickly suppressed the impulse. His target in this battle for the spot was never Wang Chen, but Jiang Xia. As if he had found an excuse to escape, Huasu felt much less frustrated. At this moment, Jiang Xia was also looking at Wang Chen, and then he flashed onto the arena. For Jiang Xia now, fighting against a second-tier martial artist is no different from a baby cup, and she really doesn't want to waste her time on it. However, Wang Chen's repeated attacks on him affected him, and he couldn't let the other party continue like this. Wang Chen looked at Jiang Xia, who appeared on the arena, with contempt in his eyes. You piece of trash who awakened an F-level martial soul, where do you get the courage to stand in front of me? You don't think I'm one of those 5 pieces of trash from the Jiangcheng Starfall Martial Hall, do you? It seems that Jiangcheng is truly lacking in talent, to the point that a lowly commoner with no parents has to stand up for you. Jiang Xia remained silent, her expression indifferent. A pair of emotionless golden eyes looked at Tang Huaxian beside him, the meaning of which was self-evident. Tang Huaxian nodded, and then a 3-second countdown began above the arena. Wang Chen grinned menacingly, since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. At the moment the countdown reached 0. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar that struck straight to the soul resounded through the arena once again, and thick purple mist enveloped the entire arena with Wang Chen at its center, continuing to spread outwards. A colossal creature tumbled and roamed through the purple clouds. This time, Jiang Xia was in the midst of it all and clearly saw a ferocious dragon head brush past him. Wang Chen grinned menacingly, holding a long staff. He imbued the weapon with the power of the small staff technique and swiftly moved towards Jiang Xia, simultaneously slamming the staff horizontally towards her waist and abdomen. The true meaning of the dragon transformation staff: Mirage Dragon Strike. The long staff is like a dragon, powerful and heavy. The countless shadowy sticks roared towards Jiang Xia like dragons. Faced with this terrifying offensive, Jiang Xia neither dodged nor avoided it, her expression remaining completely indifferent. Bang! A tremendous sound came from the purple clouds. Many Jiangcheng martial artists below the arena turned pale. Everyone had witnessed the fates of Mu Yun and Bai Yao after their battles with Wang Chen, and no one believed that Jiang Xia could be the exception. Upon hearing the voice, Huasu's lips curled into a mocking smile, while he sneered inwardly. Even he wasn't confident of beating Wang Chen, so what makes you, Jiang Xia, think you can? Many people in the Jiangcheng Martial Arts High School team recognized Jiang Xia as the score-obsessed Demon King in the 10 schools joint examination when he stepped onto the stage. The martial arts students were excited. Others might not know Jiang Xia's strength, but he had clearly witnessed it firsthand. Even Bai Yao was no match for Jiang Xia. In particular, Bai Yao once said that when he fought Jiang Xia in the 10 schools joint examination, Jiang Xia was suppressing her strength and did not use her full strength to fight him. Now, half a month has passed, and everyone has witnessed Bai Yao's progress in strength. So, what terrifying level must Jiang Xia, who is even stronger than Bai Yao, have reached? Not far from the Jiangcheng Wugao team was the Sucheng Wang family team. Seeing the excited expressions and expectant eyes of the Wugao people, they immediately let out a disdainful sneer. Wang Chen, handpicked by the Wang family patriarch as the prodigy of the Wang family, has never been defeated since awakening his martial soul. How could these people possibly understand their opponent? It's laughable that they would place their hopes on that lowly commoner who awakened an F-level martial soul on the arena. While everyone below the arena was immersed in their own emotions. Bang! Another explosion, far louder than before, rang out from the arena. It was the sound of air being torn apart, and even the surrounding purple mist was mostly blown away, allowing people to see the scene on the arena clearly. Huasu looked up, intending to see the miserable state of Jiang Xia being brutally beaten by Wang Chen. But then Huasu's smile vanished instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at what was happening on the stage. At this moment, the crowd below the arena was just as shocked as Huasu, all looking at the arena in utter astonishment. Only the Wugao team erupted in cheers. Let's rewind to a dozen seconds earlier. Just as Wang Chen's long staff was about to strike Jiang Xia, it was blocked by Jiang Xia's horizontal arm. A tremendous force erupted from his arm, yet Jiang Xia's figure didn't even sway. The point where his arm met the long staff was only slightly red, without any damage. This sudden turn of events caused Wang Chen's ferocious smile to freeze instantly. He looked at Jiang Xia's face, which was so close to his, and her expression was completely indifferent, without a trace of emotion. For the first time, a feeling called fear rose in his heart. Jiang Xia stretched out her hands and grabbed Wang Chen's wrists directly. Feeling the terrifying power between his hands, Wang Chen's face turned pale. As if sensing what was about to happen to him, Wang Chen's face turned terrified, and he struggled desperately. Jiang Xia remained silent, staring directly at Wang Chen, then raised her knee and kicked upwards. Bang! The kick landed squarely on Wang Chen's chin, and the immense force and inertia caused his head to tilt backward involuntarily. Wang Chen's consciousness was immediately extinguished by the impact of the kick, causing him to fall into a coma. Jiang Xia knew he couldn't kill anyone while on the ring, so he didn't use his full strength in that kick. But this was still beyond Wang Chen's capacity to bear. A terrifying power surged into Wang Chen's body, tearing his bones and muscles apart before bursting out and directly shattering the purple mist that enveloped the arena. The enormous dragon's shadow hidden in the clouds let out a mournful cry before shattering and disappearing. At this point, Jiang Xia had already won. But people always have to pay the price for what they've done, don't they? Jiang Xia's leg continued its movements, kicking again, followed by a third, a fourth, a fifth. The entire arena fell silent as Jiang Xia moved, and the martial arts students who were cheering and celebrating their victory also quieted down. A somber, deathly silence enveloped the numerous martial artists below the arena. Bang! 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 At this moment, only the sound of Jiang Xia repeatedly kicking Wang Chen's body could be clearly heard and heard by everyone, resounding in their hearts. The scene that unfolded on the stage also drew the attention of the high-ranking members of various factions in the surrounding audience. Chapter 98: Crushing Victory. Stop! Stop! Did you hear me, you little beast? I told you to stop. Stop right now. In the audience, Wang Xiaoxing's eyes were bloodshot, and he leaned forward, letting out an angry roar. Lei Wuhan and Qiao Bo held Wang Xiaoxing, who had lost his mind, tightly from both sides. They dared not imagine what the enraged King Xiaoshang would do if they let go. At this moment, Teng Huaxian, a 6th-level martial artist, was presiding over the arena. If Wang Xiaoshang rushed up there, it would be tantamount to courting death. Quiet! The terrifying source energy, accompanied by sound, struck Wang Xiaoxing's body directly from a distance. Puff! Wang Xiaoshang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale instantly, clearly indicating that he had suffered a serious injury. However, this attack also calmed Wang Xiaoshang down. He bowed to Teng Huaxian below and was then helped down by Lei Wuhan and the other man. Teng Huaxian withdrew his gaze from Wang Xiaoshang, and then his cold voice echoed throughout the entire training ground. I don't want this to happen a third time. Anyone who violates this rule will be disqualified from the competition for a spot. On the stage, Jiang Xia's movements were not affected by Wang Xiaoxing's words. Although Wang Chen had already fainted, his wrists were held by Jiang Xia, and his body was subjected to repeated upward force, forcing him to stand there and endure Jiang Xia's silent power. 2 minutes later. Okay, stop now. This is the first time Teng Huaxian has called a halt to the battle since the start of the competition for the spots. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia lowered her right leg, which was about to kick upwards, grabbed Wang Chen's head with one hand, and looked at Teng Huaxian with a puzzled expression. Meeting Jiang Xia's gaze, Teng Huaxian said helplessly, "This kid's muscles and bones are all shattered, and his internal organs are also broken. If you continue kicking him, you will kick him to death." After a moment of silence, Jiang Xia spoke her first words since the start of the battle, "I know what I'm doing." This instantly dispelled the deathly silence that had enveloped the crowd below the arena. Teng Huaxian said, "But if this kid isn't treated now, he'll die even before you intervene." Jiang Xia glanced at Wang Chen's status in her hand and nodded. He then raised his knee and delivered a cross-court kick, striking Wang Chen hard in the side. Wang Chen's body was immediately sent flying off the stage, crashing heavily into the energy barrier surrounding the stage. The medical personnel who had been waiting there rushed up and took Wang Chen away from the competition area to provide treatment. Teng Huaxian's cheek twitched slightly, then he said to Jiang Xia, "You don't need to continue fighting. You can advance directly to the second stage." The other martial artists below the arena naturally had no objections. The deathly silence that had just been filled only by the sounds of 2 feet kicking flesh. It put immense psychological pressure on them. No one would want to face such a terrifying opponent. On the ring, Jiang Xia was like a silent demon, making people tremble. Jiang Xia bowed slightly to Teng Huaxian, then stepped off the stage. As she passed Huasu, she glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, then ignored him and walked straight into the passage she had come from. Feeling Jiang Xia's gaze, Huasu buried his head in his chest, his body trembling with fear. He no longer had any intention of harming Jiang Xia. He was filled only with deep fear. Huasu only came to his senses after Jiang Xia's figure completely disappeared into the passage. None of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall members behind Huasu uttered a sound of mockery. After all, fighting a monster like Jiang Xia requires not only matching strength but also immense courage. A new round of battle then began on the arena, while Jiang Xia had already returned to the audience seats. Hong Tu, who stood up, patted Jiang Xia's arm and said with a smile, "How do you feel? This warm-up was pretty good, wasn't it?" Jiang Xia nodded and said, "I understand, but I still prefer the days in the wilderness." Hong Tu, whose lips twitched, and he naturally understood what Jiang Xia meant. "Once you enter the city, you must abide by the League's laws. Injuring or maiming someone in the arena is within the rules, but killing someone is a blatant challenge to the league's laws. He gave Jiang Xia a deep look and said meaningfully, "Perhaps, the star boundary is the most suitable battlefield for you." Jiang Xia shrugged and said, "Who knows?" At this moment, Wang Xiaoshang brought Lei Wuhan and Xiao Bo to Jiang Xia's side. After taking several expensive recovery potions, Wang Xiaoshang's injuries were mostly healed. His gaze toward Jiang Xia was filled with naked killing intent. "Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Or do you really intend to fight to the death with the Wang family of Suzhou?" Jiang Xia looked at Wang Xiaoshang with an indifferent expression, unmoved by the insults and the other party's words. After gaining power, he knew that crushing the enemy in front of him with ultimate power was the only way to win, rather than relying on empty words. Then Jiang Xia calmly said, "The rules of the competition state that the battle is not over as long as the opponent's body does not leave the arena area and does not voluntarily admit defeat. What if I hold back, and Wang Chen suddenly wakes up and attacks me?" Upon hearing these incredibly familiar words, Wang Xiaoshang's breath caught in his throat, and his face darkened further. "I hope that once you enter the astral plane, your life will be as tough as your mouth." Jiang Xia said, "Elder Wang, do you think that external threats constitute a violation of the competition rules?" Wang Xiaoshang gave Jiang Xia a deep look, then snorted coldly and turned to leave. Jiang Xia looked away, completely disregarding Wang Xiaoshang's threat. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Clear Qi, 110578. The Qingqi value has once again broken the 100,000 mark, and it is expected to increase significantly after the competition for spots ends. Jiang Xia closed her eyes, her consciousness sinking into her sea of consciousness to comprehend the dragon-slaying diagram and hone her spear technique. As for the matches that followed in the ring, there was no need for him to watch them at all. Because of Wang Chen's example, many people are afraid that another formidable person like Jiang Xia will emerge, so they generally exercise great restraint and only make minor moves. The subsequent third and fourth tier competitions progressed much faster than the second tier competitions due to the limited number of participants. We are now entering the second phase of the battle for astral slots. This phase will be a multiplayer free for all. 32nd tier warriors who persevere to the end will receive a star realm spot, 15 third tier warriors who persevere to the end will receive a star realm spot, and 5 fourth tier warriors who persevere to the end will receive a star realm spot. The rules for the third stage of the final battle for spots are as follows: lower-level martial artists can challenge higher-level ones. Each successful challenge will earn an additional star realm spot. The rank of the spot earned this time will be the same as the challenger's realm. For example, if a second-tier martial artist successfully challenges a third-tier martial artist, he will obtain a second-tier star realm spot, and so on. The challenge of a fourth-tier martial artist to a higher level will be handled by the instructors of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, and the rules are the same as above. Now, those who have passed the second stage of the second-tier martial artist competition will enter the arena. Chapter 99: Obtaining a Spot. As Tang Huashuan's voice faded, the arena in the center of the martial arts arena sank and disappeared. A moment later, a ring the size of a football field slowly rose up. In the audience seats of the Starfall Martial Hall, Jiang Xia stood up and walked towards the passage leading to the central arena. At this time, a lot of people had gathered in the preparation passage. Some people subtly and warily observed those around them. Some people are contacting familiar friends, planning to band together in the ensuing melee. As Jiang Xia entered the preparation passage, the martial artists all changed color and voluntarily made way for her. The preparation passage was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only after Jiang Xia completely walked out of the preparation passage did these people breathe a sigh of relief. As soon as Jiang Xia arrived on the arena, she felt a blur before her eyes, and Tang Huashuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Jiang Xia bowed slightly and clasped her hands in greeting, "Senior." Tang Huashuan nodded and said, "You don't need to participate in the upcoming melee, you've already secured a spot." Jiang Xia was not surprised at all. After all, his strength was obvious to all, and getting involved in the melee would only disrupt the course of the competition. If Wang Chen were still alive, he would probably receive the same treatment. Seeing that Tang Huashuan didn't let him leave immediately, Jiang Xia then stepped off the arena and leaned against the wall. People began to walk out of the preparation passage and onto the arena one after another. Many people saw Jiang Xia below the arena and were surprised to see that she had not stepped onto the arena. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Tang Huashuan slowly walked up to them and said, "Jiang Xia will not participate in this melee and will directly obtain a spot. That means only the last 29 of you who fight to the end will be able to obtain a spot in the Star Realm. Anyone who has objections to this arrangement can raise them now." The crowd looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating they had no objections. What a joke! They had just witnessed Jiang Xia brutally beating Wang Chen not long ago. Throughout the entire ordeal, Jiang Xia didn't even use her martial spirit or combat skills. The opponent, relying solely on physical strength, severely injured and brought to the brink of death Wang Chen, a person who was already unattainable for them. The others felt that they weren't foolish enough to actively seek out a powerful figure as a father figure for themselves. Seeing that no one had any objections, Tang Huaxian nodded, said let the battle begin, and then retreated to the edge of the arena. As the countdown above the arena reached 0, the numerous martial artists instantly split into different factions and began attacking and killing each other. Jiang Xia looked up and felt a little bored, so she closed her eyes again and let her consciousness sink into her sea of consciousness to comprehend the dragon-slaying diagram and hone her spear skills. He had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before he could push his spear technique to its highest level. Then he can continue to challenge higher ranks on the Star Martial Arts Fighting Network. Jiang Xia did not forget to improve her rank on the Star Martial Arts Fighting Network during her daily training. He has now reached Gold Tier 3 with 90 points. It was during his advancement to the second tier of gold that he encountered his first setback, and his undefeated myth was ended. In fact, after reaching the Silver Tier 1, Jiang Xia encountered enemies who were basically in the early stages of a power struggle. Once you reach the gold rank, your enemies will have a significant advantage, and some powerful warriors will have even mastered high-level combat techniques to perfection. When Jiang Xia advanced to the second tier of the gold realm, she was matched with a mastery of the power, and she also cultivated 2 top-grade human-level martial arts techniques to the true meaning level. He was undoubtedly defeated in the fight against such a powerful opponent. So after that, Jiang Xia stopped improving his rank. He planned to wait until he had mastered the spear technique and reached the true meaning of a martial art before taking on a challenge. Time passed slowly, and Jiang Xia kept her eyes closed the whole time to meditate and hone her spear skills. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking the lights above the training ground. Jiang Xia composed herself, opened her eyes, and immediately saw a pair of sharp eyes, containing an extremely sharp blade like light. If someone with a weak mind sees these eyes, it could very well damage their spirit. Jiang Xia stared directly into those sharp, piercing eyes, her heart remaining completely unmoved. At this moment, he recognized the person who had come. It was one of the 2 people who had confronted him in the audience earlier. The other party was either from the Tsin family of Sucheng or the Shao family of Sucheng. Because the distance was relatively far before, Jiang Xia didn't get a good look at the other person's appearance. Now that the distance is closer, she can see a familiar shadow on the other person's face. Jiang Xia asked calmly, "Who is Tsin Yao to you?" "He, my name is Tsin Shang. What do you think our relationship is?" Tsin Shang's face was gloomy, and his gaze was like a knife piercing Jiang Xia. "Oh." Jiang Xia nodded, slowly uttered a single word, and then ignored the other person. Seeing Jiang Xia's indifferent attitude towards him made Tsin Shang very unhappy. His right hand, gripping the knife, clenched so tightly that it cracked. He had a strong urge to draw his sword and kill her. "Calm down, Tsin Shang, take a good look around and see where you are." Xiao Jun, who had been standing behind Tsin Shang, grabbed Tsin Shang's left hand, which was about to draw his sword, and shook his head at the latter. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of many people, and many eyes turned towards them. Because Jiang Xia had previously beaten Wang Chen in the ring, he still left a deep impression on many people. Given the upcoming challenge for those above their level, Jiang Xia is undoubtedly the most likely to succeed, which is why many people have been secretly observing her. Even Tang Huaxian had to spare some attention to prevent a conflict from breaking out, since most of these people were prodigies nurtured by various powerful forces. Although the Azure Dragon Martial Hall is not afraid of those forces, it will naturally try to minimize trouble and eliminate it at its source. Feeling the gazes around him, Tsin Shang suppressed his restless emotions, loosened his grip on the knife hilt, and looked at Jiang Xia with icy eyes. "Your head will remain on your neck for now. I will come and retrieve it myself once we enter the astral plane." After saying that, Tsin Shang turned and left without looking back. Jiang Xia watched Tsin Shang's departing figure, her golden eyes surging with undisguised killing intent. At this moment, many people standing around Jiang Xia felt a chill run down their spines and began to back away. Tsin Shang seemed to sense something, paused slightly, then continued walking forward, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Why would humans care about what ants think? Jiang Xia's killing intent was seen by Tsin Shang as impotent rage. The difference in strength between the two was like an insurmountable chasm, unless the other party was willing to give up this opportunity to enter the Star Realm. Otherwise, he would definitely kill him. This was not only to avenge his sister, but also because of the instructions given by the family elders when he came to Jiangcheng. Xiao Jun glanced at Jiang Xia out of the corner of his eye, then ignored her. Although the elders of the Xiao family had instructed him to eliminate Jiang Xia in the Star Realm before he arrived, he clearly had no intention of working for someone else. Because of his childhood experiences, Xiao Jun never felt a sense of belonging to the Xiao family. This trip from Kunlun Martial Arts University to Jiangcheng was also to enter the Star Realm in search of opportunities to improve my cultivation level. Chapter 100 Breakthrough in Realm, Mastery of Spear Technique. Jiang Xia suppressed her killing intent, and her golden eyes returned to calm. These people from the powerful families are all planning to make a move against him in the Star Realm. It seems they really think he's an easy target. Jiang Xia had originally thought that since he was being targeted by the ancient god Spirit Descent Society, he shouldn't make too much of a fuss to avoid attracting further attention from them. But clearly, the tree may wish to remain still, but the wind will not cease. Since that's the case, he wouldn't mind giving the 5 great families a surprise. Jiang Xia's gaze fell on the pale gold card in the system's inventory. Fire Cloud Cave Heaven 10-day experience card gold. The host can go to Fire Cloud Cave Heaven for cultivation. When in Fire Cloud Cave Heaven, time outside is in a state of absolute stillness. Jiang Xia hadn't used the trial card because her mental strength wasn't sufficient at the time. I'm worried that I won't be able to adapt to the feeling of disorientation that comes with 10 days of frozen time. Now, his mental strength has greatly improved, so there's no need to worry about that. Jiang Xia originally planned to use it after the Star Realm quota competition ended and she returned to the villa. He could clearly feel that he was just one step away from breaking through to the late stage of the second tier. After that, as long as you focus on your practice for a day or two, you will definitely be able to break through. But now the Wang and Sun families are launching a series of attacks. Even a clay figure has some temper, and Jiang Xia doesn't consider herself a saint either. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If they offend me, I will repay them 100-fold. Immediately, with a thought, the experience card in his system inventory disappeared. Instantly, the previously noisy training ground fell silent. A vortex appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Xia stepped inside and sat down on the prayer mat in front of the offering table. He didn't bring any cultivation resources with him when he entered the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven, but the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven has abundant source energy, which does not prevent him from breaking through. The only thing to worry about is the diet during these 10 days. However, with the bloodline of Pangu, and with the abundant power of qi and blood, Jiang Xia could maintain her peak condition for a month without eating or drinking. Jiang Xia sat cross-legged, focused her mind and began to circulate the mysterious origin cultivation method to absorb the surrounding source energy. Before long, the source energy in the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven rapidly converged around Jiang Xia, rushing into his body and tempering his muscles through his skin. The source energy organ that a first-level martial artist needs to build is the skin, while the second level involves tempering the physical body. Jiang Xia discovered long ago that due to the special nature of the Pango bloodline, coupled with his use of the soul-devouring skill to continuously absorb the essence of flesh and blood to strengthen his physical body, this greatly accelerated his speed in absorbing source energy to temper his body and building source energy organs. His subsequent practice of the 8-9 arcane arts pushed the speed to its peak. Even if Jiang Xia doesn't actively absorb source energy, she can still cultivate automatically using the characteristics of her physical body's divine treasure. His speed in absorbing source energy and building source energy organs is not much slower than that of ordinary geniuses. As long as Jiang Xia continues to devour the essence of flesh and blood and cultivate the 8-9 arcane technique, the only obstacles blocking his path to becoming a powerful figure are resources and the hurdles when breaking through major stages. Time passed by little, and 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xia's breakthrough was now in its final stage. Immediately afterwards, a faint sound came from inside her body. Late stage of Tier 2, breakthrough. Jiang Xia opened her eyes, stood up, and quickly adjusted to her body after the breakthrough. This breakthrough may seem like just a small step forward, but the actual gains are far more than that. With 3 battle runes, providing a terrifying 300% boost. His breakthrough brought about a fundamental improvement in his physical body, directly raising his strength to a new level. After adapting to the surge in strength following her breakthrough, Jiang Xia took a deep breath, and the god-slaying spear materialized in her hand. She then began practicing the Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear. He was just one step away from breaking through not only his realm, but also his spear technique, which was at a minor level. With the help of the Emperor of the River slaying the dragon painting, his spear skills improved rapidly, making significant progress every day. Comprehending the dragon slaying diagram is like being taught spear techniques by a highly skilled master. How could their progress not be rapid? Even the successors trained by those aristocratic families cannot have a strong person available 24/7 to personally guide them in martial arts skills. Zhang Xia plans to first break through to the great perfection of the spear technique, and then have the great perfection spear technique assist him in comprehending the true meaning of the Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear. The following time was spent in intensive training. On the 8th day after entering the Fire Cloud Cave, Zhang Xia made another breakthrough, and his spear technique reached the great perfection realm. For the last 2 days, Zhang Xia practiced the Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear again and again without getting tired of it. Time is passing, and the static state of Fire Cloud Cave is about to end. Zhang Xia put away her gun and stood there, letting out a helpless sigh. He ultimately failed to grasp the true meaning of the Thunderous Mountain Suppressing Spear. Compared to scions of elite families who receive targeted training from a young age, his foundation is undoubtedly much weaker. However, his strength has made a qualitative leap in these 10 days, so there is no need to pursue perfection too much. After retracting the god-slaying spear into his body, Zhang Xia sat cross-legged on the futon to regulate his breathing and recover. In the last second before the still space was about to disappear, Zhang Xia got up and left the Fire Cloud Cave. Returning to the training ground, the world that had been paused came back to life. Zhang Xia gently rubbed her brow with her fingers, easing the discomfort caused to her soul by the misalignment of time and space. At this moment, the entire training ground experienced a noticeable tremor, and the huge arena in the center slowly sank, eventually revealing an arena the size of 2 basketball courts. Wow, how many arenas did the Azure Dragon Martial Hall build under the training ground? They changed arenas 3 times during a single competition, someone exclaimed. Immediately, a member of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall explained, "Hee, you don't know this, do you? Actually, there is only one large arena made up of many blocks under the martial arts arena. The different arenas you see now are simply variations on the block composition of that large arena, tailored to different combat needs." Upon hearing the explanation, everyone suddenly understood and immediately expressed their sincere admiration for this ingenious design. At this moment, Teng Huaxian stood in the center of the arena. He looked at the group of martial artists below who were still talking to each other and coughed twice. The sound, amplified by the source energy, was clearly transmitted to the ears of every martial artist around the arena. The room immediately fell silent. Teng Huaxian said, "Now we will hold a cross-level challenge. Any martial artist who is interested can go directly to the arena. This arena has activated its energy barrier and is connected to the martial hall's AI. If it detects that either of the 2 combatants is in mortal danger, it will automatically teleport them out of the arena." After saying that, Teng Huaxian walked straight off the arena, leaving it to the group of martial artists. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became oppressive and quiet. By this time, Zhang Xia had recovered from the discomfort. He pushed aside the crowd blocking his way and leaped onto the arena. Chapter 101 Battle with Xin Shang. On the arena, Zhang Xia ignored all the 3rd-tier martial artists and looked directly at Xin Shang, who was standing among the 4th-tier martial artists. Sensing Zhang Xia's gaze, Xin Shang raised an eyebrow. At the same time, he found it somewhat amusing. There's a limit to how much people can go to courting death. Did this kid really dare to challenge him? Zhang Xia's gaze lingered on Xin Shang for only 2 seconds before she looked away and turned to Teng Huaxian. "Vice Hall Master Tang, I would like to know if it is possible to directly challenge a 4th-tier martial artist." Upon hearing this, Teng Huaxian couldn't help but look Zhang Xia up and down. I thought to myself, this kid doesn't seem to have any mental problems. After a moment's thought, Teng Huaxian said, "Theoretically, it is possible, and there are no restrictions on it according to the rules, but are you sure you want to challenge a 4th-tier martial artist?" Zhang Xia said, "I'm sure." Teng Huaxian nodded and said, "I understand, but I need to inform the palace master about this and adjust the rewards for winning." Although Teng Huaxian didn't believe Zhang Xia could succeed in the challenge, the necessary procedures still had to be followed under the watchful eyes of everyone. Just as Teng Huaxian contacted Yui, the hall master of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, the martial artists around the arena were already in an uproar. No, did I hear that right? This kid is actually going to challenge a 4th-level martial artist who is 2 major realms above him. Ha, arrogant. Who does he think he is? He has some talent but doesn't know his own limitations. That's right. None of us 3rd-tier martial artists would dare to say we can go toe-to-toe with a 4th-tier martial artist. What is this 2nd-tier kid anyway? I was trembling with fear. I could almost see Jiangshan being brutally beaten by a 4th-level martial artist. Oh no, the great demon king has really overplayed his hand this time. Below the arena, the martial artists were not optimistic about Jiang Xiaoyue's challenge against a 4th-level martial artist, despite his 2 major realms of cultivation. Of the 5 4th-level martial artists, apart from Xiao Jun and Sun Shang, the other 3 were all looking at Jiang Xia with hostility. They decided that if Jiang Xia challenged them later, they would definitely teach this arrogant brat an unforgettable lesson. Xiao Jun ignored the outside disturbances and quietly wiped the long sword in his hand. Sun Shang stood to the side with his sword in his arms, and after glancing at Jiang Xia, he closed his eyes to rest. In his view, Jiang Xia's behavior was nothing more than a clown trying to attract attention, not worth a second glance. Inside the observation room above the training ground, Yui received the message from Teng Huaxian, glanced at Fu Yan beside her with a playful look, and projected the message directly onto the screen. Fu Yan, what do you think of this matter? Jiang Xia is a member of your Starfall Martial Hall. Fu Yan glanced at the message indifferently, then looked at Yui and said, what Jiang Xia does is his own business. As long as he can bear the consequences of his actions, that's fine. As for the challenge reward, I have no objection. You can discuss it yourselves. Song Jianghong pondered for a moment and said, since it is a battle between 2 major realms, the challenge difficulty increases, so the reward should naturally increase as well. I think it would be better to set the challenge reward as 5 slots for 3rd-tier star realms. Does anyone have any other opinions? Inside the observation room, the leaders of various major forces in Zhongcheng exchanged glances and nodded secretly. No one would believe that a 2nd-tier martial artist who was only recently awakened could defeat a 4th-tier martial artist trained by the major families. Since that's the case, why not just agree to Song Jinghong's proposal, while also showing goodwill to the Martial Arts Bureau and the Starfall Martial Hall? The development of the 4th Order Astral Plane is now the top priority. Soon, Yui sent the results of the discussion in the observation room to Teng Huaxian. Sitting next to Fu Yan, Wan Fenghua of the Panchur Martial Hall leaned closer and whispered, don't tell me you didn't tell that kid that the strength of martial artists from aristocratic families and those from the wilderness is simply not on the same level. Fu Yan remained calm and composed, merely chuckling lightly after hearing Wan Fenghua's words. Wan Fenghua was surprised he could hear the confidence in Fu Yan's laughter. He couldn't help but touch the stubble on his head. Holy crap, does that kid really think he can create a miracle? Wan Fenghua naturally had no idea that Fu Yan wasn't confident in Jiang Xia's strength, but rather in her intelligence. He didn't think Jiang Xia would be foolish enough to challenge an enemy she couldn't possibly defeat. Since Jiang Xia has chosen to challenge a 4th-tier martial artist, he must be confident of victory. After receiving Yu Yi's message, Teng Huaxian immediately made it public. The 2nd-tier martial artists had no objection to this reward, as did the others. It's just a spot to enter the star realm, not a real benefit. It's obviously unnecessary to risk serious injury to challenge a 4th-tier martial artist. Teng Huaxian said, Jiang Xia, you can challenge your opponent now. Jiang Xia then looked directly at Sun Shang without glancing to the side. Sensing Jiang Xia's gaze, Sun Shang opened his eyes. He thought to himself, this kid really dares to challenge me, he's courting death. Without hesitation, Sun Shang leaped onto the ring. Upon learning that Jiang Xia was going to challenge Sun Shang, a 4th-tier martial artist, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Sun Shang's reputation for exceptional swordsmanship had long been known in several cities surrounding Suzhou. Among the 5 remaining 4th-tier martial artists in this competition for spots, Sun Shang and Xiao Jun are in a commanding lead. The 2 were not only powerful, but their cultivation levels had also broken through to the late stage of the 4th rank. This kid probably knew he couldn't possibly defeat a 4th-tier martial artist, so he deliberately picked the strongest one. A 3rd-tier martial artist sneered disdainfully. TSK, no matter how this battle went, it's enough for that kid to brag about. After all, he fought against a 4th-tier swordsman with only a 2nd-tier cultivation level. The crowd below the arena was buzzing with discussion. Some mocked Jiang Xia's challenge against a 4th-level martial artist, while others were dismissive. No one believed that Jiang Xia could succeed. On the arena, as Jiang Xia and Sun Shang took their designated positions, a 3-second countdown appeared above the arena. Then the countdown reached 0, and neither Jiang Xia nor Sun Shang moved. Sun Shang glanced at Jiang Xia while holding his sword and said calmly, although challenging me was your own overestimation of yourself, as your senior, I will not bully the weak. I will give you a chance. These words immediately resonated with the martial artists around the arena, who clapped and cheered, and even the audience seats echoed with applause. Look, all of you, this is the demeanor that martial artists should have, instead of imitating those overconfident 2nd-tier clowns on the arena, trying to attract attention and wasting everyone's time. Exactly, I don't understand why there's any point in continuing a battle where the outcome is so obvious. Clown, get off the stage. This is not a place where you can act recklessly, a third-tier fighter shouted at the ring. However, these words seemed to express everyone's thoughts, and almost all the third-tier martial artists shouted at Jiang Xia. The three fourth-tier martial artists exchanged glances and began to speak. Clown, get off the ring. You're not worthy to stand with us. Chapter 102 The Shock of the Crowd. For a time, Jiang Xia was universally hated among the martial artists. However, those who were shouting for Jiang Xia to get off the stage were all third-level martial artists. These people weren't particularly righteous or genuinely disapproving of Jiang Xia's behavior. The reason they acted this way was entirely because Jiang Xia's actions indirectly challenged their authority as senior martial artists. With so many second-tier martial artists present, why is it that only you, kid, jumped out to challenge someone of a higher level? Isn't that just slapping them in the face? Moreover, even if they win the battle, they will only have defeated a martial artist who is one realm lower than themselves, and they will not gain any benefit from it. But if you accidentally make a mistake in front of everyone, you'll lose all face. No one can remain uninvolved in matters that directly affect their own interests. At this moment, the second-tier warriors remained silent as they looked at the indignant group of third-tier warriors. Whether Jiang Xia is just trying to attract attention or a clown, it has nothing to do with them, because in the previous battle, Jiang Xia proved his status among second-tier martial artists with his own strength. As Xin Shang listened to the martial artists below the arena verbally attacking Jiang Xia, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Jiang Xia ignored the barking of the people below the arena at this moment, his eyes were only on Xin Shang, his enemy. Upon hearing Xin Shang's words, Jiang Xia lifted her leg and walked towards him, her steps steady and powerful. He raised his right hand, his palm forming a fist, and the blood-red shaft of the god-slaying spear slowly condensed in his palm. When Jiang Xia fully grasped the god-slaying spear in his palm and stood holding it, everyone present could feel the powerful aura emanating from the king of weapons. At this moment, the playful smile on Xin Shang's face had disappeared, and he was looking at Jiang Xia with an incredulous gaze. Below the arena, Xiao Jun paused in wiping his sword, took several deep breaths to calm himself, and continued wiping the long sword in his hand. However, compared to before, Xiao Jun's knife-wiping movements were slightly stiff. Tang Huaxian sighed inwardly, never expecting to see the spear technique of the Great Completion Realm in a martial artist who had only awakened less than 2 months ago. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. On the arena, Xin Shang changed his previous contemptuous attitude and straightened his body slightly, but still held the long sword in his arms. Even though Jiang Xia is now displaying the spear technique of the Great Perfection Realm, the difference between the two realms is still vast, a gap that even the spear technique of the Perfection Realm cannot bridge. Holding the god-slaying spear, Jiang Xia looked at Xin Shang with her calm, golden eyes. The next moment, Jiang Xia's body suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of Xin Shang. He thrust out his spear, crackling with terrifying lightning, aiming straight for Xin Shang's chest. Thunderous mountain-suppressing spear shocking thunderclap. Such speed, such terrifying power and combat skills. Upon seeing this, Xin Shang immediately realized that he had overestimated himself. Because of his previous underestimation of his opponent, he had no way to avoid Jiang Xia's shot. He immediately disregarded his previous nonsense about letting Jiang Xia have a chance, and instantly drew his long sword to parry. Clang! The spear tip was blocked by the blade, and the immense force caused the entire blade to bend slightly. Xin Shang was horrified when he saw this. What kind of superhuman strength did this kid possess? His longsword was a top-grade treasure weapon. At this moment, the crowd below the arena also saw what was happening on the arena. The moment Xin Shang, who had offered Jiang Xia a move, took the initiative to draw his sword to resist Jiang Xia's attack, the 15 third-tier martial artists who had been taunting Jiang Xia fell silent as if someone had grabbed them by the neck, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at the arena. Not only the 15 third-tier martial artists, but everyone in the entire martial arts arena was staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding on the stage. They had never heard of a 4th-tier martial artist needing to actively defend against an attack from a 2nd-tier martial artist. On the arena, Jiang Xia kept her spear in a low thrusting position. Moreover, he continued to exert force, making the curve of the longsword in Xin Shang's hand more and more obvious. Looking directly at Xin Shang, Jiang Xia said calmly, "Senior Xin, didn't you say you would let me have a move? What are you doing now?" Jiang Xia emphasized the word senior. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, Xin Shang felt a surge of heat rising on his face, along with a surge of anger at being humiliated. The next moment, Xin Shang's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and his martial spirit appeared behind him, attacking Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia's gaze sharpened, and she immediately withdrew and retreated. After forcing Jiang Xia back, Xin Shang's martial spirit returned to his side and circled around him. These are 3 long swords with the same shape and style. Although they are martial spirits, the sharpness of their blades is not to be ignored. Immediately afterwards, all 3 martial spirit longswords disappeared into the longsword in Xin Shang's hand, merging with it into one. Immediately, Xin Shang's aura surged, and golden light swirled around the long sword in his hand. Jiang Xia's eyes narrowed. Xin Shang's aura had increased by at least 30% compared to before, and the long sword in his hand gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Xin Shang took a deep breath, his gaze towards Jiang Xia filled with undisguised killing intent. Jiang Xia, I admit I underestimated you just now, but you don't think that being able to force me to make a move means you can fight a 4th-level martial artist, do you? Now, I'll show you what a 4th-tier martial artist is like. No sooner had he finished speaking than Xin Shang's figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Xia, his long sword slashing down heavily. Jiang Xia's pupils narrowed. Xin Shang's speed at this moment was much faster than when he was fully activating the Luoyan Jing Hongbu. Fortunately, Jiang Xia's mental perception was strong enough at this moment. The instant she noticed Xin Shang's unusual movement, she instinctively held the god-slaying spear in front of her to block the slash. Xin Shang clearly had his own fighting rhythm. If his first attack failed, he would immediately turn and withdraw. He gripped the long sword in his hand, covering it with golden energy, and then slashed horizontally at Jiang Xia from a distance. In an instant, a massive golden blade of light continued to fly towards Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia parried again with his gun, but the blade's aura, enhanced by the source energy, was clearly beyond his current ability to withstand. The golden blade of light pressed against the gun, forcing Jiang Xia to retreat repeatedly. Xin Shang pressed his advantage, unleashing 7 or 8 more golden blade beams that swept towards Jiang Xia. Seeing this, Jiang Xia knew that she could not contend with a late-stage 4th-tier martial artist in her current state. It seems that the rapid increase in his income has made him a bit arrogant. Now that his current maximum combat strength has been detected, there is no need to continue holding back. At that moment, the subsequent blade light completely engulfed Jiang Xia. Upon seeing this, Xin Shang smiled. He didn't believe that Jiang Xia, a 2nd-level martial artist, could survive such an attack. The smile on Xin Shang's face froze the next moment. Suddenly, terrifying lightning erupted from the spot where Jiang Xia was engulfed by the golden blade light, and then a muscular figure over 2 meters tall emerged, shattering the blade light with a wave of his hand. Chapter 103: Xin Shang's Existential Crisis. How could this be? Xin Shang's eyes widened in fury. The blade of light he condensed using source energy could absolutely not be shattered by a mere 2nd-tier martial artist's fist. But now, a scene that could be described as subverting Xin Shang's common sense is unfolding before his eyes. Jiang Xia's golden eyes shone brightly like the sun, her long gray-white hair moved without wind, and lightning constantly surged on her body. 2 pythons formed from pure lightning coiled around her within a 10-foot radius. He gripped his long spear tightly, twirled it, and pointed the spearhead at Xin Shang in the distance. Xin Shang, I hope you won't disappoint me in the future. After saying that, Jiang Xia disappeared from the spot. Alarm bells rang in Xin Shang's mind, and he drew his sword to slash behind him. Clang! The long sword clashed with the long spear. Immediately afterwards, Xin Shang's expression changed drastically, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. Xin Shang twisted his waist in mid-air to dissipate the force, which prevented him from being knocked off the stage by Jiang Xia's attack. But he was still not feeling well. His right hand, which was holding the knife, was trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, Jiang Xia's current strength is too much for her to withstand, even with the body of a late-stage 4th-tier martial artist. Xin Shang's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Xia in disbelief. Is this the power that a 2nd-tier martial artist can unleash? There are too many things that are beyond Xin Shang's comprehension today. He had seen martial artists whose strength increased dramatically after fusing with martial souls before, but he had never seen one as outrageous as Jiang Xia. What level of martial spirit would it take to fuse with the body for a martial artist to directly advance 2 major realms? Moreover, didn't the elders in the family say that Jiang Xia didn't awaken a useless F-grade martial soul? If Jiang Xia's martial soul is F rank, then what is his SSS rank, which can only increase his physical strength by 30%? For a moment, Xin Shang was in a state of utter confusion. Even in a place like Kunlun Martial Arts University, where geniuses gather, I've never seen anyone as outrageous as Jiang Xia. At this moment, all the martial artists below the arena were stunned by the sudden burst of strength from Jiang Xia. Especially those 3 4th-tier martial artists, and the 15 3rd-tier martial artists who led the mockery of Jiang Xia. Besides shock, all they felt now was a deep fear of Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia had no idea what Xin Shang was going through at that moment. Seeing that Xin Shang looked somewhat dazed after taking his blow, he decisively struck again. In a flash, he appeared in front of Xin Shang, and at the same time, the god-slaying spear, wrapped in lightning, pierced towards Xin Shang's brow. Since the arena had been taken over by the martial hall AI, Jiang Xia was not worried about accidentally killing Xin Shang. Xin Shang felt a faint stinging pain between his eyebrows. Under this external stimulation, he instantly regained his senses and hurriedly swung his knife to block. The immense force struck again. Xin Shang stumbled back several steps, now only a step away from the edge of the arena. Calming himself down, he realized that since he couldn't win a head-on confrontation with Jiang Xia, he would try to ambush her from a distance. Fortunately, the arena was large enough to support his maneuvering and performance. Xin Shang activated the long sword that covered his legs, and then unleashed several sword beams at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia remained calm, clenching her fist and shattering the incoming blades one by one. But by then, Xin Shang's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Jiang Xia sensed something and slammed her spear backward, shattering the blade light behind her. Next, Xin Shang, empowered by source energy, launched an offensive around Jiang Xia. Golden blade light swept in from all directions. Jiang Xia was getting annoyed. This situation reminded him of two unpleasant memories from the burial forest. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he released his mental perception to pinpoint Xin Shang's next footsteps, while lightning exploded beneath his feet. The burst of energy propelled Jiang Xia forward like a rocket. Just as Xin Shang was about to repeat his old tricks, Jiang Xia had already arrived at his next lodging location. Xin Shang was shocked, but the inertia at high speed prevented him from stopping immediately. But he quickly responded, gripping the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands, holding the blade outward in front of him, and using the momentum, he slashed down heavily. Jiang Xia stood straight in place, facing the knife without dodging. He kept his left foot still, drew a semicircle with his right foot, and slightly turned his body, narrowly dodging the knife. Xin Shang's body continued to move forward due to inertia. Jiang Xia's gaze sharpened as she seized the opportunity. Thunderous power gathered in her palm, and she clenched her fist, punching Xin Shang in the chest. Killer move. Heavenly Gang subduing demons. Bang! The combination of the thunderous, violent power and the fierce, demon-subduing fist technique of the Heavenly Gang created an effect greater than the sum of its parts. In mid-air, Xin Shang paused slightly, then his mouth opened wide and his eyes bulged out as he was sent flying backward. Xin Shang once again personally experienced Jiang Xia's exaggerated and unreasonable power. He quickly adjusted his body in mid-air, but his body had already left the edge of the ring. Seeing this scene, many people in the training ground felt as if they were there, and they were worried for Xin Shang. In this critical moment, Xin Shang hooked his foot on the ring, used his strength to perform a somersault, and returned to the ring. At this moment, they were in excruciating pain all over their bodies, as if their bones had been broken. Fortunately, he was protected by source energy, which prevented him from immediately losing his ability to continue fighting. Holding the god-slaying spear, Jiang Xia approached Xin Shang step by step, but did not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Xin Shang's expression was gloomy. Jiang Xia's current attitude gave him a very bad feeling, like a cat playing with a mouse. He knew he couldn't hold back any longer, or he would definitely be the one to lose. Xin Shang planned to deliver a fatal blow to Jiang Xia next. His expression was fierce, and he extended his left thumb towards his heart. A surge of golden energy was immediately activated and pierced his heart. Secret technique. Blood explosion. Thump. 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 The moment the blood explosion technique was activated, Xin Shang's heart began to pound violently, his body rapidly heated up, his blood flow accelerated, and his originally gentle source energy began to become violent. At this moment, white steam rose from Xin Shang's body, making him look like a boiled shrimp, his entire body blood red and extremely ferocious. The excruciating pain emanating from his body caused Xin Shang's facial features to contort, but his murderous eyes remained fixed on Jiang Xia. He raised the long sword in his hand to eye level, staring intently at Jiang Xia, trying to find a weakness in her. At this moment, Jiang Xia was also observing Xin Shang, who was constantly emitting steam. He thought to himself, is this a surge of internal energy? But Xin Shang's hand holding the knife was very steady at this moment. Jiang Xia couldn't figure out what state Xin Shang was in at the moment. But the extreme sense of danger the other party gave him was undeniable. Xin Shang's strength has now increased by more than double compared to before. Jiang Xia immediately guessed that Xin Shang's surge in strength was likely related to his current state. However, his steps remained steady and powerful as he continued to approach Xin Shang. At this moment, everyone in the training ground held their breath and watched the battle on the arena intently. They could see that this unconventional battle would be decided in the next move. Chapter 104 True Meaning. Sin Shang's breathing gradually calmed down, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Jiang Xia, searching for any flaws. A dozen breaths later, Jiang Xia had arrived at a position 10 meters away from Sin Shang. Just as Jiang Xia raised her knee and lifted her leg again, Sin Shang's eyes gleamed brightly. He saw a flaw the moment Jiang Xia raised her leg, her body swayed slightly. Sin Shang no longer hesitated. He knew this was his last chance, and immediately swung his knife at Jiang Xia. He held the knife in front of him, both to observe Jiang Xia's weaknesses and to prepare for his next strike. Even in the previous battles, he had not used the sword techniques he had learned. He simply covered the blade with source energy and unleashed sword beams to attack Jiang Xia. This is also a preparation for this strike. Because once this strike is made, there is no turning back. It's either you or me who dies. The true intention to assassinate the king. This is the true meaning of the pseudo-earth rank martial art golden spear breaking formation blade, the famous sword technique that made Sin Shang known as the master of swords. The blade flashed like a rainbow, transforming into a golden streak that hurtled straight towards Jiang Xia. At this moment, Sin Shang seemed to merge into this strike, becoming a part of it. Jiang Xia's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and there was no fear on her face. He didn't end the fight directly because he wanted to see the strength of the most outstanding member trained by the aristocratic family and what level he could reach. Sin Shang did not disappoint him. The power of this strike was estimated to have reached the threshold of the 5th rank. Holding the god-slaying spear, Jiang Xia unleashed the power of thunder within her, turning the entire arena into a thunderous swamp. As the spear swirled, the lightning on the arena instantly converged and condensed onto the spear shaft. Just as Jiang Xia was about to unleash her killing move Thunderous Heavenly Strike, she suddenly sensed something. He abandoned the kind of attack that came from above, like thunder striking the earth. Jiang Xia controlled the lightning power wrapped around the god-slaying spear, compressing and condensing it further, finally gathering it into the sharp point at the spear tip. Immediately afterwards, the two thunderous pythons coiling around his body, along with the billowing blood and gore that shot into the sky, all concealed their terrifying malevolent aura. All of these forces were contained within that single point of sharpness by Jiang Xia's powerful mental strength and extreme control. The moment all this was completed, an extremely unsettling sense of unease swept across the entire training ground. The first to be affected were the martial artists around the arena who were competing for a spot. They are closest to the ring and therefore experienced the most direct impact. At this moment, these people were pale-faced and retreated until their backs were pressed against the energy barrier, with nowhere left to go. In an instant, only Tang Huaxian and Xiao Jun remained around the arena. Xiao Jun activated his great perfection sword technique to resist the terrifying energy pressure, while simultaneously opening his eyes wide to look at the arena, not wanting to miss a single moment. At this moment, the battle on the arena has become an ultimate clash of skills. All of this seemed to take a very long time, but in reality it only took 2 or 3 seconds. At this moment, Sin Shang's blade had already reached Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia raised the god-slaying spear, following the insight in her heart, and thrust it forward seemingly ordinary, facing the flash of the blade. This shot was a basic spear technique that Jiang Xia was most familiar with, a horizontal thrust. However, if you pay close attention, you can perceive that this move contains all the spear techniques in the Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear. In an instant, the spearhead and the blade clashed. Buzz. Great sound and sound. The energy gathered at the tip of the spear exploded the moment it touched the blade. A terrifying torrent of energy swept across the entire arena and impacted the energy barrier surrounding it. Fortunately, the energy barrier of the Azure Dragon Martial Hall is strong enough to block all energy from entering the arena. The martial artists around the arena breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Even if the energy barrier of the arena were to break, they would be fine with a 6th-level martial artist like Tang Huaxian present. However, the terrifying energy storm on the arena was so oppressive that the martial artists briefly overlooked it. Sin Shang, who was at the center of the energy storm, was not so lucky. Under the impact of the explosive energy torrent, Sin Shang quickly broke free from the state of true intent, assassinating the king and killing the emperor, a state of no regrets when the sword was drawn. He was enveloped by a dense aura of death. At this moment, Sin Shang's source energy was almost depleted. He was in the center of the energy storm, and he only managed to hold on for a few breaths before being completely swallowed up by the energy torrent. Moments later, the energy storm dissipated. Jiang Xia stood alone on the arena, the god-slaying spear in her hand pointing diagonally at the ground, drops of blood continuously dripping from the tip of the spear. A flash of cold light, and the vermilion mark on the Book of Life and Death falls. Jiang Xia closed her eyes, savoring the feeling of drawing the gun just now. Just now, he successfully broke through to the true meaning realm of the Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear. Zhang Xia named it true meaning, judging life and death. One shot, and life or death are decided. That last shot was a culmination of Zhang Xia's entire power. If it weren't for the arena's protective mechanism that teleported Xin Sheng away at the last moment, he would already be dead under the god-slaying spear. Even though Xin Sheng possessed strength comparable to a 5th-level martial artist at the last moment, he still couldn't withstand this shot. However, this terrifying power comes at an extremely high price. The moment Zhang Xia thrust out that spear, she immediately exited the soul fusion state. This proves that the true meaning, the judgment of life and death, is not a move that can be used at will, because each use requires gathering all the energy of the body. However, it is clear that the true meaning, judging life and death, has extremely high growth potential. As Zhang Xia's strength increases and her soul fusion state further improves, the power of judgment of life and death will also increase further. Just as Zhang Xia closed her eyes to think, a huge uproar broke out in the martial arts arena due to the result of the arena battle. When the leaders of the various factions saw Zhang Xia standing unharmed on the arena, they all gasped in astonishment. Zhang Xia, a second-tier cultivator, challenged a fourth-tier cultivator, 2 major realms above him, and even managed to defeat him. Throughout the entire battle, Zhang Xia maintained a crushing advantage over Xin Sheng. And there's one more crucial thing. The leaders of the forces who came to the scene all had at least the strength of the early stage of the 5th rank in martial arts. Zhang Xia's final attack had clearly crossed the threshold of the 5th rank, and even they felt a sense of danger after sensing that aura. At this moment, many high-ranking members of various factions understood this. At this moment, the backbone of the younger generation of the Jiangqing family has been completely shattered by a commoner martial artist. Wang Xiaosheng, Lei Wuhan, and Xiaobo all looked at Zhang Xia on the arena with solemn expressions. With the combat power that Zhang Xia has shown so far, it is enough to establish her dominant position in the 4th tier. If Zhang Xia breaks through to the 3rd rank, no one will doubt whether he has the strength to defeat a 5th rank martial artist. The three exchanged glances, their meaning unspoken. Zhang Xia's strength has already become a threat to the 5 great families. We cannot allow him to continue to grow. We must eliminate him in advance to prevent future troubles. End of chapter 105. Lei Wuhan sighed softly, thinking to himself, if they had approached Zhang Xia with an equal attitude when they went to see her, would the outcome have been different? Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Since a feud was formed back then, the two sides were destined to fight to the death. Moreover, while they might be willing to reconcile, Zhang Xia's assertive personality might preclude it. Wang Xiaosheng patted Lei Wuhan on the shoulder and said, "Brother Wuhan, there's no need to sigh. No matter how monstrous Zhang Xia is, he's still just a 2nd-tier martial artist. Besides, his ability to increase his strength in a short time must have some limitations, so there's no need to worry too much. As long as our 5 great families work together in the upcoming astral exploration, we will surely be able to leave the little beast in the astral realm forever without making a sound." A flash of murderous intent crossed Wang Xiaosheng's eyes. "How dare you harm the prodigy of the Wang family, Zhang Xia, your death is imminent." Center of the training ground. Tang Huaxian stepped onto the arena and first looked Zhang Xia up and down. He was amazed to see that after fighting Xin Sheng, Zhang Xia had no injuries except for some torn clothes. However, he quickly regained his composure and declared Zhang Xia the winner. Instantly, the entire training ground erupted in thunderous applause. Although the leaders of various forces harbored their own ulterior motives, it did not prevent them from sincerely admiring and appreciating the strength and talent that Zhang Xia had displayed. Immediately, Tang Huaxian asked, "Zhang Xia, do you still want to continue the challenge?" As soon as the words fell, the hands of the martial artists clapping around the arena instantly froze, especially those 4th-level martial artists. Xiao Jun felt the same way, believing that he couldn't withstand Zhang Xia's final, terrifying shot. And most importantly, he had just seen Xin Sheng's miserable state when he was teleported off the stage. The other person was charred black by the power of the thunder, and his body was covered with long, thin wounds, with his skin and flesh turned outwards, as if he had been subjected to the torture of being slowly sliced to death. At this moment, Zhang Xia heard Tang Huashuan's voice. "Zhang Xia, Palace Master Fu asked me to tell you to know when to stop." Zhang Xia glanced at the martial artists around the arena and saw that none of them seemed to have heard Tang Huashuan's voice. Then she looked at Tang Huaxian not far away. Tang Huaxian walked over to meet Zhang Xia's gaze and said with a smile, "This is just a little trick of using source energy. By wrapping the sound in source energy, you can achieve the effect of transmitting sound secretly. Once you have fully mastered source energy, you will be able to do it easily." Zhang Xia nodded and said, "I understand. May I leave the training ground now?" Now that the final stage is over and there's nothing more for him to do, he might as well go back to the martial hall's cultivation room to consolidate his cultivation rather than waste time here. Tang Huaxian said, of course. After the competition for the Star Realm quota ends, someone will inform you of the specific date for your trip to the Star Realm. Please keep an eye out. Jiang Xia said, okay, senior. Jiang Xia then left the ring and returned to the audience seats through the preparation passage. Having spent some time with Jiang Xia recently, Hong Tu who had come to understand her personality and was already prepared to leave. Jiang Xia and Hong Tu who exchanged a glance and then walked together toward the elevator that led away from the training ground. When we arrived outside the Azure Dragon Martial Hall, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The sun was still high in the sky, but it was not so hot. After waiting for a while, Hong Tu who drove over in his SUV. Jiang Xia got in, and the two left the Azure Dragon Martial Hall together. Inside the viewing room of the martial arts arena. After Jiang Xia's battle, everyone would occasionally look at Fu Yan. Let's leave aside the leaders of the major forces in Jiangqing for now. Even Wan Fenghua, the hall master of the Pancher Martial Hall, and Yui, the hall master of the Tsanglong Martial Hall, looked somewhat unnatural. Finally, Wan Fenghua touched the stubble on his head and couldn't help but say, Fu Yan, what did you feed this kid after you brought him back to the martial hall? His strength is too outrageous. A late-stage second-tier fighter defeats a late-stage fourth-tier fighter without taking any damage. I consider myself to be very knowledgeable, but I have never seen such a monstrous martial artist before. Upon hearing Wan Fenghua's words, everyone in the spectator room nodded in agreement. Yui had mixed feelings. She thought to herself that if she had tried harder back then, perhaps this monstrous martial artist would be from their Azure Dragon Martial Hall now. But then she shook her head, relieved. Back then, Jiang Xia only possessed the rudiments of a spear technique. She didn't display the exaggerated strength she has today. Given her personality, it's impossible for her to overinvest in uncertainties. Even if she could do it all over again, she would probably make the same choice as before. What no one knew was that Fu Yan was only putting on a brave face. He hadn't expected Jiang Xia to be so powerful. At the late stage of the second tier of martial arts, his spear technique was perfected, and he mastered the true meaning of a pseudo-earth tier martial skill. Any one of these achievements, taken individually, would make any other martial artist a prodigy. But it is extremely frightening when all these achievements come together in one person. However, while Fu Yan was shocked by Jiang Xia, he was also worried about her safety. After all, Jiang Xia's current actions can be said to have completely severed ties with the aristocratic families, even making them hostile, especially since Jiang Xia is also affiliated with the ancient god spirit descent society. We need to be even more cautious from now until the martial arts exam. Fu Yan had already decided that once this was over, he would apply to the Provincial Martial Hall for qualification as a member of the Sequence Protection Guard. A young prodigy as talented as Jiang Xia must not be allowed to perish in the internal strife of the Nine-Star Alliance. At this moment, Sang Zhenghong's voice came to Fu Yan's ears. Palace Master Fu, after things are settled here, I will go to the Starfall Martial Hall for a visit. Fu Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood what Sang Zhenghong meant. He looked at the other person, and Sang Zhenghong was also looking at Fu Yan. Their eyes met and they nodded to each other. Sang Zhenghong then stood up and walked to the front of the crowd, cleared his throat twice and said, Everyone, this competition for Star Realm quotas has come to a successful conclusion, and the first batch of warriors to enter the Star Realm for exploration has been selected. If no one has any objections, we will proceed with the previously agreed plan and depart for the astral plane in 2 days. The leaders of the various factions in Jiangcheng remained silent, tacitly agreeing to the plan regarding the Star Realm, and proceeding according to the previously discussed scheme. Seeing this, Sang Zhenghong nodded almost imperceptibly, and then continued, After this group of explorers returns, we will begin a formal exploration of this Star Realm. This will also be my first collaboration with you all. He emphasized, I hope this collaboration will be fruitful and we can work together as one. I don't want to see what happened to Luba Meng Meiching again. That was the first time, and it will be the last. In the end, Sang Zhenghong released his aura without any concealment. Chapter 106 Bureau of Statistics. Upon sensing the aura of Sang Zhenghong's current cultivation level, everyone in the observation room felt a chill run down their spines and dared not even breathe loudly. The 3 martial hall masters sitting at the front were not affected by this aura. The Martial Arts Bureau and the 3 martial halls are both directly affiliated with the Alliance and naturally share the same stance. Although there may be some frictions in normal times due to various issues, both sides are united in dealing with major issues. Just like now. Following closely behind, the 3 palace masters, Fu Yan, Wan Fenghua, and Yui, released their auras one after another to express their stance. the leaders of various forces in Zhongcheng felt immense pressure. Not to mention the three hall masters of the martial hall, who are already known for their strength. These people have cultivated their influence in Zhongcheng for many years and naturally have ways to counter it. The person that the Zhongcheng faction's top brass truly fears now is Song Zhenghong, the director of the Martial Arts Bureau. Everyone present was a 6th-level martial artist, so they could naturally sense that there was now a huge gap between them and their opponent. Although both 6th and 7th tier martial artists are called Grandmaster martial artists, there has always been a different way of saying it within the 9-star alliance. The 6th rank is a pseudo-grandmaster, only the 7th rank is a true grandmaster. For a moment, all the leaders of Zhongcheng's forces turned their attention to an elderly man with half-white hair. Lei Wuyao, the head of the Lei family, also looked displeased when he sensed that Song Zhenghong had broken through to the 7th level of strength. However, since things had come to this point, he could only nod in response to the many gazes directed at him. In times of crisis like these, he must not lose his composure, otherwise the Lei family's authority as the leading family in Zhongcheng will be questioned, which is absolutely unacceptable. At this moment, Lei Wuyao had no choice but to stand up straight, bow to Song Zhenghong, and say in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, "Director Song, what are you saying? We are all native Dongxia people, and naturally we are not like those uncivilized barbarians who do not abide by etiquette. What kind of golden family is this? I think they are just a bunch of robbers wearing the cloak of civilization. I guarantee here that all the major forces in Zhongcheng will actively cooperate with the alliance during the astral exploration. If anyone is outwardly compliant but inwardly defiant, harming their comrades for a little bit of resources, I will be the first to object and will deal with it personally." Lei Wuyao's words were passionate and inspiring. But everyone present was shrewd, especially the major powers in Zhongcheng. They clearly understood the warning in Lei Wuyao's words, which also indicated his attitude towards jointly exploring the Star Realm with the Alliance. Then, the leaders of the various factions stood up one after another and made various assurances to Song Zhenghong. Seeing that the purpose of deterrence had been achieved, Song Zhenghong and the three hall masters withdrew their auras. Song Zhenghong nodded to the leaders of the various factions and said with a smile, "It would be wonderful if you all thought that way. To be honest, I just received news this morning that what happened in Maicheng has enraged the committee's top brass, and they have ordered the Alliance's Bureau of Statistics to take full charge of the matter." While we were watching the martial arts competition, the people from the Bureau of Statistics had already left Maicheng, and the so-called Golden Family and all related forces in the area had disappeared. Just now, Commissioner Chen from the Bureau of Statistics asked me about the progress of the Zhongcheng United Star Realm development and whether the Bureau of Statistics needed to intervene. However, judging from your attitudes now, I think it's unnecessary to trouble my colleagues in the Bureau of Statistics. I will refuse Commissioner Chen later. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Zhenghong still looked at everyone with a smile on his face. However, the leaders of the various forces in Zhongcheng could not laugh. Upon hearing the words Records and Statistics Bureau, everyone's expression immediately changed. This violent organization, directly under the Alliance Committee, is feared by all factions within the Alliance, large and small. Lei Wuyao then repeatedly assured Song Zhenghong that the major forces in Zhongcheng would absolutely not cause any trouble regarding the joint development of the Star Realm. Song Zhenghong listened with a smile, and only after Lei Wuyao stopped did he say, "I naturally trust what Clan Chief Lei says, but there is one more thing I need to trouble Clan Chief Lei with. And of course, there's Clan Chief Chao." He then looked at Chao Wei, the Clan Chief Chao, who was standing behind Lei Wuyao. Lei Wuyao and Chao Wei exchanged a glance, already understanding what Song Zhenghong was about to say, but neither of them spoke, waiting for what he would say next. Song Zhenghong said, "I quite admire that young man named Zhang Xia. I would appreciate it if you two would be lenient with him during the astral exploration in 2 days. Your two families sent people to threaten Zhang Xia before, and later Zhang Xia also severely injured your family members in the Starfall Martial Hall. Just give this old man some face. It's better to resolve conflicts than to resolve them. This back and forth is considered even. What do you two think?" As the words fell, the atmosphere between the three of them gradually froze. Throughout the entire conversation, Song Zhenghong maintained a friendly demeanor and a cheerful smile, but the threatening intent in his words was palpable. These words were automatically translated into Lei Wuyao and Chao Wei's minds as, "Zhang Xia is my person, understand?" Lei Wuyao broke the deadlock first, forcing a smile and saying, "Since Director Song has spoken, then there is nothing wrong with it. Besides, there was only a misunderstanding between us and young friend Jiang. However, I hope Director Song can tell young friend Jiang to go easy on him during the sparring match. After all, our two families' disciples are just ordinary martial artists and cannot withstand young friend Jiang's methods." Song Jianghong nodded and said, "Of course, I'll send a message to Jiang Xia in a bit to explain how impressive it is." He then bowed to the leaders of the other factions and said, "I won't stay any longer now that this matter is settled. There are still many things in the bureau that I need to handle. I will leave the joint development of the astral plane to you all." The others also returned the greeting with clasped hands. Song Jianghong then left the observation room, along with the 3 martial hall masters and the head of the Bai family of Jiangcheng. Only after Song Jinghong's figure disappeared and the doors to the observation room closed again did the leaders of the various factions breathe a sigh of relief. Chao Yang came to Lei Wuyao's side and said, "Brother Wuyao, what should we do next? Do we really have to let that little beast go? He seriously injured Ranner and Wen Yu, and they are still lying in the life support pod of the Starfall Martial Hall. I think if it weren't for the rules of the Martial Hall, that kid would have killed them on the spot. And that son-in-law of the Feng family is a complete waste." A 4th-level extreme realm martial artist, he tried to deal with a newly awakened teenager, and not only did he fail to accomplish his goal, he also got himself into trouble. The Lei and Chao families have been related by marriage for generations, supporting each other. However, both families have suffered a decline in talent in this generation, with only 2 genius martial artists, Lei Wenyu and Chao Ran, emerging. The Lei and Chao families originally sent Lei Wenyu and Chao Ran into the martial hall so that the 2 of them could join forces to take the S-rank ranking of the martial hall this year. By combining the resources of the 2 organizations and the martial hall, we can cultivate a powerful martial artist who can stand alone in the future. Unfortunately, Jiang Xia's sudden appearance disrupted all their plans. Chapter 107 Admonition. Compared to Chao Wei's righteous indignation, Lei Wuyao's expression was indifferent at this moment. Lei Wuyao said, "Since Song Jianghong has already spoken, let's stop targeting Jiang Xia. Right now, cooperating with the alliance and jointly developing the astral plane is the most important thing." Chao Wei was still somewhat unwilling. After all, Chao Ran was his most outstanding and beloved grandson. Now he had been beaten to the point of death by a peasant brat. How could he swallow this insult? He said urgently, "But, Brother Wu Yao." Before Chao Ran could finish speaking, Lei Wuyao raised his hand to interrupt him. Lei Wuyao said in a serious tone, "Song Jianghong has broken through to the 7th level. Now he is the #1 person in Jiangcheng. We can't ignore his face. Moreover, the Alliance Affairs Bureau is currently watching the joint development of the Star Realm. If any dirty tricks are introduced, we will be the ones who suffer in the end." Chao Wei's face was grim, and he said angrily, "That old dog Song Jianghong should have joined forces to get him transferred out of Jiangcheng back then." Lei Wuyao said sternly, "Brother Wei, watch your words." Chao Wei's face stiffened, realizing he had said the wrong thing. Lei Wuyao knew Chao Wei, his best friend since childhood, very well. Even after becoming the head of the Chao family, Chao Wei's impulsive and irritable temper remained unchanged. Then he softened his tone and said, "Don't worry, Brother Wei, the matter between Wen Yu and Ranner will not be left unresolved. Although we cannot take action ourselves, there are others who can. That little bastard beat up more than just the younger generation of our 2 families back then." Upon hearing this, Chao Wei's eyes immediately gleamed. "Brother Wu Yao, you mean?" Lei Wuyao nodded and said, "The Tsin, Wang, and Xiao families are all hostile to that little beast. The outstanding disciples of the Tsin and Wang families were all defeated by Jiang Xia on the arena. They will let this opportunity pass, because it will be difficult for them to deal with that little beast after the star boundary exploration ends. Brother Wei, you handle this matter. Tell those 3 families that although the Lei and Xiao families cannot directly take action against Jiang Xia, we will do our best to cooperate with whatever they ask for." Chao Wei said, "Okay, I'll take care of it right away." Starfall Martial Hall Building. After returning to the Martial Hall, Jiang Xia went directly to her private training room to begin her cultivation. At 8 p.m., an urgent notification sounded on the personal terminal. Jiang Xia took a deep breath, opened her eyes, and turned off the alarm on her personal terminal. Then I saw a message from Fu Yan. "Come to my office after you've finished your cultivation." Jiang Xia glanced at the message time. It had been sent an hour ago. He stood up, smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes, and walked out of the cultivation room. Before long, he arrived at the door of the palace master's office. Standing outside the door, Jiang Xia knocked lightly twice. Upon hearing the word "come in," he pushed open the door and went inside. At this moment, besides Fu Yan, Sang Zhanghong, the director of the Martial Arts Bureau, was also in the palace master's office. The 2 were sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Jiang Xia bowed slightly to the 2 and said, "Palace Master, Senior Tsang." Song Jianghong smiled and nodded to Jiang Xia, while Fu Yan gestured for Jiang Xia to sit down. Jiang Xia sat down to Fu Yan's right. Fu Yan took out an empty teacup, filled it with tea, placed it in front of Jiang Xia, and said with a smile, "You really kept it hidden for a long time. If it weren't for this arena battle, you would probably have continued to hide it. Even I was surprised by your performance today." Song Zhenghong also sighed and said, "To be honest, I have seen quite a few geniuses, but none of them are as monstrous as young Jiang. I remember it's been less than half a month since I gave you that pseudo-earth rank martial skill. I thought that you could reach the minor completion level in such a short time, but I didn't expect you to directly comprehend its true meaning. The younger generation is truly formidable, truly formidable." Despite hearing Fu Yan and Song Zhenghong's praise, Jiang Xia remained calm. He then said, "I didn't mean to hide the fact that you, Senior Song, also have a palace master. It's just that there hasn't been a suitable opportunity before. As for the true meaning of the Thunder Extreme Mountain Suppressing Spear, I had a sudden realization during my battle with Xin Shang, which is how I successfully comprehended it." Song Zhenghong said, "Young Jiang, you're just too modest. Look at the Wang family in Suzhou. To make a name for their descendants, they even used the term Kalinzi, a mythical creature. With these shameless people around, I wonder how many prodigies the Alliance will produce every year. If there are really that many prodigies, how will the Alliance cope with those people?" Sigh. Song Zhenghong stopped talking in time and sighed softly. He then continued, "Young Jiang, it's good that you're keeping a low profile, but you shouldn't have exposed your strength on the stage today. A late-stage second-tier martial artist actually delivered a blow comparable to an early-stage fifth-tier martial artist. That's enough to break those people's fragile nerves. The tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Now, it's not just the ancient god summoning society that's eyeing you. You should know who I'm talking about." Jiang Xia nodded and said, "It's nothing more than Lei, Xiao, Wang, Xin, and Xiao, these 5 families. Senior Song, I naturally know the principle that the tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind, but as a martial artist, sometimes it is more important to have a clear mind. Moreover, I am confident that I will grow into a towering tree before the storm hits. Those people have exhausted their potential, but my potential is still limitless." "Good, well said, this is how we martial artists should be." Fu Yan laughed loudly. He then looked at Song Zhenghong and said, "Director Song, what did I tell you? Jiang Xia isn't the kind of person who can't see herself clearly." Song Zhang sighed and said, "I'm getting old. I always look at the new era with the eyes of the old era. The future of the Alliance belongs to you young people." He then looked at Jiang Xia with a solemn expression and said, "Young Jiang, the time for your entry into the star boundary has been set, in 2 days. I have already spoken with the heads of the Lei and Chao families, and these 2 families will not attack you during this exploration of the star boundary. But the Wang, Xin, and Xiao families of Suzhou will definitely not let you go. As an ordinary person, you already crossed the line of those aristocratic families by obtaining the S-level sequence of the Martial Hall. Now that you have such monstrous talent, they will definitely do everything they can to take action against you. Although you can unleash a strike at the early stage of the 5th rank, you are ultimately not a 5th rank yourself, and you can't even activate source energy. If they join forces with the 5 4th rank warriors to launch an attack on you, you will be in danger in the star boundary. However, as long as you can survive this crisis, those powerful families will stop targeting you, because the price they pay is far outweighed by the gains." Jiang Xia's heart skipped a beat, and she asked, "Senior Song, why do you say that my becoming an S rank would cross the line for the aristocratic families?" He had always had a question in his mind. The 5 major families almost all had the intention to kill him. Given the current level of friction between the 2 sides, this shouldn't be the case. Chapter 108: The Struggle for Resources. Song Zhenghong picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said calmly, "Because of resources. 9 times out of 10, the struggles between people are inseparable from the word resources. Jiang Xia, you can imagine that without you, one of those 5A+ grade individuals would have become an S grade individual, enjoying the resources and support of the Martial Hall and their families. Coupled with their own talents, they would have been able to become powerful figures who would give back to their families in the future. One person, one job. This is the ultimate result of the compromises and balances among all the powerful families. They allow anyone other than themselves to get involved. Because every time a powerful martial artist from a non-aristocratic family appears in the world, the resources that belong to aristocratic families will be taken away. This is why the world's members are so hostile to martial artists from ordinary backgrounds. The higher you go, the more this exclusion and hostility there will be. Therefore, almost every aristocratic family will instinctively suppress talented martial artists from ordinary local backgrounds. They will try to win over those they can, suppress those they can't, and physically destroy those they can't even suppress. At the beginning of the martial Dao era, such things happened frequently and were commonplace. It was not until the three great martial gods ended this chaotic world and re-established the nine-star alliance that it was suppressed, but not eradicated. Thus, the three martial halls and the martial Dao Bureau came into being. He then raised his voice and said, Jiang Xia, now I want to know why you rejected the offers from the aristocratic families. With the strength of those 5 families, the conditions they offered must be far more generous than those of a martial hall S rank. Moreover, given your background, joining a family would be the best choice for you. Jiang Xia said frankly, whether I join a noble family or the martial hall, the ultimate deciding factor is my talent and strength. Only when I have talent and strength will noble families try to recruit me. Since I was not a member of a noble family in the first place, my choice is very clear. Moreover, I do not like to be someone's dog and become a vicious dog guarding a house. Song Zhenghong stared at Jiang Xia for a while, nodded, and smiled with satisfaction, saying, Young Jiang, there's no need to be so serious. I was just asking casually, and at the same time, to see your attitude towards the aristocratic families. Jiang Xia nodded slightly, but he felt in his heart that this conversation was definitely not as simple as Song Zhenghong had made it out to be. There must be a deeper meaning hidden behind it, but he couldn't tell him the truth for some reason. At this moment, Fu Yan looked at Jiang Xia and asked, do you have any suitable candidates for the 5 tier 3 slots you have? Jiang Xia looked at Fu Yan in surprise and said, wasn't this spot supposed to be for Lei Wenyu and the other 4? Fu Yan shook his head and said, under normal circumstances, this spot should be given to them, but now there has been a change on your side. It seems that sometimes being too strong is not a good thing. He glanced helplessly at Jiang Xia and continued, giving 5 third-tier spots to them is really a waste. Moreover, I argued in the previous meeting to add a challenge competition and even let you compete for the spots. I have already fulfilled my duty as the palace master. The 5 great families can't say anything. As for the final result not being satisfactory, that's not something I can control. So the 5 tier 3 slots you have are still yours. You can give them to people you know or sell them for resources, I won't interfere. This time it was Jiang Xia's turn to be shocked. Spots can actually be sold? Song Zhenghong chuckled and said, of course, you can guess which faction will get all the spots in this challenge. It's all an operation that both sides agree on. If you want to sell spots, you can sell them to the Martial Arts Bureau. I'll offer 250,000 alliance points for each tier 3 spot. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia's eyes widened, and a strong sense of regret welled up in her heart. She should have listened to the palace master and continued the challenge. He was confident that he could easily defeat the remaining 4 fourth-tier martial artists, except for Xiao Jun, without activating his soul fusion state. Fu Yan could tell what Jiang Xia was thinking just by looking at her, and smiled helplessly. Song Zhenghong said, alright, Kid Jiang, don't even think about it anymore. The reason we made you give up was to prevent you from becoming the target of everyone's criticism. After all, the more people who enter the star boundary, the more resources they can obtain. Jiang Xia was well aware of Fu Yan's good intentions, but as his consumption of resources increased day by day, he really didn't want to miss any opportunity to make money. In the end, Jiang Xia sold the 5 tier 3 spots to the Martial Arts Bureau in a package. Song Zhenghong was quick to respond, immediately adding 50,000 points to round it up, transferring 1.3 million points to Jiang Xia's alliance account. Leaving the palace master's office, Jiang Xia looked at the 2.34 million points lying quietly in her account, and couldn't suppress the upward curve of her lips. Besides the 1.3 million points that just arrived, the remaining 1.04 million points were what he had accumulated from his previous cultivation. In just over half a month of cultivation, nearly 1.5 million points were spent, a terrifying rate of consumption. However, more than 1 million of those points were spent on purchasing martial arts techniques, while the points consumed in daily cultivation were relatively few. Jiang Xia took the elevator to the lobby on the first floor of the martial hall. He had just stepped out of the elevator when the elevator door opposite opened, and Chao Ran, pale-faced, was standing inside. Jiang Xia was somewhat surprised, but thinking about it, it made sense. With the medical conditions of the martial hall, even the most serious injuries should be healed after lying in the life support pod for 6 or 7 days. However, it must be said that Chao Ran, Lei Wenyu, and the other 3 are truly his lucky stars. When Jiang Xia first joined the martial hall, these people rushed to give him martial hall points. And now, the 1.3 million points that have just been obtained are inextricably linked to these people. Jiang Xia couldn't help but sigh inwardly, there are still so many good people in the world. Thinking this, Jiang Xia walked towards Chao Ran. At this moment, Chao Ran was also on the verge of tears. He was just about to go home to rest when he unexpectedly ran into Jiang Xia, this nemesis. He walked stiffly out of the elevator, and when he saw Jiang Xia approaching, he quickly forced an awkward smile at her, then immediately tried to escape. Snap! At that moment, a slender, jade-like hand preemptively placed itself on Chao Ran's shoulder. Chao Ran's body trembled. In an instant, all sorts of unpleasant memories flooded his mind, and he felt a faint phantom pain in his body and limbs. He turned around, trying his best to suppress the fear that was rising uncontrollably in his heart, and said, "Jiang Xia, is there something else?" Jiang Xia ignored Chao Ran's fearful gaze, patted Chao Ran's shoulder twice, and said with a smile, "You're very good, keep it up." After saying that, Jiang Xia ignored Chao Ran, who was standing there in a daze, and walked straight out the door, got into the hovercar, and left the Marshall Hall building. It was quite a while after Jiang Xia left that Chao Ran finally came to his senses. At this moment, tears welled up in his eyes, and an extreme sense of humiliation surged into his heart. Then Chao Ran looked in the direction Jiang Xia had left, his eyes filled with chilling coldness. "Jiang Xia, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a human being." Chapter 109 Panglai Blessed Land. Villa number 8, Yujiang Bay. Jiang Xia quickly washed up and came to the living room to sit on the sofa. Then, with a thought, the system panel appeared. Host, Jiang Xia. Realm, Late Stage 2. Supernatural Power, the Western White Tiger Palm Punishment Seal. Cultivation Techniques, Mysterious Origin Cultivation Method, 8-9 Mysterious Technique Incomplete, True Seed Flesh Embryo Divine Treasure Method Part 1, Star Marrow Soul Refining Technique, 9-Li Weapon Forging Method Volume 1. Martial Arts, Thunderous Mountain Suppressing Spear True Intent, Heavenly Gang Demon Subduing Fist Perfected, Luo Yen Startling Step Perfected. Weapons, Array Plate. Boundless Dharma Realm, God Slaying Spear. Special, Daoist Scroll, The Great Calamity of the Witch and Demon, the River God Emperor Slaying the Dragon. Clean Chi, 205780. Jiang Xia looked at the 200,000 Qing Chi points displayed on the system panel, his eyes shining brightly. This was the most Qing Chi points he had ever obtained. Come to think of it, there were many high-level martial artists in the training ground at that time, and even the lowest level among them was at the second level. In addition, his astonishing strength, especially his exaggerated performance in the final battle, was enough to stir the emotions of many martial artists. Jiang Xia collected her thoughts, then with a thought, the 100,000 units of pure energy disappeared, and a high-level lottery roulette appeared in front of her, its pointer beginning to spin rapidly. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Fire Spirit Stone Blue. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Water Spirit Stone Blue. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Earth Fire Stone Purple. Congratulations, host, you have obtained True Seed Flesh Embryo Divine Treasure Technique 2 Gold. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Dragon Blood Vine Gold. Dragon Blood Vine, a medicinal herb grown after being contaminated by the blood of a dragon. Taking it can help strengthen bones and muscles, temper the body, and enhance one's physical constitution. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3-day trial card for Fire Cloud Cave Purple. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Celestial Crystal Stone Purple. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Vermilion Bird True Spirit Feather Gold. Vermilion Bird True Spirit Feather, one of the 4 sacred beasts of the Vermilion Bird, with a trace of Vermilion Bird essence blood at its root, containing a true spirit. Congratulations, host, for triggering the guaranteed reward of 100 advanced lottery draws. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Fragment of Blessed Land Panglai Red. Fragment of Blessed Land Panglai, a fragment of the Blessed Land Panglai Immortal Island, whose inner essence has completely dissipated, but living beings can enter it in their true form. At this moment, Jiang Xia's face was filled with shock and excitement. In his hometown, the name of Panglai Island is known to almost everyone. With this legendary blessed land for cultivating immortality right in his hands, even Jiang Xia's emotions were somewhat unstable for a moment. Moreover, according to the system description, Panglai Blessed Land is a spatial treasure. This is a priceless treasure that isn't even available in the Marshall Hall Mall. The fragments of the blessed land of Panglai are clearly of a very high-grade spatial treasure, capable of accommodating living beings. In other words, if the blessed land space is large enough, he could live in the fragments of Panglai Blessed Land. Jiang Xia suppressed her restless emotions, and with a thought, the fragment of Panglai Blessed Land transformed into a stream of dark light and entered her body, directly entering her dantian space. Engage your mental energy and introspect. Jiang Xia then saw that, in addition to the god-slaying spear that was constantly swirling and flying in her dantian, there was now another small island. From the outside, Panglai Blessed Land is gray and dull, without a trace of mystery. Just as Jiang Xia was pondering how to enter, his vision suddenly blurred, and he found himself in a pitch-black space. Jiang Xia looked around at the pitch-black environment and knew that she had entered a fragment of Penglai blessed land, but she did not panic. He stretched out his right hand, and the power of lightning surged from his body. Streams of lightning gathered in his palm, and soon a ball of lightning emitting a bluish-purple light appeared in his palm. The moment the lightning ball appeared, it illuminated a large area of the surrounding space. Holding a thunderball, Jiang Xia began exploring the fragments of this blessed land of Penglai. He soon discovered that at the edge of the blessed land, there was something like an invisible wall blocking his way, preventing him from entering the deeper darkness. He then proceeded along the edge of the earth, groping his way forward through the invisible wall. Before long, Jiang Xia returned to his original position, and now he had a general outline of the fragments of Penglai paradise in his mind. The overall size of the Penglai blessed land fragments is approximately the size of a basketball court, with irregularly shaped edges. Jiang Xia was already quite satisfied with this. A space comparable to a basketball court was more than enough for him. Suddenly, another gust of wind blew through the blessed land. Jiang Xia's heart stirred slightly. She closed her eyes and then released her senses to capture that wisp of breeze from just now. The moment his mental energy came into contact with the wind, he knew what it was. Jiang Xia opened her eyes filled with surprise. That wisp of wind was actually formed from spiritual energy. However, during the time he had been inside, he had already explored the entire blessed land space and had not detected any spiritual energy. What happened next was once again beyond Jiang Xia's expectations. The wisp of spiritual energy that appeared earlier seemed to be some kind of signal. Next, more and more spiritual energy and gentle breezes began to appear in the inner space. After a while, a gentle breeze of spiritual energy gathered, and gradually the wind began to grow stronger, blowing the stray hairs on Jiang Xia's forehead. Jiang Xia stood still and quietly watched the scene unfold. After a while, all the strange phenomena disappeared. But Jiang Xia could clearly feel that the blessed space was completely different from when he first entered. At this moment, the blessed land space is filled with rich spiritual energy, far exceeding that of white and green quality spirit stones, and only slightly weaker than blue quality spirit stones. But Jiang Xia soon realized that the changes in the blessed land space were far more than that. Because his physical body, which contains divine essence, is now able to absorb source energy in the blessed land space. As if he had thought of something, Jiang Xia sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the mysterious origin cultivation method. After a while, Jiang Xia stopped cultivating, her eyes filled with undisguised joy. The blessed land space does indeed contain source energy, and the source energy in the blessed land space is more concentrated and purer, 2 to 3 times more than the source energy content in the outside world. The entire blessed land space is like a large spirit gathering array with a filtering device. Compared to cultivating in the outside world, when Jiang Xia cultivated in the blessed space, it was as if she was constantly taking those cultivation aiding potions. At this thought, Jiang Xia's heart stirred. If he uses cultivation aiding potions while cultivating in the blessed land space, his cultivation speed will improve even further. Jiang Xia took a deep breath to suppress the restlessness within her body, and then, with a thought, she left the blessed land space. Upon returning to the outside world, the feeling of being enveloped by abundant source energy instantly disappeared. Jiang Xia's cheeks twitched. At this moment, he finally understood why those immortals who ascended to the upper realm never came down. Who would want to go back to the bland, simple life of eating delicacies every day? Chapter 110 Double Red Rewards. Looking at the remaining 100,000 points of pure energy on the system panel. Considering the crisis she would face upon entering the Star Realm 2 days later, Jiang Xia decided to use all her resources to maximize her strength. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, 100,000 points of pure energy disappeared, and the advanced lottery wheel reappeared. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 pound of Grade 8 Bodhi Enlightenment Tea Gold. 8 Grade Bodhi Enlightenment Tea. Enlightenment tea made from the leaves of the 8 Grade Bodhi Enlightenment tree can significantly enhance one's enlightenment in a short period of time. Note, the Bodhi tree of enlightenment has 9 grades of growth, with the highest grade being the first. Tip: the higher the grade of the Bodhi Enlightenment tree, the stronger the effects of the enlightenment tea made from its leaves. Tip: each grade of enlightenment tea can permanently increase one's fundamental comprehension by a small amount during the first 3 uses. Seeing that she got gold on her first try, Jiang Xia nodded in satisfaction, looking forward to the rewards to come even more. Congratulations, host, you have obtained True Seed Flesh Embryo Divine Treasure Technique 3 Gold. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3-day trial card for Fire Cloud Cave Purple. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Azure Dragon True Spirit Scale Gold. Azure Dragon True Spirit Scale, the scale of the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 divine beasts, contains a trace of the Azure Dragon's true spirit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Myriad Spirit Soul Banner Red. The banner of myriad souls, forged by the Elder of the Middle Thousand Worlds using the power of an entire realm. It can devour all spirits in the world and can be released and used in battle. It contains fragments of the Pangu banner. Note, the Myriad Spirit Soul Banner is currently in its initial state and needs to continuously devour souls to enhance its power. Hint, to reach the next level of the Myriad Spirit Soul Banner, you need to devour 1,000 more souls. Note, when the current level of the Myriad Spirit Soul Banner devours a soul, it retains 10% of the soul's cultivation level from its previous life. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Wood Spirit Crystal Purple. Congratulations, host, for triggering the guaranteed reward of 100 advanced lottery draws. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Sun God Mark Red. Sun God Mark, the innate divine power of the Great Sun Golden Crow clan, which can absorb and store the power of the sun. Tip: possessing the Sun God Mark will automatically grant you the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline. Note, the concentration of the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline will increase as more Sun God patterns are condensed. Tip: each Sun God rune increases Yang attribute energy attack by 20%. At this moment, Jiang Xia was trying to take deep breaths to calm herself down, but she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. 3 gold and 2 red. This was the highest number of high-quality rewards he had ever received since acquiring the system. Jiang Xia calmed her restless emotions and began to sort out the rewards she had received. First, there are various ores. Jiang Xia took out the God-slaying spear and used the 9-li weapon forging technique to devour them one by one. Now that I have obtained the fragments of Penglai Blessed Land, I am no longer short of spiritual energy for cultivation, so keeping spirit stones of blue quality or lower is not very useful. Logically speaking, spirit stones are also a type of mineral. Thinking of this, Jiang Xia decisively took out a white quality gold spirit stone and used the 9-li weapon forging technique to absorb it. Several breaths passed, and neither the spirit stone nor the god-slaying spear reacted. Seeing this, Jiang Xia decisively abandoned the idea and continued to let the god-slaying spear devour other ores. After a while, all the ore obtained from the lottery was consumed, and the quality of the godslayer spear improved significantly. Jiang Xia casually twirled the spear, carefully experiencing the upgraded godslayer spear. According to the Alliance's classification of weapons, the godslayer spear should have reached the level of a high-grade spiritual weapon at this moment. Jiang Xia nodded in satisfaction, then put away the god-slaying spear. In this round of 200 advanced draws, I received a total of 9 Fire Cloud Cave experience cards and 3 martial arts talent enhancement cards. The latter is fine, as Jiang Xia feels his current martial arts skills are sufficient, but the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven experience card is what he urgently needs. With the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven experience card, he can continue to maintain his current rate of strength improvement. Unfortunately, I didn't get a gold quality 10-day trial card this time. Jiang Xia then looked at the only person who won the rare and precious treasure in this lottery. With a thought, a red vine, as long as an adult's arm and as thick as a thumb, appeared in his hand. The moment the dragon blood vine appeared, all the snakes, insects, rats, and ants within a 1-kilometer radius collectively rioted. Jiang Xia saw many insects crawling out of the corner of the villa room, all heading towards the villa. Upon seeing this scene, he quickly opened the door. The once quiet villa area has become lively due to the mass relocation of snakes, insects, and rodents. Jiang Xia awkwardly touched her nose, then closed the door and returned to the living room to sit cross-legged. She quickly ate the dragon blood vine. The moment he swallowed the dragon blood vine, a scorching heat flowed from his abdomen throughout his body. At this moment, Jiang Xia looked like a boiled shrimp, her face turning a deep purple red. He immediately activated the mysterious origin cultivation method to refine the medicinal power of the dragon blood vine. As the medicinal power of the dragon blood vine was absorbed, Jiang Xia's cultivation level, which had just broken through to the late stage of the second tier, began to rise. As time passed, the medicinal properties of the dragon blood vine gradually permeated the entire body. He could clearly feel his bones and muscles rapidly strengthening, and his internal organs becoming stronger and more powerful under the influence of the medicine. At this moment, even before entering the soul fusion state, Jiang Xia was surrounded by pillars of blood-red smoke rising into the sky. Time flies. Jiang Xia opened her eyes, and the sky outside the villa was beginning to lighten. He glanced at his personal terminal on his wrist. It was already 4 o'clock the next morning. It took Jiang Xia more than 6 hours to refine the dragon blood vine this time. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and forcefully swung it into the air in front of him. The punch was powerful and fierce, producing a deafening sonic boom. Immediately afterwards, a fist-shaped mark appeared embedded in the wall several meters away. Jiang Xia was startled upon seeing this and quickly went forward to check on the situation. A moment later, he breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of a villa built specifically for martial artists, the Yujiang Bay Villa is far more sturdy than ordinary villas outside, not only in terms of its underground training rooms. Jiang Xia felt that with his current physical strength, he could easily smash an ordinary house with a punch from a distance without using any other power. Then he remembered that the system had popped up a notification when he was almost finished refining the dragon blood vine. Immediately, with a thought, the system panel appeared. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the acquired supernatural power, the strength of an ox. Note, this supernatural power was evolved by the host after consuming the rare dragon blood vine and through the bloodline of Pangu, and it has the characteristic of autonomous evolution. Note, the strength of one ox refers to the common exotic beast, the savage war ox, in the Great Thousand World. Its adult strength is roughly equivalent to 20 early-stage second-tier martial artists in this world. Jiang Xia nodded secretly when she saw the system notification. No wonder he felt a sense of complete freedom and harmony when he used his physical strength to throw a punch. It seems that this acquired supernatural power, the strength of an ox, unified his physical strength. Chapter 111 Refining. Jiang Xia's previous use of physical strength was extremely crude, and he could only exert 50% or 60% of his physical strength each time he made a move. Even after Hong Tuhu's special training, it only improved his ability to about 70–80%. There will always be a portion of his physical strength that he cannot mobilize. Jiang Xia was perfectly aware of the reason why this situation would occur. His physical strength improved so quickly, it could be said that he made small progress every 3 days and big progress every 10 days. Before Jiang Xia could even adapt to his newly enhanced body, his physical body underwent another wave of strengthening. The solution is simple: stop cultivating. But Jiang Xia would never accept such a desperate measure. Fortunately, the problem that had been troubling him for so long was solved in one fell swoop today. Jiang Xia instantly felt that her breathing became much easier. He then looked at the remaining unclaimed rewards in his system inventory. Jiang Xia focused her gaze on the sun god pattern. However, he had some reservations about the description of the sun god's mark. After all, he now possesses the bloodline of Pangu, and it's unknown what the consequences would be if he were to acquire the bloodline of the great sun golden crow. Since it concerned his own life, he had no choice but to be cautious. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Xia decided to use the sun god rune. After all, according to the ancient legends of my hometown, the sun was one of the eyes of the god Pangu, and the golden crow born from it was, in a sense, another derivative of Pangu's bloodline, similar to the Wu tribe. He possesses the bloodline of Pangu, so even if the two become incompatible in the end, it won't have too serious an impact. Moreover, with his current strength, he is confident that he can suppress a newly revived bloodline. With this in mind, Jiang Xia no longer hesitated. With a thought, the sun god mark transformed into a blazing golden stream of light and entered his brow. Immediately afterwards, an extremely terrifying heat wave erupted from Jiang Xia's body, scorching and distorting the air around him. The living room floor and walls of the villa showed obvious signs of charring, accompanied by wisps of white smoke. Despite the burning pain in her internal organs, Jiang Xia moved her mind and instantly disappeared from her original spot, arriving at the blessed space. At this moment, golden flames began to spew out from the pores of his skin, enveloping his entire body in flames in just a few breaths. Jiang Xia sat cross-legged in the flames, the intense pain in her body causing her expression to contort. He then began to circulate the 8-9 arcane technique. At this moment, only the trace of original power inherent in the 8-9 arcane technique, which shared the same lineage as the Pangu bloodline, could possibly refine the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline for his own use. This was a solution Jiang Xia had already devised before choosing to accommodate the sun god's runes. He only has one physical body, and the upper limit of Pangu's bloodline is far higher than that of the Great Sun Golden Crow. Rather than having two bloodlines in his body that would distract him, it would be better to completely refine the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline and turn it into resources for the Pangu bloodline, propelling him to a higher level. As the 8-9 arcane arts circulated, the pure spiritual energy of the blessed land space began to rush into Jiang Xia's body. Once, twice, 3 times. When the 8-9 arcane arts was circulated for the 4th time, it seemed that the adaptive growth characteristics of the 8-9 arcane arts allowed it to adapt to the golden solar flames within the two children's bodies. At this moment, the burning pain in Jiang Xia's internal organs was relieved by more than half. During the 5th cycle of the 8-9 mysterious techniques, the burning pain in the internal organs had disappeared. Jiang Xia saw that the 8-9 mysterious techniques were just as he had expected, and began to refine the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline. He immediately took out all the spirit stones from his system inventory and placed them in front of him, continuing to circulate the 8-9 mysterious technique to refine the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline. As Jiang Xia's refinement of the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline deepened, the golden flames spewing from his skin not only did not weaken, but burned even more intensely. The golden flame surged again, completely enveloping Jiang Xia's body and eventually forming a cocoon made of flames. While Jiang Xia was diligently cultivating Lei family manor in Jiangcheng, the master's study. Lei Wuya sat at the head of the table, with Chao Wei, the head of the Chao family, on his left and Wang Xiaosheng, an elder of the Wang family, on his right. Lei Wuya picked up his teacup, took a sip of tea, and said, "The reason I called the Wang family elders here is to discuss how to deal with Jiang Xia and the star boundary. I believe Elder Wang has already received the message from the Wang family head. Dealing with that little beast is no longer a personal grudge between our families, but an inevitable trend." Wang Xiaosheng nodded solemnly and said, "The Patriarch has already informed me of the specific details and instructed me to fully cooperate with Patriarch Lei." He paused for a moment, then said, "However, the main purpose of our Wang family this time is to allow the Wang family's prodigy to enter the star boundary. The people we brought do not include any 4th-level martial artists. Given the strength shown by that little beast Jiang Xia, martial artists below the 4th level cannot pose any threat to him at all." Lei Wuya waved his hand and said, "Elder Wang doesn't need to worry about Jiang Xia's matter. The Lei and Chao families have already made arrangements." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaosheng asked in confusion, "If that's the case, then what is the purpose of Patriarch Lei summoning me here today?" Lei Wuya did not answer directly. He picked up his teacup and looked at Chao Wei, who was sitting on his left. Chao Wei coughed lightly, understanding immediately. At this moment, Wang Xiaosheng also looked at Chao Wei. Chao Wei said, "Elder Wang, to be honest, the Lei and Chao families are now being watched by the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau. In particular, the director of that bureau has now broken through to the 7th level, so we dare not make any rash moves. We have already spoken with the forces behind the 3 warriors who obtained the 4th-tier Star Realm spots, and they are willing to give up the 3 spots. Since it is inconvenient for the Lei and Chao families to come forward, we can only trouble Elder Wang to make the trip." Wang Xiaosheng nodded knowingly and said, "I understand what the 2 clan leaders mean. I will bring all 3 Star Realm slots under the Wang family's name later. But could the 2 clan leaders please tell us about the plans for the future?" With the power of that little beast Jiang Xia's final strike during his battle with Xin Shang, even an ordinary 4th-level extreme realm martial artist would probably not survive. Chao Wei smiled upon hearing this and said, "Elder Wang, you overestimate that little beast. No matter how monstrous he is, he can only unleash such an attack once in a short period of time. As long as we find an opening, killing that little beast will be a matter of moments. I have already contacted the Serpent Blade Squad on the Black Web. With their strength and well-coordinated methods, killing a mere late-stage 2nd-tier kid in the astral plane will be a piece of cake. Moreover, this time the 2 masters of swordsmanship and sabers from Suzhou will also make a move together. One saber master alone is no match for that little beast, but with the addition of the swordmaster, the situation will be quite different." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaosheng was shaken. "Clan Chief Chao, is that the Serpent Blade Squad, which has the ability to assassinate late-stage 5th-tier martial artists?" Chapter 112 Aristocratic Family Alliance. Chao Wei said with a smile, "There's only one Snake Blade Squad in the Black Web." Wang Xiaosheng felt reassured his reputation was well-deserved. Even though the 3 members of the team were only 4th-level extreme realm martial artists, their outstanding achievements were obvious to all. Aside from those 5th-tier martial artists who have already broken through to the 5th-tier extreme realm and are about to enter the Grandmaster level, no 5th-tier martial artist would be willing to provoke the Serpent Blade Squad. Wang Xiaosheng stood up, clasped his hands in a salute, and said, "Thank you both for telling me the truth. I will go back and make preparations now." Lei Wuya nodded, and then Wang Xiaosheng turned and left the study. Once Wang Xiaosheng's figure had completely disappeared, Lei Wuyao's smile vanished instantly, and his expression turned gloomy. Chao Wei also looked worried and asked anxiously, "Brother Wu Yao, the preparations this time were so rushed, and you even used the black network. There are too many traces left behind, and our 2 families can no longer sever ties." He then emphasized, "Moreover, I don't understand. Jiang Xia has grown up. We're not mortal enemies. Why resort to such a self-destructive method that hurts the enemy 1,000 while harming 800 of our own?" Lei Wuya took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I know, but the Alliance of Clans just issued a statement that each clan must do its utmost to prevent ordinary martial artists included in the Starseed project from reaching higher levels, and may use extreme measures if necessary." Chao Wei was startled and quickly said, "But we were told to only suppress those civilian martial artists." How long has it been? What's wrong with those higher-ups now? They may feel good about giving orders, but we're the ones carrying them out. The Allied forces and that old dog Song Junghong are both watching us like hawks. Now that we've exposed such a big flaw, it's no different than handing a knife to the Allied forces themselves. Lei Wuyao sighed helplessly and said, I only know a little bit of information. It is said that this is related to visitors from other cosmic forces outside the cosmic territory controlled by the Nine-Star Alliance. The representative of the aristocratic family alliance in Jiangbei province has already learned about Jiang Xia's situation and has sent someone to tell us to do everything we can to make sure she dies in the Star Realm. The alliance representative will come to Jiangcheng to help us withstand the pressure from the alliance. In the end, Lei Wuyao sighed helplessly. On the surface, he was a high and mighty figure, standing at the top of Jiangcheng. But now, caught in the vortex, he can only be manipulated like a pawn. Then Lei Wuyao looked at Chao Wei and said, Brother Wei, we need to prepare early. Whether this matter succeeds or not, we may not have a foothold in Jiangcheng. We must transfer the family's vital forces as soon as possible. With these resources, it will not be difficult for us to make a comeback. Chao Wei nodded, not asking Lei Wuyao why. Even though the coalition representative would help them fend off pressure from the alliance, they still needed to abandon Jiangcheng and find a way out. Because Lei Wuyao had already shown him the answer through his actions, the representatives of the consortium were unreliable and might be abandoned if necessary. Meanwhile, underground in a manor somewhere in Jiangcheng, the gourmet sat at the table, carefully chewing the last piece of steak on his plate with his fork, a look of great enjoyment on his face. Meanwhile, at the dining table, 5 high-ranking deacons dressed in black robes dared not even breathe loudly, for fear of disturbing the gourmet's meal. After a moment, the gourmet took the handkerchief handed to him by the maid, wiped his mouth, and then looked at the group of chief butlers. Tell me, how's the matter I asked you to handle going? A senior steward stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, My lord, the matter has been settled. Lei Wuyao indeed used the dark web to find the Serpent Blade Squad, and now my men have replaced the 3 members of the Serpent Blade Squad. The gourmet nodded in satisfaction. This was the best news he had heard in a long time. He then looked at the Grand Deacon and said, Instruct the 3 people who are to carry out the mission to kill Jiang Xia in the Star Realm at all costs. If they succeed, I can move them up 1 place in the rankings at the upcoming blessing ceremony. Of course, the 5 of you will be included too. Upon hearing this, the 5 chief deacons trembled slightly with excitement. They immediately knelt on one knee and shouted, We dare to die for you, sir. The food critic waved his hand dismissively, I don't need you to die for me, go do your work. He never believed in such meaningless rhetoric. He always believed that only self-interest could win people's hearts. Upon seeing this, the 5 chief deacons immediately rose, bowed respectfully to the gourmet, and retreated away. Once the 5 high stewards had completely disappeared, the gourmet waved to the maids serving him. The maids understood and quickly cleaned the table in front of the gourmet before leaving the restaurant. At this moment, the huge restaurant was empty except for the gourmet. After a moment, a stone door slowly opened on the right side of the restaurant wall. Feng Shuiyan walked out and sat down opposite the gourmet. The gourmet said, You heard what I just said. That little guy named Jiang Xia is doomed to die once he enters the astral plane. Now you can start preparing the array ritual I requested. Feng Shuiyan glanced at the gourmet and said disdainfully, Let's stick to the agreement. Once we're sure Jiang Xia is completely dead, I'll hand over the complete array and secret ritual. After all, your previous solemn promise turned out to be that Jiang Xia returned to Jiangcheng unharmed. The gourmet's face stiffened, then his expression darkened, and a violent aura emanated from him, pressing down on Feng Shuiyan. Feng Shuiyan smiled contemptuously, black runes flowing over her body, completely neutralizing the incoming violent aura. The moment the gourmet saw the black rune, he immediately withdrew his aura and looked at Feng Shuiyan with apprehension. You really are crazy. It's a real shame that someone like you doesn't join the Ancient Gods Summoning Society. How about it, do you want to come to our side? I can guarantee you that as long as you join the Ancient Gods Summoning Society, you will directly become an apostle. Feng Shuiyan sneered, No, I don't want to become food for certain things. Feng Shuiyan then stood up and walked to the stone gate, turning back to say, I hope that next time we meet, I will hear the good news that your plan has succeeded. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Shuiyan disappeared into the stone gate. Watching Feng Shuiyan's departing figure, the gourmet's expression turned completely cold, his eyes blazing with uncontrollable murderous intent. Patience, patience, we can't kill her yet. We need her, the plan can't be ruined, the gourmet murmured. A moment later, the gourmet stopped talking and his expression returned to calm. He had been preparing for this plan for 5 years and would not allow anyone to sabotage it. If that crazy woman Feng Shuiyan knows what's good for her, she'll hand over the complete array technique to him after dealing with that little brat. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to send the other person down to reunite with his son. Without a sound, the shadow cast behind the gourmet has now transformed into a monster roaring with its blood red maw wide open. Chapter 113: The Great Sun in Golden Crow. Panglai Blessed Land Space. A giant cocoon burning with golden flames stands silently. Before long, the giant cocoon began to tremble slightly. Immediately afterwards, a series of cracking sounds rang out. A palm-width crack appeared in the middle of the giant cocoon. Then a pure white hand emerged from the crack and pressed against the giant cocoon shell, which was burning with golden flames, followed by a second hand. Suddenly, veins bulged on both hands, and with a sudden burst of strength, the giant cocoon was torn open from the inside. At that moment, the giant cocoon shattered instantly, transforming into golden flames that shot into the sky. But after only a few breaths, the soaring golden flames were pulled back by some force and began to flow backward. A moment later, the golden flames disappeared completely, leaving only a naked figure standing in place. Jiang Xia closed her eyes, feeling her body as if it were reborn. Powerful, nothing but powerful. Compared to his body before he fused with the sun god's mark and refined the great sun golden crow bloodline. At this moment, he has become more than twice as strong in all aspects. Jiang Xia opened her eyes and then noticed the strange condition on her body. With a thought, she returned to the villa. Before long, he changed his clothes again and stood in front of the full-length mirror in the living room. The boy in the mirror was tall and handsome, with an outstanding appearance and unparalleled good looks. His long, platinum gold hair was casually draped behind his head, and upon closer inspection, it seemed as if flames were burning inside. Golden lines appeared and disappeared on his forehead, eventually converging into a sun mark between his eyebrows. Jiang Xia touched her cheeks and her now platinum blonde hair, her lips twitching slightly. He's even more handsome now, but he's a bit too eye-catching, so he quickly stopped paying attention to it. He remembered that a system notification popped up when he was inside the giant fiery cocoon, and he could take a look at it now. With a thought, Jiang Xia brought up the system panel. Congratulations, host, for absorbing the sun god's runes and obtaining the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline. Hint: the Pango bloodline has successfully absorbed the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline, and the Pango bloodline has been strengthened. Hint: merge the Sun God mark and the Battle mark to obtain the Sun Battle mark. Sun Battle mark consumes chi and blood to condense Sun Battle marks on the physical body. Each Sun Battle mark can increase physical strength by 100%, energy strength by 50%, and additionally increase Yang attribute energy by 50%. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the innate divine power, Great Sun True Flame. Note: the host's blood will contain the power of the sun, which can grant immunity to enforceably control all flames that do not exceed the current quality of the true sun flame. Tip: each time the host attacks it, it will be covered with true solar flames, which can be released and released at will. Note: the true heat of the sun is extremely effective against Yin attribute creatures. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the divine and demonic forms, Heavenly Emperor? Donghuang Tai temporarily unavailable, Thunder Ancestral Witch? Qianliang temporarily unavailable. Jiang Xia clenched her fist. The improvement brought about by this absorption of the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline was considerable. His strength has now completely broken free from the constraints of his cultivation level, and is soaring towards the unknown. Jiang Xia is now somewhat like a martial artist on the path of rebirth, but he is different from other martial artists on the path of rebirth. After all, he can still cultivate source energy. Jiang Xia collected her thoughts and immediately looked up the detailed information about her martial soul on the system panel. Martial soul, Changliang. Pango bloodline, physical growth will have no limit and will gain the characteristic of immortality. As long as the blood and chi do not run out, all non-fatal injuries can be quickly recovered. At the same time, the physical body will be further improved. In places with the power of the sun, the overall recovery speed will be increased by 100%. Law of the Tao body? Thunder can control thunder, and at the same time greatly increases the affinity with the law of thunder, making it as if divinely aided when cultivating thunder attribute techniques and martial arts. Sun Battle Mark consumes chi and blood to condense sun battle marks on the physical body. Each sun battle mark can increase physical strength by 100%, energy strength by 50%, and additionally increase yang attribute energy by 50%. Spirit devouring, it can enhance the physical body and improve blood and chi by devouring the essence of the flesh and blood of living beings. When touching a living being that has been killed by one's own hands, one can refine it into the essence of flesh and blood without relying on the act of eating, and supply it to oneself. Soul fusion 50%, the martial soul and physical body are fused together, and the strength is increased by 500% in all aspects. The duration is 5 minutes and it can be used once every 24 hours. After using soul fusion once, it can be used again for a short period of time. After the second soul fusion state ends, the martial soul ability soul fusion will be forced to enter a cooldown for 72 hours. Divine Demon Form, Heavenly Emperor? Donghuang Tai currently unavailable. Divine Demon Form, Thunder Ancestral which Changliang currently unavailable. Zhang Xia looked at the impressive martial soul abilities on the system panel and nodded in satisfaction. With his current percentage-based buffs, he could be the final boss in those games back home. Zhang Xia immediately turned her gaze to the newly emerged martial soul ability, the God Demon Form. Look, the prompts after the divine and demonic forms of Thunder Ancestral which Changliang and Heavenly Emperor Donghuang Tai are temporarily unavailable. Zhang Xia frowned and fell into deep thought. At that moment, as the thought arose in his mind, a message silently surfaced in his heart. Zhang Xia suddenly understood. The reason why these two divine and demonic forms are unusable is that the Pango bloodline within him has not yet reached the standard for using these two abilities. However, because it absorbed the bloodline of the Great Sun Golden Crow, the Pango bloodline was close to the next stage at a certain moment, but failed to break through to the next stage. This is why Zhang Xia obtained this martial soul ability ahead of schedule, but was unable to use it. Moreover, judging from the information that just appeared in the bloodline, the next stage of the Pango bloodline is only the threshold of the God Demon Form. He needs divine energy to activate his divine and demonic form to fight. Thinking of this, Zhang Xia couldn't help but lick her lips. He now desperately hopes that the ancient god summoning ceremony will send people to attack him again. This way, he can not only test the ability he just acquired, but also gain a wave of divine energy. Looking at the list of eagerly awaiting martial soul abilities on the system panel, Zhang Xia took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to actively seek out the ancient god spirit descent society. His current strength is far from enough to contend with an entire evil god cult. To act rashly would be tantamount to courting death. Zhang Xia calmed herself down, knowing that with the current world trends, she would eventually be able to obtain divine energy. Moreover, he did not believe that only the spirits of ancient gods possessed divine energy in this world. For the rest of the time, Zhang Xia stopped cultivating and instead relaxed, which was a rare treat. He opened his personal terminal, found Tianfilu, the most famous restaurant in Jiangchang, and ordered a large table of dishes to be delivered to his door. Before long, the staff from Tianfilu arrived outside Villa number 8 and thoughtfully laid out all the dishes, which Zhang Xia carried from the kitchen to the dining table in the living room. He sat down at the dining table, turned on the virtual projector, and selected the most popular movie of the moment to play. Zhang Xia enjoyed her delicious food while watching entertainment and movies from this world, savoring a rare moment of leisure. Chapter 114 Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Zhang Xia woke up early in the morning and went to the villa garden to practice basic boxing techniques. Thanks to a full day of relaxation yesterday, Zhang Xia was in better condition than ever before. This also made him realize the importance of balancing tension and relaxation in cultivation. A short while later, a doorbell rang outside the villa. Zhang Xia put away his boxing stance, his body steaming with heat. He quickly walked to the villa's gate, opened it from the inside, and took the large metal box handed to him by the person outside. He returned to the garden and placed the metal box he was carrying on the long table in the garden. Upon opening the box, one finds neatly stacked bottles of Tier 2 muscle strengthening potions and Tier 2 spirit recovery potions. These Tier 2 muscle strengthening potions are an important resource for Tier 2 martial artists' daily training, and can only be purchased with alliance points. One bottle costs 2,000 alliance points, and there are 50 bottles in this box. The second tier recovery potion has the same function as life number 1, both used to quickly recover from injuries and replenish physical strength, but its effects far exceed those of the second tier life number 1. One bottle costs 2,000 alliance points, and there are also 50 bottles available. At the very bottom of the box were 2 fist-sized, dark blue crystals. This is a meteorite crystal, a refining material of a higher grade than meteorite iron, and it will also be the resource for Zhang Xia to cultivate the Star Marrow Soul refining technique. As he deepened his cultivation of the Star Marrow Soul refining technique, his absorption of the star power within the star fragments accelerated significantly, and his spiritual power also increased rapidly in tandem. The only downside to this is that it greatly accelerates the consumption of meteorite iron. The meteorite iron that Zhang Xia had previously purchased was enough to sustain him in his cultivation for a month. And now, only half a month has passed, and he has already absorbed all the star power within the meteorite iron. Jiang Xia picked up one of the meteorite crystals and used the star marrow soul refining technique to absorb the stellar energy within it. A moment later, he opened his eyes. Jiang Xia nodded. It was just as he had thought. Higher grade star fragments contain not only more star power, but also purer star power. When he was cultivating with meteorite iron, he needed to spend some time circulating that star marrow soul refining technique to filter out the impurities from absorbing the power of stars. Now, when using meteorite crystals for cultivation, the speed at which impurities are filtered out is greatly accelerated. This means that when he cultivated with meteorite crystals for the same amount of time, the resulting improvement was far greater than when he used meteorite iron. Jiang Xia immediately thought of the star core fragment she had seen at Tianbao Mall. If he could cultivate using star core fragments, his mental strength would be able to achieve a leapfrog improvement in a short period of time. Jiang Xia then shook her head, dismissing this unrealistic fantasy. Buying just 2 meteorite crystals cost him a whopping 1.2 million Marshall Hall points, wiping out more than half of his assets, not to mention the star core fragment worth over 10 million points. Gathering her thoughts, Jiang Xia conjured a Fire Cloud Cave Heaven experience card in her hand. It instantly transformed into a vortex in front of him, and he stepped into it carrying the metal box. Upon entering the Fire Cloud Cave, Jiang Xia immediately checked whether the Panglai blessed land space within her body could be used here. With a slight thought, the metal box in his hand vanished instantly, and he appeared in the blessed land space in the next instant. Seeing this, Jiang Xia smiled. In that case, he could prepare living supplies and cultivation resources in advance and put them in the blessed land space. In this way, it will be much more convenient for him to use the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven experience card for cultivation. With a slight thought, Jiang Xia brought the metal box back into her hand. He placed the metal box aside and sat cross-legged on the futon. Jiang Xia still remembers winning the True Seed Flesh Embryo Divine Treasure Method 2 and True Seed Flesh Embryo Divine Treasure Method 3 in the previous lottery, as well as vermilion bird feathers and true dragon scales. Now it is possible to successfully cultivate these 2 divine treasures and gain supernatural powers to enhance one's strength once again. Jiang Xia immediately began cultivating using the True Seed Flesh Embryo Divine Treasure Method, Part 2, which she had just learned. In the next instant, Jiang Xia's consciousness arrived in a familiar cosmic space, easily finding its way to a divine star. He looked towards a spot not far from this divine treasure, where another divine treasure star was located, with the phantom of a white tiger faintly visible within it. Jiang Xia withdrew her gaze, then immediately mobilized her internal energy to envelop her consciousness, and forcefully rammed it into the divine treasure star in front of her. With a loud bang, the layer of radiant light surrounding the divine treasure star shattered instantly. Jiang Xia regained consciousness, and at the same time, her body began to devour external energy. This time, opening up the divine treasury star was much simpler than the first time, but this was also expected. After all, Jiang Xia's mental strength and blood energy are now vastly different from what they used to be. Even if the difficulty of opening up a second divine treasure star increases, it is impossible to stop it. After the divine treasury star was created, Jiang Xia did not immediately take out the vermilion bird feather or the azure dragon scale for cultivation. He planned to take this opportunity to open up the third divine treasure star at the same time. A few minutes later, Jiang Xia activated the True Seed Flesh Embryo Divine Treasure Method, Part 3, and her consciousness once again entered that mysterious cosmic space. In less than a minute, Jiang Xia regained consciousness, and the energy vortex reappeared around her, devouring the energy from the outside world. He immediately opened the metal box, took out 2 bottles of muscle strengthening potion and drank them in one gulp, then circulated the mysterious origin cultivation method to absorb and refine the source energy accumulated in his body. After a while, Jiang Xia opened her eyes and calmed her breathing. Immediately afterwards, he took out the vermilion bird feather from the system space and used the True Seed Flesh Embryo Divine Treasury Method 2 to transform it into a true seed and send it into the divine treasury. The wisp of true spirit remaining in the vermilion bird feather did not resist at all and entered the second divine treasury very smoothly. Jiang Xia then followed the same method. However, the azure dragon scales were the same. They entered the third divine treasury without any resistance whatsoever. Seeing this, Jiang Xia guessed that this change might be related to the fact that he had recently refined the bloodline of the Great Sun Golden Crow. After all, Dong Huang Tai, who possesses the bloodline of the Great Sun Golden Crow, is the common ruler of the demon race. Even though he had completely refined the bloodline of the Great Sun Golden Crow, he still retained the aura of the Great Sun Golden Crow. The azure dragon scales and vermilion bird feathers only possessed a trace of their true spirit, so it's understandable that they mistook him for the Great Sun Golden Crow. Only a moment had passed. Jiang Xia, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes, her face full of surprise. He originally thought that this time it would be the same as last time, and it would take several days for the supernatural power to be born. Unexpectedly, only half an hour had passed, and the two divine stars had already developed supernatural powers. At this moment, a system notification sound rang out. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the acquired supernatural power, Antarctic Vermilion Bird Seal of Fire. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the acquired supernatural power, Eastern Azure Dragon Creation Seal. He carefully sensed the two pieces of information that appeared in his mind, stretched out his right hand, and streams of light emerged and condensed from his body, followed by a wisp of crimson flame dancing in his palm. Chapter 115 Acquired supernatural powers again. Jiang Xia could feel that the crimson flame in her palm was distinctly different from the golden great sun true flame. Although both are flames, the former, apart from being equally intensely hot, has no explosive aura whatsoever. It gives one a vague feeling that it can burn everything and will never go out. Based on the supernatural information that surfaced in my mind, this is the characteristic of the Southern Ming Fire. However, as the owner of the Antarctic Vermilion Bird Seal of Fire, this characteristic naturally cannot affect Jiang Xia. He immediately clenched his right hand, and the crimson flames were extinguished in his palm. As the owner of the Antarctic Vermilion Bird Fire Seal, the flame will never be extinguished. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Xia stretched out her left hand, and a ball of green light appeared in her hand. And at the very moment the green light appeared, the area within several meters of Jiang Xia was filled with a rich aroma of herbs and trees. He took a deep breath and felt his spirits lift, the fatigue from cultivation vanished, and a surge of vitality flowed through his body. Jiang Xia was in a state of excitement, but this effect lasted for less than a minute before disappearing. The green light in his hand was much dimmer than when it had first formed, and it was almost ethereal. This is because he absorbed the life energy within the Eastern Azure Dragon Creation Seal. Jiang Xia dispersed the green light in her hand and nodded in satisfaction. Now that he has the Eastern Azure Dragon Creation Seal, his sustained combat ability has been elevated to another level. His heightened state, in particular, greatly boosted his energy and stamina. Although it only lasted for less than a minute, according to the supernatural information that appeared in his mind, the best application environment for the Eastern Azure Dragon Creation Seal was a place with many trees. When the Azure Dragon Creation Seal of the East is used in the forest, the Creation Seal will automatically absorb the life energy of the surrounding trees to continuously bless it. Thinking of this, Jiang Xia stroked his chin. In that case, he would try to choose places with more plants when he fought in the future. However, while the Azure Dragon Creation Seal of the Eastern Pole is useful, its consumption of the body's vital energy and blood is unparalleled by other supernatural powers. Jiang Xia's current supernatural abilities and most of her attack methods consume her own blood and energy. Therefore, his decision-making in battle is very important, otherwise he may easily fall into a state of blood and qi deficiency. If that happens, he will not only be unable to use other attack methods, but even the recovery of his own injuries will be affected. The solution is quite simple. That is, Jiang Xia should break through to become a third-tier martial artist as soon as possible to gain initial control over source energy. Alternatively, one could continue to consume the essence of flesh and blood, and take rare and precious herbs to enhance the physical body, thereby further raising the upper limit of one's own qi and blood. Jiang Xia collected her thoughts. Thinking about these things now was too far off. The right path was to take steady steps forward, one at a time. He immediately took out a bottle of muscle-strengthening potion from the metal box, drank it all, and began cultivating using the mysterious origin cultivation method. Jiang Xia could clearly feel the benefits brought about by consuming the rare dragon blood vine, devouring the bloodline of the great sun golden crow, and opening up the divine treasure of her physical body twice. He is now only one step away from breaking through to the second-tier extreme realm. He is confident that he can break through to the second-tier extreme realm after cultivating for a few more days. And now, only 2 days have passed since he broke through to the late stage of the second tier. In the following period, Jiang Xia resumed her methodical cultivation. At this time, Jiang Cheng appeared calm on the surface. But in the shadows, things were already in turmoil. Time flew by, and it was 8 a.m. on the day they entered the Star Realm. A vortex appeared in the bedroom of Villa Number 8 in Yujiang Bay. Jiang Xia emerged from the fiery cloud cave, feeling refreshed. She stretched vigorously, causing her bones to crack and pop. The fatigue accumulated from long hours of meditation and cultivation is swept away by the power of qi and blood. Jiang Xia then had a thought, and the system panel appeared. Host, Jiang Xia. Realm, second tier ultimate realm. Acquired supernatural powers: Western white tiger palm execution seal, the strength of an ox, southern vermilion bird fire seal, eastern azure dragon creation seal. Innate divine power: great sun true flame. Cultivation techniques: mysterious origin cultivation method, 8-9 mysterious technique incomplete, true essence seed, flesh embryo, and divine treasury method part 1, star marrow soul refining technique, 9-ly weapon forging method volume 1, true essence seed, flesh embryo, and divine treasury method part 2, true essence seed, flesh embryo, and divine treasury method part 3. Martial arts: thunderous mountain suppressing spear true intent, heavenly gang demon subduing fist perfected, luo yen startling step perfected. Weapons: array plate, boundless Dharma realm, Godslayer spear, myriad spirits soul banner. Special: Taoist scroll, the great calamity of the Lich King, the river god emperor's dragon slaying diagram, fragments of Penglai blessed land. Clear Chi, 20557. Jiang Xia used a fire cloud cave experience card yesterday, and just now she used another one. Now, his martial arts cultivation has also broken through to the second tier extreme realm as he wished. Jiang Xia came to the open space in the villa's garden and practiced basic boxing techniques over and over again to adapt to her newly broken through body. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds during this period. Therefore, he now desperately wants to fight someone to test his current combat strength and to integrate all his attack methods. It was 8:30 in the morning. At that moment, the personal terminal placed on the garden table suddenly emitted a short vibration. Jiang Xia put away her boxing stance, walked to the long table, and picked up her personal terminal to check it. Fu Yan, come to the martial hall, prepare to go to the star realm. Jiang Xia, okay. After replying to the message, Jiang Xia felt her blood and energy surge, and all the sweat on her body evaporated. After a quick wash in the bathroom, she changed into a black tracksuit with red stripes. This was custom made by a master tailor from the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, which Jiang Xia spent 200,000 points to commission. The entire piece is woven from the silk of the 4th-tier wild beast, the Xuanma silkworm, while the red patterns on it are made from the silk of the 5th-tier wild beast, the blood poison spider. The sportswear helps balance body temperature and has excellent elasticity. The high toughness of the black silk can withstand attacks from even the most powerful ordinary soldiers. The finishing touch is the blood poison spider silk. In unfamiliar star systems, because the ecological environment is unknown, the invisible insects and tiny flying insects are more worthy of attention than the large, visible creatures. A mosquito that might fly in from anywhere could instantly kill a 5th-tier martial artist. Such things happen frequently in the star boundary. These were all things that Hong Tu told Jiang Xia in the car when they left the Azure Dragon Martial Hall. He was also specifically instructed to keep an eye out for those astral creatures. Avoid provoking the smallest insects, especially swarms of flying insects. If you encounter them, leave immediately. Jiang Xia took Hong Tu's instructions to heart, so she ordered 3 sets in one go. He had already stored the other 2 sets in his blessed space as spares, in order to prevent the clothes from being damaged in the fierce battle. He didn't want to become one of those unlucky souls who lost their lives to poisonous insects, as described by Hong Tu. Chapter 116: The Boundary of Perfection. After getting dressed, Jiang Xia went to the warehouse on one side of the villa, where he stored the supplies he had bought the day before. Upon entering the Star Realm, the Jiangcheng leadership granted those who entered the Star Realm 5 days of free exploration time. Considering the complex and unknown situation in the star boundary, Jiang Xia purchased a large amount of fresh water and food. Standing in front of the warehouse door, he reached out and placed his hand on the supplies in front of him, a thought forming in his mind. The warehouse was completely empty. In the next instant, all the supplies had been taken into Jiang Xia's blessed space. Then Jiang Xia picked up the huge backpack that had been prepared in advance to conceal her identity. After all, spatial equipment is extremely scarce in the entire 9-star alliance, so it is necessary to conceal it in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. After everything was ready, Jiang Xia left the villa and got into a pre-arranged car to head to the martial hall. Shortly after, the car stopped in front of the Wudian building. Jiang Xia got out of the car, went to the back seat to get her backpack, and walked into the Wudian building. At this time, all the staff of the Martial Hall building had already started their shifts, and there were still a few Martial Hall members chatting in the lobby on the first floor. However, the moment Jiang Xia entered the Martial Hall building, everyone's attention was drawn to her. Jiang Xia's already handsome face, coupled with his long platinum blonde hair, makes it hard for him not to attract attention. Sensing the gazes directed at her, Jiang Xia nodded amicably to the members and staff of the Martial Hall around her before quickly stepping into the elevator. After Jiang Xia's figure completely disappeared into the elevator, various conversations resumed in the lobby. However, at this moment the focus of the conversation was on Jiang Xia. Zhang Xia took the elevator to the 15th floor of the Martial Hall building, knocked on the door of the Hall Master's office, and only went in after hearing a response from inside. Fu Yan was sitting behind his desk, sipping his tea. When he saw Zhang Xia walk in, he stopped in front of her with his teacup in his hand. He looked at Zhang Xia, his gaze lingering on her platinum blonde hair. Noticing Fu Yan's gaze, Zhang Xia took the initiative to explain, "Palace Master, my martial soul ability has improved these past 2 days." Upon hearing this, Fu Yan took a sip of tea, nodded, and exclaimed, "I'm really looking forward to seeing what level your mutated martial soul will be. After all, martial souls that can keep growing are quite rare." Fu Yan accepted Zhang Xia's explanation without any doubt. This is actually normal. After all, ever since the humans of the Nine-Star Alliance embarked on the path of martial arts and awakened their martial souls, people have been researching what martial souls really are, but so far there has been no result. Moreover, everyone's martial soul is mysterious, and the abilities of the martial soul are also varied and bizarre. Some people exhibit obvious physical mutations the moment they awaken their martial spirit, such as pointed ears or the growth of tail horns. In comparison, Zhang Xia's only difference is her hair color, which falls into the most common category. Fu Yan then continued, "However, your hair color is too eye-catching. In the astral plane, you are practically a sitting duck. Your position is too obvious, making it easier for those who want to attack you to find you. There's still some time before departure, so you can dye your hair a different color." Zhang Xia shook her head slightly and said calmly, "Palace Master, I don't think it's necessary." Upon hearing this, Fu Yan glanced at Zhang Xia in surprise. He then laughed and said, "You seem quite confident. It looks like your skills have improved again." Zhang Xia said, "Before coming to the martial hall today, I was fortunate enough to break through to the second-tier extreme realm." Puff! Fu Yan spat out the tea he was drinking, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Zhang Xia. He immediately stood up and walked to Zhang Xia's side, putting his right hand on her shoulder. At the same time, the source energy within her body surged out and entered Zhang Xia's body through her right hand. Zhang Xia realized Fu Yan's intention, so she did not resist, but simply used her qi and blood to cover her dantian. Fu Yan was originally worried that Zhang Xia was too eager to achieve quick success and that breaking through her cultivation level too fast would affect her foundation. However, after some investigation, it was discovered that Zhang Xia's foundation was extremely solid, and her 2 major energy organs, skin and flesh, were constructed without any flaws. No, it should be said to be absolutely perfect. At both of his realms, his tempering of the 2 major energy-generating organs, the skin and flesh, was not as complete as that of his opponent. Fu Yan then withdrew his source energy and released his right hand. He looked at Zhang Xia and said in a serious tone, "You should maintain this way of cultivation from now on. In particular, when you want to break through to the next realm, you must temper your source energy organs to the same level as your skin and flesh source energy organs before you break through." Finally, Fu Yan emphasized, "Zhang Xia, don't waste the solid foundation you've built." Zhang Xia nodded and said, "I understand, Palace Master." Fu Yan kept a close eye on Zhang Xia's expression. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about her expression and that she had listened, he smiled with relief. He then sighed and said, "At that time, I was too eager to succeed and made a breakthrough before I had fully refined my source energy organs. Looking back now, I really regret it. Zhang Xia, you need to understand what kind of person should do what kind of thing. Since you are a genius, your goal should not just be to achieve a breakthrough in your realm, but to lay an unbreakable foundation for climbing to a higher level." After hearing Fu Yan's words, Zhang Xia pondered for a moment and then asked, "Palace Master, how can I determine if I have completed the tempering of my source energy organs?" Fu Yan said, "Based on my intuition." Zhang Xia's eyes showed even greater confusion. "Feeling?" Fu Yan nodded and said, "It's just a feeling. Every martial artist has a different body, a different spirit, and a different martial soul. These many differences make you unique. No one can draw a perfect line for another person. After all, it is possible that you have just broken through to the source energy organ that has not yet undergone tempering, which is already the upper limit that some martial artists can reach in their lifetime. Therefore, only you can draw a line for your perfection. Martial arts is an extremely self-centered and extraordinary path. Zhang Xia, if it were you, with your talent you should be able to sense it. Think back carefully, before each breakthrough, did you have a prediction of when the breakthrough would take place?" Zhang Xia's eyes lit up, and she said with a sudden realization, "Indeed, such thoughts arise not only when breaking through major realms, but also when breaking through minor realms." He could indeed sense the approximate time it would take to reach the next realm from the moment he embarked on the path of martial arts. He had previously thought this was normal and hadn't given it much thought. Then Fu Yan said, "That's right. Breaking through a realm is the same principle as water overflowing when it's full. It's just that some people can feel it, while others can't. In the end, a hint of envy crept into his gaze as he looked at Jiang Xia. Chapter 117 Shuttle. At this moment, Fu Yan's personal terminal emitted a short notification tone, interrupting their conversation. He opened it, glanced at it, and said to Jiang Xia, "It's time. We should set off now." Jiang Xia nodded and followed Fu Yan to the rooftop of the Marshall Hall building via the elevator. There was already a hover car quietly hovering here. Jiang Xia glanced at it and found that it was different from the hovercar he usually rode in the Marshall Hall, or perhaps it wasn't a hovercar at all. This hovercar has sleek lines and a blue and white paint job that gives it a high-tech feel. Most importantly, it is 2 to 3 times the size of a regular hovercar. He guessed that the hovercar most likely belonged to Fu Yan himself. Fu Yan's next actions confirmed Jiang Xia's guess. Fu Yan walked to a position 2 meters in front of the hovercar and stretched out his right hand. Then, as if he had touched some kind of invisible light screen, ripples spread through the air. Immediately afterwards, as if receiving some kind of command, the hovercar lit up with a dark purple light, and the doors on both sides slowly opened. Fu Yan got in first, followed closely by Jiang Xia, and then the doors on both sides closed. A few seconds later, the upper part of the car suddenly began to blur, and then became transparent. Jiang Xia sat inside and could easily see the scenery outside the car. They had already soared into the sky and were heading towards the wilderness. Seeing this, Jiang Xia was slightly startled. He hadn't even realized they were already high in the sky. Seeing Jiang Xia's reaction, Fu Yan smiled and said, "This is a flying shuttle, which is an upgraded version of the hovercar you usually ride. Not only is it faster, but the outer layer is also covered with a source energy receiving and conversion field. Martial artists sitting inside the flying shuttle can release their own source energy, which is then transformed by the shuttle's source energy field to form a defensive barrier or to launch an attack." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia's heart stirred. To be able to achieve this level, it was clear that the 9-Star Alliance's technology had already shifted towards source energy. The things that this shuttle demonstrated were enough to prove that the Alliance had come a long way down this path. The shuttle was very fast, and it took less than 10 minutes to travel from the Jiangcheng Marshall Hall building to the vicinity of the Wilderness Stargate. At this moment, Alliance forces are stationed both inside and outside this Stargate, and are building defensive fortifications in full swing. The shuttle arrived above a campsite and landed on the ground following instructions. Before the two got out of the car, Fu Yan took out a mahogany box from a hidden compartment in the seat and handed it to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia took it with both hands and opened it. Inside, she saw 2 tubes of dark red medicine with green fluorescent dots inside. Fu Yan said, "This is a 5th-tier potion, Blood of Life. If you are seriously injured and on the verge of death, drinking Blood of Life will instantly restore you to your full strength. Martial artists below the 5th tier can fully exert the effects of the potion, and it can even produce half the effect of the potion for 5th-tier martial artists." Jiang Xia was shocked. He had never seen this kind of heaven-defying potion, which could be used as a second life for a martial artist, for sale, not only in the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, but also in the Martial Hall's internal store. Since joining the Starfall Martial Hall and becoming an S-rank member, I can freely access some information in the Hall's internal database. Now, he is no longer the novice who just stepped into the world of martial arts and knew nothing. The 9-Star Alliance categorizes the potions used by martial artists into 9 ranks based on the martial artist's cultivation level. Tier 1 is the lowest, and Tier 9 is the highest, but from snippets of information, it can be inferred that there are even higher grades of potions above Tier 9. Martial artists must strictly adhere to the appropriate level of medicine for their current cultivation realm. Rashly consuming medicine of a higher level can result in severe injuries due to the overwhelming effects of the medicine, or even instantaneous death from body explosion. However, the rare and precious materials born in the astral realm, the recovery potions used by martial artists, and some special potions can all be used across different ranks, the only consequence being a waste of their medicinal effects. Jiang Xia looked at the 2 vials of life blood in the box, then silently closed the lid and handed it back to Fu Yan. He said solemnly, "Lord, I appreciate your kindness, but this potion is far too precious. Please take it back. Tier 5 potions start at tens of thousands of alliance points, and recovery potions will only be more expensive. However, a potion like Blood of Life, although it is a 5th-tier potion, has such incredible efficacy that it cannot be measured by money. If it were put up for sale, even if it were for 10 million league points, there would be plenty of people willing to buy it. After all, a bottle of potion represents a second life, and high-level martial artists would spend a fortune to buy it for their descendants to use as a trump card." Jiang Xia wasn't shameless enough to accept such a precious medicine so casually. Fu Yan clearly had no intention of taking the medicine back. He raised his hand and gently stroked the patterns on the rosewood box lid, a look of reminiscence appearing on his face. Fu Yan then pushed the mahogany box back to Jiang Xia and said, "The potion inside was specially prepared by my teacher when I went to the Star Realm for training after breaking through to the 4th level. However, the trip to the Star Realm went very smoothly, so we didn't have to use this potion. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you're facing enemies on all sides this time you're going to the astral plane. The people of the Ancient God Sentence Association are unpredictable and may very well get involved as well. This potion is of no use to me now except for being a collection. In fact, its medicinal effects will start to dissipate and lose their intended function in a few years. So giving it to you now is the best choice. Of course, I hope that your journey into the astral plane this time will be like mine back then, and you won't need this potion." Upon hearing Fu Yan's offer, Jiang Xia did not refuse this time, but solemnly accepted it. "I dare not refuse the gift from my elders, so I shamelessly accept it." When Fu Yan heard Jiang Xia change her form of address and refer to herself as a student, a smile of emotion and relief appeared on his face. The scene before him was so similar to what he had experienced with his teacher back then it was as if everything was repeating itself from the past. Jiang Xia had only been in contact with Fu Yan for less than a month. But ever since he entered the martial hall, whether it was the pressure he put on the Feng family with Tsang Zhenghong to demand compensation, or the help he chose Hong Tuhu as his mentor and the planning of his limit-breaking trial, or all the things that happened afterward. At this moment, Jiang Xia did not know what Fu Yan thought of him, but he had already regarded Fu Yan as his teacher. After Jiang Xia changed how she addressed him, Fu Yan's attitude towards her became noticeably more friendly, as if he wanted to cram all the precautions for entering the Star Realm into Jiang Xia's mind. Fu Yan only stopped when Tsang Zhenghong sent him a message urging him to stop. He reached out and patted Jiang Xia on the shoulder, then said earnestly again, "Jiang Xia, there's something you must remember. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger, and lost in danger as well. 1 in 10 succeeds, but 9 in 10 fail." Chapter 118 Astral Act. Jiang Xia understood what Fu Yan meant and nodded solemnly. Then the two of them stepped off the shuttle together. The shuttle landed at the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau's temporary camp, which was set up on the side of the Allied forces. All sorts of vehicles were parked around, but Fu Yan's flying shuttle was unique. The Martial Arts Bureau staff who had been waiting there saw Jiang Xia and Fu Yan come out together and quickly came to greet them. This is a woman wearing a Martial Arts Bureau uniform, with short hair, an oval face, and a very capable demeanor. Despite having waited there for some time, there was no sign of displeasure on his face. However, upon approaching, the staff member couldn't help but stare at Jiang Xia for several seconds before snapping out of his daze. The staff member from the Martial Arts Bureau suddenly blushed, realizing that he had just lost his composure, and repeatedly apologized to Jiang Xia and the other person. If Jiang Xia's current charm stat were to be visualized, it would be far superior to those races that are born with high charm. After all, possessing the bloodline of Pangu, every improvement in physical body will move towards a more perfect direction, which of course includes appearance. Not long ago, after Jiang Xia absorbed and fused with the bloodline of the Great Sun Golden Crow, her appearance was elevated to a whole new level. After all, the Golden Crow clan of the Great Sun is favored by heaven and earth, so none of them are ugly. Fu Yan glanced at Jiang Xia, smiled, and said, "It's all right, please lead the way." The staff of the Martial Arts Bureau had also calmed down by this time. After hearing Fu Yan's words, he gestured and led the two forward. Throughout the journey, the staff member kept his eyes straight ahead and didn't look at Jiang Xia even once. Jiang Xia was also helpless about this. She couldn't possibly wear a mask every time she went out in the future. He prefers others to adapt to him rather than him adapting to others. Before long, the three of them arrived at a tent that occupied a rather large area. Because the Martial Arts Bureau considered that this was only a temporary base and would be dismantled after the operation, they chose to use tents instead of houses. As soon as Jiang Xia and Fu Yan entered the tent, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. It wasn't just because the two of them were the last to arrive. Jiang Xia's transformation compared to 2 days ago was also significant. Especially Jiang Xia's platinum blonde hair. No one would think that the other party deliberately dyed their hair such an eye-catching color. It can only be that Jiang Xia has made another breakthrough, which has led to a huge change in her appearance. Sitting in the front row, Wang Xiaoxing's face darkened, and he cursed inwardly, "How come this little beast is like a ghost? Does he not have any bottlenecks in improving his strength?" Many of the other people present who had a grudge against Jiang Xia shared the same thought. Ignoring the malicious gazes, Jiang Xia nodded and greeted Tsang Zhenghong and the other two martial hall masters. He then walked to the back and sat down among a group of second-tier martial artists. As soon as Jiang Xia sat down, she could feel the stares of everyone around her and the unnatural expressions on their faces. At this moment, Bai Yao, who was sitting next to Jiang Xia, twitched his cheek and said helplessly, "There are so many seats, why did you have to choose mine?" "Brother, you're under a lot of pressure." It's possible that Jiang Xia ultimately defeated Wang Chen, thus avenging Bai Yao. At this moment, Bai Yao was noticeably more relaxed when facing Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia wasn't surprised that Bai Yao would be here, since the spots could be bought and sold. As long as the number of martial artists at each level remains unchanged, no one in Zhangqing's upper echelons will interfere. Jiang Xia then replied casually, not familiar with each other. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, Bai Yao's cheeks twitched slightly, but in the end, he silently endured the malicious gazes cast upon him along with Mu Yun on the other side. After a moment, Jiang Xia heard Bai Yao's voice, "Thanks for Wang Chen's matter." Jiang Xia smiled slightly and said, "It's not to help you, I just don't like him either." Bai Yao nodded and didn't say anything more. At this moment, Jiang Xia suddenly noticed a gaze that was completely different from that of the people around her. He followed the direction of her gaze and saw a woman who looked to be in her early 20s, wearing a black, tight-fitting combat suit, with a seductive face. When the alluring woman saw Jiang Xia looking over, she licked her rosy lips and winked at Jiang Xia with her right eye, her expression full of provocation. Jiang Xia remained calm and unmoved, then looked at the others beside the alluring woman. The other party was seated in the fourth-tier area, but apart from Xin Shang and Xiao Jun, who remained unchanged, the other three fourth-tier martial artists had been replaced, with the alluring woman being one of them. In Jiang Xia's mental perception, the alluring woman's aura was faintly connected to the other two people who had been replaced. A guess instantly popped into his mind, these three people were all after him. Jiang Xia then let out a silent chuckle, completely disregarding the three men. If it were during the arena battle, he would still be wary of the three of them working together. But now, he just hopes these three can give him a little surprise, and that they won't collapse before he even has a chance to exert himself. Jiang Xia withdrew her gaze, glancing at Wang Chen, who was filled with the most malice, but then completely ignored him. His purpose in entering the Star Realm this time was very clear, to find rare and precious materials to improve his strength. However, if he encountered any ignorant people, he would not mind inviting them to visit the Myriad Spirit Soul Banner. A moment later, a tall man in military uniform, who looked to be around 40 years old, walked in. The man in military uniform strode up to the crowd, his imposing aura undiminished even under the gaze of Zhangqing's high-ranking officials. "Gentlemen, I am Bian Feng, a level 4-star realm major general stationed in Jiangcheng by the Allied forces. I am in full charge of this exploration mission." As soon as he finished speaking, several guards who had come in with Bian Feng took out transparent bracelets from the boxes they had brought and distributed them to the group of warriors who were about to enter the Star Realm. After everyone received their bracelets, Bian Feng's expression turned serious as he said, "Since you have all chosen to enter the Astral Plane, you must abide by the Alliance Astral Plane Act. Article 1 of the Astral Act, all warriors entering the Astral Realm within the Alliance territory shall be under the unified jurisdiction of the Alliance forces stationed in the Astral Realm unless they carry special orders. From the moment you enter the Astral Plane, you are essentially soldiers of the Alliance Army. Those who disobey orders will be immediately stripped of their right to explore the Astral Plane. In serious cases, the Alliance Army has the right to kill them immediately." These words immediately chilled the hearts of the warriors who were about to head to the Star Realm. Jiang Xia gained a new understanding of the Alliance Army and also witnessed the importance the Alliance attached to the Astral Plane. After the three great martial gods ended the chaotic era of martial arts, the Star Realm was no longer a synonym for disaster for the humans of the Nine-Star Alliance, but rather a series of treasure troves waiting to be explored. Of course, the Astral Plane is also a double-edged sword and accident could backfire. Therefore, Jiang Xia felt that the Nine-Star Alliance's emphasis on the Star Realm was not excessive. Chapter 119 The Gate of Divine Retribution. The Winger stood at the very front, taking in the expressions of everyone sitting below. He was pleased with the reaction of the warriors who were about to enter the Astral Realm. Bian Feng didn't care about the lives or deaths of these martial artists. After all, the situation inside the Star Realm was very unstable. Since they had chosen to enter the Star Realm, it meant that they had accepted that they might die there. What he was actually worried about was that this group of martial artists would affect the construction progress of the garrison base. Then, seeing that the time was right, the Winger coughed twice to draw everyone's attention back. He picked up the bracelet handed to him by an allied soldier and said, "The bracelets I just gave you are allied merit bracelets. As the name suggests, they are used to record your merits in the Astral Plane. In the Astral Plane, your battle merits will be recorded on your battle merit bracelets as you slay alien races, discover renewable natural treasures, and explore mineral veins, becoming your battle merits within the Allied Army. As he spoke, Dien Fom opened his personal terminal and immediately projected a list in front of everyone, which was full of various rare and precious materials that could be exchanged for Alliance Army battle merits, including martial arts weapons and special potions. Jiang Xia watched the constantly scrolling projection, and her eyes narrowed when she saw a certain item. She never expected that the military merits of the Allied army could be exchanged for a storage ring. At this moment, many people saw the storage ring and their hearts immediately burned with excitement. The fact that the storage ring could be exchanged for the required Alliance army merits immediately dampened everyone's spirits. It would take a full 2 million military merits. Although they do not yet know the significance behind the 2 million military merits, the fact that storage rings are still available for exchange in the 9-Star Alliance, given their scarcity, is enough to prove that obtaining these 2 million military merits will be extremely difficult. Next, as the exchange list on the projection scrolled, resources that were hard to obtain outside appeared frequently on the exchange list, making everyone envious and wishing they could enter the Star Realm right now to kill alien races and gain battle merits. The winger took in everyone's expressions, gave a barely perceptible nod, and offered both a big stick and a sweet treat. These warriors should behave themselves once they enter the Star Realm. What we are doing now are all necessary steps before entering the astral plane. Many of Jiangqing's high-ranking officials sitting in this tent have experienced these things, and seeing this scene again now evokes a sense of nostalgia. A few minutes later, the projection disappeared, but the passion in everyone's hearts did not subside. Instead, it burned even brighter. Afterwards, Dien Fom gave some instructions and led the group of warriors to the newly built Stargate. Jiang Xia and the others stood at the outpost closest to the Stargate, where they could clearly see the enormous creature not far ahead. It was a giant metal ring with a diameter of over 50 meters, painted entirely in black, and its interior was constructed from a series of intricate gears of varying sizes that interlocked with each other, completely enveloping the entire astral vortex. Upon further observation, Jiang Xia's eyes narrowed. At a glance, he saw that the inner side of the ring was covered with countless energy emission devices and cannon muzzles. So this is the Gate of Divine Retribution? I've only ever heard my elders talk about it before, but I've never been able to see it. Today, my wish has finally come true, Bai Yao said with emotion. Jiang Xia's heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself, the Gate of Heavenly Punishment, huh? The name does fit. This should be the Alliance's second line of defense against the astral plane. Judging from the numerous energy emitters and cannons, one can imagine that if an alien race were to breach the internal fortress base and venture out of the astral plane, a devastating attack would await them. At this moment, Mu Yun, who had been silent all along, spoke up. The Heavenly Punishment Gate here is only the second to last level. The most magnificent one is the Heavenly Punishment Gate of the 9th level Star Realm. It is a magnificent building that is over 10,000 meters tall. I heard that if all the energy is released, it is enough to kill a martial artist above the 9th rank. Jiang Xia asked, above the 9th step? Mu Yun looked at Jiang Xia, remained silent for a moment, and slowly nodded, saying, it's just theoretically true, because there's no news of the Gate of Heavenly Punishment killing martial artists above the 9th rank. In fact, since the Gate of Heavenly Punishment was designed, it hasn't killed many 9th rank alien experts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia gave Mu Yun a deep look. To know information that wasn't even recorded within the martial hall, the other party's identity was definitely not simple. This may contain information about the Jiangqing branch of the Starfall Martial Hall, but the higher-ups do not have the authority to access further information. This, however, confirms his guess. Jiang Xia strode towards Mu Yun, and as she stood in front of him, she extended her right hand. Jiang Xia. Mu Yun glanced at Jiang Xia, then at her outstretched right hand. After a moment of silence, he also extended his right hand and shook hands with Jiang Xia. Mu Yun. After speaking, Mu Yun paused for a moment before continuing, thank you for defeating Wang Chen on the arena that day. Jiang Xia had a general understanding of Mu Yun's personality from his behavior after they met. He released his right hand and said with a smile, like I said, I just couldn't stand Wang Chen, so I took action. You don't need to thank me. Mu Yun shook his head and said in a sincere tone, it's different. Without you, Jiangqing's generation would have been completely overshadowed by Sucheng in the end. This would have been a huge blow to the mental state of those martial artists who had just embarked on the path of martial arts. Jiang Xia smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. However, he could tell that Mu Yun was steady and old-fashioned, and his actions and words were methodical and had a style reminiscent of the old era, which was probably related to his family's scholarly tradition. Mu Yun's demeanor was subtly similar to that of the Allied soldiers here, suggesting that he likely had a military background and was therefore not surprised to know these relatively secret matters. However, Jiang Xia did not intend to delve into Mu Yun's identity, and immediately calmed her wandering mind. He looked at the gate of heavenly punishment again and asked the question that had been lingering in his mind: why didn't we see the gate of heavenly punishment when we first arrived here? The gate of heavenly punishment was a colossal object with a diameter of 50 meters, yet, upon arriving at the martial arts temporary camp and being so close to it, he failed to notice this enormous object immediately, which was clearly suspicious. Muyan said, because of the energy field. As he spoke, Muyan raised his hand and gestured a semicircle in front of him, encompassing the gate of heavenly punishment and most of the base built around the gate of the star realm. This entire area is within the energy field of the gate of heavenly punishment. Only those who step into this place and are tainted by this field can see the gate of heavenly punishment. Even the astral gate is invisible because it is enveloped by the field of the gate of heavenly punishment and cannot be seen without entering this area. The purpose of doing this is to prevent those with impure intentions from spying on the specific situation of the astral gate. When the alliance was first established, those resistance organizations that opposed the alliance often launched surprise attacks on the astral gate, causing incalculable losses to the alliance at one time. Chapter 120: Mental Shock. Muyan's explanation is very detailed and easy to understand, without using too many technical terms. Jiang Xia and Bai Yao, who were standing to the side, listened very attentively. As Muyan finished speaking, Bai Yao darted forward, reaching out his right hand to grab Muyan's neck and trap him under his arm. You, Muyan, know so much. How come I've never heard you mention this before? What, are you looking down on your brother? At this moment, Muyan's face was flushed, and he looked slightly embarrassed. It was clear that he rarely had such close contact with others, but he did not break free. Upon hearing Bai Yao's words, he said, "It's not that I look down on you, it's that I don't need you." Bai Yao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening and released Muyan. Relieved, Muyan sighed and straightened the wrinkles in his collar as he said, "We had the opportunity to enter the star boundary after we broke through to the 4th rank. By then, we had already gone to the Martial University, and we could always learn about this knowledge through various channels. The reason we were able to enter the star realm at the 2nd level this time is entirely because this is a newly emerged star realm that has not yet been developed, and it is also the period with the richest resources. Therefore, as natives of Jiangcheng, we were able to receive extra care from the Alliance and be allowed to enter it to seek opportunities before it is fully developed." Bai Yao shook his head and said, "It's a pity that the opportunities that originally belonged to us Jiangcheng people are now mostly taken by outsiders." As he spoke, Bai Yao glanced at the 3rd-tier martial artists and Xin Sheng and the others, his meaning clear. At that moment, the sound of gears turning rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Jiang Xia looked toward the gate of heavenly punishment and saw that it was slowly rotating clockwise. Muyan explained, "For the safety of both the inner and outer bases, the gate of heavenly punishment will form an invisible barrier to prevent personnel from entering or leaving at will. Only the highest ranking officer of the garrison here has the authority to open the barrier." As Muyan finished speaking, the previously somewhat blurry stargate became even clearer. As can be seen, the astral gate is a blue vortex that rotates counterclockwise. At this moment, Muyan suddenly tugged at Jiang Xia and Bai Yao and whispered, "Don't stare at the stargate for too long, it will affect our mental state." This is an effective method used by the Alliance army against warriors entering the astral plane for the first time. Although the method is somewhat questionable, it is very effective. It can make newcomers feel awe towards the astral plane and understand that the astral plane is not all opportunities, but also has dangers that are hard to guard against. Sure enough, as soon as Muyan finished speaking, the sounds of vomiting could be heard from the warriors waiting to enter the star realm. Only Xin Sheng and Xiao Jun, a few 4th-tier martial artists, were unaffected. They had entered other star realms before, so they immediately looked away when they heard the sound of gears turning. However, when Xin Sheng saw Jiang Xia standing straight behind him, unaffected by anything, a shadow crossed his eyes. The battle on the arena that day has become a demon in his heart. Xin Sheng could sense that his progress in cultivation over the past few days had been far less than before. If he doesn't resolve this inner demon, he might remain at the 4th level for the rest of his life, a result he cannot accept. Xin Sheng then turned to look at Xiao Jun. Sensing the former's gaze, Xiao Jun met his eyes and then nodded to Xin Sheng. After receiving a definite answer from Xiao Jun, Xin Sheng's gloomy expression lessened considerably. Tay looked at Jiang Xia again, his gaze filled with killing intent. Soon, once he entered the star realm, he could eradicate his inner demons and return to his previous cultivation speed. He might even have a chance to advance further because he had broken free of his inner demons. Seeing this, Xiao Jun sighed helplessly. He could understand Xin Sheng's feelings at this moment. Wasn't he also breaking free from his inner demons this time? Thinking of the message from his family 2 days ago, ordering him to join forces with Xin Sheng to keep Jiang Xia completely in the star realm, and that after the deed was done, he would be allowed to leave the Xiao family and be completely free. Seeing the opportunity to fulfill his long-cherished wish right in front of him, Xiao Jun naturally wouldn't let it slip by. So, Jiang Xia, I can only ask you to die. He felt two malicious gazes coming from behind him. With her powerful mental perception, Jiang Xia already knew who was looking at her. It was not surprising at all that someone who had no connection with Xiao Jun wanted to kill him. Aristocratic families are like a huge quagmire of interests. Once you enter one, there is no way to escape. No matter how arrogant you are at the beginning, you will only become a tool in the hands of the other party in the end, unless you have the absolute power to shatter it. This is also why Jiang Xia refused all offers of recruitment from aristocratic families. Compared to the blatant leash offered by the aristocratic families, the alliance only provides shackles that bind them. Jiang Xia has never had the habit of being someone's dog in either her past or present life, so her choice is self-evident. Although what he sought was freedom of body and mind. It is only natural that one should be subject to some constraints when one is weak. Jiang Xia felt that with the system's help, achieving her ultimate goal wouldn't be too long. Shortly after the incident, an allied medic came over with a first aid kit and distributed green pills. Those martial artists who suffered a mental shock recovered completely within a few breaths after taking the pill. At this moment, Dian Feng walked over. He first glanced at the 5 4th-level martial artists, then at Jiang Xia and the other two, and said indifferently, "Line up and follow." After saying this, he led everyone toward the Stargate. Even after arriving at the gate to the Star Realm, the warriors who had previously suffered a mental shock did not raise their heads, staring intently at their toes, as if they did not want to experience that feeling a second time. The winger glanced back but said nothing. After a moment, a man who looked like an officer walked out from inside the astral plane. The officer first saluted the wingman, then guided the group into the star plane. However, upon entering the astral plane, many people experienced inexplicable energy disturbances within their bodies. For a moment, demons danced wildly near the Stargate. The officer who led the group in did not step forward to stop them, he simply watched from the sidelines. But soon, he spotted Jiang Xia in the crowd, her eyes closed and her expression calm. Unlike other martial artists, Jiang Xia showed no signs of energy breaking free of its restraints and manifesting externally. Even his breathing remained calm. It should be noted that even a 4th-tier martial artist will have their own energy stirred by the rich source energy within the astral plane when they first enter it. The officer gave Jiang Xia a deep look, nodded subtly, and thought to himself, "She's a good prospect." Then he looked away. A moment later, all the various energies flying around in the arena dissipated, and everyone had regained control of their own energy and had begun to adapt to the rich source energy within the astral plane. Chapter 121: Entering the Star Realm. Seeing that the warriors had adapted to the astral environment, the officer stepped forward. "My name is Shi Yan, and I am the commander of this star system. The energy content inside the astral plane is 3 times that of the outside world. I think you have all noticed that. You have 10 minutes to adjust yourselves. In 10 minutes, an assembly vehicle will take you out of the fortress base." Upon hearing Shi Yan's words, many people immediately sat down and began practicing their cultivation techniques to further restrain the restless energy within their bodies. At this moment, Jiang Xia opened her eyes and let out a long breath. Upon entering the astral plane, the fragment of Panglai Paradise within his body underwent a mutation, actively absorbing the source energy around it. In order to prevent the abnormality in his body from being discovered, he had to suppress the rate at which Panglai Paradise absorbed source energy until just now when he finally returned to calm. Jiang Xia surveyed his surroundings. He was in an open space with a ground made of some unknown metal. In the distance were rows of menacing killing machines, their massive cannons pointing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Further away, the view is blocked by defensive fortifications that are hundreds of meters high. From what they could see, it was clear that they were currently inside the astral fortress. Jiang Xia withdrew her gaze and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky was bright and cloudless, looking no different from that of Earth. But Jiang Xia soon discovered something was wrong. There was no sun in this star realm. But the sky was clear and deep blue. Although he didn't know the reason for this, there was no doubt that there were oceans in the astral plane. Jiang Xia felt that the astral realm might not just be about understanding another planet with alien life, but perhaps the astral realm itself was one. This explains why the Alliance places such importance on the astral plane. The benefits of a world that can give birth to life and provide cultivation resources are immeasurable. At this moment, a bewitching figure slowly walked towards Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia noticed the moment the other party made a move. He glanced at the alluring woman and asked in a cold tone, "Is there something you need?" The demon woman covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Can't I come to see you, little brother, if there's nothing wrong? As she spoke, the alluring woman leaned closer to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia remained calm. Just as the alluring woman was about to touch him, he stepped back to the side, avoiding her approaching body. The alluring woman's expression shifted for a moment upon seeing this. She had assumed that Jiang Xia had acquiesced since he hadn't initially dodged, so she was completely relaxed. To her utter surprise, her opponent dodged to the side at the last moment, which made it difficult for her relaxed body to muster strength immediately. She staggered forward and almost fell. At this moment, the alluring woman lowered her head slightly, her face filled with indifference and murderous intent. She immediately stood up, her face regaining its alluring look, with a hint of a smile. Although the process was not ideal, she had achieved her ultimate goal. The alluring woman chuckled and said, Since little brother likes big sister, then big sister won't bother you any longer. After saying that, the alluring woman winked at Jiang Xia, then turned and left. Back in the group of three, the alluring woman's face, with her back to Jiang Xia, was already icy cold. One of the three men, a tall, slender man, glanced at the alluring woman and asked, How did things go? The alluring woman nodded and said, I have already left a tracking mark on the target's clothes, but the contact time was too short, so the tracking mark may not last long. Another burly, muscular man among the three said in a deep voice, It doesn't matter, as long as we know where the target is as soon as we leave the fortress base. This time, the gourmet lord has given the order that we must keep the target in the astral plane. Otherwise, even if we return to the church, all we will be waiting for is the Lord's retribution. Both the tall man and the alluring woman nodded. They knew the consequences of failure the moment they received the mission from above. If you were under the command of other apostles of the ancient God's sentient society, even if you failed to complete the mission, you would at most be punished, but you would not lose your life. However, unlike the other apostles, the gourmets will be held accountable afterward for any failure in their missions, regardless of their numbers or strength. However, because the gourmet was very generous to his subordinates, he was not stingy with rewarding them with all kinds of precious resources, which made many people know that he was not easy to get along with, but they still followed him. At this moment, the alluring woman suddenly spoke up, Gentlemen, if possible, please try to leave the target alive so that I can help them connect with the ancient god. Afterwards, a generous gift will be offered. The alluring woman gritted her teeth as she spoke. Jiang Xia's unintentional actions had deeply hurt her and exposed her hidden wounds. The tall man and the burly man exchanged glances, then the man nodded to the alluring woman. The gourmet only requires that the target be killed. The specific process is not important. Therefore, the two are willing to let you do a favor for the seductive woman, and there are benefits to be gained from doing this. Why not? 10 minutes passed in a flash, and suddenly the roar of engines filled the open space. Dozens of black-painted armored off-road vehicles drove over from a fortified position in the distance. At this moment, an allied soldier came to the group and conveyed Shi Yan's order, instructing everyone to leave the fortress base in armored vehicles. The group recognized the allied soldier as someone who was behind Shi Yan and knew he was likely one of Shi Yan's personal guards. Following his instructions, they boarded the armored vehicle one after another. The number of armored vehicles is equal to the number of people, one vehicle per person is just right. The armored vehicle convoy started moving again, and at that moment, Shi Yan's familiar voice rang out from inside the vehicle. These armored vehicles will take you to different directions. Now put on your military merit bracelets. The base will locate you in real time, and the location of the base will also be displayed on the bracelets. But you must remember that the astral plane is vast and boundless, especially this undeveloped astral plane. The maximum range at which the bracelets can receive signals from the base is currently 100 kilometers. Once you exceed this distance, you may very well get lost in the astral plane. Let me give you one last piece of advice: opportunity is important, but your own destiny is even more important. The sound disappeared, and the armored vehicle returned to silence. Jiang Xia leaned back in the back seat, closed her eyes, concentrated, and released her senses to record the route she was taking. Shi Yan's words were quite pertinent, but since the base's communication network can cover an area of 100 kilometers, it means that most of the rare and precious natural resources here have already been found and taken away by the Allied forces. Jiang Xia wants to find more rare and precious materials, which can only be achieved by leaving the detection range of the fortress base. Therefore, it is very important to use his senses to record the route he takes, as it will become a guide for his return. Chapter 122: Hidden Hand. The armored convoy moved very fast and soon left the fortress base. The moment they left the fortress base, all the armored vehicles headed in different directions. 15 minutes later, the armored vehicle slowed down and came to a stop. The Allied soldier driving the car glanced at Jiang Xia in the rearview mirror without saying a word, but his meaning was self-evident. Jiang Xia nodded knowingly, then picked up her backpack, opened the car door, and got out. The armored vehicle's engine roared again as it headed back the way it had come. Jiang Xia looked around. It was a forest, but the trees were sparse and not very tall, so they wouldn't obstruct the view. After briefly surveying his surroundings, he didn't immediately set off. Instead, he took out his battle merit bracelet and began to study its specific functions. A moment later, Jiang Xia put the battle merit bracelet on her wrist, picked up her backpack, and chose a direction to go forward. He had just figured out the general functions of the battle merit bracelet, but many of them could only be used in places with a fortress base signal. Outside the signal range of the fortress base, only two functions remain usable. One function is to identify rare and precious materials and other rare resources, the other is to record the alien races that have been killed. The former can make good use of the obtained natural resources and avoids causing physical damage or loss of medicinal efficacy due to incorrect consumption. The latter is used to count the merits earned. This function might be very useful in other astral planes, but since the alien worlds connected to this astral plane have not yet appeared, there is not much room for its application. At this moment, Jiang Xia suddenly stopped in her tracks, her eyes flashing with a strange light. His gaze fell on the clothes on his right arm, and the memory of brushing past that alluring woman, whose left hand had just touched that spot on his right arm, flashed through his mind. Interesting. Jiang Xia was initially worried that after everyone separated, those people wouldn't be able to find him, but now it seems that his previous worries were unnecessary. At this moment, in his mental perception, there was a red ball of light the size of a fingernail on his right arm, flickering on and off. This situation had never occurred before in Jiang Xiao's previous perceptions, so there was only one possibility: the owner of this red light mark was currently using the ability to sense the mark. Jiang Xia looked at the mark for a moment, then looked away and continued forward. His main purpose in entering the Star Realm was to find rare and precious materials that could enhance his strength. If he encountered anyone who dared to attack him, he would simply kill them. With Jiang Xiao's current strength, apart from the heavy firepower weapons in the fortress base, he fears no one in the astral plane. Even if Xin Sheng and the other 5 4th-level martial artists joined forces, it would only be a waste of time for him. Jiang Xia pushed off with her feet, leaping up onto a tree and gazing into the distance. At the edge of this forest, right next to a continuous mountain range, lies a continuous range of mountains. He was currently more than 50 kilometers away from the fortress base and at least 100 kilometers away from the mountain range, far beyond the coverage area of the fortress base, but this suited him perfectly. Jiang Xia found the right direction and pushed off with her feet, shooting forward and leaving behind a series of sonic booms. The tree had vanished, leaving a huge crater in the ground. In the forest on the other side, the alluring woman immediately used the communication methods within the Ancient Gods Summoning Society to reunite with the remaining two. The three of them are currently searching for the marks they left behind, gradually approaching Jiang Xia. Oh no, the target's movement speed has suddenly increased. We need to speed up too, the alluring woman said quickly. The tall man frowned and asked, what happened? Was the tracking mark discovered? The alluring woman shook her head slightly and said, impossible. My mark is very well hidden. Even the chief deacon with the strongest mental perception in the branch couldn't detect it. The burly man said, in that case, let's speed up our approach to the target and take care of him as soon as possible. Then we can go and search for rare and precious materials. It's not easy to enter this undeveloped star realm once, so we must make the most of this opportunity. The alluring woman and the tall man nodded to each other and suddenly accelerated towards Jiang Xiao's location. Fortress Base, Commander's Office. An Alliance soldier entered through the front door and handed the report from the observation room to Shi Yan. Shi Yan took it and glanced at it briefly, a cold smile immediately spreading across his face. Just as he had thought, these martial artists were willing to risk their lives in search of rare and precious treasures. There were more than 50 people in total, but after more than an hour of departure, fewer than 20 were still within the signal range of the fortress base. Shi Yan placed the report on his desk and instructed the Alliance soldier, notify the observation room that we no longer need to pay attention to those warriors, maintain full vigilance around the fortress base. Yes. The Allied soldier saluted Shi Yan and turned to leave. Shi Yan stood up and walked to the office window. He was currently at the highest point of the fortress base, where he could clearly see the scenery outside the fortress base. Based on past experience, the location of the astral gate opened by the Alliance will not be too far from the astral gate of the alien world that connects to the astral plane. More than 10 days have passed since the opening of the star realm, and those alien races should be making their moves by now. In fact, Shi Yan did not understand why the Jiangcheng leadership wanted to send people in at this time. If they were to accidentally encounter a large-scale alien race, it would be difficult for any of these people to return. But it doesn't matter anyway, you can't reason with a damned devil. He had already sensed that those people should not leave the signal range of the fortress base. Since they didn't listen, it wouldn't matter to him if they all stayed in the astral plane. At this moment, Shi Yan recalled the blonde boy who had been calm and composed in the crowd. He shook his head inside before returning to his desk to continue his official duties. In the forest, Zhang Xia had been running at full speed for over an hour and had long since left the signal range of the fortress base. However, it was still quite a distance from the continuous mountain range we had seen earlier. He now truly understands what it means to look at a mountain and run until the horse dies. Not long after, Zhang Xia suddenly heard the sound of something being torn apart. He stopped and looked back. In the place he had just passed, there were only two bodies, the lower bodies of some kind of creature covered in blue hair, and there was still a mist of exploding blood in the air. Zhang Xia approached and used her battle merit bracelet to scan the remaining limbs. Soon after, the bracelet beeped to indicate that the scan was complete. Tap the red dot on the bracelet to illuminate, and the information will be projected. The Azure Wolf, a third-tier astral creature, has the following characteristics: lifestyle, main attack methods, weaknesses, available materials. Zhang Xia carefully browsed the projected information and couldn't help but feel admiration for the person who created the battle merit bracelet. Chapter 123 Source Beast. The battle merit bracelet is practically an astral encyclopedia. A simple scan reveals all the information about the object. This convenient method is enough to greatly reduce the burden on astral explorers. Then, it seems that some hidden mechanism of the battle merit bracelet was triggered, and the information about the Azure Wolf disappeared, replaced by a detailed introduction about the source beast. This is a creature unique to the astral plane, essentially no different from the wild beasts of the outside world, or rather, wild beasts are the degenerate form of source beasts. In the early days of the martial arts era, the warriors of the Nine-Star Alliance were not as powerful as they are now, resulting in many star realms being unguarded by warriors. Various creatures within these star realms, namely the source beasts, began to invade the alliance. However, because the concentration of external energy is incomparable to that of the astral plane, the source beasts that rushed into the Nine-Star Alliance degenerated. These degenerated source beasts can no longer enter the astral plane. Some kind of rule in the dark keeps them out, just like the hierarchy rules of the astral plane. As time went by, those source beasts gradually became no different from the animals within the Nine-Star Alliance that evolved by absorbing source energy, thus forming what are known as wild beasts. This leads to a situation where every time a new astral plane is opened, wild beasts will riot and attack the astral gate, because returning to the astral plane is an obsession etched into the wild beast's bloodline. Seeing this, Zhang Xia chuckled lightly. A beast is indeed a beast. Abandoning the energy-rich astral plane and heading to the outside world, only these mindless creatures would do something so foolish. Then Zhang Xia looked at the two half-corpses on the ground, her eyes flashing. He took out the Myriad Spirit's soul banner from his reward backpack. The moment she got her hands on it, a message entered Zhang Xia's mind. After a short while, I digested the information. Zhang Xia already knew how to use the Myriad Spirit's soul banner, so she immediately used her internal energy to flush the banner. Because of refining the bloodline of the Great Sun Golden Crow, Zhang Xia's blood energy is no longer a blood-red mass. It now presents a scene of interwoven golden red. Several minutes later, a tremor emanated from the Myriad Spirit's soul banner in his palm. With a slight thought, Zhang Xia felt the banner of the Myriad Spirit's soul banner in her hand flutter gently. Then, near the two half-corpses, two ferocious wolf shadows appeared, currently bound by strands of purple silk threads. The two ferocious wolf shadows had no intelligence. They were merely trying to break free from the soul banner's restraints based on instinct. The next moment, Zhang Xia had another thought. The two wolf shadows were quickly dragged into the Myriad Spirit's soul banner and disappeared. Hint: to reach the next level of the Myriad Spirit's soul banner, you need to devour 1,000 more souls. As the two Azure Wolf spirits were refined by the Soul Respect banner, Zhang Xia had a feeling that he could convert them back into their original form if he wanted to. Immediately, the banner of the Myriad Spirit's soul fluttered, and two ferocious wolf shadows flew out from it and landed on the ground. The two wolf spirit heads looked around, and seeing that there were no enemies nearby, they turned around and lay down in front of Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia knew that this action represented the wolf clan's submission to their leader. He immediately had a thought and commanded one of the wolf spirits to attack him. Zhang Xia planned to test the level that the wolf spirit would reach after retaining 10% of its strength. The next moment, the wolf spirit swung its claws and launched an attack on Jiang Xia without hesitation. Jiang Xia stretched out her arm to block the attack and then ordered the wolf spirit to stop attacking. The Azure Wolf was originally a third-tier source beast, but now, after having its soul banner removed, it retains 10% of its strength, which is roughly equivalent to an early-stage third-tier martial artist. Jiang Xia was very satisfied with this. However, the fact that the wolf spirit can demonstrate such strength is also related to the fact that the Azure Wolf is a source beast. Because source beasts live in the astral plane, a place rich in source energy, their strength is twice that of wild beasts of the same level. Therefore, the fortress base in front of the astral gate is not only to block alien races, but also to prevent the surprise attack of the source beast tide. Jiang Xia waved the soul banner to collect the two wolf spirits. Then, with a slight thought, the soul banner in her hand disappeared instantly and appeared in the blessed land space. The myriad spirit soul banner is fundamentally different from the god-slaying spear and the fragments of Peng Lai blessed land, and therefore cannot be stored in his Dantian space. Fortunately, he had a stroke of luck in this lottery and obtained a top-tier spatial treasure, a fragment of Peng Lai blessed land. Otherwise, he would be unable to use the myriad spirit soul banner, a weapon that can absorb the souls of others, for a long time and would have to leave it in the system reward inventory. Fortunately, those concerns are no longer there. Jiang Xia looked up and gazed into the distance, quickly discerning the direction, before heading towards the distant mountain range once more. At the same time, she released her spiritual perception to search for any rare and precious treasures that might appear in the surrounding area. After consuming various rare and precious herbs and practicing the star marrow soul refining technique for a long time, his spiritual power, though not yet used for anything else, allowed his spiritual perception to cover a radius of 1 kilometer. The enhancement of mental perception is undoubtedly a powerful aid, whether it's in combat or exploring the unknown. In the following period, Jiang Xia encountered more than a dozen Azure Wolves on her journey. Unsurprisingly, he easily killed them all, and their souls were absorbed into the myriad spirit's soul banner. At the same time, he activated his martial soul ability Spirit Devouring to refine all the Azure Wolves into flesh and blood essence and devour them. As the essence of flesh and blood from the 18 third-tier Azure Wolves began to be refined, Jiang Xia clearly felt a massive surge of blood energy surging through his body. This unexpected situation forced him to change his mind about continuing. Jiang Xia then found a tree with relatively flat branches nearby, leaped up with the power of her toes, sat cross-legged, and began to guide the flow of qi and blood within her body for refining. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Xia took a deep breath, opened her eyes, stood up, and leaped back to the ground. This time he was careless. The strength of the source beast is more than twice that of the wild beasts outside, so the essence of flesh and blood refined from it must also be more than twice that of the wild beasts outside. Just now, Jiang Xia swallowed all 18 drops of blood and flesh essence refined and condensed from the third-tier Azure Nether Wolf in one go, which was tantamount to refining more than 40 third-tier monsters at the same time. The reason he didn't immediately explode from the impact of this energy was entirely due to the Pango bloodline's ability to quickly recover from injuries by consuming energy. However, this experience also raised the overall strength of his physical body to another level. Jiang Xia sensed the pure blood and qi power that filled her body at that moment. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before he could begin to condense the fourth sun battle rune. His strength will rise again by then. Thinking of this, Jiang Xia's eyes flickered. He secretly wondered if he could fight a fifth-tier martial artist if the fourth sun battle rune were to condense. Jiang Xia immediately shook her head, rejecting the idea herself. Chapter 124 Azure Wolf King. A fifth-tier martial artist is far superior to a fourth-tier martial artist. Although Jiang Xia was able to unleash attacks comparable to those of a fifth-level martial artist, it was at most only one or a few strikes. This kind of attack can be easily launched by a fifth-level martial artist. Not to mention that when a martial artist breaks through to the fifth rank, their total source energy and control over source energy will be further enhanced. Jiang Xia rubbed his chin, feeling that if he wanted to push his combat power to the fifth level, he had to master source energy. However, that day is not far off. After all, he is now a second-tier extreme realm martial artist. Jiang Xia pondered, gazing into the distance. After confirming the direction, he did not immediately continue on his way, but instead used his spiritual perception to explore the forest. He encountered a total of 20 Azure Wolves along the way. Wolves cannot act alone, so there must be a large pack of Azure Wolves in this area. This discovery excited Jiang Xia. This means that in a short time, he will not only be able to obtain a large amount of blood and flesh essence, but he will also be unable to replenish the soul of the myriad spirit's soul banner. He still remembered that it would take a full 1,000 souls to upgrade the myriad spirit's soul banner to the next level. Jiang Xia had an idea in his mind, he wanted to collect enough souls in the star realm to push the myriad spirit soul banner to the next level. After all, once you leave the astral plane, the chances of obtaining a soul of similar high quality as a source beast are slim, and even if you do get one, the number won't be many. However, it is impossible for him to actively slaughter a large number of martial artists in order to enhance the myriad spirit's soul banner. Putting aside whether the League will intervene, Jiang Xia can't get over her mental hurdle. He's not some saint, but he wouldn't indiscriminately kill unrelated people just to increase his strength. Jiang Xia should strive to be a master of power, not a slave to it. However, if he encounters an enemy, he will warmly invite them to visit the soul banner. Next, Jiang Xia unleashed her mental perception to the fullest extent, while darting through the woods ahead, searching for traces of the Azure Wolf. Finally, after more than half an hour, the trail of the Azure Wolf pack was found in a low-lying clearing in the forest. Jiang Xia stood on high ground, looking down at the pack of Azure Wolves below. A rough estimate suggests there are at least 100 Azure Wolves here, which is one of the advantages of the astral plane not yet being extensively developed. It is conceivable that, as time goes by, with the development of this astral realm by the Allied forces, the Azure Wolf pack may still exist, but its scale will definitely not be as large as it is now. Jiang Xia shifted her gaze to the huge Azure Wolf lying in the very center, surrounded by the pack of wolves. This must be the Azure Wolf King. Judging by sight alone, Jiang Xia felt that the Azure Wolf King was no less than 5 meters tall, and if it stood up, it would definitely be a colossal creature. With a slight thought, the myriad spirit's soul banner appeared in his hand. Jiang Xia said softly, "Thank you for nature's gift." Then, he suddenly exerted force with his foot, and a deep pit appeared in the instant where he stepped. Jiang Xia leaped high into the air like an eagle soaring through the sky, then crashed down like a meteor, landing directly among the pack of Azure Wolves. The moment he landed, he forcefully shoved the myriad spirit soul banner into the ground, and then golden true flames of the great sun burst forth from his body. In an instant, a sea of flames was created here, with rolling heat waves crashing against the Azure Wolf pack. Jiang Xia controlled the great sun true flame wave, which did not affect the surrounding trees, and only attacked the Azure Wolves. All of this happened in just a few breaths. The Azure Wolf King had already noticed the sound of something breaking through the air in the distance, but as soon as it reacted, it found that the entire wolf pack had been engulfed in a sea of golden fire. The scene unfolding before their eyes instantly awakened the deep-seated fear of fire within the bloodlines of these Azure Wolves. As the leader of the wolf pack, the Azure Wolf King suppressed the abnormality within his body with his powerful strength. It looked at Jiang Xia, who was standing beside the soul banner, her body still spewing out the great sun true flame. Even with its limited intelligence, the Azure Wolf King now understood who was behind all this. It let out an angry wolf howl. This was both the Azure Wolf King venting its emotions and sending a signal to the wolf pack to attack. Sure enough, in an instant, the wolf pack, which had been desperately trying to stay away from the flames because of their fear of fire, charged directly into the ocean of the great sun true flame. They disregarded the fact that their blue fur was being ignited by the flames and bravely launched an attack on Jiang Xia, who was at the source of the flames. Seeing this, Jiang Xia released her right hand that was holding the Soul Respect banner, then made a grabbing gesture in front of her, while leaning forward to make a thrusting motion. Put! A blue wolf that was leaping up and swinging its claws to ambush Jiang Xia had its skull pierced. Jiang Xia pulled the god-slaying spear back with her right arm, then turned around and thrust it through the head of the Azure Wolf that was attacking from behind. Subsequently, a bloodbath ensued around the Soul Banner, with the dead Azure Wolves being directly absorbed into the Soul Banner. Jiang Xia did not use any martial arts skills throughout the entire process, but only relied on her physical strength to wield the god-slaying spear. 2 minutes later, the corpses of the Azure Wolves had piled up like mountains around Jiang Xia. The Azure Wolves that had been charging forward all stopped in their tracks. They looked at the mountain of corpses formed by their companions, and fear appeared in their wolf eyes. Seeing this, the Azure Wolf King roared continuously, urging the pack to attack. But the remaining Azure Wolves completely ignored the Wolf King's command. They tucked their tails between their legs, whimpering in fear, and retreated backward. If it weren't for the Azure Wolf King being there, these Azure Wolves might have already fled. Seeing that he could no longer command the wolf pack, the Azure Wolf King quickly made the right choice based on the information inherited in his bloodline. It supported its body on all fours, its pair of blue wolf eyes fixed on Jiang Xia, and slowly took a step forward. The other Azure Wolves, who were still retreating, saw their Wolf King approaching the invading enemy. Then the Azure Wolf pack paused, and followed the Azure Wolf King as they approached Jiang Xia. Beside the banner of 10,000 spirits, Jiang Xia stood holding a spear, her gaze calmly watching the approaching Azure Wolf King. When the two sides were less than 10 meters apart, the Azure Wolf King launched the first attack. The Azure Wolf King's massive body did not affect its attack speed in the slightest. At this moment, Azure Lightning appeared all over the Azure Wolf King's body and quickly gathered in front of him. And at its very front, the Azure Lightning that continuously surged from the Azure Wolf King's body eventually converged and condensed into a single point, forming a constantly rotating cone of energy. Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. At this moment, he also sensed the aura of power emanating from the Azure Wolf King. Mid-stage of the 4th tier. The Azure Wolf is a 3rd-tier source beast, and theoretically, its highest realm can only break through to the 3rd-tier extreme realm. The Azure Wolf King, however, clearly broke this boundary. Immediately, Jiang Xia retrieved the god-slaying spear into his body. He looked at the cyan lightning spikes approaching him, spread his 5 fingers, then clenched his fist and blasted it out with force. Chapter 125, the 4th Battle Rune. The moment the fist made contact with the cyan light cone, it was instantly destroyed by the terrifying torrent of energy. After the battle runes transform into sun battle runes, each sun battle rune gains the ability to increase the intensity of internal energy by 50%. If it's yang attribute energy, this bonus will increase to 100%. Jiang Xia's thunderous power is undoubtedly a yang attribute energy. The blue-purple lightning followed the direction of Jiang Xia's punch, transforming into a beam of lightning filled with destructive energy, unleashing terrifying lightning upon anything in its path. It plowed out a huge ditch dozens of meters long in front of him, and all the trees and soil along the way were pulverized. A few breaths later, the thunder dissipated. At this moment, the broken body of the Azure Wolf King lay quietly in the depths of the ravine, its chest not rising or falling at all. This was the result of Jiang Xia holding back at the last moment. Otherwise, the Azure Wolf King wouldn't even have been able to leave behind a corpse after being hit by that lightning power. The remaining Azure Wolves, sensing the Azure Wolf King's life force dissipating, let out a whimper and fled into the distance with their tails between their legs. How could Jiang Xia let the meat that was already in her mouth slip away? She immediately took up the god-slaying spear and activated the Luoyan Jing Hongbu technique to quickly kill the fleeing Azure Wolves one by one. Moments later, not a single Azure Wolf remained in the forest. Less than 5 minutes had passed between Jiang Xia's appearance and the annihilation of the Azure Wolf pack. Jiang Xia dragged back the corpses of the escaped Azure Wolves and placed them near the Myriad Spirit's soul banner, allowing it to collect their souls. He walked deep into the ravine and came to the corpse of the Azure Wolf King. Looking at the Azure Wolf King before him, Jiang Xia felt a pang of emotion. He recalled that when he first entered the wilderness, his first pot of gold came from hunting down an entire wolf pack. Now that I've entered the astral realm, the first opportunity I've received is from an entire wolf pack. Perhaps this is fate. Despite her feelings of deep emotion, Jiang Xia's hands didn't stop moving. A few breaths later, a drop of red liquid the size of a thumbprint floated quietly in the palm of the hand. With a slight thought, the red liquid entered his palm and entered his dantian space. Instead of absorbing and refining it immediately, Jiang Xia went to the other Azure Wolf corpses and did the same. In just a moment, 128 drops of blood and flesh essence, as red as rubies, lay quietly in the dantian space. Hint: to reach the next level of the Myriad Spirit's soul banner, you need to devour 151,1000 more souls. Jiang Xia pulled the Myriad Spirit's soul banner from the ground. With a slight thought, 151 Azure Wolf souls surged out of the soul banner in a mighty procession. The Azure Wolf King was standing at the very front of the pack. Jiang Xia's eyes flashed. Perhaps he could control these Azure Wolves through the Azure Wolf King. After all, controlling one Azure Wolf and controlling 150 Azure Wolves would place different mental burdens on him. Without hesitation, Jiang Xia immediately ordered the Azure Wolf King to have the wolf pack lie down. Upon receiving the command, the Azure Wolf King let out a howl, and immediately all the Azure Wolves lay down on the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Xia nodded in satisfaction and stepped forward to pat the head of the Azure Wolf King. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the aura of power emanating from the Azure Wolf King that he had sensed before. Jiang Xia was certain that it was the mid-stage of the 4th rank. After all, the Azure Wolf King's strength was now only a fraction of what it used to be, but it still possessed the power of a 4th-rank cultivator. The Azure Wolf is a 3rd-tier source beast, and theoretically, its highest realm can only break through to the 3rd-tier extreme realm. The Azure Wolf King, however, clearly broke this boundary. However, this kind of breaking of boundaries would not rely solely on the Azure Wolf King itself. It must also involve the assistance of other special things. Given the situation in the star boundary, the most likely candidate is some rare and precious natural treasures. Jiang Xia collected her thoughts. Finding rare and precious materials wasn't the priority. The key was to refine the essence of flesh and blood within her dantian to enhance her strength. With a slight thought, he retrieved all the Azure Wolves back into the soul banner. He immediately took out a purple card from the system reward backpack. The purple card disappeared in the next instant, and a vortex appeared. Jiang Xia entered the fire cloud cave heaven space, sat cross-legged on the futon, and began to refine the essence of flesh and blood drop by drop. After refining 50 drops of blood and flesh essence, an indescribable fluctuation emanated from Jiang Xia's body. The next moment, golden red blood energy surged into the sky, illuminating the fiery cloud cave. At this moment, a special pattern, where black and white intertwined, was slowly outlined on Jiang Xia's chest. As the black and gold patterns became fully visible, the soaring blood energy gradually subsided and finally entered Jiang Xia's body. The fourth sun battle rune has been successfully condensed. Jiang Xia opened her eyes, feeling the surge in her physical strength, and a smile appeared on her lips. Improving physical strength is never just about increasing power. Rather, it is an improvement in many aspects of the physical body, such as physical strength, physical toughness, speed, nerve reflex speed, vision, etc. That is precisely what enabled him to fight against opponents of higher ranks. However, Jiang Xia's improvement is far from over. At this moment, he could clearly feel a throbbing sensation coming from the Pango bloodline within his body. That was the innate divine power awakened after absorbing the bloodline of the Great Sun Golden Crow, the Great Sun True Flame. Jiang Xia suddenly remembered the system's description when she drew the Sun God mark. The concentration of the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline will increase as more Sun God runes are condensed. He hadn't expected that after refining the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline with the Pango bloodline, this enhancement characteristic would actually be preserved. Jiang Xia then had a thought, and the system panel appeared. Martial Soul, Changliang. Pango bloodline, physical growth will have no limit and will gain the characteristic of immortality. As long as the blood and qi do not run out, all non-fatal injuries can be quickly recovered. At the same time, the physical body will be further improved. In places with the power of the sun, the overall recovery speed will be increased by 110%. Law of the Tao body? Thunder can control thunder, and at the same time greatly increases the affinity with the law of thunder, making it as if divinely aided when cultivating thunder attribute techniques and martial arts. Sun Battle Mark consumes qi and blood to condense sun battle marks on the physical body. Each sun battle mark can increase physical strength by 100%, energy strength by 55%, and additionally increase yang attribute energy by 55%. Spirit devouring, it can enhance the physical body and improve blood and qi by devouring the essence of the flesh and blood of living beings. When touching a living being that has been killed by one's own hands, one can refine it into the essence of flesh and blood without relying on the act of eating, and supply it to oneself. Soul fusion 50%, the martial soul and physical body are fused together, and the strength is increased by 500% in all aspects. The duration is 5 minutes and it can be used once every 24 hours. After using soul fusion once, it can be used again for a short period of time. After the second soul fusion state ends, the martial soul ability soul fusion will be forced to enter a cooldown for 72 hours. Sun Mark, the sun battle marks engraved on the body surface will automatically absorb and accumulate the power of the sun. When energy is consumed, the accumulated power of the sun can be used instead of the consumed energy. Divine Demon Form, Heavenly Emperor? Donghuang Tai currently unavailable. Divine Demon Form, Thunder Ancestral which Changliang currently unavailable. Chapter 126 Sun Marks. Jiang Xia's eyes flickered as she looked at the newly appeared martial soul skill Sun Mark. He originally thought that the ability to absorb the power of the sun had been refined and disappeared from the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline, but he did not expect that it was also hidden in the deepest part of the bloodline. However, the reappearance of the Sun Mark's power undoubtedly makes it stronger than before. Previously, it could simply store solar energy, but now it can be converted into any yang attribute energy and can replace consumption. In other words, when activating the power of thunder or the Great Sun Flame in the future, he will not need to consume his own power, he can directly use the solar power accumulated in the solar battle pattern. The appearance of the martial soul skill Yanghan has undoubtedly greatly enhanced Jiang Xia's strength. It should be noted that he currently does not control the source energy, and all attacks require him to consume physical strength. Even with the powerful regenerative abilities granted by the Pango bloodline, he couldn't sustain himself in battle for too long. If Jiang Xia were to be surrounded and attacked by several powerful martial artists, even if she were able to fight back, she would eventually be dragged to her death by the attackers. With the Sun Mark, his combat ability became much more forgiving. For example, it can make the soul fusion state last longer. Since gaining the ability to fuse souls, Jiang Xia has basically never been able to last until the limit of soul fusion during battle. Ultimately, they were forced to exit the soul fusion state due to insufficient physical strength. Jiang Xia currently possesses 4 sun battle marks. Until the solar power within these 4 sun battle marks completely disappears, his combat strength will remain at its peak. Thinking of this, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in Jiang Xia's eyes. He had just thought of a way to make the most of the sun mark's abilities, but whether it would work or not remained to be seen until he tried it. Jiang Xia then noticed that the martial soul skills she gained after absorbing the bloodline of the Great Sun Golden Crow were all related to energy. However, this can complement the Pango bloodline, which enhances physical strength. Jiang Xia looked at the martial soul ability panel and saw that the martial soul skill values had all increased due to the inscription of the 4th sun battle mark. It's a bit of a shame that all the growth is related to energy. However, it is likely that once he awakens other ancestral witch martial souls, his Pango bloodline will be strengthened once again. At that time, the abilities related to the physical body and martial soul skills will inevitably be improved. Calming her thoughts and restoring the turbulent blood and qi within her body, Jiang Xia began to refine the remaining 78 drops of blood and flesh essence. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xia stepped out of the fire cloud cave, stretched vigorously, and her bones cracked all over. For the past 3 days, he has been meditating and cultivating without moving, and his body is almost rusty. Fortunately, his strength has seen a significant improvement. First, he successfully condensed the 4th sun battle rune, and then he took a big step forward in terms of realm, moving closer to breaking through the 3rd level. This significant improvement is entirely due to the fact that the condensation of the 4th sun battle rune has raised the strength of the physical body to a new level. Martial arts training is essentially a process of absorbing source energy to temper the physical body and build source energy organs. The stronger the physical body, the shorter the time required for the source energy to temper the body, greatly saving the time needed to build source energy organs. This is one of the 2 main reasons why Jiang Xia has been able to maintain such a high speed of breakthroughs. As for the other main reason, it is naturally the cultivation time saved by the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven experience card. For other martial artists, a day of cultivation is just a day, but for Jiang Xia, a day of cultivation is actually 4 days of cultivation, a full 4 times the cultivation efficiency. Jiang Xia stretched her muscles and bones briefly, eager to find an opponent to test her training results after her strength improved. He glanced at the red orb of light shimmering on his right arm, hoping that he wouldn't be disappointed when those people arrived. Jiang Xia then began to move through the forest, releasing her spiritual perception at the same time. Since the Azure Wolf King chose this place as its territory, the rare and precious materials that allowed it to break through its bloodline limits are very likely located nearby. 20 minutes later, Jiang Xia stood in front of a cave, about 3 kilometers away from the territory of the Azure Wolves. He was able to find this place because he discovered obvious signs of biological activity near the cave. Most importantly, there was a lot of wolf droppings around the burrow, which clearly indicates that this area is within the hunting grounds of the Azure Wolf Pack. Jiang Xia approached and examined the cave. The entrance to the burrow was overgrown with weeds about half a person's height, which covered most of the entrance. Moreover, the signs of activity of the surrounding creatures clearly indicated that they deliberately avoided these weeds, allowing the burrow to maintain its concealment. As Jiang Xia approached, she discovered that the entrance to the cave was quite large, sloping downwards into the ground. He recalled the size of the Azure Wolf King and became even more certain that there were likely rare and precious materials in this cave that could allow the other party to break through the bloodline limit. Jiang Xia glanced at the dark cave, stretched out her left hand, and a ball of great sun flame appeared, illuminating the area around the cave. As they ventured deeper into the cave, a strong, putrid stench gradually filled their nostrils, and the ground was littered with the remains and excrement of numerous source beasts. Jiang Xia endured the discomfort as the intense heat of the sun spread to her feet, while holding her breath. With his current physical strength, he wouldn't be able to achieve much impact by not breathing for an extended period. After walking for several more minutes, Jiang Xia could clearly sense more than a dozen lifeforms not far ahead. He quickened his pace, and soon the figures of 15 azure wolves were illuminated by the great sun's true flame. These azure wolves are much larger than ordinary azure wolves, but they are still quite a distance from the Azure Wolf King. Using the light of the great sun true flame, Jiang Xia's gaze passed over the azure wolves in front of her and looked at the golden fruit tree behind them, which was taller than a person. 3 golden fruits, gleaming brightly, are currently growing on it. Jiang Xia sensed through her spiritual perception that the 3 golden fruits were full of energy and were clearly ripe. Seeing this, a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. It seemed he had arrived just in time. Sensing Jiang Xia's gaze upon the golden fruit tree behind them, the 15 azure wolves adopted an attack stance, emitting threatening growls. Jiang Xia glanced at it, then released a trace of her own aura. The howls from the azure wolves abruptly ceased, and fear appeared in the 15 pairs of wolf eyes. Zhang Xia didn't hesitate for long. He clenched his right hand and Godslayer appeared in his hand instantly. Then, the spear flashed and he thrust out 15 times in a flash, each shot fatal. Before the azure wolves could react, the spear had already pierced their skulls through their brows. Thump, thump, thump. As the sound of 15 azure wolves' corpses falling to the ground rang out, Zhang Xia's figure had already arrived in front of the golden fruit tree. He looked at the 3 golden fruits, raised his hand to pick them, but then seemed to remember something and stopped. Chapter 127 Rehmannia glutinosa fruit. Rehmannia glutinosa tree, a top-grade natural treasure for humans. Special plants within the astral plane mostly grow in dark, lightless environments deep underground. It ripens once a year in the astral realm, and once every 5 years when transplanted to the outside world. Each time, it produces 3 fruits, which are top-grade natural treasures for human level the Rehmannia fruit. Direct consumption can greatly increase the speed of source energy absorption in a short period of time and accelerate the construction of one's own source energy organs. This effect is useless for martial artists above the 4th level. It can be picked by hand without the aid of special tools. If it is not taken immediately after picking, it should be placed in the jade box immediately. Without any additional processing, the rate at which the medicinal effect will be lost can be slowed down within 7 days. Zhang Xia quickly skipped over the preceding introduction and focused on the last paragraph. Seeing that they could pick them by hand, I breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xia had previously seen while searching for information about the Star Realm and the Martial Hall that some special natural treasures required specific techniques and tools to harvest. Careless picking can easily damage precious medicinal herbs or cause them to lose their medicinal effects. Fortunately, this particular Rehmannia glutinosa tree didn't have this problem. Zhang Xia reached out again and picked all 3 Rehmannia fruits, then took out a jade box that she had prepared beforehand from the blessed land space and put them inside. He didn't plan to take it now. His strength had been greatly enhanced, and he was still digesting it. It wouldn't be too late to take it after he had fully integrated the enhanced strength. Zhang Xia then tapped her battle merit bracelet again to record the location of the Rehmannia glutinosa tree. He lacked the ability to transplant the Rehmannia glutinosa tree, and this rare treasure, which lived in the rich source energy environment of the astral plane, would likely wither and die if it were moved to a place with poor source energy. Of course, the most important thing is that he can't wait that long. Zhang Xia felt that he might break through to the 5th level martial artist within a year. Even if he didn't break through, the resources he could obtain at that time would definitely far exceed those of a single Rehmannia glutinosa tree. Therefore, marking this Rehmannia glutinosa tree now and handing it over to the Allied forces back at the fortress base in exchange for military merit is the best option to maximize benefits. After doing all this, Zhang Xia took out the Myriad Spirit Soul Banner and collected the souls of the 15 azure wolves on the ground. At the same time, he activated the martial soul skill Spirit Devouring to refine all of them into flesh and blood essence and store them in his Dantian space. Upon arriving outside the cave, Zhang Xia leaped onto a tree and began searching for a path to the continuous mountain range. After determining the direction, he stomped his right foot hard, and his whole body disappeared from the spot in an instant. A few breaths later, a loud bang followed by a sonic boom came from the spot. Zhang Xia's figure sped through the forest, but he wasn't just traveling, he also took out the Myriad Spirit Soul Banner. He then summoned all the azure wolves, which began clearing away the surrounding creatures along his path. Before long, the source beasts were brought back by the azure wolf pack. Zhang Xia slowed down and began to use the Myriad Spirit Soul Banner to collect the souls of these source beasts, while refining their corpses into flesh and blood essence. Although these large beasts are all second-tier source beasts, they keep arriving from outside the province. 2 hours later, Zhang Xia finally arrived at the edge of the forest. Ahead lies another forest, even denser in vegetation than the one here. However, compared to the forest where Zhang Xia was, the area of the forest in front of her was rather small. Moreover, the forest ahead connects to the continuous mountain range he had seen from the beginning. Zhang Xia raised her hand and refined a 4th-tier early-stage source beast. This was the last source beast that the Azure Wolf Pack could hunt in the vicinity, and the Azure Wolf King also made a move during the hunt. The final result was without a doubt, a single early-stage 4th-tier source beast was simply no match for the Azure Wolf Pack. Zhang Xia stored the refined flesh and blood essence into her Dantian space. At this moment, the upper part of her Dantian space was filled with densely packed droplet-shaped flesh and blood essence, resembling a blood-red dark cloud. Along the way, the Azure Wolf Pack hunted down over 100 second and third-tier source beasts for him, and including the source beast from earlier, there were also 2 4th-tier source beasts. The Myriad Spirit's soul banner in his hand has completed 1/3 of the 1,000 souls needed for the next level upgrade, and only 1 day has passed since he entered the Star Realm. Jiang Xia felt that if things continued this way, she would probably be able to upgrade the Myriad Spirit's soul banner to the next level very soon. At first, he only used the Myriad Spirit's soul banner as a tool to collect souls, or to release a large number of souls from it to attack enemies unexpectedly, but that was all. However, after using it for a while, Jiang Xia discovered that the most suitable way to use the Myriad Spirit's soul banner might not be to control souls for combat, but rather for its powerful auxiliary function. For example, hunting source beasts along the way. If Jiang Xia were to do it herself, it would not only be time-consuming and laborious, but the final reward would inevitably be far less than the effort put in. With the Myriad Spirit's soul banner, he could easily accomplish this task by controlling a large number of souls within the banner, and all he would have to do was travel time. Furthermore, the source beast souls lost in battle can be replenished at any time, so there is no need to worry about consumption issues. Even in the outside world, there are numerous wild beasts in the wilderness for him to hunt and replenish the soul within the banner. Jiang Xia had a vague feeling that perhaps the senior who refined the Myriad Spirit's soul banner had this as his purpose. Composing himself, he glanced at the time displayed on his personal terminal. 3:20 p.m. Jiang Xia learned about this from the information left by the fortress base and the battle merit bracelet for them, the explorers. This astral plane has a distinct day and night cycle. However, unlike the outside world, night falls precisely at 5 o'clock in the afternoon here, without any transition time from light to darkness. There is still an hour and a half until dark, and he must find a safe place to rest before nightfall. Jiang Xia waved the Myriad Spirit's soul banner in her hand, gathering all the wolves into it, and then walked towards the forest that connected to the mountain range. More than an hour later, a cave near the mountain. Bang! The sound of a fist striking flesh exploded out of nowhere. Because of the cave's unique environment and structure, the sound was amplified several times, emanating from the cave and causing the leaves outside to rustle. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling blue-purple lightning bolt came from the cave, followed by a piercing sound like thousands of birds crying out in unison. A moment later, all the sounds disappeared, and the cave returned to silence. Jiang Xia dragged a bear-like beast, several meters tall and with a completely black body, out of the cave. He activated his battle merit bracelet and scanned the bear-type source beast, immediately projecting a piece of information. The mighty bear, a 4th-tier astral creature. Jiang Xia looked at the name given to the source beast on the battle merit bracelet and nodded in agreement. Chapter 128 Nightfall. When I fought this powerful bear just now, I felt its formidable strength. Jiang Xia's physical strength, while not overwhelming all 4th-tier martial artists, is not far behind. Even after taking a full-force punch, this powerful bear was still able to launch another attack. Not only in strength, but also in physical strength, it is far superior to other source beasts of the same level. Jiang Xia took out the Myriad Spirit's soul banner and used it to capture the soul of the mighty bear. Currently, the strongest creature inside the Myriad Spirit's soul banner is this powerful bear at the 4th-tier extreme realm. However, because he can only exert 1/10 of his strength, his cultivation level is only at the mid-stage of the 4th rank. Jiang Xia raised her hand and pressed down to refine the flesh and blood essence of the great bear's corpse, while her other hand unleashed the great sun true flame towards the cave. Only after the great sun flame had burned the entire cave inside and out did he nod in satisfaction. Jiang Xia planted the Myriad Spirit's soul banner at the cave entrance, releasing the mighty bear and the Azure Wolf King to guard the cave. The remaining souls within the banner were all released by him to hunt down source beasts. From the moment we entered the forest, there were many source beasts lurking in the shadows. At the time, we didn't pay much attention to them because we were looking for a place to spend the night, but now it's a good time to clean them up. After releasing the souls of those source beasts, Jiang Xia used a portion of her mental energy to perform simple manipulations. He then sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave and began to refine the essence of blood and flesh in his dantian, with qi and blood power emanating from his body from time to time. After a while, a notification sound came from the personal terminal. Jiang Xia immediately stopped cultivating, opened her eyes, and looked up at the sky, which was as blue as a lake. Immediately afterwards, it was as if someone had pressed the switch to turn off the lights, and in an instant, pitch-black darkness enveloped and covered the earth. Jiang Xia was prepared. She raised her right hand and snapped her fingers lightly. Wisps of flame burst from her fingertips and flew into the cave, lighting the torches that had been placed on the stone walls on both sides of the cave. Considering the different environments of each astral plane, and in case lighting equipment was unusable, he chose torches as the most primitive form of illumination at the time. Of course, these torches are also specially processed so that they can burn for a long time. These are the first batch of source beast souls returning from the hunt. They placed the corpses of the source beasts near the myriad spirits' soul banner, and then quickly set off for today's hunt again. The souls of the slain source beasts were absorbed into the banner the moment their bodies approached it. A few breaths later, the souls of the source beasts that had just been killed emerged from the banner and joined the hunt for source beasts. Zhang Xiao looked at the assembly line like work mode and nodded in satisfaction. One night should be enough to complete half of the number of souls required for the myriad spirits' soul banner. However, using the myriad spirits' soul banner to release the souls of those strange source beasts is not without its costs. If these souls are only used to maintain basic functions, that's fine. But once they are damaged in battle or their souls are injured, it will take Zhang Xiao's spiritual body to restore their soul injuries. However, Zhang Xiao only used these source beast souls as cannon fodder, letting them perish once their souls were damaged. In any case, once the hunt begins, the soul banner will be constantly replenished with new souls. Zhang Xia now only needs to maintain the movement of the souls and the energy consumed during battle. With his current mental strength, he can sustain the activities of those source beast souls for a long time. Zhang Xia looked out at the pitch-black starry sky, which was devoid of any starlight, only pitch-black darkness. He stood up and walked into the depths of the cave, where there was a stone bed left by a powerful bear. Zhang Xia wasn't picky about where he lived, especially since this place had already been cleaned by his great son Trueflame and was now very tidy. He sat cross-legged on the stone bed, urging the spirit-devouring technique to refine the essence of flesh and blood within his dantian. Immediately afterwards, drops of blood and flesh essence were absorbed by the body. Zhang Xia suddenly opened his eyes. He could clearly feel that absorbing this essence of flesh and blood had almost no effect on his improvement. This weakening phenomenon was evident when the third solar battle pattern was being condensed. After the fourth solar battle rune was condensed, this weakening of the essence of flesh and blood reached its peak. Zhang Xia carefully sensed the enhancement that refining the essence of blood and flesh brought to her physical body. He then discovered that only the essence of flesh and blood condensed from fourth-tier source beasts could provide a normal boost to his physical body after refining it. The third-tier flesh essence will reduce this enhancement by half, the second-tier flesh essence will only provide a trace, and the first-tier flesh essence is already useless to him. Zhang Xia had anticipated this situation, and at this moment she did not show any obvious emotions. Moreover, the essence of flesh and blood condensed from the source beasts was never his main source of energy to enhance his blood and qi. Zhang Xiao's consciousness sank into her sea of consciousness, and as soon as she came into contact with the Tao scroll, her consciousness was sucked into it. A moment later, consciousness returned. Zhang Xia smiled as she looked at the 5 drops of almost jade-like flesh and blood essence floating in her dantian space. As his spirit improved, the time his consciousness spent active in the Tao scroll increased significantly. Now, he can obtain 5 drops of flesh essence every time he enters the Tao scroll. Immediately, Zhang Xia activated Spirit Devouring to refine one of the drops of blood and flesh essence. Immediately, streams of pure qi and blood energy surged out from it, flowing to the limbs and bones. This energy is then absorbed by the body, gradually enhancing its own qi and blood. A moment later, the drop of flesh and blood essence was completely refined. Zhang Xia used her spiritual perception to sense herself and realized that this time, the improvement in both physical strength and blood energy was several times greater than before. This situation undoubtedly confirms some of his previous conjectures. The quality of the blood and flesh essence inside the scroll will be improved according to the number of battle patterns he has condensed. Zhang Xia discovered this characteristic after condensing the second battle rune. At that time, he clearly felt that the quality of the flesh and blood essence brought out from the Tao scroll was improved compared to before. After condensing the third battle rune, the quality of the flesh and blood essence brought out from the Tao scroll was improved once again. At this moment, after he condensed the fourth battle rune, the quality of the flesh and blood essence brought out from the Tao scroll had been greatly improved, far exceeding anything he had ever done before. Even the flesh and blood essence condensed from that powerful bear with the strength of the fourth order extreme realm, after being refined, did not bring him an improvement as much as 1/3 of the flesh and blood essence brought from the Tao scroll. Zhang Xia sighed inwardly. The Tao scroll truly lives up to its reputation as a unique 7-colored reward. However, there is no way to solve the problem of a long cooldown period after using the scroll. As Zhang Xia's mental strength improved, the cooldown time of the Tao scroll has been reduced from 5 days to 3 days. But he had a vague feeling that 3 days was the limit, and the cooldown time of the Tao scroll would not be reduced any further. Zhang Xia stroked her chin, thinking to herself, it seems that hunting the source beasts is still imperative. After all, small improvements add up, and even a little progress is good. It's better than doing nothing at all. Chapter 129 Crossing the Boundary. Thinking of this, Zhang Xia used her mind to send a new command to the banner spirit, who was hunting source beasts in the darkness outside. Increase the hunting efforts and abandon the hunting of source beasts below the second tier. After the command was issued, Zhang Xia ignored it and focused on refining the essence of flesh and blood. Meanwhile, on the other side, the three burly men stayed in the cave they had dug before dark, eating the food they had brought with them. For a moment, the cave was completely silent. In order to complete the task assigned by the gourmet as soon as possible, the three of them rushed towards Zhang Xia at full speed as soon as they learned of her location. However, they severely underestimated the dangers posed by the astral plane. In the outside world, if they face wild beasts of the same level, they can at least retreat with ease, if not win. However, when facing a source beast of the same level in the astral realm, even the three of them working together were no match for it, and they would have to pay a certain price to retreat. Along the way, the three encountered several attacks from source beasts, two of which were source beasts at the 4th tier extreme level. At this moment, the tall young man had lost one arm, and there were several deep, bone-revealing claw marks on the inside of the burly man's chest and abdomen. The alluring woman appeared to be the least injured of the three, but in reality, she was the one who had been shot the hardest. While searching for a place to rest for the night, the three accidentally provoked a powerful bear. The alluring woman was caught off guard and struck in the chest by the powerful bear. Her chest caved in, and her internal organs ruptured. She was only saved by using most of the recovery potions that the three members of the team had brought with them. If it weren't for the fact that only alluring women could track Zhang Xia, burly men and tall men would have abandoned her the moment she was seriously injured, instead of using large amounts of recovery potions to treat her, thus delaying their own recovery. The team's combat strength has been greatly reduced, but they have no way out and can only continue to move forward. The burly man said in a deep voice, "How far are we from our target? Will we be able to find it before dark tomorrow? The supplies we brought in can only last for one more day at most." This was the first time the three members of the Seance of the Ancient Gods had entered the astral plane on a mission. They had only heard snippets of information about the astral plane from the elders in the church before. The higher-ups had not informed the three of the dangers within the star realm. This meant that the preparations made by the three of them were still based on the standards they used when going out on missions in the past. Carrying healing potions and food is simply not enough for such intense combat. In just one day, most of the supplies were used up. Upon hearing this, the alluring woman realized the seriousness of the situation. She struggled to sit up and focused her mind on sensing the mark left on Zhang Xiao's body. A moment later, the alluring woman opened her eyes, a flush of excitement rising on her pale face. "Our target is also near this mountain range right now, and not far from us. If we travel at full speed, we will meet the target in less than an hour." Hearing the alluring woman's words, both the burly man and the tall young man breathed a sigh of relief, and their spirits improved considerably. As long as the objective can be successfully achieved, there is still hope. At worst, we can give up the exploration, return to the area controlled by the fortress base, and survive until the astral exploration ends. After a moment, the cave returned to silence. All three were conserving their energy, preparing for the battles they might encounter on the road tomorrow. In the eyes of the three, the only real danger to them was the source beasts on the road. As for Zhang Xia, she was never taken seriously by the three of them. He's just a second-tier martial artist. No matter how monstrous his talent is, it can't bridge the gap in strength, especially since the three of them are working together this time. Even a severely injured 4th-tier extreme realm martial artist is still a 4th-tier extreme realm martial artist. Meanwhile, on a giant tree that takes 3 people to encircle, Xin Sheng and Xiao Jun sat back to back on a thick tree branch. Xin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the land swallowed by the night, and said with lingering fear, "Thanks to the instructions of my elders, I brought in several times more supplies than before this time." Xiao Jun nodded upon hearing this and said with emotion, "Yes, I never imagined that this astral plane, which has not been developed by the Alliance, would be so dangerous." Their experiences were very similar to those of the 3 members of the Ancient Gods sent down society. They were all ambushed by source beasts while traveling. Fortunately, the 2 had entered the star realm more than once, and had also cultivated the martial arts technique of sensing the aura of source beasts from Kunlun Martial Arts University, so they were not as disheveled as the 3 from the Ancient God Spirit Descent Society. At this moment, Xin Sheng opened his personal terminal, glanced at the location marked by the red dot, and became excited. The red dot was right next to them at that moment. If they travel at full speed, the 2 of them can reach the location of the red dot in less than 10 minutes. Xin Sheng then informed Xiao Jun of the information displayed on his personal terminal. Xiao Jun didn't say much, he just nodded. Actually, judging from Xin Shang's behavior along the way, he vaguely guessed that the other party might have a way to track Jiang Xia in real time. However, since Xin Shang hadn't mentioned it before, he didn't want to ask too many questions. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to sense it, he could ask a few questions. Upon hearing Xiao Jun's words, Xin Shang glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and did not answer immediately. Seeing this, Xiao Jun immediately waved his hand and said, "Since it's inconvenient to talk about it, then forget it." Xin Shang shook his head slightly. "There's nothing inconvenient about it. Since you've already gotten involved in this matter, you'll find out sooner or later." When Xiao Jun heard Xin Shang's tone, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He had a vague feeling that what the other party was about to say might not be good news. Xin Shang paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts, then took a deep breath and said, "The upper echelons of the family used their connections to install a field tracker in Jiang Xia's battle merit bracelet." Xiao Jun's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and his voice trembled as he spoke. "Has Yurtsin family gone mad? How dare you extend your reach into the allied army? And since you knew all along, why didn't you stop it? Have you forgotten the summons we received from the Allied Affairs Bureau last year? The alliance will show no mercy to any family that oversteps its bounds. Once discovered, they will be slaughtered by the disposal bureau from top to bottom. What we did to that aristocratic family last year, that Xin family will soon follow." Xin Shang watched Xiao Jun's outburst with a blank expression. After the other party finished speaking, he calmly said, "The reason that happened was entirely because that family was too stupid. They actually sent an incompetent person to carry out such an important handover. After being discovered by the authorities, they didn't immediately take their own lives. Instead, they brazenly returned home. Our Xin family doesn't have anyone that's stupid. Moreover, it's not just our Xin family that's making moves this time. After all, no matter how powerful our Xin family is, we can't extend our reach into Jiangchang." Chapter 130 Enlightenment Tea. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun seemed to have thought of something. His face turned extremely ugly, and a complex emotion rose in his heart. By the faint light from his personal terminal, Xin Shang could see Xiao Jun's expression. "It seems you've already guessed it this time. It's not just my Xin family that's making moves. The Wang family of Suzhou, the Xiao family behind you, and the Lei and Xiao families of Jiangchang, the top leaders of these 5 powerful families, have formed a united front against Jiang Xia." At this point, Xin Shang paused, then said in a low voice, "I overheard that the reason this situation has come to this is because of orders from the upper echelons of the powerful families." Xiao Jun's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. He knew that the upper class of these aristocratic families did not refer to the top members of the major aristocratic families, but rather to the aristocratic families that were ranked among the best in the entire alliance. His school, Kunlun Martial Arts University, had students from such prestigious families. Aristocratic families have always looked down on ordinary people and martial artists from above. And the same applies to upper-class families when dealing with ordinary families. Thinking of this, Xiao Jun suddenly recalled some unpleasant memories, and his already unpleasant expression became even more gloomy. Xin Shang's expression also darkened when he mentioned the upper-class families. As he began to venture outwards and leave the family's sphere of influence, he gradually came to understand that the world is made up of different circles. Even though he belonged to the same camp as those so-called upper-class families, he did not receive the respect he deserved. A person's background determines which circle they should belong to, unless they possess absolute power that can break down the barriers between different circles. Xin Shang recalled how, when he first entered Wuhan University, he was treated like a servant by those people in order to fit into the circle of the upper-class families. Until one day, he overheard those people comparing him to a dog, and in a fit of anger, he chose to leave them. When he unexpectedly ran into those people a few days later, a large portion of them had no recollection of him. He could tell that those people weren't faking it from beginning to end. He was just a dog that no one paid any attention to. Recalling those experiences, Xin Shang's eyes turned resentful, and he clenched his fists involuntarily. But then he loosened his fist and sighed helplessly. Xin Shang looked at Xiao Jun and said, "This matter has transcended the personal grudges between our families and Jiang Xia. It's entirely a power struggle at the top. Since we've gotten involved, we can only go with the flow and follow the direction those people have given us. The road ahead may be smooth sailing, or it may be a cliff and waterfall. Continuing forward might lead to death, but turning back and going against the current will certainly lead to death. I was born into an aristocratic family, where factions are naturally distinct. Even if the alliance accepts us, it will not fully trust us. Therefore, going all the way to the end is our only option." Xiao Jun's expression was complicated. He knew that he had no chance of escaping. He couldn't even break free from the constraints imposed on him by the Xiao family, let alone those upper-class families. Just as Xin Shang said, only by going all the way to the end and fulfilling those people's demands can one possibly find a way to survive. He then nodded to Xin Shang and said, I will go all out to deal with Jiang Xia tomorrow, and I hope you will too. Xin Shang nodded, of course. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, the once pitch-black astral realm was suddenly bathed in bright light, returning to daylight in an instant. Jiang Xia felt the light shining from outside the cave and came out of her cultivation state. He got up from the stone bed, went outside the cave, looked at the pile of source beast corpses around the Soul Respect banner, and nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, all the banner spirits that went out to hunt source beasts have returned to the venerable soul banner, and only the Azure Wolf King and the Mighty Bear are still guarding the cave outside. Jiang Xia arrived in front of the pile of source beast corpses, raised her hand and transformed them all into flesh and blood essence, which she then stored in her Dantian space. He then stepped forward and pulled out the Myriad Spirits Soul banner that was stuck in the ground. Hint, to reach the next level of the Myriad Spirits Soul banner, you need to devour an additional 548,1000 souls. Overnight, the number of souls within the Myriad Spirits Soul banner surged by more than 100. If those severely injured and dissipated souls are included, the number would only be greater. Jiang Xia waved the Soul Respect banner, allowing the Mighty Bear and the Azure Wolf King to return to the banner. Then, with a slight thought, she stored them in the blessed land space. He looked at the increasingly bright red orb on his right arm, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Judging from this, the other party must be very close to him. Jiang Xia thought for a moment. Since the other party was so eager to kill him, he might as well wait in the cave. After all, he also wanted to get rid of these people as soon as possible. Killing these people in the astral plane will go unpunished and unnoticed. But if you wait until you get out of there, the difficulty will increase dramatically. If he hadn't lacked the means to track them one way, these people would have been dead yesterday. Jiang Xia took out a square table and chair from the blessed space, and then placed the tea-making utensils on the table. He picked up the kettle full of water, and the great sun true flame appeared in his hand. With precise control, the water in the kettle boiled in just a few breaths. Jiang Xia took out enlightenment tea from the system reward backpack, pinched out a small amount with her finger and put it into the teapot, then poured in hot water. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance filled the air, a scent that instantly soothed the mind and brightened the eyes. After a moment, Jiang Xia picked up the teapot and poured the brewed enlightenment tea into the teacup. He then picked up his teacup, took small sips, and at the same time, his consciousness sank into a sea of consciousness to observe the dragon-slaying diagram and hone his spear skills. With the blessing of this great 8 Bodhi enlightenment tea, every moment, Jiang Xia had a continuous stream of insights that he instantly understood and integrated into his spear technique. The previously stagnant Great Completion spear technique is now progressing towards perfection at a visible pace. After a while, the pot of enlightenment tea was finished. As Jiang Xia regained consciousness and recalled the feeling from just now, she immediately wanted to brew another pot of enlightenment tea. But then his gaze sharpened, fixed on the distant forest. In his mental perception, 2 figures were rapidly approaching the cave. Jiang Xia recognized the 2 figures very well. They were Xin Shang and Xiao Jun. He didn't believe it was a coincidence that these 2 were here at this moment. At this moment, Jiang Xia couldn't help but suspect that he might have been secretly implanted with some kind of subtle tracking method. However, his expression remained calm. Although the people who came were not the 3 he had guessed, they were still the same people. Jiang Xia folded up the tables and chairs and took the initiative to greet the 2 people who were rushing over. Before long, Xin Shang and Xiao Jun came into his sight. Xiao Jun and Xin Shang were startled when they saw Jiang Xia. They immediately stopped and became wary. Because no matter how you look at it, Jiang Xia's current behavior is as if she knew the 2 were coming all along and was deliberately waiting there. Xiao Jun's expression was solemn. Since they had lost the opportunity for a surprise attack, they had no choice but to launch a head-on attack.